You clearly awakened the most useless F-grade weapon spirit, the dry blade, yet the genius campus belle Lu Ruyan, who awakened an A-grade weapon spirit, not only didn't look down on you but even offered to pay 10 trillion to marry you as her husband. Seeing this, all your classmates mocked the campus belle for being love-struck, but instead of getting angry, you laughed, because you had just casually commented 3 dog emojis in a forum and obtained a system. The weapon spirit cultivation system successfully bound to you, detecting the host's weapon spirit as the dry blade, triggering a mission. Please participate in the weapon spirit awakening ceremony. Upon completing the task, the host will receive a random reward. Many people still don't know the quickest way to obtain a system. Now, all you need to do is long press the comment section icon to bring up a few emojis on the left. Click once to send 3 emojis in a row and obtain a system. Don't ask how I know this, because, like me, you're one of the chosen ones destined to have a system. It turns out this is a world shrouded in dense fog, where everyone can awaken their innate weapon spirit and become a spirit master. At this moment, you stand quietly in the middle of the line, staring at the pale blue screen. Only you can see, weapon spirit, dry blade, unawakened. Resting your chin on one hand, you murmur silently, weapon spirit cultivation system. Literally, it means raising the weapon spirit like a child. If all of this is real, then no matter how weak the weapon spirit I awakened is, I can still achieve a high-quality result in the future. Then, with a thought, the data before your eyes transforms into a new scene, 18 sword souls bound by a rusted iron chain, drifting and floating in endless darkness. Your gaze lingers on each sword soul, and you can directly sense their unruly and indifferent attitudes. Spirit Artifact Number 1, due to the host's insufficient strength, it looks down on you with disdain. Spirit Artifact Number 2, because the host lacks the will to dominate the world, it rolls its eyes at you. Hearing this, you feel utterly speechless, wondering if this lousy system is even reliable. With a thought, you exit the current interface. Soon, it's Lu Ruyan's turn for the Spirit Artifact Awakening ceremony. The entire venue falls silent in unison. Everyone wants to know what kind of spirit artifact this genius girl from number 3 high school will awaken. At this moment, she raises her hand lightly, and a blood-red rose materializes in her palm. As her spiritual energy continues to surge, her long hair flows without wind, and an intense aura radiates from her spirit artifact. In an instant, a phantom emerged from the crimson rose, her gaze icy as she cradled an elegant longsword in her arms. Lu Ruyan, A-rank artifact spirit rose sword attendant, successfully awakened. For a moment, the entire venue erupted in uproar. An A-grade spirit vessel was truly 1 in 1,000, perhaps the entire Koan city couldn't even muster 10 of them. After a brief uproar, another wave of exclamations erupted. Fong Jia had successfully awakened a B-grade snake spirit. A B-rank artifact spirit may not be as rare as an A-rank one, but it's still one of the few artifact spirits found in the city. At this moment, you look at the testing platform, where Fong Jia's artifact spirit is an emerald green greatsword. The blade bears the phantom of a robust figure, a serpent-headed humanoid with arms crossed over its chest, its forked tongue flicking in and out. Standing before this serpentine entity, Fong Jia wears an expression brimming with smug satisfaction. The line moved forward slowly, and after what felt like an eternity, it was finally your turn. You placed your broken blade into the instrument while continuously channeling your spiritual energy. At that moment, you could clearly sense an equally immense spiritual energy within the device resonating with yours, attempting to awaken the broken blade. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in your mind. Asterisk host detected undergoing spirit weapon awakening. Mission completed. Blade experience +10. Compatibility +1. Reward, host ability, shared growth. Host and spirit weapon will both gain experience upon completing tasks. Reward, host martial skill, concealment. Reward, one-time 100% awakening chance. Automatically applied to the spirit weapon blade. Asterisk. In an instant, the testing device burst into radiant light, drawing everyone's gaze toward you. On the shattered remnant of a broken blade, a figure clad in coarse hemcloth emerged before the crowd, his form concealed beneath a tattered straw hat. The low-hanging brim obscured his face, leaving only a pair of profound eyes shining as brilliantly as stars in the night sky. His entire body exuded an aura of utter exhaustion, and in his hand, he clutched another nearly shattered broken blade. Chen Fan, F-class artifact spirit dry blade successfully awakened. Whispers immediately rippled through the crowd. With such a grand spectacle, I thought another C-class or higher artifact spirit had awakened. What use is an F-class artifact spirit anyway? Going into the thick fog to be cannon fodder? Facing the sarcastic remarks behind you, you ignore them all. Right now, your heart is racing with excitement. At least you've confirmed that the system truly works. Based on your understanding of the system, given enough time, you could even become the strongest spirit master in human history. But just as you were about to check the system panel, someone suddenly tapped your shoulder. Turning around, you see Lu Ruyan standing there. Chen Fan, congratulations. Congratulate me for what? It's just an F rank. If anything, I should be congratulating you. A rank big shot. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan lightly punches your chest. Keep teasing me, and I'll ignore you. Then she pauses, her expression turning serious with concern. You'd better work hard. In 2 months, during the school recruitment, your spirit's quality will need to reach at least E rank for any company or organization to consider hiring you. The two of you continue bantering when suddenly, chaos erupts in the crowd. 40 to 50 bizarre figures emerge from all directions, surrounding the students. They're second-rank ghost masks. How did they get into the city? Quick, call the city patrol. Don't panic, the teachers are here. They'll protect us. The teachers maintaining order immediately shield the students, summoning their spirits to fend off the incoming ghost masks. Yet, for some reason, the usually confident teachers find their spirits being suppressed by the ghost masks today. Some bold students with high-level spirit tools, seeing this situation, also activated their spirit tools to engage in battle. However, those lacking practical combat experience were soon hit by the masked figures, collapsing to the ground, and the sight of mangled flesh plunged the entire track field into greater chaos. Some teachers, distracted by concern for their students, were even severely wounded and knocked down by the masked figures. Witnessing this scene, you were filled with confusion. Masked figures were nocturnal demonic beasts. How could they appear in broad daylight? Moreover, Koan City's defenses were tight. Even if a few demonic beasts managed to infiltrate the city, they would at most appear sporadically. How could so many emerge all at once? Lastly, while second-tier demonic beasts were formidable, every teacher who qualified as a spirit master had ample combat experience. How could they be so thoroughly suppressed by these masked figures? Suddenly, a masked figure lunged at you and Lu Ruyan. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan immediately shielded you behind her, and a delicate long sword abruptly appeared in her hand. Her gaze turned extremely sharp, and you could clearly sense that her aura had intensified significantly in an instant. Just as Lu Ruyan was about to step forward to engage, Fang Jia's figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Swinging his broadsword, he deflected the masked figure's claws. Ruyan, these beasts aren't worthy of your effort, he said, then glanced at you with undisguised disdain. I won't be like some useless person who only hides behind a woman. However, Lu Ruyan ignored him and whispered to you, protect yourself, before rushing off to aid another group of classmates locked in a fierce battle. Mission triggered, host is requested to eliminate the trial puppets. The system's prompt instantly clarified everything. These so-called masked figures were merely trial puppets used by large organizations to train newcomers. In that case, the claws on the puppets must be specially designed faux-death training tools. Anyone struck by them would enter a state of simulated death. At that moment, Fang Jia spat in your direction. Useless trash. Stay away from Ruyan. The gap between you and us was decided the moment our artifact spirits awakened. With that, he raised his broadsword and charged at the masked figures again. Yet, a confident smile curled at the corners of your lips. If this was merely a trial, then the organizers must be hiding in the shadows, observing. Their goal was undoubtedly to see who could perform best in the chaos. As for who was truly useless, that would soon become clear. A faint shadow surged from the blade of your weapon, and in the next moment, it merged into your body. Instantly, you felt your physique grow stronger, and your gaze sharpened even further. Zhang Huan's footsteps moved quietly. Concealment. Catalyze. He walked quickly through the crowd. The students beside him, the rushing ghost-faced men, it was as if they didn't see him, allowing him to keep approaching Fang Jia. At this moment, Fang Jia was waving his large sword, constantly swinging towards the ghost-faced man. Although he was in the upper hand, he was never able to completely finish off the ghost-faced man. He clenched his teeth and poured his entire body's spiritual energy into the large sword in his hand, swinging it down towards the ghost-faced man. Vaguely, a giant python with an open bloody mouth could still be seen in the greatsword. The ghost-faced man panicked and hastily rolled towards the side. However, before it could stand still, a broken blade, with bloodstains, ran through its chest. An icy prompt sounded in Zhang Huan's mind. Killed a trial puppet, 1000 blades, experience +5. Common progress catalyze. Host experience +5. Sure enough, these were all trial puppets. They had the appearance of ghost-faced men in vain, but their strength was limited to first-rank demonic beasts. Fang Jia hissed angrily, Zhang Huan, why did you come here to cause trouble? As a powerful man in the city, he had long learned that this was a trial, and the top 3 students with the best performance would all receive rewards from the school. And Zhang Huan's interception, it was tantamount to robbing the rewards that should belong to him. Zhang Huan looked at the stunned Fang Jia with a smile on his face. We're all classmates, it's only right to help each other, no need to thank me. With those words, he then popped towards another besieged ghost-faced person once again. Chapter 4 Jealousy. Fang Jia looked at Zhang Huan's departing back and stomped his foot angrily, then wielded his greatsword once again and charged towards the puppet. The rewards for the top 5 in this trial were extremely generous. The first place would even have a bottle of pure spirit liquid, which was an excellent choice to enhance the fit of the artifact spirit. One had to know that only when the fit of the artifact spirit was high enough, the Imperial Spirit Master would be able to utilize the absolute strength of the artifact spirit. Moreover, when encountering some special opponents, a high enough fit would also ensure that the artifact spirit would not mutiny. In order to increase his efficiency, Fang Jia directly jumped into the 2 trial puppets and fought 1 against 2 with the large sword in his hand. The martial arts skills that erupted from time to time even beat the 2 puppets to the point where they could only fight. It was as if he saw Zhang Huan's disgusting face on the puppets' faces. Go to hell! Seeing the right moment, he aimed the large knife in his hand to slash down at the neck of the puppet on the left side. Before the blade arrived, in his puzzled gaze, the left puppet took the lead and collapsed helplessly. At the puppet's chest, a broken sword was so conspicuous. Immediately afterward, Zhang Huan once again appeared in front of him like a ghost. On his face, there was still that smile. Hey, Fang Jia, let me help you. Kill a trial puppet, 1000 blades, experience +5. Common progress catalyst. Host experience +5. Fang Jia's face was shocked. The momentum of the greatsword in his hand did not decrease, but he lost his balance due to the lack of a receptor at once. At this moment, the other puppet behind him took advantage of the situation and attacked. Sharp claws slashed through his back in the blink of an eye. A sense of exhaustion instantly surged to his heart, his eyelids couldn't stop wanting to close, and his body even involuntarily wanted to lie down. Suddenly, it was as if he was held in someone's arms. Fang Jia, are you alright? What he saw in his dazed gaze was Zhang Huan's gloating expression. Hey, that whoever, catch it. As the words fell, Zhang Huan threw Fang Jia towards the safety of the crowd. Immediately afterward, Fang Jia felt a sense of weightlessness, as if he had gone up to the sky. Boom! He landed on the ground. A huge pain hit him instantly, but in an instant, it was suppressed by the fainting sensation coming from the wound. Zhang Huan! You deserve to die. The tirade in his heart was naturally unknown to Zhang Huan. At this moment, Zhang Huan once again stabbed the broken knife in his hand into the chest of the demonic beast beside him. Kill a trial puppet, 1000 blades, experience +5. Common progress catalyze. Host experience +5. The corners of Zhang Huan's mouth rose slightly as he listened to the system beeps reported in his ears. The broken blade in his hand swung with increasing exuberance, wandering through the crowd under the guise of sharing the pressure for his classmates. Kill a trial golem, 1000 blades, experience +5. Common progress hypnosis. Host experience +5. Kill a trial golem, 1000 blades, experience +10. Common progress hypnosis. Host experience +10. Kill a trial golem, 1000 blades, experience +5. Sufficient experience, do you wish to proceed with the artifact quenching? Sufficient experience, does the host choose to advance? A good half day passed, and the entire athletic field was filled with fallen puppets and students, as well as the school doctor who was busy saving the students. The big-bellied principal slowly walked up to the podium with his hands on his cane, looking at everything in front of him with an expressionless face. He pushed up his glasses until everyone was all awake, and then he slowly spoke. All of you have woken up, so let's follow the class teams and reform in line. The crowd was dumbfounded, but still quickly found their teams and stood in their usual positions. What the hell is going on here? Wasn't I killed by a demonic beast? No, why is the principal so calm? Shouldn't you rush me to the hospital now? Am I in hell? Damn it, how come there's still school in hell? My browsing history hasn't been deleted yet. The crowd's noisy murmurings caused the principal to become a bit displeased, and he heavily smashed his cane, and the entire athletic field instantly quieted down. Gentlemen, as you can see, you are not dead. Everything just now was just a practical trial. The so-called ghost-faced man is nothing more than a trial puppet. For a moment, the entire room once again let out a burst of sparse discussion, causing the principal to smack his cane once again in dissatisfaction. Humph. All be quiet. How can you all be so good at this nonsense? The school recruitment is in 2 months. Whether it's a large organization like Yes or the mercenary union in our city. Which one of them focuses more on your combat abilities? I'm telling you. This group of trial puppets. The vast majority of them. I've set their combat power at less than first rank. They don't even have any martial arts skills. Just such opponents. The vast majority of them fainted without even having the courage to fight back. Your performance like this disappoints me. For a moment, the vast majority of them lowered their heads in shame. And at the back of the class 16, Jiang Huan stared at the light blue screen in front of him in a daze. Artifact-Spirit, 1000 blades. Quality, F. Effect, none. Experience, 103%. Degree of fit, 25. Quenching times, 0. Sufficient experience. Is it possible to quench the Artifact-Spirit? I didn't realize that it was possible to quench an Artifact-Spirit. If others knew about this, they might be jealous of me. Every Imperial Spiritist who had successfully awakened an Artifact-Spirit could quench their own Artifact-Spirit, causing its quality to gradually increase, and thus enhancing their own strength. However, quenching an Artifact-Spirit was not an easy task, not to mention whether or not one could find the heavenly materials and treasures needed to quench an Artifact-Spirit. In order to find these materials, an ordinary person must have a large amount of money to support them. If one quenching failed, then the same materials would have to be prepared again. Should I quench it now? Jiang Huan pondered for a moment, then gave up on this idea. In case the quenching process moved too much, wouldn't it let the entire school know his secret? Jiang Huan called up his interface again, and just like the 1000 blades interface, the experience value had similarly reached 103%, and he could similarly advance. The principal's lecture had come to an end. However, there are still individual students who have performed well. As an encouragement, the school will reward them, and I will announce the list below, so please ask the students whose names are read to come up to the stage to receive their awards. Then he fished out a piece of paper from the neat suit he was wearing, and he read out the names. Class 2, Li Ming, Class B Weapon Spirit Roaring Tiger, killed 6 enemies. Rewarded with a plate of Spirit Gathering capsules. Class 11, Zhao Sihai, C-Ranked Artifact Spirit Crazy Nurse, killed 8 enemies. Rewarded with 2 plates of Spirit Gathering capsules. Class 5, Jiang Huan, F-Ranked Artifact Spirit 1000 Blades, killed 13 enemies. Rewarded with a bottle of Spirit Purifying Liquid and a prize of $10,000. Class 5, Lu Jiuat, Grade A Weapon Spirit Rose Sword Servant, killed 15 enemies, rewarded with a bottle of Pure Spirit Liquid and a prize of 20,000 yuan. These students above, from tomorrow onwards, please ask all subject teachers to take more care of them. After all, they are the key to our school recruitment. For a moment, everyone's eyes couldn't help but focus on Jiang Huan's body. There were a total of 5 people who won the award, and the worst of them were all C-grade weapon spirits, and only Jiang Huan, an F-grade weapon spirit, seemed exceptionally otherworldly. How did this guy do it? When did an F-grade artifact spirit become so bullish? I remember. When I just killed the golem, this guy coldly rushed out and shouted to help me make up for it. He couldn't have known this was a trial long ago. This can't be some kind of inside story, right? Is Jiang Huan's family related to the school leaders? Impossible. I know his family's situation, it's very poor. Maybe they really wanted to help and got the award by mistake. Jiang Huan only took these idle words as air. His heart was a bit depressed. With the martial skill, concealment, to pick up the prize, but only took second place, it seems that the A-ranked weapon spirit is worthy of being an A-ranked weapon spirit. He still had to work hard and raise the quality of the 1000 blades as soon as possible. Hey, Jiang Huan. You kid is lucky, you have to treat me to something today. Lu Jiuev, who was standing at position C, she gently tapped Jiang Huan's shoulder, smiling like a flower. Jiang Huan nodded and smiled guffawingly, as you wish. The scene of the two joking around fell into the eyes of Feng Jia in the back row of Class 5. He had a gloomy face, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails seemed to be about to be embedded in his flesh. Before he fainted, he had only killed 2 puppets. Jiang Huan's operation of intercepting him several times kept surfacing in his mind. Damn! That bastard Jiang Huan! He must have done it on purpose. All these rewards should obviously be mine. The person standing next to Jiu. It should be me too. Chapter 5, A New Life. The blood-colored sun set in the west, lengthening the silhouettes. Jiang Huan sat cross-legged on the floor of the bedroom, and with a thought, the artifact spirit, 1000 blades, materialized in his hand. Mottled cracks covered the blade, and there were many rust stains on it. The handle, which was made of some kind of leather, was also stained with dust and blood. Jiang Huan frowned as he scrutinized his artifact spirit. Why does it feel like my artifact spirit is second-hand every time? This wasn't the first time he had observed up Thousand Blades, but as far as he knew, other people's artifact spirits, even if they were of the same F grade, would never be as tattered as his. Hey, Thousand Blades, isn't it time for you to show yourself? As the words fell, the silhouette of a man wearing a straw hat and rough linen clothes slowly emerged from the broken blade. Just like before, his eyes were filled with exhaustion. Moreover, Jiang Huan could even sense a hint of indifference from his eyes. Not just indifference towards him as a royal spirit master, but also a kind of indifference towards life. It seems that the fit is a bit low after all. Jiang Huan pulled out the plastic basin that had long been prepared aside. Half a basin of water was placed in the basin, and there seemed to be other materials. After Thousand Blades and Jiang Huan exchanged a glance, his figure once again disappeared into the broken blade. Jiang Huan slowly placed the broken knife in the basin, and took out the school's rewarded pure spirit liquid from the system. This was a system function that Jiang Huan had accidentally discovered, floating in the space of the 18-bottle sword box, which could be completely used as a storage space. The light blue pure spirit liquid slowly flowed into the basin, and moments later, wave after wave of gentle energy began to drill into the broken sword. The blood stains remaining on the broken knife gradually loosened, while some rust stains fell off. Jiang Huan could clearly sense that the Thousand Blades seemed to be being nourished, and the relationship between him and the Thousand Blades was gradually drawing closer. Artifact Spirit, Thousand Blades, is being nourished, degree of fit +1. Artifact Spirit, Thousand Blades, is being nourished, degree of fitting +1. Artifact Spirit, Thousand Blades, is being nourished, fit +1. The system sound rang out from time to time, and the original light blue liquid inside the basin was gradually dyed red by the blood and rust stains that came through. Half an hour later, the system sound no longer sounded. Jiang Huan then took out the broken knife, and took out a soft cloth that had already been prepared, wiping the surrounding sewage clean. There were still many rust stains and blood stains on the broken knife, but at least the sharpness hidden underneath could already be seen. Artifact Spirit, Thousand Blades, senses your concern, fit +1. This sudden increase in fitness caused Jiang Huan to be a little surprised. He then immediately called up the attribute page of Thousand Blades. Artifact Spirit, Thousand Blades. Quality, F. Effect, none. Experience, 103%. Degree of fit, 36. Hardening times, 0, hardening times, 0, hardening times, 0, hardening times, 0. Sufficient experience. Do we proceed with the quenching of the artifact spirit? Soaking in pure spirit liquid has increased the fit by 10 points, and just wiping the broken blade has increased the fit by another 1 point. It seems that as long as I can subject the artifact spirit to my care, this degree of fit will increase. Jiang Huan's gaze rested on the last line of text. It's also time to quench the artifact spirit. As he spoke, Jiang Huan chose yes. An intense energy surged into the broken blade without warning. In Jiang Huan's eyes, the rust stains and blood stains that remained above the broken blade were fading away one by one. It was as if the broken knife had gotten a new life, revealing a cold aura. Grade F Artifact Spirit, Thousand Blades, quenched into Grade E Artifact Spirit, fit degree +10. Artifact Spirit, Thousand Blades, Awakening Effect 1, Cold Aura Emergence, converge spiritual energy into the blade, prolonging the blade's aura and greatly increasing damage. Having only just finished quenching the artifact spirit, Jiang Huan did not hesitate to choose to advance himself again. Sufficient experience, Host Advanced. The host's level has been raised from 0 order 3 stars to 0 order 7 stars, and his physique has been greatly enhanced. A mysterious energy surged into Jiang Huan's body, and in just a moment, it was as if Jiang Huan heard 3 or 4 slight shattering sounds, and his body also made several muffled sounds at the same time. Jiang Huan slowly opened his eyes, only to realize that at some point, the shadow of the Thousand Blades had long appeared on the broken blade. He still had that cold expression, only, the fatigue in his demeanor had been swept away. There seemed to be a few complexities hidden in the eyes that looked at Jiang Huan. He met Jiang Huan's gaze and nodded slightly, as if he was expressing his gratitude to Jiang Huan. Jiang Huan noticed that his silhouette, it seemed to be a bit more solid than before. It seems that after the quality has increased, the figure of the Thousand Blades has also solidified quite a bit. It's just that I don't know when I'll be able to be like my father's artifact spirit, who can condense a solid body in the world even without spiritual energy infusion. The artifact spirit could only exist within the Imperial Spiritist's body at first, and the only time it could condense a solid entity out in the world was when the Imperial Spiritist used spiritual energy to catalyze it. However, as long as the quality of the spirit was high enough, and the spirit master cultivated it, it could exist in the world like a real instrument. Zhang Huan's mind moved, so he opened the system page. Host, Zhang Huan. Level, 0 Order 7 star. Experience, 3%. Ability, Progress Together, Martial Skill, Concealment. Martial Skill, Concealment. Physique, 85. This is a breakthrough to 0 rank 7 stars, the last time I broke through seems like it was last year. Zhang Huan's gaze swept through the rows, and when he noticed the physique at the bottom, his entire being widened his eyes. 85 at the 0 Order 7 stars. Physique was a comprehensive indicator that included spiritual strength, physical strength, mental strength, endurance, and many other data. Generally speaking, every time an Imperial Spiritist advanced, it would bring about an enhancement in their physique. Although each person's physique was different, the increase brought about was also different. But as long as they broke through to the first rank, their physique would be around 100. And Zhang Huan was now at 85 when he was only at the 7th star of the 0 rank. How could this not make him surprised? Zhang Huan then called up the interface of the Artifact-Spirit, 1000 Blades, and looked at it carefully. Artifact-Spirit, 1000 Blades. Quality, E. Effect 1, Cold Aura. Experience, 3%. Degree of Fit, 47. Tempering Times, 1. It seems that as long as the Artifact Spirit completes its quenching it will be able to advance, and the advancement will raise the quality of the Artifact Spirit. And because of the Eco Progress ability, I gained enough experience so I can also advance. Zhang Huan unconsciously walked towards the window and looked towards the towering walls of Kaiyun City. In the bottom of his heart, a thought suddenly surged up. Perhaps, I should also go out of the city for a spin. With that thought, he leaned down and bent over, pulling out a chest from under his bed. There were some protective gears in the box, only the top was piled with dust. These were the rites of passage that Zhang Huan's father had prepared for him when he was still very young. It was just that he had never thought that he would have the courage to wear them until now. After Zhang Huan wiped the protective gear clean one by one, night had already enveloped the land. He tried to put the protective gear on his body, not too big and not too small, just right. Dad is really something too, this can even calculate my size. He quietly felt his way to his mother's room, where she was still asleep. After leaving a note, Zhang Huan gently closed the door to his room. In the night, an athletic figure was running towards the city gates at a brisk pace. It was as if he wasn't stepping into danger, but into a new life. Chapter 6, Hunting. Under the hazy moonlight, Zhang Huan's figure appeared at the city gate. At the city gate guards, 2 Hans dressed as city inspectors stopped him. "Hey, what are you doing, still leaving the city at this hour?" Zhang Huan laughed, going out of the city to hunt some demonic beasts to subsidize the household. The materials of demonic beasts had their own uses in this era, but without exception, most of them were very valuable. Many Imperial Spiritists who had a bit of strength and couldn't receive any missions for the time being would use hunting as a transitional period. This was an excellent excuse. One of the guards, a rather tough-looking man who was clearly the captain, looked up and down at Zhang Huan, full first rank yet. After the ravages of the demonic beasts, all of the Great Xia's sheltered cities had an identical rule. Any royal soul master who was less than first rank was not allowed to leave the city in principle. The demonic beasts in the fog were godlike, and there were no constraints on the outside world. However, compared to the demonic beasts, it was the Imperial Spirit Masters with malicious intentions that were more dangerous. In essence, this rule was naturally meant to protect the lower-ranked Royal Soul Masters. In the past, Zhang Huan's strength was not good, and in the past 18 years, he had never left the city. However, tonight, Zhang Huan realized that he had to go out of the city in order to increase his strength faster. Zhang Huan shook his head, 0 rank 7 stars. The Hanyu frowned, "With this amount of strength, you want to leave the city? Don't want to die?" Zhang Huan shrugged, "The family is really short of money, no way." The Hanyu nodded, then said to the men around him, "Bring him a copy of the application to leave the city." Soon, the application for leaving the city was brought over, and Zhang Huan scanned through it. The content was nothing else. It was to the effect that the applicant was already well aware of the Asylum City Code, but had voluntarily left the city. All matters occurring outside the city had nothing to do with the City Watch Department. Zhang Huan quickly filled in his information and handed it over to the man. The Hanyu scanned it. "Are you a student of the 3rd middle school?" Zhang Huan nodded. "Do you know teacher Morong Shui?" Jiang Huan sniffed and couldn't help but take one more look at the Hanyo's work license, which had the Hanyo's name, Zhang Jivan, written on it. "That's my class teacher." Zhang Jiawen nodded and greeted the people in the guard room. "Release them." "Thanks, Captain Zhang." The corner of Zhang Jiawen's mouth picked up, fished out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, swallowing clouds and saying, "Pay attention to safety." A thick fog shrouded the outside of the city, and the sky grew dimmer and dimmer. Zhang Huan's shadow gradually disappeared into the thick fog. A young boy from the city patrol division asked Zhang Jivan beside him, "Captain, do you think this kid will still come back? This is the first time I've seen someone who dares to leave the city alone without entering the rank." Zhang Jiawen shrugged, "Let's hope he doesn't die, or his class teacher will kill me." The youngster snickered, "In that case, you still dare to let him out of the city?" Zhang Jiawen exhaled a mouthful of smoke and said helplessly, "Respect the fate of others and put down the helping plot. It's his choice for him to leave the city, it's my bad luck for me to be cleaned up." In the thick fog, Zhang Huan walked along the broken concrete road. On both sides were collapsed steel and concrete, as well as some stores that had been deserted for an unknown period of time. Behind them, Kaiyuan City was like a prostrate beast, watching Zhang Huan walk towards the thick fog. From time to time, there would also be some unknown creatures scurrying out, causing Zhang Huan to be on guard. Zhang Huan carried his long sword on his back and carefully walked quickly through the broken walls. His figure was athletic, and his star-like eyes were so sharp in the dark night. Soon enough, he entered the deeper outer ring of ruins. In the distance, a bright green body, slowly advancing with its head and tail like a bridge-like demonic beast, was leisurely moving forward. "It's a second-stage bridge snake, can't beat it. Retreat." Zhang Huan turned his head and disappeared into the night. He wasn't a reckless person, and wouldn't do the stupid thing of going hard without certainty. Although he had awakened the system, he still needed time to become stronger. Not long after, Zhang Huan came to a collapsed gas station. A rustling sound was extremely obvious in the silent dark night. Zhang Huan sidestepped behind a pillar with exposed steel bars and probed towards the source of the sound. Only to see that in the gas station's scrapped restroom, there were two yellow dogs shaped like lions that were copulating to their heart's content. "First-ranked Heavenly Duke dogs, count yourselves unlucky if you meet me." The Heavenly Duke dog was a stronger demonic beast among the first-ranked demonic beasts, and was quite territorial. The place where it was located basically wouldn't harbor other demonic beasts. For Zhang Huan, there was no need to worry about other dangers leaping out at any time. Zhang Huan tiptoed behind the door, casually picked up a stone by his feet, and smashed it hard not far away. Ta! The sound wasn't too loud, but the two heavenly male dogs in the lounge all quieted down at once. A moment later, a domineering head, topped with a pair of ghostly green eyes, poked out from behind the door, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Zhang Huan held his breath, his hands tightly clutching the long knife in his hand. The Heavenly Duke dog didn't notice anything strange behind the door, and it took a few more steps forward, trying to explore the source of the sound. Yet it still didn't find any clues. It was just about to return to its nest and continue what it had just left unfinished when a strong sense of crisis surged from its heart. It jerked its head back, only to see a thin figure had appeared behind it. It attempted to roar and lunged at him. However, it unexpectedly realized that it was unable to make any sound. Its head spun in mid-air, and it could even see its body fall helplessly to the ground with a muffled sound. Artifact-Spirit, 1000 Blades, killed a first-rank Skyduke dog, experience plus 75. Common Progress Catalyst. Host experience plus 75. Looking at the corpse of the Skyduke dog, the corners of Zhang Huan's mouth rose slightly. He looked back to the lounge behind him and hid by the door once more. The scent of the dead Heavenly Duke dog's blood filled the air, and Zhang Huan was sure that the spouse hiding inside the room would definitely come out. A moment later, Zhang Huan's brows unconsciously knitted together. What's going on? Why hasn't it come out yet? A strong sense of unease enveloped Zhang Huan's heart. The highly tensed nerves made his five senses extraordinarily sharp. Behind himself, something seemed to be lunging towards him. Zhang Huan made a snap decision and rolled to the side with a flip. A figure that was thinner than just now pounced on the spot where Zhang Huan had just stopped. It bared its teeth, its eyes showing a fierce light, its fierce face itching to bite the offending enemy in front of it to smithereens. Before Zhang Huan could stand up, it pounced towards Zhang Huan again. Clang! The canine teeth with a fishy odor directly collided with Zhang Huan's long knife. Zhang Huan attempted to pull the long knife out, but the Sky Duke dog's enormous bite force prevented him from doing so. Jiang Huan simply let go of his hands and viciously kicked it in the abdomen. The 1,000 blades accompanied the heavenly Duke Dog's figure and instantly flew backwards. At the same time, it bullied its way up. The 1,000 blades that was about to fall to the ground seemed to have a spirit, a shadow flashed, and the 1,000 blades fell into Jiang Huan's hands once again. Thanks! 1,000 blades. The moment the heavenly Duke Dog landed on the ground, Jiang Huan's entire body sat on the heavenly Duke Dog's body. Puff! The 1,000 blades was precisely inserted into its neck, and dark red blood continued to spill out. The resistance of the heavenly Duke Dog became more and more intense, its mouth open as it continuously tried to tear at Jiang Huan on top of it, its two front paws struggling to scratch at Jiang Huan, and its body continuously twisting as Jiang Huan was almost thrown out by it. Jiang Huan did not have the slightest pause. In his hand, 1,000 blades kept stabbing in and pulling out the body of the heavenly Duke Dog. Until it completely died. Chapter 7, 1,000 Changes. Artifact-Spirit, 1,000 blades, kills a first-order Sky Gong Dog, experience plus 75. Common Progress Catalyst. Host experience plus 75. It wasn't until the system sound rang out that Jiang Huan let out a sigh of relief. His entire body collapsed to the ground in one fell swoop, sucking in large gulps of air. Sweat dampened his hair, and the blood of the heavenly Duke Dog splattered on his body and face. At this moment, he was like a blood-soaked cultivator. Only he himself knew just how dangerous the scene just now was. After a long time, he finally stood up. He looked at the uneven wrist guards on his arms and couldn't help but reveal a smile of gratitude. It seems that the stronger demonic beasts in the first rank are not something the current me can mess with. Jiang Huan rested for a moment, then he got up and was about to cut off all the canine teeth, spine, and fur of the heavenly Duke Dog. These were all valuable things that couldn't be less for him. Just as he was about to cut, Jiang Huan looked at the heavenly Duke Dog in front of him and suddenly realized something. This heavenly Gong Dog, it seems that its strength is smaller than the one before, and moreover, its figure is much thinner and weaker. Jiang Huan immediately rolled it over and gently pressed the chest of the heavenly male dog, and a milky white liquid jetted out. Rising milk. Jiang Huan subconsciously looked towards the abandoned lounge at the back, the corner of his mouth unconsciously revealing a smirk. He carried his long sword and walked slowly towards the lounge. In the corner of the lounge, the 4 heavenly male dog pups were covered by weeds underneath them. Without hesitation, Jiang Huan stabbed the long knife straight down. Artifact-Spirit, 1,000 blades, kills a first-order Sky Male Dog, experience plus 35. Common Progress Catalyze. Host experience plus 35. A few moments later, 4 heavenly male dog pups died tragically under Jiang Huan's blade. Jiang Huan's gaze couldn't help but focus on the Artifact-Spirit page once again. At this moment, both 1,000 blades and his own experience had risen to 30%. It seems that as long as we hunt and kill some more demonic beasts, both the Artifact-Spirit and I will be advanced. After Jiang Huan neatly collected the materials from the 6 heavenly Gong Dogs, he immediately drilled into the ruins once again. Jiang Huan did not continue to go deeper into the ruins. Instead, he only wandered around the periphery of the ruins. After the battle with the heavenly Duke Dogs, it made him more aware of his own combat power. To face a first-rank demonic beast head-on, for him at this moment, even if he could kill it, he would still be taking a big risk. The unranked demonic beasts that were most disliked by the Imperial Spirit Masters were his best choice. Perhaps the materials on them weren't very valuable, but to Jiang Huan, they were an unbeatable choice for rapid advancement. The border between the edge of colorful Cloud City and the ruins. The uninitiated ranked demonic beasts that seldom encountered the sweeps of the Imperial Spirit Masters were meeting their havoc. Artifact-Spirit, 1,000 blades, kills a bloodthirsty mouse of the non-entry rank, experience plus 15. Common Progress Catalyst. Host experience plus 15. Spirit of the 1,000 blades, kill the uninitiated long-tongued frog, experience plus 10. Common Progress Hypnosis. Host experience plus 10. Artifact-Spirit, 1,000 blades, kills a green-tailed hawk, experience plus 20. Common Progress Hypnosis. Host experience plus 20. This havoc extended indefinitely, and the experience of the Artifact-Spirit, 1,000 blades, grew by leaps and bounds. As the early sunlight sprinkled down, many Imperial Spirit Masters who had come out from the depths of the ruins, they were surprised to see the scene of a demonic beast corpse at 5 steps, and a puddle of bloodstains at 10 steps, at the periphery of the ruins. Boy, what's wrong with these demonic beasts that don't enter the rank? Why are they dying en masse? Did a high-ranked demonic beast run from the depths to the edge to abuse them? Nope, this looks more like a human did it. Who's so boring that they chopped up garbage demonic beasts all night? Is it fun to kill them? On this day, the biggest talking point in Kaiun City was the perverted maniac who had ravaged countless unranked demonic beasts. However, Jiang Huan, who was the instigator, was still hunting demonic beasts at the edge of the ruins far away from Kaiun City. Artifact-Spirit, 1000 Blades, killed the red-eyed unicorn demon, a first-ranked demonic beast, experience plus 85. Common Progress Catalyst. Host experience plus 85. When another first-rank red-eyed unicorn demon fell under Jiang Huan's blade, the familiar system sound once again rang in his ears. Sufficient experience. Is it time to carry out Artifact-Spirit tempering? Sufficient experience. Does the host choose to advance? Jiang Huan chose yes without hesitation. A subtle and majestic power pumped out from Jiang Huan's body, traveling through his hands and surging into the broken blade in his hand. The 1000 blades floated up in the air without warning, and Jiang Huan was able to intuitively feel that it was like parched land that was crazily devouring this energy that was gushing out from Jiang Huan's body. During the process of gradual quenching, it was as if the majestic spiritual energy was mixed with certain unknown things, which were continuously integrated into the broken sword. Then, the broken sword gradually lengthened out by more than 3 feet under the pull of the majestic spiritual energy. In just a few moments, the broken blade that was originally only 1 foot in length had 4 feet and 3 in the blink of an eye. Tempering is successful. Grade E Artifact-Spirit, 1000 Blades, has successfully advanced to Grade D Artifact-Spirit, degree of fit plus 10. Artifact-Spirit, 1000 Blades, awakened effect 2, 1000 changes. The blade will follow the host's mind and take any shape. The Artifact-Spirit, 1000 Blades, had only finished quenching when Jiang Huan fell into a state of oblivion. His advancement had begun once again. The majestic spiritual energy continued to quench his body, and it was as if Jiang Huan heard the sound of something breaking inside his body. The host's level has increased from 0 order 7 stars to 1st order 2 stars, and his physique has been greatly enhanced. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the first rank, rewarded with the martial skill, Backstab. The host can instantly appear behind the opponent after completing an attack to complete a second attack. The majestic spiritual energy in Jiang Huan's body gradually regained its calm, and he subconsciously squeezed his fist. The physique has enhanced again. I wonder how much it has reached now. With a thought, Jiang Huan called up his data panel. Host, Jiang Huan. Rank, 1st order 2 star. Experience, 1%. Ability, Co-Progress. Martial skills, Concealment, Backstab. Physique, 395. Jiang Huan's eyes widened as he stared incredulously at the data in front of him. 395? It's almost catching up to a 3rd order Imperial Spirit Master. In Jiang Huan's cognizance, excluding some special physiques, the general standard for the 3rd rank was based on the physique reaching 500. However, Jiang Huan was now only a 1st order 2 star. And he was only an ordinary Royal Soul Master with a physique of 5 yesterday. After calming down a bit, Jiang Huan then noticed. A wisp of light blue light mass was fluttering recklessly in the surroundings. Perhaps sensing Jiang Huan's gaze, the light mass arrived in front of Jiang Huan in an instant. Only then did Jiang Huan see that what had just fluttered around was none other than his own Artifact-Spirit, 1000 Blades. The change in the broken blade was just too great. The broken blade had been completely repaired, and there was no longer a trace of dilapidation to be seen. The only thing that remained unchanged was still the cracks that covered the blade's body like bright starlight. The irregular patterns gave it a unique beauty. A shadow emerged from the long blade. He slowly raised his head, and underneath the dry yellow bucket hat was a pair of resolute gaze. This time, Jiang Huan could see his face clearly. The fatigue on his face was swept away. The not-so-handsome face was covered in stubble. The original somewhat solid figure was even more solid at this moment. However, Jiang Huan also felt a strong Jianghu qi from it. It seemed to be Jiang Huan's illusion that he actually read a trace of gratitude in that unperturbed face. Artifact-Spirit, 1000 Blades. Quality, D. Effect 1, Cold Mansion emerges. Effect 2, 1000 changes. Experience, 1%. Fit, 57. Hardening times, 2. The 1000 Blades' shadow gradually faded and finally returned to the long blade once again, finally slowly falling back into Jiang Huan's hand. This time, Jiang Huan felt an overriding murderous aura from the blade, undisguised. Jiang Huan's heart overflowed with an excitement that was hard to conceal. This was his all these years. The day of the fastest progress. Suddenly, a slight sound of footsteps caught Jiang Huan's attention. He frowned and quickly hid in the bushes, holding his breath and quietly peering towards the sound. Chapter 8 Teacher Grumpy. The growth of his physique caused his five senses to become sharper as well. Jiang Huan unconsciously tightened his grip on the long sword in his hand. Not long after, 3 first-order red-eyed unicorn demons appeared at the place where Jiang Huan had just been. When they saw their companions who had died tragically under Jiang Huan's sword, they even began to raise their voices to the sky. Then, they began to dance around the corpses of their companions. Jiang Huan stared at them, waiting for the best opportunity to strike. When the 3 demons coincidentally stood in a line, Jiang Huan's figure violently leapt out from the bushes. It was just a single slash. In a matter of moments, the light blue blade pounced fiercely on the 3 demonic beasts in front of him. Plop plop plop. The 3 demonic beasts were heavily injured in the twinkling of an eye. However, before they could react, Jiang Huan's figure disappeared. Backstab. Unleashed. A long blade made up of fragments slammed out from the chest of the demonic beast in the center. Before the left and right demonic beasts could react from their shock, they saw that the blade in front of that long knife gradually faded. The next moment, 2 cold-ons penetrated through the shoulders of the demonic beast in the center and stabbed towards the heads of the left and right demonic beasts. Plop plop. The 3 red-eyed unicorns were all wiped out. Artifact-Spirit, 1000 Blades, killed the red-eyed unicorn demon, a first-ranked demonic beast, experience plus 85. Common Progress Catalyst. Host experience plus 85. Spirit of the 1000 Blades, kill the red-eyed unicorn demon, first-order demon beast, experience plus 85. Common Progress Hypnosis. Host experience plus 85. Spirit of the 1000 Blades, killed the red-eyed unicorn demon, a first-order demon beast, experience plus 85. Common Progress Hypnosis. Host experience plus 85. Jiang Huan couldn't help but murmur, I didn't expect that the newly obtained martial arts and effects paired together would be so powerful. As he spoke, Jiang Huan had already brainstormed many different ways to use it on many different occasions in the future. Suddenly, an alarm ringing that resounded through the sky rang violently. Jiang Huan pulled out his cell phone to see that it was his own memo alarm clock. Don't forget old Zhang's first 2 o'clock practical class. In an instant, Jiang Huan's face was like ashes, it's over. After approaching the school recruitment, the entire 3rd middle school adopted a free-range education for all senior students. For any course, students could choose to review it on their own without having to travel to the school for classes. However, the only exception was old Zhangto's practical class. Even though every time he taught a class, he had nothing new to do but have the students perform physical training or have them perform live combat drills on each other. However, he just demanded that no student should miss class without an excuse. But whenever a student missed a class, what awaited them was endless criticism and counting. Jiang Huan's heart was burning with anxiety, and he was just about to pull out his legs and rush towards Kaiyun City, but as soon as he lowered his head and saw the demonic beasts that he had just killed, his heart was still a little reluctant to part with them. It's just that, scolding is scolding. These are all money. As he spoke, he had already swung the long knife in his hand and hacked towards the red-eyed unicorn demon's unicorn horn. This was a good thing, one was worth around 500 in the market. Only when he had removed all the materials of the 4 red-eyed unicorn demons did Jiang Huan turn his head and run in the direction of Kaiyun City. Kaiyun City, Kaiyun 3rd Middle School, Athletic Field. The midday sun shone brightly, and among the 50-odd students in the senior 3-6 class, they were variously urging their artifact spirits to perform practical drills. A middle-aged man wearing glasses, with a slightly blonde body and a Mediterranean head, wandered among them. His stern gaze swept over each and every student, and the ruler in his hand occasionally jerked at the students' bodies. Keep your hands straight and your waist hard. Fast, accurate, and ruthless cannot be forgotten. One by one, soft like what? How many times have I said it? Spiritual energy is limited. Use every ounce of spiritual energy on the most critical output points. Combat is not a hooligan fight. You can't just use your hands. You must also use your brain. During the course of battle, always analyze your opponent's weaknesses. I know some of you have high-quality artifact spirits. But don't come up here and let your artifact spirit materialize to fight with you. With your current spiritual power, how long can you let your artifact spirits manifest? Zhang Yu scolded sternly, and even Lu Jiyue, who had the highest talent, didn't dare to say anything more, and could only bury her head in her hands and keep fighting with her opponent. Bell. The cheerful bell rang, and this group of students who had continuously sweated for 2 sessions, one by one, peeped at Zhang Yu, and seeing that he still had no intention of dismissing the class, they could only secretly sigh in their hearts, and then continued to exchange blows with their opponents. Bell. It was only when another class bell rang that Zhang Yu said in a neutral tone. Your demonic beast appreciation class teacher is sick. The remaining 2 classes will continue with the actual combat class. If I didn't yell stop, just keep practicing for me. The crowd looked at each other in dismay, and despite being physically exhausted, none of them dared to make any complaints. Obviously, this was not the first time Zhang Yu had done this. All give me some spirit. One by one, like a plagued chicken. Let me tell you, after the school recruitment, most of you will have to face real tussles. Your opponents definitely won't show mercy just because you're running out of energy. Most of the breathless students could only force themselves to continue their drills. Zhang Yu scanned the crowd over and over again, seemingly spotting something, and 3 more scowls of anger were added to his already serious face. Class leader. Where is that brat Jian Huan? Zhao Yi, the short-haired girl who was practicing against Lu Jiyue, could only reply in a loud voice while practicing against Lu Jiyue, Teacher Zhang. I don't know. Zhang Yu snorted coldly and did not dwell on Jian Huan for more than a few moments. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly burst out, all of you, lean towards me. The students, who had long been exhausted and paralyzed, let out a sigh of relief. Finally, they could rest for a while. At least, old Zhang too wasn't that excessive today. However, the next moment, they were dumbfounded. Everyone, turn to the left. Run and march. The crowd looked at me and I looked at you. After 3 consecutive sessions of actual combat, they had long since exhausted themselves to a drop. At this point, to make them run again would simply kill them. There were a few bold boys who plucked up the courage to ask, Teacher Zhang, let us take a rest. The strongest person in our physique here is only 280, moreover, the spiritual energy has long since been used up. Zhang Yu glanced at him coldly, want to rest? Fine. When will Jiang Huan show up? When will you guys rest? In an instant, the crowd was indignant. Dare they be punished all because Jiang Huan skipped class? Now! All of you, go jogging for me. Otherwise, I don't mind inviting your parents to the school as guests. The crowd had no choice but to clench their teeth and run forward with heavy steps. In the crowd, the sound of curses against Jiang Huan constantly resounded. That bastard Jiang Huan! Why didn't he come to class? Doesn't he know old Zhang Tu's temper? Maybe there's something delaying it. I don't believe it. It's 80% that he thinks he's marvelous because he took 2nd place in the awakening ceremony. When I run into him, let's see if I can get rid of him. Add me. Me too. Hey, look, is that Jiang Huan? The crowd looked back, only to see a thin figure on the school road, running furiously towards the athletic field. Chapter 9, Classroom Teachers. Bell. Another bell rang for the end of class. The students who had been tired for a good half day were all sitting powerlessly on the plastic runway at this moment. Most of the students gloated at the farce in front of them. At this moment, Jiang Huan was lowering his head, listening to Zhang Yu's full rage. Jiang Huan, are you hardening your wings? Do you know the significance of the actual combat class? You're only an F-grade artifact-spirit, more training is this for your own good. Why did you take 2nd place in the last puppet practical battle? Others don't know, but aren't you clear about it yourself? Isn't it just picking up the slack? You're only a 0 rank 4-star now. Sometimes I really want to ask you. Did you feed your dog for 3 years? Do you know that most of the people in the 1st year of high school have already 0 rank 3 stars? How dare you? Jiang Huan wanted to explain that he had already broken through to the 1st rank, however the furious old Zhang didn't give him a chance to answer. Jiang Huan, people are poor in spirit. You are a poor man with a poor will. You're wasting your youth in school. How can you stand up to your mom and dad? The entire class laughed their asses off. The sensitive self-esteem of a teenager was being trampled on recklessly. Jiang Huan's body was trembling with anger, the fists under his shirt were clenched tightly in death, the rounded nails seemed as if they were going to be embedded in the flesh. Old Zhang looked at Jiang Huan with contempt. What? You still want to make a move on me? Come on. If you can beat me, I won't care what you do in the future. As the words fell, the atmosphere of the entire class reached a climax. Fight! 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 Jiang Huan! Don't be a wimp. Teacher Zhang! Don't bully him, there's a difference of almost 3 realms between you two. Jiang Huan! Don't be afraid if you're a man. The big deal is to be hospitalized for a few days. Zhang Yu stood with his arms folded, still holding the ruler in his hands, and scanned the entire room with his eyes wide open in anger. Whoever is talking nonsense, come up and practice with me first. Anyone who could be a teacher in Kaiyun 3rd Middle School was, at the very least, a second-order, 5-star existence. Moreover, it was rumored that Zhang Yu was a retired soldier from the Demon Jin army, and when he really got into action, with all his killing intent, where was this group of students who had yet to really see blood to cope with? The whole scene instantly quieted down. Zhang Yu coldly looked at Jiang Huan. He was from a military background, and what he despised the most was those who didn't follow the orders of their officers. If Jiang Huan had some strength, he wouldn't be so angry. However, Jiang Huan's strength was worrying. Soon, he watched as Jiang Huan's lowered head slowly lifted up, and in that moment, he froze. In those clear eyes, he saw a determination that shouldn't be there at this age. Jiang Huan raised his hand and pointed towards Zhang Yu. Teacher Zhang, I ask you for advice. No one could have imagined that these words would come out of Jiang Huan's mouth. But the next moment, the crowd boiled over. Jiang Huan is stupid, right? Daring to go head-to-head with old Zhang too? This kid is really brave. How many moves do you guys guess Jiang Huan can pass in old Zhang Tu's hands? Jiang Huan ignored all the cynicism of the bystanders. He wasn't willing to tear his face off with his teacher, but it didn't mean that his teacher was able to trample on his dignity with abandon. He didn't know if he could defeat old Zhang Tu in terms of actual combat, but at least in terms of physical fitness, he was far superior to any second-stage Royal Soul Master. A crisp system beep slowly sounded in Jiang Huan's mind. The host's performance of challenging authority has caught the attention of the 9th Artifact-Spirit, and he has begun to take a small interest in you. However, at this moment, Jiang Huan did not notice the system beep. Zhang Yu looked at Jiang Huan in dismay, but in the next moment, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Jiang Huan, you kid has guts. But do you know who I am? My cultivation might not be the strongest in the Demon Suppression Army, but amongst the Imperial Spiritists of the same rank, I'm definitely the best. As he spoke, he had already unbuttoned the 2 buttons at his neck, and through his collar, several horrifying scars could be vaguely seen. I'll give you another chance, think clearly, do you want to challenge me? Jiang Huan met his gaze without fear. I hope that Teacher Zhang will not be stingy with his advice. As the 2 sides were at swords drawn, a voice like a silver bell rang out. What's wrong? Isn't this the demonic beast appreciation class? Why are you all still here? A beautiful figure walked in between Jiang Huan and Zhang Yu, and the crowd unanimously called out, Teacher Morong. The long, shoulder-length golden hair was as dazzling as a waterfall, and a pair of rimless golden glasses added a bit of gentle temperament. The person who came was no one else but Morong Shui, the teacher of the 5th class. She smiled at Zhang Yu. Teacher Zhang, why are you so angry? Who messed with you? Zhang Yu snorted coldly, and Morong Shui whirled to look at Jiang Huan in the crowd. Brat, did you mess with Teacher Zhang again? Jiang Huan didn't say a word. Morong Shui shrugged her shoulders and helplessly laughed. I'll make the call then. Jiang Huan, go run for me and keep running until the end of school. Zhang Yu's brows wrinkled slightly. At this time, there was less than half an hour until the end of school. This was not discipline, it was clearly Morong Shui protecting Jiang Huan. He snorted coldly and immediately spoke out, carry 100 pounds of weight. Morong Shui slightly nodded her head and looked at Jiang Huan, who nodded his head, turned around and then carried the weighted vest that was used for training on weekdays on his back, and then he ran around the athletic field. He could not give face to old Zhang, but he definitely could not give face to Morong Shui. Over the years, Morong Shui's care for him was always firmly in his heart. Zhang Yu rebuttoned his buttons, turned around and walked towards the office. Morong Shui, on the other hand, clapped her hands and smiled at the crowd. What are you all waiting for? Hurry back to the classroom. The crowd had no choice but to go back to the classroom, and a few guys who wanted to find trouble with Jiang Huan could only go back to the classroom unhappily. On the way back to the classroom one after another, Zhao Yi silently winked with Morong Shui, and then hugged Lu Zhiyue's shoulder. Zhiyue, let's go, we're going back. Moments later, Morong Shui returned to her office. However, she found that Zhang Yu had long been waiting inside. Teacher Zhang, is this something? Jianya nodded. It was this girl Zhao Yi who secretly looked for you again, right? Morong Shui smiled shallowly. If I didn't come, you wouldn't really want to beat up Zhang Huan, right? Jianya shook his head. Not really, I just want to teach him a lesson. You know, this kid's artifact spirit is already poor. If I don't let him recognize the reality, maybe he'll be wasted for the rest of his life. Morong Shui nodded. You're right to say that, but I've always felt that Zhang Huan is a good kid. Have you ever thought that he didn't mean to be late? Zhang Yu looked puzzled. Not on purpose? Morong Shui rested her glasses. Teacher Zhang, have you ever thought that the words you said might be quite hurtful under some specific circumstances? Zhang Yu looked serious. Hurtful? I don't feel that. As a man, is the psyche so fragile? Morong Shui did not say anything more, but picked up a pen and paper from her desk and quickly wrote down a string of addresses and numbers. Teacher Zhang, there's something I need to talk to you about. One of the orders given to me from above is to secretly help the Zhang family in an inconspicuous manner. This is Zhang Huan's address and phone number of his home. If Teacher Zhang is free, he can go to his home to take a look. Zhang Yu took the note and pondered for a moment, then he got up and was about to leave. When he approached the door, Morong Shui suddenly said to him, Old Zhang, usually act carefully, don't expose yourself. Yi told me that yes, people have already entered Kaiyun City. Zhang Yu looked back at Morong Shui. Isn't the school recruitment still 2 months away? Why did Yi come so early? Morong Shui shrugged. I heard Yi say that on the surface, they are in contact with the Lu family and want to recruit Lu Jiyue in advance. But you know, Yi clan's group of people are not oil-saving lamps. Who knows what kind of bad they are holding behind their backs? Zhang Yu responded and nodded, then without looking back, he left Morong Shui's office. Morong Shui sat in her seat for a while, perhaps feeling a little bored. She immediately walked to the corridor and looked towards the athletic field. Although she wore glasses, it was just an accessory. Her eyesight was so good that she could still see Zhang Huan's heavy running posture at the track and field from a long distance away. The speed wasn't fast, but it was smooth to the extreme, and the weight on his body hadn't been reduced. TSK, no one is even watching him and he's still running so seriously. What a dead brain. She just watched Zhang Huan run around the athletic field in a bored manner. Gradually, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. I remember that his physique is only 5, how can he last for so long? Chapter 10 The Spirit's Favor. At this moment, Zhang Huan was completely unaware of Morong Shui's doubts. He was obliviously running with his weight, and sweat was seeping out from his forehead. It wasn't that he liked running, but every time he completed a lap, a system beep would come from his mind. Running with a heavy load has aroused the memories of the 9th artifact spirit, and he is quite fond of you. The host's continuous running in defiance of the scorching sun and perseverance has caused the 9th artifact spirit to take a slight interest in you. The way the host gritted his teeth and persevered made the 9th artifact spirit more and more curious about you, and he's curious to know where the host's limits are. Zhang Huan, who was running with a heavy load, moved his mind and a large screen appeared in front of his eyes. The 18 sword boxes were bound by thick chains, rising and falling up and down in the endless void. Zhang Huan could clearly perceive that the artifact spirits bound in each sword box had different emotions towards him. Zhang Huan's gaze directly noticed the 9th sword box. I remember last time, he seemed to be disdainful of me. This time, it doesn't seem to be very repulsive. It was as if Zhang Huan could feel that behind this sword box, there was a pair of profound gazes that were always paying attention to it. System, what's going on here? A clear system prompt sounded in Zhang Huan's mind. There is a powerful artifact spirit sleeping in the sword box. When the host obtains the full recognition of a certain artifact spirit, the artifact spirit will open the sword box on its own to welcome the host. Only then did Zhang Huan realize something. So, system, that iron chain of yours, it's not preventing the artifact spirits from injuring me at all, but rather, you're afraid that I'll disturb them, right? Host answered correctly. For a moment, Zhang Huan was at a bit of a loss as to what to say. He had the feeling that he had been tricked by the system. Bell. The school bell rang. Zhang Huan took off his weighted vest and wiped the sweat from his face before walking towards the school gate. Previously, he had a bunch of demonic beast materials left unsold in the system space in order to hurry back to school. As he approached the school gate, he was stopped by a familiar voice. Hey, Zhang Huan, wait a moment. Zhang Huan turned around and looked. Lu Jiyue and Zhao Yi were walking quickly towards him. Zhao Yi was already good looking, but standing beside Lu Jiyue, it was as if the stars in the sky lost their colors beside the bright moon. Lu Jiyue's black hair like a waterfall was blown by the evening wind, and the messy strands made people involuntarily develop a trace of protective desire. Jiang Huan couldn't help but smile. Jiyu, what's wrong? Lu Jiyue handed Jiang Huan a bottle of water. Jiang Huan, old Jiang is such an unreasonable person, don't mind him. Jiang Huan nodded, don't worry, I'm not that small-minded. Lu Jiyue smiled lightly, her pure face made Jiang Huan's original boredom swept away. That's good. By the way, when you go home today, remember to take the other road. Jiang Huan was a bit puzzled, what's wrong? Zhao Yi inserted her chest and said, you're silly, the whole class was tossed around by old Zheng Tu for half a day today because you were late. Not to mention that Wang Tang and the others have been upset with you ever since you took second place. Anyway, be careful when you go home. Lu Jiyue asked with some concern, Jiang Huan, why don't the two of us send you home together? Jiang Huan guffawed, no need, you guys go home at ease, it's still a toss-up whether you'll meet them or not. As a matter of fact, Jiang Huan couldn't wait to meet them on the road, and could also test his strength. Zhao Yi smiled and joked, Jiang Huan, so afraid of us following you all the way, are you going to do some unseemly deeds? Lu Jiyue's face instantly reddened like a ripe apple. Such a bold joke was words she had never heard before in her normal life. Jiang Huan returned the favor unwillingly, well, the female lead is you. In just a split second, Zhao Yi, who had just looked unconcerned, for the first time showed a defeated expression on her face, rascal. Lu Jiyue pinched Zhao Yi's arm, signaling her not to fight with Jiang Huan. Jiang Huan, then be careful on your way, remember to call me if you need help with anything. Jiang Huan nodded, Jiyu, thanks, but you don't have to worry about me. Immediately, he took big strides towards the city center at ease. Looking at Jiang Huan's gradually departing back, Zhao Yi pushed her shoulder against Lu Jiyu's shoulder and followed her tone, remember to call me. Lu Jiyue pinched her, you're so annoying, don't learn from me. After the two of them fooled around for a while, Zhao Yi laughed, hey, big schoolgirl Lu, I see that you're quite attached to him, right? It's not because you're attracted to him, is it? Lu Jiyue blankly glanced at Zhao Yi and didn't say anything more. Zhao Yi laughed again, hey, I've heard that the rich second-generation Fang Jia from Class 5 has always been fond of you, and even though the other person's artifact spirit is not as good as yours, but at least it's a great artifact spirit, so how can it be better than Jiang Huan, right? Lu Jiyue pushed Zhao Yi towards the direction of the school gate, alright, I'll treat you to a snack street later, please shut your stinking mouth. Both of them didn't notice the wide school road, not far behind the bulletin board. Fang Jia, who was wearing a school uniform and a pair of extremely well-made shoes on his feet, was looking at the duos fading back with a pair of grudging eyes. Boom! He heavily smashed his fist on the bulletin board, and the earth-shattering sound echoed through the campus. Downtown, Duo Bo Building. This was one of the largest trading stores in colorful Cloud City, with elaborate decorations and first-class service. Not only did it recycle all kinds of demonic beast materials, it also sold all kinds of rare equipment. Even as long as you could afford the price, you could buy some low-grade masterless weapon spirits. In front of the large counter, Jiang Huan was negotiating with the staff. Mr. Jiang, a total of 38 pieces of first-order demonic beast materials were collected from you, and 248 pieces of uninitiated demonic beast materials. A total of $98,000. The specific details are on this small ticket, please take a look. As she spoke, the pretty-looking staff member handed a small ticket to Jiang Huan. If you have no objections, we'll credit your card number. Jiang Huan quickly scanned the small ticket and then nodded, no problem. Soon, Jiang Huan's cell phone received a reminder of the arrival, and with the money that had just arrived, he had exactly $100,000 in his full stature. The staff member smiled, if you don't have anything else, you can just stroll around the store, I'll be busy elsewhere on my side first. Jiang Huan nodded, so he even strolled around the store. He might have to fight with his classmates tonight, so it was always good to buy something useful. His eyes swept over the treasures in the store. There were equipment that increased combat power, various potions, and some items that could strengthen the spirits of artifacts. His brain kept pondering on how to allocate the $100,000. Mom's medicine seems to be running out, let's spend $50,000 on half a month's worth first. The rent seems to be arriving as well, so there's still living expenses left. Looking at it like this, I still have more than $30,000 left at my disposal. Jiang Huan walked slowly through each display case, and his gaze was soon attracted to a ring. Chapter 11, Demonic Beasts. In the gorgeous display case, a ring with a white body and a lifelike white snake carved into it was placed. Below it was its profile. Venomous Fawn, an E-rank ornament made from the venomous fangs of the second-rank demonic beast, the beauty snake, capable of adding a certain paralyzing effect to the wearer. Priced at $28,000. This thing seems to fit me quite well. Private fights between Imperial Spiritists were strictly forbidden in the city of Asylum, but the city inspector's ability was limited and it was impossible for him to look over every street. Thus, there would always be many places where fights would occur. However, as long as no fatalities occurred, the city patrol division would generally choose to turn a blind eye. And after buying this ring, Jiang Huan could either choose to attach his ability to the artifact spirit to increase his combat power. He could also choose to attach the ability to his fists to avoid casualties caused by a single careless strike. At this moment, Jiang Huan was immensely looking forward to hurrying up to meet the students who wanted to find trouble with him. With a physique of 395, coupled with the ring with paralyzing effect, he was sure that he would be able to rely on his fists to beat these unsuspecting guys to the point of ting and pissing incontinence one punch at a time. Jiang Huan was quick to buy the ring. Just as he was playing with the ring, he walked out of the store. Suddenly, a news item was suddenly inserted in the store. Attention all citizens, there are unknown people out near the Kaiyun Third Iron and Steel Factory in the western suburbs of the city, and the possibility of a humanoid demonic beast cannot be ruled out at this time. Please reduce traveling and contact the city patrol division in time when you meet suspicious people. Jiang Huan frowned slightly. No way, so unlucky. Although Jiang Huan's home wasn't near the Third Iron and Steel Factory, it was also less than 2 kilometers away in a straight line. If a high-level demonic beast sneaked in, then his own home would most likely suffer as well. With this in mind, Jiang Huan decided to go home quickly. Jiang Huan walked quickly towards his home, and along the way, some stores had already lowered steel-made fortifications. The closer he got to the west of the city, the fewer pedestrians he met on the road. Occasionally, some members of the city patrol division could still be seen hurrying towards the Third Steel Factory neighborhood. TSK, it seems that if we don't catch this suspicious person, the city patrol division will inevitably be reprimanded by the city lord. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Jiang Huan chose an alley that he had rarely traveled before. However, only after walking out not too far, Jiang Huan heard a familiar voice. Hey, Jiang Huan, you kid can if not for sending people to keep an eye on you, the brothers would not have been able to wait for you tonight. Jiang Huan's front was blocked by 5 boys, all 5 were Jiang Huan's classmates, and the one in the lead was Wang Teng. Get out of the way, don't block the road, I'm in a hurry to go home. Wang Teng 5 people as if he heard some joke, he turned his head to look at a somewhat fat squinting eyes beside him. Fatty son, you go to the intersection and watch out, if the people from the city patrol division are coming this way, hurry over and tell us. Fatty son sniffed and immediately ran towards the intersection behind him. Before leaving, he didn't forget to leave Jiang Huan a meaningful smile. It was as if he had already seen Jiang Huan's face when he was beaten up so much that he couldn't walk. Wang Teng walked slowly towards Jiang Huan, shaking his head as he walked, murmuring, Jiang Huan, do you know what I hate most in this person? Jiang Huan ignored his words, but he continued to say to himself. I hate those guys who don't have any strength and still always like to show off. He laughed with a crooked head as he put a hand on Jiang Huan's shoulder. You say you're an F-rank waste artifact spirit, what makes you take second in the puppet trial? You say it's not good for you to attend class properly? You also have to be the last to arrive, causing us to be tossed around by old Zheng too. You say you're a poor kid living in a city village, what makes you so close to Lu Jiyue? As he spoke, his hand that was patting Jiang Huan's arm suddenly exerted force and slapped heavily on Jiang Huan's shoulder. His artifact spirit was a grade B meteor hammer rex, and one of its greatest characteristics was its immense strength. Despite only having a 3-star strength of the first rank, he had a 140 physique. If spiritual power was added, an average point of a first-order 5-star Royal Soul Master would not be his opponent. He didn't think that a loser like Jiang Huan would be able to carry a slap from him. However, the smile at the corner of his mouth froze halfway through its outline. Hey, have you slapped enough? If you've slapped enough, it's my turn. He first saw Jiang Huan's eyes that were like black gemstones, and then he saw a fist wearing a white ring smashing towards his cheek. Boom! The tremendous force caused Wang Teng's body to rotate 720 degrees in the air, then dizzily tried to get up, but he always felt like he couldn't find his way. The Sanming follower behind him rushed forward to bring him up. Brother Teng, are you alright? The corner of Wang Teng's mouth twitched. Cam. Mud ing dry hitched me. He only felt a numbness on the left side of his face, and even his speech was a bit jerky. In order to speak clearly, he smacked himself 2 more times. Only then did he angrily point at Jiang Huan and cursed. Bastard! You damn dare to hit me! My dad said it. I have the stature of a 9th Order Imperial Spirit Master. You dare to hit me? Brothers! Let's go! Kill him! The 4 men each urged their artifacts to materialize in their hands. There was a meteor hammer, a large sword, a long stick, and a guy with a shovel. The 4 people made moves without any rules, as if they practiced the martial arts in school on weekdays, and they were not connected to actual combat at all. Zhang Huan didn't give a damn about their moves. He didn't even manifest his weapon spirit, and merely spliced in the concealment's agile pace to maneuver around them. From time to time, he threw punches to counterattack. The narrow alley made Wang Tang's side's advantage of having a large number of people unplayable instead. They were like sandbags that could move around and could only passively take Zhang Huan's beatings. The host's battle of one against many has caused the 9th artifact spirit to fall into reminiscence, and he's becoming more and more interested in you. The punch that the host swung was, in the opinion of artifact spirit number 9, not as tangible as giving the opponent a slash in the chest. Artifact spirit number 13 and artifact spirit number 5 agreed with this suggestion, and all cast contemptuous glances at the host. Zhang Huan was deeply speechless. Let's not talk about whether or not they hurt me. If I really wanted to kill them, I wouldn't need to stay in Kaiyun City, so I'd take my mom and run away. The spirit's tirades made Zhang Huan very unhappy. Zhang Huan's displeasure was soon vented to the 4 people through his fists. The fist with a paralyzing effect caused some of the 4 to drag their arms, while others lay on the ground, clutching their legs and gritting their teeth. As for Wang Tang, who was being taken care of by Zhang Huan, at this moment, his face had swollen into a pig's head, and he couldn't stop drooling. A moment later, in the entire alley, only the gasping sounds of Wang Tang's several people remained. Zhang Huan walked slowly towards Wang Tang, who was so frightened that he backed up, and when he was not careful, his entire body fell to the ground. He cried out in fear, "Don't come over here." Zhang Huan snorted out a laugh. "You're right, those guys who don't have the strength and still like to show off are indeed quite annoying." The wailing sounds emanating from within the alley continued to emanate. Fatty Sun, who was standing outside watching the wind, couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from rising as he listened to the sounds while gulping down clouds and mist. "Damn it, Zhang Huan. Letting you get the limelight. Serves you right. What a pity. I wasn't able to make a move. Otherwise, I would have made sure to let Zhang Huan try what it means to be pressed up against a mountain. I hope Wang Tang and the others don't forget to record the video." Fatty Sun would have liked to make a move, but he was only an E-ranked gifted chopper, so he could only work as a horseman for Wang Tang and the others on weekdays. The screams in the alley continued. At this moment, he had already brainstormed a tragic scene of Zhang Huan being held down on the ground and constantly begging for mercy. Serves you right. An artifact spirit low should be as low profile as me. What's the point of pretending? He leaned against the corner, once again feeling satisfied with his usual thigh-hugging behavior. Suddenly, it was as if he saw a human-like figure approaching him. In the darkness of the night, the figure was moving at an unusually fast speed. A pair of blood-red pupils were particularly conspicuous in the night. His eyes widened as trepidation surged into his legs from the bottom of his heart. Then, he turned around and fled into the alley. Run quickly. There's a demonic beast. Chapter 12 Inuyasha. In the middle of the main road in the western part of the city near the village, Zhengyu, who had never been here before, raised his eyes and looked at the messy wires, as well as the piles of garbage that could be seen everywhere in the surrounding area, and from time to time there was also some pungent and strange smells that were drilled into his nose at irregular intervals, and he could not help but wrinkle his brow into a ball. Next to the main road, every 7 or 8 meters there was a dark alley leading to all corners within the urban village. This was the first time in his 40-something years that he had no idea which direction to take. After much deliberation, he decided to ask the residents in the neighborhood. He walked quickly towards a convenience store that was about to close, owned by an old man with glasses and gray hair. "Uncle, a pack of purple clouds." The old man was a bit uneasy, and while throwing the cigarette to Zhengyu, he reminded, "This gentleman, hurry and go home. In our area, there is a demonic beast invasion." After work, Zhengyu did not go home right away, but instead, he studied his teaching work in the school. He hoped to improve his students' strength as much as possible before the approaching school recruitment, so that he could at least make a well-paid future for most of the students with poor artifact spirits. When he saw Zhang Huan's information once again, he inadvertently remembered the address Morong Shui had written to him and the words Morong Shui had said to him. Ghostly, he actually wanted to come to Zhang Huan's home for a home visit. Thus, at this moment, he didn't know about the invasion of demonic beasts. He was a bit puzzled. Demonic beast invasion? The old man nodded his head repeatedly and then lowered his voice to warn, it's said to be a humanoid demonic beast. Demonic beasts were divided into grades, but this was only in the eyes of the Imperial Spirit Masters. Ordinary people didn't understand demonic beasts very well, but they were more or less clear that humanoid demonic beasts tended to be more dangerous than other forms of demonic beasts. They were often born with a few moments of spiritual intelligence. Zhang Yu's brows became more and more knitted together, so he asked, Uncle, I'm here to look for a friend. I want to ask you, which way is 128, West Mountain Camp North? The old man froze for a moment, you're going the wrong way. It's an extra 10-minute detour. As he spoke, the old man poked his head out of the convenience store and pointed at a large tree in front of him. See that tree? After you walk there, go left and there is an alleyway, go all the way out. After you see a small yellow 3-story building, then turn right. When you get to that neighborhood, you can ask other people. Zhang Yu thanked the old man and then left quickly. The old man looked at Zhang Yu's back and couldn't help but mutter, he's also an oddball, still walking that way at this time of the day, not afraid of running into demonic beasts. After saying that, he pulled down the special roll-up door and closed the store door on that. Zhang Yu followed the old man's instructions and traveled all the way forward. However, because of the complex terrain of the urban village, he would always lose his way. Fortunately, although there were fewer pedestrians on the road, there were always a few more to be encountered. After they gave Zhang Yu directions in a hurried manner, they hurried towards home at a faster pace. When Zhang Yu crossed the alley and showed up in front of a small square, he looked at the empty square and helplessly lit a cigarette. Damn it, how the hell do I get to this John Huan's house? It wasn't that he hadn't counted on his cell phone's navigation, it was just that the navigation seemed to have lost its mind when it entered the urban village. A moment later the destination was on the left, a moment later the destination was on the right. Suddenly, he seemed to hear a rush of footsteps, not time, there would also be some sounds of gold and iron intertwining coming out. The intuition of the former soldier surged in his heart, he nimbly drilled into the alley just now again, and with a thought, a 3-foot-long ruler appeared in his hand. Not long after, he saw a familiar figure scurrying out from the alley across the square. Jian Huan? Why is he running so fast? Before he could finish his words, 5 more figures ran out of the middle of the alley one after another. Only, unlike Jiang Huan's calm and unharmed, their bodies were covered in bloodstains and panic was written all over their faces. Jian Huan! Don't run away! Chop that demonic beast like you just did. Right. You're going to beat us up like you did. Beat up that demonic beast. Wait for me. Are you still brothers? The puzzled look on Zhang Yu's face intensified. Jiang Huan beat them up? Are you kidding? He remembered clearly that even Fatty Sun, the worst in the group, had a physique of 25. What was Jiang Huan going to beat them up with? Jiang Huan's roar resounded in the square, I'll go. Are you guys stupid? I told you to split up and run. Why are you following me all the way? However, his words had no effect at all. Wang Tang's 5 people were just running after his ass. Suddenly, a huge black dog that was pitch black and as tall as a man appeared behind them. It stood on its hind feet like a human, its blood-red pupils were particularly conspicuous in the night, and drop after drop of saliva dripped from the corners of its mouth. Zhang Yu's pupils could not help but plummet. 4th-ranked demonic beast canine god. This was not a demonic beast within the Great Xia territory. It was also by no means a demonic beast that Jiang Huan and the others could deal with. It wasn't even a demonic beast that he could deal with. His mind raced, pondering how to resolve the crisis in front of him. The canine god suddenly stomped with both legs. His entire body crossed over Wang Tang's 5 people and landed steadily in front of Jiang Huan's body. However, before it could make a move, a white light swept by. The canine god was then cut into 2 pieces. The doubt in Zhang Yu's eyes increased. What happened? A 4th-ranked demonic beast was hacked to death by Jiang Huan with a single blow? But even though the demonic beast was cut in half, Jiang Huan's 6 people's footsteps ran faster. The next moment, in Zhang Yu's shocked gaze, the canine god that had been chopped into 2 halves, its lower body took a big step towards its upper body. Then, the upper half of its body seemed to merge into the lower half as if it was a writhing mass of black liquid, and in just the blink of an eye, its upper half grew back. It once again chased after Jiang Huan's 6 people at a fast pace. Jiang Huan screamed in agony. From the time the demonic beast appeared until now, his classmates not only didn't help him a bit, but also followed him to death. As a result, he hadn't gotten out of the crisis until now. What made him even more depressed was that he had clearly chopped the canine god into several pieces more than once, but it always recovered as it was a few moments later. It was as if his attacks had no effect at all. In just a split second, Zhang Yu could see the signs. This was not a true 4th-ranked demonic beast canine god. Rather, it was a style god. The real danger. It was the manipulator behind it. In an instant, his taut nerves loosened. He shouted towards Jiang Huan and the others, "The weak point is in the heart. Jiang Huan. Wang Tong. The 6 of you together can deal with it." As if they heard a familiar voice, Wang Tong and the others looked back and happened to see Zhang Yu's figure. They hurriedly shouted, "Teacher Zhang! Quickly save us!" Zhang Yu, however, only dropped a sentence, "Converge your spiritual energy on the artifact spirit. Attack its heart with all your might. I still have things to do." Then he ran off in another direction. As if he did not see them. Wang Tang was dumbfounded and even forgot to run for his life. Disregarding the lives and deaths of your students, how can you be a teacher like this? However, what they didn't know was that in Zhang Yu's opinion, for such a god, 6 students could kill him even if they were not good enough. And he is going to go to hide in the vicinity of the bad initiator to pull out. Suddenly, the Inuyasha grabbed hard towards the front, and a strong aura came towards Wang Tang. Wang Tang subconsciously closed his eyes, waiting for death to come. Clang! The sound of gold and iron intertwining resounded throughout the square. Chapter 13, My Students. Wang Tang closed his eyes tightly. The imagined pain did not come. Instead, Jiang Huan's loud voice came from beside his ears, "Still close your eyes. Didn't you listen to what old Zhang Tu said? Hurry up and help." Wang Tang opened his eyes and saw that Jiang Huan was wrestling with the canine god with his long sword. He swallowed his saliva and immediately activated his spiritual energy, and a meteor hammer appeared in his hand. Just as he was about to strike, the canine god roared again, shattering all the courage he had just mustered. Cowardice was born from the heart, and he suddenly realized that the canine god was too fast, and if he wanted to escape, he had to be ruthless. A daring thought arose from his heart, and he recalled the scene where Jiang Huan had just punched him. Perhaps, as long as the canine god was busy eating this nuisance, one would not only be able to live, he could also never have to see this guy again. The next moment, the meteor hammer in his hand struck Jiang Huan's back. Boom! Jiang Huan, along with the canine god, both of them were sent flying out together. The sudden blow caused Jiang Huan's internal organs to surge, and he couldn't stop spitting out a mouthful of blood. If it wasn't for his strong physique, this blow might have taken half his life. However, he didn't have time to hold a grudge against Wang Tang. Because, the canine god that was pressed underneath him, opened its mouth and was about to bite at his neck. Without hesitation, Jiang Huan raised his fist and slammed it into its bloody mouth. The ring on his fist had a paralyzing effect attached to it, causing the canine god's open mouth to be unable to close tightly. Jiang Huan took the opportunity to tighten his grip on the long knife in his hand and stabbed at his heart. However, the blade was firmly held in his palm. At this moment, Jiang Huan was on top. The canine god was at the bottom. Another tussle between one man and one beast began. Blue veins emerged from Jiang Huan's neck, and Jiang Huan's eyes were filled with killing intent. The canine god was originally grasping the long knife with one hand, but it gradually turned into 2 hands in order to resist the long knife that was gradually approaching. Bang! As if the long knife had shattered something, the Inu god looked towards his heart in confusion. Only to see that the long knife, which was originally a fist's distance away from its heart, had somehow stabbed into its heart at once. It seems that this knife has become a little longer than just. Artifact-Spirit, 1000 Blades, killed style god Inuyasha, a second-order puppet, experience plus 105. Common Progress Catalyst. Host experience plus 105. The black shadow of the canine god faded away in an instant, and under Jiang Huan's blade, only a yellow paper that had been penetrated by the 1000 blades remained. Jiang Huan slowly got up, unable to stop his chest from heaving. Only Jiang Huan himself knew the ferocity of this moment. If it wasn't for the fact that with the new effect of the 1000 blades, 1000 changes, which thinned and lengthened the blade, perhaps it wouldn't have taken long for it to be him who collapsed. He looked back, and behind him, where were the figures of Wang Tang's 5 people? He spat a mouthful of spit, still really assholes. At this moment, Jiang Huan finally understood why his mother was always telling him that sometimes people were more terrifying than demonic beasts. He secretly swore in his heart that he would never do the same stupid thing in the future. Detecting the host's extremely strong hatred, a great man must be avenged when he has a grudge. Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission Kill Wang Tung. Jiang Huan froze for a moment, then a wry smile appeared on his face. Just wait Wang Tang, our debt will definitely be cleared. He picked up his long knife and removed the yellow paper inserted above it, which was folded into the shape of a canine god, with words Jiang Huan couldn't understand written in vermilion sand above it. Just as he was about to discard the yellow paper with his hands, the system voice came once again. Detected the style god canine god, requesting the host to find and kill the manipulator behind it. Jiang Huan looked at the yellow paper in his hand and muttered, "Style god? What the hell?" However, he didn't dwell on this issue, instead thinking about how to find the manipulator behind it. He subconsciously thought of Zhang Yu. The fact that old Zhang was able to tell where this guy's weaknesses are means, he definitely knows what this thing is. The fact that he turned around and headed east after telling us about the weaknesses means that the manipulator is in the east. With this thought, Jiang Huan, in a whirlwind, ran towards the direction where Zhang Yu had disappeared. After all, old Zhang Yu's strength was there for all to see. If he went late, perhaps the mission would not be accomplished. At this moment, not far from the square, on the roof of a small 6-story building, Zhang Yu kicked open the iron door on the roof of the building and looked around to his left and right, but he could not see anyone's whereabouts. Zhang Yu muttered, "He was here just now, how did he disappear?" Suddenly he seemed to realize something. Fiercely, he looked towards the downstairs, only to see a man in a suit holding a drainpipe in both hands, skidding sharply to the ground, then turning his head and running out of the alley. Zhang Yu could not think carefully, turned over and jumped down from the upper floors, and with his extraordinary balance and strength, with the help of several air conditioning units, he landed quickly and steadily towards the man in a suit to chase after him. Although the suit man's speed is fast, but Zhang Yu's speed is faster. The two of them chased after each other, chasing in alley after alley. The man in the suit seemed to be eager to get rid of Zhang Yu, so he continuously pinched various techniques in his hands, while throwing out one yellow paper after another towards Zhang Yu. The yellow paper transformed into one bat after another in a flash, swooping towards Zhang Yu. The ring ruler in Zhang Yu's hand was like a fan rotating at a high frequency, fending off his attacks. Whenever the bats hit the ruler, Zhang Yu's side was like a small bomb that exploded with a huge impact, and then the bats transformed into a piece of yellow paper that was burned through and fell on both sides of Zhang Yu. However, in the center of the impact of Zhang Yu, but as if unaffected, continued to wildly chasing the suitman's face more and more pale. Seeing the distance between the two sides is getting closer and closer, the man in the suit simply do not run, turn around the more Zhang Yu confrontation up. With a thought, a katana appeared in his hand. "I am not acquainted with your excellency. Why are you so aggressive?" The broken Chinese was so bad that one could hardly listen to it without wanting to slap him. Zhang Yu's face was like an iceberg. "Good one, I've never met you before. The imperial spiritist of the Japanese country is really shameless to the extreme." The man in the suit was puzzled. "What does your excellency mean? I really don't understand." Zhang Yu looked at him with cold eyes. "Style god. The auxiliary combat puppets developed by the Japanese nation 10 years ago based on spiritual energy, with the artifact spirit's spiritual marrow or demonic beast's essence blood as the medium. Even ordinary people who don't have an artifact spirit can be catalyzed by taking a special potion. In turn, it will realize the ideal of the Japanese nation's universal soldiers." There was finally a hint of movement on the man in the suit's calm face. "Your excellency is from the demon suppression army?" Zhang Yu met that miserable and lewd face. "In the past, yes." The man in the suit breathed a sigh of relief. "Your excellency, let me go. I'll give your excellency $5 million. Zhang Yu slowly raised the ruler in his hand and pointed it at him, his mouth spitting out two words unhurriedly. "No way. Why? Does your excellency want to play with me for that little retirement money every month?" Zhang Yu shook his head. "No reason, because I am a teacher now." The puzzled look on the man in the suit's face intensified as he couldn't figure out what the relationship between the two was. Zhang Yu looked at him indifferently as he continued, "And you just almost injured my student." As the words fell, Zhang Yu's figure was as fast as lightning. Picking up the ruler in his hand, he lunged towards the man in the suit. Chapter 14. Thank you. Under the night, Jiang Huan was groping around in the city village. He didn't know where Zhang Yu had gone, and the only thing he could do was to look in the general direction and feel around with his intuition. That was until he heard blast after blast. The stores along the way had long since closed their doors, and the occupants within the residential buildings had also closed their special doors and windows tightly. It was as if the only thing left in the entire urban village was Jiang Huan and the slight sounds that came with the wind from afar. This one is? Jiang Huan picked up a burnt bat yellow paper, and he subconsciously thought of the canine god yellow paper he had just seen. He followed the traces of the bat yellow paper all the way forward, and in a short while, he saw Zhang Yu in the alley, who was fighting with the man in the suit. This was the first time Jiang Huan had seen Zhang Yu at full strength. Only to see that his originally somewhat bloated body had now become extremely burly. The ring ruler in his hand, was like a 3-foot-long sword, and every time he waved it, it carried an admonishing meaning. And in front of him, the man in the suit held his katana tightly in both hands, but could only support himself bitterly. Beside the man in the suit, was a Ronin silhouette holding the same long sword as him. The two of them attacked Zhang Yu in concert, but were pressed by Zhang Yu and could only resist. Zhang Yu's moves were clean and sharp. A Confucian-like shadow appeared behind him from time to time, catching the man in the suit and the Ronin off guard. Jiang Huan was a bit surprised, being able to use every bit of his spiritual energy on the blade. No wonder old Zhang Yu dares to be so wild on a regular basis. Ordinary artifact spirits could only assist the Imperial Spiritist in combat in the form of a weapon. When the quality of the artifact spirit reaches C grade or above, and at the same time, the Imperial Soul Master obtains the strength of the 3rd rank or above, then the artifact spirit can be manifested. Realizing that the artifact spirit and the Imperial Soul Master can work together to increase their combat power significantly. If the quality of the artifact spirit is high enough, the artifact spirit can be manifested even if the guru is only 1st level. However, the manifestation of an artifact spirit required a large amount of spiritual energy, so low-level spirit masters would not easily manifest an artifact spirit. It was only Zhang Yu's manifestation method that made Jiang Huan gasp in amazement. The vast majority of the time, Zhang Yu was dealing with the man in the suit and the weapon spirit Ronin with his own strength. Only at critical moments would his artifact spirit Confucian appear violently and whip the man in the suit or the artifact spirit wanderer away with a ring ruler. This way, not only did it drastically reduce the loss of spiritual energy. Moreover, it also allowed Jiang Huan to realize that Zhang Yu's control of spiritual power was far beyond that of an ordinary person. He's in the light and his artifact spirit is in the dark. This is not like a Confucian scholar, it's more like an assassin. Old Zhang is worthy of being retired from the demon suppression army. The face of the man in the suit grew paler and paler, and his neatly ironed suit was now in tatters. Blood was spilling out of the torn holes, and the blood and flesh that had been smashed could still be seen. The artifact Ronin behind him was equally bad, his form flickering as if it was about to disintegrate at any moment. He reached out and called a halt to the fight. Your Excellency is good at this, I admit defeat today. I'll give you $10 million and you let me go, just for the sake of the heavenly Illuminati, what do you think? Zhang Yu shook his head. The man in the suit gritted his teeth. In order to stay alive, he could only continue. Does Your Excellency really want to fight me to the death? Do you think that I can blend into Kaiyun City? There's no one behind me. If I die here today, Your Excellency's life in Kaiyun City will be equally bad. Zhang Yu snorted coldly. You mean the Yi clan, right? Don't worry, even without you, there will be just as few fights between the Demon Suppression Army and the Yi clan. As he said this, Zhang Yu paused. What's more, my great sage has long since made the remark that if it comes, it comes. The man in the suit pressed down the anger that filled him and asked, what do you mean? Zhang Yu looked at him with disdain. Having come all the way here, let's be buried here. The fire in the suit man's chest could no longer be suppressed. As a 3rd-ranked royal soul master, how had he ever suffered such an offense? Since there was no way to make good, then let's fight to the death. Only to see him and his artifact spirit waving their katanas together, their bodies transformed into a residual shadow as they pounced towards Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu was not only not the slightest bit nervous, but instead looked indifferently at the approaching man in the suit. Only in a split second, the artifact spirit, Confucian, that stood behind Zhang Yu, revitalized its arms, and the originally loose Confucian robe was filled with gnarled muscles in an instant. In the next moment, the ruler in the hand of the Confucian Shang rose several times in size, and with just a wave of the hand, the artifact spirit wanderer was shattered, and the man in the suit was sent flying aside with a heavy blow. Jiang Huan, who was hiding in the shadows, couldn't help but tsk his tongue and said, thanks to the fact that I didn't get into a fight with old Zheng Tu today, as far as this ability of concentrating spiritual energy in one place and bursting it out is concerned, I can't resist it for more than 3 strokes at most right now. Zhang Yu walked slowly towards the man in the suit, as if he was in no hurry at all. Jiang Huan, on the other hand, suddenly realized something. If I let old Zhang Yu continue to fight like this, I won't have to complete the mission. Jiang Huan's figure disappeared in place, sneaking through the darkness by virtue of concealment, quickly approaching the man in the suit. The man in the suit stood up, drenched in blood, his figure staggering, but his smile grew more and more hideous. You forced me to do this. Go to hell together. Only to see him fiercely pick up his katana, then he was about to slice towards his belly. Zhang Yu, who had always been calm, at this moment, a trace of panic flashed across his face. He struggled to fling the ruler in his hand at the man in the suit. The ruler smashed heavily on the man in the suit. He sprayed out a mouthful of blood, but his figure loomed large. The samurai sword was getting closer and closer to the suit man's belly, and the smile on his face became more and more hideous. The corners of his mouth murmured silently, and judging by the shape of his mouth, it seemed to be saying, "Long live Amaterasu." Plop! The sound of a long knife stabbing through the torso made a muffled sound in the night. The man in the suit's grim smile froze on his face as he looked blankly at his heart. Only to see a long knife that seemed to be put together from fragments appear so abruptly in front of his eyes. He subconsciously looked back, only to see a green face emerge from the dark shadows behind him. Thank you. The man in the suit was confused. Why would he say thank you to me after being stabbed? In the next moment, the long knife that had stabbed into his heart pulled horizontally, churning his chest, chopping off his right arm, and completely ending his life. The man in the suit collapsed helplessly in a pool of blood, and a mechanical system sound followed. Artifact-Spirit, 1000 blades, killed a 3rd-rank Imperial Spiritist, experience plus 345. Common Progress Catalyst. Host experience plus 345. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Artifact-Spirit, 1000 blades, experience plus 500, fit plus 5. Common Progress Hypnosis. Host experience plus 500. Reward the host's ability, meditation. There are thousands of temptations in the world, only a pure heart can break them. Jiang Huan. Why are you here? Before Jiang Huan could properly study the system rewards, Zhang Yu's voice came over. Jiang Huan smiled awkwardly. Good evening, Teacher Zhang. Don't beat a dead horse. I'm asking you, why are you here? Jiang Huan skimmed his mouth and babbled, I'm not afraid that you're in danger. So I came to take a look. Although Zhang Yu was a bit disbelieving in his heart, this excuse seemed to be justifiable, so he stopped dwelling on it too much. Still worried about me? Do you know how dangerous your actions just now were? Jiang Huan scratched his head. Dangerous? I just saw him standing stupidly in place, then I came over and stabbed him. Zhang Yu gave him a blank look. He's from the Japanese Amaterasu Society. He just planned to burn out his essence blood for his weapon spirit to go berserk. Once his artifact spirit goes berserk, even I can only escape temporarily. Only then did Jiang Huan come to a sudden realization, and with palpitations in his heart, he looked at the man in the suit who had fallen in a pool of blood. Teacher Zhang, what does this Amaterasu Association do? Zhang Yu shrugged his shoulders. A Japanese organization of Imperial Spiritists. It hasn't sent many scouts to infiltrate into Dacia over the years. It seems to be looking for something. Halfway through his speech, Zhang Yu's gaze suddenly noticed the long knife in Jiang Huan's hand. All that remained in his eyes was incredulity. Jiang Huan, your artifact spirit has been upgraded? Chapter 15, Who's home to visit? Zhang Yu clearly remembered that Jiang Huan's artifact spirit was clearly a broken knife full of rust and bloodstains. But it's only been a few days? How did it change? Jiang Huan didn't seem to be as unbearable as he had imagined. Jiang Huan nodded his head, hemmed and hawed, and continued to blurt out, well, the pure spirit liquid rewarded by the school was sold by me, and then together with a little bit of savings, I bought some materials for quenching the spirit of the weapon. It was also my luck that I advanced in one go. Advanced in one go? Zhang Yu couldn't help but be a little moved when he heard this. His artifact spirit started as a D grade, and when he was young, he had saved up his savings for years and quenched it a full 5 times before he managed to upgrade it to a C grade. Over the years, the money he had earned had been similarly spent on upgrading the quality of his artifact spirit, but he had quenched it more than 10 times before and after, and it had failed every time. Although the quality of his artifact spirit had improved, it had never advanced to B rank. He calmed his mind and continued to ask. So your artifact spirit was upgraded to E grade? Good thing too, at least you'll be able to join some small mercenary groups in our Kaiyun city. Zhang Yu habitually lit a cigarette, and he began to gulp down the smoke. Teacher Zhang, it's rank D. Jiang Huan did not intend to hide this matter. After all, in another 2 months, the relevant information would also be registered on his graduation certificate. Cough cough cough. Zhang Huan's answer surprised Zhang Yu and unconsciously choked on the smoke. Say that again, what grade? Grade D. How many times has it been quenched? Once. Zhang Yu fell silent. At this moment, his heart was filled with envy and jealousy, and then he thought about all the effort he had put in over the years to improve the quality of his artifact spirit. He only wanted to ask the heavens what he had done wrong to have such extraordinary luck. Zhang Huan saw that he didn't say anything, so he didn't say anything more. The reason why he only said that he had quenched it once was to circumvent explaining too much, Zhang Huan. After all, quenching once, Zhang Huan could say that his family had some savings. But for a family like his, quenching many times in a row, the vast majority of people would not believe it. Zhang Huan had nothing to do, so he picked up the katana that the man in the suit had dropped on the ground and played with it. A crisp system sound then rang out. We have detected the extremely weak D-grade artifact spirit, Wanderer, which will dissipate within 2 hours. Please ask the host to choose to contract or melt it down. Zhang Huan was a bit puzzled. Contract? Fusion? Contract. When an artifact spirit's fit is below 60, the system will force that artifact spirit to sign a contract with the host, making it the host's artifact spirit. Fusion. For an artifact spirit that cannot be contracted, the system will fuse it and turn it into experience to replenish the artifact spirit owned by the host. Zhang Huan was a bit stunned. He seemed to have discovered another way to quickly increase his strength. Just as Zhang Huan was thinking about how to persuade Zhang Yu to leave the artifact spirit, Wanderer, to himself, a majestic voice suddenly came. Hey, what are you two doing there? A majestic voice would interrupt Zhang Huan's actions. A 5-man squad from the City Patrol Division arrived in front of the duo with large strides. HM? Old Zhang? Why are you here? The leading man patted Zhang Yu's shoulder, and the two seemed to be familiar with each other. Zhang Huan only felt that the voice was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen it before. The Hanyo's gaze then turned to Zhang Huan. It's you, the kid who left the city that night. Your name is Zhang Huan, right? Only then did Zhang Huan remember that the person who came was no one else but Zhang Jivun, the captain who guarded the city that day. Zhang Huan nodded and sighed in his heart. It seemed that the artifact spirit would have to be handed over. According to the Daxia Asylum City rules, Daxia Imperial Spirit Masters were not allowed to privately hide items from members of rival organizations. All items had to be surrendered, and once any violation was found, they would be severely punished. Captain Zhang, I didn't expect to meet you here. The smell of blood gradually dispersed away, and only then did Zhang Jivun notice the body of the man in the suit in the shadows. He frowned. Old Zhang, what's going on here? You wouldn't not know that killing someone in Asylum City is a felony? Zhang Yu shrugged. Jivun, this one is from the Heavenly Illuminati. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jivun did not say anything more but approached the side of the man in the suit and observed his physical features, while a wink signaled for the men behind him to search his body. Within a short time, some objects regarding his identity were found. Captain, this guy is indeed a member of the Heavenly Illuminati, only, his artifact spirit. As he spoke, the member of the City Patrol Division then gave Zhang Huan a meaningful glance. Zhang Jivun's gaze was like a torch, so he naturally noticed Zhang Huan's artifact spirit hidden behind him. But he just nodded, signaling that he didn't need to say any more as he turned his head and smiled at Zhang Yu. I didn't realize that you're so powerful, old Zhang, that you even dispersed someone's artifact spirit. Don't worry, I will apply to the City Lord's office for a reward on your behalf. With those words, he turned his head and led the team, dragging the body of the man in the suit away from the place. Zhang Yu looked at the departing back of the City Patrol Division and gave Zhang Huan a complicated look. Brat, you're familiar with Zhang Jivun? Zhang Huan was at a loss. I just met him once when I left the city 2 days ago. That's strange, Zhang Jiawen, this slippery devil, would even help you. After a pause, he asked, what are you doing out of the city? Zhang Huan smiled awkwardly. It's not money you're used to quench the artifact spirit, hunting to earn some money to subsidize life is just. Hearing this, Zhang Yu's mood was a little complicated. This kid did not seem to be as unambitious as he thought. In his heart, a trace of remorse inexplicably rose. He looked at the artifact spirit that Zhang Huan had hidden behind him, and there was a hint of movement on his stern face. Alright, don't hide it. If you have your eye on that artifact spirit, you can take it away. However, I have to remind you, no matter whether you intend to use it yourself or take it to sell it, you have to nourish it with this spirit-nourishing liquid quickly, otherwise this low-grade artifact spirit, without the nourishment of spiritual energy, will soon dissipate. As he spoke, he touched a bottle of yellowish liquid from his storage ring and threw it to Zhang Huan. Zhang Huan thanked Zhang Yu, so he nimbly put the artifact spirit, wanderer, and the spirit nourishing liquid into the system space. However, this scene fell in Zhang Yu's eyes as he watched Zhang Huan put these objects into the white snake bone ring on his hand. He couldn't help but mutter, "This storage ring of yours is quite chic in shape." Storage rings had different shapes, and every workshop had its own aesthetic. Zhang Huan hemmed and hawed and didn't explain anything, but instead asked rhetorically, "Teacher Zhang, what are you doing here at Shishan Camp?" "Home visit." "Home visit? A visit to whose home?" "Yours." Zhang Huan froze. "Teacher Zhang, you're not kidding, right? What's there to visit in my home? It's getting late, so hurry up and go home." Zhang Huan's family situation was one of the worst group of students in the 3rd middle school. Even if he was usually strong, he didn't want to let his teachers and classmates see his embarrassing family situation. However, Zhang Yu didn't care about him, lighting up another cigarette on his own and said indifferently, "Lead the way." Chapter 16: Differing Attitudes. Kaiyun City, the West City office of the City Patrol Division. Zhang Jiawen was still burying his head in his hands and organizing the report on tonight's events, while the team members beside him got up and left one after another. "Captain, we're done with our business, so we'll go back first." Zhang Jiawen nodded. "Everyone is tired tonight, take a half-day off tomorrow morning and go back to work in the afternoon." "Thanks, Captain, you go back early too." The 2 City Patrol Division members bid farewell to Zhang Jiawen before taking the elevator downstairs together. The man with a fatter build asked, "What kind of relationship do you think that kid has with the captain?" Even the matter of hiding the artifact spirit, the captain treated it as if he didn't see it. The younger guy on the side laughed. "Brother Fei, you don't understand, that kid actually has no relationship with the captain at all." "No relation?" The youngster nodded. "To say there is a relationship, there is barely a little." "Don't sell it short, you hurry up and say it." The boy hemmed and hawed. "That kid's homeroom teacher is called Murong Shui." "Murong Shui?" "Yes, the Murong of Murong City Lord." Fatty suddenly realized, but he was keenly aware of something. "It's not just because of this, right?" The young man hooked his arm around Fatty's shoulder and whispered in Fatty's ear, "Brother Fei is so smart. I won't hide it from you, I suspect that the captain likes Murong Shui, and this kid seems to be quite favored by Murong Shui." Fatty was incredulous. "How do you know?" The young man said meaningfully, 2 days ago, this kid left the city in the middle of the night. The captain and I happened to be on duty at the city gates. The captain said to me in the front foot, 'Respect the fate of others and put down the helping plot.' Twisting his head, he used this excuse to call Murong Shui. You don't know, Murong Shui scolded the captain so much after learning that the captain let him out of the city. You know our captain's temper, when has he ever been wronged? But it was Murong Shui who scolded him for half an hour, and he didn't say a single fart. Finished. Also afraid if people scolded tired, give people ordered a cup of milk tea. The more the two talked, the more energized they became, and even decided to go to the bar together to have another good talk. However, unlike their relaxation, Zhang Huan at this moment was receiving Zhang Yu at his home with a complicated expression. Zhang Yu took a sip of tea, his eyes swept over the simple and clean room, his mood was very complicated. He recalled his words this morning when he scolded Zhang Huan for being poor. He was speaking in anger, and if he put it on someone from an ordinary family, he might not care. But when placed on Zhang Huan's body, it seemed to have become a needle that stabbed people. Zhang Huan, where is your mom? My mom is sick, sleeping. Oh, what about your dad? Zhang Huan sniffed and did not reply, but turned his head to look at the tablet in the corner of the living room. Zhang Yu followed his gaze, and only then did he realize that a tablet stood there. The air became stagnant, and both of them tacitly stopped talking. At this moment, Zhang Yu's heart was in turmoil. He vaguely remembers that he seemed to have cursed at Zhang Huan this morning. Can you stand up to your parents? Such ordinary words, for Zhang Huan, were simply knives trampling on his dignity. He finally understood why Zhang Huan would ask for battle on that occasion. In the past, he had mourned Zhang Huan's misfortune and was angry at Zhang Huan's indifference. But tonight, Zhang Huan's performance far exceeded his expectations. Ask a youngster from such a poor family, how much effort would he have to put in before he could scrape together enough belongings to be consumed in quenching the artifact spirit once? Guilt filled his heart. At a loss for words, he picked up the tea on the table again and took sip after sip. It was as if this was the only way to bring a little relief to his restless heart. At that moment, the door to the master bedroom opened. A woman with a pale face walked out. Huaner, there's a guest in the house? This one is? Zhang Huan hurriedly got up and helped Su Luxian onto the sofa. Mom, it's Teacher Zhang from my practical combat class who came for a home visit. Su Luxiang squeezed out a smile. Hello Teacher Zhang, it's so late for you to come for a home visit. Did Zhang Huan make any mistakes in school? If he made a mistake, just feel free to scold him, I won't have a problem with it. When Zhang Yu heard this, the sense of guilt in his heart deepened and he hurriedly explained to Su Luxiang, No, you've misunderstood. Zhang Huan's performance in school is very good, this is just an ordinary home visit. Zhang Huan's heart was full of doubts. When did this old Zhang Tu change his behavior? Not only did he not scold people, he even spoke favorably for me. However, Su Luxiang only thought that Zhang Yu was giving Zhang Huan face. Huaner, you go back to your room first. I'll talk to your teacher alone. Zhang Huan naturally understood his mother's meaning, nodded and went back to his room. He quietly attached his ear to the door panel, wanting to hear what Zhang Yu would say to his mother. However, a moment later, he was even more puzzled. What's wrong with this old Zhang Yu tonight? Keeps talking nonsense. Zhang Huan clearly heard that most of Zhang Yu's inquiries were about some parental topics, and there was no suspicion of suing. After thinking about it for a while and really not being able to come up with an answer, he simply didn't dwell on it. With a movement of his mind, the system panel appeared in front of him. Host, Zhang Huan. Level, First Order 2-star. Experience, 93%. Abilities, Common Progress, Pure Heart. Martial skills, Concealment, Backstab. Physique, 395. He tuned into the system interface of the Artifact-Spirit, 1000 Blades, again. Artifact-Spirit, 1000 Blades. Quality, D. Effect 1, Cold Mansion emerges. Effect 2, 1000 changes. Experience, 93%. Fit, 62. Hardening times, 2. It looks like 1000 Blades is about to advance again? This time, however, it seems to require a lot more experience than the previous 2 times. Zhang Huan tuned into the system space again. At this moment, apart from the 18-bottle sword box that was constantly floating, there was also the artifact spirit, Wanderer, in it. Only, he could clearly see that the Wanderer seemed to be trembling. Artifact Spirit number 1 strongly protests against the host's behavior of placing the E-Wave Man inside the space. The 18th Artifact Spirit thinks that the Wanderer is of too low a grade to be worthy of staying in one place with them. Artifact Spirit number 3 was a bit curious about the Wanderer, and after glancing at it, it only felt that the host had no vision. Zhang Huan muttered, they seem to dislike Wanderer. In the next moment, the Wanderer appeared in his hand. Zhang Huan could sense that the prodigal man seemed to be celebrating being out of that space. System, what's going on? Artifact spirits have a distinction of honor and inferiority between them. Wanderer felt an endless pressure in the 18 artifact spirits and trembled out of fear. Zhang Huan muttered, a distinction between honor and inferiority? It seems that these 18 artifact spirits have a truly extraordinary status. I wonder how they will view the 1000 Blades. With a thought, the 1000 Blades appeared in his hand, and with that, it was thrown into the system space by Zhang Huan. In just a split second, Zhang Huan could clearly perceive that there seemed to be 18 gazes sizing up the 1000 Blades. Among these gazes were curiosity, doubt, and surprise. But only the contempt that viewed the Wanderer was absent. And Zhang Huan also sensed a wave-like attitude on the body of the 1000 Blades, as if it did not place the 18 artifact spirits in front of it in its eyes. 1000 Blades is the same as Waveman, both are D-grade artifact spirits, and as a result, their attitudes are very different. Zhang Huan tried to look for an answer from the system, but it turned out that the system was as if it had died without any reply. He sighed, forget it, maybe we'll know the answer later. He once again turned his gaze to the prodigal man in his hand, and he planned to contract another weapon spirit. Although the Wanderer was no match for his other artifact spirits, as long as the contract was successful, Zhang Huan would be able to impersonate an artifact body and receive an additional allowance. Chapter 17, I'll be damned. The so-called artifact spirit bodies were those imperial spiritists who were able to contract multiple artifact spirits. Each spirit body was an extremely rare existence. Even those who could only contract 2 spirit bodies were 1 in 1,000. Therefore, those who possessed an artifact spirit body would enjoy the tilted resources of their organization. Zhang Huan injected his spiritual energy into the Wanderer, and carefully felt the state of the Wanderer. Although the Wanderer was still weak, it didn't show any signs that it was about to dissipate. What's going on here? The spirit-nourishing liquid that Zhang Yu had given him he hadn't had the time to use yet, and at the moment, it was still sitting nicely within the system space. Within the system space, the masterless artifact spirit will maintain its original state. For a moment, Zhang Huan was in deep thought. Ordinary artifact spirits needed the host's spiritual energy to be nourished in order to exist all the time. Only an unusual artifact spirit like his father's could independently draw on the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth in order to exist all the time. Once ordinary artifact spirits lost their spiritual nourishment, they would gradually dissipate while their fit with the original host would also gradually decrease. When the fit decreases to a certain value, once someone wants to contract it, the success rate of the contract will be higher, but the risk of dissipation will also be higher. However, as long as they were placed within the system space, not only would their fit with the original host always decrease, but while decreasing, the risk of dissipation was avoided. Invisibly, the probability of a successful contract was raised. In this way, as long as Zhang Huan was willing, he could even contract countless artifact spirits. Even if he didn't want a contract, he could still make a fortune by grinding away the fit between the artifact spirit and the original owner in such a way, and sell the artifact spirit. At this thought, Zhang Huan only felt his heart surge. System, start contracting, Wanderer. Contracting is in progress, please ask the host to inject spiritual energy. Zhang Huan began to inject spiritual energy into the prodigal man, under the instructions of the system. The spiritual energy began to travel along a specific path under the system's traction. Suddenly, Zhang Huan only felt a strong rejection of the spiritual energy he had just injected. A mechanical system sound followed. The artifact spirit, Wanderer, has too high of a fit with the original owner. It is recommended that the host wait until the fit is reduced before contracting or melting it down. Surprisingly, it failed. Buzz. The Wanderer began to emit a blade chirping sound, as if it was angry at Zhang Huan's offense. Zhang Huan even felt its contempt, not just for himself, but a kind of contempt for all the imperial spirit masters of Grand Xia. Zhang Huan muttered, "It's still really ungrateful." Zhang Huan's gaze went to the system panel. System, melted down and feed the 1,000 blades. Melting is being executed, selecting target, 1,000 blades, please wait. In the next moment, a majestic spiritual energy surged out from Zhang Huan's palm, covering the body of the Wanderer's blade. The prodigal man let out a wail-like sound of the blade, but Zhang Huan was not moved by it. In this majestic spiritual power, Wanderer gradually transformed into the purest spiritual body, and was finally pulled by the spiritual power and infused into the 1,000 blades. Melting is successful. The artifact spirit, 1,000 blades, gains experience plus 872. Common progress catalyzing. Host experience plus 872. Sufficient experience, will the artifact spirit be quenched? Sufficient experience, does the host choose to advance? It can advance again. Zhang Huan chose yes without hesitation. A subtle and majestic power pumped out from Zhang Huan's body, traveling through his hands and surging into the 1,000 blades. The 1,000 blades glowed with a cold aura around it, and Zhang Huan could feel that every ounce of spiritual energy that surged into it had turned into the purest killing intent. Fragment after fragment on the blade's body seemed as if it was an entity made from the convergence of killing intent. In the cold aura, a wisp of blood red gradually converged. Tempering successful, D-grade artifact spirit, 1,000 blades, has successfully advanced to C-grade artifact spirit, fit plus 10. Artifact spirit, 1,000 blades, awakening effect 3, shattering blade, the blade turns into countless fragments, causing a covering blow to the opponent. Only after the artifact spirit, 1,000 blades, was quenched, Zhang Huan fell into the familiar subtle sensation. The majestic spiritual energy continued to quench his body, and it was as if Zhang Huan heard the sound of something breaking inside his body. The host's level has been raised from First Order 2-star to First Order 5-star, and his physique has been greatly strengthened. Just as Zhang Huan was immersed in the process of improving his strength, inside the living room, the exchange between Zhang Yu and Zhang Huan's mother came to a head. "I wonder what arrangements you have for Zhang Huan's future. I know that this kid Zhang Huan's artifact spirit is not very good, so I have no requirements for him. I only hope that he can stay in Kaiyun City after graduation." Zhang Yu nodded at his words. The guilt in his heart for Zhang Huan made him think of how to compensate him. If, say, there is a better path for Zhang Huan to take, would you oppose it? Su Lu Xiang was a bit stunned. A better path? What do you mean, Teacher Zhang? Zhang Yu squared his shoulders, joined the demon suppression army. A wisp of displeasure flashed across Su Lu Xiang's face, but it was quickly concealed by her. Are you kidding, Mr. Zhang? I remember the minimum requirements for the Demon Suppression Army. The artifact spirit must be above D grade, and at the age of 18, it must be at the level of second stage 3 stars. Where does my Jiang Huan have that kind of strength? Zhang Yu guffawed. Normally, that is indeed the case. But what you don't know is that I retired from the Demon Suppression Army 15 years ago. There was an indicator in the army that any retired person could recommend a young person to join the army. The assessment requirements are simpler compared to normal enlistment. For these 15 years, I've kept my quota useless. Zhang Yu met Su Luxiang's haggard face. This year, I plan to give this quota to Jiang Huan. Su Luxiang squeezed out a smile. Don't joke, Teacher Zhang. My family's Jiang Huan's little qualification. If he really enters the Demon Suppression Army, he'll be an existence that drags his feet. You'd better leave the quota for someone else. Although she had a smile on her face, it was a far-fetched smile. Zhang Yu was unsure and only thought that Su Luxiang thought he was joking, so he emphasized once more, Miss Su, I'm not joking. Although the treatment of the Jin Demon Army isn't as good as first-class mercenary groups like the Yi Clan, the Jin Demon Army is definitely the most suitable way out for Jiang Huan. You must. Before the words were finished, Su Luxiang, who had always been humble and courteous, suddenly let out a loud shout. All right. Teacher Zhang. I said Jiang Huan is not suitable. Don't you mention it again. This sudden change made Zhang Yu gulp uncontrollably. He didn't even know which of his words was wrong. Zhang Yu carefully glanced at Su Luxiang, only to realize that at some point, teardrops were actually swirling in her eyes. Silence, deathly silence. Only after a long time did Su Luxiang reopen her mouth. In the past, Jiang Huan's father was also a member of the Demon Suppression Army. At this moment, Zhang Yu finally understood why Su Luxiang had suddenly lost control of her emotions. He wanted to say something, but not a single word could be uttered when his mouth was full of words. Su Luxiang wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and squeezed out a smile again. Teacher Zhang, you see that it's not early. Without waiting for Su Luxiang to finish, Zhang Yu had already stood up and replied with a guilty face, Sorry, I didn't pay attention to the time, I should go too. Please don't take some of the things I said tonight to heart. As he spoke, he had already walked to the door. I'll ask Jiang Huan to see you off. Zhang Yu waved her hand repeatedly. No, let him rest early, children at this age are growing their bodies. Ms. Su, goodbye. After saying that, he had already brought the door with him and fled from the Zhang family in a hurry. Not long after Zhang Yu left, Jiang Huan walked out from his room. When he only saw his mother sitting on the sofa alone with some uncertainty, he asked suspiciously, Mom, what's wrong with you? Su Luxiang looked at Jiang Huan, the haze in her eyes turned into gentleness in an instant. She smiled guffawingly, Mom's fine, I'm just a bit hungry, can you cook a bowl of noodles for Mom? Jiang Huan nodded, aha. In the night, Zhang Yu walked alone towards the outside of the city village. While walking, he muttered, I'll be damned. Especially when he thought of what he had once said to Jiang Huan, he couldn't wait to give himself a big mouthful. He suddenly thought of something and quickly took out his cell phone and dialed a number. A moment later, a warm voice came from the other end of the phone. Old Zhang, why are you calling me? Ms. Morong. You've gotten me into trouble. Chapter 18, Give me some advice. Under the dim streetlight, Zhang Yu was talking to Morong Shui on the phone. Teacher Morong, you mean that you also don't know who Jiang Huan's father is in the Demon Suppression Army, but one of your tasks is to secretly take care of their mother and son? Well, Jiang Huan's father's position in the Demon Suppressor Army is too high, my authority is not enough to find out. Then do you know how his father sacrificed himself? I don't know, the public information only mentions that he disappeared in the line of duty, but it's obvious that the higher-ups are hiding something as well. Zhang Yu sighed, and Morong Shui laughed. What, guilty? Zhang Yu did not deny it, and at the same time, he also told Morong Shui all about what he had discovered tonight. A moment later, Morong Shui muttered, so the artifact spirit has advanced, and it seems that his strength has also increased. No wonder I felt something was off when I was running this morning. Teacher Morong, I'm planning to make up for Jiang Huan, but her mom won't let him join the army, can you give me some tips? Morong Shui pondered for a moment, then smiled, it's fine to give me a tip, but how do you plan to thank me? This year's Darkline Squad questionnaire for the Demon Suppression Army. I'll give you full marks. Morong Shui guffawed, seemingly satisfied with this answer. She laughed, this kid Jiang Huan has a strong sense of self-esteem, so if you want to help him, you can't do it openly. And then? Then you must have seen it tonight, Jiang Huan's mom suffers from a strange disease that burns a lot of money, so his family is rather short of money. But according to the regulations, an Imperial Spiritist can't join a mercenary team until he gets his graduation certificate. And in our school, you are one of the few teachers who have the qualifications to take students out to practice and complete mercenary missions. As the words came to an end, Zhang Yu came to a sudden realization. In the past, in order to earn more money to cultivate artifact spirits, he had taken a mercenary cultivation qualification. It never occurred to him that it would be of great use today. He thanked Morong Shui repeatedly. After hanging up the phone, it was as if his heavy mood was released all of a sudden. Early the next morning, Zhang Huan was woken up by Zhang Yu's call. Despite his body resisting, he was forced to drag his sleepy body to the school to wait for Zhang Yu due to Zhang Yu's lustful authority. Zhang Yu hadn't come yet, so he was a bit bored waiting, so he simply checked his panel. Host, Zhang Huan. Rank, First Order 5 stars. Experience, 2%. Abilities, Common Progress, Pure Heart. Martial skills, Concealment, Backstab. Physique, 473. When his gaze swept over the bottom column of physique, the corner of his mouth involuntarily sketched a smile. It's 473 for only a 5-star of the first rank. I remember that the standard for a 0-star of the third rank seems to be just above or below 500. Zhang Huan, you kid came quite early. Zhang Yu patted Zhang Huan's shoulder and handed him a bag of breakfast. Have some breakfast, today teacher has something to ask you for help. The usually unsmiling Zhang Yu actually squeezed out a self-proclaimed amiable smile on his face at this moment. Only, this smile was more or less a bit creepy for Zhang Huan to see. Zhang Huan took the breakfast with anxiety, but didn't dare to eat it. From last night until now, he always felt that there was something strange about Zhang Yu, but he didn't know why he was like that. Teacher, what do you want me to help? Zhang Yu held Zhang Huan's shoulders and laughed while eating his breakfast. Nothing much, it's just that teacher's hands are tight lately. He has taken a few mercenary missions and lacks someone to give him a hand. Can you give teacher a hand? As if he was afraid that Zhang Huan would not agree, he added, don't worry, the teacher doesn't take on too dangerous tasks. Go out outside and the teacher is responsible for protecting your safety. The commission will be split 50-50. Zhang Huan looked at Zhang Yu suspiciously, his eyes were full of sincerity. It seemed that it was really only because of the lack of people to give him a hand. Thinking about the fact that his mother's medical bills were a bottomless pit, after deliberating for a while, Zhang Huan still nodded, okay. But teacher Zhang, when are we going to leave? At this moment, it was as if Zhang Yu had been saved, and the stone he was holding down inside him had finally loosened a bit. Now. The towering city wall stood behind them, and a brawny motorcycle traveled forward on the cracked national highway. The rough motorcycle wind, thick big tires, and manic exhaust pipes. The gusty wind swept past Zhang Yu's sturdy body, leaving only a few wisps of breeze to brush Zhang Huan's cheeks. He looked at the motorcycle underneath him with some envy. The motorcycles of this era had undergone special modifications. Not only were they ridiculously fast, but they were also extremely resistant to blows and could adapt to most terrains. The only drawback was that they were too expensive. Zhang Yu's motorcycle alone cost several $1 million. It was far from being affordable for a poor boy like him. Rather, Zhang Huan was still determined that in the future, when his strength came up, he would definitely get a car that was better than Zhang Yu's. Teacher Zhang, what kind of mission are we on? An E-class mission. A merchant house's supplies were intercepted by demonic beasts on the road. Our objective is to find these supplies and send the coordinates to the taskmaster. When they send someone to pull it, the mission will be completed. The commission seems to be $200,000. Soon, the duo arrived at a ruin. By the looks of it, it seemed to have once been a small town. Zhang Yu took the motorcycle back into his storage ring and smiled. Zhang Huan, do you know where this place is? Zhang Huan shook his head. Zhang Yu laughed. Gong County. This was originally still a pretty big county. A few decades ago, a beast tide destroyed this place. Be careful here, the ones you can meet are basically second-stage demonic beasts. Zhang Yu led Zhang Huan forward on the main road of the county, and along the way, Zhang Huan realized what it meant to be a professional soldier. Zhang Huan, see, the seemingly disorganized trail is actually the tracks of the second-ranked demonic beast Qingfeng Wolf. They are so cunning that they will use their tails to sweep the tracks away while moving forward. This is something we should learn from, and remember to always destroy the trail you leave behind when trying to get rid of the tracking. Of course, it's not difficult to judge their forward direction. It's nothing more than the 4 words of look, smell, and ask. Look, that is, to find the surrounding traces, smell, but all creatures pass by, will inevitably leave a flavor. Zhang Huan, there's also this location. There are a few handfuls of feathers here, but look closely and you'll realize that it seems to be divisible into 3 handfuls. Generally speaking, the female ones will be duller and the male ones will be more colorful. Demonic beasts have a behavior similar to animals, called courtship showing off. From this, it's not hard to find out that it's 2 male bird demonic beasts fighting for the right to mate, and one of them has been seriously injured in a hurry to escape. John Juan, look, there was obviously a fight in this place, and judging from the traces left on these walls, there should be 2 forces at war. Judging from the remaining footsteps, there were roughly 5 people on one side and 3 on the other. Although the reason for the fight is not known, it is nothing more than seeing money, seeing color, and conflicts. So John Juan, you have to remember, if you become a mercenary in the future, you can't trust anyone but yourself. Especially in the ruins outside of Asylum City. Along the way of searching for supplies, Zhang Yu was not so much a teacher, but more like an elder who cared about Zhang Huan. He continuously instilled Zhang Huan with various ways and means of surviving in the ruins and searching for demonic beasts, and even some social experiences were instilled in Zhang Huan without reservation. Although Zhang Huan had doubts in his heart, he was still like a sponge, constantly drawing in all kinds of knowledge. Suddenly, Zhang Yu's footsteps stopped in front of a pile of ruins. In the silent ruins, a sparse mooing sound came from far and near. We seem to have found those guys. He gave Zhang Huan a look, signaling him not to make any noise. Chapter 19, The Tourbillon. The duo crept up the small hill made up of rubble piles, crept up and peered towards a short distance away. About 10 meters ahead, there was a small 2-story building that had half collapsed. Beside the small building, there were 4 or 5 second-stage demonic beasts frolicking. Zhang Yu muttered, by the looks of it, it's a medium-sized herd of draconic bulls, and together with the ones in the building, there should be something like 17 or 18 of them. Is Zhang Huan sure about this? Zhang Huan didn't say anything, he just coldly swept over the group of draconic bulls. When Zhang Yu saw this look on his face, he immediately laughed. Demonic beasts like the tarantula bulls are exceptionally fierce, and what they fear the most is their trampling. Once they aren't evacuated in time, a less powerful imperial spiritist will fall into a brief fainting spell. But this is also their weakness. As long as we move fast enough to leave the attack range or kill them before they trample on us, we will be safe and sound. So there's no need to be nervous. Zhang Huan replied without lifting his head, Teacher, I'm not nervous. Then what are you thinking about? I'm thinking about whether the brisket stewed potatoes of a Dorado cow would smell better than a yellow cow. Zhang Yu was speechless for a while. Zhang Huan suddenly asked, Teacher, what do I need to do? Simple. Just like last night. Zhang Huan was a bit puzzled. Zhang Yu explained, I'll attract the attention of the demonic beasts in the front, you quietly touch up and give the demonic beasts a shot. Zhang Huan nodded, not objecting to such an arrangement. After all, with concealment, he was best suited to play sneak attack. Moreover, this was a perfect opportunity to improve 1,000 blades. After the 2 of them exchanged a glance at each other, they immediately acted individually. Zhang Yu appeared within the sight of the draconic bull herd in a big way. His sudden appearance aroused the vigilance of the dragon bull herd, and they began to stomp their hooves frantically and exhale continuously in an attempt to warn Zhang Yu, who had suddenly intruded. However, Zhang Yu acted as if he did not see them, still strutting towards them. The herd of cows began to gather, and some of the dows that were hidden inside the house also joined them. As he neared them, Zhang Yu leapt out violently, swung the ring ruler heavily in his hand, and muttered under his breath, a gentleman who is not heavy is not powerful. In an instant, the large-sized draconic bull was whistled away by Zhang Yu with a ring ruler. The herd of bulls pounced towards Zhang Yu in a flash. Zhang Yu, on the other hand, turned around and ran, only that he did not run fast, as if he was intentionally hanging on to the herd bulls. Whenever a Tuox approached him, he would come up with the words, 30 and established. 40 without confusion. 50 knows the fate of heaven. When he recited one, a Dharma bull would suffer. The bull tried to stun him. However, as cunning as he was, he twisted his head and jumped to another direction, causing the trampling bull's trampling to come up empty. Zhang Huan was puzzled. These words of old Zheng Tu's make me feel something different. I'll have to ask him about it sometime. After saying that, Zhang Huan's figure appeared like a ghost at the back of the dragon bull. Artifact-Spirit, 1,000 blades, killed the second-order demonic beast, the draconic ox, experience plus 175. Common progress catalyst. Host experience plus 175. Artifact-Spirit, 1,000 blades, kills the second-order demonic beast, dragon bull, experience plus 175. Common progress hypnosis. Host experience plus 175. Artifact-Spirit, 1000 Blades, kills the second-order demonic beast, Dragon Bull, experience plus 175. Common progress hypnosis. Host experience plus 175. Every draconic bull that was sent flying by Zhang Yu would be killed by Zhang Huan with a long blade through its chest before it could even land on the ground. A moment later, the entire gathering place of the draconic bulls was strewn with the corpses of the draconic bulls. Zhang Yu, on the other hand, was panting with exhaustion. He secretly spat and cursed in his heart, heck, this being a good teacher is really tiring. However, when Zhang Huan walked towards him, he once again squeezed out a smile that he thought was kind. How is it? Zhang Huan, still adapting, right? Zhang Huan looked at him in that manner and handed him the water he had already prepared, then said, "It's fine, teacher has worked hard." When Zhang Yu heard this, he unconsciously let out a bright laugh, as if at this moment, all the previous efforts were worth it. No hard work, who made me your teacher? Zhang Huan whirled around and asked, "Teacher, what is the meaning of all those you just recited?" Zhang Yu froze for a moment and then laughed. "I used to surf the internet and turn to an ancient book, it seems to be called Whirlwind Words, that I memorized it. It's quite interesting, and then I renamed the Artifact-Spirit effects. Like what I just said, if a gentleman is not heavy, he will not be powerful, meaning that a gentleman's hands must be heavy, otherwise he cannot establish his prestige. The counterpart is the Artifact-Spirit effect power increase. 30 and 30, meaning it takes a full 30 people to make me stand up and fight. This effect corresponds to a doubling of damage. 40 without confusion, meaning 40 people for me to fight without confusion, is an advancement of 30 to stand. 50 knowing heaven's destiny, means that I have to gather 50 people to be beaten by me before they realize that I'm a heaven's destiny. This one is also the advancement of being 30. Zhang Huan listened to these explanations with dismay, and although he felt something wrong in his heart, he still silently memorized it. He always felt that it might come in handy for a fight sometime. It was just like when a landlord shouted out an airplane for a bomb, there would be an extraordinarily buff addition. Zhang Huan swept over a single Tuan yell while listening to Zhang Yu's eloquent conversation. Gradually he noticed a hint of something wrong. "Teacher, isn't there a leader missing from this group of draconic bulls?" Zhang Yu froze for a moment, and then he swept over the fallen draconic cow. His eyes gradually became gloomy. There is really a missing chief. Every group had its own leader, and the strength of the leader far exceeded that of ordinary demonic beasts. The two coincidentally looked towards the small two-story building in front of them, and they both saw a trace of gravity in each other's eyes. Suddenly, one trampling sound after another came from within the building. Those originally collapsed draconic oxen actually re-stood up one by one. Their eyes were hollow, and along with the trampling sounds from within the building, they began to stomp their feet continuously. The trampling sound covered one wave after another. The surrounding hills made of rubble began to continuously slide down. The earth-shattering trampling sound continuously impacted Zhang Huan and Zhang Yu's minds. The Dharma bulls that had regained their footing approached the duo step by step, only, at this moment, they were moving exceptionally slowly. Zhang Huan tried to knock them down again. However, no matter how many times he knocked down the dragon bulls, no system beep would sound in his mind. It was as if, nowadays, they were just dead corpses that were being manipulated. Zhang Yu's pupils suddenly shrunk. He called out sternly to stop Zhang Huan, who was fighting the resurgent draconic bull, Zhang Huan. It's an almost fourth-ranked leader of the draconic bull. It's already peeking into the realm. Forget about these dead draconic bulls, we must find it immediately. Otherwise, we'll both be accounted for here. Zhang Huan was shocked when he heard this. Domains, he knew, were a unique ability belonging to artifact spirits and demonic beasts. Artifact spirits above level B, as well as demonic beasts above the 4th rank, all had the chance to awaken the domain. A domain was a means that could dramatically increase strength. Battles between high-ranked Imperial Spirit Masters were often even more so battles between domains. The Draconic Ox leader had obviously discovered them from the start. The reason why it never appeared was obviously because it hadn't yet reached the 4th rank and had taken time in brewing the domain. The duo resolutely rushed inside the small 2-story building. The sound of trampling inside the building was even more piercing due to the narrow space. The countless trampling sounds formed a unique echo wall within the empty house. It shook the duo to the point where they only felt that their hearts were about to jump out. Zhang Yu roared, "Zhang Huan! Visualize the weapon spirit." In the next moment, behind Zhang Yu, the figure of the Confucian scholar emerged in midair. Two sturdy hands tightly covered his ears. Zhang Huan, on the other hand, was instantly plunged into a state of extreme bewilderment because he was half a minute slower. The crisis continued. 7 or 8 demonic beasts topped with bull-headed men showed up in a flash. Third-ranked alpha guards. They pounced towards Zhang Huan and Zhang Yu from all directions. The duo was in critical condition. Chapter 20, The Chief of the Turbillions. Seeing this, Zhang Yu did not care about dealing with the chief guard in front of him alone. He turned around and pounced towards Zhang Huan. Zhang Huan! Don't you faint at this time? While protecting Zhang Huan behind him, Zhang Yu struggled to support himself under the stormy attacks of the chief guards. Only, at this moment, Zhang Huan knew nothing about it. It was as if he was in a world where only white remained, as if he was about to be drowned by the endless white color at all times. Suddenly, the 1,000 blades surfaced before his eyes. The face that used to be unperturbed actually had a few more worrying colors on it. He kept swimming in front of Zhang Huan, seemingly trying to find ways to wake him up. A trace of vigor finally returned to Zhang Huan's eyes. In just a split second, a cool sensation surged up from Zhang Huan's heart and surged throughout his body. The trampling sound that echoed in his ears was cut off by Zhang Huan in an instant. Zhang Huan finally came to his senses. He murmured wordlessly, "Looks like it was 1,000 blades, and the new ability, Pure Heart, that saved me." In front of him, Zhang Yu was still dealing with the demonic beast's attack independently. He gritted his teeth and said, "Zhang Huan, you should wake up instead. If you don't wake up, both of us will be buried here." Zhang Huan guffawed and walked over to Zhang Yu, fighting side by side with him. "Teacher, it was hard on you just now. Now, it's time for us to get back the interest." Zhang Yu froze, then nodded. An invincible aura erupted from his body. Just now, he had to be passive because he had concerns. Now, he was going to make this group of guys who didn't know the heights of heaven pay the price. He was like a heavy truck running furiously at high speed, constantly waving the ruler in his hand. Alone, he tangled with the 2 alpha guards. His moves were extremely simple, slashing horizontally and vertically. But it was these 2 simple moves that the 2 alpha guards were beaten to a pulp. He leapt up violently. The ring ruler in his hand was like a 3-foot blade slashing across their heads. When the 2 halves of the heads landed, he landed with them. Blood dripped down from the ring ruler in his hand. This was a set of moves that he had deliberately devised after a short period of thinking. He firmly believed that this move was enough to mesmerize a youth of Zhang Huan's age. He would use this handsome move. In exchange, Zhang Huan would take his relationship with him to the next level. He confidently looked in Zhang Huan's direction, and the next moment, he was dumbfounded. Inside the dimly lit building, Zhang Huan's figure came and went. He wandered alone amongst the remaining 6 demonic beasts, swinging his long sword in his hand repeatedly, constantly inflicting damage on them. The demonic beasts tried to resist, but they could only catch Zhang Huan's remnants. Zhang Huan's nimble footsteps violently stopped in the center. The 1,000 blades transformed into countless shattered stars with a swift attack, attacking the 6 demonic beasts indiscriminately. They attempted to resist. But the countless shattered stars launched a second attack. In an instant, there was no longer a single piece of intact skin to be found on the body of each of the alpha guards. Blood continued to flow out of their wounds, and their vitality continued to drain away. Artifact-Spirit, 1,000 blades, killed the 3rd-ranked demonic beast, Draconic Bull Guard, experience plus 245. Common Progress Catalyst. Host experience plus 245. Artifact-Spirit, 1,000 blades, kills the 3rd Order demonic beast, Draconic Bull Guard, experience plus 245. Common Progress Hypnosis. Host experience plus 245. Artifact-Spirit, 1,000 blades, kills the 3rd Order demonic beast duo Neogard, experience plus 245. Common Progress Hypnosis. Host experience plus 245. A few moments later. Inside the small building, all of the Draconic Bull Guards fell in a pool of blood. Zhang Yu looked at this scene dumbfounded. Is this the effect of a D-grade artifact-spirit being able to awaken? In his heart, the thought of taking Zhang Huan into the demon suppressor army was immediately rekindled. With such a strong artifact spirit, it was worth cultivating even from a low starting point. Boom! Outside the small building, a loud bang came out of the cold. It was as if something had jumped from the 2nd floor. Zhang Yu instantly reacted, not good. Chief Draconic Bull is trying to escape. As his words fell, he turned around and headed out in pursuit. Zhang Huan, however, was faster than him. Zhang Huan, don't be reckless. That's a demonic beast that's about to enter the 4th stage. Before the words were finished, Zhang Huan's figure had already disappeared. Zhang Yu's heart was burning with anxiety. He didn't hate Zhang Huan for being reckless. He only hated the fact that he had just consumed too much spiritual energy in order to protect Zhang Huan, causing him to be unable to catch up with Zhang Huan now. Outside the small building, a humanoid bull head with a bone staff, the leader of the Draconic Bull, was spreading his legs and running desperately. His figure was even more petite than the previous Draconic Ox, but his pupils revealed an intense hatred. His face was pale, as if he had suffered heavy internal injuries. A rush of footsteps came from behind him, making his heart even more anxious. Who? A whistling sound came from behind himself, and the leader of the Draconic Ox hurriedly turned around and raised the bone staff in his hand to fend it off. Clang! The long knife slashed the bone staff. It brought up a few pieces of bone slag. A hint of surprise flashed in Zhang Huan's eyes. He hadn't expected that the bone staff of the chief of the Draconic Cow would be so hard. However, Chief Draconic Ox was even more surprised than him. Because Zhang Huan had directly disappeared in front of his eyes. Poof! The long knife stabbed into his back, penetrating his entire heart. His vitality drained away rapidly. He looked behind him with all his might, and there was a tender yet resolute teenager's face. Intense unwillingness flashed in his eyes. It was clear that he was about to break through to the 4th rank. Why was it a lost cause? Encountering the bogeyman in front of him. Plop! The bone staff fell to the ground. He fell to his knees powerlessly, blood gushing out from his chest, staining the cracked concrete pavement. Artifact-Spirit, 1000 Blades, killed the 3rd rank demonic beast, Draconic Bull Chief, experience plus 595. Common Progress Catalyst. Host experience plus 595. Sufficient experience. Will the Artifact-Spirit be quenched? Sufficient experience, does the host choose to advance? It's possible to advance again? Zhang Huan did not make any choices, after all, Zhang Yu was about to come out. At that moment, Zhang Yu's voice rang out. Zhang Huan! You watch out for me. His voice became smaller and smaller until it couldn't be heard. At this moment, Zhang Yu's eyes were filled with incredulity. A demonic beast that was about to step into the 4th stage had died in Zhang Huan's hands just like that? Zhang Huan, you killed it? Zhang Yu took a look at Zhang Huan, and then looked at the fallen Draconic Bull Chief in a pool of blood. His eyes switched back and forth between the two directly, just short of speaking the 3 words of disbelief. Zhang Huan hemmed and hawed, Teacher, you don't need to doubt me, right? After all, there are only the 2 of us here. Moreover, this Tuanyo chief doesn't seem to be as powerful as you said. Not that powerful. Zhang Yu wanted to retort because every demonic beast that could cast a domain was not something that an ordinary royal soulmaster could deal with. However, when the words reached his mouth, he did not know how to retort. After all, the leader of the Draconic Bull had actually died in Zhang Huan's hands. But looking at Zhang Huan's indifferent attitude, he was afraid that Zhang Huan would suffer a great loss in his future path because of his arrogance. His mind raced as all the experiences and perceptions from the first half of his life flashed through his mind. A report he had once read surfaced in his mind, and he finally found the answer. He let out a cold snort and once again put on a stern face, not that powerful? Zhang Huan. Do you know why you were able to kill it? That's because it was just a demonic beast about to step into the 4th stage. He had a first glimpse of the domain. But it hasn't fully mastered it. Forcibly activating a domain ability that can only be mastered at the 4th rank caused him to suffer a backlash. That's why you took advantage of it. Don't try to be brave in the future. If the sky falls, there's a taller person to hold it. Understand? Zhang Huan nodded, not getting angry. He felt care from Zhang Yu's stern tone. I know, Teacher Zhang, I won't next time. Seeing Zhang Huan with such an attitude, Zhang Yu nodded, adding a few more points of appreciation to him in his heart. Knowing his mistakes and being able to correct them, he dared to face his mistakes. With such a heart, he shook off his peers by a large margin. Teacher, look, what's going on here? Zhang Huan suddenly pointed to the side and asked. Zhang Yu followed the direction of Jiang Huan's finger and a smile appeared on his face. Chapter 21 Spirit Embryo. Only to see that underneath the body of the leader of the Draconic Ox, the crimson blood that was originally all over the ground was actually madly pouring into his bone rod at this moment. The body of the leader of the Draconic Ox gradually became shriveled. The miserable white bone stick then slowly became dark red. The gaping hole originally cut out by Jiang Huan was also gradually being repaired. When the bone rod was so dark red that it seemed to be dripping blood, the dark redness all over his body quickly faded away again. A moment later, the bone rod returned to its original miserable white appearance. Zhang Yu walked forward and picked it up with a smile on his face. "Brat. You are really lucky. This is a spirit embryo. Not even 3,000 demonic beasts can stumble upon a spirit embryo." Jiang Huan was a bit stunned. Spirit embryo, a special kind of demonic beast material. It absorbed the demonic beast's essence blood and carried the demonic beast's will. After a special refining method, the spirit embryo could be made into an artifact spirit. Unlike the Wanderer, which had lost its host, after the spirit embryo was refined into an artifact spirit, as long as it had a short time to get along with the person to be contracted, the success rate of the contract could be said to be 100%. After all, it had yet to have a bond with a human. Individual ordinary people who were born without an artifact spirit, if they could obtain a spirit embryo by chance, they would definitely be able to become a royal spirit master, which was one of the fastest means for an ordinary person to turn over a new leaf. For an imperial spiritist who had a high-level artifact spirit, if the imperial spiritist had an artifact spirit body, then the spirit embryo could become his new artifact spirit. If the imperial spirit master didn't have an artifact body, then the spirit embryo could also become one of the best materials for him to refine his artifact spirit. Because of this, spirit embryos were extremely expensive in the market. Zhang Yu clenched his teeth as if he had made a choice. "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and put it away. After this is refined into an artifact spirit, it will at least be a D-grade artifact spirit." Jiang Huan was a bit surprised. Zhang Yu's meaning couldn't be more obvious. This was to give him the spirit embryo of his own accord. He had seen Zhang Yu's joyful look just now. "Teacher Zhang, you're willing to give it up?" Zhang Yu skimmed his lips. "What do you want to give up or not? This spirit embryo was originally obtained by you killing the Draconic Bull Chief, so what's it got to do with me?" Jiang Huan was non-committal, then smiled. "In that case, Mr. Zhang, why don't you give me some money and I'll sell it to you?" A trace of excitement flashed in Zhang Yu's eyes, but it was quickly suppressed by him. Years of experience in failing to quench had given him an intuition that grade C was already the limit of his artifact spirit, so why waste any more energy on it? Instead of that, it would be better to give the opportunity to improve his strength to the youngsters who had the chance. With this thought, he heavily knocked Jiang Huan. "Sell what you sell. Don't just think about money in your head all day. Enhancing strength is far more important than money. Keep this spirit embryo. What if you're an artifact spirit body? Even if you're not an artifact spirit, the spirit embryo can still quench the artifact spirit. It's not likely that your artifact spirit will advance to C grade one day." Jiang Huan didn't refuse anymore because he saw an attitude in Zhang Yu's somewhat reluctant and somewhat resolute eyes. A teacher was one who preached and taught. Zhang Yu seemed to have always been like that, and even though he was more strict than other teachers, he did want to cultivate every student into a talent. He thanked him and then put it into the system space. To be honest, he didn't care about this spirit embryo. Especially after seeing the attitude of the 18 artifact spirits towards the prodigal, Jiang Huan knew. There might be few artifact spirits in this world that could compare to those 18 artifact spirits. However, he needed an excuse for the artifact spirits to advance. When Zhang Yu saw him accept it, a smile then appeared on his face. Jiang Huan pointed at the ground full of Dharma cows and asked, "Teacher, this mission is also completed. Shouldn't we send the coordinates to the mission?" Zhang Yu's face darkened when he heard this. "Heinous. I get angry when you talk about this. A demonic beast that's about to be of the 4th rank is here. There are also 8 third-ranked alpha guards. How dare they set the mission at rank E?" Jiang Huan frowned. "Teacher, you mean this isn't considered an E-rank mission?" Zhang Yu cursed. "Of course it doesn't count. A mission of this difficulty. At the very least, it has to be D rank. It's even barely enough to qualify as C grade." Jiang Huan immediately had the feeling that he was being punked. "Teacher, what should we do then?" Zhang Yu snorted coldly. "What should we do? This mission difficulty. They want the goods back. Have to add money. For a good half a day. When the remaining light of the setting sun penetrated through the fog, coloring the entire ruin red. The mission party also came to the ruins based on the coordinates provided by Zhang Yu. For the first time, Jiang Huan saw a completely different temperament from the past on Zhang Yu's body. He was like a soldier's gangster, heavily sticking his ruler on the ground, red-necked and tugging at the task party. There was a look that if the money was not in place, he was going to fight with the task party. In the end, the task party had no choice. It could only raise the price to $500,000, and only then did it move its goods back from the second floor of the small building. When the task party left, Zhang Yu was happy like a child and showed the collection page on his cell phone to Jiang Huan. Jiang Huan. See that? $500,000. You count it, it's a whole 5 zeros. Quickly, give me your account number, I'll transfer half of it to you. Soon, the arrival information was sent. Changing from 200,000 to 500,000, Jiang Huan couldn't help but exclaim, "Teacher, you're really powerful. Where is it that I'm awesome? I almost fought them to the death just now." But didn't they also give in to you? Zhang Yu shook his head. They didn't soften to me, they softened to the demon suppression army. Under Zhang Yu's explanation, Jiang Huan then learned that the demon suppressor army was different from other large organizations. Every retired soldier could ask for help from the demon suppression army if they encountered thorny problems in their lives that were difficult to solve. In the face of the demon suppression army, these crooked merchants could only bow their heads. Zhang Yu asked with a smile, "Hey, Jiang Huan, do you have any thoughts of joining the demon suppression army? Teacher will write you a recommendation letter." Jiang Huan shook his head, "Not going." "Why?" "The treatment is much better than small organizations. Moreover, you have to talk about your background when you come out to hang out. My mom won't let me." Zhang Yu was suddenly speechless, and he recalled that night, when Su Luxiang suddenly lost control of her appearance. He understood Su Luxiang's worries, but he felt that a strong artifact spirit like Jiang Huan could only have a better future after entering the demon suppression army. Jiang Huan continued, "Moreover, the demon suppression army is too dangerous, I want to live for a few more years." Zhang Yu sighed, compared to other mercenary groups. The missions carried out by the demon suppressor army were often more risky, with fewer benefits, or even no benefits at all. He didn't say anything more, just patted Jiang Huan's shoulder. "Let's go, let's do the next mission." Accompanied by the roar of the motorcycle, under the blood-colored sun, Jiang Huan and Zhang Yu once again drove towards their next destination. Meanwhile, in the east of Kaiyun City, the Shanghai No. 1 neighborhood. This was the gathering place of the powerful and wealthy in Kaiyun City. Unlike the dilapidated west side of the city, this place showed nobility and elegance everywhere. A black Rolls-Royce Phantom came from the distance and stopped outside a lavishly decorated villa. Lu Zhiyue got down from the car and respectfully bowed towards the car. "Captain Long, thank you." The man inside the vehicle nodded. "Practice the martial arts techniques and methods I taught you, this will allow you to awaken the artifact spirit effect faster." The vehicle slowly drove away, a complex look surfaced on Lu Zhiyue's face. She slowly opened the door of the villa and walked straight towards the living room. On the sofa in the living room sat a middle-aged man smoking a cigar and looking at a newspaper. After deliberating for a long time, she decided to open her mouth. "Dad, Inuyasha Ichiro is dead." Chapter 22 Lu Zhiyue's Choice. The person sitting on the sofa was no other than Lu Zhiyue's father, Lu Yuanming, the president of the Chamber of Commerce of Kaiyun City. Lu Yuanming sniffed, put down the newspaper and exhaled a long breath of smoke. "What did Jun Long say over there?" Team Long said, "Dead is dead, don't pay attention to him, just let us finish what they explained as soon as possible." Lu Yuanming nodded, "Got it, grab some time to go raise your cultivation." Immediately, he picked up the newspaper, intending to continue flipping through it. However, Lu Zhiyue did not move. A trace of doubt flashed through Lu Yuanming's eyes. "Zhiyu, what's wrong?" Lu Zhiyu lightly bites her lower lip, hesitates, but still opens her mouth. "Dad, I don't understand." Lu Yuanming sniffs, a touch of amiable smile surfaces on his face, putting down the newspaper once again. "Don't understand what? Is it that you don't understand why you were allowed to take the tampered water to Jiang Huan and let the Japanese Imperial Spirit Masters chase after him? Or is it that you don't understand why you were allowed to befriend Yi Wuxie?" Lu Zhiyue shook her head. "Dad, I don't understand any of it." Lu Yuanming placed the newspaper on the coffee table in front of him. "Everything is for Wushuang." Lu Zhiyue's eyes widened. "That Wushuang of Jiang Huan's family?" Lu Yuanming nodded and gently patted the empty seat beside him, signaling Lu Zhiyu to sit beside him. Jiyu, do you know who Yu Wuxi is? Yes, Soul Heir. Then do you understand him? Lu Jiyue shook her head. I only know that his artifact spirit is an S-class, sword spirit, I don't know anything else. It's normal if you don't know, this is Ye's secret, I only learned about it after I got on Ye's line last year. Lu Jiyue looked at Lu Yuanming with some bewilderment, quietly waiting for an answer. Lu Yuanming fondled her head of hair. Sword spirit, don't look at it as an S-class artifact spirit, but it's more akin to a supplementary artifact spirit, able to slowly enhance the quality of other sword-type artifact spirits, equivalent to a slow quenching process. But in terms of combat power alone, it might not be as strong as your Rose Sword Servant. Lu Jiyue's eyes widened as she looked at Lu Yuanming incredulously. She instantly understood why there was never any news about Yi Wuyu's participation in battles on the internet. Lu Yuanming continued to explain, therefore, he desperately needs a powerful sword-like artifact spirit. Lu Jiyue was a bit puzzled, but Dad. Lu Yuanming interrupted, I know what you're trying to say, you're trying to say that there are so many sword-type artifact spirits, and it's not even impossible to find an S-ranked or above artifact contract with Ye's ability. Why do you have to focus on Wushuang? Lu Jiyue nodded her head. Lu Yuanming laughed. Wushuang is known as the most powerful sword-type artifact spirit of a rank, and it has a characteristic that few people know about. Regardless of which quality it is upgraded to, it is the most powerful sword-type artifact spirit in that quality. Lu Jiyue sucked in a breath of cool air. Dad, what you mean is that if Wushuang is upgraded to S-grade, then he is the most powerful S-grade sword-type artifact spirit. Lu Yuanming picked up the red wine that had already been poured on the table and took a sip. Right, so you understand why you were told to give that bottle of water to Jiang Huan, right? It's because only when Jiang Huan was seriously injured would his family take the Wushuang out for sale. But even if that's the case, if he wants to get Wushuang, then just let them go and grab it themselves. What business is it of ours? Why should we be used as their white gloves? Lu Jiyue argued. Lu Yuanming sighed, my silly daughter, don't you still understand why you can be internalized as a reserve member of the Yi clan's core squad, and why Long Chun, who is known as the strongest imperial spirit master among the 12 core squads, would come all the way here to be your mentor? Lu Jiyue was stunned. She had thought that it was all because her artifact spirit was good enough. Dad, what do you mean? Jiyu, I admit that your artifact spirit is the best in our Lu family over the years. But it is also limited to our family. Looking at the known A-class artifact spirits in the entire Grand Xia, your artifact spirit can only be considered a backward existence in the A-class. Lu Yuanming slowly got up. Daughter, before we have absolute strength, we can only be someone else's white glove. Moreover, as far as this white glove opportunity is concerned, there are still many people grabbing for it. If you don't want to be the white glove, then work hard to improve your strength and bring our Lu family to the same height as Ye's. Until then, please remember that you are the daughter of the Lu family, and you must put the interests of the Lu family at the forefront of everything. Lu Jiyue stopped talking. She vaguely felt that her father, who had never been angry with her, was really angry this time. I remember Fang Changtian's son, seems to be called something like Fang Jia, he is also your classmate, right? Lu Jiyue hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Jiang Huan's mom would go to his family's hospital for a review at intervals, there's no need for me to say anything more, right? A terrifying thought flashed through Lu Jiyue's mind as she tried to struggle. Dad, let's. Lu Yuanming glared at her. I know you have some feelings for that kid from the Jiang family. But so what? You're still young and don't understand that feelings are the most useless thing in the world. And if you think our Lu family can handle the Yi family's wrath, then you can do nothing I say. After saying that, Lu Yuanming got up and walked upstairs. Inside the living room, only Lu Jiyue was left sitting dumbfounded. Lu Jiyue's eyes were empty and her thoughts seemed to have come to a standstill. Suddenly, her tears fell. Yes, what could she do? In the small city of Kaiyun City, she was the daughter of the Chamber of Commerce president, and the Lu family was a powerful and wealthy family in the city. But facing a behemoth like the Yi clan, what could they do? Lu Yuanming's words suddenly rang in her ears again. If you don't want to be a white glove, then work hard to improve your strength and bring our Lu family to the same height as the Yi clan. Her tears gradually stopped. A determination that had never been seen before was revealed in her eyes. Since Yi could utilize their family, why couldn't she utilize the Yi family? As for Jiang Huan, it was just some good feelings. What was it compared to the interests of the family? With this thought, the usual sweet smile surfaced on her face again. She took out her cell phone and dialed the number she had never dialed before. Hello, Fang Jia? It's me, Lu Jue. The endless ruins were a testament to the technological age that had once existed. A few rustling sounds came from time to time in the silent night. Suddenly, the sleeping birds spread their wings and fluttered about. In the distance, there was a crackling sound of a chase. A large-sized, second-ranked Qingfeng wolf with a clear light all over its body was fleeing forward in a sorry state. Zhang Huan and Zhang Yu chased after it with a left and a right. "Teacher, let's finish it off with one slash. I'm going to die of exhaustion after chasing it for half a day." "Bull. The task force wants its entire fur. If you miss it, our efforts tonight will be in vain." "But there's no buts. This isn't the Qingfeng wolf. This is the rampaging 300,000. Zhang Huan was speechless. He had another perception of Zhang Yu. Wanting money but not life. The Qingfeng wolf was the most skillful running demonic beast among the second-ranked demonic beasts. They had been chasing it with all their might for 2 hours. Even though Zhang Huan's physique far exceeded that of his peers, he could not stand it at this moment. No, if they keep chasing after it like this, it's hard to say if they can catch up with the Qingfeng wolf. Don't exhaust yourself to death instead of catching up with it. I have to think of a solution in a hurry. A thought flashed through his mind. "Teacher, do you still have the strength?" Zhang Yu froze, and in the next moment, he cursed and shouted, "Brat! Who are you looking down on? I'm at least a third stage 5-star with a physique of 650. I'll have no problem chasing after him for another 2 hours." Zhang Huan knew that he misunderstood, but couldn't be bothered to explain. "Teacher, do me a favor." Chapter 23 Silent Advancement. In the night, only saw Zhang Huan quickly dash to Zhang Yu's front. Zhang Yu gritted his teeth and immediately picked him up by the waist. In the next moment, Zhang Huan was thrown out by Zhang Yu like a cannonball. The Qingfeng wolf was still running wildly. There was still a distance between Zhang Huan and it. Seeing that Zhang Huan was about to land on the ground, in the nick of time, Zhang Yu shouted, "Confucian." In an instant, Ru Shang appeared behind Zhang Huan and once again picked him up by the waist. A huge force came from the Confucian's arms, and Zhang Huan was once again thrown forward. He landed firmly on the ground, only that the distance between him and the Qingfeng wolf was too close. It was so close that it was just enough for the Qingfeng wolf to not be able to turn in time. Zhang Huan gripped the 1,000 blades with both hands, his gaze fixed on the approaching wind wolf, but he never saw any action. Zhang Yu, who was following closely behind, couldn't help but raise his heart to his throat. This kid won't be scared silly, right? The Qingfeng wolf let out a growl. A strong fishy odor erupted from its mouth, and it raised its front paw to slap towards Zhang Huan. The gust of wind it brought up fanned Zhang Huan's black hair to the back. Zhang Huan still didn't move, his mouth muttered only 2 words, seemingly to the 1,000 blades in his hand: "Change." In just a flash, the 1,000 blades became thin and long. Before the Qingfeng wolf's sharp claws fell, it penetrated from its pupils into its brain. Its front claw finally landed on Zhang Huan's head and stopped less than 2 centimeters away. Boom! The body of the clear wind wolf landed heavily, raising a cloud of dust. Artifact-Spirit, 1,000 blades, killed the second-order demonic beast Qingfeng wolf, experience plus 178. Common progress catalyze. Host experience plus 178. The host's frantic actions have caused the 18 artifact spirits to look at you sideways, and they have all cast interested glances at you. Zhang Yu's speeding footsteps slowly came to a halt as the figure behind the thick smoke, once again, made a bold move. But all that remained in his heart at the moment was admiration. This boldness, this judgment, I'm afraid it's no better than the best Imperial Spirit Masters of the Demon Suppressor armies previous years. As the dust settled, Zhang Huan sat paralyzed on the ground panting heavily. Only he himself knew how much pressure he had endured for that quarter of an hour. A little earlier, perhaps the wolf's skin would have been damaged. A little later, one would have been seriously injured. While cutting the wolf's skin, Zhang Yu laughed and cursed, "Brat! You're damn well born to fight. It's a pity not to join the Demon Suppression Army." Zhang Huan directly chose to ignore it. A moment later, Zhang Yu got up and raised his eyes to Zhang Huan. "Let's go, next mission." Zhang Huan blankly glanced at him. "Teacher, in one day, both of us have done 4 quests. Even if I'm a lump of iron, I should take a break, right?" Zhang Yu shrugged. "That's fine, you take your time to rest, I'll do it myself. When the time comes to settle the commission, don't envy me for having 1,000,000 or 800,000 more than you." After saying that, he didn't care if Jiang Huan got up or not, he was going to rush to the next destination on his own. Jiang Huan was helpless and cursed, Zheng Pai Pai. Then he nimbly got up and caught up with Zhang Yu. The corners of Zhang Yu's mouth were so happy that he could barely suppress them. What Jiang Huan didn't know was that doing tasks with such high intensity was actually Zhang Yu's test for him. One had to know that one of the criteria of the Demon Suppressor Army's test was endurance and resilience. Even though Jiang Huan had repeatedly stated that he would not join the Demon Suppression Army, Zhang Yu had always believed that he would change his mind once the time came. Time was like pressing the accelerator button. In a flash, 3 days passed. In the middle of the night, Zhang Yu was guarding the bonfire, on which was the leg of an unknown demonic beast. The golden-colored oil dripped down under the heat of the flame, splashing with crackling sounds. Zhang Yu was holding a small knife, cutting a few knives into the beast's leg from time to time with a face of enjoyment. Jiang Huan, on the other hand, was sitting on the side, looking at the bright and dark bonfire and wondering what he was thinking. Jiang Huan, in these 3 days, the two of us did 18 quests, and the commissions added up to nearly 3 million. Our efficiency is still a bit slow. Jiang Huan sniffed, skimming his lips. Teacher, you really don't treat me as a human being. These days, Jiang Huan was like a robot, opening his eyes every day to do missions. He didn't even have time to be alone by himself. Zhang Yu hemmed and hawed, it's all about making money, so what's wrong with being tired? Money is the basis for improving strength. Jiang Huan was also too lazy to argue with him and flipped through his cell phone on his own. Soon, his eyes were attracted by a piece of news from 2 days ago. A fourth-order demonic beast had appeared in the ruins outside of Kaiyun City, and 3 mercenary squads had been killed so far. Jiang Huan's brows furrowed as he recalled his loss of concentration during the fight with the leader of the Draconic Bull that day, and he was a little uneasy. Teacher, with our current strength, can we cope with a 4th-ranked demonic beast if we face it head-on? Zhang Yu fished out a handful of seasoning from his pocket and sprinkled it on the beast's leg in front of him. Are you kidding me? Proper 4th-ranked demonic beasts are all guys who have mastered domain abilities. The beast-shaped ones are fine to deal with, their strength is on the low side. I'm afraid of encountering the humanoid ones. If we meet them, we'd better escape right away. Jiang Huan handed his cell phone to Zhang Yu, who glanced at the news and laughed. I've seen the news, it's in the ruins of Lu County, 100 or 80 miles away from us. Let's just not leap to that place. When Jiang Huan saw him speak so easily, the stone hanging in his heart was lowered. He slowly got up and walked towards the thick fog. Teacher, I'm going to the restroom, remember to leave me some beast legs. At first, Jiang Huan walked in a loose manner until he was sure that Zhang Yu couldn't see his figure in the thick fog, then he violently began to accelerate. He made 7 turns to the 2nd floor of an abandoned hotel, and only after looking left and right to confirm that no one was in the vicinity did he sit down relying on a wall route. Finally, there's time. Zhang Yu's craziness in doing quests had far exceeded his cognizance. With a thought, the 1,000 blades appeared in his hand, and then he called up the system page. Artifact-Spirit, 1,000 blades. Quality, C. Effect 1, Cold Aura emerges. Effect 2, 1,000 changes. Effect 3, Shattering Blade. Experience, 131%. Fit, 72. Tempering times, 3. Sufficient experience, whether to carry out the quenching of the artifact-spirit? Jiang Huan chose yes without hesitation. A metaphysical and mysterious energy that didn't belong to him began to frantically surge into the 1,000 blades. As if the 1,000 blades had been summoned by some sort of call, it began to hum, resonating with this energy. The only wisp of dark red color that was originally on the blade was spread at this moment. Like flames, it climbed up most of the blade of the 1,000 blades. Quenching is successful. See Great Artifact Spirit, 1,000 blades, has successfully advanced to be Great Artifact Spirit, Fit +5. Immediately afterward, Jiang Huan called up his page. Host, Jiang Huan. Level, First Order 5-star. Experience, 131%. Abilities, Common Progress, Pure Heart. Martial Skills, Concealment, Backstab. Physique, 473. The majestic spiritual energy continued to quench his body, and it was as if Jiang Huan heard the sound of something breaking inside his body. Host's level has been raised from First Order 5 stars to First Order 8 stars, and his physique has been greatly enhanced. The mysterious feeling gradually faded, and Jiang Huan slowly opened his eyes. On the longsword, 1,000 blades, the man wearing a bucket hat materialized in front of his eyes once more. This time, Jiang Huan couldn't see a trace of killing intent in his eyes. It was as if the killing intent of his entire body had been taken into his body. The deep eyes were animated with other emotions. Only loyalty remained in his eyes, and there was even a hint of doting vaguely? It was like an elder doting on a junior. Jiang Huan looked at his body that was solidified as if it was a real person, and inadvertently had an illusion. 1,000 blades seemed like a real-life Hanyu. Maybe after a few more times of quenching, he'll be able to communicate with me on his own initiative. Jiang Huan propped up his chin and suddenly realized a problem. This quenching didn't seem to awaken any new effects. System, what's going on here? Chapter 24 Fourth Order Demonic Beast. The awakening of effects is randomly generated, and there is no guarantee that every quenching will awaken the effects. Jiang Huan heard this and pondered for a moment before figuring it out. It was already good enough for an ordinary person to have 2 or 3 effects on their artifact spirit. Even an average genius would only awaken 4 or 5 effects. The vast majority of them still relied on different martial arts techniques to match and achieve an increase in combat power. Someone like him, who had only tempered his artifact spirit to be great and already possessed 3 effects, was already a lucky man. After figuring this out, Jiang Huan reached out to explore the system space again. The spirit embryo obtained from the tourist chief appeared in his hand. Spirit embryo, bullhead ritual, detected, can be refined into a D-grade weapon spirit, bullhead ritual. May I ask the host to choose between contracting or smelting? It can only be refined into a D-grade artifact spirit, it's a bit low grade. With this thought, Jiang Huan immediately chose smelting. Melting is being executed, selecting target, 1,000 blades, please wait a moment. In the next moment, a majestic spiritual energy surged out from Jiang Huan's palm, splitting into 2 and covering the spirit embryo and artifact spirit respectively. After the spirit embryo let out a few wails, it turned into a puddle of liquid and was wrapped in the spiritual power and merged into the 1,000 blades. The 1,000 blades in the spiritual energy was currently emitting a happy buzzing sound. Melting is successful, the artifact spirit, 1,000 blades, has gained experience plus 981 and fit plus 5. Joint progress catalyzed, host experience plus 981. Artifact spirit, 1,000 blades, awakening effect 4, chaotic spirit, messing with people's minds, disturbing their thoughts, and attacking the enemy's unpreparedness. Another awakening effect? It looks like it's kinda similar to the effect of the draconic bull leader's domain. Jiang Huan picked up the 1,000 blades and scrubbed it carefully, only to realize that there was an extra bone diamond so white that it seeped through the hilt. System, how did you awaken the effect without advancing this time? The spirit embryo belongs to the demonic beast's essence blood, and when it is melted together with the weapon spirit, there is a probability of awakening a new effect, and the new effect is related to the characteristics of the demonic beast. The corner of Jiang Huan's mouth couldn't help but curl up. Grade B possessed 4 effects, or in the case where he was only at the first rank in 8 stars. How could this not make one excited? Jiang Huan once again turned his gaze to the system page. Artifact Spirit, 1,000 blades. Quality, B. Effect 1, Cold Mansion emerges. Effect 2, 1,000 changes. Effect 3, Shattering blades. Effect 4, Chaos. Experience, 35%. Fit, 82. Tempering count, 4. Jiang Huan's mind moved, and he called up his page again. Host, Jiang Huan. Level, First Order, 8 stars, Level, First Order, 8 stars. Experience, 35%. Abilities, Common Progress, Pure Heart. Martial Skills, Concealment, Backstab. Physique, 550. It's not bad, the current physique is equivalent to a 3rd Order Imperial Spiritist. But compared to old Zhang Tu, it's still a bit worse. Still have to work harder. Just at this moment. A female scream resounded throughout the ruins. Jiang Huan vigilantly crouched on the windowsill and looked in the direction of the sound. His vision was obstructed under the thick fog. However, Jiang Huan was able to clearly hear that there seemed to be many demonic beasts around, frantically fleeing from the place where the sound came from. Strong curiosity made Jiang Huan want to know what was happening in the thick fog. Jiang Huan immediately rolled over and jumped down from the hotel, running in the direction of the sound. Along the way, Jiang Huan saw groups of 3 to 5 demonic beasts frantically fleeing. Among them, there was no lack of 3rd Order demonic beasts. Jiang Huan's brows twisted into a ball as he secretly activated concealment and carefully sneaked through the thick fog. The closer he got to the front, the sense of unease in his heart grew stronger. He even faintly heard odd murmuring sounds. Soon, in front of a shopping center, Jiang Huan saw 5 figures that were frantically fleeing. 4 men and 1 woman, looks like a mercenary squad, I don't know what they are hiding. Jiang Huan hid in the shadows and quietly watched the scene in front of him. Not long after, a line appeared behind the 5 people. They were dressed in white teaching robes, no different from normal people. The only difference, by and large, was a hooked tail growing behind them. In the middle of the crowd was a shoulder-carried sedan chair that wasn't too big. A middle-aged man with a kind face and wearing black religious robes sat high on it. Behind him was a large cross, as if carrying countless hopes. The congregation that followed him were all different in appearance, tall and short, fat and thin, men and women, young and old. But the only thing that was the same was that they were expressionless, always murmuring words that Jiang Huan couldn't understand. However, despite not being able to understand them, Jiang Huan had the urge to go forward and worship them. He hurriedly activated the pure heart, and in just a moment, the throbbing in his heart was swept away. At the same time, Jiang Huan witnessed a scene that shocked him. Only to see that among the 5 people fleeing for their lives, there were 2 male mercenaries who had accidentally fallen due to their physical strength. In just a split second, the group behind them caught up with them. A towering Gothic church sprang up in an instant, encompassing the entire team with the 2 fallen men. The church bloomed with a holy white light, and murmurs flourished in the church. It was as if the congregation was doing their most devout prayers in it. Jiang Huan's brows, however, twisted into a Chuan character. He seemed to have heard that underneath the pious prayers was a wailing and gnawing sound that had been covered up. However, he didn't intend to make a move. The scene of saving Feng Jia from being counted on the last time was still being replayed over and over again in his mind. The 9th artifact spirit was becoming berserk, and he seemed to have remembered some past events that he did not wish to recall. The berserkness of artifact spirit number 9 has drawn the attention of other artifact spirits. Individual artifact spirits are pacifying number 9, individual artifact spirits are mocking number 9, and individual artifact spirits are choosing to watch from the sidelines. The system is attempting to suppress number 9's artifact spirit. Please leave this place immediately. The scene in front of us is insanely stimulating artifact spirit number 9. Please leave the host to leave this place. Urgent system beeps continuously resounded in Jiang Huan's mind. What's going on? The doubts in Jiang Huan's heart intensified. Before he had time to ponder, a sharp sound of footsteps came violently from behind him. Immediately afterward, a strong force grabbed his collar and lifted him to run into the distance, the ruins on both sides flying backwards before his eyes. Jiang Huan had intended to strike out and counterattack, but the sound coming from his ears made him only helplessly let himself be carried. Jiang Huan! What are you doing here? Do you know how dangerous it was just now? Zhang Yu's figure chased up from the side, and at this moment, the fellow who was carrying Jiang Huan's collar was none other than the artifact spirit, Confucian. Jiang Huan's body seemed like a kite, swaying with the wind in the hands of the speeding Confucian. He shrugged his shoulders and hemmed and hawed, "Teacher, I don't think it's dangerous." Zhang Yu glared at him and cursed as he ran, pointing to the rear, "Look for yourself." Only to see that in front of them all, the white light dispersed in an instant, and the towering church disappeared in a flash. The team was still the same, and they chased after them in the direction of the remaining 3. And in the same spot, only 2 white bones that had been gnawed clean remained. Jiang Huan's face became extremely ugly as he swallowed his saliva and said, "Gnawed strangely clean." Zhang Yu snorted coldly, "A newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Do you know what that thing is?" Chapter 25, Call from the Hospital. With Zhang Yu's explanation, Jiang Huan finally realized what the hell he had just encountered. 4th-ranked demonic beast priest. A special kind of demonic beast that liked to roam around preaching ever since the fog appeared. They liked to transform into human form and teach the 4 directions. The stronger they are, the more people will chase after them. When the congregation reaches a certain number, they can advance. His domain is the church. Seemingly sacrosanct, but inside, it's creepy. Anyone who inadvertently enters it will be indoctrinated by it and eventually become a handful of nutrients that nourish him and his congregation. Zhang Yu said seriously, "Do you realize that, but if you listen to their chants for a little while longer, maybe the next moment, you'll walk into his realm yourself?" Jiang Huan did not take it to heart. To him anyway, the hymns of the demonic beasts had no effect on him. He muttered to himself, "I said why, those 2 didn't hurry to stand up and run for their lives, it turns out that they were brainwashed." Seeing this, Zhang Yu ruthlessly knocked Jiang Huan's head. "Brat! You have nothing to do running over there. Jiang Huan scratched his head and smiled heatedly. It's not that I heard someone screaming, so I was curious and went over to take a look. He paused and said, Teacher, how did you find me? Jiang Huan was very strange. According to reason, he had activated concealment. Unless the venue was narrow and he was blocked in the alley by Wang Tang and the others like last time, how could he be found at once? Zhang Yu sniffed and gave him a blank look. I can smell the roasted meat odor on you. Smell? After experiencing something when I was young, my sense of smell was accidentally strengthened a lot. Jiang Huan felt speechless. It seemed that there was still a loophole in this concealment, and in the future, he would have to find a martial art that could truly hide his body. The two of them ran all the way out until they were sure that they wouldn't be caught up by the priest, and only then did they stop to rest. Jiang Huan seemed to have thought of something. Teacher, you said that the fourth order demonic beast mentioned on the news, it wouldn't be that priest, right? Zhang Yu nodded, it should be. Other than him, most demonic beasts have their own range of activities and don't roam around. Then what are we going to do next? Go back to the city? Zhang Yu gave him a blank look. Go back to the city for what? Have you earned enough money? Jiang Huan pointed in the direction behind him. Teacher, aren't you afraid of running into the priest again? Zhang Yu shrugged indifferently. Fear is fear, but right, being outside the city is supposed to be a crisis. This is something you will have to face in the future. Moreover, he has just passed through our area. He won't be coming back in a short period of time. So we just need to be more careful next. At this moment, Jiang Huan sort of understood Zhang Yu a little bit more. He was not only cautious, but also bold and meticulous. As he spoke, Zhang Yu felt out a plastic bag from his storage ring and handed it to Jiang Huan. The bag contained half a roasted beast leg. Jiang Huan's face showed joy. Thank you, teacher. Zhang Yu scolded with a smile without a good mood. Hurry up and eat. Eat up and let's do the next mission tonight. Jiang Huan tore off a piece of meat and swallowed it with his mouth full of oil flowers. Teacher, it's midnight, it's time to rest. Zhang Yu looked at his watch. Rest for what? I just received a mission to catch 2 Night Lords for the Institute. 300,000. In another hour or two, the Night Lords will come out to forage for food. Jiang Huan sighed, feeling destiny for being stuck with such a workaholic teacher. However, what he didn't know was that Zhang Yu simply wanted to bring Jiang Huan as much money as possible within these 2 months. At the same time, by the way, he would bring him to continuously improve his strength in actual combat. After Jiang Huan ate half of the beast's leg in his hand, he walked to the side and took out a bottle of water from the system space, preparing to wash his hands, when a vibration came from beside his thigh. Jiang Huan muttered, "Who's calling me in the middle of the night?" As he spoke, he picked up the phone and held it between his head and shoulder, squatting on the side and washing his hands with water. Who is it? Is it Su Luxian's family? This is Kaiyun City Fong Hospital. Jiang Huan's heart tightened when he heard this. He clearly remembered that this was the hospital where his mother usually reviewed. Is there something wrong? It's like this, patient Su Luxiang fainted yesterday when she came to the hospital for a routine review. It's now been sleeping for a day and a night. The water bottle in Jiang Huan's hand slipped off at once, splashing water all over the place. Just now, when our doctors went to check, they found that she was in a dying condition. It has now been sent to the resuscitation room. Currently, the patient's condition is dying, and she needs her family to sign a critical notice. You are in Kaiyun City, right? If you are, please come and sign it as soon as possible. Jiang Huan only felt his eyes go black, and he couldn't speak a word for a long time. Over the years, he had depended on his mother for his life, and she was practically all he had. Hello? Can you hear me? Jiang Huan came back to his senses and hurriedly replied, I'm sorry, I'm currently outside the city and will go back immediately. Trouble you guys to hurry up and provide medical treatment to my mother, please. According to the regulations, we can't act without authorization before the family has signed, and at the moment, we can only do some measures to prevent the condition from worsening. So, please also return to the city as soon as possible to sign, or have your relatives sign on your behalf. After the phone hung up, Jiang Huan looked at Zhang Yu behind him in some panic. Teacher, I need to go back to the city immediately. Although Zhang Yu was not sure what had happened. But he vaguely knew that something bad had happened, so he immediately took the motorcycle out of the storage ring again without hesitation. Let's go. Let's go back to the city. Late at night. The roar of the motorcycle resounded throughout the ruins, raising a cloud of dust as it headed in the direction of Kaiyun City. 3 o'clock in the morning. The speeding motorcycle stopped at the gate of Fang's hospital. Jiang Huan couldn't wait for Zhang Yu and hurriedly ran to the emergency room. The elegantly dressed Morong Shui hurriedly stopped him. "Ms. Morong, how is my mom's condition?" Morong Shui shook her head, "Don't know yet. The doctor is still inside resuscitating." In order not to delay his mother's treatment, Jiang Huan had called Morong Shui when he was still outside the city and entrusted her to sign on his behalf. Jiang Huan sat helplessly on the lounge chair in front of the emergency room. He was as anxious as hell, but there was nothing he could do. At this time, Zhang Yu also hurriedly ran in. He and Morong Shui glanced at each other. Both of them tacitly did not open their mouths. Time passed little by little. Jiang Huan only felt that every minute was like sitting on pins and needles. Half an hour later, a doctor in green scrubs walked out. "Which one is the patient's family?" Jiang Huan hurriedly got up. "I am." "Doctor, how is my mom doing?" The doctor sighed. "It's considered temporarily stabilized at the moment. But you should know that your mom is suffering from spiritual energy allergy." Jiang Huan nodded. The doctor continued, "Spiritual energy allergy, as of now, there's no special medicine that can cure it, and ordinary patients will generally fall into a coma from time to time. Although it will be somewhat inconvenient, it is not fatal. The most feared thing is the deterioration of the condition. Once it worsens, the patient will fall into a deep slumber to the point of self-deception of the brain." Jiang Huan looked at the doctor with some uncertainty, while Morong Shui and Zhang Yu couldn't help but change their faces after hearing this conclusion. "Doctor, what do you mean by the brain's self-deception?" Chapter 26, Sky-High Medical Expenses. The doctor looked at Jiang Huan with some pity. "To put it simply, it's the brain thinking it's dead. Then it gives the body's various organs a death order. It only takes a period of time for the patient to die due to the failure of various organs." Jiang Huan had some difficulty controlling himself as he anxiously sought help from the doctor. "Doctor, is there no cure?" The doctor shook his head. "There is currently no cure. The only thing that can be done is to constantly stimulate the patient's nerves as it is now, to avoid the brain from falling into self-deception." "It's just..." Jiang Huan looked at the doctor blankly. "Just what?" The doctor replied helplessly, "Such a means of treatment can only maintain her basic life traits, and it's extremely money-burning. For an ordinary family like yours, my opinion is to give up on the treatment. The continued investment will only add to your burden." Where was Jiang Huan willing to give up? "Doctor, no. Since it can be cured, then cure it. It's nothing for me to be tired. I'm a royal spirit master. I can earn a lot of money in the future." The doctor looked at him for a long time without saying anything, as if he had something difficult to say, but when the words came to his lips, there was only one sentence left. "The patient's condition has been stabilized for the time being. In a while, you can go to the intensive care unit to see her." Jiang Huan thanked the doctor, who nodded slightly and was about to leave. But he seemed to have thought of something else. Before he left, he gently patted Jiang Huan's shoulder. "Kid, you're still young, there's still a long road ahead." Intensive care unit. Sulu Xiang was quietly lying on the hospital bed, her face as pale as ever. Various hoses and instruments, large and small, were connected to her body. Jiang Huan's heart was like a knife, but he could only sit quietly on the side, holding her hand tightly. Morong Shui and Zhang Yu both looked at this scene with some heartache, especially Zhang Yu, whose heart was filled with guilt. If he hadn't brought Jiang Huan out for a mercenary mission, perhaps Sulu Xiang wouldn't be in such a situation. At this moment, a nurse walked in. She handed the bill in her hand to Jiang Huan. "Mr. Jiang, please go to the bill payment office and pay the medical bills first." Jiang Huan received the bill blankly, his eyes swept over it, and a sense of powerlessness was born from the bottom of his heart. The resuscitation fee plus the treatment fee totaled $50 million. The subsequent ongoing treatment fee for each month was $4 million. He walked out of the intensive care unit with an empty head, looking at the medical staff in the hospital hall in twos and threes, as well as the family members who were also guarding the front of the ward. For the first time, Jiang Huan felt what it meant to be powerless. Even though he had become a mercenary, and regardless of the low season of mercenary missions. Those missions with high bounties, it was questionable whether he could snatch them over others. Even if he went hunting in his spare time, hunting was inherently random, and he didn't dare to guarantee that he would be able to earn $4 million every month. His mind was in turmoil and he didn't know what to do. He had never been a person who liked to beg, but where he could carry the burden himself, he would definitely carry it himself. Only, he simply does not know how to carry it now. The minute hand on the wall swept by moment. For 1:00 in the morning, Jiang Huan was still standing outside the ward, not knowing what to do. Perhaps seeing that he hadn't returned for a long time, Zhang Yu and Morong Shui walked out of the ward. When they saw Jiang Huan, who was full of fatigue, they only felt pity in their hearts. Morong Shui softly said, "Jiang Huan, what's wrong?" Although Zhang Yu did not say anything, his eyes were full of care. Jiang Huan smiled bitterly, his eyes looking at the string of numbers at the bottom of the bill, muttering breathlessly, "Teacher, what should I do?" Morong Shui and Zhang Yu followed Jiang Huan's gaze, and when they looked at the string of zeros on the bill, both of them couldn't help but suck in a breath. For an ordinary royal soul master, $5 million per month was indeed a bit of pressure. Not to mention, Jiang Huan was just a student who hadn't graduated yet. The three of them were silent for a long time before Zhang Yu took the lead and spoke. "Jiang Huan, our commission for this mission, plus a little of teacher's savings. A total of more than $23 million. Send me your card number, I'll transfer it to you first." Jiang Huan acted as if he hadn't heard, still staring blankly at the bill in his hand. In the end, it was Morong Shui's silver bell-like voice that made Jiang Huan react again. "Jiang Huan, don't be afraid, teacher will cover your expenses." After saying that, she reached out and tried to take the bill from Jiang Huan's hand. However, Jiang Huan did not let go. He knew Morong Shui had money, but he didn't want to owe anyone money. Zhang Yu glared at him and scolded him sternly, "Jiang Huan, I know you have high self-esteem. But that's your mom in there. You can't deny her medical expenses just because of your pride." Jiang Huan still didn't let go. Zhang Yu's violent temper that had disappeared for days surged up. He was just about to open his mouth to curse when Morong Shui reached out to stop him. Morong Shui looked at Jiang Huan with concern. "Jiang Huan, this is not teacher's sympathy for you, this is the money that teacher lent you. In the future, you have to pay me back. Moreover, interest will be calculated." Jiang Huan's tight grip on the bill finally loosened, while Morong Shui took the bill and headed to the payment office to pay. When Morong Shui returned to the intensive care unit again, Jiang Huan was still guarding Su Luxiang's window. In his eyes was endless self-blame and care. He saw Morong Shui return and took the receipt. In addition to Morong Shui paying off the treatment fee, she had also prepaid for 2 months of hospitalization. A total of $60 million. Jiang Huan bowed deeply towards the two. "Ms. Morong, Ms. Zhang, thank you. The money, I will return it to you as soon as possible." Morong Shui hurriedly helped him up. "The matter of repaying the money will be discussed later, but you should know that there are fourth-order demonic beasts roaming outside the city during this period of time, so you shouldn't casually go out of the city again just to make money." The duo admonished Jiang Huan, and after spending a short period of time with him, they saw that he was depressed, so they felt that he needed to stay by himself for a while. Slowly, they left the hospital. As the duo walked out of the hospital, the golden morning sunlight spilled onto the horizon. Morong Shui looked at the incipient sun and breathed in the fresh morning air as she asked Zhang Yu beside her, "Teacher Zhang, you've also discovered that something is wrong, right?" Zhang Yu nodded, "That doctor. It's reasonable to say that this kind of experienced old doctor is used to seeing life and death and won't have too much sympathy with the patient's family. But he has chosen to say so much to Jiang Huan." Morong Shui's eyes turned, those eyes seemed to be filled with all kinds of flavors. "Yeah, moreover, I always feel that the doctor meant something with that last sentence." Zhang Yu fell silent, seemingly caught up in thought. "Ms. Morong, what do you think?" Morong Shui smiled helplessly, "What can I think? It's not like we don't have anyone to guard the neighborhood of their house." Zhang Yu subconsciously lit a cigarette and only took a puff before Morong Shui directly snuffed it out. "Teacher Zhang, didn't anyone tell you that it's impolite to smoke next to a lady? Especially when talking to a superior." Zhang Yu was helpless and could only tuck the fire in his hand back into his bag. "Teacher Morong, what do you think Jiang Huan will do next?" Morong Shui shook her head. "Hunting? Doing quests? Desperately trying to make money? I have no idea." Zhang Yu couldn't help but be staggered. For $1 million a month in hospitalization fees, he's a kid, he has to earn it with his life. He paused and asked with some curiosity, "Teacher Morong, although we don't know his father's information, but since they're all missing, didn't the above give their family a little subsidy?" Morong Shui inserted her hand and replied in a small voice, "How could it? From the information I know so far." Originally, after Jiang Huan's father's accident, the higher-ups were planning to focus on the Jiang family, and even planned to send people to guard them 24 hours a day. As a result, Jiang Huan's mother has been filled with disgust towards the demon suppression army ever since Jiang Huan's father's accident. Not only did she refuse the protection that the Jin Demon Army gave them, even the subsidies that the Jin Demon Army called their family every year were all returned by her without moving a single cent. Zhang Yu sighed and said no more. Inside the intensive care unit, Zhang Huan sat dully beside Su Luxiang. Su Luxiang's eyes were tightly closed, and a breeze brushed by, disturbing her long yellowish hair. Zhang Huan's face was gloomy. He was very irritated right now. Both annoyed with his mother's condition and the cost of her treatment. Mom, usually you and I say that the hardest thing in this world to repay is the debt of favors. It's better for others to owe us than for us to owe them. But this time, my son owes a huge debt of favors. What do you think I should do? Mom, it's not that my son doesn't have a solution, it's just that I'm afraid you'll scold me when you wake up. The ICU was quiet, with only the instrument next to it emitting a beep from time to time. Suddenly, Zhang Huan seemed to have made up his mind. Mom, if you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent. He gently pulled the quilt for Su Luxiang, then squeezed out a far-fetched smile on his face. Then, he gently walked out of the intensive care unit and slowly pulled the door of the room closed. Chapter 27 Wang Tang's Evil Thoughts. Shishan Camp Residential Building, living room of Zhang Huan's home. At this moment, Zhang Huan was kneeling upright in front of his father's tablet, with 3 sticks of incense burning slowly and green smoke lingering around. The name of his father on the tablet was so eye-catching. The longsword in front of the tablet, however, was plain, as if it was no different from an ordinary longsword. Dad, Mom is sick. My son has no money and has to discuss something with you. Look, can I take your artifact spirit, Wuxuang, and pawn it? Don't worry about it, just pawn it for a while. When Mom gets through this, I'll immediately redeem it for you. The living room fell into silence, and Zhang Huan's head was buried deep. It was as if this was the only way he could not stare at his own guilt. Liang Long. Dad, if you don't say anything, I'll take it as your tacit approval. With those words, he slowly got up, walked to the spirit table, and picked up the Wuxuang. Gently pulling out the tip, the sword revealed 2 inches of cold light. A sword intent that was proud of the world instantly spread out. The number 1 artifact spirit slowly opened its eyes, and after surveying the body of Wuxuang for a moment, it closed its eyes again. The number 2 artifact spirit erupted with a strong battle intent. He wanted to compete with Wuxuang to see who was sharper. Artifact spirit number 18 thought that this was a worthy opponent. A series of voices resounded in Zhang Huan's mind, and Zhang Huan couldn't help but survey the Wuxuang in his hand once again. It seems like Dad's artifact spirit is really something, or else with these 18 grandmasters, ordinary artifact spirits wouldn't really fit into their eyes. Zhang Huan once again attempted to pour his spiritual energy into it, and a system sound followed. Grade A Artifact Spirit, Wuxuang. Please ask the host to choose to contract or melt it. This was the first time Zhang Huan had come into contact with Wuxuang after awakening the system. Past failures echoed in his mind, and Zhang Huan subconsciously thought that it wouldn't succeed. However, before pawning the peerless sword, he still wanted to try. The artifact spirit, Wuxuang, has too high a fit with the original host. Please wait for an hour and try again afterward. Dad's artifact spirit is really loyal. After he sighed, he whirled around and took Wuxuang and headed out the door. He found a shared electric car downstairs and drove in the direction of the city center. The midday sun was exceptionally dazzling, but it couldn't dispel the haze in his heart. An hour later, he arrived near the Duobao building. Just as he was looking for a spot to park, Wang Tong, who was frolicking with a few fox friends in the milk tea store across the street, happened to see him. This kid is actually still alive? Doesn't look like he's even uninjured? Ever since the day he had assassinated Zhang Huan, he had been hiding in his house due to uneasiness. He was afraid that Zhang Huan would survive. As the school recruitment was approaching, in case Zhang Huan suddenly broke the news about what he had done, then, any employer would not be looking at him for more than a second. After all, no one would want the person they recruited to be a guy who liked to backstab his peers. It wasn't until 2 days ago, after he was convinced that the people from the city patrol division wouldn't come looking for him again, that he had some peace of mind and resumed his usual attitude towards life. But how could he not expect that Zhang Huan was unharmed? He was in a complicated mood, and even his original smiling face collapsed. Hey, Brother Tang, what's wrong with you? Fatty Sun was the first to notice Wang Tang's abnormality. The rest of the few people then looked around and also noticed Wang Tang's abnormality and asked him about it. Wang Tang looked around at the 4 people around him, then he lowered his voice and said, I saw Zhang Huan. The others did not take it seriously. Seeing is seeing, brother Tang, let's not provoke him. Damn, this bastard is simply open, F-class weapon spirit, 5 physique, can beat up our brothers like that, outrageous. Right, this kid is too strange, let's hide away. When Wang Tang heard this, his heart burst into flames, but he still patiently explained with the crowd what had happened between him and Jiang Huan. When the crowd heard this, they looked at each other. Brother Tang, you said you assassinated him? Brother Tang, it's not that I'm talking about you, he saved your life, we can't do that even if we don't like him, right? That's right. As soon as Wang Tang heard the group counting themselves out in such a way, the anger in his heart could not be suppressed and he heavily slapped at the table, causing the milk tea store owner to frown for a while. However, given their status as royal spirit masters, the milk tea store owner could only vent his dissatisfaction on his own hand hitting the lemon tea. Wang Tang's eyes widened angrily as he lowered his voice and cursed, "Damn it! You guys really think you're good? I'm telling you guys. Once this is blown up, none of you will escape. We call this organized, premeditated murder in an asylum city. As long as he tries to get back at us, our lives are over." Silence hung over the crowd, and they realized that there seemed to be no way for them to get out of it. It took a long time before someone asked, "Brother Tang, what should we do then?" Wang Tang looked around the circle and slowly spat out a sentence, "Cut off the roots." When the remaining 4 heard this, their faces instantly turned white. They were still just students, they could do the bullying thing, but if they really wanted to kill, who would have the courage? A man with glasses muttered in a low voice, "Brother Tang, we can't beat him." Wang Tang sniffed and heavily pushed his head. "Can you use your brain a bit? You don't know how to find someone." The crowd looked at each other and saw hesitation and fear in their respective eyes. Fatty Sun hesitated and was the first to stand up. "Brother Tang, you know, my parents keep a tight rein on me, so I won't get involved in this. However, I remember that I seem to owe you $300,000. I'll pay you back now." As he spoke, he lowered his head to transfer the money. "Brother Tang, my mom called me home for dinner. I'll leave first." With those words, he got up and was about to leave. The remaining few people saw this and immediately followed suit. "Brother Tang, I also seem to owe you $100,000. You collect it." "Nah, I still have to go to make up for my lessons, so I won't be joining you." "I also seem to owe you $200,000, by the way, my family's relatives are coming to visit today, so I'm also going back first." A few moments later, only Wang Tang was left alone on the whole table as well as 5 cups of milk tea that he had only drunk 2 mouthfuls of. Wang Tang looked at the arrival information on his cell phone and his face turned blue. How could he not understand what these people meant? It was just that they were afraid of getting involved with themselves, so they found an excuse to give him some money as hush money. A bunch of cowards. You guys don't have the guts. I'll do it myself. When I'm rich. Don't try to flatter me. He turned his head and glanced viciously at Jiang Huan, who was talking to the counter girl in the multi-precious building, and finished the milk tea in his cup in one gulp, then left the milk tea store angrily. In the multi-treasure building. At this moment, Jiang Huan was following behind the counter sister as he walked up to the 2nd floor of the multi-treasure building. After passing through an elegantly decorated long corridor, the counter sister pushed open a rather tasteful office for him. "Mr. Jiang, for specific matters, our manager will talk to you. I won't bother you anymore." Chapter 28 Pawnbroking. The general manager of Duo Bao Lu was a fat man with a shrewd appearance. The 2 8-sided beards on his mouth resembled the shopkeeper Jiang Huan had seen in a TV series. "Mr. Jiang, right? Please sit down, please sit down." The general manager graciously invited Jiang Huan to a side parlor table, where 2 cups of hot tea had already been prepared. He placed a cup of tea in front of Jiang Huan, and the rich aroma of tea continuously drilled into Jiang Huan's nostrils. "My name is Lu, I'm glad to get to know Mr. Jiang. I heard from Xiaowan that you were going to pawn the artifact-spirit, right?" Jiang Huan nodded and then took out the wuxuan. Manager Lu received the wuxuan and slowly pulled the long sword out of the scabbard, his shrewd eyes sweeping over every inch of the wuxuan sword. The overpowering sword intent spread out in all directions, and before even pouring in spiritual energy one could perceive an aura of the world's weapon spirit, except for me. Already able to draw spiritual energy on its own and condense a solid artifact spirit, a good artifact spirit He tried to pour his spiritual energy into it again, and only after pouring in a trace of it, the sword body buzzed, and a strong sense of resistance ensued. Pride overflowing, sharpness, and a self-awareness. This is at least the most extreme A-grade weapon spirit. He observed it for a long time more, and suddenly, he asked with some incredulity, Mr. Jiang, are you sure you want to pawn it? This is an extremely high-quality A-grade artifact spirit that is not inferior to an S-grade artifact spirit. Zhang Huan nodded, well, name your price. Manager Lu reluctantly reinserted the Yi Wuxuang into the scabbard and asked with an unsettled mind, I wonder how long Mr. Jiang wants to pawn it? Pawn how much? 6 months, $80 million. Zhang Huan had already calculated that with his rapidly improving strength, it would only take 4 or 5 months at most for him to be able to take on high-level missions and deal with high-level demonic beasts. At that time, not only would he be able to afford his mother's treatment, but he would also have the money to redeem the Wuxuang again. Manager Lu regained his previous shrewdness, and once he heard Zhang Huan's offer, he pondered for a long time before speaking. Mr. Jiang, this price of yours, and the pawning cycle makes it difficult for me, according to the rules of the trade. Before he could finish his words, Zhang Huan reached out and picked up the Yi Wuxuang on the table to leave. Much disturbance, I'll go to another house to take a look. Manager Lu was dumbfounded. Isn't doing business always a game of bargaining? How could anyone leave at the drop of a hat? He hurriedly pulled Zhang Huan, Mr. Jiang, let's discuss it again. The general rule of a pawnshop is that it can only be pawned for 3 months. After 3 months, if you don't renew the pawn, we have the right to sell it. However, given that your artifact spirit is too advanced, 6 months is 6 months. Zhang Huan smiled before he slowly sat down. He took a sip of tea and looked at Manager Lu with a smile. You continue. Manager Lu then breathed a sigh of relief as he squeezed out another professional fake smile. However, Mr. Jiang, if you want to pawn it for 6 months, the price of 80 million is indeed a bit high. After all, I'm just a manager. As he spoke, he carefully observed Zhang Huan's expression, deeply afraid that he might have offended him with those words. When he saw that Zhang Huan still had that expressionless look, he then tentatively offered a price. Mr. Jiang, for 6 months, we can only give you 50 million. 12% simple interest per month. Oh, then I'd better go find my next home. Zhang Huan got up and was about to leave again. Price suppression was a common tactic used by crooked merchants. He wasn't going to fall for it. Anyway, there were many pawnshops in Kaiyun City, and the choice of multiple treasure house was only due to their large scale and good reputation. Manager Lu rushed to Zhang Huan and blocked the door with his body. Mr. Jiang. $70 million. $70 million. Monthly simple interest of 10%. I can't do anything if you don't agree anymore. This is definitely the highest price in Kaiyun City. Zhang Huan extended his right hand with a smile. Deal. When the message that the money had arrived was sent to Zhang Huan's cell phone, a smile finally appeared on Zhang Huan's face. Before leaving the office, he didn't forget to urge Manager Lu, remember to take better care of it for me. It won't take 6 months. I will definitely come to redeem the sword. Manager Lu nodded repeatedly and kept sending Zhang Huan downstairs, always with a professional smile on his face. When Zhang Huan's back disappeared from the joint, the smile on his face instantly vanished. He fumbled for his cell phone and dialed the number. After a busy tone, a guffawing female voice came from the receiver. Third uncle, what's wrong? Jiyu, you're a god. You got it right. There really is a kid surnamed Zhang who brought in a great weapon spirit to pawn today. But that kid is quite smart. In order to get that artifact spirit, I spent $10 million more than budgeted. You said that after pawning the artifact spirit, he left to the west of the city. I don't know if he's going home or out of the city. Don't worry, the official seal on the contract has been done as you said. Well, it's in my hand now. Okay, I'll send someone to send it to you now. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Inside an inconspicuous billiard club box in Color Cloud City. Morong Shui, who normally wore a floral dress, had now changed into a hot and powerful outfit. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at the white ball, her body slightly leaned forward, and her slender 10 fingers held the cue steadily. Accompanied by her gentle strike, the red ball grazed the ball pocket and crashed into the edge of the table, making a crisp impact sound. Zhang Yu laughed as he held the cue. Ms. Morong, this is not like your level. Morong Shui furrowed her brows and threw the cue in exasperation, and the whole person lazily lay down on the billiard table. Don't play anymore. Not in shape today. Zhang Yu was not annoyed. What? Still having a headache over Zhang Huan's matter? Morong Shui nodded. I always feel that something is not right. I found someone to hack into Fang's hospital's internal system and looked at Zhang Huan's mom's medical records. By all accounts, it's not possible for her condition to deteriorate so quickly. So you're trying to say that someone is behind this? Currently there is this speculation, but we still have to send someone to look for evidence, and it can't be too obvious, otherwise the evidence can't be found and forget about it. There is still a possibility that the identity of our dark line will be exposed. Just as the two were discussing, Morong Shue's cell phone suddenly vibrated. She casually picked it up, and it was a $60 million arrival text message from the bank. Immediately after that, there was another thank you note from Jian Huan. Morong Shui looked at the text message and stopped speaking, as if she was in deep thought. Jian Yu reached out and shook his hand in front of her. Hey, leader, why don't you say anything? Morong Shui rolled over and pointed her cell phone screen at Jiang Yu. Look for yourself. After reading the text message, Jiang Yu couldn't help but mutter, it's really like you said, this brat Jian Huan, he really doesn't like owing people favors. Morong Shui gave him a blank look. Is that the point? Jiang Yu froze for a moment before reacting. Where did this kid get all this money? Morong Shui shook her head. I don't know, but 9 times out of 10, he borrowed it. What do you think he will do next? Jiang Yu couldn't help but curse. What else can he do? Going to the fog to earn money. This brat. He's really desperate. There's a 4th-ranked priest there. Morong Shui scolded. Then why are you still standing there? Why don't you hurry and call Zhang Jivan? Tell him not to let Jiang Huan leave the city. Jiang Yu nodded repeatedly and hurriedly pulled out his cell phone to look for Zhang Jiawen's number. However, at the same time, Morong Shue's cell phone rang again. Chapter 29, Why don't you go find him? Morong Shui looked at Zhang Jivan's incoming call, and her expression seemed to be a bit displeased, as if she was resisting something. But in the end, she decided to answer the phone. Hello. Hello, Ms. Morong, just I have something to tell you. It's about that kid from your class last time, Jiang Huan. He's out of town again. Wasn't I afraid that you would scold me again, and I called you just after he walked out of the city gates? Morong Shui was silent for a moment before she took a deep breath and growled, Zhang Jivan. Don't you know that there are 4th-ranked demonic beasts outside? He's still just a kid. How dare you let him leave the city? I don't care that much about you. You now. Immediately. Get him back for me. After saying that, without waiting for Zhang Jivan to answer, she directly hung up the phone. Jiang Yu looked at the exasperated Morong Shui, and subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Morong, doesn't Jiawen just like you? There's no need for it. Morong Shui swept her cross eyebrows across Jiang Yu, who immediately felt a murderous aura. He leapt out of the box in a hurry and shouted without looking back, I'm going out of the city to find Jiang Huan. Kaiyun City's West Gate Guard. Zhang Jivan looked blankly at the hung-up phone, a bitter smile appearing helplessly at the corner of his mouth. Still the same old so hot-tempered. But it's still really cute Then he got up and walked out of the guardhouse, stretching lazily. Bring along the flavor-seeking dogs, let's go out of the city later. In the fog. In a supermarket that had collapsed most of the way, dozens of first-order steel-clawed monkeys were frolicking on the shelves. Jiang Huan rolled over the floor-to-ceiling window with glass shattered all over the place and touched into it silently. A steel-clawed monkey leaning in the corner was still sleeping soundly, as if it was having some kind of beautiful dream. The corners of his mouth couldn't stop the flow of saliva, and his dirty but sharp claws were constantly scratching in the air. As if it was embracing something. Jiang Huan's mind moved, and the 1,000 blades coalesced in his hand. One hand was aimed at the mouth of the steel-clawed monkey, and the other at its heart. In the next moment, while he covered the steel-clawed monkey's mouth, the 1,000 blades violently stabbed out, churning its heart. The steel-clawed monkey's eyes widened, and it was too late to even make a single movement before it died. The entire time, it did not attract the attention of the other steel-clawed monkeys. Artifact-Spirit, 1,000 blades, killed a first-order steel-claw monkey, experience plus 70. Common progress catalyzed, host experience plus 70. Jiang Huan once again concealed himself in the darkness. Coldly scanning the group of monkeys, he waited for his next chance to strike. The steel-clawed monkeys had 2 sharp claws that were comparable to fine steel, and their bodies were flexible. A single steel-clawed monkey might not pose much of a threat to an ordinary soul master. However, steel-clawed monkeys like to embrace the group. The collective mobilization of steel-clawed monkeys, even the 3rd-ranked royal spirit master, will also have some headaches. Especially because this bastard is extremely vindictive. Once they can't defeat the other party, then they will temporarily retreat and then quietly follow the target. Once they caught a chance, they would retaliate madly against the target. If it was usual, Jiang Huan would definitely not bother with them. But now, Jiang Huan had to take the initiative to find them. It was because their two claws, which looked like steel, were the perfect choice for the majority of low-ranked royal spirit masters to quench their artifacts and build protective gear. A pair of sharp claws could be sold for around $1,000. The price was beautiful and very popular in the market. Soon, Jiang Huan stared at the two steel-clawed monkeys that were hiding on the side. With the help of the broken walls and the scattered shelves, he matched his concealment, agile pace and silently touched the two monkeys. Swish! A knife! The two monkeys then gagged. They didn't even have time to let out a cry of surprise. Artifact-Spirit, 1000 Blades, killed a first-ranked steel claw monkey, experience plus 70. Mutual progress activated, host experience plus 70. Artifact-Spirit, 1000 Blades, kills a first-order steel-clawed monkey, experience plus 70. Common progress catalyst, host experience plus 70. However, before Jiang Huan could lurk in the darkness again, a monkey whistle resounded throughout the supermarket. Jiang Huan followed the sound and saw that the steel-clawed monkey that was originally lying on the side sleeping was hissing madly. A splash of crimson was particularly obvious on its face that originally bore a scar. Cam didn't pay attention to controlling the knife. The blood that flew out startled it. The next moment, dozens of steel-clawed monkeys pounced towards Jiang Huan in unison, a monkey whistle echoing in this dilapidated supermarket. The towering tails seemed like banners declaring war. They wanted to tear Jiang Huan, the incoming enemy, to shreds. Jiang Huan didn't hesitate to escape from here. But this group of steel-clawed monkeys that had lived in the fog for years immediately blocked all the exits around them. Strange monkeys. Jiang Huan couldn't help but spit out a sentence. A rough-faced steel-clawed monkey was the first to attack Jiang Huan. It swooped in, its two sharp claws locked onto Jiang Huan's throat. Before Jiang Huan could make a move, dozens of steel-clawed monkeys attacked him in unison. Jiang Huan had no choice but to rely on the nimble pace brought about by concealment, to roam around with the dozens of steel-clawed monkeys and counterattack from time to time. However, in the face of the unrelenting attacks, Jiang Huan rarely managed to score a single hit. Jiang Huan's brows furrowed as he dealt with the group of monkeys while pondering how to break the game. Damn! Can't waste too much time here. In a month, I need to earn at least 5 million or more to be able to redeem the Yi Wuxuang, on top of being able to afford my mother's treatment. The corner of Jiang Huan's mouth rose slightly when the long knife cut down the sharp claws of a steel-clawed monkey, emitting a dang sound of gold and iron intertwining. He leapt up, leaping to a broken wall at the back. 1000 Blades, do me a favor. The somewhat vicissitudes, somewhat withdrawn, somewhat forlorn figure surged steeply behind Jiang Huan. In his hand was a long blade that was completely condensed by spiritual energy and was no different from the 1000 Blades in Jiang Huan's hand. His figure had solidified quite a bit, and his gaze towards Jiang Huan was a bit more tender. However, when his gaze swept over the group of monkeys that were chasing after him, cold killing intent instantly emerged from his eyes. The monkeys stopped in their tracks for a moment. This was the first time Jiang Huan had allowed the 1000 Blades to materialize and fight with him. If he didn't want to waste time, he definitely wouldn't have taken such a wasteful method of spiritual energy. The monkeys were only stunned for a moment, and soon they adjusted their state and hissed once again as they pounced towards Jiang Huan. Jiang Huan and 1000 Blades glanced at each other, and the two of them plunged the long knives in their hands into the ground. In just a split second, with the two of them as the center of the circle, waves of sound continued to pour out. Upon careful listening, the waves of sound seemed to be one burst of trampling sound after another. From time to time, it was also interspersed with bursts of mooing sounds. The group of monkeys once again stopped in front of the two of them. The closest one was even less than 2 steps away from Jiang Huan. It was precisely the Artifact-Spirit, 1000 Blades, S effect for Chaotic God. Do it! At this moment, Jiang Huan already had a move to kill the group of monkeys. Chapter 30, Spiritual Marrow. As the words fell, Jiang Huan and 1000 Blades picked up the long knives with one hand and kicked them out. The two long knives resembled electric light and flew out violently. After penetrating the chests of the several steel-clawed monkeys that blocked the way along the way, they stalled in the center of the group of monkeys, no longer advancing. Jiang Huan's right hand slowly lifted up, and his open 5 fingers violently clenched his fist. Shatter! The two long knives began to shatter from the tips. In the blink of an eye, the two long knives completely turned into thousands of fragments suspended in midair from the tip to the hilt. Scatter! The next moment, the thousands of fragments turned into meteors, flying up and down amongst the group of monkeys, with one cracking sound after another slicing through flesh and blood in succession, bringing up a flower of blood. Dozens of steel-clawed monkeys, in less than a moment, had lost their lives. This was precisely the fourth effect of the 1,000 blades, previously awakened shattering blade. Gather. The fragments gathered once again, transforming into two long blades. As the last shards coalesced, dozens of steel claw monkeys that had lost their lives fell to the ground at the same time. Puff puff puff. A cloud of dust rose from the dilapidated supermarket. Jiang Huan swept the tip of his nose in disgust. Suddenly, in the agitated dust, a figure stubbornly stood up. Those green eyes, through the dust, locked onto Jiang Huan. The dust dispersed. The steel claw monkey king, who was covered in scars, stared at Jiang Huan with a hostile face. From time to time, dark red blood flowed out from his wounds. A pair of green eyes gradually turned blood red. Jiang Huan frowned. A monkey king that has broken through to the second stage? Mastered rage? Rage was a skill commonly mastered among demonic beasts. It was able to significantly increase its battle power in a short period of time, with the drawback being that the whole body was weak at the time. It was like a 3-second real man. Blood chi continued to surge through the steel claw monkey king's body as it gradually swelled. The veins around its body were as if they were gnarled dragons creeping on its body. Its aura, too, was rapidly increasing. Suddenly, Jiang Huan took 3 steps and 2 steps to violently rush forward. Lightning-like, he grabbed the long sword suspended in mid-air. Immediately, he rushed towards the steel-clawed monkey king at an even faster speed. The steel-clawed monkey king let out a roar. He reached out to grab Jiang Huan. The calloused claws firmly locked the long knife in Jiang Huan's hand, and a hideous smile appeared on its face. It was about to raise its other hand to smash Jiang Huan's head. However, in the next moment, its pupils suddenly shrunk. Jiang Huan just disappeared in front of his eyes. Poof! A long knife with a cold aura penetrated from its back heart into its front chest. It looked at the long knife incredulously. It had clearly reached the second stage. Its body was also tougher than its companions. Why was this long knife piercing through its body as if it was piercing through a piece of paper? It tried to turn around and die with Jiang Huan. But in the next moment, Jiang Huan pulled hard. The long knife then pulled apart half of its body. The steel-clawed monkey king was instantly killed. Artifact-Spirit, 1,000 blades, kills a second-stage steel claw monkey king, experience plus 150. Co-progress catalyzes, host experience plus 150. The blood on the blade slid off drop by drop, and soon, there was no more blood on the long blade, and the blade made up of fragments was still as dazzling and glittering, glowing with a gust of cold light. Do you think I'm stupid? I won't wait for you to completely fall into a state of rage. Just now, when the steel-clawed monkey king activated its rage, Jiang Huan realized that the only fastest and most hassle-free way was to finish it off before it completely fell into a rage. TSK, after the artifact spirit was upgraded to grade B, the killing power of this, cold mansion emergence, has simply increased geometrically. Jiang Huan suddenly felt a burst of gazes, and he raised his eyes to the 1,000 blades, which was now in human form against the mask. The corners of 1,000 blades' mouth rose slightly, as if he was quite satisfied to see a contending junior. His figure gradually vaporized, and the 1,000 blades, which was suspended in the middle of the two and condensed from spiritual energy, also gradually vaporized. One person and one blade, transformed into countless fine particles, respectively surging into Jiang Huan's body and the 1,000 blades. Jiang Huan then clicked on the system page of the 1,000 blades. Artifact Spirit, 1,000 blades. Quality, B. Effect 1, Cold Mansion emerges. Effect 2, thousands of changes. Effect 2, Changeable. Effect 3, Shattering Blade. Effect 4, Chaos. Experience, 40%. Fit, 82. Quenching count, 4. After killing over 40 demonic beasts, the experience has only gone up by 5%. As the quality of the artifact spirit rises, this experience needs to increase more and more. It seems that in order to increase my own strength, I need to hunt and kill as many demonic beasts as possible as well. Jiang Huan was a bit distracted, but when he saw the steel-clawed monkeys all over the ground, that hint of distraction instantly vanished. It's all money. Jiang Huan wandered between the steel-clawed monkeys, the 1,000 blades, in his hand constantly swinging out. Pair after pair of steel claws were put into his system space. Artifact Spirit number 1 is looking at the host with a very disgusted look. Artifact Spirit number 5 is filled with disgust towards the host and strongly requests the host to throw these materials out of the system space. Artifact Spirit number 13 was frantic. She didn't understand why the host was treating the system space like a trash heap. Artifact Spirit number 9 is quite appreciative of the host's behavior of decapitating demonic beasts, and believes that eradicating demonic beasts is the duty of our generation. A series of system alerts rang out, mostly dissatisfied with Jiang Huan's behavior of throwing the bloody steel claws into the system space. Jiang Huan skimmed his mouth. "Shut up, you guys, the system space is mine, I love to throw whatever I want. It's out of your hands." For a moment, the 18 artifact spirits quarreled. Jiang Huan, however, simply ignored it. "System, give me a temporary shield of all their information." In just a moment, the world cleared up. Jiang Huan walked at a rapid pace, and the steel claws of the group of monkeys were also collected by him at a rapid pace. When he walked up to the steel claw monkey king, he swung 2 swords in a row to cut off the steel claws. He suddenly felt that the 1,000 blades seemed to vibrate. In the next moment, the 1,000 blades' shadow once again materialized beside Jiang Huan. "1,000 blades, what's wrong?" 1,000 blades pointed at the spine of the steel claw monkey king with his finger, signaling Jiang Huan to break it open. Although Jiang Huan was unsure, he still followed 1,000 blades' instructions and broke open the back of the steel claw monkey king. A spine with blood and flesh was exposed in front of Jiang Huan's eyes. Jiang Huan looked at 1,000 blades again. 1,000 blades raised his hand and pointed at the spine, making a motion to split it vertically. Jiang Huan nodded and then swung his long knife, sliding it along the spine. The long knife slashed through the irregular spine bone, making a clattering sound. The spine, which was originally incredibly hard, did not have the slightest obstruction during the splitting process, and Jiang Huan only felt that it was as if he was cutting through oil like it was silky smooth. In his heart, he once again marveled at the sharpness brought about by the improved quality of the 1,000 blades. The spine was split into 2, and Jiang Huan's gaze was attracted by a bit of gold color in the 17th section. What is this? Unlike the spinal cord that was white with blood, this flyspeck's tiny dot of gold color was really different. With a flick of Jiang Huan's wrist, the long knife picked out the dots of gold color with precision. The touch was not firm, nor was it particularly soft. Compared to the spinal cord, it was more like a piece of golden jelly. Trace amount of spirit marrow detected, may I ask if the host melts it? Chapter 31, Meeting the Survivors Again. The system prompt sounded coldly, and in just a moment, Jiang Huan finally realized why the 1,000 blades had suddenly materialized, instructing him to slice open the spine of the steel claw monkey king. Spirit marrow was extremely important to both demonic beasts and artifact spirits, and not every demonic beast could produce spirit marrow. Usually, the higher the level of the demonic beast in artifact spirit, the higher the chance of generating spirit essence, and the more spirit essence there is, the stronger it is. This was also the reason why the steel claw monkey king was able to get up and fight with Jiang Huan even after resisting his blow. After getting the spirit marrow, Jiang Huan chose to melt it without hesitation. Melting is being executed, selecting target, 1,000 blades, please wait. In the next moment, a majestic spiritual energy surged out from Jiang Huan's body, covering the spiritual marrow in his hand. In this majestic spiritual energy, the spiritual pith gradually transformed into the purest spiritual body, and was finally pulled by the spiritual energy and infused into the 1,000 blades. Melting is successful. The artifact spirit, 1,000 blades, gains experience plus 783. The artifact spirit, 1,000 blades, feels an increase in strength, contract degree plus 2. Joint progress catalyzed, host experience plus 783. Jiang Huan smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth and called up 1,000 blades system interface again. Artifact spirit, 1,000 blades. Quality, B. Effect 1, cold mansion emerges. Effect 2, 1,000 changes. Effect 3, shattering blade. Effect 4, chaos. Experience, 41%. Fit, 84. Quenching times, 4. A small grain of spirit marrow added 1% experience. If we can hunt more demonic beasts with spirit marrow in the subsequent hunts, we might be able to increase our strength even faster. Jiang Huan suddenly remembered that when he had previously smelted the artifact spirit, Wanderer, his experience had also been added by 700 or 800. There's not much difference between the two, which means that smelting someone else's artifact spirit is essentially taking the spirit essence for yourself. A crazy thought suddenly sprang up in Jiang Huan's heart. Perhaps if he went and grabbed someone else's artifact spirit, he would be able to improve faster. However, he quickly vetoed this idea of his. Not to mention the fact that he himself didn't like taking advantage of others, even if he really planned to do so, in case he accidentally messed with a guy who had a big family behind him one day, perhaps he would have to live in darkness forever. Jiang Huan sighed. In this era where strength was honored, before he had absolute strength, he still had to keep a low profile. He shook his head, and then didn't intend to think about this issue anymore. Xiao Xiao, are you sure you're not going the wrong way? Is Colored Cloud City really going in this direction? Outside the house, a violent burst of human voices came, and without hesitation, Jiang Huan immediately activated concealment and hid in the shadows. Quietly, he peered outside the supermarket. Not far away, the figures of two men and a woman gradually came out of the thick fog, the three of them with a wretched face. Brother Zhang Yang, trust me, this direction is accurate. No, Xiaoxia, you said the same thing yesterday, and as a result, the three of us, we almost didn't get consumed to death by a group of third-order demonic beasts. Lu Yiming. That was an accident. How was I to know that you could buy a pirated version of a map? The girl with a high ponytail and a face full of stains that couldn't block her cute face was currently arguing with a short-haired youth. Standing in the middle of the two, the glasses-wearing, slightly dark-skinned youth seemed to be a bit annoyed by their behavior. Alright, stop arguing. It's not disturbing enough. When Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming heard this, the words that came to their mouths were consciously swallowed, and a trace of sadness flashed in their eyes coincidentally. Seeing this, Su Zhanyang seemed to feel that his tone was a bit heavy, and then said, let's take a break in front first, Kaiyun City shouldn't be far away. The three of them came straight to the front of the dilapidated supermarket, found a piece of collapsed wall, blew vigorously, and then sat on the ground. Chu Xiaoxiao very consciously took out food from her storage ring and distributed it to the two. The three of them just ate in silence, no one speaking again. Jiang Huan, who was hiding in the dark, frowned slightly. Surprisingly, he had met them here again. These three were no one else but the survivors of the mercenary team that Jiang Huan had previously met in front of the door of the dilapidated large shopping mall. Two of their teammates had been eaten up by a fourth-ranked demonic beast in front of Jiang Huan. Jiang Huan was curious as to why they didn't rush into the city and instead stayed in the fog repeatedly. At this time, Chu Xiaoxiao, who had been silent and eating, suddenly cried inexplicably. At first, she was just choking. Slowly, her body couldn't stop twitching. Tears mixed with the dry food in her hands and swallowed down her stomach. After Su Zhanyang and Lu Yiming looked at each other, they sighed and began to comfort Chu Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, don't cry. No one wanted something like that to happen, but who would have thought that we would meet a priest here? Chu Xiaoxiao's tears couldn't stop flowing, but the two of them died so tragically, they didn't even leave their flesh behind, just two skeletons left. Xiaoxiao, they are heroes, heroes who sacrificed themselves for us to accomplish great things, heroes of our White Tiger Battalion. Yes. Xiaoxiao, don't be sad. When you're in our demon suppressor army for a few more years, you'll understand that sometimes parting is just so sudden, and you simply don't know when it's the last time between you. Chu Xiaoxiao's tears gradually stopped, and her sobs became smaller and smaller. She looked at Su Zhanyang in confusion. Brother Zhangyang, do we really want to assassinate Long Chun? Su Zhangyang looked at Chu Xiaoxiao, his eyes full of determination. Well, this is the only chance to wash away the shame of our brigade. He paused. If you are afraid, you can return to Han Shui City first. Chu Xiaoxiao stubbornly shook her head. Brother Zhangyang, I don't mean that. I'm trying to say that Long Chun was a 6th Order Royal Spirit Master many years ago. Can we beat him with just the few of us? Before Su Zhanyang could say anything, Lu Yiming interjected. Xiaoxiao, you don't understand. According to the secret report, Long Chun failed to quench the artifact spirit last month, and not only did the artifact spirit suffer a severe injury, even he himself was seriously injured. The current him, it is said that it is questionable if he can even utilize the strength of the 3rd rank. Su Zhanyang nodded and continued, therefore, Xiaoxiao, this is our only chance. Once he recovers from his injuries, perhaps the shame of our brigade will be hard to wash away again. Chu Xiaoxiao was confused, seemingly not quite believing in each other's strength, but looking at Su Zhanyang and Lu Yiming's winning look, she finally nodded. The three of them guffawed, but Su Zhanyang's face became serious all of a sudden. He signaled the two to be quiet, then slowly twisted his head to look at the dilapidated supermarket behind him, and a double-edged short axe appeared in his hand as his palm flipped out. Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming's nerves immediately tightened. The two of them moved their minds at the same time, and an oversized syringe, as well as a pair of boxing gloves revealing a cold aura, instantly appeared in their hands. At the same time when the spirits of the three people appeared, they were already standing in a hand position, each staring at the surrounding grass and trees. Everything that had happened to them in the fog over the past few days had made all three of them not dare to be careless anymore. Zhu Xiaoxiao lowered his voice and asked, "Brother Zhang Yang, what's wrong?" Su Zhangyang sniffled, "Do you guys smell a bloody odor?" Lu Yiming and Zhu Xiaoxiao sniffed and sniffled. The originally odorless air did appear to have a bloody odor at this moment, and it seemed to be gradually becoming thicker. The three of them looked towards the dilapidated supermarket with a gaze that gradually became grave. At the same time, Jiang Huan, who was hiding in the dilapidated supermarket, tightly gripped the 1,000 blades in his hand. His heart had already jumped to his throat. Chapter 32: The Survivors Brainstorm. The three of them, Su Zhangyang, walked slowly towards the inside of the dilapidated supermarket. Every step was extremely cautious. Vaguely, one could even feel the strong spiritual power fluctuations of the three of them. That was a sign that they could immediately unfold their domains at any time. The three of them were worthy of being from the demon suppressor army, and on their way forward, the interval between each other never changed, so if an accident occurred, the three of them could support each other the fastest without affecting each other. Soon, the three of them entered the interior of the supermarket. As soon as they entered it, the brows of the three of them were all twisted into a ball, especially Zhu Xiaoxiao. The scene of blood flowing into the river made her cover her mouth and nose uncontrollably. "My mother, which mercenary squad did this?" She was just a newcomer who had just entered the Demon Jin army for no more than 2 years, although she had also seen bloody scenes, but they were generally small scenes, and at most, she had hunted and killed more than 10 demonic beasts. She has never seen dozens of demonic beasts, all lying in a pool of blood? Lu Yiming, after asking for Su Zhangyang's permission, quickly checked around the supermarket. A moment later, he returned to the duo. "All checked, there's no one left, they should have left." What he didn't know was that several times, he had brushed past Jiang Huan. It was just that Jiang Huan, who was lurking in the shadows, seemed to have merged with the darkness, and he didn't realize it at all. Hearing this, Su Zhangyang and Zhu Xiaoxiao's hanging hearts were released. The three of them each spread out and began to inspect the corpse of the steel claw monkey. Steel-clawed monkeys are notoriously difficult to deal with, usually as long as there are more than 10 of them, even second-ranked Imperial Spirit Masters will have a headache. There are more than 40 of them here, so I'm afraid that even a third-ranked Imperial Spirit Master will suffer if he's not prepared. Yeah, but how could a normal third-ranked Imperial Spirit Master possibly set his sights on this kind of low-ranked demonic beast? I think it was done by a squad consisting of second-order and first-order Royal Spirit Masters, and there were no less than 5 second-order Royal Spirit Masters. Lu Yiming and Zhu Xiaoxiao, the two of them, made their own judgments based on the scene. Su Zhangyang, however, did not say anything, but only lowered his head and swept over the corpses of steel-clawed monkeys one after another. He didn't mind the blood sticking to his hands and being disgusting, and from time to time, he had to use his hands to pick open the wounds of the steel-clawed monkeys to observe. He stopped in front of the corpse of the steel-claw monkey king, his eyes scanning over the spine of its dissected back. Again, he scrutinized the wounds that ran from the back to the front chest. "Brother Zhang Yang, why are you staring so seriously at a dead corpse?" Zhu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming curiously came to Su Zhangyang's side, and when they saw the monkey king whose back was completely cut open, a look of disdain surfaced on both of their faces coincidentally. Su Zhangyang glared at the two of them. "I told you to learn the theoretical knowledge from the instructor properly, but you are all so low-eyed. You don't want to look at the corpse if it's a little ugly? Do you think you are still the treasures of your family? Remember, you're soldiers now. Give me a good look at this monkey king's corpse." The two were helpless, but could only do as they were told. Su Zhangyang pointed at the corpse and explained, "All the steel-clawed monkey's 2 front claws have been taken out. It can be seen that the other party's purpose was to seek wealth. It should be the work of mercenaries." The duo was a little unimpressed. Such a conclusion, they had already judged it long ago. Su Zhangyang continued his narration. "Each corpse has dozens of wounds of different sizes. You guys took it for granted that it was done by a team. But I have to tell you guys, you guessed wrong. From start to finish, the one who finished killing this group of steel claw monkeys was only one person." The Zhu Xiaoxiao duo's eyes widened in disbelief as they argued, "Brother Zhang Yang, don't you joke. There are so many steel claw monkeys. The lower-ranked Imperial Spirit Masters can't do anything with them. Higher-ranked Imperial Spirit Masters can't see them. How could it be one person?" Su Zhangyang was a bit helpless with the duo and could only continue to explain, have you carefully observed the wounds of varying sizes on each corpse? Those wounds, despite the different locations of the attacks, including the inconsistent size of the traumas, all the depths, are the same. Xu Xiaoxia and Lu Yiming were a bit bewildered. That is to say, these monkeys were killed by the same person, at the same time, with a huge amount of spiritual energy, precisely controlling thousands of flying dagger-like artifacts, all at the same time. Xu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Brother Zhangyang, you're not kidding, right? Controlling thousands of Dao at the same time? They had all seen Imperial Spirit Masters who had 2 minds, 3 minds, and even multiple minds. But to be able to disperse spiritual energy to thousands of channels was just too unbelievable. Su Zhangyang shook his head, no, I'm very serious. After a moment of silence, he added, it could also be a special artifact spirit similar to that with the rainstorm pear blossom. Lu Yiming couldn't help but marvel, what you mean is that the other party most likely possesses an A-ranked or above artifact spirit. Su Zhangyang nodded, moreover, if you guys look again, for the Steel Claw Monkey King, the real fatal wound comes from the chest. In other words, the other party only used 2 moves to slaughter these 40 or so Steel Claw monkeys. Xu Xiaoxiao marveled as she asked curiously, 2 moves? How strong must this be? Su Zhangyang muttered, if his artifact spirit is an A-class artifact spirit, he is at least a fellow with half a foot in the 4th rank. If his artifact spirit isn't a grade, it would only be higher than 4th order. Lu Yiming couldn't help but look at the Monkey King's corpse a few more times. Brother Zhangyang, would the estimate be too high? Su Zhangyang shook his head once again, absolutely not, you guys feel it carefully, there's not even any residual domain fluctuations in this neighborhood. In other words, the other party didn't even utilize the power of the domain and was able to kill all of these monkeys with 2 moves. Zhang Huan, who was hidden in the shadows, frowned as if he had tied his pants belt in a dead knot when he heard this. He couldn't help but look at the 1,000 blades in his hand, his gaze filled with doubt. Am I really that powerful? Unlike Zhang Huan's doubts, Xu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming's hearts were shocked again. The 3 of them were all good at the 4th rank, especially Su Zhangyang, who was an expert who was about to step into the 5th rank. They all had an understanding of domains. If the other party had really used a domain, there would definitely be some residual fluctuations of spiritual energy left behind. Xu Xiaoxiao's brows furrowed, but if he's so powerful, why is he staring at this group of low-ranked demonic beasts? Lu Yiming bristled and laughed, Xiaoxiao, call you an idiot and you still deny it. I can see this point, and you still haven't reacted. Xu Xiaoxiao muttered unconvincingly, you know? Then you say. Why did he kill this group of low-ranked demonic beasts? Lu Yiming guffawed, and seeing that Su Zhangyang didn't interrupt his move, he arrogantly pointed at the Monkey King's back and said. Look, the spine is cut. Xiaoxiao, you wouldn't not know what a demonic beast with its spine sliced means, right? Xu Xiaoxia instantly woke up and blurted out, spirit marrow. However, the next moment she was puzzled, but how did he know that this Monkey King's body had spirit essence in it? Look guys, none of the other demonic beasts' bodies have been broken open. Lu Yiming scat his tongue, I thought I disliked lectures enough, Xiaoxiao, I didn't expect you to hate lectures even more than I do. Xu Xiaoxiao stepped forward and fiercely pinched his arm, speak quickly. Don't sell out. Lu Yiming bared his teeth in pain, I'll say. Chapter 33, The Way of the Dawn. Only then did Xu Xiaoxiao let go of his hand, and Lu Yiming looked at his arm, which had already reddened a large chunk. He aggrievedly rubbed his arm and explained, the reason why Brother Zhangyang judged the other party to be at least an A-grade artifact spirit is because only artifact spirits of a grade or above are able to perceive which things are the key to quenching themselves. Xu Xiaoxiao seemed to have remembered something and instantly came to a realization. For every artifact spirit, in order to advance, it would require an Imperial Spirit Master to quench it. However, the quenching materials required by an artifact spirit varied. If it was a documented artifact spirit, then it could still be quenched by looking up the information of its predecessors. However, if it was a newly emerged artifact spirit, then one would have to find the materials through one's own groping. Fortunately, the artifact spirits above a rank were able to have a sense of the materials they needed. Invisibly, this allowed the Imperial Spirit Master to reduce many of his losses. This was also the reason why the more advanced the artifact spirit, the more valued the Imperial Spirit is tended to be by each organization. Of course, no one would have thought that an oddball like Zhang Huan would appear. He didn't even need to look for the quenching materials he needed, he only needed to keep completing tasks and killing demonic beasts to advance. Su Zhenyang slowly got up and once again scanned the interior of the supermarket before speaking. Let's go, let's hurry up and leave this place. Lu Yiming didn't seem to have rested enough. Brother Zhenyang, why don't you take a break? These past few days, he was busy running for his life and looking for directions, but he didn't rest properly. Su Zhenyang shook his head. No way. This place is too dangerous. The expert who killed the monkeys in 2 moves, we still don't know if he is a friend or foe. In case we run into him again, the few of us are afraid that we will be in deep trouble. Lu Yiming wanted to say something else, but Su Zhenyang looked at him. I've already lost 2 comrades. The 3 of them quickly left the dilapidated supermarket and soon disappeared into the thick fog. Due to the fear of the other party going and returning, it was a long time before Jiang Huan stepped out from the shadows. Can you only perceive it if it's a rank or above? It seems like the 1,000 blades is really a bit different. Jiang Huan's gaze fell on the 1,000 blades in his hand, his eyes filled with enthusiasm. He looked towards the direction where the 3 had disappeared again and muttered, I thought they were just like old Zheng too, all with a dog's nose. Looks like I was overly concerned. However, they seem to be from the Demon Suppression Army as well. I don't know if they recognize old Zheng too or not. At this time, Jiang Huan's cell phone suddenly that vibrated. Jiang Huan pulled out his cell phone to see that the caller was none other than Zhang Yu. Jiang Huan frowned slightly and did not answer it, but let it vibrate continuously. He himself began to lower his head to deal with the traces left behind in the dilapidated supermarket. There was no need to think about it to know that this was bound to be Zhang Yu coming out of the city to look for himself. They didn't want Jiang Huan to go out of the city during this sensitive period. However, Jiang Huan had to leave the city. He was not willing to owe people too much. When the footprints he had left behind were all cleared, a wry smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Huan's mouth. If old Zheng too knew that I used the way he taught me to deal with him, he'd probably be furious. Since he had previously experienced Zhang Yu's dog's nose, Jiang Huan had learned from Qingfeng Wolf's method along the way, removing the traces he had left behind as he moved forward. Even, sometimes, he would find some demonic beasts that were not in the rank, and tie the ragged clothes that had been prepared long ago to their bodies. Then pulling a slash on their buttocks, making them run in a direction completely opposite to their own. Everything was to avoid Zhang Yu from forcing himself back to the city. Jiang Huan turned around and then walked towards the fog, heading in a completely different direction from Chu Xiaoxiao's trio. Along the way, it was as if he was a road roller. Regardless of any demonic beast that appeared in front of him, it would be killed by him without mercy. Then, he removed its most valuable parts and threw them into the system space. Artifact-Spirit, 1,000 blades, killed a first-order heavy bone rabbit, experience plus 70. Co-progress catalyzed, host experience plus 70. Artifact-Spirit, 1,000 blades, kills a second-order bridge serpent, experience plus 145. Progress together hypnosis, host experience plus 145. Artifact-Spirit, 1,000 blades, kills a second-order red inferno deer, experience plus 170. Progress together catalyzes, host experience plus 170. Sometimes, they would also encounter some difficult third-order demonic beasts, and if Jiang Huan thought that there was no way to quickly resolve the battle, he would not hesitate to change his target. At the moment, he only had one goal in mind. While earning money, rapidly advance in rank. Then he could kill higher-ranked demonic beasts faster. At the same time, another direction in the ruins that was completely opposite to Jiang Huan's advance. Zhang Yu was galloping his motorcycle, skimming past one gathering of demonic beasts after another. Every now and then, he would stop his motorcycle and change direction again after taking a careful sniff. Sometimes, he would also take out his cell phone and call Jiang Huan. A moment later, the call didn't connect, then cursing, he continued to find the direction through his sense of smell. Damn it, Jiang Huan you brat, when I find you, I'm going to make you carry 200 pounds of weight. Run from morning to night. Suddenly, he smelled a smell that was much heavier than before. Brat! You're screwed. With a twist of the throttle, his entire body ran in one direction at a much faster speed. A few breaths later, the motorcycle came to a sharp stop. An unclassified sharp-toothed squirrel was hugging the trunk of a tree and dying, with a still shaking ruler stuck in its body. Zhang Yu got down from the motorcycle and took a big stride to the squirrel, his eyes continuously sizing up the squirrel's body, eventually noticing a piece of rag hanging around its neck. He unwrapped the rag and brought it to the tip of his nose for a careful sniff. It was precisely the smell of Jiang Huan's body. Bastard, really ing cunning. knowing to use old clothes to fool old me. A smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth, with helplessness and pride. Using my best way to confuse me, still really my best student in all these years. As soon as he pulled off the ruler, the sharp-toothed squirrel slid to the ground. Then, with a turn, he straddled the motorcycle once more. In that case, it seems that along the way, but any traces left by Jiang Huan that we find again will most likely be smoke bombs left by him. He exhaled a long breath of smoke, and a passion he had never seen before spread across his face. As a soldier who had been the most outstanding soldier of the Demon Suppression Army for 7 consecutive years, scouting and counter-scouting were his compulsory lessons. All the years of teaching had made him forget this feeling. Jiang Huan, you have to hide better. If I let my teacher catch you that quickly, I'll skin you. The next moment, along with the throttle twisting, the confusion then appeared behind him. Old fellow. It's okay to die in the morning and die in the evening. Target, Jiang Huan. What Jiang Yu didn't tell Jiang Huan was that he still had several effects he hadn't told Jiang Huan about. Several of them were new effects added after he fused the spirit embryo. And morning wonders, evening death can be enough. It was used for scouting. That is, to inquire about the opponent's traces from everything around them. Once the opponent's location was found, then his time to die had come. Although he didn't intend to beat Jiang Huan to death, as a student who dared to tease himself like this, it was always right to teach him a lesson. After the Confucian student received his order, he immediately rushed forward from the back. The grass and trees in front seemed to be affected by Confucian scholar. In the absence of wind, it twisted its body, constantly pointing the direction for the Confucian. If Jiang Huan was here, he would have realized it. Although the directions indicated by these plants were wrong from time to time, but they would soon be corrected by other plants. Jiang Yu was constantly approaching in the direction he was in. Chapter 34: The Poisonous Scorpion Mercenaries. In the fog, inside a dilapidated factory. At this moment, 2 men and women in their 30s, mercenary-like and covered in wounds, were kneeling down in front of a group of 6 mercenaries, shivering. Not far from the 2, there were 2 ordinary style, but had long been shattered on the ground. Obviously, the 2 people's weapon spirits, after experiencing a great battle, had already been crushed by the 6 people's joint efforts. Please let us go, we'll give you everything we have on us. The leader of the group was a bald man with a green scorpion tattooed on his head, and on his hideous face was a teasing smile. He squatted in front of the man, holding a dagger in his hand, making a forceful cut across the man's face. Crimson blood flowed across the man's cheeks. Don't bother so much, as long as you die, we have a way to get these things, including all the money in your card. The man tried to get rid of the agonizing torture, but his head was firmly gripped by the scorpion man, and his arms and legs had long been broken. He could only wail helplessly. The woman beside him had already been scared out of her wits, and her tears couldn't stop flowing. Her proud breasts were even heaving in fear. A meaningful smile appeared on the scorpion man's face. Although the appearance is average, this figure is good. The brothers are blessed. At once, a wave of lewd laughter emanated from behind him. Only one youth, who was thinner and weaker compared to them, looked a bit unnatural. Scorpion, this matter of halfway robbery seems to be outside the scope of our employment, right? Scorpion laughed without looking back. What? Young Master Wang can't bear to do it? The youth was none other than Wang Tang, who had been secretly monitoring Jiang Huan ever since he realized that he was still alive. He only wanted to find an opportunity for him to leave the city and then solve the aftermath once and for all. For this reason, he had even spent a lot of money in the black market of Kaiyun City to hire a mercenary troupe that specialized in eliminating disasters for people. Seeing Scorpion meaningfully provoking himself, Wang Tang, who had always loved face, feigned disdain and coldly snorted. Che, in the heart? He's not who I am, so if he dies, he dies. Scorpion smiled and laughed loudly. Oh? Looks like young Master Wang is quite brave. Just kidding, I'm super brave alright. Scorpion suddenly got up and handed the dagger in his hand to Wang Tang. Then please, young Master Wang, prove to me and my brothers how brave you really are. At that moment, Wang Tang only felt disoriented. He could buy a murderer or push Jiang Huan towards a demonic beast. But he had just turned 18 this year, and he always felt a bit unable to get down when he was asked to kill someone with his own hands. Young Master Wang, is it possible that he doesn't have the guts? That's right, if he had the guts, why would he ask us to make a move? Young Master Wang, forget it, we can't take this job. Let's go back to the city. Wang Tang was surrounded by sighs, and he could even feel the unkind gazes of the others. "Young Master Wang, you seem to dislike us doing this?" Scorpion spoke politely, but his eyes had already flashed with a fierce look. Wang Tang understood that they were forcing him to get blood on his hands, otherwise they were worried that he would have a bad conscience and report them one day. A dead Taoist friend does not die a poor man. With this thought, Wang Tang took the dagger. After taking a deep breath, he ignored the man's pleas and stabbed into the man's chest. The laughter of the scorpion along with the 4 people behind him echoed in this dilapidated factory. Wang Tang walked towards the woman with an empty head. The woman kept backing up and kept begging Wang Tang for mercy. "Let me go, let me do anything, I am willing." Wang Tang was unmoved and numbly grabbed the woman's hair, and was about to end her life with a knife when Scorpion's voice came again. "Hey, young Master Wang, keep this first, the brothers haven't enjoying it yet." Wang Tang woodenly put down the knife in his hand. "Won't you seize the time to find Zhang Huan?" At this moment, Wang Tang thought that the reason why he had stained other people's blood was all because Zhang Huan was unwilling to be beaten up by him severely in the beginning. Yes, it was all Zhang Huan's fault. Wang Tang was like every villain, always able to find self-consistent logic for his words and actions. Because of this, he couldn't wait to find Zhang Huan earlier. Scorpion laughed sardonically, with a breezy look. "This classmate of yours is a cunning fox. We've been out for 2 days now, and every time we thought we found him, we ended up only finding the tattered clothes he left behind. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't return to the city and didn't do any countermeasures, I would have even thought that we were exposed." Wang Tang's eyes were complicated. The reason why he decided to go out of the city with this group of mercenaries who did dirty work this time was that he originally wanted to witness Zhang Huan's death to avoid another accident like last time. Who would have thought that Zhang Huan was like a psychopath, and every now and then he would have to get a few low-ranked demonic beasts to run around tied to his old clothes, making them waste several days in the fog for nothing. Scorpion patted Wang Tang's shoulder. "Don't be anxious, yellow hair and one eye aren't out looking for clues." The sound of women's wailing resounded throughout the dilapidated factory, interspersed with the laughter and curses of the mercenaries from time to time. Wang Tang looked at the growing scene in front of his eyes with dismay. His only conscience told him that this was not right, but his instincts gave him the urge to jump into action. Just as he was experiencing a heavenly battle, Scorpion's cell phone suddenly rang. Scorpion picked up the phone as he fought. "Hey, One Eye. Found it? Good. We're on our way." He hung up the phone, enjoying the last of the pleasure. 2.5 minutes later, the woman who was just being abused by the crowd, she had an extra line of blood at her neck. Wang Tang was stunned and stayed in place not knowing what to do. Scorpion put a hand on his shoulder. "Relax, in our line of work, we just have to make sure that our identity is not known by outsiders, otherwise we won't have to return to Kaiyun City in the future." The 6 of them traveled all the way north. 2 hours later, they arrived in a dilapidated supermarket. A fishy stench hit their faces, and in front of their eyes were the corpses of steel-clawed monkeys that had been pretty much gnawed by passing demonic beasts. Most of the white bones were exposed in the air, and many maggots were writhing on the only remaining flesh and blood. Scorpion's brows knitted into a ball, his eyes filled with gravity. "Yellow hair, are you sure you found Zhang Huan's clues here?" Beside him, a youth with a yellowish hair and a lip ring nodded. "One Eye and I searched in many directions before finally lining up here." "What about One Eye?" "One Eye went to explore the road first, leaving me here to wait for you guys." With a look from Scorpion, the people behind him covered their mouths and noses and went forward, enduring the stench, and began to observe the corpses all over the ground from a close distance. "Boss, the wounds hit the bones straight on. The steel claw monkey's hardest pair of steel claws were severed in a single blow. It's evident that the artifact spirit is at least C rank or above. Boss, dozens of bone-deep gaping holes can be vaguely seen above the rotting flesh, varying in size and shape. Preliminary judgment is that the wounds were caused by at least 30 types of artifact spirits, and the possibility of having an artifact spirit carcass cannot be ruled out. There was at least a mercenary group of no less than 10 people here. And all of them are at least good at the 2nd rank or above. Boss. The footprints were all destroyed by bloodstains, and the only remaining individual footprints were also destroyed. However, it can be vaguely judged that all members of this mercenary group are good at body techniques. Scorpion listened to his men's report. His face full of horizontal meat had a complicated expression. A pair of eyes full of hostility was even constantly scanning back and forth in the dilapidated supermarket. Boss. There is a discovery. You quickly come here and look. Chapter 35. Who sent you? Scorpion and the others sniffed and quickly came to their men's side. They only saw that the henchmen were covering their mouths and noses, crouching beside a monkey with a stouter figure than the other steel claw monkeys. "Boss, this should be the steel claw monkey king. There are at least 200 wounds on its body. And the real fatal wound is from the back through the chest. This cut. Steel-clawed monkeys are already flexible, and it would be difficult for a royal spirit master whose realm isn't high enough to go around the back, let alone a monkey king. It can be seen that the realm of the person who stabbed out this knife is high." The henchman pointed again at the spine that had been cut off vertically. "Boss, the fact that the spine was broken open means that this monkey king himself possesses spirit marrow. You know, a monkey king that possesses spiritual marrow and a monkey king without spiritual marrow are two different concepts. It stands to reason that for a monkey king like this, his spine would only be stronger. But when you look at the smoothness of its broken sides, it means that the other party either has an extremely advanced artifact spirit or an extraordinarily high realm. Judging it all together, I think this is a mercenary team of at least 10 people. Moreover, their captain, the artifact spirit, is at least B rank, with a cultivation level of 3rd stage 9 stars. Scorpion's brows twisted into a dead knot. The flurry of reports from his men distracted him. He asked Yellow Hair, "Are you guys sure you haven't made a mistake? Isn't Jiang Huan only one person? How come a mercenary group has run out now?" Yellow Hair shook his head. "Boss, you know, Scorpions and my artifact spirits are the best at tracking. I search for flavors and he searches for signs. If one person makes a mistake, there is still a possibility that it is a mistake. How can two people make a mistake together?" Scorpion nodded and stopped talking. He turned back to the front door of the supermarket. There were 3 tracks heading outward there. He stepped forward to take a closer look. Then he held his breath and closed his eyes again, seemingly feeling the fluctuations of spiritual energy with his heart. Only after a long time did he slowly open his eyes. Only the look of gravity on his face deepened. Seeing this, a group of henchmen immediately asked anxiously, "Boss, what did you feel?" Scorpion did not reply. Instead, he hooked his hand to signal Wang Tang to come forward. Wang Tang's heart was uneasy, but due to the pressure, he still had to go forward. "Boss Scorpion, how?" Slap. The resounding slap echoed in the supermarket. Wang Tang was lifted to the ground by this heavy slap, and a stain of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Scorpion with a dumbfounded expression and didn't open his mouth for a long time. It seemed that he had not yet reacted from this sudden slap. "Speak. Who the hell sent you here? What did you trick us into coming here for?" Wang Tang was confused. "Scorpion boss, what are you saying? I can't understand." Scorpion was even more annoyed at what he said and went forward to kick Wang Tang several times, each time doing his best. Even though he did not use his spiritual power, it still made Wang Tang cry out in pain. "Don't understand. I told you not to understand. Still pretending with me at this time." Scorpion's sudden rage made his group of men a little confused as well. After reacting, they hurriedly hugged Scorpion. "Boss, don't fight, this guy is at least our employer, how can we hit him?" Scorpion pointed at Wang Tang and cursed sternly, "Damn it! Do you guys know? We were almost killed by this kid." The crowd was confused. "Boss, what do you mean?" Scorpion broke free from the crowd and pointed at Wang Tang and cursed, "Over the past few years, our brothers haven't done this kind of evil. In the open and in the dark, I don't know how many people want to find us, right?" The crowd nodded. Scorpion continued. "You guys know what I just felt next to those footprints? I felt the spiritual power fluctuations of the realm. Even though they were about to completely dissipate. But I'm sure those were 3 completely different domains. As the words fell, the crowd fell dead silent. Their group of mercenaries who did dirty work don't look vicious. But of the 7 people in the entire mercenary group, not a single one of their artifact spirits possessed a domain. An imperial spiritist who was able to perfectly unfold his domain would only need 1 person to easily wipe out their entire mercenary group. Not to mention 3 people. I felt strange from the beginning. What kind of deep hatred is there between the students? Do they have to find us outlaws to kill each other? Besides, didn't this kid say so? Jiang Huan isn't even of the 1st rank. Where is this place? In the middle of the fog outside colorful Cloud City. Where would a guy who isn't in the 1st rank dare to intrude? Now I've figured it out. Maybe it's the hidden dangers we accidentally left behind in the past that want to take revenge on us. They lured us into the fog through this kid and arranged for a mercenary group with at least 3 good soldiers to wait for us. If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of the group of monkeys that disrupted their plans, perhaps it wouldn't have taken long for us to give up our lives here. As the crowd heard this, they suddenly realized. I don't know who led the way, but in a flash, all the people's fists and kicks were directed at Wang Tang. Wang Tang was beaten to the point where he was begging for mercy. His head was now full of questions. He understood every word of Scorpion's, but connecting them together made him confused. Don't hit. I don't know anything. It's none of my business, I really only want to kill Jiang Huan. Please don't fight. We're partners. This is all a misunderstanding. Give me an explanation. Brothers. Harder. Flatten the smoky one. Still partners. I'm telling you. The partnership is cancelled. Men, push harder. Beat him until he explains who's counting on us. Even though the crowd didn't use a single bit of spiritual energy, the continuous beating still left Wang Tang with a bruised nose and swollen face, and he could only curl up and wail continuously. Just as the crowd was in the middle of the fight, Scorpion's phone rang once again. Scorpion stepped out of the crowd and frowned at the caller one eye. Spinning around, he explained to the crowd, no stopping without my order. Give me a hard squash. Only then did he pick up the phone. One eye, what's wrong? What? You found Jiang Huan? In the 27th supply town? Quickly stop following him. It's a trap. There must be a mercenary group of no less than 10 people hiding in the vicinity of you. Once you are exposed, you'll be finished. Hurry up and find a chance to come back. What? There isn't. Did you see it clearly? You've scoped out the entire perimeter, and aside from Jiang Huan, there are only mercenaries and civilians who normally enter and exit the supply town? He didn't contact any of them along the way? No, how do you know he didn't text? He was rushing and killing demonic beasts all the way? Didn't swipe his cell phone at all? He's moving again? Okay, we'll be right there. You continue to follow. Stay close and see if this kid has a ghost or not. Let's contact him by text message. Scorpion hung up the phone and hurriedly called off the crowd. He looked at Wang Tang, who was lying on the ground with a lousy face. He read aggression and anger in his eyes. It seemed that he had really been wronged. As soon as Scorpion pulled him up, he reached out to sweep the dust off his body and squeezed out a false smile. Young Master Wang, are you alright? Let's continue our cooperation. Chapter 36, Are you looking for me? Central Fog, Supply Town number 27. Outside every asylum city, there would be several supply towns. Although the supply towns were small, they were bustling with activity. They were sending and welcoming people, providing medicine, food, and lodging to everyone passing by, and at the same time, there were also many people posting temporary quests here. Because of the lack of supervision, even people like Jiang Huan, who hadn't obtained a graduation certificate, were able to accept missions. Jiang Huan lived in the fog for several days, passing by several supply towns. His understanding of the world of the Imperial Spiritist had also changed from a half-understanding at the beginning to a clear understanding now. Even some of the unspoken rules that couldn't be put in the open were beginning to be familiarized. Jiang Huan's clothes were ragged, and he couldn't find a single clean spot on his body. The days of running around had made him no better than a vagrant. Jiang Huan walked into a hotel with big strides, and in front of the counter was a charming mature woman. A light blue wrap-around skirt barely covered her thighs, giving rise to a desire to explore. The wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, instead of making her lose her charm, gave her an additional mature beauty. Sister Hong, I'm back. Jiang kid, it's only been less than a day and you're back? Was the mission too dangerous? Just yesterday, Jiang Huan had picked up a mercenary mission from her. It was probably about one of her warehouses on the edge of the town being invaded by demonic beasts. Although there were quite a few mercenaries in the town, most of them thought that the commission she gave was too small. Only Jiang Huan felt that it was far more cost-effective than him hunting demonic beasts before taking it. Sister Hong's eyes contained autumn waves, and her gaze towards Jiang Huan seemed to be drawn to silk. It wasn't that she hadn't seen such a young royal spirit master, it was just that most of them had to be led by their elders before they dared to enter the fog. What's more, Jiang Huan was originally born handsome, far more comfortable to look at than some brown hulks. Jiang Huan guffawed and took out a black fur with tiger spots from his storage ring. Sister Hong, I cleaned out your warehouse at the edge of the town. This is the fur of the second-ranked demonic beast Great Yao Cowan there. It's said to replenish blood and is suitable for you. A smile from the bottom of her heart appeared on Sister Hong's face. When she was young, many people had given her gifts. It was just that after aging, no one was as madly infatuated with her as they were back then. Sister Hong cheerfully settled the bill for Jiang Huan, a total of $100,000. Jiang Huan looked at the arrival information on his cell phone and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was one small step closer to redeeming the sword and coming back. Sister Hong, can you give me a room? I'll take a shower. Sister Hong glanced at Jiang Huan charmingly. A room? What's the point of wasting that money? Just go to Sister Hong's room. Sister Hong ambled in front of the counter, and her eyes couldn't stop hinting at the room behind her. Jiang Huan, suddenly speechless, a moment do not know what to do, full of stains on the face, vaguely see a touch of redness. Sister Hong burst out laughing. Looks like it's still a fledgling, I won't tease you anymore. She fished out a key from under the counter. Here. 301, not charging you. Jiang Huan was about to take the key and escape upstairs. Who knows, only just as his hand reached out, Sister Hong grabbed his hand. At that moment, Jiang Huan only felt a little uneasy. He had once heard someone say, women were like wolves in their 30s and tigers in their 40s. If he messed up, he would have to explain himself here. Sister Hong slowly rubbed her head over, and her refreshing fragrance continuously drilled into Jiang Huan's nostrils, causing Jiang Huan to be a bit confused. Fortunately, the Yi pure heart quickly came into play, quieting Jiang Huan's restless heart. Brat, your stamina is quite good. Sister Hong attached her ear to Jiang Huan's side and whispered, as if it was the murmur of a lover. Jiang Huan smiled awkwardly. Sister Hong, don't tease me. I have a big smell on me, I'll smoke you later. Who teased you? Brat, let me ask you, did you offend someone in the fog? Jiang Huan's heart lifted. Sister Hong, why do you say that? Many guests came in and out of the hotel and laughed at this. Sister Hong, catching new fish again, huh? Still so young, can you handle it? Sister Hong raised her pretty eyebrows. Don't need you to care. Then Sister Hong put her hands around Jiang Huan's head and switched to the right. In theory, in our line of work, it's better to do more than less. But you've been good to Sister, so naturally, Sister can't leave you alone. When you came yesterday, I noticed that there was a one-eyed dragon following you. Originally, I thought it was just passing by, but I just saw him again. Jiang Huan was about to turn back to look, when Sister Hong wrapped her arms around him. You're silly. Won't you be exposed if you turn back now? Pretend not to know. Hold me tight. Jiang Huan was helpless, and as he hesitated, Sister Hong pulled his hands up and rested them on her waist. A soft and boneless touch followed, and Jiang Huan's breathing couldn't help but become rapid. The proud chest against Jiang Huan's chest was like a water balloon filled with only 8 points, soft to the extreme. Damn it! Young and unaware of his sister's goodness, he mistakenly treated his sister as a treasure. Jiang Huan, I have a back door, you can go out from there. Jiang Huan frowned. If I go out, won't he find you in trouble? Hey, I've at least been hanging out in this supply town for some years, what kind of trouble can he find me in? Jiang Huan was silent, he didn't like owing others. A moment later, Jiang Huan had an idea. Sister Hong, you look like this. After the two of them hugged for a while longer, Jiang Huan took the key and went upstairs. When he walked to the corner of the stairs, he took the opportunity to glance over. He only saw that in the store selling supplies across the street, a one-eyed dragon with a face full of horizontal meat was staring straight at Jiang Huan. When he saw Jiang Huan looking towards him, he hurriedly averted his gaze. In room 301, Jiang Huan took a beautiful bath, then took out a new set of clothes from his storage ring and changed into them. He rubbed his hair while standing behind the curtains and peering downstairs. One eye was still on stakeout, only fiddling with his cell phone in his hand from time to time. It looks like he's contacting his teammates, TSK, it's really not peaceful outside of this city. What exactly is the stakeout on me? I remember I didn't expose myself as having any value either. Jiang Huan kept thinking, but he never knew why the other party was staring at him. Forget it, if I catch him in a while, I'll know why he's following me. Soon, Jiang Huan walked down the stairs, and after he joked with Sister Hong, he walked towards the back of the hotel. Seeing this, One Eye scrambled in and was about to follow Jiang Huan. Sister Hong hurriedly stopped. Hey, what are you doing? The back is a private area. One Eye glared at Sister Hong and asked, what's that kid going for? Sister Hong snorted coldly, what my little boyfriend is going to do is none of your business. One Eye was so anxious. Where did he care so much? He pushed down Sister Hong and fiercely chased towards the back of the hotel. Egu. You kill 1,000 knives. Do you know how to have compassion for Jada? However, when One Eye broke into the backyard, in addition to a row of 3 small bungalows, there was a back door that was already open. One Eye suddenly felt bad, thoughtlessly rushed out of the back door. There was a dimly lit alley on both the left and right sides, and he subconsciously wanted to manifest his spirit to continue tracking Jiang Huan's whereabouts. A ghostly voice came from behind him. Hey, are you looking for me? Chapter 37. A yellow aura appeared at first glance. A short wolf's tooth stick appeared in One Eye's hand in a split second. Behind him, a one-eyed wolf silhouette also appeared in an instant. However, Jiang Huan's speed was even faster, and his long blade slashed straight at One Eye. The 1,000 blades materialized in an instant, chopping off the head of the one-eyed wolf in a single slash. The one-eyed wolf spat blood from his mouth, and the wolf's tooth stick in his hand shattered as he turned around and wanted to escape. However, Jiang Huan made a long leap, and the long knife was pointed at his neck. Say, why are you following me? One Eye smiled contemptuously. Obviously, in his opinion, how could Jiang Huan, a tender youngster, possibly do something to kill someone? It was just to scare him. Jiang Huan frowned, the long knife in his hand slightly exerted force, and a crimson blood flowed out from his neck. Puff! One Eye instantly knelt down. Jiang Huan! Don't kill me! Please don't kill me! Jiang Huan's face was grave. This fellow even knew his name, which proved that this fellow wasn't staring at him on a temporary basis. Tell me everything you know. Will you let me go after saying it? Jiang Huan raised an eyebrow, and the long knife stuck at One Eye's neck added a trace of force. Blood dyed One Eye's t-shirt red, and One Eye no longer dared to bargain. It's Wang Teng. Wang Teng gave us a sum of money. Let us get you killed outside the city. It was Wang Teng again. I haven't gone to look for him yet, but he came to me first. Jiang Huan sneered in his heart. You guys? Who exactly are you guys? Poison Scorpion Mercenary Corps, our boss is Scorpion. Sister Hong's alarmed voice came from behind Jiang Huan. Jiang Huan looked at her suspiciously. Sister Hong, you know this mercenary group? Sister Hong nodded. It's considered one of the stronger mercenary corps in our Kaiyun city. All of its members are of the 2nd rank, and their captain, Scorpion, has even reached the realm of the 2nd rank 9 stars. She paused, a little worried, and continued, but they are vindictive if someone messes with them or is stared at by them. When One Eye saw Sister Hong's appearance, the courage he had just lost surged up again. He dejectedly said with Jiang Huan, Brat, let me go if you're sensible. I promise, I won't let Boss Scorpion make things too difficult for you. Jiang Huan stared at him for a moment before grinning a sunny smile. Fine. Put. The long blade slashed through One Eye's throat, and blood dyed the pavement red. Artifact-Spirit, 1,000 blades, kills a 2nd order Imperial Spiritist, experience plus 215. Common progress catalyzed, host experience plus 215. This sudden change caused Sister Hong to suck in a breath of cold air. How did you kill him? He's from the Poison Scorpion Mercenary Corps. Jiang Huan nodded. I knew that, so all the more reason to kill. Jiang Huan had been moved to kill ever since One Eye had confessed Wang Teng. He still remembered clearly to this day the first lesson in society that this kid had taught himself. Suppose One Eye was spared just to please the Poison Scorpion Mercenary Corps. Then Jiang Huan's behavior was tantamount to letting the tiger return to the mountain, adding more opponents for himself. Jiang Huan would not do such a stupid thing. Jiang Huan leaned down and began to scavenge the supplies on One Eye's body. His artifact spirit had been chopped to pieces by the 1,000 blades, losing its recycling value. However, there were quite a few supplies placed in his storage ring, as well as demonic beast materials. There were even some cheap equipment. Jiang Huan roughly estimated that it was probably worth more than $500,000. Sister Hong was shocked in her heart as she looked at Jiang Huan's lowered head as he touched the corpse. A fledgling student was able to treat a human life so calmly. Moreover, the other party was an experienced veteran mercenary. What she didn't know was that Jiang Huan had been in crises from time to time since he first left the city to hunt demonic beasts. After experiencing life and death several times, his mindset had long changed. Jiang Huan, what exactly is your realm now? First stage. Didn't I tell you yesterday when I took the quest? Sister Hong looked. Impossible, if you're only at the 1st rank, how could you have defeated him so easily, and even, his artifact spirit, was destroyed by you in a single move? Jiang Huan pondered for a moment and finally gave an answer that wasn't really an answer. Perhaps, it's because he's too weak. Sister Hong was silent, maybe it really was that he was too weak. After all, Jiang Huan had helped her with the demonic beasts in the warehouse yesterday by himself. Not only was there a second-order demonic beast there were also 4 or 5 first-order minions. In that situation, Jiang Huan was able to deal with it. Not to mention facing a second-order one-eye. A moment later, Jiang Huan slowly got up, his face expressionless as he held one-eye cell phone in his hand, as well as a pile of cash. Sister Hong, thank you for today, this 150,000 is considered my thanks. Sister Hong did not be polite, instead, she smiled and accepted the money. She only took 50,000. Jiang kid, you are really my lucky star. Not only did you complete the mission for me, but you also gave your sister a sum of money. After mixing in Supply Town for many years, Sister Hong certainly understood what Jiang Huan meant. The money wasn't just a thank you fee, it was an attitude that Jiang Huan wanted. An attitude that wouldn't report him to the city patrol division for killing people outside the city. Only then did Jiang Huan smile somewhat embarrassedly. Sister Hong, I'm sorry, I've soiled you here. Sister Hong blankly glanced at Jiang Huan. If you were really sorry, you wouldn't have done it just now. Jiang Huan hemmed and hawed. Sister Hong shook her head helplessly. I'll take care of the corpse for you, what are you going to do next? At this moment, one-eye's cell phone vibrated. Jiang Huan looked down, it was a text message from Scorpion. One-eye, have you caught up with him yet? We're about 2 hours away from reaching Supply Town 27. Jiang Huan's 10 fingers moved, and he quickly returned a message back. Then he smiled at Sister Hong. Sister Hong, I still have things to do, so I'll work hard for you over here. I'll thank you properly later. Sister Hong watched Jiang Huan leave through the back door, then returned to the backyard of the hotel. As she looked at One-Eye's corpse, she couldn't help but recall Jiang Huan's appearance in her mind. It's really like him, especially that smile with that spontaneous look, it's exactly the same as him. In the next moment, she only saw her mind move, and a loli dressed in a black lolita with double ponytails and holding a large 6-foot-long scythe appeared behind her. Jiahua, crush him. A harsh tone, a bland look, which still had the semblance of being soft and watery just now. A black shadow swept past One-Eye's corpse, and countless slashes flashed by. One-Eye's corpse disappeared in place, the crimson flesh and blood seemed to be pulled by something, gradually integrating into the scythe blade. The entire backyard of the guest house, once again, returned to peace. In the fog. The roaring engine sound from far and near, a speeding motorcycle speed gradually slowed down, and finally stopped at the entrance of the dilapidated supermarket. Beside the motorcycle, there was a Confucian-looking silhouette, staring straight at the supermarket. Zhang Yu got down from the motorcycle. Confucian, are you sure Jiang Huan came here? Confucian nodded. After scanning around, Zhang Yu followed behind the Confucian and cautiously walked into the dilapidated supermarket. As soon as he entered, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. The ground was full of steel-clawed monkeys with only white bones left, and they all had a common feature, they had lost their hands. 40 to 50 steel-clawed monkeys killed as many as possible. Did a mercenary group come here? He carefully approached the corpses to scrutinize them, and a moment later, his brows furrowed as he overturned his conclusion. No, the wounds on these own bones, despite their different sizes, are of similar depth. This wasn't done by a mercenary group. Rather, it's a single person. Could it be that Jiang Huan did this? He clearly remembered that one of Jiang Huan's effects was to turn long knives into pieces and attack his opponents indiscriminately. He shook his head and quickly dismissed the idea. He had seen Jiang Huan use this move with his own eyes, and although it was fast, it did not do enough damage. Facing a small number of guys who were slow-moving, there was still a battle to be had. However, when faced with steel-clawed monkeys, this kind of speed of movement, and 40 to 50 gathered demonic beasts, it was simply impossible to cope with them. Unless Jiang Huan was able to make another substantial improvement in his strength in just a few days. But was that possible? Zhang Yu shook his head helplessly, even he felt that he was simply crazy to make such a guess. But why was there a Jiang Huan trail here? His gaze kept looking around, and suddenly, as if he sensed something, his pupils suddenly shrunk. Chapter 38: Offensive and Defensive Changes. He sought a direction and walked quickly. Closing his eyes, he felt it carefully. 3 spiritual power fluctuations so weak that they were about to dissipate appeared in his perception. These were the residual domain traces of 3 experts of at least the 4th rank. Could it be that they've set their eyes on Jiang Huan's artifact spirit? In the cluttered supermarket, he brainstormed an image of Jiang Huan, after being targeted by an expert on his artifact spirit, fleeing to the supermarket in a hurry and using a group of monkeys to get out of the trap. One must know that Jiang Huan's artifact spirit had already advanced. It was no longer the inconspicuous F-grade waste of an artifact spirit. It was normal to be targeted by some miscreants. At this moment, his heart was burning with anxiety. Confucian, quick, hurry up and relock Jiang Huan's position. He was worried that something had happened to Jiang Huan, partly from his sense of responsibility as a teacher, and partly from his sense of guilt towards Jiang Huan. The Confucian slowly closed his eyes and seemed to be redirecting Jiang Huan's position. He faced left for a while and right for a while, as if he was trying to recognize the direction Jiang Huan had left. The breeze passed through the dilapidated supermarket, bringing up a whistling sound, as if it was giving a response to Confucian scholar. Unlike usual, this time, the Confucian scholar discerned for a long time before finally finding the direction. One person and one artifact spirit once again sped away. Only unlike the previous ease, at this moment, Zhang Yu's face was grave. He did not think that he could beat 3/4 ranked experts. However, after living for so many years, who didn't have a little means of fighting for their lives? Hopefully, I'm overthinking it. Although I really want to try the power of the domain, but that thing is something I really don't want to use. Golden Dragon Temple. This was once the largest temple within the territory of Kaiyun City, built on a mountain with a complicated terrain. However, because it was particularly spiritual, many wealthy merchants traveled thousands of miles and threw away thousands of dollars just to stay here for a few days. However, this place had long since fallen into disrepair. Jiang Huan hid high above the Golden Dragon Temple's mountain gate, and from time to time, he would look down. It seemed like he was waiting for someone to arrive. The process of waiting tested one's patience the most. Jiang Huan just quietly watched, and as far as the eye could see, there were broken walls. Flocks of crows swept by, and the blood-colored sun dyed the fog red. A group of 7 people finally appeared at the Golden Dragon Temple's mountain gate. Boss, one I just sent a message saying that he accidentally lost the kid surnamed Zhang in this temple. What should we do now? It's normal to lose him. Originally for this tracking thing, you two have to cooperate in order to maximize the effect. However, since he only just lost him, he must still be in the temple. Scorpion pondered for a moment before whirling around to make arrangements. Like this, Yellowhair, you and Big Head are on one team, Iron Hands and Scarface are on one team, and Second Tiger and I will take our young Master Wang. Let's split up and catch this little fox for young Master Wang as soon as possible. Boss, would it not be too good to split the team? Yellowhair was a bit uneasy. What are you afraid of? It's just a punk kid who hasn't broken through the first rank yet. Scorpion was disdainful, then he hemmed and hawed, the scorpion tattoos on his face wriggled with him, the whole person appeared sinister and venomous. I think that after the matter is done, young Master Wang shouldn't begrudge the extra reward, right? Wang Tang's heart was on fire. This was blackmail. Naked blackmail. But his face was still bruised from the previous beating. He could only accompany the smile. This is natural. After finishing, I will invite my brothers to go to Red Romance Dash in one piece. The 6 people let out a loud laugh, not knowing whether they were happy for Wang Tang's generosity or mocking his cowardice. The 7 of them split up and started searching for Jiang Huan in the temple in 3 directions. Jiang Huan, who was hidden in the shadows, looked at the direction where the 7 people disappeared, and the corner of his mouth curled up. This Wang Tang, to be an A-party to this extent, there's really no one else. Wang Tang, you wanted to count on me, but you didn't realize that I was counting on you as well. Jiang Huan slowly got up, and in his eyes was endless indifference. Now, the offense and defense are changing shape. Jiang Huan leapt down from the height, drilled into the path beside the mountain gate, and took the lead in chasing towards Yellowhair and Big Head, who were the weakest. The reason why he chose to lure them here was because of the complex terrain of the Golden Dragon Temple. Not to mention Wang Tang, a 3-star first-order guy, the other 6 were all good second-order fighters. Jiang Huan wasn't sure if he could deal with the 7 by himself. The best way was to take advantage of the 7's underestimation of their own strength, as well as their blind confidence, and utilize the environment so that they could split up. Jiang Huan had even spared no time to walk around the entire Golden Dragon Temple 3 times, familiarizing himself with every location suitable for assassination and hiding in order to better trap them. The drum tower was built along the mountain. Lush trees invaded from both sides of the drum tower due to the lack of care, and dense branches, which would pop up from time to time, blocked Yellowhair and Big Head's path forward. Yellowhair, are you sure you can find that kid here? Big Head held a big axe in his hand, cutting the branches in front of him with one axe. Isn't this nonsense? My artifact spirit is a D-class canine blade, its ability to sense the target is super strong, okay? As he spoke, in Yellow Hair's hand, a curved blade that looked like a canine's tooth buzzed, as if it was a response to Yellow Hair's words. Yellow Hair suddenly made a silencing gesture and pulled Big Head by the hand. Keep your voice down, Canine Blade said, the other party is nearby. In the next moment, as Yellow Hair's mind moved, a shadow emerged from the curved sword in his hand. A black, fierce-looking vicious dog then leapt out from the blade and quickly rushed towards the front of the drum tower. The evil dog ran faster and faster, as if it would not be able to catch up with John Juan if it did not hurry up. The mountain road was rugged and the drum tower was built steeply. In order to catch up with the evil dog, the duo could only keep accelerating their speed. At a sharp turn in the drum tower, a large tree encroached on most of the corridor, leaving only an aisle for one person to pass through. Yellow Hair and Big Head adjusted their order in an instant, from walking side by side to chasing back and forth. Pooh! A cracking sound violently burst out from the tree trunk. The thick bark and moss, along with the dust, shattered in midair. A long knife pieced together from the fragments violently stabbed out. Before Yellow Hair could react, the long knife penetrated his neck. The long knife was going to slash at Big Head in the same direction, but Big Head made a split-second decision and kicked Yellow Hair's torso, using the force to retreat. The miserable Yellow Hair, whose neck was originally penetrated by the long knife, was instantly cut off by the long knife, his head drooping on his neck, blood scattered all over the place, completely losing his life. Artifact Spirit, 1000 Blades, kills a second-rank Imperial Spirit Envoy, experience plus 275. Common Progress Catalyst. Host experience plus 275. After pulling away, Big Head then looked clearly at the person who had just attacked him. It's you. Jiang Huan. The one who attacked them was no one else but Jiang Huan, who had been hiding in the shadows. He was covered in tree bark, dried grass, and his entire body emitted a smell of rotting grass. In just the blink of an eye, Big Head could see and understand Jiang Huan's trick. Good, using a demonic beast to carry your clothes in front to attract our attention, and using the rotting bark and hay yourself to cover the smell and hide, so that we'll only focus on chasing, and you'll wait for an opportunity to move. Bastard boy, you're quite shrewd. But that's as far as it goes. Soon you'll learn that outside the city. Wisdom alone is useless. With just a thought, a large axe appeared in his hand. Clang! In just the blink of an eye, the two of them battled. Chapter 39, Wants to Leave. The advantage of practicing in the fog for many days together with Zhang Yu gradually manifested itself in the entanglement. Big Head was surprised to find that Jiang Huan not only stabbed at his vitals, but also at extremely tricky angles, making it difficult for him to defend himself. He suddenly realized that it would be a waste of time if he compared his skills with Jiang Huan. As a second-stage spiritual envoy, he was superior in his physique. The battle of spiritual power was the key to victory. Clang! The sound of intertwining gold and iron echoed in the drum tower. Jiang Huan's long sword was held from the bottom up by Big Head's huge axe, making it difficult for him to come close. The gnarled muscles bulged, and cold sweat couldn't stop sliding down from the tip of Big Head's forehead. Damn it, it seemed to have underestimated this kid's physique. But so what, as long as it was resisted, the rest would depend on who had more spiritual power. This kid in front of him, what's the use of being able to fight? Is it hard to believe that he still has more spiritual energy than me? The extremely rapid consumption of spiritual energy must be very difficult for him. He looked at Jiang Huan with disdain, and the hard look in his imagination did not appear. Jiang Huan had a breezy face, the corners of his mouth slightly outlined. It must be very painful for you to fight so hard for your spiritual energy, right? Don't worry, the pain will soon pass. Before Big Head could figure out the meaning of these words, a wave of pain that drilled into the marrow of his brain came on steeply. He subconsciously then tried to look down, but realized that the slightest movement of his head would double the pain drilling into his brain marrow. When he glanced with his afterglow, his heart was in a state of shock. He saw that Jiang Huan's long sword had turned into a scythe at some point. Although the body of the blade was still being resisted by the giant axe, the front end of the blade was transformed into a curved blade that stabbed into his head from the lower jaw. He was able to clearly perceive that the tip of the knife was only a fraction of a millimeter away from his brain. Moreover, it skillfully avoided every nerve and blood vessel. He didn't know how Jiang Huan did it, nor did he know why he couldn't feel a single ounce of pain during the process of the long knife stabbing into his head. All he knew was that right now, Jiang Huan wanted him dead in just a thought. No, don't. let me go. The penetration of the long blade caused Big Head's speech to become slurred. He didn't even dare to make too much movement for fear that he would inadvertently drive the long knife and cost himself his life. John Juan teasingly looked at the big head in front of him. Spare you? If I fall into your hands, will you spare me? Big Head's eyes became terrified, a sense of fear arising from his heart. Boom! Rigid and fierce spiritual energy poured into Big Head's head from the blade, churning everything in his skull like a blender, and finally letting out a soft sound. Big Head's head then turned into blood mist and exploded. Artifact-Spirit, 1000 Blades, killed a second-rank Imperial Spirit Envoy, experience plus 298. Common Progress Catalyst. Host experience plus 298. The blood mist filled the surroundings and fell exactly one step away from Zhang Huan. Obviously, Zhang Huan's control of spiritual power was far beyond that of an ordinary person. Zhang Huan couldn't help but look at the snake bone ring on his right hand's tail finger, the 1000 changes, S change of shape, paired with the poison fang, S paralyzing effect. It's quite a good match. Zhang Huan's gaze swept over the two corpses in front of him once more, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. A moment later, Zhang Huan left with the two storage rings. Only the two naked corpses remained on the drum tower. Partial Hall. After a short fight, the remote hall once again fell into deathly silence. Zhang Huan nimbly looted the supplies from Scarface and Iron Hands, along with their artifact spirits. Only Wang Tang and the others are left. They should be at the very back of the scripture pavilion by now. With those words, Zhang Huan once again drilled into a secluded path and ran towards the location of the Pavilion of Hidden Scriptures. The Pavilion of Hidden Scriptures. The Scorpion trio walked through the collapsed attic, searching layer by layer for Zhang Huan's traces. Occasionally, when they met some ungrateful demonic beasts, they would be killed by their thunderous means. Damn it, where the hell is this brat hiding? I froze after looking for half a day and couldn't find it. Boss, do you think it's possible that Yellow Hair and the others have already found him? Impossible. If they had found him, they would have contacted us already. Do you think they might have had an accident? Arrow, the more you live, the more you go back. What can happen to them? You're not trying to tell me that they can't even handle a student, are you? Arrow shook his head. Boss, no, I'm just wondering why the guys haven't contacted us after half a day. You know, when we were on a mission in the past, no matter what, the guys would exchange messages from time to time. Scorpion fell into silence. After thinking for a moment, he dialed Yellow Hair's phone. A busy tone came from within the phone. Arrow frowned slightly, then hurriedly took out his cell phone and dialed Scarface's cell phone. Again, there was a busy tone. The duo glanced at each other, both seeing the gravity in each other's eyes. Then, the duo turned their gaze back to Wang Tang. The suspicion that was originally dispelled towards Wang Tang rose once again. A strong sense of uneasiness rose from Wang Tang's heart. Scorpion, what do you want? Boom! What answered Wang Tang were the fists and kicks of Scorpion and Arrow. Say! What exactly do you want by tricking us here? I didn't. Don't fight! I'm innocent. At this moment, Wang Tang was extraordinarily regretful. He regretted why he had to take revenge on Zhang Huan, and even more regretted why he had to hang around with this gang of outlaws. A slight rattle sounded in the distance, and Scorpion and Arrow looked at the place where the sound came from at the same time. In the thick fog, there seemed to be a figure that was leaping towards the distance. Arrow was just about to chase after it when he was immediately pulled back by Scorpion. Boss, not chasing? You're silly. The other party is in the dark, we are in the light. Moreover, have you forgotten how that group of steel claw monkeys died? Can we beat them? Arrow's face shifted as he remembered the three domain experts hiding in the dark. Then what should we do? Let's get out of here first. Scorpion gritted his teeth. Then what about this kid? Arrow's face showed displeasure as he pointed his finger at Wang Tang. Take it away. In case we are caught up. This guy is one of theirs. It will also force them to throw in the towel. Wang Tang watched with a confused face as Arrow approached step by step, his body unable to stop retreating. Although he still couldn't understand what exactly the two were talking about, he also knew that if he continued to mix with the two, it would be a very sad ending for him. What are you guys talking about? I'm nobody's person. I simply want to take revenge on Zhang Huan. I won't retaliate. I'll give you the money right away. Let's terminate our cooperation. The Rex with the meteor hammer in his hand immediately blocked the middle between Arrow and Wang Tang. "Don't come over." Air, who was too lazy to waste time with him, and with a thought, a big man holding 2 red tasseled spears instantly appeared and fought with the meteor hammer Rex. In a few breaths, the meteor hammer Rex was suppressed to death by the 2 lance big man. Arrow took advantage of the situation and stepped forward. A hand slash struck the back of Wang Tang's head. Wang Tang fainted instantly, and the meteor hammer Rex dissipated in an instant. "Hurry up and leave, don't waste time." Scorpion was quite dissatisfied and walked ahead quickly. Arrow carried Wang Tang and followed closely behind Scorpion as the 2 of them quickly ran in the direction of the mountain gate. Zhang Huan, who was hidden in the shadows, frowned as he watched all this, muttering, "What exactly are they afraid of?" At first, Zhang Huan was a bit nervous when the Scorpion duo called. Although he had long thought that with such an assassination method, once the other party started calling, there was a possibility of exposure. But he hadn't expected the exposure to be so quick. Through his observation of the duo, Zhang Huan had already realized that both of them were good fighters who were about to enter the 3rd stage, and their strength far exceeded that of the others. Zhang Huan wasn't sure if he could easily defeat the duo, and if this required him to pay a huge price, it would not be worth the loss for him. After all, his time was extremely valuable right now. Therefore, he had just deliberately sent 1,000 blades to run into the distance just to attract the duo's attention, to see if he could separate them and wait for an opportunity to take action. But who would have thought that the 2 of them, as if they had encountered a ghost, would immediately implode and even vent their anger on Wang Tang? Although Zhang Huan didn't understand what they were afraid of, he knew that once fear arose in a person's heart, even if they had 10% of power, they could only exert 70% at most. There was only one thing he had to do now: continue to amplify the fear in their hearts. Watching Scorpion and the others gradually disappear into the distance, a cold smile flashed across the corner of Zhang Huan's mouth. "Want to leave? Can you walk away?" Chapter 40, Ambush. Scorpion and Arrow, the 2 of them carried Wang Tang and ran all the way towards the mountain gate. Zhang Huan, with his knowledge of the Golden Dragon Temple and the concealment enchantment, quietly trailed behind the duo. The 1,000 blades in his hand swung from time to time, driving out some demonic beasts hiding in the shrubs of the broken temple. "Not good. There is an ambush. Don't run further ahead. Let's hurry and turn around." The duo didn't even have the idea of heading ahead to investigate, so they changed directions and continued to flee towards the mountain gate. However, they were surprised to find that no matter where they fled to, they would always be quickly surrounded. The duo stayed on the steps in front of the great heroic treasure hall, furious. "The gutter has turned over. There are just too many of our opponents. Yeah, it feels like there are other people everywhere we run. Boss, what do we do now?" Scorpion's brows were tightly locked, and after a moment, he shouted in a strong voice, "Brothers, I don't know when I, Scorpion, have offended you? If there were offenses in the past, please also forgive me. I am willing to compensate you all heavily. I only ask you all to let us live." Scorpion's voice echoed in front of the Maharishi temple, but there was never any response. "Boss, if they don't say anything, are they not going to let us go?" Scorpion glared at him, signaling him to keep quiet. "Brothers, there is a saying that we should be spared. You've already killed several of our brothers, so it wouldn't hurt to spare the 2 of us. What's more, it must be known that a trapped beast is still fighting. If the 2 of my brothers fight for their lives, you guys won't be any better." The Scorpion's voice echoed in the broken temple, gradually fading. In the entire temple, only a silence remained, a silence that was somewhat depressing. This depression was like a knife hanging over his head, causing the already irritable Era to be on the verge of violent anger at all times. "Boss, do you think it's possible that the other party is scaring us? If they really have so many people, wouldn't they have come out to get us already? Why hide in the shadows and play tricks?" Zhang Huan, who was hiding in the shadows, heard these words and his heart tightened. Bad. Overplayed his hand. Can't it be that this time, he's going to let the tiger return to the mountain and sow instability in his future? Just as Zhang Huan was getting tangled up, Scorpion's words dispelled his worries. "Eru, you followed me for so many years. How can you still be so stupid? Do you know that when cats have no worries, they're in a hurry to eat mice into their stomachs? Boss, they're treating us like rats. The reason why they don't kill us now? It's just teasing us." Scorpion looked into the distance with a look of despair. "I'm afraid so." The evening wind cut through the branches of the trees, bringing up a whistling sound. Arrow's fists pinched and cracked. When had he ever suffered this kind of aggravation within the territory of Kaiyun City? As soon as he threw Wang Tang on his shoulder to the ground, he viciously kicked him twice. Mother-er! You guys won't let me live. I'll beat this bastard kid to death alive. The intense pain woke Wang Tang up, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the oncoming 42 yards of big feet. Don't fight! Don't fight! It's really none of my business. Scorpion turned a blind eye to this and instead continued to shout, as you all can see. Your little brother's life is still in our hands. You all don't want anything to happen to him either. Zhang Huan couldn't help but sneer. This is my beloved family friend, I can't wait for him to hurry up and have an accident. With that thought, a long blade appeared in Zhang Huan's hand and violently plunged into the ground. Chaotic God. With Zhang Huan as the center, wave after wave of sound cascaded and reverberated around this temple. This sound wave consisted of burst after burst of trampling sounds, and under careful listening, this sound wave was interspersed with bursts of mooing sounds from time to time. Not good. Second Tiger. Quickly flee. They have someone who can drive demonic beasts. Scorpion shouted at once. But Second Tiger did not react. He looked sideways, and only then did he realize that both Arrow and Wang Tang had a blank look on their eyes. Nope. This is not driving a demonic beast. This is a spiritual attack from the artifact-spirit. The Scorpion instantly understood everything, and thanks to his usual focus on mental power training, this prevented him from falling into a fainting spell just in the blink of an eye, like the two of them. A three-toothed steel fork instantly appeared in his hand, a charming shadow instantly materialized behind him, and his slender jade hands obediently covered his ears. The world was instantly cleared. Scorpion was about to wake up Arrow when a strong sense of crisis surged to his heart. He subconsciously then pulled Arrow in front of him. Poof! A long knife made of shards ran from Arrow's back, through to his chest. A face he had only seen in photos appeared before his eyes. It's you. Arrow was sandwiched between the two, his blank eyes finally regaining clarity. The pain in his chest caused him to almost faint again, and he looked at his chest in confusion, only to realize that a long knife had penetrated his chest. Boss, what's going on? Scorpion snorted coldly, good brother, go in peace. In the next moment, the three-toothed steel fork fiercely blasted out, piercing through Arrow's chest and stabbing towards Zhang Huan. Boom! The brutal spiritual power exploded the flesh of the second tiger as it passed through his chest. Zhang Huan, on the other hand, dodged back to the side at the first opportunity. Bastard boy! I'm going to take your life today. Sacrifice my dead brothers. The moment Zhang Huan unleashed his attack, the distracting mental attack disappeared in an instant as no one else attacked him. The Scorpion immediately realized that he had been tricked by Zhang Huan. From start to finish, Zhang Huan was the only one here. The three-toothed steel fork was violently blasted out from his hand, as if it was a continuous rainstorm. Zhang Huan seemed to see a charming woman in this uninterrupted attack, striking out together with the Scorpion. But in the blink of an eye, that woman transformed into a large poisonous scorpion, and along with that, the steel fork in the Scorpion's hand seemed to have turned into the tail stinger of a large poisonous scorpion. Clang! A crisp ringing sound echoed in front of the great heroic treasure hall. Zhang Huan's figure instantly disappeared in front of the Scorpion. The Scorpion didn't even look back, the three-toothed steel fork in his hand blocked back behind him at a weird angle. A hint of surprise flashed in Zhang Huan's eyes. This was the first time that backstab had failed a surprise attack. A hideous smile appeared on the Scorpion's face. You're quite a bit stronger than that Wang Tang, but you still don't have enough real-world experience. My spirit is a poisonous scorpion. In terms of sneak attacks alone, I am an expert. In the next moment, the charming woman who had originally appeared behind the Scorpion, her figure gradually faded away. A strong sense of uneasiness surged out from Zhang Huan's heart. Zhang Huan did not hesitate to withdraw his sword, but the Scorpion bullied his way up, forcing Zhang Huan to be unable to withdraw. What? Just met and you want to hide? The smile on the Scorpion's face grew more and more hideous, the steel fork in his hand attacked more and more frequently. Phew! A shadowy wind came from behind Zhang Huan. Zhang Huan was in danger. Chapter 41, Can't Figure It Out. Clang! Another crisp ringing sound echoed in front of the hall. Behind Zhang Huan, a man with a bucket hat, holding a long sword and a face of vicissitudes leapt out violently. The long knife held a three-toothed steel fork. His eyes were cold, as if he was looking at a dead person, looking at the weapon spirit, poison scorpion, that was about to sneak attack. In just a moment, the two sides exchanged dozens of rounds. A hint of greed flashed through the scorpion's eyes. Brat. It seems like you're hiding quite deeply. Even your classmates don't know that you're a B-class artifact spirit. At this moment, he had already made up his mind. Not only would he kill Jiang Huan, he also wanted to deprive him of his artifact spirit. The scorpion's attack became more and more intense. However, a look of surprise gradually appeared on his face as well. He, a royal spirit master who was just a foot away from the third rank, was actually fighting a student who hadn't even graduated yet. Even as time passed, he was vaguely getting the momentum of being suppressed. Moreover, the other party, apart from being a bit surprised at the very beginning, had always been in a breezy manner afterward. Suddenly, he seemed to understand something. Brat! You're feeding me tricks. Jiang Huan's eyes remained cold. Noisy. After the successive exchanges, Jiang Huan had realized that he had overestimated the strength of these mercenaries. For him nowadays, unless the other party's strength was far superior to his, or their talent was too great. Otherwise, if he fought alone, an ordinary second-ranked royal soul master really wasn't a match for him. The reason why he hadn't laid his hands on him was entirely because Jiang Huan wanted to sharpen himself in a real life and death battle. The scorpion no longer dared to fight with Jiang Huan and turned his head to escape. Jiang Huan's figure was agile, and in the twinkling of an eye, he arrived in front of him, his long sword coming at him head-on. Clang! The three-toothed steel fork directly forked the long knife, forcibly changing the direction of the long knife, making it parallel to his chest. However, before he could let out a sigh of relief, he couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Only to see the racked blade deform in an instant. The originally smooth side of the blade, only in the blink of an eye, a sharp cone grew out, stabbing towards his heart. The three-toothed steel fork that was originally used to clamp down on Jiang Huan was now counter-clamped by Jiang Huan's long knife. He had no choice. He could only let go and drop the fork. And because of this action, the poisonous scorpion, that was fighting with the 1,000 blades, disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye due to the loss of the infusion of spiritual energy. The scorpion didn't even have the courage to look back. At this moment, he only wanted to escape. But he had only just run down the steps a few steps when, in front of him, a man wearing a bucket hat appeared, looking at him with cold eyes. He turned around to escape again. But he realized that Jiang Huan appeared behind him with a long sword. Jiang Huan, classmate Jiang, there is no deep hatred between us. Everything was bought and paid for by that classmate of yours, Wang Tang. Look at it this way, okay? I'll give you all my savings. You let me live, okay? Jiang Huan ignored him, and the artifact spirit, 1,000 blades, ignored him as well. The two dragged their long knives and approached him step by step. Don't be like this, let's have a conversation. We're all civilized people, why do we need to make a move? You guys don't force me. I said, don't come near me. The distance that the two were gradually approaching, the friction sound of the long knives cutting through the ground, all of them were exerting pressure on Scorpion. He looked left and right, watching the two getting closer and closer as his breathing became rapid. Ah! The oppressive feeling of waiting for death caused him to involuntarily shout out. But when he looked back again, Jiang Huan and 1,000 blades, who were originally located on both sides, had already disappeared. It was as if they had never appeared. Poof! Poof! Before he could react, two long blades, one on the left and one on the right, penetrated his chest. He looked to both sides in bewilderment, and it was still Jiang Huan and 1,000 blades. It was just that at some point, the two of them had exchanged their positions. The scorpion fell to the ground powerlessly, stirring up a cloud of dust. Artifact Spirit, 1,000 blades, killed a second-stage Imperial Spirit Envoy, experience plus 298. Common Progress Catalyze. Host experience plus 298. The host and the Artifact Spirit, 1,000 blades, S-switched attack style has impressed, 1,000 blades, with you, fit plus 1. The different way of attacking has caused the Artifact Spirit number 3 to clap its hands. It begins to have a slight expectation of you. Artifact Spirit number 9 is amazed at the match between you and the Artifact Spirit, 1,000 blades, and his recognition of you has increased. At this time, it was already yin-yang cutting dusk dawn. Jiang Huan looked at the scorpion bashfully, his eyes glaring like copper bells. It was as if he couldn't figure out how he had lost to a teenage boy. It's true, in a dimly lit environment, with the concealment's nimble pace, one can achieve the effect of being out of sight and out of mind. Jiang Huan looked at Thousand Blades again. Thanks, Thousand Blades. The Thousand Blades didn't say too much, and only in the blink of an eye, it returned back into the long sword. As usual, Jiang Huan was about to start touching the corpse, but only after pulling off the scorpion storage ring, he realized that there was still one thing left to do. Wang Tang had yet to be dealt with. Previously, because Wang Tang had fainted, Jiang Huan had decided to deal with the scorpion first. Now that everything was almost settled, he naturally had to settle the score with Wang Tang. Jiang Huan remembered clearly the incident of revenge. Jiang Huan walked towards the direction where Wang Tang had fainted, picking up the scorpion's artifact-spirit three-toothed steel fork on the way. Detected Class B artifact-spirit, poisonous scorpion, please ask the host to choose to contract or smelt. Jiang Huan did not pay any attention to the system's inquiry. At this moment, he only wanted to kill Wang Tang first. However, halfway there, Jiang Huan's face became grave. The originally unconscious Wang Tang had disappeared. Obviously. During his fight with the scorpion, this fellow suddenly woke up and then took the opportunity to escape from this place. Jiang Huan squatted down and scrutinized the footprints left behind by Wang Tang. There were even a few drops of blood along the way. Jiang Huan reached out and touched it, the blood was still moist. Obviously, Wang Tang had just fled not long ago. The game of cat and mouse has begun. Jiang Huan drilled into the bushes with great strides, recklessly making all sorts of noises, chasing after the bloodstains left from time to time in front of him. And at this moment, Wang Tang, who was fleeing for his life from the bushes, had bloodstains dripping all over his face. This was the wound left behind when Arrow punched him, and I don't know whether Arrow did it on purpose or unintentionally. When he punched him, he exclusively greeted him on his face. So much so that now, the blood on his face could not stop flowing. But Wang Tang had no time to care about the blood on his face. God knows how much fear he had in his heart right now. When he just woke up from his coma, he saw Arrow falling beside him, dead in his eyes. He followed the sound in the distance and happened to see Jiang Huan ending the scorpion with a single slash again. How was this possible? He told himself countless times that this must be an illusion. But the fiery pain on his face kept telling him that this was the truth. Jiang Huan's ice-cold eyes, his crisp and clean maneuver, none of them gave him the chills. He chose to escape without hesitation. Because, he knew that this was outside the city, and with the grudge between him and Jiang Huan, he didn't believe that Jiang Huan would let him go. All that was left in his heart was remorse. If I had known this, why the hell did I mess with him? As night fell, the demonic beasts that came out by day and night began to emerge. Every unusual sound would make Wang Tang's heartbeat a few points faster. But he didn't dare to have the slightest pause, he always felt that Jiang Huan was watching him not far behind him. Moreover, there was a teasing smile on his face. Boom! The motorcycle's speeding sound came from far to near. This familiar sound of the gas pedal caused Wang Tang's taut nerves to relax for a moment. Once upon a time, he hated hearing this sound in school. But now, he found this sound as pleasurable. The roar of the gas pedal was getting closer and closer. Wang Tang's heart was rekindled with hope. It was Teacher Zhang coming. Chapter 42, Carelessness. Not far behind Wang Tang, Jiang Huan was looking at him with a teasing gaze. He was in no hurry to kill him. Since he had found him, let him taste the taste of turning from hunter to prey. The familiar sound of an engine came from far and near, and Jiang Huan's brows gradually tightened. Looks like Teacher Zhang has found this after all. Jiang Huan tightened the long knife in his hand. Can't play anymore. Once Shang Yu arrives, I'll just have to let him go. With that thought, the thousand blades in Jiang Huan's hand fiercely stabbed into the ground, and gusts of sound waves surged out from the blade, quickly pouncing on Wang Tang, who was not far away. The sound waves formed a small encirclement around Wang Tang. Inside the circle, Wang Tang stopped walking and the vegetation bent over. Outside the circle, the demonic beasts were playing and the weeds were still standing tall. It was as if two realms were formed inside and outside the circle. It was as if Wang Tang had fallen into a space full of blank spaces. He desperately wanted to escape, but he was always struggling in a blanket of white. Suddenly, countless Dharma bulls walking upright appeared in front of him. They held war drums in their hands, constantly beating. The walking hind hooves, accompanied by the sound of these drums, rhythmically trampled the ground. Drums. Mooing. Trampling. The sound was more than just a sound. It continuously struck Wang Tang's heart. Wang Tang felt his entire body's blood and qi boiling, as if it wanted to break free from his body. He surged left and right, trying to break out from the herd of cows. But the gradually approaching herd of cows gradually made him feel suffocated. Found you. A voice like the devil's urging sounded behind him. He fiercely looked behind him. Before the herd of cows, Jiang Huan was carrying a long knife made of fragments as he walked slowly towards him. The long knife slashed through white space, emitting gusts of friction and bringing out a pitch-black crack. Jiang Huan. What do you want? You're committing murder. Do you want to be wanted? Jiang Huan, however, turned a blind eye. He was still approaching him with his long sword. Wang Tang turned his head and ran. But the moment he turned back, he was dumbfounded. There was another Jiang Huan with a long sword, leading countless dabbling bulls towards him in slow steps. He fled to the south. Still Jiang Huan. Fleeing to the north. Still Jiang Huan. There was Jiang Huan and the Dharma bulls in all directions. He looked back and forth. His eyes were wide with rage. Every Jiang Huan is so real. He no longer had anywhere to run. On what grounds? On what grounds? You a pauper. You a trashy artifact spirit. Who are you to try to kill me? The immense fear caused Wang Tang to nearly go insane. With a thought, a meteor hammer appeared in his hand. Hoo! The meteor hammer was danced by him in a tiger-like manner. It was about to smash towards Jiang Huan in the east. However, the meteor hammer was only swung a few times before it fell helplessly to his feet. The madness in Wang Tang's eyes had already faded, and fear once again took over his heart. Jiang Huan, don't kill me. We're classmates. My parents only have me as a son, please spare me. In front of his eyes, countless draconic bulls, at some point, had all transformed into Jiang Huan's appearance. And the war drums in their hands had also transformed into countless long knives. Thousands of long knives rubbed against this space, and clattering sounds rose and fell. Wang Tang could no longer raise the slightest bit of resistance. Thousands of people surrounded Wang Tang in an instant, and thousands of long knives were raised in an instant. Those long knives made up of fragments reflected the countless faces of Wang Tang's terrified faces. No, don't. Before the words were finished, Wang Tang's two eyes closed and he made no more sound. The white space quietly faded away. The bush was still the same bush. Artifact-Spirit, 1000 Blades, assisted in killing a First-Order Imperial Spirit Envoy, experience plus 128. Common Progress Catalyzed, Host experience plus 128. Jiang Huan stood in front of Wang Tang with a puzzled look on his face as he held his long sword. I haven't even laid down my sword yet, how come I'm dead? Jiang Huan squatted beside Wang Tang and peeled open his eyelids to take a look. The pupils were already lax. Scared to death? Jiang Huan couldn't help but feel amused. It turned out that the school bully who had always liked to act like a bully would also be scared to death out of fear. At this moment, a series of system beeps followed. Kill Wang Tang mission completed, 1000 Blades, experience plus 2000. Common Progress Catalyzed, Host experience plus 2000. Mission reward, martial skill, convergence. Convergence of breath around the body, unnoticeable to the outside world. When Jiang Huan heard this, his heart was overjoyed. This breath convergence had come at the right time. Especially when used in conjunction with concealment, Jiang Huan would be equivalent to having a stealth technique. Even Jiang Yu, who had a keen sense of smell, would not be able to detect his traces. Boom! The sound of a foot on the gas was close at hand, and Jiang Huan's thoughts spun rapidly. Bad. Teacher Zhang came faster than the time I expected. I have to leave immediately. Jiang Huan lifted his leg and was about to leave, but only 2 steps out, he stopped. Can't leave. The entire temple is littered with corpses. Mr. Zhang must have found my location so quickly through some means. If I leave now, then Mr. Zhang will definitely suspect that I had something to do with their deaths. It doesn't matter about the others. The key is Wang Tang. According to Mr. Zhang's nature, he'll investigate to the end. Only if I stay here will Teacher Zhang not suspect me in the first place. Jiang Huan's brows knitted into a ball, and his star-like eyes kept turning. He was pondering what exactly he could do to get rid of the suspicion. Soon, he had an idea. The scorpion's three-toothed steel fork appeared in his hand. He attempted to infuse his spiritual energy into the three-toothed steel fork, and a strong sense of rejection then appeared. Zhang Huan gritted his teeth and wrapped more spiritual energy around it. The three-toothed steel fork then slowly floated into the air. A drop of sweat seeped out from the tip of Zhang Huan's forehead. Obviously, Zhang Huan also had to endure a lot of pressure from forcibly controlling the high-fit artifact-spirit. He walked quickly to a short distance away from Wang Tang and turned his back to the three-toothed steel fork. The cold aura of the three-toothed steel fork was so dazzling in the night. Zhang Huan gritted his teeth. The three-toothed steel fork flew out violently. It was steadily inserted into Zhang Huan's back. Intense pain instantly struck. But Zhang Huan didn't say a word. Fortunately, the spirit had controlled it properly, and it was only inserted an inch or so. Zhang Huan endured the pain and took the three-toothed steel fork back into the system space again, and after finding a comfortable position, he lay down. I was seriously injured in order to cover Wang Tang's escape. Teacher shouldn't suspect me anymore. A smile surfaced on Zhang Huan's miserable face. A dark red bloodstain coldly overflowed from the corner of Zhang Huan's mouth, and a strong sense of dizziness surged before his eyes. Careless, I forgot that this three-toothed steel fork is called poisonous scorpion and is inherently poisonous. Previously, when Zhang Huan fought with the scorpion's attacks fell short due to the concealment, death stance. Because of this, Zhang Huan didn't realize that this artifact spirit, poison scorpion, came with toxins. The sensation of the sky spinning and the earth spinning was like a wave that kept coming. It was as if Zhang Huan could hear a slight sound of footsteps, slowly walking towards him. He could no longer open his eyes, and even his five senses were slowly disappearing. A wave of fear suddenly surged into his heart. What if the person coming wasn't Zhang Yu? But there was no turning back. The only thing Zhang Huan could do was to pray in his heart. The person coming must be Zhang Yu. And Zhang Yu must have an antidote on him. Chapter 43, Randomness or Beliefs. When Zhang Huan opened his eyes once more, what met his eyes was a cluster of dim firelight. Next to the firelight was a dusty golden Buddha, looking down on all living beings. Behind the firelight, Zhang Yu held a cigarette in his mouth and gulped down the smoke, and the soles of his feet were piled up with cigarette butts. Sadness was written all over his entire face. Waking up? Zhang Huan slowly got up as a wave of pain from his back hit him, causing him to grimace. Teacher, what's wrong with me? Also, why are you here? Zhang Huan asked knowingly. Zhang Yu's gaze was fixed on the flames that were constantly going up and down as he slowly spat out a sentence. I didn't come here just to look for you? Count on your kid's life. If I come a little later, you're going to have poisonous blood attacking your heart, and it will be hard for the immortals to save you. Zhang Huan scratched his head. Trouble, teacher. Tell me, what have you been through? How did you run into a peace with Wang Tang? Zhang Huan then told the speech that he had prepared long ago, which was roughly that he had gone out hunting in order to gather money to redeem his sword. It so happened that after meeting Wang Tang, the two were targeted by a group of mercenaries due to their exposed money. The duo fled in all directions and finally escaped here. In order to fight for a ray of hope, Zhang Huan did not hesitate to use himself as bait, just to make Wang Tang go out and find helpers to rescue him. After saying that, Zhang Huan blankly scanned the circle and asked in a puzzled manner, Teacher, where is Wang Tang? He's the one who found you, right? Zhang Yu sighed and pointed his hand to the side. In the dimly lit corner, a body lay there quietly. As if Zhang Huan had suffered a heavy blow, he froze for a long time before asking in a daze, Teacher? Wang Tang is dead? Zhang Yu nodded, a look of self-reproach on his face. Silence enveloped between the two, and only after a long time did Zhang Yu speak out to break the silence. Alright, Zhang Huan, don't be sad. It's none of your business, you've done your best. I've examined his body. Other than the fact that there had been traces of beating in front of his body, the real cause of his death was death from excessive shock. Zhang Huan was still a bit out of it, seemingly unable to accept the death of his classmate. Zhang Yu sighed and continued to ask, Zhang Huan, do you know who is after you? Only then did Zhang Huan come back to his senses as he shook his head. I don't know, I only know that he has a poisonous scorpion tattooed on his head, and I've heard those underlings of his call him Scorpion. Zhang Yu nodded, that's right, it's really them. Zhang Huan feigned surprise, Teacher, you know them? Then quickly let the people from the City Patrol Division arrest them. Zhang Yu revealed a helpless expression, the City Patrol Division can't arrest them anymore, I guess only the black and white irregulars can arrest them. Zhang Huan heard this and froze for a moment before exclaiming, Teacher, you killed them all. Zhang Yu spread his hands. It wasn't me. When I arrived, they were all dead. Jiang Huan was stunned when he heard this. It seemed that he was somewhat unable to believe this answer. He repeatedly asked Zhang Yu to make sure, and in the end, he even stood up in excitement and shouted repeatedly. It was as if the resentment of being hunted down for days, as well as the pleasure of his classmates' great revenge, were released at this moment. Throughout the entire process, Zhang Yu had been silently observing Jiang Huan's expression change. All because Zhang Yu had found knife wounds at different angles on the corpses of all 6 members of the Poison Scorpion Mercenary Corps. Although there were some variations in these openings, he had restored the user's means of making moves from some clues with his experience. There were a few moves that were surprisingly similar to the effects of Jiang Huan's artifact-spirit. Jiang Huan, have you ever fought them head-on? Jiang Huan nodded, yes. At first, I was able to injure them, but after a while, my spiritual energy was consumed too quickly, so I could only escape. Jiang Huan's half-truthful answer caused Zhang Yu to be in trouble. It seemed that the non-fatal injuries on those mercenaries were all caused by Jiang Huan's counterattack. And the one who really killed them was indeed someone else. But was there really someone else? Jiang Huan, have you and Wang Tang gone to any special places and met any special people or things along the way to escape? Jiang Huan's mind raced as he wondered what Zhang Yu was referring to. In just a moment, Jiang Huan made multiple analyses. Was it the killing in the supply town, or was it his own hunting of demonic beasts in the fog? Being able to gain a foothold in the supply town for many years, Sister Han would never betray herself. The matter of hunting and killing demonic beasts was too common, so there was no need for Zhang Yu to ask herself. Wait a minute. A thought flashed through Jiang Huan's mind. It wasn't just a matter of humans and demonic beasts. Could it be a matter of people and demonic beasts combined? Jiang Huan quickly recalled what happened in the dilapidated supermarket. There, Jiang Huan did meet 3 special people. With this thought, Jiang Huan had an intention in his heart. There is Wang Tang and I once fled to a dilapidated supermarket in order to escape. Why did you two run into that? Zhang Yu's appetite was violently whetted. This was the key to finding the answer. Jiang Huan already understood most of it in his heart when he took a look at his appearance. Immediately, he replied, half truthfully, half falsely, because there's movement there. The 2 of us are so low in cultivation, we can only survive if we find someone with a sense of justice. Of course we have to go in and try. Who did you meet? 3 young men who were hunting. They should be 7 or 8 years older than me. And they helped you? Not exactly helping. It's just that the 2 gangs of them fought as soon as they met. We took advantage of the chaos and ran away. The host's ability to make up stories received a blank stare from Artifact-Spirit number 7. On the other hand, Artifact-Spirit number 3 felt that the host's ability to improvise was praiseworthy, and he cast an approving glance at you. Jiang Huan's words caused Zhang Yu to fall into silence. Every word of his was so reasonable. It seemed like he had been overly concerned. But who had killed the people from the Poison Scorpion Mercenary Corps? And took all their storage rings and whatnot captive? Could it be those 3 people who came to seek revenge? Teacher Zhang, do you know why they fought? Jiang Huan's question pulled him out of his thoughts. He exhaled a mouthful of smoke and replied somewhat helplessly, why else? I'm afraid that my prey will be cut off. Remember what I told you? The fog is not like Asylum City, anything can happen. Those 3 people must have thought that the people from the Poison Scorpion Mercenary Corps were going to rob them, so they made the first move. The 2 of you, at that time, were considered to be crooked and saved your own lives by a fluke. Otherwise, right now, I might be doing more than collecting Wang Tang's corpse for him. The 2 of them once again fell into silence, except that one of them felt guilty because of the death of his student, while the other felt guilty because of deceiving Zhang Yu. Jiang Huan even felt that he was bullying the honest man. You can still move, right? Zhang Yu threw away the cigarette in his hand and stomped his toes a few times with force. It hurts a bit. Mr. Zhang, what's wrong? Zhang Yu slowly got up and patted the ash on his butt. Let's go back to the city. Can't we go back at dawn? Zhang Yu gave Jiang Huan a blank look. If I don't bring you back, your homeroom teacher is going to kill me. Then he strides towards Wang Tang's corpse, slinging it over his shoulder. Besides, I always have to return Wang Tang to his parents as soon as possible. If it's any later, I'm afraid he's going to stink. Chapter 44, Acquaintance in Distress. Under the night, the speeding motorcycle headed towards the direction of Kaiyun City. The rumbling sound of the gas pedal resounded throughout the ruins, startling 3 to 5 groups of demonic beasts. Jiang Huan sat behind Zhang Yu, his mind calculating the harvest from this outing. The roaring throttle sound in his ears subsided in a flash, but the motorcycle was still speeding. Jiang Huan was a bit puzzled. "Teacher, why is your car silent?" "It's on silent mode." "This thing still has a silent mode?" "I spent money to change it." "Then why didn't you turn it on before?" "It's cooler with sound." "Why don't you turn it on now?" "I have an ominous premonition." Jiang Huan sniffed and immediately became alert. In this crisis-ridden fog, no one knew what would happen next. Suddenly, Jiang Huan only felt a chill at his back, as if he was being stared at. He took a deep breath and jerked his head back. A sigh of relief washed over his heart. It turned out that it was just the bumps along the way that caused the dead Wang Teng to open his eyes again. "Almost scared to death by you," Jiang Huan muttered, then reached out to close his eyes for him. The reason why he didn't throw him in the storage ring was because no matter whether it was Jiang Huan or Zhang Yu, they all felt that it was more or less disrespectful to throw people into the storage ring as if they were goods. The dead is great. Even if Jiang Huan had a grudge against him, he also felt that he shouldn't throw him in the storage ring. As the motorcycle sped, 2 people's ears gradually came out a burst of intermittent chanting. This chant was full of truth, goodness, and beauty, giving people the energy to wash away their sins and become human again. Just as Jiang Huan was about to get lost, a cool feeling slowly gushed out from the tip of his heart. The impulse that had just occurred instantly dissipated. Jiang Huan guffawed. This, pure heart, was really a good ability. At the same time, Zhang Yu's voice rang out. "Jiang Huan, cheer up. The priest should be right in front. We can't take a detour, or we'll have to drive for several more hours. Guard your heart, don't be compelled by its chants." Not long after, the 2 of them got off the motorcycle and hid behind a piece of broken wall to look ahead. Everything around them gave Jiang Huan a sense of déjà vu. However, there was an additional towering Gothic church in front of them. It was majestic, old and quaint, as if it had been honed by years of age. But it was intact and looked out of place with the broken walls around it. "What? Does it feel like this place is déjà vu, yet it seems like you haven't been here before?" Jiang Huan nodded. "Try to take this church out of sight and then recall it." Jiang Huan heard this, and although he was unsure, he did as Zhang Yu said. Jiang Huan erased the church in front of him from his mind. A sense of familiarity hit him. "It's the ruins of that abandoned supermarket." Zhang Yu nodded. To be able to directly cover over a real building, it seems that this demonic beast priest has gained a lot of strength in this period of time. "Jiang Huan, let's go. Remember, don't startle the demonic beast here. Otherwise we'll have a hard time leaving tonight." The duo carefully used the broken walls to hide their figures, carefully pushing the motorcycle to sneak under the dark night. The lights in the towering church were brightly lit, and a song of praise to the gods floated over the high walls and echoed in the surroundings. Occasionally, some demonic beasts that strayed into this place pulled their legs out and ran at the first sign of the melody. The duo walked from the side wall to the back wall, and crossed another side wall from the back wall. "Teacher, this demonic beast is unfolding his domain here. He should be eyeing a new target, right?" Jiang Huan lowered his voice and asked Zhang Yu. "That should be the case," Zhang Yu replied while glancing at the main entrance of the church with his afterglow. With just a glance, he could no longer walk on his feet. "Jiang Huan, push the cart and wait for me at the front." "Teacher, what's wrong?" Ran into an acquaintance. Jiang Huan couldn't help but look in the direction of Zhang Yu's gaze. In front of the towering church, a long dark red carpet was laid out. 6 figures walked towards the church's main door. Some of them had numb expressions, while others had pained faces. The only thing that was the same was that their speeds were all extremely slow. Obviously, they were all resisting moving forward, but there was a force pushing them to walk into the church. Jiang Huan's brows knitted into a ball, his heart filled with doubts. How was it them? Why were they here? Among the 6 people, Jiang Huan recognized 4 of them. Zhang Jiawen from colorful Cloud City, as well as Su Zhengyang, Xu Xiaoxiao, and Lu Yiming, whom he had met twice before. As for the remaining 2 people, dressed in the uniform of the City Patrol Division, it was needless to say that they were Zhang Jiawen's men. "Teacher, are you going to save them?" Zhang Yu nodded. "Well, go wait for me at the front." He paused and added, "If the situation isn't right, you can just drive the motorcycle away, don't worry about me." Although Jiang Huan was a bit puzzled, he could count on seeing that between Zhang Jiawen and Zhang Yu, they were not ordinary friends. Jiang Huan numbly took over the motorcycle, quickly found the fastest position to get on the car and parked it on the side of the road, then started the fire ahead of time, and then ran back at a faster speed. He hid behind a dead tree, paying close attention to Zhang Yu. Jiang Huan secretly made up his mind in his heart. If anything unexpected happened, even if he didn't care about other people, he would still save Zhang Yu. Anyway, the priest's domain had no effect on him. At this moment, Zhang Yu had already arrived in front of the main entrance of the church. A more majestic, power-filled chant floated out from within the church, through the gate, and squeezed into Zhang Yu's ears. Zhang Yu's face was grave, and the ruler in his hand was fluttering. The saint's words, "Do not listen to impoliteness." In the next moment, Zhang Yu's ears unexpectedly closed up on their own, the ear contour blocking the cochlea directly. The artifact-spirit, Confucian, also appeared behind him in the blink of an eye. Zhang Yu rushed behind Zhang Jivun and slapped his shoulder. "Jivun, wake up!" However, Zhang Jivun acted as if he did not hear it and continued to walk forward with turtle-like steps. Seeing this, Zhang Yu immediately decided to forcefully pull Zhang Jivun away. With a clench of his teeth, he clasped both hands on Zhang Jivun's waist and was about to carry him. However, for some reason, Zhang Yu, who was usually as strong as an ox, was unable to carry Zhang Jivun at this moment even though his face was red. Seeing this, the artifact-spirit, Confucian, hurriedly stepped forward to lend a hand. One person and one artifact-spirit, carrying Zhang Jivun's shoulders left and right, were about to withdraw towards the back. But a strange thing happened. It was as if Zhang Jiawen was rooted on the soles of his feet, not moving at all. Jiang Huan frowned. With teacher Zhang's strength, plus the assistance of the Confucian, there's no way to take Zhang Jiawen away? At this moment, the demonic beasts in the church seemed to have sensed something strange. Their chants became even louder and their tones became much sharper. It was as if they were able to penetrate through the flesh and hit the soul directly. As for Zhang Jivun, who was originally in a stalemate with Zhang Yu, it was as if he had been empowered by some sort of force at this moment. Although his footsteps were still slow, at this moment, he was actually able to lead Zhang Yu and the artifact-spirit, Confucian, towards the church. The mood of artifact-spirit number 9 is becoming irritable. Please leave this place immediately. Artifact-spirit number 9 feels provoked from the bottom of its heart. The system is trying to pacify it. Please leave this place immediately. Artifact-spirit number 9's mood is gradually shifting from annoyance to irritability, as if he has been provoked. Please host, leave this place immediately. The system's beeps kept coming. But Zhang Yu was still working hard in front of the church. How could he ignore Zhang Yu? Why can't I pull them? Why is this happening? Jiang Huan's mind raced. Suddenly, an aura flashed through his mind and he suddenly realized something. I know the reason. Chapter 45, Rescue and Escape. Jiang Huan's epiphany stemmed from the system's beep. The 9th artifact spirit senses provocation from the bottom of its heart. In other words, the chants that the priest chanted with his followers after he unfolded his domain were essentially a control of the target object's heart. As the saying goes, what the heart wants, the body wants. It was precisely for this reason that even Zhang Yu and the Confucian scholar could hardly bring him to move even the slightest bit when they joined forces. Only to see Jiang Huan's body moving, urging concealment to the extreme, he flew to Zhang Yu's side at a ghostly pace. Teacher, let me try. Zhang Yu, who was busy pulling Zhang Jiawen, coldly heard the words beside him and raised his hand to strike. But when he turned his head, he saw Jiang Huan's youthful face and hurriedly withdrew his hand. Jiang Huan, what are you doing here? Get out of here. Jiang Huan said with a straight face, Teacher, you won't be able to take him away with brute force like this. If we waste any more time, once he enters the church, it'll be the priest's domain. At that time, it will be difficult for us to save them. How could Zhang Yu not understand this? It's just that when people are clueless, they will always insist on some stupid ways, hoping for a miracle. I know, but hurry up. Jiang Huan guffawed. Zhang Yu's harsh words seemed to have lost their previous intimidating power. Only when Jiang Huan's mind moved, the 1,000 blades materialized into human form and floated behind him. After one person and one weapon spirit looked at each other, Jiang Huan violently rushed to the side of Chu Xiaoxiao and Su Zhangyang. With one hand, he lifted them by their collars and followed their footsteps as they slowly walked towards the church. Jiang Huan, what are you going to do? The next moment, a wave of sound came from behind him. The sound of countless drums, accompanied by the sound of trampling and cow mooing, violently swept past his body and lunged towards the front. He followed the sound and looked behind him, only to see 1,000 blades, sticking a long blade made of spiritual energy into the ground. Wave after wave of sound surged out from the long blade, forming a barrier in front of the congregation. In just an instant, the church's sacrosanct chanting collided with the sound waves full of killing intent, as if the God who purifies everything had met a murderous demon. The sound waves of deja vu caused Zhang Yu to fall into deep thought, the effect of Zhang Huan's weapon spirit, how come it's so similar to Chief Draconic Bulls? He looked meaningfully at Zhang Huan in front of him, only to see Zhang Huan making use of both hands, as if he was always ready to evacuate at the first opportunity. As for the crowd behind the barrier, their originally confused eyes were gradually regaining their senses. Only, without exception, they were all paralyzed on the ground at once, as if the previous experience had exhausted all of their chi. What's happening to me? It seems like we've been sneak attacked by a demonic beast. It's the priest's domain. Zhang Jiawen's body went limp before he was about to fall, but he was stopped by a large hand. Old Zhang? Why are you here? Zhang Yu was just about to reply when white light blazed within the church. It illuminated the surroundings as if it was daytime. Zhang Huan felt bad, teacher. Quickly take them away. In just a split second, Zhang Huan carried the two people beside him and ran backwards. And Zhang Yu also picked up Zhang Jiawen and a member of the city patrol division at the first opportunity to flee towards the back. Like them, the Confucian had Su Zhengyang and another member of the city patrol division in his two arms, and immediately chased after the duo's footsteps as they ran forward. The soundwave barrier that was originally blocking in front of the crowd was continuously being eaten away at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Gradually, less than 3 feet of the barrier composed of sound waves remained. The 1,000 blades looked grave, as if they were facing an unprecedented challenge. Zhang Huan tossed the duo in his hands across the motorcycle without a second thought, Lu Yiming on the bottom and Chu Xiaoxiao on the top. Then he flipped onto the bike with a flip and gripped the steering handle. Teacher! Hurry! Zhang Yu snapped, brat! Just mind your own business. Only to hear him mutter, walk like the wind. Both of his calves steeply fired, and his sturdy muscles burst his pant legs. His and the Confucian speed violently erupted to the extreme, and in one go, they left Zhang Huan, who hadn't yet had time to drive, in the distance. Teacher! You still have this trick. Zhang Huan's face was envious, although he possessed concealment, it was more of a stance that hid his figure and made his footsteps more agile, although there was an increase in speed, it was nowhere near as fast as Zhang Yu. Zhang Huan could not care less, immediately turned around and shouted, 1,000 blades. The original 1,000 blades, which was still struggling to support itself, immediately turned into a stream of light and chased towards Zhang Huan when it heard this call. The motorcycle was like a cannonball, and in only a few breaths, it sailed far away. In just a split second, sacred chants resounded throughout the ruins. Dozens of believers poured out of the church, and after slightly recognizing the direction, they floated in midair like ghosts, chasing after Zhang Huan. Their speed was even faster. In the blink of an eye, they greatly shortened the distance between them and Zhang Huan. Hey, that person. Can you do it? If these believers catch up. It won't take long for the priest to catch up. Chu Xiaoxiao's anxious voice sounded behind Zhang Huan. Zhang Huan cursed in a bad mood, you think I don't know? I've twisted the gas pedal to the bottom. Any more nonsense and I'll kick you off. Lu Yiming was a bit flustered, little brother, don't mind it, Xiaoxia is not malicious, she is just a bit anxious. Zhang Huan didn't pay any attention to him, but concentrated on dodging every obstacle in front of him. What are you looking at? What are you staring at me for at a time like this? Rascal! Chu Xiaoxiao cursed angrily, if it wasn't for the fact that her whole body was weak, she might have gotten on with it a long time ago. Zhang Huan frowned, what was the situation? Can't it be that Lu Yiming is still horny at a time like this? At this time, Lu Yiming's voice rang out. Little brother, can you tell this friend of yours to stop looking at Xiaoxiao, although Xiaoxiao is good looking, it's not so bad that he's looking so straight at her, right? In just a moment, Zhang Huan understood the reason. Wang Tang's eyelids were bumped open again. Oh, you guys are overthinking it, the one next to you is a dead man. In just a moment, Chu Xiaoxiao, who had just been screaming endlessly, instantly quieted down. Phew! 2 light and airy figures floated to Zhang Huan's left and right in a split second, and their claw-like hands were about to grab towards Zhang Huan. Zhang Huan didn't hesitate to activate the 1,000 blades. Cold-ons appeared. In the blink of an eye, the two figures that had just caught up with Jiang Huan were sliced to pieces by the blade intent released by the 1,000 blades. But Jiang Huan did not relax. Simply because the system's beep did not sound. Little brother. It's useless. These are the priest's puppets. The priest won't die. It's useless to kill them as many times as you can. Just as Lu Yiming had said. The two silhouettes that had been sliced to pieces only stagnated for a moment before their shattered silhouettes once again chased towards Jiang Huan. Do you guys have a solution? As he spoke, Jiang Huan once again urged the 1,000 blades. Utilizing the shattering blade to the extreme. Dozens of believers behind them who were in hot pursuit of Jiang Huan. They were turned into countless fragments in just a moment. This scene stunned Lu Yiming and Chu Xiaoxiao. Special Artifact-Spirit. Killing dozens of demonic beasts in the blink of an eye. This guy couldn't be the expert who had previously slaughtered the steel claw monkeys in the dilapidated supermarket. The scene in front of them caused the duo to not return to their senses for a long time. Even Jiang Huan's question was not heard. Hey! You two, don't be dumbfounded. Quickly tell me. Is there a way? Chapter 46, Renewed Suspicion. Xu Xiaoxia was the first to react. There's only one way that isn't a way. What solution? The priest's effective control distance over these puppets is only 3 kilometers. Considering the impact of the priest's constant pursuit from the rear, we only need to run out 8 kilometers and they'll never find us again. Jiang Huan was helpless, but thinking about it, if they really had a way, how could they have been chased all the way by the priest in the first place? At this moment, the believers recovered once again and pounced towards Jiang Huan and the others. Jiang Huan could only mobilize the shattering blade, once again, crushing them all. When they came once, Jiang Huan crushed them once. It was as if the two sides were engaged in a tug-of-war in terms of spiritual power. The frequent urging of spiritual energy on such a wide scale caused Chu Xiaoxiao to be a bit dismayed. She lowered her voice and asked in a low voice, Lu Yiming, do you think he could be the person we met earlier? Lu Yiming fell into deep thought as he silently observed Jiang Huan. Not like that, his aura isn't even as strong as ours. Chu Xiaoxiao was a little hesitant. She still remembered Su Zhengyang's previous deduction clearly. The other party was at least a 4th-ranked expert, and the artifact spirit was at least a ranked or above. Jiang Huan's aura was not only not as strong as theirs, but even the artifact spirit in his hand was only B grade. There wasn't a single point that matched their deduction. However, the woman's intuition told her that Jiang Huan was definitely not as simple as he looked. The distance between Jiang Huan and the believers gradually increased as he continued to strangle. A few minutes later, the 3 of them finally left the believers far behind. Jiang Huan slowly stopped the motorcycle and carried the Chu Xiaoxiao duo off the vehicle. After being controlled by the priest, at this moment, they were no better than a vegetable. Take a break. It wasn't that Jiang Huan really wanted to rest, it was just that the high-intensity consumption of spiritual energy was a bit overwhelming even for him. Moreover, he also had to reconnect with Zhang Yu and the others. Jiang Huan sat aside, took out a bottle of water from his storage ring, and gulped it down. Then, he touched his cell phone, which had a dozen missed calls from Zhang Yu. He returned it and soon connected. Jiang Huan, where are you? Did you get rid of the demonic beast yet? Got rid of it, I can't say where, I'll send you the coordinates later. Half an hour later. Zhang Yu and the others came to Jiang Huan's side. It was just that unlike before, at this moment, the two Zhang Yu and Zhang Jibun were being carried over by Su Zhengyang with one hand. And the artifact spirit that was carrying the other 2 members of the city patrol division had also turned into a stout walker with double swords on his waist. Teacher Zhang. What's wrong with you? Su Zhengyang slowly put him down. Zhang Yu's face was pale and he forced himself to smile. It's nothing, it's just that the side effect of the move to escape just now is a bit big. Now the whole body is sore and weak. Zhang Jivun interjected, that's not true. If it wasn't for Captain Su's quick recovery, I'm afraid that several of us wouldn't be able to come to you right now. Speaking here, Su Zhengyang guffawed, don't say that, Mr. Zhang Yu, if it wasn't for you and Captain Zhang Jiawen saving us, perhaps the 3 of us would have become a pile of white bones. Once the few people talked and laughed and communicated, Jiang Huan finally learned the whole story. Zhang Jiawen had been forced by Murong Shui to go out of the city to look for himself, and as a result, he had been screwed by Jiang Huan's little trick, and the direction of his search was completely misplaced. By the time he reacted, it was already several days later. He retraced Jiang Huan's trajectory of action based on the traces left at the scene, and only then did he feel his way over. But who would have thought that he would happen to meet the lost Su Zhenyang trio halfway? Both sides communicated and learned that Su Zhenyang's trio was a foreign miniature mercenary group looking for the direction of Kaiyun City. So Zhang Jiawen decided to bring the three together to look for Jiang Huan first, and then return to Kaiyun City together after finding Jiang Huan. Unexpectedly, both parties only investigated to the rundown supermarket, but because of an inadvertent mistake, they were affected by the demonic beast, priest's chant and almost walked into its domain. Thanks to me Zhang Yu and Jiang Huan, otherwise 6 people's life is difficult to protect. After Jiang Huan heard, he couldn't help but look at Chu Xiaoxiao twice. This road idiot, it seemed that she had led the wrong way again. However, what were they doing in Kaiyun City? Could it be that they really wanted to assassinate Long Chun? Jiang Huan was immersed in thought, and his gaze subconsciously rested on Chu Xiaoxiao. Such an impolite gaze caused Zhang Yu to feel a bit humiliated, and he coldly knocked Jiang Huan's head. Which way to look? You have to take full responsibility for pulling this out in the deep. Jiang Huan ate the pain and muttered, on what grounds? If you don't come out, I'm guilty of looking for you. Did Zhang Jiawen make the mistake of looking for you? Zhang Jiawen didn't look for you. Why would Captain Su and the others have to go through this? Jiang Huan wanted to retort, but he vaguely felt as if this was indeed the case. At this moment, Zhang Jiawen voiced out. Old Zhang, don't bully Jiang Huan either. It's a shame to say that, obviously we came here to look for Jiang Huan, we were afraid that he would meet some danger in the fog. But who would have thought that the few of us were saved by Jiang Huan in the end? Shame on you. For a moment, all of them showed an embarrassed look on their faces. Especially when they realized that Jiang Huan was still just a student who hadn't graduated from high school, the look of shame intensified. In the end, it was Zhang Yu who broke the silence. Everyone is pretty much rested, right? If it's fine, let's go back to Kaiyun City? The crowd nodded their heads one after another, and Zhang Jivan and his 2 team members each took out a cool cruiser motorcycle from their storage rings. Especially Zhang Jiawen, his motorcycle was surprisingly even cooler than Zhang Yu's. With just one glance, Jiang Huan couldn't take his eyes off it. Zhang Jiawen signaled Chu Xiaoxiao to sit behind him and happened to notice Jiang Huan's gaze. He dejectedly patted the gas tank. How is it? This car of mine is handsome, isn't it? It took me 5 years of salary plus bonuses, and I even borrowed a sum of money from the old city lord to buy it. The prototype was changed based on an unearthed motorcycle illustrated book. It seems to be called something like Knight Luther. Jiang Huan's mood instantly dropped. He did want a car like this, but at least until his mother had completely recovered, he didn't dare to have such thoughts. Zhang Yu keenly sensed Jiang Huan's despondency, and immediately chased Zhang Jivan and the others away without any good humor. Go go go! Unproductive stuff, fooling around with a child. The motorcycle roared, and in the silent ruins, only Zhang Yu and Jiang Huan remained. Jiang Huan, don't envy him. It's just a broken motorcycle. If you want it, Master will give you this one of mine. Jiang Huan thanked Zhang Yu, but still refused. He didn't like owing others a favor. Teacher, aren't we leaving yet? Zhang Yu was a little hesitant, but finally spoke up. Jiang Huan, I noticed that your artifact spirit seems to have another effect. That effect seems to be of the spiritual type, right? Jiang Huan smiled bitterly. Sure enough, teacher had still noticed this. Once again, he suspected that he had something to do with Wang Tang's death. This time, how should he make him dispel his suspicions about himself? Chapter 47 Zhang Yu's psychological activities. Jiang Huan nodded and did not respond. Wang Tang was scared to death. Does this really have nothing to do with you? As he spoke, Zhang Yu looked at Jiang Huan with a smile on his face, as if it wasn't a questioning but an inquiry between close friends. Jiang Huan shook his head and met Zhang Yu's gaze. Teacher, it has nothing to do with me. The teenager's stubbornness, the questioning heart, were all revealed at this moment. Jiang Huan didn't think he had done anything wrong. If it wasn't for Wang Tang's successive outbursts, how could he have dealt death to him? Looking at each other, the two of them remained silent for a long time. A moment later, Zhang Yu guffawed as he hooked a hand on Jiang Huan's shoulder. Jiang Huan, teacher believes in you. A bright laughter drifted into the distance with the wind. Jiang Huan was a bit puzzled. This is believing? It's a bit too quick, isn't it? Zhang Yu seemed to be able to see the doubts in his heart and heavily patted his shoulder. Teacher just thinks that a student who can risk his life to the hands of a fourth-ranked demonic beast to save his teacher must not be a bad person. The corners of Zhang Yu's mouth rose slightly, and for the first time, a very natural and amiable smile appeared on that stony face. He didn't pursue Zhang Huan, nor did he continue to investigate deeply. He even felt that it was completely unlike his style. Was it gratitude to Zhang Huan for saving his life? Or was it because of his guilt towards Zhang Huan? In short, Zhang Yu did not intend to pursue it. It was enough for him to be sure that Zhang Huan was not a bad person. By the way, Zhang Huan, your artifact spirit has awakened an unbelievable effect this time, although the quality is still D-grade, but if you look at it comprehensively, it's perhaps not much better than some C-grade artifact spirits. In Zhang Yu's cognizance, an artifact spirit that could be successfully quenched multiple times in a row was at least an artifact spirit that did not have a poor initial quality. Therefore, he took it for granted that Zhang Huan had just awakened a new artifact spirit effect again, not that the artifact spirit had been successfully quenched. Zhang Huan smiled faintly. Teacher, my artifact spirit is now B-grade. There was still a month to go before the school recruitment, so there was no need for Zhang Huan to hide from Zhang Yu on the grade of his artifact spirit. However, his words caused Zhang Yu to not react for a moment. B-grade is good, B-grade. Wait. You just said you're B-rank? You've succeeded in quenching again? Zhang Huan nodded. Well, the luck was better. No, how do you know what materials your artifact spirit needs? Moreover, even if you knew, how were you able to collect them all so quickly? Zhang Huan shrugged his shoulders and smiled meaningfully at Zhang Yu. Isn't this thanks to you, teacher? Thank me? Thank me for what? Zhang Yu subconsciously asked, but he quickly remembered that Zhang Huan's artifact spirit effect was similar to the ability of the Draconic Bull Chief. He couldn't help but point at Zhang Huan and exclaimed in dismay, the spirit embryo from last time. Zhang Huan was non-committal. Besides the spirit embryo, what other materials did you add? Zhang Yu asked anxiously. His artifact spirit had been stuck at grade C for many years. Although Zhang Huan's quenching experience was not necessarily applicable, it had a certain reference. Zhang Huan laughed with a disinterested expression. Teacher, I only used the spirit embryo, I didn't use any other materials. At this moment, Zhang Yu was messed up. You mean you didn't add any other auxiliary materials? Only the spirit embryo was used. Just let your artifact spirit advance from D-grade to B-grade. Zhang Huan nodded. That's it. It's not scientific. I've never heard of such a thing. Zhang Huan spread both his hands and blurted out, who knows? I was also thinking that I didn't have the money to buy other materials at first, and adhering to the principle of not wasting it, I tried to quench it directly with a spirit embryo. As a result, who knows, it was quenched successfully all of a sudden. Zhang Yu looked at Zhang Huan with a complicated expression, his eyes filled with envy and jealousy. Unscientific. Unscientific, ah. I've never seen a successful case of quenching with just a spirit embryo on those papers. Zhang Huan patted Zhang Yu's shoulder. Teacher, what era is this? You still talk about science? Zhang Yu was stunned. Yes. It's been 300 years since the recovery of spiritual qi, and anything outrageous has happened. What's so strange about using a spirit embryo to quench a D-grade artifact spirit into a B-grade artifact spirit? However, teacher, if we really want to find a reason, I think it might be that spirit embryo that's more special. Maybe, any random artifact spirit quenching can successfully raise the grade of the artifact spirit. Zhang Huan blurted it out. Anyway, the spirit embryo had already been refined by him, which was equivalent to being dead without evidence. However, these words fell into Zhang Yu's ears, but they became steel needles stabbed into his heart. He clearly remembered that Zhang Huan was going to let him have the spirit embryo in the first place. If he accepted it, did it mean that the Confucian would be able to become a B-grade weapon spirit? He had personally cut off the possibility of Confucian Shang advancing. At this thought, he was actually overcome with sadness. 2 lines of hot tears slowly slid down from the corners of his eyes. Teacher, why are you crying? It's fine, I'm touched by the aftermath of the robbery. The motorcycle slowly started and drove towards the direction of Kaiyun City, neither fast nor slow. Right, Zhang Huan, after returning to the city this time, don't leave the city. Why? Why else? We intercepted the priest halfway tonight? This is equivalent to robbing him of his dinner. Unsurprisingly, he'll be looking for us everywhere for some time to come. Going out of the city during this time is just looking for death. Jiang Huan responded, turning back towards the direction towards where the priest was, looking far away. The sharp gaze seemed to pierce through the night. A group of flying bird-like demonic beasts flew up from the woods and scattered in panic. Chasing old me to such a sorry state. Wait for it. I'll tear down your church sooner or later. Trigger mission. A man should be able to stand up for himself. How can he be chased by the smallest of men? Please kill the demonic beast, Father. Upon completion of the mission, you will receive a random reward. The corners of Jiang Huan's mouth were slightly outlined. The blazing sun was in the sky. This was the second day after Jiang Huan returned to Kaiyun City. Perhaps it was because his previous life was too hectic. Jiang Huan, who had slept for 12 hours, still had a sleepy look. Washing and dressing, Jiang Huan was always in a half-asleep, half-awake state. After everything was taken care of, he once again lay back on the bed. Sleep for another 5 minutes. By the time he opened his eyes again, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Overslept again. Jiang Huan sat quietly on the bed in a daze. Only after a long time did he feel out a storage ring from under his pillow. With a flick of his mind, he immediately began to explore the harvest from the ruins this time. 892 pieces of first-order demonic beast materials, 378 pieces of second-order demonic beast materials, and 35 pieces of third-order demonic beasts. If we sell them all, we should be able to sell them for nearly $2 million. Jiang Huan didn't have any joy on his face. Because, after this hunt, he deeply realized that simply relying on hunting wouldn't earn his mom's medical expenses. He had gone out for 10 days this time, not to mention that he had obtained more than $2 million worth of demonic beast materials, most of which were still rummaged out from the 7 people of the poisonous scorpion mercenary corps as well as Wang Tang's storage ring. His own hunting proceeds were only half at most. He once again moved his mind, and 7 more artifact spirits instantly appeared on the bed. 1D Great Artifact Spirit, 4C Great Artifact Spirits, and 2B Great Artifact Spirits. Plus a bunch of other potions with various effects in the storage ring. Combined, these things should be worth no less than 100 million. It's true that doing anything is not as fast as doing a robbery to make money. Jiang Huan's face finally had a smile on it. Many artifact spirits detected. Please ask the host to choose either contract or smelt. Chapter 48, 1000 Blades, S Domain. Jiang Huan's gaze, in a whirlwind, landed on a scimitar at the very edge. Jiang Huan clearly remembered that it was the artifact spirit of the guy named Yellow Hair, D grade, but the artifact spirit effect was no worse than C grade. System, melt it. Refill the 1000 blades. Melting is being executed. Melting object, canine blade, selecting target, 1000 blades, please wait. Vast spiritual energy was poured onto the canine blade, and the canine blade began to tremble involuntarily, with an increasing frequency and amplitude. Jiang Huan could even feel it wailing. Melting successful, artifact spirit, 1000 blades, experience plus 700. Common progress catalyzed, host experience plus 700. The artifact spirit, 1000 blades, sensed the host's concern, fit plus 1. After the quenching was completed, although the quality of the 1000 blades had not been raised, Jiang Huan had already felt the overpowering blade intent contained in the long blade. If you don't use the blade, you will see blood. With a thought, the data plate of the 1000 blades appeared in front of his eyes. Artifact spirit, 1000 blades. Quality, B. Effect 1, cold aura. Effect 2, 1000 changes. Effect 3, shattering blade. Effect 4, chaos. Experience, 81%. Fit, 86. Quenching times, 4. Still 19% short of experience to advance. With this thought, Jiang Huan cast his eyes on the 2 artifacts in the very center. One was Wang Tang's Grade B Meteor Hammer, and the other was Scorpion's 3-toothed steel fork. Only when Jiang Huan's hand touched the 2, they began to tremble spontaneously. It seemed to be in awe. The great artifact spirits seemed to already have some instinctive reactions compared to other artifact spirits. The corner of Jiang Huan's mouth lifted into a smile. However, for the 1000 blades S advancement, I still have to ask you to sacrifice yourselves. Melting being executed, melting object, poisonous scorpion, selecting target, 1000 blades, please wait a moment. Melting being executed, melting object, meteor, select target, 1000 blades, please wait. In the next moment, 2 strands of majestic spiritual energy erupted from Jiang Huan's body, passing through his left and right hands and pouring onto the 2 artifact spirits. The two artifact spirits tried to resist, but under the system's unreasonable suppression, their bodies were gradually transforming into liquids of different shapes, and under the system's traction, they began to merge into the body of the Thousand Blades. Artifact Spirit, Thousand Blades, feels a sense of comfort that it has never felt before, fitting degree +1. The Artifact Spirit, Thousand Blades, senses that he is gradually becoming stronger, and he is filled with gratitude towards his host. Fitting +1. Fusion successful, Artifact Spirit, Thousand Blades, experience +8,000. Joint progress catalyzed, host experience +8,000. The Artifact Spirit, Thousand Blades, seems to have touched a diffier NT kind of power, but there is still a thin layer of barrier that needs to be broken between him and this power. Jiang Huan frowned slightly. A different kind of power? The Thousand Blades is about to break through to a rank. Could it be a domain? Jiang Huan's gaze once again turned to the 4 remaining C-grade artifact spirits on the bed. Melting 2 more artifact spirits should be fine. The rest plus the materials, and some of the Lean's potions, if we take them to the black market and sell them, we should be able to scrape together enough money to redeem the unparalleled. With this in mind, Jiang Huan locked his eyes on a pair of pitch black gloves and a 7-section whip. Melting in progress, melting object, Iron Fist, selecting target, Thousand Blades, please wait. Melting in progress, melting object, Chain Whip, select target, Thousand Blades, please wait. Spiritual energy was poured onto it, and the burning sensation of cold outside and hot inside continuously scorched the 2 artifacts, which gradually turned into iron, and then fused with the Thousand Blades, under the pull of spiritual energy. Buzz! The Thousand Blades erupted with an unimpeded sword sound. The Artifact Spirit, Thousand Blades, had already touched that barrier and was always ready to break through. He has full trust in the host, fit +1. Melting successful, Artifact Spirit, Thousand Blades, experience +2,980. Joint progress catalyzed, host experience +2,980. Sufficient experience, will the Artifact Spirit be tempered? Sufficient experience, does the host choose to advance? The corners of Jiang Huan's mouth could not stop rising. After many days, it was finally possible to advance again. With this advancement, it should be possible to master the power of the domain, right? Jiang Huan chose quenching without hesitation. Unlike in the past when spiritual energy was instilled by the system, Jiang Huan was able to clearly feel that countless spiritual energy from his periphery began to be drawn into the Thousand Blades. At this moment, the Thousand Blades was like a feeding baleen whale, and in just a moment, it sucked in all the spiritual energy from Jiang Huan's surroundings. 7 or 8 small whirlpools gradually appeared on its blade, and they turned faster and faster. Even the spiritual energy in the distance was absorbed. Suddenly, the vortexes violently stopped. Pitch blackness began to spread in all directions from the tip of the blade. They were like wriggling beings, and in just a moment, endless darkness covered Jiang Huan's room and continued to expand outwards. What's going on? Why is the sky dark? Is it going to rain? Why can't I feel the spiritual energy in the air anymore? Old man, come and help me see, why is there no signal on this TV? Only in the blink of an eye. With the building Jiang Huan his family lived in as the center, the residential buildings in a 10-meter radius were covered by this endless pitch blackness. Most of the populace were ordinary people who were not aware of the means of the imperial spiritist. When day turned into night in a matter of moments, they only took it as a change in the weather. Occasionally, some low-ranked imperial spirit ambassadors noticed something strange, but they did not know what to do. Because, at this moment, not only could they not perceive any spiritual energy, but their 5 senses had also become much duller under the shroud of the black curtain. Tempering successful, the Great Artifact Spirit, Thousand Blades, successfully advanced to a Great Artifact Spirit, fit +5. Artifact Spirit, Thousand Blades, awakens the domain ability, Deadly Darkness, low level. The field coverage can be up to 5 meters in a circle, and the target's perception within the coverage area is reduced by 30%. Thousand Blades, levitated in mid-air as a figure stepped out of the long blade, moving from virtual to real. Thousand Blades' body became more and more solid, and at this moment, it was as if he was a living human being. He guffawed, his long hair under his bucket hat fluttering without wind. Thousand Blades, you've become stronger. Jiang Huan and Thousand Blades shared the same mind, so he naturally felt the difference in him at first. Thousand Blades nodded, then his body unexpectedly slowly floated into the air. His hands slowly lifted upwards, and Jiang Huan's body slowly floated along with it. During this floating process, Jiang Huan had an inexplicable feeling. He seemed to be gradually merging with this dark space. He could clearly perceive everyone in the darkness. For example, the old lady downstairs was shivering in the arms of the old man next door. The little brother upstairs was oblivious to the outside world, still immersed in his own game. The feelings brought about by this omniscient perspective greatly delighted Jiang Huan. He finally realized why people often said that having a domain and an artifact spirit without a domain were two concepts. He excitedly looked at the 1,000 blades in front of him, but unexpectedly realized that he was less than an inch from the ceiling. 1,000 blades. Quickly stop. It's going to crash. 1,000 blades, however, laughed as the two of them were still rising. Chapter 49, Slow Healing. The imaginary collision did not occur. Like air, Jiang Huan passed through the ceiling in a silky smooth manner and continued to rise, constantly passing through his upstairs neighbors one after another. It was as if these ordinary people with no spiritual power couldn't see Jiang Huan, minding their own business in the darkness. It seems that the domain can indeed suppress one's perception, and when facing an imperial spiritist, even though the suppression is weakened, it can still create an advantage for me to a certain extent. Moreover, currently, this domain is still only at a low-level state. If it is upgraded to a high-level state, it might even have stronger abilities. In no time, Jiang Huan was floating above the residential building under the traction of the 1,000 blades. He looked up and down, and the entire domain took the shape of an inverted bowl, covering an area of about 10 meters in circumference. At this moment, he had a feeling that he had completely merged with this darkness. With a movement of his mind, his entire body instantly disappeared from its original location and appeared in an alley covered by the domain. With another movement, he entered a pink bedroom, a refreshing scent hit his nose, a white thigh was exposed on the bed. Jiang Huan looked up his thigh, and most of the snowy white of his chest was exposed in front of his eyes. It was a handsome-looking girl who was taking a nap. Jiang Huan immediately felt some shortness of breath, and immediately moved his mind, returning to the 1,000 blades, once again. Within the domain coverage, I can freely appear in either corner. Jiang Huan seemed to have thought of something, only to see that he slightly moved his mind, and the domain coverage instantly became several circles smaller, and in the end, it even transformed into a black suit that fit his figure and wrapped him firmly in the shadows. Sure enough, the domain can shrink. In that case, as long as you're not facing some special circumstances, you can sneak into it. It's just that this spiritual power fluctuation. With this thought, Jiang Huan began to activate his newly acquired martial skill, Convergence. A moment later, he withdrew the domain. Only after the domain was withdrawn, his figure began to fall. But in just a blink of an eye, it stopped in mid-air. The 1,000 blades held him firmly in its arms. Careless. Forgot that I don't have a way to levitate yet. He scratched his head and thanked 1,000 blades before he began to carefully sense the residual spiritual energy fluctuations. Then, the corners of his mouth involuntarily rose. As expected, astringent breath is really a good martial skill. At this moment, where he had just been, he couldn't detect any residual spiritual energy at all. In other words, Jiang Huan only needed to utilize the power of the domain, and coupled with the characteristics of the restrained breath, he was able to enter and exit any place without a special counter mechanism as he wished. This if I had another martial skill that could increase my speed, maybe I could go assassinate a Melika's president. After saying that, Jiang Huan couldn't help but laugh. Even he felt how exaggerated such a thought was. Not to mention how many people had to protect them, the strength of someone who could achieve the position of a country's commander was far less than what it appeared on the surface. Suddenly, the smile on his face stopped for a moment, and his face instantly turned white. It hurts. Laughing too happily, tugging at the wounds left by the three-toothed steel fork on his back, the toxins left in his body began to toss themselves around again. It's time to apply medicine again. Jiang Huan returned to his room, and after simply applying some medicine on his back, he immediately opened his data panel and checked it again. Sufficient experience. Does the host choose to advance? Jiang Huan chose to advance without hesitation. Majestic spiritual energy surged out from the bottom of his heart, passing through every inch of his meridians, flesh, and bones. One metaphysical comfort after another came, and it was as if Jiang Huan heard a few more subtle shattering sounds. The host's level has been raised from 8 stars of the first order to 2 stars of the second order, and his physique has been greatly enhanced. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the second rank, rewarded with the ability, Slow Healing. When the host is harmed, he will be self-healed. Seems like a healing ability? As the words fell, a cold and cozy feeling surged up Jiang Huan's back without warning. The wound that was still vaguely painful just a moment ago, within only a few seconds, there was no more pain, and instead, there was an additional tingly and itchy sensation. It's more effective than medication? Jiang Huan hurriedly ran to the floor mirror and carefully observed his back. The wounds that had originally turned into pus were gradually fading at this moment. The crimson flesh and blood at the wound even gave birth to a number of flesh buds, completely covering the entire wound at a speed visible to the naked eye. Scabs, shedding. In just a few minutes, the 3 bright wounds on the back were replaced by newborn delicate skin. This speed? Still ing slow? System. Do you have some misunderstanding about slow? In Jiang Huan's perception, even if it was an imperial spiritist who specialized in healing, it would be difficult to achieve such a healing effect when dealing with these wounds unless they were strong. It seems that in the future, before I run out of spiritual energy, as long as I still have a breath, it'll be hard for me to die. Host, Jiang Huan. Rank, 2nd Order 2-star. Abilities, Co-Progress, Pure Heart, Slow Healing. Martial skills, Concealment, Backstabbing, Breath Convergence. Physique, 870. Physique this reaches 870. I remember the standard for the 4th rank seems to be 1000. I guess I'll be able to find a good job in the school recruitment after a while. A faint smile appeared on Jiang Huan's face, his life seemed to be on track. The sky was getting dark. It was already dusk at this point. At this point now, the people in the black market should be starting to get busy. I should also go out. Jiang Huan had quite a few things in his hands, but they were all groped from Scorpion and the others. If they were sold through regular channels, they would attract attention sooner or later. Although the black market had lower prices, it would allow Jiang Huan to avoid many unnecessary troubles. Moreover, Jiang Huan had a principle that a family would not sell more than 500,000 things. Selling sporadically, when Jiang Huan finished selling all the stolen goods on his head, 5 days had passed. The white sun was in the sky, and at noon, Jiang Huan walked out from the bank. He looked at the bank balance in his cell phone, and the joy on his face was hard to hide. 2 C-grade weapon spirits, in plus a bunch of demonic beast materials, and some potions, sold for $80 million. Pawned for a total of 20 days, 10% interest is almost $4.7 million. I now have a balance of almost $90 million. After deducting the principal plus interest, there's still almost 15 million or so left. A month ago, I was even a person who couldn't get 10,000 out of my entire body. Now I can still have more than 15 million left in my body. It's really fade-off. After calculating an account, Jiang Huan couldn't help but lament. If I was just an ordinary person, with this kind of money, I would be able to lie flat for the rest of my life. But I'm a royal spirit master. With this money, at most, I'll be able to buy a better C-grade artifact spirit. Moreover, this amount of money, at most, will only be enough for Mom to stay in the hospital for 3 months. Jiang Huan shook his head, leaving all these messy thoughts behind. What's the point of thinking so much? As long as the strength is raised, afterward, money and whatnot, is not a worry at all. Right now, I should hurry up and go redeem the Wei Wuxuang. Chapter 50, Human Evil. Multi-treasure building, lobby rest area. Jiang Huan sat boredly on a stool and waited quietly. In front of him, a cup of clear water was placed. A moment later, a curvaceous counter girl led a middle-aged shrewd man in a suit over. Mr. Jiang, hello. Our manager Lu left. This is our new manager, surnamed Zhao. For the redemption matter, you can discuss with him. Manager Zhao had a professional fake smile on his face, and as soon as he came up, he shook Jiang Huan's hand tightly. Mr. Jiang, hello. I wonder which item you are looking to redeem. The enthusiastic attitude made Jiang Huan a little uncomfortable. Jiang Huan took out the pawn ticket in his arms and handed it to Manager Zhao. Most of a month ago, I pawned an artifact. I want to come and redeem it today. Manager Zhao took the pawn ticket and carefully looked at the contents on it, nodding his head from time to time. Oh, it's an A-grade artifact spirit, an artifact spirit that has already developed self-awareness and is able to draw spiritual energy on its own. When the bystanders in the rest area heard this, they all looked at Jiang Huan with envy. Regardless of the rarity of an A-grade artifact spirit, the fact that he had the money to redeem it after pawning it for half a month already proved that Jiang Huan was not a bad moneymaker. Manager Zhao quickly finished looking at the pawn ticket. He smiled at Jiang Huan. Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment. Then he greeted a counter girl. Xiao Wang, please go and bring the file A231 in my office. I need to check some information. A few moments later, the counter attendant came over with a pile of information. Manager Zhao began to double-check while Jiang Huan waited quietly on the side. Manager Zhao's brows gradually knitted into a ball. and every now and then, he picked up Jiang Huan's pawn ticket again and scrutinized it, as if he was looking for something. "Manager Zhao, is it ready?" Jiang Huan casually asked. Manager Zhao froze for a moment when he heard this, a smile still hanging on his face. "Mr. Jiang, I wonder if my humble self has offended you? Making you come here today to amuse me. Manager Zhao, what is the meaning of this?" Manager Zhao guffawed and pushed the pawn ticket to Jiang Huan once again. "Mr. Jiang, a bright man doesn't speak in the dark. This pawn ticket of yours is a forgery, right?" Jiang Huan was a bit displeased. "Manager Zhao, I don't understand what you mean." Those who were resting on the side couldn't help but cast their gazes at Jiang Huan, their eyes filled with curiosity. Manager Zhao sniffed and pointed his finger at the pawn ticket. "First of all, the head of your pawn ticket is Duo Baolu. However, this is only the paper that we usually use to hand over information internally. For external official documents, our head is Kaiyun City Lu's Trading Group." Then he pointed to the official seal. "Then there is this official seal of yours, which doesn't seem to have any problems. But when we stamp our official seal at Duo Baolu, in order to prevent forgery, we will also add a special watermark on top, and this watermark must be used with a specific light source in order to be visible. If you don't believe me, look." After saying that, he took out a retained pawn ticket from the information in his hand, and unclipped a small lamp from the waistband of his pants, and casually shone the light, and an official seal with the watermark of Lu's Trading Group appeared in front of Jiang Huan's eyes. He again shone the light on Jiang Huan's pawn ticket. As he said, there was no watermark. At this moment, Jiang Huan's expression was grave. He had already guessed what had happened, but he did not make a sound. As for the crowd beside him, their gazes gradually changed from curiosity to scorn. Seeing this, Manager Zhao guffawed. "Mr. Jiang, putting that aside, our Lu's biggest aim is to serve every customer. Since you asked for redemption, I checked the incoming data. I wanted to see if you had actually pawned the great artifact-spirit, Wushuang, at the small store." Speaking here, he gave Jiang Huan a meaningful glance. Seeing that Jiang Huan did not have any reaction, there was some contempt in his heart. It was true that low-level Imperial Spirit envoys didn't even dare to let out a fart when things went wrong, and even if they had something good, sooner or later, they would be snatched away. However, contemptuous as it was, he still had a smile on his face. "Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry to tell you that the highest artifacts received by this store last month were 2 great artifacts. One was the artifact longsword class, Prodigal Son, and the other was the defensive class, Bone Armor. There was no matchless, as you said. Moreover, an A-class artifact spirit, I don't think the average person would put it up for sale, right?" After saying that, he organized the files on the table and made some movements to ask Jiang Huan to leave. "If you don't have anything else, please leave the small store and don't affect our work." He always had a professional fake smile on his face, as if what he had given was not an eviction order, but another deal with Jiang Huan that satisfied both of them. Jiang Huan lowered his head, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails seemed to be diving into his flesh and blood. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about the fact that the unparalleled would be targeted, hence the choice to sell it at the Multiple Treasures building. After all, this was the largest store in Kaiyun City, and it wasn't so bad that it would do something that would smash its own signboard. But he never expected that the other party would not only blacken the Wushuang, but even slander his innocence. He had always underestimated human nature. The gazes of the bystanders towards Jiang Huan also changed from contempt to disdain. "I thought it was a powerful scion, but it turned out to be a pitiful fellow. I told you that this generation of young people is wasted, even hitting their ideas on the multiple treasure house, not even looking at where this is? Kid, hurry up and get lost, or else you'll have to go eat public food when the city inspector comes in a while." The jokes and curses of the bystanders were like knives drilling into Jiang Huan's ears and stabbing in his heart. Jiang Huan got up violently, startling Manager Zhao. He was just an ordinary person who could only work at the multi-precious building because he was quite business-minded. Even the most ordinary Imperial Spirit Master could easily clean him up. "Mr. Jiang, I can warn you that this is the city. Even if you're a Royal Spirit Master, if you dare to mess around, the city inspector will not let you go." As he spoke, a second-rank security captain quickly rushed in with 5 first-rank security guards. "Kid, want to make trouble? Don't even look at what kind of place this is." Jiang Huan couldn't help but sneer. The security guards reacted so quickly, it was obvious that they had long been prepared to count on themselves. If he were to cause trouble here, with the strength of the multi-treasure house, I'm afraid that the people from the city inspector's office would have already bought them off. Once he made a move here in front of everyone, what awaited him was bound to be endless retaliation. Even, the other party didn't even need to toss themselves, they only needed to tie themselves up in a large prison for a few months, and their mother would most likely be in danger because no one had paid the hospitalization fees. Much disturbance, farewell. After a short analysis, Jiang Huan turned around and walked out of the multiple treasures building. The blank stares of the customers and counter sisters were directly ignored by Jiang Huan. The corner of Manager Zhao's mouth flashed with a smile. He thought there was much trouble, but it turned out that he was also a goon who didn't dare to cause trouble. Holding the information on the table, he turned around and headed for the second floor. Things are done, this month's bonus is estimated to be a good amount again. Should I go to Red Romance to look for Naimi, or should I go to the Garden of Style to look for Koyu? He pushed open the door of the general manager's office. The boss chair in the office should have left the manager Lu, at this moment is happy and comfortable, feet propped up on the desk, mouth holding a Cuban cigar and swallowing clouds. Zhao, things done? There's nothing wrong, right? Manager Lu, it's all done. That kid is very weak, slightly scared him. He didn't say a word and left. Manager Lu's face surfaced a touch of villainous smile, was about to speak, he suddenly noticed that a deep darkness was spreading in the office. The office that was bright just now was shrouded in blackness that could not be reached in the twinkling of an eye. Who were you guys just talking about, goons? The ghostly voice came from all directions, and they couldn't tell the direction it came from at all. Chapter 51, Thank you both for confessing. The teenager's voice was filled with menace at the moment. With the black color covering them, the two only felt as if they were within a sticky space. Not only was their vision obstructed, all of their perceptions were drastically reduced. Manager Lu was a bit flustered. Who's talking? Manager Zhao, on the other hand, was the first to realize that it was Jiang Huan's voice, Manager Lu. It's him. The kid surnamed Jiang. Both of them were ordinary people, and were powerless to resist when facing a royal spirit master. Thus, their first thought was to flee. However, they unexpectedly realized that the office door, which used to be close at hand, was nowhere to be found at the moment. Manager Lu. What's going on here? I remember the door was right here. Manager Lu, who was after all more knowledgeable than Manager Zhao, cursed, KM. It's the field. The office has been divided into two spaces. Hurry up and call someone up. As he spoke, Manager Lu reached out and touched a teacup next to his desk. Obviously, this teacup was an alarm. However, before his hand reached the alarm, a long knife made of debris flew out from the darkness. Boom! The teacup shattered with a loud bang. The long knife was stuck on the desk and kept shaking. Manager Lu unconsciously gulped a mouthful of saliva, his legs softened and he collapsed on the ground at once. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Manager Zhao, on the other hand, was terrified. Mr. Jiang, it's none of my business, It's all because Manager Lu told me to do so, Buzz. The long knife flew up violently and disappeared into the darkness. A thin figure carrying the long knife slowly stepped out of the darkness. Jiang Huan did not actually go far after leaving from the multiple treasures building. Instead, he circled around to the back of the store and sneaked into the multi-treasure building by virtue of the 1,000 Blades, S-Domain, Deadly Darkness. Want to hack the unparalleled left behind by his father? Dream on. Misunderstanding? It's really a misunderstanding. Manager Lu, haven't you already left your job? Why are you still sitting in the office? The long knife slashed across the floor of the office, and the expensive carpet seemed as if it was like a piece of white paper, easily broken open by the long knife. An invisible pressure enveloped the heads of both Manager Lu and Manager Zhao, and the first time the two saw Jiang Huan, their figures began to involuntarily retreat. Even though the two of them weren't royal soul masters, they knew that in the middle of the domain, the other party was the absolute master. Mr. Jiang, I wasn't thinking that there were some things that weren't handed over clearly, so I came back to hand them over? Manager Lu wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead and squeezed out a smile, trying his best to make it look like he was telling the truth, while at the same time, his arm quietly topped Manager Zhao. Manager Zhao hurriedly concurred, yeah, Mr. Jiang, I've also just taken up my position not long ago. Boom! Before the words were finished, the long knife steadily swept past Manager Lu's neck and plunged 3 inches in front of Manager Zhao's crotch. Two people cold sweat, just as long as a little bit of bias. Manager Lu will have to see the king of hell, and Manager Zhao from now on will be a sister. Mr. Jiang. Have a word and say it properly. Count on us to beg you. Jiang Huan crooked his neck and made a clicking sound. Then he slowly walked towards the duo and squeezed his fists, crackling joints that were exceptionally harsh in this dark space. Words, naturally, must be spoken properly. However, before that, I have to collect some interest first. Manager Lu and the two of them had an ominous premonition, but at this moment, they were like fish on a chopping board, powerless to resist. The sound of crackling fists and kicks echoed within the realm of the 1,000 blades, and the wailing sounds continued one after another. Surname Lu. Didn't you resign? Now you're handing over the job. Do you really think I'm an idiot? There's something wrong with the pawn ticket, isn't there? The head is wrong, right? There's something wrong with the official seal. It needs a watermark, right? Zhao. Don't you know how to call the security guards? Go ahead. Scream your ass off and see if anyone will pay attention to you. You want to get the city watch to come and fix me. I'd like to see if you have any evidence. Jiang Huan recklessly beat the two, venting all the anger in his heart on his fists and feet. The two screamed miserably. However, it was as if their voices were isolated. Outside the office door from time to time walked past a few shapely counter-sisters, did not hear the screams in the office. The guests coming out and coming in downstairs were talking and laughing as usual. 1 hour later. Jiang Huan loosened his wrist, the corner of his mouth outlined a charming arc. Then, thank you too for your candor. In front of him, Manager Lu and Manager Zhao were tied to two chairs, their two big heads were wrapped in a tie, and their stubble-covered lips were tightly pressed together. Crimson blood stained their heads red. Two of you really? So careless, all bleeding. You have to pay attention to sterilizing the bleeding, otherwise the wound will easily get infected. Let me help you guys sterilize it. After all, you guys at least told me about Wushuang, Estrail. Inside the closet, Manager Lu's favorite Remy Martin was unceremoniously taken out by Jiang Huan, and a brain was poured over the duo's heads. The high-level foreign liquor flowed down the duo's heads and onto the wounds all over their bodies, causing the duo to grimace in pain. At this moment, they were incomparably regretful. They regretted why they had to provoke such a fatalist. Wasn't it said that he was a dangling existence in the school? Why did his artifact spirit possess a domain? Why was he able to silently sneak into a store full of surveillance and people coming and going without anyone knowing? And, with this torturing tactic, where does it look like a student? Jiang Huan's face was full of smiles. Both of you, keep your voices down. Otherwise, it will affect the shopping experience of the guests. As he spoke, Jiang Huan inserted a water-soaked towel through the gap between the two's heads. Then, 2 counts of hand knives chopped at their necks without warning, and they fell asleep. Finally, Jiang Huan unlocked the office door again. By the time those shopkeepers find them again, I guess it will be a few days later. These few days are enough time for me to retrieve Wushuang. After all, in the city, Jiang Huan couldn't do too much, or else he would only add unnecessary trouble to himself. Jiang Huan took a piece of white paper from his desk, which had an address written on it. Number 16, Shanghai No. 1 Neighborhood. It's a place where rich people live. Jiang Huan's figure gradually walked into the darkness, and in just the blink of an eye, he appeared in the alley behind the Duobao building. Whistling, he took a taxi and ran towards the east of the city. The bright moon slowly climbed high into the sky, waving the moonlight into the city. Inside the Shanghai No. 1 neighborhood, there were 3 or 2 noble women, and the nightlife of the celebrities had just begun. Lu Zhiyue's home. Lu Fu, a butler in a customized suit, came down from the luxury car with a knife box and walked straight towards the living room. At this moment, Lu Zhiyue was half lying on the sofa. A light pink silk dress showed her concave and convex figure to the fullest. In her hand, she was holding half a cup of red wine. With her disoriented eyes, she was obviously already a little drunk. A pair of jade feet, as if carved from white jade, gently rested on the coffee table. The toenails were trimmed to a flat shape, with a light, starry pink nail polish painted on top, complementing the pink arches. "Miss, I'm back." Butler Lu Fu's posture is upright, and despite being in his 40s, his every move is full of masculine charm. Lu Zhiyue's mesmerized eyes glanced at Lu Fu. "If you didn't go with my father to accompany Teen Dragon, why are you back now?" Lu Fu gazed at the ground. The butler's professionalism prevented him from looking directly at Lu Zhiyu. Yi was satisfied with master's gift, so he gave a return gift. As he spoke, he had already placed the knife box on top of the coffee table, and then he fished out a gorgeously decorated brocade box from his arms. Lu Zhiyue took a sip of red wine and glanced at the knife box and the brocade box with interest. "What is this?" Chapter 52, Women. Lu Fu respectfully replied, inside the brocade box is the S-grade nascent soul pill, a precious elixir that can allow the young lady to break through from the second rank 8 stars to at least the third rank 1 star. Inside the knife box is a pair of ranked dual blade artifact spirits, Yizhang Chang. Teen Dragon said that it was a gift from young Master Yi congratulating you on awakening your weapon spirit body. Lu Jiyue raised her eyebrows slightly, a ranked artifact spirits, and S-ranked potions said to be given away, Yi is so generous. She guffawed and winks, Uncle Fu, is this really just a gift? During this period of time, Lu Jiyue had grown by leaps and bounds. She naturally understood that in this society, many nominal gifts were, in essence, nothing more than an exchange of benefits. Lu Fu did not answer immediately. Silence enveloped between the two. After a moment, Lu Fu still opened his mouth. Miss, there are some questions that you're better off asking the master. I am not at liberty to speak more. Lu Jiyue did not make things difficult for Lu Fu right away and got up to go back to her room. Miss, the master said that he wants you to raise your strength as soon as possible and contract the second artifact spirit. As he spoke, he was about to lift the things on the table and follow Lu Jiyue. Lu Jiyue blankly glances at Lu Fu and brashly takes over the things in Lu Fu's hand. I'll just do it myself. Lu Fu nodded slightly. Miss, in order to avoid being disturbed in the process of improving your strength, the entire villa has been put on high alert, not a single mosquito can come in. At this moment, Lu Jiyue had already walked to the rotating staircase. She had a cold smile on her face. Disturbed? There is such a fourth-ranked expert like you as a housekeeper. I'm afraid there is no one who can influence me in this small city of colorful Cloud City. Lu Fu bowed slightly. I am also just doing what the Lord ordered. The sound of rustling insects resounded near the villa. A thin figure, avoiding the patrolling security guards, appeared in the night. Jiang Huan looked at the enclosure used as a decoration in front of him, in which the elegantly decorated villa revealed luxury everywhere. A family lives on 3 acres of land. The gap between people and people is really bigger than even the gap with animals sometimes. Jiang Huan sighed when he thought that he and his mother were still renting in an urban village of less than 70 square meters. Jiang Huan activated concealment and convergence and quietly walked up a distance. Soon, he noticed something strange. What's going on? Is this family so tightly guarded? The villa in front of him not only had more than a dozen first-order Royal Spirit Masters on regular duty, there were also 3 to 5 second-order Royal Spirit Masters patrolling back and forth from time to time. Even, in some inconspicuous corners, there were a few hidden sentries. Moreover, they also had a few scent-seeking dogs for tracking, as well as red-eyed hawks for surveillance. This neighborhood security is already considered first class, and as a result, they've even arranged for so many people to keep an eye on it. These security, it's okay to deal with others. Against me, it's still almost meaningless. Jiang Huan laughed disdainfully. However, disdain aside, he still carefully analyzed the situation in front of him. What exactly are they doing? 9 times out of 10, they are doing something that cannot be disturbed. Jiang Huan's heart stopped violently. Could it be selling, unparalleled? Or with some special potion? To contract, Wuxuan. Jiang Huan's breathing became rapid in an instant. Once the other party resold Wuxuan to someone else, Jiang Huan might not be able to find any trace of Wuxuan anymore. Alternatively, if the other party contracted Wuxuan with a special potion, it would cause irreparable damage to Wuxuan, and it would be difficult for Jiang Huan to recapture Wuxuan. These two scenarios, no matter which one, were all things that Jiang Huan was unwilling to face. Because, as far as he was concerned, Wuxuan was the only proof that his father had ever appeared in his life. With this in mind, Jiang Huan activated the domain, Deadly Darkness, wrapping his entire body. Then he superimposed it with the martial arts, concealment, and breath concealment. Under the triple insurance, Jiang Huan thus entered the villa under the eyes of the patrolling team members as well as the demonic beasts in an open and above-board manner. The towering walls and thick glass were as if they didn't exist, allowing Jiang Huan to pass through at will. The decoration of small bridges and water inside the villa, with pavilions everywhere, caused Jiang Huan, who had first entered this villa, to get lost more than once. He patiently searched for a good half hour, but never found Wuxuan. As he walked out helplessly from one of the master bedrooms, he couldn't help but sigh, damn, so many rooms, can this family live through it? Suddenly, a majestic aura emanated from a room not far away. Jiang Huan felt it carefully and couldn't help but mutter, this is someone breaking through the third stage. Jiang Huan quickly walked towards where the breath was coming from, and before he entered the room, he had already smelled a fragrance that belonged uniquely to a woman. Jiang Huan frowned slightly. This flavor, why is it a bit familiar? When Jiang Huan dived into the room, his entire body froze. The woman who was sitting on the bed in front of him, breaking through the third stage, he recognized. It wasn't anyone else, it was none other than Lu Jiyue, whom he had quite a good feeling about. How could it be her? On weekdays, although Jiang Huan was friendly with Lu Jiyue was extremely low-key on weekdays. Jiang Huan, in addition to know that her family is good, and then do not know other. On that fair, snow-like face were delicate features and long eyelashes. The tightly closed eyes coupled with a nightgown made one's heart pound. Suddenly, her aura around her body flourished. Then slowly opened those beautiful eyes that were like the white moon. A faint smile surfaced on her face. Jiang Huan knew that she had successfully broken through to the third stage. She picked up the cell phone next to her and walked towards the balcony with bare feet, letting the evening wind blow her long hair. She dialed the phone against the wind. Dad, I've broken through to the third rank. Haven't started contracting the second vessel spirit yet. I have a question I want to ask you. The thing you asked Uncle Fu to bring back, was it really just a return gift from me? An engagement? What? Isn't it enough that they just want Wuxuan? Lu Jiyue's tone was surprisingly calm, as if she wasn't surprised by this decision at all. I know, the family takes precedence in all matters, I'll contact Yu. At this moment, it was as if Jiang Huan understood something, and his feelings were complicated. Once, he thought Lu Jiyue was a kind and wonderful girl. And tonight, he realized how wrong he was. Multi-treasure house, Lu Group, wasn't it Lu Jiyue's Lu? What was once a beautiful memory turned into an impressive lesson. Heh, woman. He quietly looked at Lu Jiyue's back, not knowing if he should show up to ask her for a clear answer. The phone hung up. Lu Jiyue walked slowly back to the room, stopping in front of the beauty dressing table. Only then did Jiang Huan notice that there was a knife box placed on the dresser. Lu Jiyue gently placed her hand on it. The knife box slowly unfolded, and two identical double knives appeared in front of Jiang Huan's eyes. The left side of the long knife is like the red sun, a sunshine beautiful, gentle knife slowly bloomed. The right side of the long knife is like a cold moon, a cold broken, harsh knife will come. Jiang Huan couldn't help but sneer. Obviously this was the deal between the Lu family and the Yi clan. They had traded, unparalleled, for this set of dual-blade artifact spirits in front of them. Disappointment, sadness, and anger were all negative emotions that instantly intertwined in Jiang Huan's heart. In just a split second, the spiritual energy around Jiang Huan's body suddenly became chaotic. Lu Jiyue felt the fluctuation of spiritual energy in the air in an instant. Domain. Who's there? A long, showy sword appeared steeply in her hand and stabbed towards Jiang Huan's hiding place. Chapter 53, You are nothing more than that. The showy long sword stabbed into the thick wall at once, and a hole appeared in front of his eyes. Dodging quite fast. Suddenly, Lu Jiyue was surprised to find that the other party's spiritual energy fluctuation had disappeared. However, she reacted extremely quickly. A rose garden unfolded from behind her, and in just a moment, it enveloped her bedroom. A touch of black that could not be covered was particularly piercing in it. What a special domain! For the first time, Lu Jiyue saw that someone could sneak into her home silently by virtue of a domain. If the other party hadn't accidentally exposed his breath, and he himself had the same domain, perhaps, he wouldn't even know how he died. Moreover, from beginning to end, the other party had been hiding under the darkness from the beginning to the end. He didn't even get a good look at him. With this thought, her long sword made a cross. Cross chop. Countless flower petals rose with the sword, like sharp blades flying towards Jiang Huan. It brought up a fierce attack that came whistling. Jiang Huan just wanted to dodge, but his feet suddenly stalled. Jiang Huan glanced with his afterglow. Only then did he realize that the roses in the surrounding area had already wrapped around his domain at some point. Seeing that the rose petals were about to arrive, a smirk hung on Lu Jiyue's face. With such a dense attack, there was no way to avoid it, it was either death or injury. However, the next moment, her eyes widened. Countless fragments shot out from the darkness, not only clearing all the roses near him, but also shattering the petals that shot out one by one. There were also hundreds of shards coming towards her. The opponent was actually able to control more shards at the same time. In her haste, she swung the long sword in her hand repeatedly. Thorn shield. In the blink of an eye, a large shield made up of countless thorny vines blocked in front of her. The fragments of thousand blades were incomparably harsh. They continuously sliced through the thorny shield in front of her. However, the thorny shield did not fear the consumption at all. For every inch that thousand blades broke through, the surrounding roses thickened another foot behind it. Jiang Huan looked serious. It seems like I have to expand my domain as well, or else within the range of her domain, the current thousand blades will have a hard time hurting her. With that thought, the darkness that had originally only covered Jiang Huan's side swelled in an instant, and where the darkness covered the area, the roses that had originally bloomed withered, and turned into flying ash in an instant. The rose garden that had originally occupied the entire room was reduced to only 1/3 in an instant. Lu Jiyue could clearly perceive that her own artifact spirit seemed to be significantly suppressed at the domain encounter. Not only that, even her own 5 senses seemed to only be able to peer into a small portion of the other party's domain before being unable to advance an inch. The blades transformed by thousand blades, under the coverage of the black field, attacked even more vigorously. The speed of the thorns forming the shield was already gradually outpacing the speed of the thousand blades, breaking the shield. Lu Jiyue's face turned pale as drops of bean-sized sweat oozed out from her forehead. Who the hell is this guy? There's an expert in colorful Cloud City who counts as one. I know all of their spirits. But I've never seen this guy's spirit before. If we keep going like this, it's only a matter of time before I'm defeated. Jiang Huan's attack became increasingly frantic, the fragments that sped through mid-air forming spikes. Staring at only one point of the thorn shield, he attacked fiercely. At this moment, Jiang Huan only had one thought. Since this woman, who was not what she appeared to be, had used unparalleled to exchange for the family's future, then she should pay for it. Suddenly, a sharp sound of climbing stairs came over. Jiang Huan's frown grew more and more grave, while Lu Jiyue felt relieved. Obviously, the sound of the duo's heated fight had attracted the attention of the security personnel. Who the hell are you? If you don't give an honest explanation again, I can guarantee you'll definitely die today. Jiang Huan snorted coldly, want to leave me behind? You're not worthy yet. The next moment, Jiang Huan fiercely withdrew his sword, and the whole person walked around Lu Jiyue with a ghostly pace. He went straight to the knife box that she had placed on the dressing table. Since I can't punish her today, then at least make her pay the price. Lu Jiyue suddenly realized Jiang Huan's intention and flew to block him. However, Jiang Huan fiercely kicked out a foot. Roll! Boom! Before Lu Jiyue could get close to Jiang Huan, she was kicked to the wall by him, and the tremendous force directly smashed the partition wall to crawl with cracks. Who are you? Dare to come here and act recklessly? A mellow baritone sounded behind Jiang Huan, and the crackling sound of electric sparks arrived in an instant. Without looking back, Jiang Huan rolled towards the knife box. However, the lightning like a dragon came first, accurately hitting Jiang Huan's hand that had just been poked out. Stabbing. Paralyzed. Pain. Burning. Blood flowed from Jiang Huan's arm, the darkness covering his arm. It was even shattered in an instant. Miss, are you alright? A Fubo dressed in a butler's uniform with a single-frame spectacle in his right eye and a double-headed short spear in his hand slowly walked in through the door. Fubo. I want him to die. Lu Jiyue covered her chest, a touch of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth, that innocent face, at the moment, was full of dust, the whole person appeared to be in a sorry state. Don't worry miss, he won't be able to escape today. At the same time, more than a dozen second-order security personnel finally arrived. Without orders, they spontaneously surrounded Jiang Huan. Jiang Huan at this moment. He was surrounded by enemies on all sides. Jiang Huan hid in the darkness domain and coldly swept over the crowd in front of him. The pitch-black domain covered his arm once again, and under the effect of slow healing, the arm, which smelled like roasted meat, was slowly healing. Postbreed, if you have the sense to give up resisting, I'll give you a pain in the ass. Uncle Fu looked at Jiang Huan with contempt. Although he couldn't see his face, he was extremely confident in his own strength. Under the thundershot, even if there was a field to weaken it, it was enough to make the other party lose 30% of his combat power. Jiang Huan laughed coldly, dodged and pounced on the knife box again. He proved his choice with his actions. You don't know the heights of heaven. Fubo's words fell, and his spear was violently thrown out. Several thunderbolts then lunged towards Jiang Huan. At the same time, The more than 10 security personnel who surrounded Jiang Huan variously urged each other's artifacts and attacked towards Jiang Huan. With a sky full of attacks, a normal person's first reaction would be to dodge. However, Jiang Huan bullied his way forward at a much faster speed. Lu Zhiyue's pupils suddenly shrunk. Is this guy crazy? Who does he think he is? He's just a little stronger than me. Does he really think he can withstand the attacks of so many weapon spirits? In the crowd's disdainful and contemptuous eyes, Jiang Huan slashed at the knife box in front of him with his long sword. Dozens of artifact spirits' attacks were no more than inches away from Jiang Huan. Boom! The long knife chopped the knife box, and a sky full of attacks followed. Crackling and sky-shattering sounds echoed throughout the bedroom, and the originally girlish room had become a ruin. Dust filled the sky. In front of everyone's eyes, a huge hole suddenly appeared. Behind the hole was a shattered sword case, as well as the twin swords that were nearly severed. As the dust cleared, a dark shadow stood behind the knife box. Lu Zhiyue's pupils suddenly shrunk. Uncle Fu and the others were even more incredulous. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How is it possible for someone to carry dozens of attacks without any problems? The black shadow slowly looked towards Uncle Fu, swept through the crowd, and finally rested his gaze on Lu Zhiyue. Even though he was hiding in the darkness, the people present could feel a look of contempt. You guys are nothing more than that. The contemptuous laughter wasn't loud, but the crowd only felt that it stung their ears. Chapter 54, Thousand Blades, I order you. After saying that, Jiang Huan slowly jumped down from the hole in front of him, and the whole person, like a ghost, passed through the wall of the first floor and left. The people present counted themselves as one, and none of them even made a move to stop him. They all seemed to be frightened by Jiang Huan's aura. Lu Zhiyue was the first to react, and she quickly walked towards the hole, scolding in a stern voice, "Are you guys stupid? What are you still standing still for? The people have all run away." Only then did the crowd wake up as if from a dream, and were about to chase after Jiang Huan in the direction he had disappeared. Uncle Fu hurriedly spoke out to stop them. "Wait a moment." Lu Zhiyue frowned. "Uncle Fu, what's wrong?" Uncle Fu slowly walked up to the place where Jiang Huan had just stood. There was a puddle of dark red blood there, and upon closer inspection, one could still see strands of electric arcs flickering in the blood from time to time. "Miss, we were all bluffed by him just now. This kid just hit at least 8 of my electric arcs. Right now, his body is filled with static electricity. If he doesn't go to the hospital to have the static electricity exported within 24 hours, he will die of organ failure, and the whole process will be painful and unbearable. So, all we need to do is send people to track down the various hospitals and clinics in each Kaiyun city, and he'll have no way of escaping." Lu Zhiyue nodded. "Since that's the case, Uncle Fu, arrange for someone to go down and do it." Then Lu Zhiyue slowly steps around the hole in the floor, walks over to the broken knife box and picks up the Yizhang Cheng that was nearly cut in half. Fu Bo was a bit regretful, "Miss, to be able to cut the Yizhang Cheng into such a state, that person's artifact spirit tonight is at least A grade, or even higher." Lu Zhiyue also looked regretful. "Yeah, even if we fix this artifact spirit, I'm afraid that the quality will fall to B grade." Fu Bo hesitates for a moment. "Miss, you're not still planning to contract a B grade artifact spirit, are you?" Lu Zhiyue shrugged. "Do I have a choice?" Uncle Fu is silent. Yes, this, Yizhang Chang, is both Ye's gift and Ye's way of looking at the Lu family's attitude. If Lu Zhiyue were to not contract this, one Zhangqing, because of its reduced quality, perhaps you would think that the Lu family was not determined to stand on the same side as them. In the future, it would be very difficult for the Lu family to make a comeback. This guy is really a bastard, knowing that if he takes away the artifact spirit he will have to face an endless pursuit, he simply chose to destroy it. Lu Zhiyue sighed. "It seems that we can only find materials to temper it in the future and bring it back up to grade A." She looked at the place where Jiang Huan had just stood again, and her chest couldn't help but ache. The kick was really hard, However, that voice, it seems a bit familiar. Lu Zhiyue's pretty brows furrowed slightly, as if she was recalling where she had heard that voice. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Could it be Jiang Huan? Rather than that voice being a bit coarse, the underlying timbre was still somewhat like Jiang Huan. Then she took out her cell phone and quickly dialed Jiang Huan's number. After a short beep, the call was connected. "Hey, Jiyu, what's wrong?" The tone was calm, the breath was steady, and there was the sound of whistling wind on the side of the earpiece. Lu Zhiyue guffawed. "Jiang Huan, where are you now? Getting ready to go to the hospital to see my mom?" Is there anything wrong? No, I haven't seen you for half a month, so I'll give you a call. After the two of them bantered on the phone, Lu Jiyue hung up the phone. She couldn't help but laugh. What was I thinking? How could it be him? He's only just broken through the first rank, and the artifact spirit is still only F rank. At the same time, inside the sewers about 2 kilometers outside the mountain in C1 community, dirty water flowed continuously with some unnameable filth, and a suffocating stench poured out. 3 or 2 big rats with missing hair and ugly looks looked vigilantly at a figure not far ahead. A moment later, seemingly sensing the murderous aura of that person, the big rats turned around and fled into the distance. Jiang Huan leaned back against the wall of the sewer pipe, the 1,000 blades discarded aside. He clenched his teeth, the veins on his neck surging, his hands clenched into fists, his knuckles pinching and crackling. It seemed like he was suffering great pain. The figure of 1,000 blades materialized from the blade as he frowned at Jiang Huan, his eyes full of worry. Just as Fu Bo had said, in the face of a siege of more than 10 people, instead of hiding, Jiang Huan bullied his way forward, completely gambling. He was betting that the martial skill, backstab, would be able to dodge to the back of the knife box the moment it attacked the box. In the past, Jiang Huan had only used this move on living organisms, and the first time he used it on a non-living organism, Jiang Huan had no idea of the effect. Fortunately, he had gambled right. Before the many artifact effects hit his body, he dodged to the back of the knife box, destroying the twin knives. The numerous artifact effects went unabated and shattered the floor of Lu Jiyue's bedroom, just enough to create a way out for him. Jiang Huan had wanted to escape while the dust surrounded him, but who would have thought that he had underestimated the power of Fu Bo's artifact spirit? The electric arcs he released were extremely fast, and before Jiang Huan could react, he was struck by 7 or 8 arm-thick electric arcs. The overbearing electric arcs invaded his blood veins from his skin, continuously impacting and searing every inch of his meridians. If it wasn't for his strong physique and the slow healing, constantly healing the destroyed flesh and blood, Jiang Huan was afraid that he wouldn't have been able to stand up right then and there. At that time, he was a complete paper tiger, but if any one of them had been a bit more daring, Jiang Huan would have been finished. Fortunately, Jiang Huan had bluffed them and had a chance to catch his breath, which was how he managed to escape from the Lu family villa. However, escaping all the way, coupled with Lu Jiyue's sudden call, forced Jiang Huan to use more spiritual energy to suppress the residual static electricity in his body, thus disguising a breezy appearance. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Huan was already in too much pain to escape, and had to drill into the sewer to temporarily hide. From the inside out, the pain that constantly stimulated the nerves and flesh and blood made Jiang Huan wish to roll around in the sewer. But he couldn't, because he knew that if he didn't find a way to expel the static electricity in his body at this moment, even if he had the slow healing that could keep him safe, he would lose his fighting ability to a certain extent in the next 1 or 2 months. He couldn't lose his fighting strength otherwise. And how to make the Lu family pay? Jiang Huan gritted his teeth and looked at 1,000 blades, and with a look, 1,000 blades understood his thoughts. Jiang Huan wanted him to export the static electricity in his body for him. And to export it, it was necessary to break open Jiang Huan's body. 1,000 blades, only you can help me now. At this moment, the slow healing and the destruction of the static electricity in his body had reached a state of dynamic balance. Cold sweat continued to slide down Jiang Huan's face as his face turned pale and every word was draining all his strength. The gaze of 1,000 blades became somewhat hesitant. 1,000 blades. I am ordering you now. Do as I say. I have less than a month to make them pay. Jiang Huan was right, the school recruitment was almost here. After the school recruitment was over, Lu Jiyue would leave Kaiyun City and head to Flourishing Flower City to join the Yi clan. At that time, Wushuang had been tricked into leaving, and who would he find to avenge his severe injuries tonight? The 1,000 blades looked at Jiang Huan's resolute eyes as he finally made up his mind. The long sword flew from the ground to in front of 1,000 blades in a flash. Boom! There was a soft sound. The long knife then turned into thousands of fragments and was displayed in front of Jiang Huan. Chapter 55, Am I Exposed? Artifact Spirit number 1 is shocked at the host's crazy actions, and calls out that the host is crazy. Artifact Spirit number 3 has a grave expression on his face, he seems to be worried that the host will play with himself. Artifact Spirit number 9 begins to admire the host somewhat, his recognition of you has increased. Artifact Spirit number 11 casts an appreciative glance at the host, she just loves such a crazy host. For a moment, the attention of the 18-bottle Artifact Spirit was all on Jiang Huan's body. They all seemed to want to see how long Zhang Huan could last. Puff 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 puff. Thousands of shards cut through Zhang Huan's skin, slashed his flesh, and touched to his bones in the blink of an eye. Hundreds of tiny arcs of electricity, their path forward inside Zhang Huan's body, were cut off, then pulled away by the fragments that followed them. Bright red blood, arcs of electricity that blossomed with blue light, and blades that reflected the light. The entire sewer looked extremely bizarre. The heartbreaking pain penetrated deep into his bones, but Zhang Huan was gritting his teeth and insisting, only letting out a slight muffled grunt. Too much noise would attract the attention of bystanders. Zhang Huan didn't know if any security personnel had chased him into the neighborhood. The only thing he could do was to keep quiet. He urged the slow healing with all his might, and the parts that had been taken away from the static electricity were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The 1,000 Blades was also controlling the flying debris with all its might, not only to block the path of the static electricity in Zhang Huan's body as it traveled forward, but also to avoid harming the area that had already taken away the static electricity. Even though one person and one weapon spirit were extremely careful, the blood that flowed from Zhang Huan's body still dyed the sewage in front of him red. When the static electricity in Zhang Huan's body was taken away as much as possible, Zhang Huan breathed a sigh of relief before completely passing out. Countless fragments reconstituted the long blade, 1,000 blades, and the surface of the long blade brought up electric arcs that continuously leapt. The materialized 1,000 blades frowned slightly, a strange expression appearing on its face. A moment later, the arcs of electricity gradually faded away, and at the hilt of the long blade, there was another azure-colored bead the size of a sugar. The 1,000 blades just sat quietly beside Zhang Huan, guarding him. Without the static electricity destroying Zhang Huan's body, the broken flesh was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. 2 hours later, the stench of the sewers woke Zhang Huan up. When Zhang Huan slowly opened his eyes, he saw that 1,000 Blades was still guarding his side, alerting the surroundings. Zhang Huan guffawed, "Thanks, 1,000 Blades." He slowly climbed up and tentatively twisted his body. Compared to before, his body was still a bit weak, but it was already much better. With the cooperation of slow healing, he would probably be able to live and breathe as usual after daybreak. 1,000 Blades smiled lightly, then his figure gradually vaporized and finally disappeared on top of the long sword. With a rustling sound, the long knife flew back into Zhang Huan's hands. As soon as he entered his hand, Zhang Huan felt the difference in 1,000 Blades. He picked up the long knife and examined it carefully, only to find that at the hilt of the knife, next to the white gem produced after melting the spirit embryo, there was an additional azure-colored gem. Only, compared to the white gemstone's soybean size, the azure-colored gemstone was only the size of a grain of sugar. This is? Zhang Huan thought back carefully. It seems that after I fainted, the system made some prompting sounds. With this thought, Zhang Huan whirled around and opened the system panel. Host, Zhang Huan. Rank, 2nd Order 2-star. Abilities, Common Progress, Pure Heart, Slow Healing. Martial Skills, Concealment, Backstabbing, Breath Concealment. Experience, 1%. Physique, 945. Zhang Huan muttered, "All the other stats haven't changed, but my physique has enhanced quite a bit." Then Zhang Huan called up the data page of 1,000 Blades. At first glance, Zhang Huan noticed the difference from before. Artifact-Spirit, 1,000 Blades. Quality, A. Effect 1, Cold Aura emerges. Effect 2, 1,000 changes. Effect 3, Shattering Blade. Effect 4, Chaos. Effect 5, Toughness. Domain, Deadly Darkness low level. Within the domain, the host can appear within the domain's coverage at will. Targets within the range have their perception reduced by 30%. Experience, 1%. Fitting, 92. Hardening times, 5. One more effect, and the degree of fit has gone up by 2 again. Zhang Huan placed his gaze on Effect 5, and the details of the effect spiraled out. Toughness, the baptism of blood and electricity makes the blade tougher, and it will actively share more damage for you. Looks like it's a supporting effect. Zhang Huan muttered. However, looking at this, it seems like if I meet that old guy again, his arcs, they shouldn't hurt me that much. It's really a blessing in disguise. At that thought, Zhang Huan couldn't help but recall the pain from the previous battle. The arc of electricity coldly leapt from in front of him, and he subconsciously raised his sword to block it, but who would have thought that the arc of electricity, with the help of the long sword, was even faster, and in the blink of an eye, it entered his body. The middle-aged man who looked like a butler, once again appeared in front of Zhang Huan. Then the middle-aged man's silhouette began to shatter, reforming into Lu Jiu's handsome appearance. Jiang Huan's fists crunched. It seems like we still need to raise our strength as soon as possible. After saying that, Jiang Huan turned around and walked towards the climbing ladder not far away. It was getting late, he had to hurry home to recuperate and then leave the city again to improve his strength. The afternoon sun was extraordinarily hot, and there were extraordinarily few pedestrians on the roads. At the north gate of Kaiyun City, the people from the city patrol division stood guard by the gate without any spirit, breathlessly checking everyone coming in and out. Jiang Huan, who had changed into a different set of clothes, looked extraordinarily refreshed. He lined up behind the 3 or 5 people leaving the city and waited quietly. Due to the fact that Zhang Yu and Morong Shui did not allow him to go out of the city privately during this period of time, and considering Zhang Jiawen's familiarity with Zhang Yu and the others, Jiang Huan did not choose the west gate, which was the closest to his home, to leave the city this time. Not long after, it was his turn. Name, purpose of leaving the city. Jiang Huan, hunting demonic beasts to subsidize the household. The city patrol division member, who had been burying his head, looked up meaningfully at Jiang Huan. A student of the 3rd middle school? Jiang Huan vaguely detected a hint of abnormality and was about to leave. That city patrol division member, however, grabbed him. Little brother, wait a moment. Then he greeted his companion, hey, little Li, bring our information for a moment, it's in the left drawer of the desk in the duty room. A few moments later, a young guy not much older than Jiang Huan came to the duo's side with a piece of paper with white letters on a blue background and Jiang Huan's mugshot printed on it, as if it was a wanted notice. Jiang Huan's heart tightened. A wanted notice? Could it be that the Lu family had bribed the city watch department to arrest me here? Who knew that the member of the city patrol division who had pulled Jiang Huan took the paper, and his eyes kept glancing back and forth between Jiang Huan's face and the photo on the paper. Family resides at number 128, Shishan Camp North? Jiang Huan was unsure, but still nodded. The team member sniffed and immediately said to little Li beside him, keep an eye on him, I'm going to make a call and call the captain. Jiang Huan's face was gloomy, he didn't understand how he was exposed. He was wondering if he should just settle the 3 Second Order Imperial Spirit Masters in front of him and escape the city. Chapter 56, Another Trip Out of Town. In just half an hour, the roar of the engines of 2 motorcycles approached from afar. Zhang Yu and Zhang Jivan soon appeared in front of Jiang Huan. As soon as they got off the bike, Zhang Yu gave Jiang Huan a backhanded blow to the head. Bastard! I knew you brats were restless. Jiang Huan looked at the angry Zhang Yu with a dumbfounded expression, as well as Zhang Jiawen who was snickering on the side. Zhang Jiawen spread both his hands and feigned an innocent laugh. You can't blame me for this. After returning to the city last time, he and your homeroom teacher forced me to send someone to keep an eye on you at the city gates. If I didn't do what they said, the 2 of them would come and skin me. Jiang Huan sighed. It was obvious that going out of the city in the open was not going to work. At this time, Zhang Yu also noticed Jiang Huan's wanted notice. He boarded his face. Jivan, I'm afraid this isn't appropriate. In case a stream goes out, people who don't know about it are afraid that Jiang Huan will be given a beating. Zhang Jivan hemmed and hawed. Didn't you ask that it should be conspicuous enough to get the attention of the brothers at the 4 city gates? The only thing that can get people's attention in our city patrol division is this wanted notice. Zhang Yu gave him a blank look and didn't say anything more. He reached out to Jiang Huan's shoulder. Do you want to leave the city so badly? Jiang Huan met his gaze. There's a lot of pressure on my shoulders, I don't dare to slack off. Zhang Yu took for granted that the pressure Jiang Huan was referring to was his mother's medical bills. Not afraid of the priest? Just hide from it. What if you can't hide? Fight to the death. The 2 of them looked at each other, as if Zhang Yu was doing some kind of mental struggle. A moment later. Zhang Yu looked at Zhang Jivan, open the door. Zhang Jiawen had a terrified look on his face. Old Zhang, you can't pit me against my own family. When Morong finds out later, I'm going to be finished. Zhang Yu glanced at him with contempt. What are you afraid of? If something happens, I'll take the blame. Zhang Jivan shook his head. That won't work either. Zhang Yu sighed. Jivan, do you know why Morong doesn't like you? Why? Because you are too wimpy. Zhang Jivan. Silence is tonight's conchiao. Zhang Jiawen suddenly pointed his finger at Zhang Yu and growled, Old Zhang. Who the hell are you calling a wimp? Open the door. Release the door. Jiang Huan froze. What was the situation? The captain of the city patrol division was provoked by a so simple provocation? A wry smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Yu's mouth. Then he slapped Zhang Huan with his big hand. What's wrong with you? Go! Then he walked towards the gate on his own. Zhang Huan was puzzled. Teacher, what are you doing? Zhang Yu shouted without looking back. Nonsense. I have to underwrite your safety. Dare I let you leave the city alone? Zhang Huan guffawed and quickly caught up with Zhang Yu. During the time he spent with Zhang Yu, he had already realized that this middle-aged man with a serious appearance had a heart that was gentler than anyone else's. Fang's hospital, inside an office. Fang Jia was following the phone call while playing with the computer. Really? Yu, it means yes, people communicated with you? There's a place for me in the internal quota? Good, Yu, you are so good to me. Suddenly, Fang Jia's computer screen went violently black, and the computer died. Grass. What's going on? No, Yu, I'm not talking about you, it's my computer that suddenly crashed. Okay, I'll call you back later. Hanging up the phone, Fang Jia slapped the computer a few times with force. The screen was still pitch black. Broken computer. Fang Jia spat a mouthful of spit and immediately walked out of the office, towards the ward. Along the way, the nurses and doctors all nodded their heads to him, opening their mouths and shutting their mouths as young masters. The flattery of the crowd made Fang Jia quite satisfied. Not long after, he arrived at the intensive care unit. He meaningfully looked inside through the glass window on the door. On the hospital bed, the rosy-colored, but somewhat thin Su Luxiang was lying quietly. Fang Jia fished out a piece of gum from his bag and chewed it, his gaze deadpan on Su Luxiang. It was as if he saw Zhang Huan's eyebrows on this sickly, but still beautiful face. Old, heh. Just as he was about to leave, Zhang Huan's mother's attending doctor, with a nurse, walked over with several bottles of medicine. Young master. The duo was about to enter the ward when Fang Jia called out to stop them. Wait a moment. The attending doctor was displeased, but still stopped in his tracks. Fang Jia walked up to the nurse, his eyes constantly glancing over several bottles of medicines. Here, which medicine can maintain her minimum life state? The doctor was silent. The corners of Fang Jia's mouth rose slightly as he looked at the nurse. The eyes filled with a sense of oppression caused the nurse to stop being afraid in her heart. This bottle. Fang Jia nodded. Really good. Turn around and go to the finance side and tell them, I'll let them give you an extra $500 of salary per month. After saying that, he glanced meaningfully at the attending doctor. Then he reached out and took away all the other potions on his plate. Poor people, why do they need so many medicines? Remember, in the future, if it's not necessary, one shot of this will suffice. The hand under the attending doctor's white coat shook with anger, but he never said anything more. Understood, young master. Fang Jia was satisfied with this, holding 3 or 4 bottles of the potions he had just shunned in his hands and playing with them along the way, and when he passed by a garbage bin, he threw them all in with his hand. At the same time, Kaiyun City 3rd Middle School, teacher's dormitory. Morong Shui was crackling and tapping on a laptop. Various data on the screen flashed continuously. Finally, she slowly closed the computer. Based on the incoming and outgoing records of Fang Hospital's pharmacy, as well as the time when Zhang Huan's mother was hospitalized, the reason why Su Luxiang's illness worsened is entirely because of the hospital's people. Just, who exactly is targeting this ordinary woman with no hands? Morong Shui pondered for half a day, never having an answer. It seems that we still have to find a way to contact his mom's attending doctor at a time when no one will notice. Moreover, it's also necessary to transfer his mom to the hospital as soon as possible before. Morong Shui's face showed a difficult color, as if there was something difficult that was hard to solve. Time passed in a flash, 5 days passed in a flash. Outside the city, in ruins. A dilapidated street, scrapped vehicles and collapsed stores could be seen everywhere. Crackling sounds of fierce fighting echoed through the street. A group of about a dozen green-skinned lizard men who kept spitting out their long tongues were surrounding Zhang Huan. Zhang Huan did not use any martial arts techniques, but simply relied on his fighting skills to keep exchanging blows with the lizard men. Zhang Yu, on the other hand, was crossing his legs and sitting in a scrapped car not far away. By his feet, there were 3 green lizard men lying in a miserable state of death. Zhang Huan, what did I teach you? Waste and horse unity, converge your spiritual energy at a single point, break the surface with a point. The breath is in disarray. Retreat. With this kind of demonic beast that's about to step into the 3rd stage, learn to find a weakness. Martial techniques and artifact spirit effects, although they allow you to enhance your combat power. But these are all supplementary. Only by refining your combat instincts in pure combat, you'll be able to make optimal counterattacks in different occasions without having to think. Just like in the past, Zhang Huan and Zhang Yu were still teaching their various experiences and techniques while going out. And today, what they practiced was combat instincts. Chapter 57, Old Acquaintance? Zhang Yu's teachings continuously entered Zhang Huan's ears. Zhang Huan constantly adjusted the angle of his moves, the strength, the timing, the pace, speed, and spacing of the moves. As each lizard man was slaughtered by Zhang Huan in the most basic combat style, Zhang Huan's admiration for Zhang Yu grew. Perhaps he wasn't as good as some high-ranking Imperial Spirit Masters in terms of spiritual power, but in terms of overall strength, he was definitely the strongest in his class. When the last lizard man was cleaved in half by Zhang Huan's back was already wet with sweat. He guffawed and was about to charge Zhang Yu to fool around with his performance. Suddenly, an inaudible air-breaking sound came from behind. Zhang Huan didn't even think about it, holding the 1,000 blades and slashing back at an incredible angle. Clang! The sound of intertwining gold and iron echoed throughout the ruins. He was about to stab a second time when he hurriedly withdrew his blade after seeing the face of the visitor. "Teacher, why is it you?" Zhang Yu wore a smile on his face. "Not bad, this unexpected angle is obviously a subconscious counterattack." "Zhang Huan, you are really good." Zhang Yu was satisfied with Zhang Huan's performance. "With your current qualifications, if you join the Demon Suppressor Army, perhaps it won't take more than a few years for you to become the most outstanding of the bunch." Zhang Huan bristled. "Teacher, you're here again." Zhang Yu's bright laughter resounded through the ruins as he hooked Zhang Huan's shoulder. Let's go find some other demonic beasts." Zhang Huan nodded and walked side by side with Zhang Yu. "Teacher, is Zhang Jiawen so easy to eat your agitation?" Zhang Yu smiled and laughed. "What nonsense are you saying? That kid is very cunning." "Then, the other day out of the city this thing?" Zhang Yu smiled and explained. "That kid would not have wanted to stop us, only he always have to give Morong teacher a little explanation. When Mr. Morong asks, he can say that it's all me." "What else can Mr. Morong say then?" Zhang Huan bristled. "Why do I get the feeling that the three of you are all people with a heart of gold?" Suddenly, Zhang Yu's gaze became stern. He stopped Zhang Huan at once. "Teacher, what's wrong? Our old acquaintances have come to our door." Zhang Huan frowned slightly, and the 1,000 blades was already tightly gripped in his hand. From the time they left the city until now, the duo had repeatedly been careful due to the fear of retaliation by the Yi priest. However, whenever they found any footprints that might have been left behind by the Yi priest, the duo would immediately turn their direction. Who would have thought that they would still be found by it? "Teacher, aren't we going to escape?" "There's no escape, we're surrounded." A fresh wind whipped by, swirling up a cloud of dust. Sacred chants came from far and near, accompanied by the sound of footsteps after footsteps gradually becoming louder. Not long after, a group of figures appeared in the thick fog, and they closed in from all directions, not leaving a way out for Zhang Huan and the two of them. Directly in front of the two of them, 7 or 8 believers with their tails dragging a shoulder-carrying sedan chair walked slowly. On the sedan chair, a priest dressed in black robes with blonde hair and blue eyes stood straight, a pair of dreamy eyes looking down on all beings. Zhang Yu's face was grave and he spat a mouthful of saliva. The ruler in his hand was clenched, and the Confucian scholar appeared behind him in a whirlwind. "Zhang Huan, bring out your full strength, the Yi priest's strength has increased again." Without the need for Zhang Yu to say more, Zhang Huan also sensed that the Yi priest's aura was far stronger than every previous encounter. Zhang Huan didn't dare to be careless, and the figure of 1,000 blades immediately appeared behind him. "The 9th artifact spirit has become a bit violent, please fight quickly and stay away from this place." The divine chant carried a melody that cleansed the hearts of all living beings as it passed through the ruins filled with broken rocks and walls and began to attack Zhang Huan and the two of them. Without hesitation, Zhang Huan stabbed his long sword into the ground. Chaotic God. One barrier after another made up of sky-filling killing intent converged in front of Zhang Huan and his duo. It was constantly fighting against the chant. Perhaps it was because of the increase in strength. This time, the chaotic god was actually able to compete with Song Song. Zhang Yu shook the ring ruler in his hand and a strong aura spread out in all directions. "Teacher, go up and stall him. You run when you see the right moment." Zhang Yu's mouth bellowed, "Do not listen to impudence. His ears closed in an instant and his entire body leapt out like a rocket. Teacher! Don't be reckless, I'll take you away from. With the characteristics of the domain, deadly darkness, as long as Zhang Yu didn't step inside the Yi priest's domain and found the right moment, Zhang Huan was confident that he would be able to take him out of here. However, Zhang Huan's shouts were destined to go unheard by Zhang Yu. At this moment, Zhang Huan only wanted to curse Zhang Yu, pig teammate. He just wanted to go forward to catch up with Zhang Yu, but around him, the Yi priest's believers fiercely attacked. In an instant, Zhang Huan was dragged and unable to move forward. At this moment, Zhang Yu had already rushed out of the barrier cast by the 1,000 blades, the ruler in his hand flew from side to side, and more than a dozen people who attempted to sneak up on him were dispersed by him at once. At this time, he was already less than 10 meters away from the priest. A gentle smile surfaced on priest's disdainful face as he slowly stretched out his hand, seemingly wanting to stroke Zhang Yu's head. Zhang Yu snorted coldly, "A gentleman is not mighty if he is not heavy. 30 and established. 40 is not confused. 50 knows the fate of heaven." With every violent gulp, Zhang Yu's aura around him rose by 10%. In just a moment, his strength had already stepped into the peak of the 3rd rank. "If you've come, then you'll be at peace." The ring ruler in his hand was drawn. It struck the priest's body with a heavy blow. The priest's figure spiraled into disorganization. Zhang Yu's pupils shrunk. There was no sensation of touching a physical object coming from the ring ruler, as if it was striking the air. White light bloomed, as if to expel all darkness. Zhang Yu felt bad. "Don't look at me." He closed his eyes tightly, but it was too late. It was as if he felt a pair of hands hugging him from behind. These hands were warm, sturdy, and made one feel extraordinarily at ease. A warm current that made one unable to raise any sense of resistance slowly rose from the bottom of his heart. An airy human voice rang out from Zhang Yu's ears. "God said that the world has sinned. And I will take you to wash away the sins." Zhang Yu's eyes gradually lost their vigor, becoming numb and empty. The Confucian saw this. Immediately, he leapt forward and was about to attack the priest behind Zhang Yu. A warm smile appeared on the priest's face. "God says that when all beings beg, let him knock." The ruler clenched in Zhang Yu's hand gradually loosened. Dang lang! The ruler fell to the ground. The Confucian's attack that slashed at the Yi priest was close at hand, but the next moment, because there was no spiritual energy pouring in, his figure dissipated in an instant. Zhang Huan couldn't believe all this. A demonic beast. Surprisingly, it had learned human language. And the words he murmured seemed to carry a powerful, compelling power. The next moment, the Yi priest turned to look at Zhang Huan, his hands raised high. "God says, he who believes in me, lives with me forever." His body erupted with an intense light that was particularly dazzling in this thick fog. The light dispersed. A towering Gothic church appeared before Zhang Huan's eyes. The Yi priest gave Zhang Huan a meaningful look, then he turned around and entered the church. The believers who were entangled with Zhang Huan also drew away from the battlefield in an instant, following the priest's steps and stepping into the church. Zhang Yu followed at the end. He moved slowly and seemed to be resisting. A strong independent will was fighting with his body's instincts for control of his body. There were more and more believers entering the church, and chants began to resound from within the church. At first, the sound was like a mosquito, but later on, it was like a flood of bells. Instincts began to take over, and Zhang Yu was walking towards the church at tortoise speed. Zhang Huan's pupils suddenly shrunk. His footsteps flew towards the front. He knew. Once Zhang Yu entered the realm of the Yi priest, he would soon become a believer of the priest as well. From then on, he would become a puppet who relied on the Yi priest, without any thought. Zhang Huan pushed his speed to the extreme. "Teacher! Hang on!" His ears, however, suddenly resounded with burst after burst of system beeps. The 9th artifact felt scorned and his emotions are spiraling out of control. "Please host away from this place immediately." Artifact Spirit number 9 remembered past events that he didn't want to recall. Rage has taken over his will. The system is attempting to calm him. "Please stay away from this place immediately." Chapter 58, Give You a Knife. The chant grew higher and higher, and Zhang Yu's footsteps gradually became faster. His instincts had taken over, and what was left of his consciousness was weakening. He was getting closer and closer to stepping through the door into the Yi priest realm. Jiang Huan's heart was burning with anxiety. But the system's warning sound was repeating itself over and over again. Jiang Huan didn't know what he would face once the system was unable to suppress the ninth artifact spirit. But for him to just leave Zhang Yu behind when he was able to, he couldn't do it. If he received kindness from others, he would do his best to repay it. If he suffered hatred from others, he would destroy it by breaking his body into pieces. This was Jiang Huan's value. He gritted his teeth and ran wildly towards the church, only wishing that he hadn't given birth to 2 more legs. However, at this moment, Zhang Yu had already stepped into the church, and the towering, narrow door was slowly closing. Jiang Huan cursed, "Cam." The long knife in his hand was thrown out violently. The 1,000 blades then fell into the church door like a meteor. In just a moment, 1,000 blades coalesced into a humanoid form, its hands steadily blocking the gate from closing. A look of gravity surged across the always resolute face of 1,000 blades. With the thick gate obstructed, the believers and priest inside the church could not help but all look towards 1,000 blades. They did not make any movements, and the chanting of the carols suddenly came to a halt as a creepy smile surfaced on their faces. Then, the chant resumed, a high-pitched melody echoing throughout the ruins. The force coming from the gate rose abruptly. The 1,000 blades' unfolded arms were bent a few points. He looked back at Jiang Huan. It seemed to be saying, "If you don't hurry up, I won't be able to carry it anymore." Seeing this, Jiang Huan clenched his teeth and a shocking force erupted from his legs. Where his feet stepped, one earth pit after another exploded. Jiang Huan, on the other hand, utilized this wave of impact to keep moving forward. The gate was about to close, and the 1,000 blades alone gritted its teeth and fought for a gap less than 1 person wide for Jiang Huan. Jiang Huan leapt forward. The entire person landed sideways from the 1,000 blades' head. Jiang Huan let out a sigh of relief. "Tough job, 1,000 blades." In the next moment, 1,000 blades' figure snapped to Jiang Huan's side. The door behind the duo closed with a loud bang. In an instant, the gazes of all the demonic beasts inside the church were focused on Jiang Huan. Jiang Huan and 1,000 blades turned a blind eye as the two of them scanned the interior of the church, constantly searching for traces of Zhang Yu. Only, inexplicably, Jiang Huan felt that all the believers inside the church, their faces seemed to be covered by a layer of white light. He was actually unable to tell which one was Zhang Yu. Right in the middle of the altar, a huge bitter statue of a cross stole the limelight. Below it, the Ji priest, dressed in black, unfolded his hands with a smile on his face. "World of hard labor and heavy burdens, come to me and I will call you to peace and comfort. I come to bring you into the kingdom of God." The high-pitched, peaceful, mesmerizing chant resounded again, echoing in Jiang Huan's ears. After an unknown period of time, Jiang Huan slowly opened his eyes, as if he was in a peaceful world, with grass, trees, cows and sheep in his eyes, men singing and women playing. In his mind, a thought sprang up. Stay here, enjoy this. Even in the system, the 9 artifact spirit that had been raging, at this moment, was quiet. Brother, this is for you." A fleshy 5-year-old girl, all dressed in white, holding a freshly picked red flower, bumbled towards Jiang Huan. There was an innocent smile on her face. When Jiang Huan saw this, he couldn't help but smile similarly on his face. Reaching out, he was about to receive the red flower. Seeing that the red flower was about to fall into Jiang Huan's hands, a coolness swept over Jiang Huan's entire body without warning. Jiang Huan subconsciously blinked his eyes. The girl in front of him was still half innocent. She had a mouthful of sharp teeth like a shark, a big mouth that split the back of her neck, scarlet eyes, and 2 dog ears on her head. The red flower in her hand was a poisonous snake that kept spitting out its letters. Everything around them, men and women, was as ugly as a girl like this. They were holding knives and forks in their hands, staring straight at Jiang Huan and the girl as if they were looking at a plate of delicious food. It was at the same time that the 9th artifact spirit in Jiang Huan's system became berserk once again. Brother, don't you like this flower?" The heavenly child's voice became hoarse and unpleasant at this moment, as if her fingernails were scratching the blackboard. The girl blinked her big bloodshot eyes and cocked her head at Jiang Huan. Jiang Huan guffawed, "Like it? Of course I like it." Jiang Huan's hand, which was just about to receive the saffron, skillfully crossed over the saffron and directly stroked the girl's head. "But right, my brother's family handed me over that I can't take other people's things for nothing, so my brother has to give you one thing in exchange." The girl's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, as if it was also the first time she had seen someone who hadn't taken her flowers. However, she still patiently cocked her head and made a cute face. Brother, then what are you going to give me? The words in a suppressed voice, paired with the ugly look, caused a wave of nausea in Jiang Huan's heart. However, Jiang Huan always had a smile on his face. I want to give you a knife. White light flashed. The girl's head tumbled to the ground, bringing up a puff of dust, her face still hanging a fake sweet smile. The sudden change caused the men, women, cow demons, sheep demons, and all kinds of demonic beasts who were watching from the sidelines to freeze for a while. But the next moment, they all lunged towards Jiang Huan with anger. Heretic! Die! God-forsaken heretic! Tear him apart! Scum are not welcome in the kingdom of God. As the curses converged, Jiang Huan only felt that his body, it seemed, was being suppressed by some kind of power. This force was telling him that he should fold his hands and wait for his companion's salvation. Jiang Huan scanned the believers who were closing in on him and snorted coldly. It seems that these are the Yi priest, believers in their own right. This power that hinted at me should be the Yi priest's domain ability. A thought came to mind. The corner of Jiang Huan's mouth raised in a confident arc. Domain, well, it's not like you're the only one who has it. He clenched the 1,000 blades with one hand and slashed out horizontally. A dense blackness bloomed from the tip of the blade, spreading from where the blade crossed. Not long after, an additional spot of unreadable darkness was added to this barren realm. The angry believers swooped into the darkness, but unexpectedly realized that they couldn't find Jiang Huan's location at all. Their 5 senses were sealed, and they scurried around like headless flies. There were a few resourceful ones who vaguely realized that something was wrong and wanted to leave the Black Realm. However, it was as if they were locked in by a barrier. No matter how much they knocked, they were never able to leave this darkness. Jiang Huan floated in midair, hidden in the darkness. His eyes swept over the numerous demonic beasts in the sky and underground that were caught in impotent rage, carefully feeling Zhang Yu's aura. A moment later, Jiang Huan's brows furrowed. Teacher isn't here. It seems that teacher hasn't been fully controlled yet, so, priest, couldn't throw him into this place. In that case, Jiang Huan's gaze turned cold. The long knives in his hands began to break inch by inch in an instant, lingering and flying around Jiang Huan's perimeter. 1,000 blades, crush them. Chapter 59 Superposition of Domains. The 1,000 blades, that had turned into countless fragments, were like hornets that had converged together, and with the domain's deadly darkness enhancement, the sharpness was unmistakable. The momentum was even stronger. They were like shooting stars in the night, constantly passing through the darkness. Every time they crossed, they would definitely bring out countless bloody lights. Wailing sounds, sounds of pain, sounds of skin breaking, and sounds of bones breaking echoed in this pitch-black realm. Artifact-Spirit, 1,000 blades, killed a second-ranked demonic beast puppet, experience plus 298. Common progress catalyze. Host experience plus 298. Artifact-Spirit, 1,000 blades, kills a second-order demonic beast golem, experience plus 253. Common progress hypnosis. Host experience plus 253. The system prompts were incessant. Not long after, there wasn't a single demonic beast left in the entire field, and it fell into a dead silence. Jiang Huan frowned, his gaze scanning through the deadly darkness at the barrenness of the outside world. This area should be a domain within a domain, but the Yi priest hasn't been able to fully harness it yet. No wonder it was able to make me hypnotized with a single careless move, so it's a demonic beast that has mastered domain superposition. This combined strength, I'm afraid it's no better than a 5th-ranked demonic beast. Thanks to the pure heart, or else I don't know how to die here. Both artifact spirits and demonic beasts were capable of mastering the power of domains. Those who possessed an artifact spirit body were able to superimpose domains as long as they were able to fully master the power of both domains. And demonic beasts likewise had guys who were incredibly lucky, mastering the power of multiple domains due to chance. Obviously, the priest was like that. However, judging from the fact that the Yi priest had not reacted even though Jiang Huan had killed the believer's main body for a long time, the Yi priest obviously had not been able to fully grasp the power of the second domain. Jiang Huan looked up and down, sweeping around. Since you haven't fully grasped it, why don't you simply not ask for this domain? With a thought, the darkness in Jiang Huan's surroundings spread once again until it reached its limit. Where the darkness enveloped, not a single ray of light could seep in from above or below. The fragments that 1,000 blades had turned into once again haunted Jiang Huan's surroundings. Like meteors, they began to fly up and down, left and right, as if they were trying to slash at something. At first, the space remained calm. but gradually, a crack appeared in the space. Outside the cracks, a holy light shone in. Sacred chants echoed through the cracks in this precarious space. However, no matter if it was the holy rays or the divine hymns, none of them could pass through the black barrier. Sure enough, it's a domain overlay, and with the second layer of the domain destroyed, he's already sensed my counterattack. However, within the range of my domain, unless the Yi priest is far stronger than me, he simply cannot pass through my domain to inflict damage on me. Moreover, his strength lies in mind control. I, who possess the pure heart, am simply his natural enemy. Jiang Huan smiled contemptuously. The ninth artifact spirit is once again in a berserk rage. He feels the shame of being hoodwinked by a demonic beast, and the system is trying to pacify it. Please have the host resolve the battle as soon as possible and disengage from the scene. Otherwise, the host will meet the sharpening of the artifact spirit. The smile on Jiang Huan's face was lost. The sharpening of the artifact spirit? System, what the hell? However, the only thing that answered Jiang Huan was the system's constant warning sound. Looks like we can only take care of the Yi priest as soon as possible. The Thousand Blades' attacks became more and more severe, and in just the blink of an eye, the Yi priest's second domain was destroyed in 1,000 ways. Jiang Huan once again returned to the church. At this moment, only the Yi priest was left alone in the church. He was still standing on the altar with a smile on his face. Only, there was an extra thick yellowish book in his hand. Jiang Huan held the Thousand Blades in his hand, and his eyes searched around, but he never saw Zhang Yu. His domain was right here. Where exactly had the teacher been hidden by him? Suddenly, Jiang Huan's pupils suddenly shrunk. At the back of priest, on the 10 bitter statues, there was a man with both hands and feet firmly bound. Who else could it be if not Zhang Yu? Without hesitation, Jiang Huan charged forward with his sword. The black field was like a hot iron ball passing through flat foam, creaking wherever it passed. The Yi priest looked at the scene in front of him with some surprise. Slowly turning over the thick book in his hand, his left hand rested on the book. God says that if you draw near to God, God will also draw near to you. Jiang Huan's pace of advancement became slow, and the air in front of him was as if a pair of large hands were holding Jiang Huan, preventing him from approaching the Yi priest. The ninth artifact spirit was extremely disgusted with this type of tactic of pretending to be a god. He couldn't wait to slice the demon in front of him with a single slash. Jiang Huan snorted coldly, and the long knife in his hand slashed out violently. A cold aura appeared. The 4'3" long blade violently opened up a 5 or 6 meter long blade on, splitting apart all the obstacles in front of him. It was aimed straight at the Yi priest. The priest dodged in a panic to avoid it, and the warm smile on his face took on a bit of anger in an instant. He pressed one hand on the yellowed book. God said that you will suffer God's wrath for offending him. In a moment, white light bloomed. It was so dazzling that one could not open their eyes. After the white light, the priest disappeared. In its place was an old man who was as tall as the entire church, dressed in a white robe, with a bearded face, looking somewhat amiable. Only, his eyes were filled with rage. Jiang Huan knew that he was the Yi priest. The ninth artifact spirit was so offended by the other party's eyes that he had the idea of gouging out the other party's eyes with his twin knives. God said that there should be light, and so there was light in this world. The dazzling light lit up again. The holy light attempted to dispel the darkness, eroding Jiang Huan's domain again and again. Within a short time, Jiang Huan's domain was eroded into just a ball that was less than 4 feet. And Jiang Huan's face turned pale. Obviously, this strike had caused Jiang Huan to suffer a serious injury. The ninth artifact spirit felt that the host's strength was too poor, and even entertained the idea of replacing him. Jiang Huan spat a mouthful of blood foam. Damn it. It's not your turn to criticize whether my strength is poor or not. If you piss me off, I'll melt you down to feed the Thousand Blades. Artifact number 9 feels offended, but he has a slight appreciation for the host again. The other artifact spirits began to mock number 9, who was now more and more eager to prove himself. A series of beeps continued to sound, but Jiang Huan ignored them. At this moment, he only wanted to resolve the battle as quickly as possible before the system was unable to suppress the artifact spirits. Dexterous footsteps were executed as Jiang Huan's figure continuously approached the old man. At the same time, the figure of Thousand Blades appeared behind Jiang Huan, and then, he surged into Jiang Huan's body at once. Jiang Huan's gaze became sharp as the aura of his body began to change. The long blade turned into countless fragments and was about to attack the old man's entire body. The old man glanced bashfully at the flying fragments. God said that there should be water, so this world has water. A water shield appeared so abruptly in front of the old man, about to block the attack of thousands of fragments. The moment the fragments made contact with the water shield, the shards disappeared as much as they could. The backstab was catalyzed. Jiang Huan's figure suddenly appeared behind the old man. The scattered fragments regrouped into long blades in an instant. In Jiang Huan's demeanor, there were actually a few similarities with the unsmiling Thousand Blades. At this moment, Thousand Blades is Jiang Huan. Jiang Huan is Thousand Blades. Chapter 60, The Spirit of the Machine, Shito. The long blade was covered by a 4 or 5 meter blade in a matter of moments, as Jiang Huan slashed in an almost instinctive manner that made it impossible to dodge. This slash moved the heavens and regretted the earth. The magnificent murals inside the church and the dazzling floor were shattered by the blade. Priest's face suddenly changed. God said, "I am everywhere." Jiang Huan's eyes blinked. This unavoidable blade just cut empty. And priest's figure flashed into the distance in a split second. The priest's face was pale. His face, which had been so light-hearted before, became incomparably hideous. It seemed as if he wanted to destroy Jiang Huan's bones before giving up. Obviously, this move was extremely burdensome for him. The 9th artifact was inspired by the rampage of the demonic beast. He is attempting to break through the sword box's restriction. The system expects it to be restricted for another 10 seconds, so please quickly leave this place, host. 10. 9. 8. The sudden beep caused Jiang Huan's heart to be startled. Although he didn't know what the sharpening of its artifact spirit was, he thought that it was by no means a good thing. Jiang Huan immediately turned around and pounced towards Zhang Yu on the cross. At this moment, rescuing Zhang Yu was the important thing. The Jia priest sensed Jiang Huan's strange behavior. God said, "Everything in this world is me." The words left his mouth. His face turned even paler. However, the scattered chairs, fallen candlesticks, and broken dinner plates around Jiang Huan, each of them seemed to be alive, transforming into the old man's appearance in an instant and attacking him. The sudden change caused Jiang Huan to be unable to dodge and was sent flying. Mouthfuls of blood dyed the ground red. A huge fainting sensation continued to hit him. The priest's admonition began to murmur continuously in his ears. God says that the world has sinned, and only I can take you to the kingdom of God. God says that as long as you fear God, you will be sheltered by the gods. God loves the world, as long as you also love God. The Jia priest's seductive voice was continuously compelling Jiang Huan, and inside Jiang Huan's body, a stream of cool energy was surging out against the priest. However, at this moment, Jiang Huan's head was still filled with a huge fainting sensation after being sneak attacked. The pale priest, holding a yellowed book in his hand, slowly walked towards Jiang Huan. That kind face was actually somewhat broken during the battle, exposing the skin with scales underneath. As he approached, the white palms actually began to slowly turn into claws. His gaze became greedy, and a hoarse voice came out from his throat, "What a great believer ah!" The system's countdown continued. 3. 2. 1. The system has failed to suppress the 9th artifact spirit, and the S-class artifact spirit, Shito, is about to leave the box. The host will soon face the sharpening of artifact spirit number 9, Shito, please prepare yourself. In system space, the thick chain on the 9th sword box floating in the endless darkness began to fall off. The sword box began to emanate a dense aura of loyalty and righteousness around its body. The sword box slowly opened up into 4 parts. A 1-person tall plain sword was the first to fly out from the top of the sword box. In this endless darkness, it brought out a heart-shattering aura. Then, several long swords flew out from the left and right sides at the same time. On the left side were 5 goose-plume swords, bound by a long whip to the hilts of the 5 swords, moving forward together. On the right side were 2 willow leaf swords flying out side by side, flying steadily towards the park sword. The lid in front of the sword case quietly lowered. Hundreds of flying swords ejected out at the same time. Park swords, goose-plume swords, willow leaf swords, flying swords, long whips. They kept roaring in this endless darkness. The Jia priest's sharp claws were about to touch Jiang Huan's head. A shadow leapt out of Jiang Huan's body. The incomparably domineering park sword slashed the oncoming claws. Seeing this, priest panicked and withdrew his hand. But it was too late. His lizard-like sharp claws. It was chopped off by the plain sword in one fell swoop. A man with a tough face and a strong aura. A general wearing a suit of armor and a black cloak violently appeared in front of Jiang Huan. He held the plain sword in one hand. A willow leaf blade hung on the left and right sides of his waist, 5 wild goose plume swords on his back, and a long whip on his back waist. The plain sword gently slammed into the ground, and a gust of airflow was born. The cloak behind him moved with the airflow, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. The eyes full of killing intent gently swept over the Yi priest in front of him, and the Yi priest inexplicably felt a heart palpitation. The 1,000 household snorted coldly, "Demon, die." In the next moment, his figure flashed. The park sword in his hand slashed towards priest's head with ghost-like speed. The priest knew that he could not avoid it. Immediately, he held the book in his hand. God says, "I am everywhere." In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared into this church. He seemed to fear Cheeto from the bottom of his heart. The 1,000 households scanned around the church and snorted coldly again. "Run?" The plain sword in his hand flipped with both hands. The tip of the blade plunged towards the ground. Strand after strand of powerful spiritual energy fluctuations violently shot out in all directions from the park sword. Rumble. As far as the eye could see, everything in the church was blown up. And the disappearing priest, too, was blasted out from the frescoes on the walls. Before he could react, the Cheeto's hands moved deftly, grabbing the 5 goose plume swords behind his back at a speed invisible to the naked eye. One after another of the wild goose plume swords in his hands were like arrows off the string, whistling towards priest. Priest had no choice but to chant once more, "God says I'm everywhere." His figure flashed, instantly leaving his original spot, appearing diagonally above the cross. On his ghastly white face, there were already several wounds cut by the goose feather blade from when he couldn't dodge in time. Most of his face skin had been destroyed, revealing a devil-like face hidden underneath the human skin. He stretched out his only remaining sharp claw about to grab at Zhang Yu's heart. It seemed that by eating Zhang Yu's heart, priest would be able to regain much of his strength. The 1,000 households frowned, "Demon. How dare you?" His body was agile and he violently shook the cloak behind him. Hundreds of flying daggers chased after priest. The priest had no choice but to withdraw his hand and tumbled down without the slightest concern for his face. Dozens of flying daggers stuck in the wall, but the remaining flying daggers, as if they had eyes, chased towards priest. Dozens of sounds of breaking through flesh and skin echoed through the church. The priest was dying. The only remaining consciousness made him only want to survive. With his only remaining hand, he kept crawling backwards, trying to get away from the approaching Cheeto. You're disrespecting the gods." The hoarse voice was extremely piercing. The 1,000 households stared at him with dead eyes and slowly pulled out the 2 willow leaf swords pinned to their waists. Pretending to be a god. Who? The 2 willow leaf swords shot out. One on the left and one on the right nailed above the priest's legs. The 2 knives stuck in the ground and shook, and priest lost his ability to escape as a result. God won't let you go." Cheeto snorted coldly, "Demon pretending to be God. What fear?" He seemed unable to speak a complete sentence, but even so, at this moment, priest was still scared to death. Only to see 1,000 household fumble out a whip from his back waist and fling it behind him without looking back. The whip whirled around the hilts of the 5 Yinling swords and pulled again. The 5 willow leaf blades, pulled by the whip, violently flew towards priest's head. Plop 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 plop. With 5 soft sounds, priest's head was broken into 5 parts like a watermelon. Red, white, and yellow scattered all over the place. The towering church was reduced to pieces in the blink of an eye, and the ruins reappeared before his eyes. Jiang Huan, who had long since come to his senses, looked at the scene in front of him in dismay. By his side, 1,000 Blades was slowly helping him up. Seemingly sensing Jiang Huan's gaze, 1,000 Blades turned back violently. He looked at Jiang Huan with complicated eyes. A furious look blossomed in his eyes once again. With large strides, he dragged his parkas towards Jiang Huan. The heavy park sword rubbed sparks on the ground. The battle intent in his body was undisguised. Seeing this, 1,000 Blades looked grave and immediately protected Jiang Huan, who had just recovered not long ago, behind him. In his hands, the long knife was held tightly in both hands. He stared at the Thousand Blades, who was getting closer and closer. Chapter 61, Lord Cheeto. Artifact-Spirit, Cheeto, kills a 4th order demonic beast, experience plus 1200. Artifact-Spirit, Thousand Blades, kills a 4th order demonic beast, experience plus 800. Joint progress catalyzed, host experience plus 2000. Quest to kill a 4th order demonic beast, priest, completed. Artifact-Spirit, Thousand Blades, experience plus 4000. Artifact-Spirit, Thousand Blades, experience plus 1000. Common progress catalyzed, host experience plus 5000. Quest completed, rewarded with an S-rank potion, a bottle of domain perfection stacker. Place any 2 weapon spirits briefly in the potion, and the 2 domains will achieve perfect superposition. Reward S-rank potion, 1 bottle of full state recovery potion. The user will be fully restored to their peak state. Reward a bottle of a rank potion berserk, user's full attributes will be briefly increased by 30%. Reward a bottle of a rank potion berserk. While the system prompts continued to ring out, Thousand Blades arrived in front of Jiang Huan. The Thousand Blades protected Jiang Huan behind him, and with the 1,000 households looking at each other, it was as if sparks were about to erupt from the eyes of the 2 weapon spirits. Let 1,000 household's low voice carried a commanding tone. Thousand Blades, however, gripped the long sword in his hand even tighter. The air seemed to freeze. Jiang Huan gently pushed Thousand Blades away, signaling him not to be nervous. Although he did not understand what Thousand Blades was going to do, Jiang Huan had just glanced at Thousand Blades' data panel. Fitting degree 10. Although it was a bit low, it shouldn't be about to make a move on him at the drop of a hat. Thousand Blades stepped aside behind him. Jiang Huan and Thousand Blades, 1 person and 1 weapon spirit, looked at each other, and it was as if Jiang Huan saw a complex look in Thousand Blades' eyes. There was questioning, confusion, and a few moments of fury hidden underneath the steely eyes. He gripped the park sword tightly in his left hand and lightly tapped the ground. A wonderful energy fluctuation immediately dispersed in all directions from the center of the 2 of them, and ripples after ripples continued to ripple. Jiang Huan vaguely felt that there seemed to be a suction force hidden in the vortex. At this time, 1,000 households slowly raised his free right hand, parallel to his shoulder, slightly clenched his fist, and quietly held it up in the center of the 2 of them. The artifact spirit, 1,000 households, has initiated a trial on the host. Does the host accept? If the trial succeeds, it will be recognized by the artifact spirit, 1,000 households. If the trial fails, the host is at risk of dying. Jiang Huan stared into the eyes of the 1,000 households, and remained silent for a long time, not knowing what he was thinking about. Finally, Jiang Huan smiled lightly and raised his fist to clink fists with the 1,000 households. Ta! The 2 fists touched each other with a soft sound. Jiang Huan gradually felt his head become dizzy and his eyelids became extremely heavy. His figure went limp at once, and he was held tightly by 1,000 Blades before falling. The 1,000 Blades looked at the 1,000 households with a murderous look on his face and got up to fight with the 1,000 households. However, he felt being pulled by someone, and only then did he realize that Jiang Huan was looking at him with a calm face. It's fine. Unsure, 1,000 Blades looked at Jiang Huan and then at 1,000 households. 1,000 Blades guffawed, then his figure fell into the ripples beneath his feet inch by inch as if he was sinking into seawater. When he completely disappeared, a clear system beep sounded in Jiang Huan's mind. Artifact Spirit, 1,000 households, feels admiration for the host's courage, fit +1. The sharpening of the Artifact Spirit, 1,000 households, is about to begin, please prepare the host. Then, a huge suction force came from underneath Jiang Huan's body, as if it was going to suck his soul into it. Jiang Huan strengthened his spirit and looked towards the 1,000 Blades. I'm counting on you here. Then he completely drifted off to sleep. When Jiang Huan opened his eyes again, he was woken up by the clamor in the surroundings. It was as if he had arrived at an ancient barracks that he had seen on a TV show. As far as the eye could see, there were men full of masculinity, and they were fully focused and passionate as they stared at a simple ring in front of them. Above, a general-like man was fighting an ordinary general. Punch after punch, both sides were doing their best to try and knock each other down. Jiang Huan's pupils suddenly shrunk. 1,000 households? The general-like man on the stage was none other than the number 9 artifact spirit, 1,000 households. A dark man beside him sniffed and gently patted Jiang Huan's head. Hey! Kid! You have to call Lord 1,000 household. If it wasn't for the fact that you're new, I would have punched you. Jiang Huan frowned slightly, but he wasn't annoyed by the Hanyo's offense. Instead, he was puzzled by the Hanyo's words. Lord Thousand Households? Wasn't Thousand Households an artifact spirit? Why was it that in the eyes of this group of people, he seemed to be a living, breathing human being, and extremely respected? Jiang Huan looked at the fight in the ring thoughtfully. The Thousand Household on the stage was not much different from the Thousand Households he had seen. The only difference was that there were many more expressions on his face, not as cold as the ones he had previously seen. From time to time, he even poked fun at the generals he was fighting with and instructed them on their moves during the fight. Occasionally, when the other party was able to hit Qiandu a bit, it would cause the entire audience to cheer. Jiang Huan looked at all this suspiciously, and immediately struck up a conversation with the man next to him. Big brother, I'm new here, a ring match, why are you guys so excited? The Hanyu glanced at Jiang Huan. You've only just arrived, right? You don't even know about the annual left Thousand Household selection of personal guards? Jiang Huan hemmed and hawed, pretending to scratch his head in embarrassment. Under his narration, Jiang Huan gradually realized that the place he was in now was the Imperial Court's Judgment Army. The left Thousandth Household on the stage was the strongest demon suppressor general in the Judgment Army. Although he was only a Thousand Household, anyone with a discerning eye would know that it was due to his upright and unyielding nature. Moreover, he was a man with a bold nature and emphasized on righteousness, which won him the hearts of the soldiers of the Judgment Army. As a result, once a year, the matter of the left Thousand Household choosing their own guards became a major event in the army. Every year, as long as someone hit the left Thousand 10 moves in the ring, then he could become the left Thousand's personal guard. However, every year, the people who could pass the test were rare. Kid, don't blame me for not reminding you all. As long as you get the approval of Lord Thousand Household on the stage, the entire trial army will respect you 3 times. This is the fastest way for a newcomer to gain a foothold in the army. Moreover, but whenever you go out to eradicate demonic beasts, Lord State Master will also give you his blessing. The more Jiang Huan listened, the more confused he felt. The trial army, the State Master, the Demon Suppressor General, and the Imperial Court. Wasn't this just an instrumental trial? Why was it made to look like an event that had happened alive? This artifact spirit trial was quite interesting. Jiang Huan smiled carelessly, then keenly perceived the key in the Hanyo's words. Obtaining Lord Qianhu's approval, could this be the Qianhu trial? If that's the case, does it mean that I only need to go on stage and defeat him? At that thought, Jiang Huan subconsciously tried to materialize the 1,000 blades. However, there was no response. The connection between them seemed to be blocked by a barrier. He was able to feel the existence of the 1,000 blades, but he was unable to utilize it to gain any contact with the 1,000 blades. System, what's going on? Currently in the trial of the artifact spirit, 1,000 blades, the host can only conquer the artifact spirit with his own strength. Jiang Huan frowned slightly and then began to check himself. A moment later, he let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, the abilities and martial skills are still there, and most of the system's functions are normal. A few moments later, the heated fight on the stage came to an end, and the general who had challenged was kicked off the ring by Thousand Household. Lord Qi Tu was hit with 0 moves. Zhao Shanha was hit by 13 moves. Zhao Shanha has failed the challenge. Next. The crowd under the stage exchanged words, but no one ever went up to the stage. At this time, the man next to Jiang Huan bumped Jiang Huan's shoulder with his arm and laughed. Kid, do you want to go on stage and try? I'll cheer you on. Jiang Huan guffawed. Okay, wow. Then, he squeezed through the crowd. Make way, make way. The man stared blankly at Jiang Huan's fading back and muttered, No, I'm just kidding, you're really going up. Are all young people so youthful these days? Chapter 62. Jiang Huan squeezed through the crowd and took 2 steps onto the ring. It was only when he ascended the ring that the bustling murmurs from under the stage ensued. This kid is a fresh recruit, right? To dare to challenge Lord Thousand Households after only coming here, he really doesn't know the heights of heaven. Don't underestimate the youth, maybe he really has something? I say, let's not jump to conclusions. What if he really succeeds in his challenge? Success? Do you think too highly of that kid, or do you think too lowly of Lord Qiandu? I bet he won't last more than 2 moves at most before he's kicked out of the ring by Lord Qi Tu. The voices of the crowd under the stage were not on Jiang Huan's mind. At the moment, his eyes were only on the left Qianhu in front of him who was carrying 2 wooden knives. The top of the wooden swords were coated with white ash to mark whether the opponent had been hit or not. After several battles, Zhuo Qiandu's body was unusually clean. While Jiang Huan was observing Zhuo Qiandu was also quietly observing him. Suddenly, he laughed. "Hey kid, fists and feet have no eyes, go down, or else you'll get your face smashed later and no one will like you in the future." The words fell, causing a wave of laughter from the stage. Jiang Huan didn't care at all. "What? Is Lord Thousand Household afraid to fight me?" The left Thousand Household was stunned. Apparently, no one had ever said such words to him. Then he laughed. "Good boy, you have guts, what's your name?" Jiang Huan met his gaze without the slightest fear. "Jiang Huan. Artifact-Spirit, Thousand Households, has taken a little interest in the host, Fit +1. The clear system voice echoed in Jiang Huan's mind, making Jiang Huan even more convinced that perhaps this ring match was the Thousand Household's test. The left Thousand Household nodded and then said, "Go to the side and choose a weapon." Jiang Huan walked towards the side of the ring, where 2 rows of weapons were placed. Swords, guns, axes, battle axes, spears, rods and halberds, 18 kinds of weapons were arrayed on top. Only, they were all made of wood. At the very edge, there was also a bucket of prepared white mortar, which was used to stain the weapons. Jiang Huan swept his eyes over the 18 weapons and finally chose a wooden willow leaf blade. Dyed with white ash, Jiang Huan once again walked up to the center of the ring. With the sound of a gong, the 2 rushed towards each other at the same time. Zhuo Qiandu was even faster, crossing the center of the ring in just a moment, dancing his dual swords to slash at Jiang Huan. This move is out. It seems that Lord Qiandu is determined to have a quick battle and doesn't intend to waste time with him. Yeah. With these 2 swords in a row, even the strongest iron ox in our army won't be able to carry it under the chain of impacts. Strength is one thing, but Lord Qiandu's move is even faster than lightning. I think I was defeated by this move. I couldn't even dodge it. The crowd underneath the stage was buzzing, and in just the blink of an eye, Lord Zhuo Qiandu had swung out several swords. However, the imaginary sound of gold and iron clashing did not appear. Every time the dual swords swung towards Jiang Huan, what was cut was nothing more than Jiang Huan's shadow. Who? A knife forcefully slashed Huashan. It came with a swift momentum, and left Thousand Household could only hastily set up his dual swords to parry it. Clang! A huge force came from Jiang Huan's sword, shocking the left Thousand Household's tiger's mouth slightly numb. What a fast stance! What a great force! Zhuo Qiandu used the momentum to jump away for a moment and couldn't help but marvel at Jiang Huan. Artifact-Spirit, Thousand Households, gives the host a sideways glance, degree of Fit +1. And because of this simple praise, the stage exploded. No, did I see it right? This kid caught Lord Chitos's double blade combo. It wasn't a catch. It's that Lord Cheeto didn't hit him at all. From the look of Lord Cheeto, it seems that his slash was quite heavy. What are you talking about? Lord Chitos was just giving him a break because he was young. If you don't believe me, you'll see. On the stage, Jiang Huan smiled lightly in the face of Lord Zhuo Qiandu's appreciation. Lord Thousand Household, again. With the dexterity of the martial skill, concealment, so far he had never seen anyone whose stance could be more agile than his own. Lord Zhuo Qiandu nodded. "Kid, you are much stronger than I thought. I should also consider you as my opponent." With those words, he casually flung one of the wooden swords backward, precisely inserting it into the weapon rack behind him. Artifact-Spirit, Cheeto, has developed a hint of respect for the host, Fit +3. Then, Zhuo Qiandu gripped the only remaining wooden knife with both hands. Again! He leapt out like an arrow off the string. Jiang Huan's stance was agile, and he kept wandering away from him. As for him, he was agile. Even if he couldn't figure out Jiang Huan's next direction from time to time, he was able to catch up with Jiang Huan at a much faster speed. The 2 of them were superb with their swordsmanship and exchanged dozens of rounds in just a split second. The crowd under the stage were looking at each other with dumbfounded glances. Did I see it right? Lord Qiandu threw a sword? Isn't this a self-defeating strength? What do you know, Lord Chitos is respecting his opponent. Not wanting to take advantage of the advantage in weapons. Do you think this kid can win against Lord Chitos? Who knows? However, I feel that with this point of being able to make Lord Qiandu respect him, he should be firmly in the personal guard. On the stage, at this moment, the exchange between Jiang Huan and the left Thousand Household duo had fallen into a stalemate. Both of them had 7 or 8 white ashes on their bodies. At this moment, their attacks were still sharp, but at the same time, they were incomparably careful. Everyone knew that whoever was a little more careless would possibly lose. Jiang Huan's face was grave, but his heart was somewhat joyful. Artifact-Spirit, 1000 households, is surprised by the host's incredible moves, fit +1. Artifact-Spirit, 1000 households, feels contempt for the host's sneak attack on the lower 3 paths, a sword technique that does not speak of martial arts, fitness 8. Artifact-Spirit, 1000 households, admires the host's fighting style of exchanging wounds for injuries, and thinks the host is a madman, fit degree +10. With every subtle move, Jiang Huan could always usher in the 1000 households' recognition, causing Jiang Huan to always think about how to brush up as many degrees of fitting as possible as he fought. However, in the end, it was experience that prevailed, and after the left 1000 household deliberately sold a break, it left 2 more white ashes on Jiang Huan's body. At this moment, Jiang Huan's face was grave as countless thoughts flashed rapidly in his mind. No, as long as he was touched by another white ash, the trial would fail. It seemed that one couldn't stay his hand any longer. With this thought, Jiang Huan changed from his previous usual dodging and guerrilla approach. He began to meet Zhuo Qianhu head-on. The 2 wooden swords flew left and right in their hands, as if 2 golden dragons were fighting. Boom! Suddenly, Jiang Huan violently slashed horizontally. A wave of wind exploded from the center of the 2 of them, and those who were close to the ring were blown by the gusts of wind so much that they couldn't open their eyes. In the next moment, Jiang Huan's figure instantly disappeared in front of Zhuo Qiandu's eyes. Backstab. Jiang Huan appeared behind Zhuo Qiandu without any warning. With a flip of his wrist, he swung out several knives. Each blade was aimed straight at the vitals of the left chamberlain. In just a moment, everyone held their breath. Poof. Chapter 63 Me, Defeated. The swift blade brought out a strong air-breaking sound. After a fierce battle, Jiang Huan and Zhuo Qiandu landed on the ground one after another, and the entire ring perimeter was suddenly plunged into dead silence. Jiang Huan and Zhuo Qiandu each had a white spot on their bodies. Jiang Huan's performance was truly breathtaking and had exceeded the crowd's expectations, so much so that the vast majority of people's brains were still in a state of downtime. The soldiers stationed on both sides of the ring, after reacting, immediately came forward to check the white ash on their 2 bodies. Jiang Huan was hit with 10 moves. Lord 1000 household has been hit by 8 strokes. Jiang Huan has failed the challenge. Next. Only halfway through the soldier's words, the crowd felt as if they had been given a shot of peace of mind, and the dead silent scene once again erupted with passion. I told you. Although this kid is powerful. But how can he be a match for Lord Qianhu? Scared me to death, I almost thought I had to wash my head upside down. Not to mention, even so, this kid is really powerful. But that's where it stops. They all hoped to defeat Zhuo Qianhu, but if the people around them actually defeated Zhuo Qianhu, jealousy would rise in their hearts. Who would have thought that Zhuo Qiandu called a halt to the 2 who were about to read out the results? As far as the eye could see, there was silence in an instant. The crowd didn't understand why he called a halt, and in the next moment, he looked at Jiang Huan with a burning gaze. Artifact-Spirit, 1000 households, has developed a talent-loving mentality towards the host, fit +1. Artifact-Spirit, 1000 households, the more it looks at the host, the better it looks at him, degree of fitting +1. Artifact-Spirit, Shito, thinks the host is a natural swordsman, fit +1. The straight gaze stared at Jiang Huan's heart. That burning gaze seemed as if it wanted to see through Jiang Huan's clothes and see through his entire inner self. Even after listening to the system's series of beeps, Jiang Huan still had trouble adapting. That, Lord Qianhu, can you stop staring at me? I don't have a dragon in Yang. The moment the words of disrespecting his superiors came out, everyone present all sucked in a breath of cool air. Everyone knew that offending a superior in the military would result in disciplinary action. In the crowd, some people began to look at Jiang Huan with pity. But who would have thought that Zhuo Qianhu was only slightly stunned, and then he laughed up in the air. Don't worry, I like women. Just as the crowd was feeling strange over the performance of the left 1000th household, the left 1000th household then signaled for the crowd to quiet down. Gentlemen, I have to tell you something. I defeated. The 3 simple words were like a thunderbolt on a flat bottom. More and more questions popped up in the crowd. Zhuo Qianhu once again signaled the crowd to be quiet. I know you guys are doubtful, but I did indeed lose. Then, he turned around, his head drooping slightly, his index finger gently pointing to the back of his neck. A tiny white line appeared so piercing on the bronze-colored skin. Gentlemen, if that was an actual battle just now, I would already be dead. At this point, the crowd began to clamor, and different points of view began to appear. But, Lord 1000 household, we're in a trial. It's not a real battle. Yeah, if we go by that, doesn't that kid have a slash from you in his heart? And his thigh? If it was a real battle, he would have bled to death. Zhuqiandu was not in a hurry until the crowd shouted out all the doubts in their hearts, then he laughed lightly. The reason we set up the ring is to select my personal guards. As you all know, being my personal guards will only be more dangerous than ordinary soldiers, because, from time to time, we have to face demonic beasts that are more ferocious than humans. Facing demonic beasts. They won't talk to us about how many moves it takes to defeat the enemy. The crowd was momentarily speechless, but they wanted to argue something more, but were called off by Zhuo Qianhu. Moreover, who told you guys that this to white ash is just one move? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Shitu-sama, what do you mean by that? The left 1000th household looked at Zhang Huan meaningfully. It's 3 slashes. I don't even know how he did it. Each time he was able to silently appear behind me and coldly swing a slash. Moreover, he was able to hit the same spot precisely with each slash. Even if I had quicker reactions, I wouldn't be able to withstand so many of his sneak attacks. Artifact-Spirit, 1000 households, is curious about the host's godly, backstab, fit +1. Artifact-Spirit, 1000 households, is curious about the host's, breath concealment, that hides his breath. Zhang Huan bristled and did not offer any explanation. After all, both, backstab, and, convergence, were martial arts skills that Zhang Huan had traded his life for. As for why they could accurately hit the neck, if you also had a teacher who kept a close eye on the basics like Zhang Yu, you could too. Countless pairs of eyes sized up Zhang Huan's body, and Zhang Huan sensed complex emotions from these eyes. There was envy, jealousy, questioning, and admiration. Standing in the center of the ring with his arms folded, Zhuo Qianhu smiled. Zhang kid, congratulations, you are now a member of my personal guard. Zhang Huan nodded his head, his face did not have too much elation. The ring match continued, and Zhuo Qiandu continued to select his personal guards from the crowd. While Zhang Huan stood on the side immersed in his thoughts. Since all the challenges were successful, why am I still in this trial? Could it be that I have to brush up on my full fit? Zhang Huan made an assumption, but then quickly disproved him. Impossible. If that's the case, can I brush up my degree of conformity in the outside world as well? There's no need to come here and be redundant. Zhang Huan's brows furrowed. Can it be that this ring match is not a trial for 1000 households? Zhang Huan's gaze became sharp, and subconsciously, he looked towards the left 1000 household who was fighting with the soldiers in a spirited manner. If that's the case, then what is the real trial? Zhang Huan was anxious. This was related to whether he could return to reality as soon as possible. He didn't have too much time to waste in this trial. However, who would have thought that he would just spend 3 days in the barracks without a second thought with his questions? It wasn't until a sturdy man came to the barracks to look for him and brought him to the Central Army tent that Zhang Huan vaguely realized that it seemed like the real trial was coming. Central Army tent. On the main seat, there was a kind-faced mage sitting at the moment. He had a cross hanging on his chest and a codex in his hand. The main generals of the trial army, including the left 1000-fold, were sitting next to him, talking and laughing with him. The 30 left 1000th household's personal guards, including Zhang Huan, stood to the side, waiting quietly. I still hope that you generals can help me with the matter of my Red Lotus sect's appearance of a rebellious end. State Master Puhang is overstating it. You prayed for the court to avoid disasters. Now this little matter, we should do our best. I just don't know, who is it that we are asked to catch? Pu Hangguisher sighed as he heard this, and immediately took out a portrait from his robes, handing it over to the people beside him to circulate. The crowd unfolded the portrait, and for a moment, their faces looked a little unnatural. Surprisingly, it's Bishop Buer. State Master Puhang nodded. It's a shame to say. The Red Lotus sect has a total of 3 bishops under me. I had thought that they were all firm servants of Heavenly Father. Who would have thought that such a rebellious end had appeared? At this time, a general rose and comforted. State Master Puhang need not grieve. There will always be people who do not recognize Heavenly Father's teachings and take the wrong path. And this is the reason for the existence of our Judgment Army. State Master Puhang nodded and asked, I wonder who of the generals will lead the troops to purge the heretics in this operation? You know, that guy Buji has already absconded to Pingnan town, which is 500 miles away. According to my speculation, he may have already acquired the power of a certain evil god. When you get there, perhaps, you will be facing an entire town of demonic beasts. Do not be careless. The generals laughed out loud at his words. The State Master Grandmaster can rest assured that tomorrow, the left 1000th household will set out with his 30 personal guards. will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. But that 1000th household Zwa, who was known as the first person in the trial army? The crowd was undecided. And the left 1000 household had already stood up respectfully. The state master is wrong. Puhang slowly got up and walked slowly towards Chi-Tu Zwa, holding his hands with a sincere face. Lord Chi-Tu, for the sake of the safety of the people of the world, I'm counting on you for all of this. Before we leave tomorrow, I will personally come to see you off. Zwa Qianhu was flattered. My humble servant thanks you, Your Excellency. I promise the State Master. By no means will I disappoint Lord State Master. Puhang guffawed, Heavenly Father is with you. The politeness of the people present all fell in Jiang Huan's eyes, especially the performance of State Master Puhang and 1000 household left made Jiang Huan frown. Why did the artifact spirit, 1000 households, always go berserk when facing the demonic beast, priest? He vaguely had some bold guesses. Chapter 64, Target, Pingnan Town. Early the next morning, in front of the Judgment Army camp. Jiang Huan and the other 30 personal guards stood here. They were holding high horses, their armor was polished to a shine, and each of them had a willow leaf sword on their waist, with a battle spirit that far exceeded that of ordinary soldiers. Even Jiang Huan himself was a little emotional. This personal guard's armor, weaponry, was just too much stronger than ordinary soldiers. Wearing it on him, it was quite handsome. The heavily armored left 1000th household stood in front of the camp gate, gazing towards the distance from time to time, with a slightly anxious look on his face. Lord Qianhu, why hasn't the State Master come yet? This is half an hour later than the agreed upon time. A square-faced personal guard went up to ask Chi-Tu Zwa. Zwa Qiandu patted him on the shoulder. The State Master is busy with his affairs, perhaps he is delayed due to something. The personal guard bristled, 1000 household lord, I think it's because people simply don't take us seriously. Before he finished speaking, the rest of his words were glared back by the left 1000 household's angry eyes. No nonsense. The State Master is doing his best for the court. It's normal for some things to be delayed. Why don't you hurry back and stand? The personal guard returned to the personal guards with some aggravation, but didn't open his mouth again. Jiang Huan watched this scene with furrowed brows. That's not right. It looked like 1000 household was quite respectful of this so-called State Master. Why, later on, would he be so hateful to the priest? Hello. You're Jiang Huan, right? Just as Jiang Huan was lost in thought, a thick voice beside him quietly called out to him. Jiang Huan looked at the voice, and beside him stood a young man about the same age as himself. Only, being almost 2.5 meters tall with dark skin, it gave people a feeling of a bear standing beside them. Jiang Huan nodded his head. He blinked his eyes, and a bright smile then surfaced on his face. Get acquainted, my name is Silly Pillar. Jiang Huan knew him. 3 days ago, like himself, the only 2 newcomers who had passed the test of being a left 1000th household in the ring to join the personal guards. However, unlike Jiang Huan's flexibility and versatility, this guy relied purely on his thick skin. Let in the ring after catching the opportunity, then do not want to hug the left 1010-inch thighs, do not let go. The left 1010 kicked a few feet, and finally afraid of kicking him bad, can only persuade him to let go. This kid is good, take advantage of the opportunity to leave 10 strokes on the left 1000 households. This scene shocked everyone present. Feelings to want to join the pro guards, but also can be so rogue. The left 1000 tenant was also generous, so he accepted him with a smile. Only, since this time, there was one more rule in the ring: no scoundrels. Jiang Huan, you were simply too handsome that day. Jiang Huan guffawed, you were pretty awesome too. Silly Pillar scratched his head awkwardly, how is my that considered awesome? Quite resistant to beatings. Jiang Huan teased. For a moment, Silly Column's dark face actually flushed a little red. He, I'll let you laugh at me. He paused and then asked, Jiang Huan, why did you join the personal guards? Is it also because of your admiration for Zwa Qianhu? Why? You have to admire him to join the personal guard? Silly Pillar shook his head, no, it's just that who in the entire camp isn't proud of joining the personal guards? You too? Jiang Huan asked curiously. Tainyo's gaze suddenly became burning, aha! Lord Qianhu was merciful and righteous. And superb strength. When he was my age, he was already leading a team alone to kill demonic beasts everywhere. My whole life. My greatest wish is to become a character like Lord Qianhu. Jiang Huan nodded, muttering under his breath, feelings, 1000 households, is quite narcissistic. It's not enough to organize a trial, but also to make a few fanatical fans for themselves. If I didn't know that this was a trial, I might have really taken it all seriously. Just as the two of them were talking in low voices, a group of teams walked quickly in the distance. In just a moment, the entire trial army camp was filled with the sound of horns, and everyone's face was filled with a serious look. In front of the procession, young boys and girls with handsome faces walked ahead, waving holy water and flower petals. Strong men drummed and blew on musical instruments, playing sacred music. Above a noble sedan chair, a golden lotus was placed, and Venerable Master Puhan was seated on it, his entire person exuding an aura of compassion for the world and saving all beings. The State Master's procession soon arrived before the Judgment Army. The footsteps of the young boys and girls did not stop. With brisk steps and pure smiles, they surrounded Zhuo Qianhu and the 30 personal guards and began to throw the holy water and flower petals in their hands. When the holy water and petals touched Zhang Huan's body, a sense of comfort that had never been experienced before came immediately. As more and more holy water and flower petals were thrown towards Zhang Huan gradually felt as if his body was thrown into a warm embrace that he had never experienced before. Just as he was close to getting lost in this warmth, a cool feeling came from the bottom of his heart. The pure heart had once again played its role. Zhang Huan's head cleared in an instant. He was keenly aware. This holy water and flower petals, in conjunction with the strange pace of these young boys and girls, had formed a moving illusion formation. And he had narrowly escaped the path. Zhang Huan didn't rush to make a scene, instead, he narrowed his eyes and observed the surroundings. He wanted to see what this state master really wanted to do. Zhang Huan saw that the personal guards other than him, as well as the left thousandth household, were all in a state of total body relaxation and comfort at the moment, as if they were receiving some kind of boon. And the surrounding onlookers of the generals looked envious, as if it was some supreme rare chance. In no time, the young boys and girls stopped their steps and stood opposite the crowd of Zhuo Qianhu. Pu Hang's voice slowly sounded, "All of you generals have served the court and purged the heretics. This state master has nothing to offer in return, but can only pray for Heavenly Father to send down holy water to eliminate your calamities." Pu Hang's voice seemed to carry a hint of divinity of its own, causing the audience to respect it from the bottom of their hearts. However, when it fell on Zhang Huan's ears, it was full of compelling fluctuations. The crowd slowly opened their eyes, and Zhuo Qiandu stepped forward and knelt down on one knee to cup his fists in gratitude. "Zhuo Mao, thank you for the national master's gift." Zhang Huan had no choice but to follow the example of the other personal guards and step forward to kneel on one knee, clasping his fists and rushing Pu Hang to thank him. For a while, the entire place erupted with a mountainous sea of gratitude. Zhang Huan frowned, his heart was full of doubts. The others were just fine, why would the left thousand household be mesmerized by the illusion formation and the compelling voice? He clearly remembered that the thousand household had killed the priest earlier with a clean cut. Logically, he shouldn't have fallen for it. Could there be another reason? Pu Hang's divine voice came again. "To ensure that you can return safely, I have asked the Heavenly Father to bring me the jade syrup, not for any other reason, but to add a pair of eyes to recognize humans and demons. Increase a few points of chi to cut down all the demons in the world." After the words were spoken, those young boys and girls shook the red cloth in their hands, and a military water bag filled with jade syrup appeared in their hands. They once again walked towards the crowd with a brisk, agile pace, presenting the water bag to the hands of Zhuo Qianhu as well as the 30 personal guards. "Generals, this state master hereby assures you that the Heavenly Father is with you, and in the future, you will be honored in the kingdom of God. May your banners be victorious and triumph soon." Immediately afterward, the state master's procession flew out of the way. Zhuo Qianhu rolled over and mounted his horse. "Gentlemen, me, Zhuo Mao, promise you all the same." With a clanging sound, he drew the long sword at his waist and pointed to the sky and swore, "Since I am taking 30 of you out, then I will definitely bring you 30 people back in one piece. Mr. Zhuo, I will not leave any of my brothers behind." Zhuo Qianhu's words were like an ignited fuse. In just a moment, the atmosphere of the entire trial army was brought to a climax. Even Zhang Huan, who had always viewed this as a trial, could not help but be affected by the atmosphere. He even began to suspect that this was something that had happened in history. The 30 personal guards rolled onto their horses. Zhuo Qianhu pivoted his horse and retrieved his long sword. "Gentlemen, departure. Target: Pingnan Town." Chapter 65, Late Night Attacks. Late at night, Keyun City, Lu's Hotel. On the 6th floor, there was a training room reserved for VIPs. A man and a woman were exchanging blows with a long sword and twin swords respectively, and the two different domains were even constantly colliding. Jiyu, it's too slow, your heart isn't ruthless enough. That's not how a domain works, it's not just a tool for fighting, it's an extension of your will to fight. The woman was no other than Lu Jiyue. And the person who fought with her was handsome in appearance, wearing a pair of rimless glasses, with an American back hair, and gentle eyes that always unconsciously revealed a color of melancholy. Although he was young in appearance, those who were familiar with him knew that he was already a middle-aged man in his 40s. This person was no other than Lu Jiyue's mentor. The strongest captain of the Yi clan's 12-core Fury Squad Dragon Fury, Long Chun. Although he handled Lu Jiyue's attack with ease, his somewhat rapid breathing proved his vulnerability. Lu Jiyue swung away Long Chun's longsword with both swords. Mentor, why don't you take a break first? Long Chun's gaze was cold, don't be distracted by the battle. As he spoke, his longsword pulled out a sword flower, a golden dragon flew out from the tip of the sword, and directly attacked Lu Jiyue. While Lu Jiyue quickly dodged back, a female general's figure appeared behind her, and both swords came out, cutting down the golden dragon. The powerful force of the swords made Chunlong nearly unsteady on his feet. Tutor! Lu Jiyue retracted her knives in a panic, wanting to step forward to help Long Chun up. However, someone was faster than her. Three figures like ghosts attacked from the three directions of the training room in quick steps. Long Chun! You traitor! Today is the day you die. In just a moment, the three people were no more than 2 meters away from Chunlong. These three people were no other than Su Zhangyang, Xu Xiaoxiao, and Lu Yiming. Pounds of majestic spiritual energy emanated from the bodies of the three. 3 different domains unfolded in an instant. The collision between the domains sent the defenseless Lu Jiyue flying. As for Chunlong, it was as if he was strongly bound in the center by the 3 forces, unable to move the slightest bit. In front of the 3 of them, their respective spirits materialized in the blink of an eye. An evil nurse holding a huge syringe and wearing a revealing nurse's uniform wrapped around Long Chun with lightning speed. With her legs clamped around his head, she raised the syringe and stabbed him in the head. A man with a naked upper body, full of tendon flesh, and gloves on his fists, took 3 steps to the left side of Long Chun, raised his fist that gathered spiritual energy, and was about to slam it towards his head. A general with a huge double-edged axe came to the right side of Long Chun with a swift momentum, and slashed a shocking axe towards his neck. Insane nurse. Iron fist. Giant spirit. The 3B grade weapon spirits gathered together, and the spirit power of a 4th-ranked Imperial Spirit Master was activated to the fullest. The vastness of the spirit power made even the distant Lu Jiyue feel suffocated. Boom! A huge explosion sounded. The training room was blown apart and dust rose in all directions. A golden dragon flew out from the dust and raised its head to the sky, its dragon roar resounding throughout the entire hotel. The 3 people who had surrounded him immediately realized that something was wrong. His strength hasn't declined. His artifact spirit hasn't failed to quench at all. Fooled. Retreat. Long Chun's voice floated out from the dust, want to leave? Ha! The golden dragons flying from the sky above began to wander at the ceiling, and in just a moment, the golden dragons transformed into countless small golden dragons that pounced on the 3 like rain. 100 Dragon Fall. The swift and fierce attack hit the 3 of them in a sorry state. Especially Lu Yiming and Xu Xiaoxiao, if it wasn't for Su Zhengyang's occasional help from the side, I'm afraid they would have been seriously injured. Yiming. Xiaoxiao. You guys quickly leave. I'll hold him off. Brother Zhang Yang. Waste no words. Quickly go. Su Zhengyang's expression was extraordinarily serious, not allowing for the slightest bit of questioning. Then, his aura erupted around him, and the artifact spirit, giant spirit, blazed with light around him in an instant, his figure giganticized, and he alone hardened himself against the countless golden dragons. Xu Xiaoxiao still wanted to say something, but was pulled up by Lu Yiming. Xiaoxiao. Quickly go. We will only add to Brother Xingyang's problems here. Long Chun smiled contemptuously, do you think you guys can escape? His figure flashed, and he was about to reach out and capture the 2, however, his hand was halfway outstretched when he was forced back by a double-bladed axe that suddenly appeared. Whether you can escape or not is not up to you. Su Zhengyang once again tangled with Long Chun, only to fight for a chance for the duo to escape. Under Su Zhengyang's life-sacrificing fight, the 2 of them fought hard for a while. And Lu Yiming and Xu Xiaoxiao finally managed to escape. The stone hanging in Su Zhengyang's heart finally fell, and his gaze became fierce. Long Chun. I said. I will definitely make you pay today. In the next moment, the spiritual energy in the air surged towards Su Zhengyang like a tidal wave. At the same time, Su Zhengyang pulled out a bottle of purple potion and poured it into his mouth. The intense pain stimulated his nerves, and his bones and muscles cackled under the stimulation of the medicinal power. In just a few moments, he stepped from the 4th rank 9 stars into the 5th rank 5 stars. The artifact spirit, giant spirit, also erupted with unprecedented strength amidst the majestic infusion of spiritual energy, frantically attacking the golden giant dragon. Dragon Chun! You will die today. Su Zhengyang's attacks became incomparably sharp, each move was a life-for-life move. However, he gradually realized that something was wrong. Rather than forcing his strength up so much, Long Chun was still as breezy as he was at first. How could this be? A teasing smile surfaced on Long Chun's face. What? Do you think that you're able to fight me by burning your essence blood and adding the demon-suppressing army's psychedelic drug, God's Ghost Lore? Little Sua, why are you still as naive as you were back then? Do you really think that it was you who fought for a way out for those two foolish boys? Su Zhengyang's pupils trembled violently, and at this moment, they snapped to the realization that this was a setup from start to finish. From Long Chun failing to quench the artifact spirit and being seriously injured, to fighting him back and forth. It was a bureau that Long Chun had strategized. Su Zhengyang didn't know exactly what he was up to. But he knew that right now, all he could do was fight him to the death. A hint of determination flashed in Su Zhengyang's eyes. The artifact spirit, giant spirit, seemed to sense his intentions and instantly withdrew its hand, standing behind Su Zhengyang. A similar fluctuation of spiritual energy began to bloom on Su Zhengyang and the giant spirit bodies. They resonated with each other and set each other off. A dangerous aura filled the entire training room. Lu Zhiyue, who was hiding in the distance, immediately realized Su Zhengyang was preparing to blow himself up by burning up his essence blood and spiritual energy around his body. She was a little flustered and didn't know if she should flee or not. Subconsciously, she then looked at Long Chun, who had a light smile on his face, still with a breezy demeanor. Lu Zhiyue's heart instantly settled down. Perhaps, all of this was within Long Chun's grasp. The majestic spiritual energy gathered in Su Zhengyang's body, and at this moment, Su Zhengyang only felt that he was like a leather ball that was about to be pumped full of gas, on the verge of exploding at any time. Instead of a trace of pain on his face, there was more than a touch of a wishful smile. At least, he was able to clear the brigade's shame. Hey, little Su, you're almost ready to explode. Chapter 66, 7th Order? Long Chun walked towards Su Zhengyang with a scattered pace. He was even so bored that he yawned. The spiritual barrier protecting Su Zhengyang's perimeter, Long Chun just flicked it and it was shattered as much as it could be. The giant spirit, standing behind Su Zhengyang, immediately swung out an axe with all his might. Phew! The giant axe fell heavily, but there was no scene of blood splattering. At this moment, Lu Zhiyue looked at the scene in front of her in shock. The giant spirit, who was as sturdy as a small mountain, swung out an axe with all his might, and was held by Long Chun with 2 fingers, making it difficult to advance an inch further. Little Su, 8 years have passed. Your strength is still that bad. In the next moment, Long Chun flicked his index finger. A strange power began to spread from the giant axe and climbed rapidly. The giant spirit, which was condensed into a solid entity by spiritual energy, turned into countless particles in the blink of an eye and dissipated in midair. Su Zhengyang instantly suffered a backlash, and the spiritual energy gathered within his body silently began to dissipate, as mouthful after mouthful of blood continued to spray out. Soon, Su Zhengyang, who had just swelled up like a leather ball, turned into a drug addict, thinning down to skin and bones. He lay breathlessly on the broken ground, blood staining the ground red. You have long since broken through the 7th rank. Long Chun guffawed, finally smart for once. Why did you put out false news? Long Chun squatted down and pushed his glasses. How else would I trick you guys into assassinating me? Then, why? Before the words were finished, Su Zhengyang broke off. The eyes that refused to close proved the unwillingness in his heart. Long Chun shook his head helplessly. Why did he die like this? It's meaningless. Lu Zhiyue walked slowly, looking at Su Zhengyang's corpse thoughtfully. Mentor, I don't understand why I let those 2 guys go. Long Chun slowly got up. If I don't let them go, next time, how will the demon suppression army send experts to assassinate me? Mentor, why would the Jin demon army want to assassinate you? Long Chun straightened his collar and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Why? Because, I used to be a member of the demon suppression army as well. Lu Zhiyue looked at Long Chun incredulously. Long Chun smiled lightly, don't believe it? No wonder, after I left, the demon suppression army blocked the news. He paused and continued, this matter is quite complicated, I will tell you later when I have the chance. Lu Jiyue gently nodded her head. Long Chun seemed to remember something and glanced at Lu Jiyue. I heard that the manager of your family's multiple treasure house was beaten up? Lu Jiyue nodded once again, only, I think this is a bit strange. A few days ago, since the manager had been missing for many days, she personally went to check on the multi-treasure house. After sending someone to pry open the door to the manager's room on the second floor, she realized that the two of them, Manager Lu, were locked in the office, tied together mouth to mouth. The duo had already fainted from hunger. If not found in time, in a few more days perhaps the duo would have been starved to death. Strange? What's strange? They said that the one who cleaned them up was my classmate Jiang Huan. However, he's just a fellow with an F-class artifact spirit, so how could he manage to enter the multi-treasure building unnoticed? Moreover, we have an anti-theft system in our store, but none of the barriers found Jiang Huan's figure. Long Chun didn't answer Lu Jiyue's question right away, and after pondering for a moment, he thoughtfully looked at the twin swords in Lu Jiyue's hands. Why is it impossible? Don't forget, Wushuang is gone from your store. Moreover, on the same night, didn't someone sneak into your villa? Lu Jiyue looked at Chun Long in surprise as if she had been pierced through the two chakras. Tutor, are you saying that the guy who broke into my house could possibly be Jiang Huan? But he's only an F-class artifact spirit. It wasn't that she hadn't suspected Jiang Huan, but once she thought that he only had an F-class weapon spirit, she felt that the assumption was a bit ridiculous. Long Chun shrugged, I'm not saying it must be him either, but right, everyone has secrets, don't they? If it were me, for some unstable factors, even if it's just a possibility, I would have strangled it in the cradle. Lu Jiyue was silent, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Yes, her own family had already hacked Wushuang. Jiang Huan most likely already knew that the multi-treasure house was related to him. So in other words, they were now enemies, they just hadn't turned their backs on each other yet. Since they were enemies, why keep this unstable factor? With this thought, it was as if she had made some sort of determination. Mentor, I understand. Early tomorrow morning, I will go to the City Patrol Division to report the case. Long Chun smiled with some relief. This student, at least, still had a few points like himself. He patted Lu Jiyue's shoulder. Remember, it is better for me to lose the world. Then, he took out a bunch of cherished materials from his storage ring and handed it to Lu Jiyu. Since the quality of Yizhang Qing has decreased, then hurry up and harden the quality up again. A great artifact spirit can't be worthy of my student, Long Chun. Lu Jiyue thanked Long Chun, then pointed her finger at Su Zhengyang. Mentor, what about his corpse? Long Chun guffawed, doesn't your Marome City Lord like neutrality? Su Zhengyang, a member of the White Tiger Battalion of the Jin Demon Army's Quaima Wolf Brigade, intended to assassinate Long Chun, the leader of Ye's mercenary corps squad. I'd like to see how he can continue to remain neutral? In the ruins outside of colorful Cloud City. At this moment, Jiang Huan was still in the Thousand Households trial. Wolong Ridge, which was less than 100 meters away from Pingnan Town. Soon, they arrived in front of a broken temple. At this moment, it was already late. After days of running around, even this group of excellent generals were somewhat overwhelmed. Zhang Long, Zhao Wu, you guys go check this broken temple. If there's nothing wrong, the group will rest here tonight. The two sturdy men whirled around and rolled off their horses, striding into the broken temple to inspect it. Not long after, a smashing sound and a female voice suddenly came from within the broken temple. Let go of me. You guys let go of me. Jiang Huan and Silly Pillar frowned for a while as they listened, while the others seemed to have gotten used to it long ago and didn't have too many changes of expression on their faces. A moment later, Zhang Long Zhaohu and the two of them walked out carrying a scruffy young girl. The girl tried to resist, but against the two burly men, it was useless. Lord Qianhu, we found this girl behind the idol in the broken temple. When Shi Tuzhua heard this, his gaze sized up the girl's body for a moment. Although the girl had a muddy face, she could still tell that her appearance was born handsome. Underneath the torn holes of the rough linen clothes, the snow-white torso was particularly alluring. What are you hiding inside? The girl cursed in exasperation, this is my home. What do you think I'm doing here? Jiang Huan understood as soon as he heard it. Obviously this was a homeless little beggar who had no place to go, so she had been living in the broken temple. Zhou Qiandu frowned slightly, but was not angry. Since this is your home, there's no need for you to hide behind the statue of the god, right? Chapter 67, Strange Girl. The girl laughed at Zhuo Qianhu's question, and she pointed to her nose and cursed, "What am I doing? 31 of you are riding high horses and running this way. I'm a girl, what do you think I'm doing hiding behind the idol?" Zhuo Qianhu sniffed and arched his hand. "Miss, I hope you'll bear with me if I've disturbed you much this night." As he spoke, he then touched out a piece of loose silver and handed it to the girl. "This bit of broken silver is considered my apology for my brothers." At night, the bonfire was disturbed. Zhuo Qianhu and the others sat together in twos and threes, roasting the dry food they had brought with them by the campfire. Silly Pillar looked around left and right and saw that no one was staring at him, so he ran to Zhuo Qianhu's side and quietly handed him something. Zhuo Qianhu froze for a moment, then helplessly patted Silly Pillar's shoulder and smiled. Then a similarly embarrassed smile appeared on Silly Pillar's face. Silly Pillar did not return to his position, but touched towards Zhang Huan again. "Hey, Zhang Huan. This is for you." Under the dim firelight, Zhang Huan then saw clearly that he was holding a piece of beef jerky as thick as a finger. Seeing that Zhang Huan didn't take it, he was a little anxious. "You take it quickly. I only have a little bit." How embarrassing it would be to be seen by the others later. Zhang Huan guffawed, and after receiving the jerky, he hid it in his hand and quietly tore into it in small bites. The faint taste of salt, mixed with the aroma of the jerky, burst out in his mouth with the flavor of sunshine and breeze. A silly smile appeared on Silly Pillar's face. "Hey, Silly Pillar, you only have a little, and you're splitting me?" Silly Pillar sneakily took a small bite of the jerky. "My mother said that good things should be shared with good friends." Zhang Huan couldn't help but do a laugh out. "Then Lord Thousand Household is also your good friend?" Silly Pillar shook his head. "He's not. He is the person I admire the most. I gave him the biggest piece as well." At this moment, Zhang Huan vaguely felt as if someone was looking at him. He raised his eyes and saw that the girl in the corner was looking at him with bated breath. The girl sensed Zhang Huan looking at her and immediately turned her head away. However, the constant wriggling of her throat still revealed her hungry heart. Zhang Huan pondered for a moment, then got up and walked towards the girl. Casually splitting the jerky in his hand into two halves, he handed it to the girl. The girl received the jerky, her eyes revealed a touch of delight. "Thank you, you're a good person." Zhang Huan was helpless. It was rare to be issued a good person card for doing a good deed. Who would he find to say he was wronged? But he couldn't help but smile as he looked at the girl's satisfied expression. The 13th artifact spirit felt strange about the host's behavior. Why be so nice to a girl he doesn't even know? The sudden beep caused Zhang Huan to freeze, but he did not put it in his mind. It was 3 poles above the moon, and such a pure moon was something Zhang Huan had not seen in a long time. In Kaiyun City, the moon was mostly covered by thick fog, and only a hazy gross moon could be seen through the fog. A snoring sound rose and fell in the broken temple, drifting into the distance along with the night breeze. An inaudible sound of footsteps caught Zhang Huan's attention. Zhang Huan frowned and looked, only to see the girl was groping towards herself. She made a silent gesture towards Zhang Huan before taking 3 steps to Zhang Huan's side. "Follow me." She didn't care if Zhang Huan agreed or not. She pulled Zhang Huan up and ran outside. As if a boneless palm wrapped around Zhang Huan's fingers, a touch of wonderful warmth traveled from his fingertips to his heart. Her long hair ruffled with the wind, and her eyes, like black jewels, were so tantalizing in the darkness of the night. Artifact 13 was inspired by the change in Zhang Huan's mood, and she became curious about how the host dealt with women. Zhang Huan was a little lost in thought. It wasn't that his emotions were hard to control. Rather, it was a little strange, a little beggar. Why would her palms be soft and boneless? One should know that most commoners' children would have their palms become much harder than their peers due to their young and laborious years. Within a short time, the girl ran with Zhang Huan to a dense forest not far away. To Zhang Huan's surprise, during the entire process, the personal guards who were responsible for keeping an eye on him had no reaction at all. Moreover, in the dense forest, there was even a horse that had already been prepared. The girl nimbly climbed a large tree, took out a bamboo whistle. Gently blowing, like the Night Lord's chirping sound will resound through the sky. A few moments later, another Night Lord chirping sound came from the distance. The sound of the Night Lords gradually became urgent, and the intervals were constantly shortened. It was as if something urgent was about to happen. Zhang Huan frowned slightly, and immediately, after a few prances, he jumped up the tree and grabbed the girl's slender neck. "Speak! What are you doing?" A murderous aura filled the air between the two. The girl's face turned white with fear at the sudden change, but she breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that it was Zhang Huan. I thought you were different, but it turns out you're no different from those dog officials. Jiang Huan's gaze was fierce. What do you mean? You guys, to put it nicely, you're the Judgment Army, but to put it badly, aren't you traitors of the Red Lotus sect? What else would you guys do besides sweeping away people who don't want to believe in Puhang? The girl was calm, as if she had already put life and death at risk. Such a behavior, in turn, made Jiang Huan curious. According to his brief understanding of the Judgment Army only did two things. 1. Clearing out the demonic beasts that were rampaging all over the place. 2. Eliminate some organizations that were under the spell of the evil god. Why, in her eyes, was the Judgment Army instead like an executioner's knife? Jiang Huan loosened his grip on the girl's hand. I don't understand what you mean by that. The girl let out a giggle, seemingly not caring at all that Jiang Huan had just choked her. Of course you don't know, looking at you, you're at most a year or two younger than me, joining in the Judgment Army at such a young age, you must be a new recruit who doesn't know anything. It's not in vain for me to save you. At this moment, the sound of footsteps like waves approached from afar. Jiang Huan peered in the direction of the broken temple. 40 to 50 demonic beasts were rushing towards the broken temple. A horn sounded throughout the broken temple, and in just an instant, Zhuo Qianhu rushed out with a group of his men. But it was too late. They were already surrounded by the group of demonic beasts. The faces of the crowd were grave, but Jiang Huan was even more grave than them. There was no other reason. Jiang Huan was worried that Zhuo Qianhu would die in the hands of this group of demonic beasts. If that happened, could his trial continue? Jiang Huan's gaze swept over the group of demonic beasts, and soon, his hanging heart relaxed. The strongest of this group of demonic beasts was only of the third rank. He believed that with Zhuo Qianhu's strength, he could naturally deal with it easily. However, Jiang Huan soon fell back into contemplation. What exactly was the 1,000 household-s trial? He unconsciously looked at the girl again. Perhaps, from her, I can find some clues. In the distance, the demonic beasts confronted the crowd of Zhuo Qiandu, and in the next moment, the demonic beasts launched an attack on Zhuo Qiandu and the others. The melee was on the verge of breaking out. A triumphant smile appeared on the girl's face. Dog legs. You guys are dead. Then she leapt, jumping directly from the tree to the horse's back, raising her head to yell at Jiang Huan. Jiang Huan, don't you want to know why? Let's go, I'll take you to Pingnan town, there, you'll find the answer. Chapter 68, Fuji Mage. Pingnan town, inside a large prison. Jiang Huan followed behind an elderly man with a head full of white hair, and beside him was the female beggar from before. Behind him, there were 5 or 6 other men and women. In a short while, the crowd arrived inside a cell that was strictly guarded. Inside the cell, a middle-aged man dressed in Red Lotus sect clothing had his limbs firmly locked by thick chains. He glanced breathlessly at the group of comers, his gaze fixed dead on the white-haired old man. Beware! Heavenly Father will punish you. And you, Lu Yuan. I didn't expect you to betray Heavenly Father as well. The man chained up was no one else but the Red Lotus sect bishop sect of Pingnan town, Zhen Si. And the old man who led Jiang Huan into the prison was none other than Venerable Buer, one of the former archbishops of the Red Lotus sect. The female beggar also had an origin. She was the holy maiden of the Red Lotus sect in Pingnan town. As for the others, they were the guards of Buer and Lu Yuan. The reason for Qianxi's resentment was that Lu Yuan had joined forces with Buer to control him, and then through a series of means, made the entire residents of Pingnan town no longer believe in the Red Lotus sect. Buer looked at Jiang Huan. Little brother Jiang, I'm sure that for your expedition this time, Puhang must have gifted you with his so-called jade duqiong syrup, right? Jiang Huan nodded. I wonder if you can give it to me. I'll prove to you why we're rebelling against Puhang. Just last night, after Jiang Huan and Lu Yuan rode a horse together to Pingnan town, a short exchange of words made Jiang Huan understand why Lu Yuan had dragged herself to Pingnan town. There was no other reason, they were just too lacking in top-notch combatants. And Jiang Huan, as a trial army origin and the personal guard of the left 1000th household, was the optimal choice. And because he was still young, he would not be completely poisoned by some of the Red Lotus sect's remarks. In Buer's words, that meant Jiang Huan had good room for transformation. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Huan took down the jade duqiong pulp gifted by Puhang from his waist and handed it to Buer. To be honest, he had always been curious as to what this thing was good for. However, Zhuo Qiandu had always requested them that the only way to use this thing was after entering Pingnan town. Buer smiled faintly. Thank you, little brother Jiang. As he spoke, he signaled with a single look, and a big and burly man on the side, after receiving the jade du agaric, opened the cell door. Roughly pinching Qianxi's mouth, he poured in the jade duqiong syrup. Then, he fled out of the cell in fear, his eyes full of scorn, as if he was fearing something. Not long after, Qianxi's originally weak body, in a matter of moments, blue veins emerged. His eyes gradually became blood red. He was already furious, but at this moment, he was even more violent. The eyes that wanted to kill could send chills down one's spine even through the cage. Then, Venerable Fu-er guffawed at Lu Yuan. "Miss Lu, sprinkle some medicine. Otherwise, in a little while, we won't be able to control him." Lu Yuan sniffed, then unlocked the water pouch at her waist, unscrewed the cork, and a fishy odor hit her. Without hesitation, she sprinkled the sticky green liquid in it onto Qianxi. In the next moment, Qianxi's crimson eyes faded. He fainted helplessly. Jiang Huan frowned as he watched this, his heart filled with questions. Bu-er saw his doubts and immediately explained, "Do you know the difference between those who believe in the Red Lotus sect and those who don't?" Jiang Huan shook his head. "There's a difference?" Bu-er nodded slightly. "Those who believe in the Red Lotus sect will follow Puhong's guidance and chant to the Heavenly Father daily, and over time, an aura of madness underneath the piety will emanate from their bodies. And for those who find themselves and no longer believe in the Red Lotus sect, this aura will gradually dissipate. Every year, a few people, after realizing that believing in the religion is better than believing in themselves, will leave the Red Lotus sect. In order to avoid the dispersion of this state of affairs, it was necessary for someone to nip them in the bud. Thus, the Judgment Army then arose." The doubts in Jiang Huan's heart grew more and more exuberant. Isn't the Judgment Army used to deal with heretics and demonic beasts? Why, from what you're saying, they don't even spare the common people. But, I haven't heard of the Judgment Army laying hands on civilians along this journey. Bu-er smiled meaningfully and didn't continue speaking. Lu Yuan gave Jiang Huan a blank look. "Why are you so stupid?" Jiang Huan looked at Lu Yuan with a puzzled face, but without a hint of anger. The 13th artifact spirit saw the playful girl and couldn't help but think of some past events, a little bleak. "Otherwise, why do you think Puhong sent you this so-called jade du agar jelly?" Lu Yuan's light sentence, coupled with the rumor that the Judgment Army had never killed civilians, instantly caused Jiang Huan to come to a sudden realization. This jade du agar syrup was not only able to enhance the user's battle power, but also, the person taking it would treat the civilians who lacked a belief aura as demonic beasts. In order to verify the conjecture in his heart, Jiang Huan asked for his own jade duqiong syrup. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he fiercely poured in a few mouthfuls. "Can't drink it." But they were ultimately a step too slow, and the crowd immediately looked at Lu Yuan. "Quickly splash him with waking water." Lu Yuan revealed a look that was worse than tears. "Nah, I just lost it. The rest is at the church." Fu-er's face suddenly changed and he ran out without looking back. "Then why are you all still waiting? Run! Who can beat the Judgment Army with that thing?" As he spoke, Bu-er had already run out more than 10 meters, with a robust pace, which was like an old man with white hair. Seeing this, the crowd fled out desperately, as if Jiang Huan, at this moment, had turned into a murderous devil. Outside the prison, Bu-er and the others nimbly locked the cell door, before panting and leaning against the door to rest briefly for a moment. "Girl, where did you find this little madman? Why did he drink that without saying a word?" "That's right. This dungeon is probably going to be demolished by him before long." Yes, even an ordinary person can greatly increase his strength by drinking it, not to mention the personal guards of the left 1000th household. "Quickly cut the crap, Lord Buji, let's quickly go back and get the waking water. Otherwise, once this kid kills his way out of the prison, our entire Pingnan town's 1432 mouths will all be finished." Bu-er nodded, holding his old waist helplessly and replied, "Old Wu, you have to carry me a bit, I just ran too fast and flashed my waist." The crowd finished adjusting and were about to leave the prison. However, Lu Yuan suddenly stopped. "Something's not right." The crowd looked puzzled. "What's not right?" "Let's go. Otherwise, we'll have to die here." Lu Yuan still didn't move. "Didn't you guys realize that from the time he drank that stuff until now, there has been no movement in the prison?" When everyone heard this, they all quieted down and listened to the movements inside the prison. The silence was so quiet that only a wind sound, if any, remained. "It seems like it's still true, there's not a single movement. What's going on? That little guy drank himself to death? Something's not right. How is this different from the previous trial army generals who drank the jade syrup?" The crowd coincidentally looked towards Bu-er, expecting him, who had once been a high-ranking member of the Red Lotus sect, to be able to give an answer. Bu-er frowned. "It's useless for you guys to look at me, I don't know what's wrong. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and for a moment, they were out of ideas. In the end, it was Lu Yuan who opened her mouth. Shall we? Let's go back in and take a look. Chapter 69, Truth. At Lu Yuan's insistence, the crowd reluctantly followed her and once again walked cautiously towards the interior of the dungeon. Only, they all coincidentally hid behind Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was angry in her heart, but there was nothing she could do about it, as she was the one who came up with the idea. Soon, they returned to the interior of the prison once again. Xianxi was huddled in the corner of the cell, his thieving eyes constantly circling Zhang Huan's body. Zhang Huan, on the other hand, always kept his eyes tightly closed, pouring a mouthful of jade du agar from time to time as if he was feeling something. I didn't see anything wrong, did I? That kid drink jade du chon syrup as water? He doesn't seem to have any reaction yet? This thing can't be fake, right? It's not right either. Didn't you see Qianxi reacting so greatly just now? The crowd looked at me, I looked at you, and finally locked their eyes on Lu Yuan in unison. You go and take a look? Meanwhile, Zhang Huan was still immersed in pouring himself with jade syrup. It wasn't that Zhang Huan was greedy, it was just that he was caught in a period of outrageous trouble. Soft in the mouth, a line of throat. In terms of taste alone, this definitely belonged to the first-class liquor. However, Zhang Huan was keen enough to discover its eccentricity. After taking it, the spiritual energy in Zhang Huan's body began to boil like boiling water, and the battle spirit around his body began to skyrocket. However, this state didn't last long before it was dissolved by the two abilities within his body. Pure Heart resolved the crisis where he was close to going berserk. The slow healing caused his boiling spiritual energy to gradually ease. With no other choice, Zhang Huan could only keep increasing the dosage for himself. Fortunately, in the process of continuously increasing the dosage, Zhang Huan was certain of one thing. Just as he had guessed, those who drank this jade du syrup would not only see their strength skyrocket. Moreover, in their eyes, those who didn't believe in the Red Lotus sect would be transformed into demonic beasts of various shapes and sizes. No wonder Puhan keeps emphasizing that Reverse End has gained the power of the evil god. Zhang Huan drank the last mouthful of jade du agar, not that he wanted to continue studying anything else. Rather, he simply felt that the stuff tasted good anyway and couldn't be wasted. The host's crazy behavior of constantly pouring poison on himself caught the attention of a group of artifact spirits, who began to show a tiny bit of interest in the host. Artifact Spirit number 13 is puzzled by the host's self-inflicted injuries, she cannot understand the host's brain circuits. Artifact Spirit number 17 feels that the host is very much to his liking, he loves to drum up these weird and wacky things. The system's cold beep caused Zhang Huan to be somewhat speechless. After spending many days together, he was already certain that these artifact spirits wouldn't be able to understand with normal human thinking. Zhang Huan, Zhang Huan. A suppressed voice came out from the corner, and Zhang Huan looked over obediently. Bu-er and the others were carefully hiding behind Lu Yuan, their bodies maintaining a preparatory movement to escape at all times. Caution was written all over their faces. With just a glance, Zhang Huan saw through the small minds of the crowd. A thought of mischief surged through his heart. Wow! Zhang Huan roared coldly, and Bu-er and the others rolled and ran out again. Holy! I told you not to come in. You guys had to come in. Run away, cut the crap. Die, 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 die. The crowd's faces were pale and they only complained to each other. Ha 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 ha. A bright laughter resounded through the dungeon, and the crowd, who had only run out not far, subconsciously turned back to look, only to see Zhang Huan standing at the same spot and laughing non-stop. Zhang Huan, are you alright? Lu Yuan was skeptical. Zhang Huan shrugged, I should be fine? The gazes of the crowd kept sizing up Zhang Huan's body, filled with admiration. Venerable Bu-er went up and pinched Zhang Huan's shoulder for a while, and touched Zhang Huan's arm for a while, with a face of amazement. A divine miracle. This is simply a miracle. Surprisingly, there's someone who drank that stuff and didn't get hit. Bu-er sighed for a while and seemed to have thought of something, suddenly looking solemnly at Zhang Huan. Zhang Huan, I have something to give you. As he spoke, he took out a yellowed book from his bosom. Do you know why I can find that people who believe in the Red Lotus sect emit a different aura from them? This question had occurred to Zhang Huan, but he hadn't found a suitable answer. Now that he thought about it, it must have something to do with the books in his hands. I was like most people before, I had an extremely strong faith in Heavenly Father, in Puhang. Until I began to wonder what kind of change comes about when people stop believing in him and turn to themselves. I kept thinking about it until one day, suddenly one day so many things popped into my head. I couldn't comprehend it, it was as if someone had forced it into my head. I was afraid of forgetting it, and then hurriedly wrote it down. Over the years, I went through it countless times and gradually grasped the truth. Instead of believing in God, it's better to believe in yourself. A smug smile appeared on his face as he spoke. I studied it for 3 years, and it finally allowed me to glimpse a hint of the true meaning. With my eyes, I am able to see the aura that everyone emits. Those who believe in the Red Lotus sect, underneath their pious exterior is an unsure, yet crazy heart. And that's why I'm determined to leave the Red Lotus sect. I hope I can lead the world's millions to find themselves, it's just that I'm already too old at 83 this year. He patted Jiang Huan's shoulder in a serious tone. Jiang Huan, you are very different and young, perhaps you can lead us out of this predicament. As he spoke, Buer handed over the book in his hand to Jiang Huan. Congratulations to the host, completing the hidden quest, obtaining the recognition of Mage Buer, obtaining the book, Truth, the current level of study is 0%. The system's cold prompt sounded in Jiang Huan's mind, and Jiang Huan unexpectedly looked at the yellowed, somewhat tattered book in his hand. The flyhead lowercase script was square, and one stroke was like a vast and righteous spirit. Each column seemed to be writing the long-cherished wish of Mage Buer's heart. After handing over the Yi Truth to Jiang Huan, the burden in Mage Buer's heart seemed much lighter. Let's go, it's getting late, let's go back and rest. Calculating the time, tomorrow, Zhu Qianhu and the others will be close to arriving in the town. We need to have a good rest and try to find a way to convince them in the morning. Lu Yuan looked at Mage Buji in doubt. Lord Buji, they shouldn't be able to come, right? Venerable Boer shook his head. Lu Yuan, I will not pursue your guilt for acting without authorization. However, you wouldn't think that 40 to 50 ordinary demonic beasts would be able to pose a threat to Zhu Qianhu and his personal guards, would you? At nightfall, there was silence. Jiang Huan sat in front of his desk, flipping through the truth he had just obtained. What do I think it is? After reading a dozen pages, it comes and goes with the truth that one should pursue the self inwardly rather than resorting to the outside world. It is better to believe in God than to believe in oneself. This is a truth that, in our place, I'm afraid even 10-year-old children know. The host has flipped through truth, studied its contents, grasped 30% of its true meaning, and gained the martial skill, discernment. The world is half true and half false, and you see it with cold eyes. A new martial skill? Before Jiang Huan could scrutinize it, a clamor instantly came from outside the door. Run quickly! The court traitors are killing us in the night. Chapter 70, Attack of the Trial Army. The shouts of murder outside the inn resounded throughout the town, and Jiang Huan rushed out of the inn without hesitation. However, as soon as he entered his eyes, it was a scene like purgatory. Men, women, and children who were fleeing for their lives, many of them had bloodstains on their bodies. The candlesticks and lanterns that were accidentally knocked over as they fled for their lives set the small and large houses and stores on fire. Panic was written all over everyone's faces. Jiang Huan frowned as he picked up a young girl who had fallen due to panic. What happened? The young girl cried out with a wow, it's coming. The imperial court is coming. After the girl finished speaking, she fled into the distance without looking back, and Jiang Huan knew that that direction was the center of Pingnan Town, the former Red Lotus sect church, and now the gathering place of Venerable Buer and the others. Jiang Huan looked towards the distance, surrounded by firelight and night color. There were civilians fleeing for their lives. At the end of the road, there was a lanky figure, unable to recognize a man or woman. But the scarlet eyes were particularly piercing in the night. He was hurrying towards his side to kill. Jiang Huan held the hilt of the sword at his waist with one hand, his gaze like a torch. Nowadays, even if Thousand Blades wasn't with him, he was still able to meet his opponent with his own strength. Even if he wasn't defeated, he could still retreat in one piece. The people fleeing for their lives swept past him, perhaps in fear of the willow leaf blade at Jiang Huan's waist. A meter around Jiang Huan, there was no one involved. Perhaps because of the new martial skill, discernment, Jiang Huan actually felt that his eyesight was better than before. He actually saw the figure running wildly in the distance really well. Silly Pillar? That man who was chasing the people was no one else but Silly Pillar, one of the 30 personal guards. At this moment, the willow leaf blade in his hand was slashing left and right, and with every swing, a civilian fell. Apparently, he had already drunk the Jade Du Agar jelly gifted by Puang. Jiang Huan frowned slightly and hurriedly ran towards the Silly Pillar. With a sharp pull, he pulled out the willow leaf blade with its sheath. Although his acquaintance with Silly Pillar was short, he was a sincere person, and along the way, he also sparred with Jiang Huan from time to time, and the two of them had formed a not-so-shallow friendship. Therefore, Jiang Huan was unwilling to kill him until it was necessary. Silly Pillar soon noticed Jiang Huan, only, in his scarlet gaze, what he saw was a hideous-looking fox demon running towards him with a willow leaf blade. Tiny demonic beast. How dare you show off? He similarly raised his willow leaf blade and ran towards Jiang Huan. He infused his entire body's spiritual energy into the willow leaf blade in his hand, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, as if he had already seen the scene of the demonic beast on the opposite side being killed by his slash. This knife. I'll see how you can dodge it. This is something I specifically stole and learned from Jiang Huan. Dang lang. The sound of gold and iron intertwining resounded through the dark night, the willow leaf blade was knocked away, and in Silly Pillar's empty hand, the tiger's mouth was still shaking involuntarily. He was dumbfounded. What happened? This blade slashed by the opposite demonic beast was exactly the same as his own? Huh, Silly Pillar? When did you learn this move of mine? Silly Pillar's eyes widened as he looked incredulously at the opposite fox demon, Jiang Huan. Jiang Huan breathed a sigh of relief. At least Silly Pillar still retained a few moments of consciousness. In that case, explaining this matter wasn't particularly troublesome. It's me. I'm you paralyzed. Silly Column let out a bellowing cry and suddenly rose up, kicking away the willow leaf blade in Jiang Huan's hand, then bullying his way forward, his stormy fist smashed over. Jiang Huan was a bit confused. No, I didn't invite you to mess with you. How come once you hear it's me, you're more energized instead? Silly Pillar's fists danced like a tiger, but every time it grazed Jiang Huan's face, the more he fought, the more angry he became. You goddamned demonic beast. You ate Jiang Huan and still imitated his voice to trick your grandpa. Do you know he's my brother? If I don't beat you to death today, I'll take your surname. Jiang Huan sniffed and immediately guessed the reason. It was thought that they hadn't found themselves after settling the demonic beasts that day, and thought for granted that they had been eaten by the demonic beasts. And among the demonic beasts, there was no shortage of guys who mimicked their victims after eating them. Obviously, Silly Pillar had mistaken himself for those demonic beasts. At that thought, the corner of Jiang Huan's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. There was some anger and some helplessness. However, when he smiled, it turned into a provocation in Silly Pillar's eyes. Ah! Good you fox demon! How dare you laugh after being beaten by me to the point where you can only stave? In the next moment, Silly Pillar's fist became even more severe. Only, this airtight fist was so easy for Jiang Huan to cope with. No, I can't waste any more time. The personal guards attacking Pingnan Town must be more than just Silly Column. I have to take care of Silly Pillar as soon as possible. Do I really have to kill him? Jiang Huan was a bit hesitant, especially when he saw Silly Column's appearance of wanting to avenge himself. Jiang Huan couldn't lay his hands on him. Suddenly, Jiang Huan had a flash of light. God awakening water. That thing seemed to be in Buer's gathering place. If he got some and gave it to Silly Pillar, perhaps, Silly Pillar would be able to come to his senses. At that thought, a bad smile appeared on Jiang Huan's face. With nimble footsteps, he dodged the punch thrown by Silly Pillar like a ghost, closed in, and violently raised his middle finger towards him. Then without saying anything, he turned his head and ran. According to Silly Pillar's foul temper that was so shafted, next, only Jiang Huan was left in his eyes, no one else. You dare to despise me? Have the guts not to run. As expected, Silly Column was half exasperated by Jiang Huan, and he couldn't care less about the people fleeing along the way. In his eyes, only Jiang Huan, who was fleeing into the distance, was left. Like the other personal guards, although Silly Pillar was strong in battle, his speed was somewhat enough. In order to avoid him not being able to catch up with himself, Jiang Huan could only lower his speed and fish for him not far away. Not long after, the two of them arrived at a church with a simple appearance. At the moment, the door of the church was tightly closed. There was a prohibition on the gate, so it was difficult to break through by brute force. Through the gate, Jiang Huan was able to feel dozens of spiritual power fluctuations locking onto him at the same time. Don't make a move. Open the door. Inside the church, Lu Yuan and Buer were momentarily caught in a tangle when they saw Jiang Huan, who was running wildly through the doorway, as well as the foolish pillar close behind him. Lord Buer, should we open the door? It looks like Jiang Huan is being chased by the Judgment Army. If we let him in here, I'm afraid there aren't enough of us here for the Judgment Army to kill. Yes. Moreover, to be honest, I suspect that Jiang Huan is an undercover agent placed on our side by the Judgment Army. Just waiting to trick us into opening the door and then wipe us out. Mage Buer's brows were furrowed, and in the midst of his contemplation, Jiang Huan had already arrived in front of the door, banging on it vigorously. Why are you being so grating? Open the door quickly. Looking at the stupid pillar approaching step by step behind Jiang Huan, Buer's heart was also torn. If he didn't open the door, Jiang Huan would most likely fall into a crisis. Open the door, perhaps he and the dozens of followers behind him would die here. Should I open the door or not? Chapter 71, The Loser. As he was thinking, Jiang Huan had already arrived at the entrance of the church, knocking heavily on the door. The silly pillar, on the other hand, was close to him. Listening to the incessant and urgent knocking on the door, associating it with Jiang Huan's not being affected by the Jade Duergar, as well as the friendliness he had once shown to Lu Yuan, foolish pillar clenched his teeth, opened the door. The moment the door opened, dozens of people inside the church gathered together in a flash, ready to die with the enemy. Jiang Huan and Silly Pillar leapt into the church's interior successively at the same time. Silly Pillar swept a glance, and in his eyes, he came to a damp cave wit. H 40 to 50 demonic beasts. What a cunning demonic beast! And luring me to your lair. It's only a pity. You underestimated me too much. When I'm done tidying you up, I'll deal with them again. Mage Fuyuki. Where's the awakening water? Jiang Huan asked at the top of his lungs while circling around the stupid pillar. Venerable Buer immediately understood Jiang Huan's thoughts and pointed at the altar, over there. Jiang Huan raised his eyes and looked. Above the altar, there were two large bowls with lids on them. With a single leap, Jiang Huan leapt to the front of the altar and opened the lid. The familiar fishy odor came to his nose. Jiang Huan picked up one of the large bowls and turned his head to splash behind him. Jiang Huan. Take it easy. Just 2 bowls. Jiang Huan sniffed and hastily withdrew his strength. But it had already been splashed out by a third. The fishy liquid splashed all over Silly Pillar's face, and Silly Pillar still waved his fist towards Jiang Huan. Before the fist arrived, Jiang Huan's leg had already kicked out. Puff! Silly Column's figure had already flown backwards. The huge force caused Silly Pillar to curl up on the ground and ouch. However, the scarlet in his eyes had already faded. Jiang Huan shook his head helplessly and walked towards him with large strides. Hey, Silly Pillar, can you still stand up? Jiang Huan extended his hand towards him. The familiar voice made Silly Pillar couldn't help but endure the pain and look, and Jiang Huan's familiar face instantly surfaced in front of his eyes. Jiang Huan, did the demonic beast kick me out of existence? I've come all the way to the netherworld to be your brother. Jiang Huan blankly glanced at him and pulled him up with one hand. If you want to go to the netherworld, hit the wall yourself. Sparing Silly Pillar's straightforward nature, he also heard that something was wrong. His gaze swept around and he kept pinching and pinching on Jiang Huan's body. What's going on? Jiang Huan pushed him away. Silly Pillar froze for a moment, and then he hugged Jiang Huan with a majestic chest, causing him to nearly suffocate. Jiang Huan. My good brother. You didn't die. You don't even know, there was a demonic beast just now. It even came to imitate your voice, trying to fool me. In the end, it was hammered by me and fled. Jiang Huan couldn't help but give him another blank stare. The stupid kid was really good at putting gold on his face. After a short communication, the huge amount of information made the silly column freeze in place, everything that had gone beyond his brain's single-threaded processing capacity. Jiang Huan, on the other hand, understood everything that had happened after he left the personal guards. To put it simply, it was that the State Master had suddenly caught up with their team to redirect the people who had gone astray to the right path. Worried that a delay would lead to a change, Zhuo Qianhu chose to send the remaining 29 personal guards to travel by night to eradicate the rebellion first. As for himself, he stayed close to protect the State Master. While the two were talking, more and more people poured into the church. Jiang Huan's brows were also getting tightly knit. Could this be the trial of the 1,000 households? What I really want to do is to defeat 1,000 household and the others for Buer? If that was the case, how to resolve the remaining 28 personal guards as soon as possible was a big problem. The key to the solution, I'm afraid, is this divine awakening water. Just as Jiang Huan was pondering, 2 majestic fluctuations of spiritual energy struck. The many guards guarding the outside of the church were knocked over with lightning speed. Jiang Huan raised his eyes to look, and in the darkness of the night, two familiar figures were slowly approaching. Zhang Long, I didn't expect the demonic beasts to be so rampant. It even dared to establish a cave in Pingnan town. Yes, Zhao, over the years, we've purged so many demonic beasts, it's still the first time we've seen a demonic beast that built its lair in the town. It seems that Buer, that reverse end, has been deeply poisoned by the evil god. I don't care, let's do it faster, before the others kill us, or else we'll have to share out the military credit again. Between the two of them, they were already dragging their bloodied willow leaf blades towards the front. Jiang Huan subconsciously reached out and touched towards the awakening water. Who would have thought that he touched an empty hand? Big brother Zhang, big brother Zhao. You guys don't be stupid. Don't kill people indiscriminately. I've come to save you. Silly Pillar rushed out with a big bowl of waking water in one hand. When he had just learned from Jiang Huan that it was this green fishy liquid that made him stop killing people indiscriminately, he had thought of testing it out himself. It was not easy to catch the opportunity, so of course he rushed out faster than anyone else. However, other than him, the hearts of all the people, including Jiang Huan, were in their throats. Silly Pillar. You stop right there. Just 2 bowls. Silly Pillar hemmed and hawed, but his footsteps did not slow down in the slightest. I know. I'll just use 2 bowls. 1 bowl for each person. As he spoke, he had already rushed out of the church. Seeing this, Jiang Huan was anxious, hurrying to catch up. This was the key to whether he could complete the trial or not. At this moment, in the eyes of Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, the foolish pillar who no longer believed in Puhong had become a big black bull running towards them with 2 bowls. And the words in his mouth to save the 2 of them had even turned into an attempt to make the 2 of them into an undercooked meal. The 2 of them looked at each other and immediately ran towards Silly Pillar with their willow leaf swords. Although the stupid column is straight, but the tricks under the hand is not bad. See the right time, while Zhao Hu just force, cannot turn in time, violently threw out the left hand big bowl. Clang! The long knife shattered the large bowl, green liquid splashed all over Zhao Hu. A jar full of fishy liquid, the fishy smell passed through his nose and sensed the sky. It made him only feel a wave of dizziness hit him, and he fainted immediately. And Zhang Long saw the situation, immediately break down his footsteps, staring dead at the remaining large bowl in the hands of the silly column. And silly column hemmed and hawed, his 8 snow-white teeth shining brightly against the firelight. Big brother Zhang, just stand there and don't move, let me splash. It's... A familiar voice emanated from the big black bull's mouth, causing Zhang Long to frown for a moment. This bull demon seems to know me? Before he could think clearly, the scene in front of him made him dumbfounded. He only saw a fox demon, leaping out from somewhere, kicking the big black bull out. And the green liquid in the big black bull's hand, also steadily fell into the fox demon's hand. The fox demon had a heartbroken look on her face. Defeated thing. There were only 2 bowls of this stuff, and you wasted 1. What the hell? Demonic beasts are so heavy-handed? Even grabbing something that stinks? Suddenly, the fox demon's figure shifted. He then directly disappeared from Zhang Long's eyes. Not good. Years of military service caused Zhang Long to instantly raise his guard. Chapter 72, Don't Go Back to the City. A strong sense of crisis suddenly came from the back, and without looking back, Zhang Long held his sword and slashed towards the back. However, what he cut through was only the remnants of the fox demon. What kind of demonic beast? Why do I feel like I've seen this move somewhere before? The next moment, a piece of rag wrapped in sticky, foul-smelling liquid, without warning, wiped at his face from the back. The suffocating stench caused him to instantly collapse to the ground, constantly dry heaving. Jiang Huan, why did you just kick me? Silly Pillar covered his face and came in an aggravated manner. Jiang Huan couldn't help but recall the scene when he splashed Silly Column earlier. A full 1/3 of the amount, far more than what was used on Zhang Long, but he was still able to swing his fists at himself. Unlike Zhang Long, who had lost his fighting strength all of a sudden. Jiang Huan subconsciously sniffed the rag in his hand. Not to mention, it really did smell quite bad. From this, it could be seen that this animal, Silly Pillar, was not only resistant to being punched, but also had high resistance. A few moments later, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, under Jiang Huan and Silly Column's artificial awakening service, sat up again. Like Silly Pillar, they were somewhat surprised at the first sight of Jiang Huan. Then, under the explanation of Jiang Huan and Silly Pillar, as well as the proof of Mage Buer, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu gradually accepted everything that was known. When they saw the surrounding civilian houses that were constantly on fire, as well as some civilians who had not been able to escape in time and had fallen in a pool of blood, their hearts were filled with shame, as well as anger towards Puhong. Before Jiang Huan could say anything, they took the initiative to apply. Jiang Huan, can you share some of that stinking stuff you're holding with us? We still have 26 brethren at fault. Jiang Huan agreed without hesitation. This was a matter of whether or not he could complete the 1,000 households trial as soon as possible, so how could he object? Moreover, Jiang Huan had already been in this trial for quite some time. He didn't know if the flow of time in this trial was consistent with reality, if it was slower here than in reality, and if he wasted some more time, perhaps by the time he went out, the school recruitment would be over. And he would lose the best chance to get back at Lu Jiyue. As for saving the people or whatever, Jiang Huan didn't care. In Jiang Huan's opinion, a trial was equivalent to a copy of a game. Who would care about the life and death of an avatar? Jiang Huan divided the only green liquid left in the large bowl into 4 parts. After each of the 4 people had a share, Jiang Huan repeatedly urged that they must use it sparingly. After all, no one knew if the left 1,000th household, who was escorting the state master, had been hit by the same trick. After everything was ready, the 4 of them ran in 4 directions, each with an anxious look on their faces. The difference was that Jiang Huan was worried about wasting too much time here, while the other 3 were worried about their colleagues killing more innocent people if they went late. Meanwhile, the interior of the dilapidated supermarket in the ruins. Since the destruction of the church field, Zhang Yu, who was originally bound to the cross, fell onto the broken floor of the supermarket. Due to the heavy blow to his spirit from the priest, Zhang Yu fell into a coma for 7 or 8 days in a row before slowly opening his eyes. When he looked into his eyes, he saw the manifested 1,000 blades, carrying the long knife made of broken glass, quietly guarding Jiang Huan, who was still in a coma, by his side. In the vicinity of the broken supermarket, there were also a few demonic beasts waiting for their chance to move. Obviously, during the time he was unconscious, the 1,000 blades had protected both Jiang Huan and him. As he slowly climbed up, the 1,000 blades only glanced at him faintly and then stopped paying attention to him. However, this had already set off shocking waves in Zhang Yu's heart. Jiang Huan was still in a state of unconsciousness when 1,000 blades could materialize. Obviously, he no longer needed the host's spiritual energy infusion. Instead, he directly drew spiritual energy from the outside world. Coupled with that glance just now, even though the Confucian would also subconsciously look at everything in the surroundings. But the vast majority of the time, the Confucian's eyes were mute and devoid of any emotional fluctuations. But Zhang Yu had just seen a touch of nervousness in 1,000 blades' eyes. It seemed to be worried that an accident against Jiang Huan had suddenly occurred. Can't it be that 1,000 blades has advanced into an A-grade artifact spirit? In order to verify the conjecture in his heart, he tentatively asked, 1,000 blades, are you an A-class artifact spirit now? 1,000 blades blankly glanced at him, as if to say, asking this at this time, are you a cutie? Is that so? In his eyes, nothing was more important than the host's well-being. However, even so, the experienced Zhang Yu still came up with an answer. The 1,000 blades had hardened into an A-grade artifact spirit, and it was an artifact spirit of extremely high quality and fit. Jiang Huan, you brat! Just how much luck have you gotten? At this moment, Zhang Yu's mood was complicated. He had witnessed Jiang Huan's artifact spirit rise from F grade to D grade, and then from D grade to B grade, and now, well, it hadn't even been a few days yet, and the B grade artifact spirit had inexplicably risen to a grade. As an imperial spirit master who had quenched his artifact spirit for many years, but eventually stopped at C grade. Zhang Yu's heart was jealous. But as Jiang Huan's teacher, Zhang Yu was sincerely happy for him. This was his own student, an existence that had once been looked down upon by the vast majority of people. Now, his artifact spirit had risen to grade A, which meant that in the future, he could have a broader path. In the future, he could proudly say, Jiang Huan was once his student. After adjusting his thoughts, Zhang Yu helplessly laughed. It's really the way of the world. If this kid can enter the demon suppression army, he must be a good seedling. At this time, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. He pulled out his phone and realized that it was Morong Shui calling. Hey, Ms. Morong, what's wrong? As soon as he connected, Morong Shui roared at Zhang Yu as if she had eaten dynamite. Teacher Zhang. What the hell is wrong with you? Look at how many times I've called you. Why are you only picking up now? Jiang Huan is by your side, right? After Zhang Yu endured the sonic onslaught and briefly recounted his encounter with Jiang Huan, priest, only then did Morong Shui's fire subside. I'm sorry, Teacher Morong. I didn't expect such an accident to happen. I'll slow down a bit more and bring Jiang Huan back to Kaiyun City in a while. Zhang Yu sincerely apologized. After all, if he didn't agree to Jiang Huan leaving the city, the duo wouldn't have met such a thing. Who knew that only after he had finished speaking, he suffered Morong Shue's strenuous opposition. No way. You can't bring Jiang Huan back now. At least in the short term. You can't bring him back to the city. Moreover, you have to be careful outside the city as well. Don't expose the trail. Zhang Yu was puzzled. Teacher Morong, did something happen? Morong Shui sighed. Lu Jiyue reported to the city patrol division, suspecting that Jiang Huan broke into Duo Bao Lu and her family's villa, causing personal and property injuries to her and a number of her family's company's employees. Moreover, a few days ago, Long Chun was attacked, and you balked at the idea that it was the work of the Demon Suppression Army, due to the fact that Lu Jiyue was present when Long Chun was attacked. They suspect that Jiang Huan is someone from the Demon Suppression Army. Right now, the Lu clan and the Yi clan, together, are pressuring my dad. It has to force my dad to approach the White Tiger Battalion for an explanation. Fortunately, now that Jiang Huan is out of town, my dad can still use the lack of parties to delay. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yu looked at the still unconscious Jiang Huan, who was breathing steadily and had a rosy complexion, just like he was asleep. He sighed somewhat helplessly. This is a big deal. In a short period of time, Jiang Huan can't see anyone. Where should I go? He pondered for a long time and finally had an answer. It seems that we can only take this brat Jiang Huan there. Chapter 73, Standing Upright While Being Beaten. 1,000 households, in the trial. In the Huron Town Church, all the seats that were originally displayed inside the church were cleared to the side. Mage Buer stood in front of the altar, rattling off everything he knew. Below the stage, the 29 personal guards who had already come to their senses, as well as Jiang Huan, and the clusters who had been following Buer Mage around, they were all listening quietly. As for the civilians who had fled here, they were uniformly arranged to the safety of the back of the church. All of you, in short, the vast majority of the demonic beasts you eradicated in the past were the people who no longer believed in the Red Lotus sect. If you guys don't believe me, you can walk the path you came from again. See if those corpses that fell in a pool of blood were demonic beasts or not. For a moment, each of the 29 personal guards other than Jiang Huan bowed their heads in silence. The most fundamental reason why they had joined the army was to protect their family and defend the country. Now, yet they were told that they had slaughtered unarmed people more than once. How could their conscience be at ease? Especially when they saw the eyes of the people in the refuge camp at the back of the church, which were both hateful and fearful, the shame grew even more. Thinking about it now, every time they decimated the demonic beasts, they were essentially decimating the innocent people. It was no wonder that after so many years, no one had cried out to the imperial court at all. Zhang Longzhao, who walked out with large strides, Venerable Master Buer, please tell us how we can make up for the mistakes we made. With the duo taking the lead, the rest of the crowd stepped forward. Venerable Master Buer, what should we do? Venerable Buer guffawed and shook his head helplessly. I'm old, some things should be left to the more enterprising youngsters. After saying that, his burning gaze looked at Jiang Huan. From being high on drugs in the prison without any changes, to standing calm and collected in front of a crisis, and organizing Silly Pillar and the others to wake up the rest of the personal guards, and pulling the Judgment Army's top fighting force under his command. Such a capable young man, Buer appreciated him more than anyone else. The gazes of the crowd followed Buer and focused on Jiang Huan one after another. Staring at Jiang Huan was uncomfortable for a while. He just wanted to refuse, but thought for a second. Perhaps this was related to whether or not he could complete the 1,000 households trial. With this thought, he suddenly became especially confident. Without the need for Buer to beckon him, he consciously walked up to the altar, his cold gaze sweeping over the crowd below the stage. I, Jiang Huan, have joined the Pro Guards for just a few days. Some people, who have befriended me, there are also some people, we are just nodding acquaintances. However, I would like to say that you have to correct what you did wrong, and you have to stand upright when you're beaten. The Judgment Army is not the Red Lotus sect's Judgment Army, it is the People's Judgment Army. The simple words caused the personal guards to feel their blood surge, and Jiang Huan was even able to feel that their spiritual energy fluctuated somewhat out of control. At this moment, the personal guards inside the church, as well as the followers who had a little bit of battle power, all of them had a strong battle intent erupting from their bodies. Just as Jiang Huan wanted to continue saying something, a gust of evening wind blew into it from outside the church. It was obviously a summer's day, but it was a bit piercing. The congregation unanimously looked towards the door, and the dark and silent main road of the town was so quiet that it was a bit uncomfortable. The faint sound of bells was faintly visible, and there seemed to be some murmurs mixed in. The sound of the bells grew louder and louder, and the murmurs gradually became clearer and clearer. The scriptures that the congregation was familiar with were continuously carried into the church with the night breeze. A party of dozens of people came out of the night. The young boys and girls leading the procession at the front, each carrying a red lotus lantern. A bizarre atmosphere enveloped the hearts of the residents of the entire Pingnan town. In just a moment, all the exits of the entire church were surrounded by this party. Jiang Huan's brows knitted tightly, and the gazes of the crowd couldn't help but look at him. "We can only see what we can do." The crowd followed Jiang Huan's footsteps and stepped out from the church. The square formation on the opposite side unfolded into two columns in an instant. A sedan chair and a rider of silhouettes stepped out from the square formation. Two familiar figures appeared in front of Jiang Huan. It was Pu Hang and Zhuo Qianhu. Pu Hang held the scriptures in his hands and muttered under his breath. A look of compassion. And the left thousand tenants single-handedly carried a man-high plain sword standing on the horse, not angry and authoritative. "All of you good men. You believe in the evil god. You've already turned into this inhuman and demonic appearance, and you still don't know how to repent." Zhuo Qianhu's majestic voice rang out in the dark night. The crowd looked at each other blankly. Faces stared. Lord Qianhu seemed to not treat us as human beings anymore. Just as they suspected, at this moment, in the eyes of Qitu Zhuo, the crowd all looked like half humans and half demons. The straightforward silly pillar couldn't help but shout, "Lord Thousand Household! You've been tricked! We are not demons!" As if he heard a joke, Pu Hang silently revealed a creepy smile. Lord Zhuo Qianhu's cold gaze swept over the crowd and snorted coldly, "Mr. Zhuo has spent his entire life eliminating demons and defending the way. I have killed countless evil demons and all kinds of demonic beasts on my hands. You all want to deceive me. Thousand Household Lord, why bother to waste time with them? As soon as possible to kill all these evil god followers, to avenge the people of Pingnan Town is the real thing." When Pu Hang's voice, which sounded like heavenly music, rang out, Jiang Huan immediately sensed something strange. Zhuo Qianhu's eyes became sharp and filled with a murderous aura. What Lord State Master said is true. He rolled over and dismounted, striding towards Jiang Huan, his park sword dragging out a sound on the ground. The west wind was fierce. The sound of bells empty drifted with the wind. The murmuring went on and on. The chanting of scriptures echoed through Pingnan Town. The strong and incomparable murderous aura from the left thousand tenant enveloped Jiang Huan's crowd. Silly Pillar inexplicably had some heart palpitations. "Jiang Huan, can we handle Lord Thousand Household? Why do I feel as if the 30 of us are surrounded by him?" Jiang Huan gave him a blank look. "Doesn't each of us still have some awakening water left in our hands? Who told you to fight him hard?" At this moment, the pressure given to Jiang Huan by Zhuo Qianhu was far better than when he was above the ring. But Jiang Huan, as the center of the crowd, he had to be calm. Zhuo Qianhu's footsteps suddenly accelerated, and in a few instantaneous moments, he was about to rush to Jiang Huan's front. He swung out his plain sword. Straight to Jiang Huan's head. Concealment was activated. Jiang Huan's figure flickered, and his entire body disappeared in front of the left thousand household's eyes. At the same time, the remaining 29 personal guards also moved. They cooperated with each other, with one part carrying willow leaf swords to fight with Zhuo Qianhu, while one part waited for an opportunity to move with the only remaining divine awakening water at the side. One part was on the alert for Pu Hang and his men. Jiang Huan saw the right moment and instantly splashed out the small bowl holding the divine wake water. Dan Gang! As soon as Zhuo Qianhu's cloak shook, a small flying sword flew out abruptly. It directly shattered the small bowl. Before the divine water could touch Zhuo Qianhu, it splashed down all over the ground. However, before Chitos could make his next move, the small bowls in the hands of the personal guards that he had been spending time with were already smashing in from all directions. Crooked ways. The left thousandth household gave a tug on his cloak. Several flying daggers shot out. Crackling and shattering sounds continued. The foul-smelling wake-up water fell all over the ground, but not a single drop landed on his body. Suddenly, a strong sense of crisis rose from the bottom of Zhuo Qianhu's heart. Without even looking, he raised his hand and slashed towards his left side. Dang lang! The park sword slashed heavily on a willow leaf blade. The clear sound of intertwining gold and iron echoed in the night sky. The backstab was catalyzed. Jiang Huan's figure violently appeared on his right side. He held a wet rag in his hand and pressed it down on the left Qianhu's face before he could react. Then, Jiang Huan quickly drew away. The left Qianhu's movements were obviously somewhat halted. At this moment, the attention of Jiang Huan and all the personal guards rested on the body of the left Qianhu. Chapter 74 Seeing Through the Delusion. Jiang Huan had long guessed that with Zhuo Qianhu's stance, the crowd would never have the chance to splash the awakening water onto his body. Thus, at first, what he threw out was just a small bowl filled with well water. The true divine awakening water had long since been drenched on top of the rags, only to take the opportunity to smear it on Zhuo Qiandu's body. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on Zhuo Qianhu's body. The success or failure of this move would determine the pressure they faced. Suddenly, the sound of chanting in the surroundings was loud. Pu Hong slowly spoke, "Lord Thousand Household, why are you so merciful in the face of the reverse end?" The ethereal voice was mixed with an unoffensive majesty. In the next moment, Zhuo Qianhu's scarlet eyes swept over the crowd, and the plain sword in his hand was stuck on the ground as he did so. Slowly, he drew the two willow leaf swords at his waist. The 28 personal guards other than Jiang Huan and Silly Pillar's faces changed drastically. Not good. Lord Qiandu has both swords out. He's serious. The next moment, Lord Zhuo Qianhu's figure flickered, his athletic stride, paired with his agile dual swords, he was like a ghostly ghost that claimed his life, and every slash he made caused the personal guards to do their best to resist. Unlike Zhuo Qianhu's killing moves, the 29 guards were afraid of hurting Zhuo Qianhu's life due to their worries, and for a moment, they all fell into a disadvantageous position. Even several of the guards, including Silly Pillar, have already hung up their colors because of the lack of agility in their stance. Thanks to their thick skin, they didn't lose their strength. Jiang Huan was hidden amongst the personal guards, facing the impermeable double sword attack of Zhuo Qiandu. His tried and tested surprise attack had lost its effect. At this moment, the only thing Jiang Huan could do was to strike in time to save the lives of the other personal guards when they fell into the wind. Jiang Huan's frown grew tighter and tighter. What the hell was going on? Why did the awakening water lose its effect on the body of the left thousand household? Jiang Huan looked at the attacking left thousandfold, who was getting more and more aggressive, as he fell into deep thought. Suddenly, he recalled the conversation between Pu Hang and the left thousand households. Compared to earlier in the trial army camp, Pu Hang's tone seemed to have more of a commanding tone in it. Could it be that the left thousandfold was under his control? No, instead of controlling, it was more like constantly implanting him with the idea of eradicating the reverse end. Then recalling some of the religious tactics Jiang Huan had learned about in reality. It seemed that brainwashing was something that religions often did. Jiang Huan's afterglow glanced at Pu Hong. Sure enough, Pu Hong's mouth was always wriggling. In connection with the fact that he had just urged Zhuo Qiandu to act as soon as possible, it seemed that constantly implanting thoughts into Zhuo Qiandu was a burden to him as well. In fact, it wasn't that Pu Hong didn't want to give Zhuo Qiandu the jade dew syrup to drink, it was just that Zhuo Qiandu had enough confidence in his own strength that he didn't have the intention to drink the jade dew syrup. Unable to do so, Pu Hang could only influence the judgment of Zhuo Qiandu through other means. Seemingly sensing Jiang Huan's gaze, Pu Hang's eyes, which had been slightly narrowed, suddenly glared at Jiang Huan. It was just a glance. Jiang Huan felt that he seemed to see an inviolable, unattainable presence in Pu Hong's body. Jiang Huan even had an urge to kneel down. The pure heart was activated silently, and a faint sense of coolness surged into Jiang Huan's heart. Jiang Huan's knees that were just about to kneel instantly straightened up. What's going on? Jiang Huan stared straight at the sacred shadow on Pu Hong's body, his mind filled with doubts. It's like that move from Priest, ah. Almost instinctively, he wanted to see clearly what was underneath that shadow. Discriminate was activated. A stream of warmth began to pour into his eyes, which gradually warmed, rolled, and burned. It was as if it was going to light up all the illusions in the world. However, such rolling heat caused Jiang Huan's eyes to feel a clarity they had never felt before. Everything before his eyes seemed to become clearer. The imaginary shadow on Pu Hang's body that could not be seen directly, at this moment, was like a thick fog that had been lifted. Jiang Huan saw Pu Hong under the shadow through the fog. Perhaps, it was even possible to see a bit more truly. Just this one thought flashed by. The Pu Hong in front of his eyes was like being peeled away layer by his gaze. Jiang Huan saw his original body. It was a large, ugly-looking centipede. Jiang Huan's eyes widened. There was some disbelief. It wasn't that Zhang Huan had never heard of demonic beasts transforming into human form. But when it really happened in front of his eyes, he was still a bit surprised. Pu Hang's brows knitted together as he also sensed the difference in Zhang Huan. Reverse end. How dare you look directly at Heavenly Father? Intense pressure violently covered Zhang Huan's body. 2A. Pretending to be a god. Almost subconsciously, Zhang Huan spat at Pu Hang, and under the wrapping of spiritual energy, the spit passed through the white shadow and directly stuck to Pu Hang's head. Pu Hang was dumbfounded, and the virtual shadow on his body dissipated in an instant. How dare he? This was not just an offense to Heavenly Father. This was even more of a great disrespect to Heavenly Father. It was all handed over by this old boy Buer. I'm going to tear him to pieces. Come on, all of you. Capture Fuyuki and the boy alive. A command was given. The many congregations that had originally stood by and watched with cold eyes instantly moved. The personal guards and Buji's followers had been defending against them, so their sudden strike did not hold much of an advantage. And their battle power wasn't too strong, so despite the large number of people, it was difficult to form an effective threat. It was just that the overly crazy faith gave them the courage to brave death, and for a while, they actually caused quite a bit of trouble for the personal guards. Coupled with the powerful offense of the left 1,000 households, the pressure on the guards gradually increased. Pu Hang saw that the battle was stalemated, and for a moment, he only felt angry, waste. In a fit of anger, he leapt forward. He jumped straight at Zhang Huan. With a big hand, he grabbed. A huge palm appeared in the void. A sense of crisis that Zhang Huan had never felt before surged through his heart. Almost subconsciously, he activated concealment and breath concealment to the extreme. Boom! Dust filled the sky. In a few breaths, Pu Hang could no longer find Zhang Huan's whereabouts. Good. The kid ran away quite fast. I want to see. You can run away. Can Buer run away? With those words, he violently reversed his direction. He went straight to the church. Seeing this, Zhang Longzhao immediately slashed at him with his sword. How dare a pariah offend the Heavenly Father? With a jerk of his long sleeve, the two were then lifted off the ground. He continued walking towards the church with large strides. However, the foolish pillar came at him coldly and head-on. In his hand, he ran with a beam he had found somewhere. The top of the beam was still burning with flames. Pu Hang, I want your life. Click. The flaming beam smashed heavily on Pu Hang's head. It broke in two. The high temperature burned his cheeks, and the huge impact hit him with blood streaking down his face. However, his figure didn't move the slightest bit. There wasn't even a hint of pain on his face. Silly pillar froze, aren't you in pain? Pu Hang glanced at him expressionlessly, as if looking at a dead man. Bastard, Heavenly Father told me to punish you. Boom! With just a light slap, his arm was shattered to pieces. The entire person even flew far away. He was just about to continue walking towards the front. Zhang Longzhao, who had already climbed up. 7 or 8 more followers of Buer rushed up around him. The corners of Pu Hang's eyes throbbed with rage. He couldn't waste any more time on these little shrimps. For one thing, he sensed that Zhuo Qianhu's will to resist was awakening more and more, and the thoughts he had planted to eradicate the demonic beasts were gradually dissipating. Secondly, at this moment, he hadn't even seen Buer's people, in case he ran away with truth again, he might bring even more trouble next time. Zhuo Qianhu, cut down the demons and get rid of the devils. Leave no one behind. A fierce wind whistled. A trail of dust was swept up. Pu Hang's figure transformed in the blink of an eye. 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 4. 4 becomes 8. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 Puangs, in unison, walked towards the church. Chapter 75, What is it? At this moment, Zhang Huan only hated that 1,000 blades wasn't in his hand. Once, Shattering Blade was out, so what if there were more Puangs? However, the next moment, Zhang Huan's face became incredibly grave. Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, and 5 or 6 other personal guards were holding willow leaf swords and slashing towards Pu Hang. When the blade slashed through the Pu Hang in front of them, Pu Hang's figure split once again. In the blink of an eye, there were 5 or 6 more Pu Hang figures. They didn't attack the pro guards, they just walked towards the church with one mind. It's an illusion. The personal guards immediately realized that something was wrong, but for a moment, they didn't know what to do. They were afraid that making another move would only make the Puhang become more numerous. Jiang Huan's gaze swept through dozens of Puangs, and under the discriminate enchantment, the fake Puangs were all made up of a white energy in his eyes. Suddenly, Jiang Huan's gaze became fierce as he pointed at a figure in the crowd. In this figure, there was an unusually large centipede under the skin. Over there. The next moment, Jiang Huan raised his sword and slashed towards Puhang. Dan Gang. The hands under Puhang's robes, however, firmly grabbed Jiang Huan's knife like iron pincers. Good boy, still able to see through my true body. You can't stay. Raising his hands, he was about to lunge towards Jiang Huan's head. Jiang Huan. Run. Silly Pillar's familiar voice came from the side. When? A long knife slashed down violently towards Puhang's arm. The tremendous force caused the long blade to directly break into two. Puhang's outstretched hand only left a shallow white mark, but it was struck by this force and lost its direction. Jiang Huan took advantage of the situation and dodged away. The scene in front of him caused the foolish Pillar, who had already broken an arm, to freeze. Iron Man. But in the next moment, Silly Column carried the broken knife and stabbed at Puhang's chest. I was born to be an Iron Man. Puhang was furious. Not only was his chance to kill Jiang Huan interrupted, he was also repeatedly provoked by Silly Pillar. Immediately, he flew off with a kick, unconscionable. Poof! Hot blood spurted out. Silly Pillar's figure flew backwards. Even though he was originally resistant to being beaten up, he was only out of breath but not in breath when he was lying on the ground for a while. Puhang searched around and once again lost Jiang Huan's whereabouts. With a cold snort, he was about to move forward towards the church. Day. The sound of running horses' hooves was especially piercing in the dead of night. Puhang looked at the sound and saw two steeds galloping away from the side door of the church in the darkness of the night. Looking at their backs, it was precisely Lu Yuan and Mage Buer. Trying to run. He raised his leg and went after them. Who? More than 10 of his personal guards instantly came whistling from all directions. Straight towards Puhang. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded him again. Puhang. Don't you dare try to capture Feudo Mage. The corners of Puhang's eyes twitched involuntarily as Futsuki and Lu Yuan's figures faded away. Losing them again this time. It was tantamount to letting the tiger return to the mountain. Poof! The long knife cut through the armor. Zhang Long's figure collapsed to the ground. The noisy night seems to have quieted down at this moment, with only the sound of the whistling wind remaining. Behind Zhang Long, the willow leaf blade in the hands of the left thousandth household was still dripping with blood. A crowd of personal guards incredulously looked at the scene in front of them. Their most respected thousand household lord had slashed to death his good brother who had been born and died for many years with a single slash. Zhuo Qian, whose cold eyes locked gazes with his former men, his scarlet eyes sweeping over one after another of his personal guards. Seemingly sensing a burst of gaze, he subconsciously looked down. In Zhang Long's dying gaze, the left thousandfold felt a burst of disappointment. Disappointment, right? The half-human, half-demon reverse end was killed. Isn't the rest disappointment? But why? I would have a strange feeling that I can't say. Zhuo Qiandu snorted coldly, only thinking that it was his own mind's demon. Lord State Master, I'll leave this place to Zhuo Mao. Please ask the State Master to personally take action to apprehend Buer. Eradicate the poisonous tumor for the court. Mr. Zhuo is grateful. As he spoke, he had already raised both of his swords, making a picture of a starting stance to meet the battle. A creepy smile flashed across Puhang's face. Then I'll be grateful to Lord Qianhu. The next moment, Puhang's figure transformed once again, and several figures chased after Buer with ghostly steps. Even though they were only walking, they were a few points faster than a running steed. Several of the personal guards moved in an instant. They could not let Puhang get close to Buer. However, Zhuo Qianhu was even faster than them. The dual swords in his hands flew up and down, and in the blink of an eye, he was able to block all of the personal guards with his own strength. For a moment, everyone's faces were grave. Everyone knew that if no one could rescue Buer as soon as possible, then the only thing waiting for Buer was death. Zhao Hu was the first to react. Immediately, he let out a loud shout. Jiang Huan! Quickly go and rescue Mage Buer. We'll hold off Lord Qianhu. Jiang Huan, who was hiding in the crowd waiting for an opportunity to move, was momentarily caught in a conflict. Previously, he had judged that the 1,000 households trial meant defeating the left 1,000 households in order to protect Buer. If Buer didn't escape, it was fine, he would have protected Buer while defeating the left 1,000th household. However, now that Buji had escaped, Puhang and Zuoqian duo were splitting up, which caused his original guess to go awry. If the trial of the 1,000 households meant that defeating the left 1,000 households alone was fine, then he had completed the trial without rescuing Buji. If the trial of Shido meant protecting Fuyuki's life, regardless of whether it included defeating the left Shido or not, as long as Fuyuki died, the trial would be a failure. How exactly should this be judged? System, why don't you give some hints? However, Zhang Huan's system was unresponsive, as if it was down. When the crowd saw that Zhang Huan had yet to act, they thought that he was worried that the pressure on the crowd to deal with the left 1,000th household would increase after he left, and each of them was anxious. Zhang Huan. No need to worry about us. You hurry up and save Lord Buer. Zhang Huan. We have known Lord 1,000 household for many years, we know his path well. Zhang Huan. Venerable Buer's life is vital. Only you can see through the illusion. Only you can save him. The crowd dealt with the stormy attacks of the left 1,000 household while continuously persuading Zhang Huan. Zhang Huan's brows were furrowed, but he was still in deep thought. There was no other reason. If the mission failed, there was a possibility that he would die. He had to not even consider it carefully. As for whose life was more important, he didn't care. Zhang Huan. Don't you delay here. If Lord 1,000 household knew what happened, he would have definitely gone to save Venerable Buer as well. A familiar voice rang out, and when Zhang Huan looked around, he saw that the foolish pillar, who had half a breath left in his mouth, had once again climbed up. He picked up a long sword, and then rushed into the melee circle with the left 1,000th household. Shitu-sama. Wake up! Foolish pillar was deeply and seriously injured, and at the moment, he was fighting entirely on the strength of his blood. He kept trying to attack the non-vital parts of the left 1,000 household and kept roaring in an attempt to wake up the left 1,000 household. Zhang Huan's gaze kept going back and forth between the silly pillar and the left 1,000th household, and suddenly, he seemed to have figured something out. Turning around, he chased after Puhang. I'll leave this place to you guys. Chapter 76, Severing the Robe. The foolish pillar's words caused Zhang Huan to be enlightened. Yeah. Since this was the 1,000 household trial, one should think with the mindset of the left 1,000 household. Remembering the 1,000 household distaste for the Yi priest, it could be seen that if the left 1,000 household was awake, he would definitely choose to protect Buer and kill Puhang. Since this was the case, it was only true to hurry up and catch up with Puhang. Zhang Huan had only left, and the pressure on the crowd had risen steeply. Originally, they were at a disadvantage, but at this moment, they were even more pressurized by pressure left 1,000 household alone, unable to raise their heads. Especially Silly Pillar and the other personal guards who were wide open and facing the left 1,000th household head-on, their bodies were already covered in wounds at the moment. Poof! The willow leaf blade cut through the flesh and blood, and one of the thinner and weaker personal guards was the first to be killed by the left 1,000th household with a single slash. Poof, poof, poof. There were a few more soft sounds, and 3 of the guards were killed by the left Shindu's double swords due to their brief moments of inattention. Iron Ox. Da Huang. Zhao San. Lu Jia. Foolish Pillar watched 4 of his companions fall under the sword of the left 1,000 household, his eyes reddened in an instant. The entire 24 personal guards froze in an instant. After many years of fighting in the south and north, although there were occasionally old men replaced by new men around them. But those were all deaths at the hands of the enemy, and no one had ever imagined that within the same day, counting Zhang Long, 5 of his fellow officers had already fallen under the knife of the left 1,000 household. The stupid pillar with a one-track mind, moist eyes, tears flowed down indisputably. 1,000 household lord, in the past, I honored you because you are a sentimental and righteous man. Now, let me tell you, you don't deserve my respect. Zuoqian, who snorted coldly, half human, half demon monster. Why does this general need your respect? If I were you guys, I would have already drawn my neck to be killed at this moment. Silly Pillar only found himself amused that he was arguing with someone who had lost his heart. He tightened the willow leaf blade in his hand and couldn't help but lose his smile. Fine, Lord Qianhu, since you want to kill us so badly, let's see the truth underhand. Even if I die, I will splash you with blood. After the words were spoken, Foolish Pillar dragged his wrecked body full of wounds, and with his only remaining hand, tightly gripping the willow leaf blade, he lunged towards the left thousand household without any hesitation. Silly Pillar! Don't commit shaft! The crowd tried to stop him, but it was too late. Before Silly Pillar's sword could fall, a white light flashed. Silly Pillar's footsteps stopped there, looking blankly at Zhuo Qiandu. Something seemed to have just happened, but he hadn't had time to react. Then the blade in his hand snapped in two. Unconscionable! Zhuo Qiandu snorted coldly. In the next moment, a line of blood appeared out of Silly Pillar's neck. A few strands of blood flowed down from the line of blood. Silly Zhu's head was empty as he dropped the broken blade in his hand and reached out to touch his neck. The blood stained the palm of his hand red. Plop! Foolish Pillar's body fell to his knees in front of Zhuo Qiandu with a loud bang. His wide eyes were filled with the same disappointment as Zhang Long's. Zhuo Qiandu frowned as that strange feeling in the bottom of his heart rose once again. Why do I have such a feeling? I seem to have done something wrong? No, what can I do wrong? I'm eradicating the rebellious ends for the court, and eradicating the followers who believe in evil gods for the people of the world. I'm not doing anything wrong. It's these rebellious ends that are delusional enough to cause my heart's demons. Bear! As the blood gradually seeped out, the air seeped into the stupid column's broken skin, and the pressure difference between the inside and outside of his veins directly caused the blood to spurt out from his neck. The blood was like a mist of blood, staining Zhuo Qiandu's cheeks red. On Silly Pillar's face, a smirk actually surfaced. It seemed to be saying, "See, I'll splatter you when I say so." Boom! Silly Pillar's body eventually collapsed. The blood on Zhuo Qiandu's face still carried the body temperature of Silly Pillar, and it was so hot that it was as if the sun was burning on his face, making him feel a little uncomfortable. He had heard that the blood of loyal and righteous people is hot, and when they are unable to return to heaven, they will splash 3 feet of blood, just to return the world to a clear sky. Unable to help it, he was a bit frozen. And this scene, by the remaining 23 personal guards, keenly captured. Zhao Hu looked at Zhang Long's corpse not far away, and then looked at the stupid pillar that had just fallen. He looked up to the sky and laughed. "Thousand Household Lord, I don't know what tricks Pu Huang has used on you, but you have really disappointed me. Zhang Long and I started following you 10 years ago, and conquered the 4 directions with you. Through 653 battles big and small. 9 years ago, in the Lanrua Temple, I was seduced by beauty and was nearly eaten by a tree demon. You single-handedly drove the tree demon away and saved my life. 8 years ago, killing the rebels, I nearly lost my life on the battlefield. It was you who carried me on your back and escaped from the sea of corpses and blood. Over the years, you saved me a total of 27 times. I have long since set my mind to it. This life will serve you for the rest of my life. If you want my life, just take it." Zhao Hu almost roared out. Clearly, he was on the verge of breaking down. Just before that, "I still want to try harder." As he spoke, the long sword in his hand pulled out a blade flower. "Today, Lord Qianhu and I cut our robes. You and I no longer have any friendship to speak of." In the next moment, the long knife cut through the general's robe, and a piece of dark red, blood-tinged fabric floated down. Zhuo Qianhu watched this scene with cold eyes, vaguely feeling some discomfort in his heart, but it was forced down by him. This group of half-demon, half-human reverse ends, what in the world are they doing? Do they really consider themselves as my subordinates? Evil gods are evil gods, they don't even know what they are doing. But then again, Zhang Long and his men left so far in advance, why are their men nowhere to be seen until now? A pang of doubt in Zhuo Qianhu's mind had yet to be resolved, and in the next moment, he was even more puzzled. Only to see that the remaining 23 personal guards, following Zhao Hu's example, cut off their general's robes with their long knives. In unison, they shouted in unison, "Today, Lord Thousand Household and I cut our robes. You and I no longer have any friendship to speak of." These words, as if a needle, without warning, directly poked the softest part of the heart of the left thousand households. What's going on? Why do I feel as if I've lost something? Just as he was wondering, Zhao Hu once again spoke out. "Sending a cold star to Tsuan, I recommend Xian Yuan with my blood." He held his sword in one hand and ran towards the left thousand household with big strides. The cold aura flashed, and the long knife seemed as if it was about to slash at Zhuo Qiandu. Zhuo Qiandu subconsciously swung out a knife, Zhao Hu's head flew up high, and blood splattered all over Zhuo Qiandu. The hot blood passed through the armor, soaking the fabric and burning on his skin. Zhuo Qiandu suddenly realized that Zhao Hu's knife, just kept hanging over his head and did not cut down. You don't want to hurt me? And yet, you come running to die? What exactly are these followers of the evil god up to? A strange feeling surged up from the bottom of his heart once again. He didn't have time to worry about it, because the remaining 23 guards were also carrying their long swords and running towards him again. Send a cold star to Tsuan, I will recommend Xin Yuan with my blood. Unprecedented wariness erupted from their bodies, and at this moment, it was as if life and death no longer mattered. Zhuo Qianhu's expression was grave. Humph. A bunch of small-minded people. The 2 willow leaf swords in his hands were violently flung out. That wasn't even counting. The 5 goose-plume swords sticking out of his back flew out like arrows in his hands. 7 long knives scattered out in all directions. Straight into the crowd. Immediately after that, with a flip and a leap, he picked up the willow leaf blade in Zhao Hu's hand. Straight to the 23 personal guards. A murderous intent spewed out. The bloody battle was about to draw to a close. Chapter 77, Awakening. Sky-shattering shouts echoed in the night, and in the blink of an eye, the 23 personal guards battled with the left Qianhu. They were brazen and fearless, the long knives in their hands were the sharp weapon they used to wake up the left thousand tenants. The blood on their bodies washed away the faults of the past. They were full of battle spirit. At this moment, they were fighting for themselves and the dead people. Even so, facing the left thousand tenant with full firepower, they were still not a single enemy. Zhuo Qianhu was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, the 7 long swords were like raptors that he had domesticated, playing with flowers in his hands. His sharp stance, coupled with the long knives that fell from time to time, left the 23 personal guards at a loss as to how to guard against them. He struck out as viciously as the wind sweeping away the leaves, and with every swing of his sword, bright red roses blossomed on this land. However, his brows were twisted into twists. There was no other reason for this. For some reason, every single one of his personal guards that completely fell, their boiling hot blood, would surely fall on his body. No matter how much he dodged, their blood, as if it had eyes, splashed all over him. The more he splashed, the more the strange feeling in the bottom of his heart flourished. It was as if he was losing something important to him. When the last of his personal guards was slashed down head-on by him, the 7 long swords returned to their sheaths one after another. Zhuo Qianhu scanned everything in front of him with cold eyes, and the whole place was still and quiet. He was still left standing alone in the sea of corpses and blood. The night wind whistled, disturbing the strands of hair that fell from his forehead. Suddenly, a tear flowed from the corner of his eye without warning. Zhuo Qiandu subconsciously reached out to wipe it away. Why am I shedding tears? More and more tears could not be stopped from flowing down, and endless sadness flooded his chest. This sadness came so suddenly that he didn't even know why he was sad. He tried to wipe away the tears, but the decisive tears kept falling, washing away the blood stains all over his face. The scarlet in his eyes gradually dissipated, and his suppressed consciousness finally regained the upper hand. The scene in front of him made him freeze in place. His once familiar robed brothers collapsed in front of him horizontally. They were missing arms and legs, and their eyes were wide with unwillingness and anger. The back of his head, as if he had been hit with a heavy stick, there was no more thought in his mind, only a despondent heart beating exuberantly. It was as if his limbs had been drained of qi, leaving only instinct to walk among the corpses. His gaze fell on Zhang Long. A few days ago, they had dined together. His gaze fell on Zhao Hu. That day he had treated the female beggar roughly, and he had quietly criticized him afterwards. He stopped in his tracks, a bear-like man sprawled in front of him. He still remembered that this straightforward teenager, who had joined the Judgment Army, was not even a month old. He still remembered, in the ring, the jovial look of this teenager after relying on his own little ingenuity to join the Judgment Army. He also remembered that day within the broken temple, the foolish pillar sneakily slipped him a large piece of beef jerky. Lord Qi Tu, this is for you. Lord Thousand Household, I want to become a general like you who can fight with one. Qi Tu-sama, let's spar. A scene from the past came to his mind, and Lord Zhuo Qianhu only felt tears falling like rain. He remembered everything. It was he who personally slaughtered hundreds of innocent people in this town. It was he who personally sent his 29 personal guards, one by one, to the Yellow Springs. Before he left for the battle that day, he stood in front of the whole army column and drew his sword and swore. Since I am taking 30 of you out, then I will definitely bring you 30 people back in one piece. Zhuo Mao. I will not leave any of my brothers behind. The words of the past echoed in his ears, like countless needles constantly piercing his conscience. Regret filled his mind, and he helplessly held silly Pillar in his arms. I'm sorry. Countless words came to his lips, and they all ended up as sorry. His tears could no longer be stopped from flowing. He finally knew what the strange feeling welling up in the bottom of his heart was. It was his conscience and loyalty. It was he who had listened to Puhong and pressed his conscience and loyalty down again and again for the sake of his so-called faith. The whistling evening wind seemed to be mocking his incompetence. He hugged the silly Pillar and gradually stopped sobbing. Remorse and chagrin piled up in his heart, superimposed, and eventually gradually turned into hatred. Puhong. It was Puhong. It was all Puhong's fault. It is he who is wreaking havoc on the nation and the people. It was he who made me and my brothers kill each other. He took the cold corpse of silly Pillar and gently put it down. He slowly got up, walked to the sea of corpses, and knelt down with both knees booming. Brothers! It is Mr. Zhua who has wronged you all. Mr. Zhua should have paid with his life. But the sycophants have yet to be eliminated, and your revenge has yet to be avenged. I promise you. Tonight, I will behead Puhong with my sword, and then I will bury you in peace, and then cut my own throat in front of you to apologize for my sins. After he spoke, he bowed 3 times in each direction. He rose abruptly, the remorse in his eyes having been replaced by hatred. He unsheathed the plain sword that stood aside, and after finding a direction in the dark night, he took large strides toward the front. In the dark and silent night, the plain sword in his hand showed off its cold aura. Outside the town, in the middle of nowhere. At this moment, Zhang Huan was already fighting with Pu Heng again. However, his state seemed to be a little less than favorable. His body was drenched in blood. Behind him was the pale Lu Yuan, as well as the colorful Buer mage. 5 minutes ago, due to Pu Hong's speed being too fast, by the time Zhang Huan caught up with them, Pu Hong had already fought with Buer and Lu Yuan. Fortunately, although they were weak, they were not incompetent. Under mutual cooperation, although they were seriously injured, they at least delayed Zhang Huan's arrival. However, because he had to take care of them and lacked the assistance of the 1,000 blades, for the first time, Zhang Huan felt that facing the enemy head-on was so difficult. If it was a normal day, he could use concealment and breath concealment, and even if he was not defeated, he could still escape. But today, he couldn't escape. Dozens of Pu Hong staggered back and forth. Zhang Huan's gaze was sharp, and he precisely found the true body of Pu Hong in a phantom, and slashed out. Pu Hong! Pu Hong was unable to dodge and a gash was viciously pulled out of his shoulder, however, not a trace of blood seeped out. He slapped Zhang Huan's body, and Zhang Huan's figure could not stop falling back a few steps. He looked at the wounds on his body with some surprise, as well as Zhang Huan who had only taken a few steps backwards. At such an age, you have such a strong chi that you can injure me. Kid, this state master cherishes talent. I hope you can return to your rightful place and never mix with such rebellious ends like Buer again. Zhang Huan disdained this, so much nonsense. This was a trial that could not be lost. How could Zhang Huan admit defeat to Pu Heng? Zhang Huan wasn't afraid of death, but he couldn't just die in a trial. There were still so many things he hadn't done. His mother's illness hadn't been cured. Wu Xuan hadn't gotten it back yet. Lu Zhiyue also hadn't paid for what she had done. When Pu Heng saw Zhang Huan's stubbornness, his heart burned with rage and he immediately stopped holding back. His hands came out in succession, like a monstrous sea of clouds, all of them attacking Zhang Huan. The long knife in Zhang Huan's hand flew continuously, but bean-sized beads of sweat continued to seep out from the tip of his forehead. Damn it! 1,000 blades can't be used. In order to kill Pu Heng, it seems that he can only use that move. Just as Zhang Huan was thinking of a way to deal with it, a sound of steady but eager footsteps came galloping from the distance. Chapter 78, Take Off Your Mask. Zhou Qianhu's figure appeared abruptly. Zhang Huan's heart instantly rose to his throat. His arrival made Zhang Huan keenly realize one thing. Foolish Pillar and the rest of them had all been wiped out. His own pressure would also increase geometrically. Unlike Zhang Huan's nervousness, Pu Heng could not suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth as soon as he saw the left 1,000th household's eyes full of killing intent as he ran with his sword. Left 1,000th. Split him for me. As he spoke, Pu Hong's attack intensified, forcing Zhang Huan to be unable to withdraw. The left 1,000th household didn't say a word, but his footsteps accelerated violently. The distance between him and the duo kept closing in. A cruel smile appeared on Pu Hong's face, as if he had already seen the scene where Zhang Huan was killed by a single slash. Zhang kid. Bow your head. Zhuqianhu's domineering voice rang out, and the sharp park sword, with a domineering aura, swept past Jiang Huan's head and slashed across Pu Hong's body. This sudden change caused Pu Hong to not react for a moment, and the park sword directly chopped off half of his palm. However, where the broken palm fell, there was still no blood. Pu Hong quickly drew away, the broken palm began to wriggle, and in the blink of an eye it gave birth to a complete palm again. He looked at Zhuo Qiandu in surprise, only to realize that his eyes had long returned to normal. In their place was a full-blown rage. He muttered under his breath, as if he wanted to control Zhuo Qiandu once again. However, he was surprised to find that it didn't work no matter what. Suddenly, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Using hatred to strengthen your heart, Zhuo Qiandu, you're on the wrong path, and your heart demon will slowly devour to consume you. Return to the right path, Heavenly Father will forgive you. As the words fell, he kept murmuring under his breath. Dozens of illusions reappeared, and they murmured in unison, the complicated scriptures echoing in the middle of this deserted countryside, appearing unusually bizarre. Jiang Huan subconsciously was about to use discriminate, but in the next moment, dozens of puangs began to approach each other, and in just a moment, in front of their eyes, there were only 3 puangs left. Jiang Huan tried to distinguish between the real and the fake, but felt that the Pu Hong in front of him were nested in layers of skin. It was really a bit difficult to distinguish between them for a moment. However, the left thousandth household only frowned slightly. Jiang Kid, quickly take Venerable Bu'er away. With those words, he shook his cloak behind him. Hundreds of small flying daggers stabbed out steeply, and were about to smash the 3 people's torsos. A sudden change occurred. The 3 Pu Hong's forms turned transparent in the blink of an eye, and the flying daggers passed through their bodies. Then they simply disappeared before Jiang Huan's eyes. The only thing left in the surroundings were the unknown insects still chirping in quiet. But the feeling of danger grew rapidly in the hearts of Jiang Huan and Zhuo Qianhu. The 2 of them coincidentally protected Lu Yuan and Bu'er in the center, guarding left and right. Jiang Huan pushed discernment to the extreme. He who played sneak attack from time to time, what he feared the most was also sneak attack from others. Suddenly, a flash of white light flashed in Jiang Huan's afterglow. He almost subconsciously swung his chop. Pu Hong's figure spiraled away. Hoof. A soft hum rang out, followed by the voices of Lu Yuan and Bu'er. Zhuo Qianhu. Jiang Huan looked back and saw that the left arm of the left thousandth household had been chopped off, spilling blood all over the ground. And the 2 Pu Hong figures disappeared again in the blink of an eye. Obviously, the existence of the left thousand tenant made Pu Hong even more crisis scared. So he was under focused care. Left Qi too. Are you alright? Zhuo Qiandu shook his head, biting the only remaining willow leaf blade in his mouth, forcing himself to endure the immense pain from the wound. Beads of sweat oozed out from his forehead, but he never uttered a single grunt. He pulled a piece of cloth from under his general's robe with one hand and bandaged his broken hand in the blink of an eye. Then he pulled out a gooseplume sword from his back and stared around vigilantly. The evening wind whistled. The surroundings once again fell into a death-like immersion. For a long time, even Jiang Huan began to wonder if Pu Hong had already left. Zhuo Qiandu still looked like he was standing by. Who? Another white light attacked. This time, Jiang Huan reacted quickly. With his backhand, he slashed towards the white light. A broken hand landed in front of his eyes. Instead of a broken hand, it was more like an insect foot. This time, Jiang Huan dealt a heavy blow to Pu Hong. However, Zhuo Qianhu was even braver than Jiang Huan. Although his eyes were unable to locate Pu Hong's whereabouts, his fighting instincts were beyond extraordinary. Barricade. The first moment he sensed the crisis, Zhuo Qianhu snorted disdainfully. Then his long sword picked up the blood that spilled on the ground and sprinkled all around. The 2 Pu Hong doppelgangers behind the stealth were stained by the blood in a matter of moments, and their whereabouts were instantly exposed in front of Zhuo Qiandu's eyes. Zhuo Qiandu's figure flickered, his right hand holding a sword chopped off the head of a bilocation, and the bilocation immediately dissipated. Then, with the sword in his mouth, he seriously injured another bilocation. The doppelganger turned around and tried to escape. He raised his hand and threw out the wild gooseplume sword in his hand. The long knife penetrated into Pu Hong's bilocation. It went straight through. Pu Hong's last doppelganger dissipated with it. This scene was firmly imprinted in Jiang Huan's mind. This was not an enemy-killing martial art, nor was it an ability, this was the body's instinct to deal with special situations. This was the instinctive fighting that Zhang Yu had been asking Jiang Huan to learn. This series of counter-kill caused a thought to well up in Zhang Huan's mind. Zhuo Qianhu and every one of his weapons had fused into one. With the two doppelgangers destroyed, Pu Hang's figure could no longer hide. He once again appeared in front of the crowd. Only, compared to his previous inoffensive appearance, he now appeared rather wretched. His entire face was covered with wounds that could not be recovered. Some of the demonic beast's features had been exposed. Obviously, the attack that Zhang Huan and Zhuo Qiandu had just made had caused him quite a bit of damage. Zhuo Qiandu, since even you are unrepentant, this state master will suppress even you today. Zhuo Qiandu replaced the willow leaf blade he was holding in his mouth into his hand and muttered to Zhang Huan in a low voice, "In a moment, watch the moment and take Venerable Master Boer and the others out of here. The future of the court still needs you guys." Then he looked at Pu Hang with disdain, pretending to be someone is not even decent. "Take off the mask. Let me see what you really are." As he spoke, he then already leapt out. A body style that was fast to the extreme, coupled with a swift blade technique. First, he chopped off Pu Hang's arm. Then he chopped towards his head. In a matter of moments, Pu Hang was left standing with only his chest. Pu Hang is dead? It's over? Bu Er and Lu Yuan looked at the scene in front of them with some disbelief. However, both Zhang Huan and Zhuo Qianhu did not dare to take it lightly. Zhang Huan's figure flashed, and he was about to step forward to make up for it. The left 1000th household shook his cloak, and hundreds of flying daggers poured out. The two men's attacks were about to hit Pu Hang's remaining body. Suddenly, a white light blazed out. Pu Hang's body exploded. A pure, inviolable, white-robed, silver-haired old man appeared in front of everyone's eyes. He was tall and solemn, holier than the golden Buddha statue in the temple. "The Heavenly Father is here, why don't you kneel?" His words were filled with unquestionable pressure. It was as if he wanted to suppress all the rebellious heretics in front of him who did not follow the teachings. Chapter 79 30% Progress. Zhang Huan possessed the pure heart, body protector, so he was naturally unaffected. However, Bu Er and Lu Yuan were a bit lost in thought, and even made a move to worship. Causing Zhang Huan a frown, still really a drag. In the next moment, Zhang Huan violently slashed out 2 hand slashes on the back of the duo's necks. The duo then fainted. Zhang Huan helplessly bristled. It wasn't that he wanted this, it was just that the 1000 blades wasn't in his hand, and there was no way for him to help others resist mind control in any other way. Zhang Huan suddenly had some heart palpitations, but he clearly remembered that Zhuo Qianhu was also mind controlled before. If he was controlled again, perhaps this trial would have to end in failure. Fortunately, Zhuo Qianhu's eyes were still clear. Only, in this clarity, it seemed to be filled with hatred. Could it be that, as Pu Hang said, the current Zhuo Qianhu was holding on to his heart with all his hatred? Zhuo Qianhu hated He clearly remembered. It was one night a few days ago that Pu Hang used this trick to plant the idea of cutting down the demons for him. And so, in his eyes, the people who don't believe in the Red Lotus sector demons, and the personal guards who recognize reality are demons. Everything together. It was all Pu Hang's doing. Pu Hang, no matter what you are, look at the sword. He threw the lancet with one hand. Then his right hand twitched as if it was on a spring. The remaining 4 wild goose plume swords on his back were thrown out in an instant. The willow leaf blade plus the wild goose plume blade, the 4 long blades connected head to tail. Straight towards Pu Hang. White light blazed out. The 4 long knives were like raindrops falling into the seawater, not causing a single ripple. The might of Heavenly Father is not to be offended. An ethereal voice echoed in the ears of Zhang Huan's 4. Zhang Huan vaguely sensed a hint of something wrong, and pulled the left 1000 household, Lord 1000 household. Retreat first. We'll seek revenge with him in the coming day. The left 1000 tenant shook Zhang Huan's hand away with a determined face. I mistakenly believed in demons. Killing the loyal and righteous. Today to atone for my crime. I'll fight him. Pu Hang steeply swung out a sonorous palm. This palm covered the sky. It was as if he wanted to smash Zhang Huan and the others into pieces. Zhuo Qiandu leapt forward and made a righteous slash head-on. This palm that covered the sky was shattered by Chevalier Zhua. The left chamberlain landed on the ground, still holding his sword in one hand. Towards Pu Hang, if I don't go to hell, who will enter hell? Zhang Huan, quickly go. The light around Puhong's body blazed out, resembling a blazing sun in this dark night, illuminating the crowd and making them unable to open their eyes. A trace of respect for Zhuo Qianhu flashed through Jiang Huan's heart, then he carried Bu Er and Lu Yuan in one hand and sped towards the distance. At this moment, he had already determined that the main task of this trial was to protect Bu Er's safety. Sacrificing one's life just to make up for a mistake. The trial of the Artifact-Spirit, 1,000 households, has been completed by 30%, rewarded with the martial skill, killing instinct. All rewards will be awarded in one go after the trial is over. A cold system sound rang out, and for a moment, Jiang Huan fell back into a daze. He had run wildly all the way, tossing and turning for so long, and this trial had only completed 30%. Could it be that protecting Bu Er was not the goal of this trial? Or perhaps there were multiple goals for the trial, and it wasn't just limited to protecting Bu Er. The white light in the distance gradually faded away, and Jiang Huan could no longer sense Zhuo Qianhu's aura. At the same time, he also sensed that the sacrosanct and inviolable aura on Puhong's body was dissipating, and in its place was a stern, tyrannical, and bloody aura. What's going on? Just as Jiang Huan was pondering, he suddenly sensed that the aura was speeding towards him. Jiang Huan made a few leaps and jumped onto a large tree, looking towards the direction where the aura was drifting from. He saw a 7 to 8 meter long giant centipede wriggling its thousands of long legs as it chased after him. Wherever it passed, there was a mess. Jiang Huan frowned. No more pretending? Showdown? Revealing its true body? His face was grave as his gaze flickered back and forth between Bu Er and Lu Yuan, as well as the great centipede. Damn it! I can hide my aura. But I can't hide their auras at all. The great centipede is so fast. With them in tow, I can't get away from it at all. What a crappy trial. Everything has to be guessed. Whenever I finish this trial, the first thing I'll do is to find a way to get a copy of the fast-running martial art. Under the tremendous pressure, Jiang Huan's temper, which he had been holding back for many days, finally erupted as he cursed, no longer caring about his image. If you fail the trial, you're going to die. Whoever likes to take care of this broken image will take care of it. The words of cursing woke Bu Er and Lu Yuan up. What happened to us? How did we faint? Jiang Huan looked at the two of them with a bewildered look on their faces, and the anger in his heart intensified. He just wanted to scold them, but when he met Lu Yuan's innocent look, the expletives that reached his mouth never came out. The host's contrast made the 13th artifact spirit a bit puzzled. Why do people always have different appearances? Jiang Huan had no time to care about the system's prompts. He glanced at the two somewhat helplessly. You guys hurry up and find a way to hide. With those words, Jiang Huan was about to turn around and leave. Lu Yuan hurriedly asked, Hey, Jiang Huan, aren't you going to escape with us? Jiang Huan guffawed, I'm not fleeing. If I flee again, this trial might not be completed. Jiang Huan's words caused Lu Yuan and Bu Er to fall into doubt, but Jiang Huan's figure had already disappeared into the depths of the woods. The way Lu Yuan looked at the host reminded the 13th artifact spirit of something not so nice. Jiang Huan hid in the canopy of a large, sky-high tree. With the activation of concealment and concealment of breath, even a Night Lord not far away didn't notice Jiang Huan's existence. The location of this sky-high tree was the path of the great centipede, and Jiang Huan planned to ambush it here. He didn't know if he could kill the great centipede, nor did he know if he was right in this choice. Jiang Huan simply felt that with his speed, with Lu Yuan and the two of them, sooner or later, he would be caught up by the great centipede, and it would be better to keep running away than to fight to the death. Moreover, from the perspective of Zhuo Qianhu, if he was still alive, it would never be his style to keep running away. In that case, he might as well put up a fight. The large centipede gradually approached, large and small trees fell when touched, and countless demonic beasts became the big centipede's meal in the blink of an eye. The Night Lord beside Jiang Huan finally realized that something was wrong. It fluttered its wings and was about to fly into the distance. Jiang Huan violently grabbed it by the neck, and with the force of his 5 fingers, the Night Lord snapped. It wasn't that there was any reason to kill it. It was just that the pressure in Jiang Huan's heart was too great, and when it fluttered, it made Jiang Huan even more annoyed. Jiang Huan gripped the willow leaf blade in his hand. His entire body's spiritual energy was poured into it. He only wants to kill it with one blow. Boom, boom, boom. The big centipede finally came to the front. It was like a road roller, to push everything in front of it horizontally. 10 meters. 8 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. The distance between it and Jiang Huan was getting closer and closer. Chapter 80 Killing Puhong. A massive amount of spiritual energy penetrated into the willow leaf blade, and the blade hummed. The moment the big centipede was about to hit the big tree in the sky, Zhang Huan leapt down with his sword. Gripping the hilt of the blade with both hands, he stabbed at the head of the large centipede under the dual support of spiritual energy and gravity. Bear! The long knife penetrated into it, and it even made the sound of metal cutting. Even with Zhang Huan's best efforts, the long knife only penetrated 3 inches, and then it could not penetrate the slightest bit. Roar! The big centipede let out a violent hiss, raised the front half of its body and casually flung it. Zhang Huan was thrown out with the knife. Before he could react, the big centipede opened its fangs and pounced towards him. Zhang Huan hurriedly dodged away while activating concealment and breath concealment to hide his movements. In no time, the big centipede lost Zhang Huan again. It raised its voice to the sky and then began to search for Bu Er and Lu Yuan's scent, chasing after them once again. At this moment, Zhang Huan only felt suffocated. Damn it! Can't you stop playing tricks? We're fighting. You're always looking for others to force me out. Cursing, Zhang Huan once again jumped onto the big centipede's body. He sped across the big centipede's body, and in 3 steps, he jumped onto the big centipede's head again. Holding his sword in both hands, he stabbed straight down towards the previous opening. Attacking the enemy at 100 points is better than hitting a point in pain. Open the brain. Zhang Huan was a professional. Stab. The willow leaf blade stabbed straight down, carrying an unstoppable momentum into it. This time, the long blade penetrated halfway. The big centipede rolled over in pain. Zhang Huan was unsteady on his feet and was directly pressed underneath the big centipede. Thousands of pounds of weight pressed down on Zhang Huan's body. Zhang Huan could only feel his flesh being flattened, his blood being squeezed out, and the bones of his entire body as if they were about to be crushed and fractured. The pain that went straight into his soul caused Zhang Huan to have an illusion. It seemed that this was not just a trial, he had come to some unknown era. Fortunately, the big centipede was in too much pain to take care of itself and could not control its tumbling, and in the blink of an eye, it swept past Zhang Huan's body and turned to scourge other nearby creatures. Zhang Huan lay on the ground, breathlessly watching the scene. He wanted to move, but with his heavily injured body, even moving was a problem. Zhang Huan panted heavily and did his best to activate the slow healing. The crushed bones were being remodeled, the blood vessels were connecting, and the flesh was healing. Zhang Huan's heart was burning with anxiety. Simply because he saw the large centipede was crawling back up again. It seemed like it had already adapted to the heavy injuries it had just suffered. Its hostile pupils stared straight at Zhang Huan. For the first time, Zhang Huan felt that the name of the ability, slow healing, was not wrong. It was really slow. The 2 fangs in front of the big centipede's head opened and closed, looking at Zhang Huan's heart. He seriously suspected that the reason why Zhu Qianhu's breath had disappeared was that it had swallowed it. Zhang Huan subconsciously applied the slow healing effect all over his legs. He didn't want to be eaten into by the great centipede. The big centipede attacked again. It opened its huge mouth and was about to eat Zhang Huan into its stomach. The fishy stench hit his face. Zhang Huan's legs had regained consciousness, and he took advantage of the situation to kick towards the head of the big centipede. His entire body catapulted out with the reaction force. At this moment, the lower half of his body had already recovered most of the way, only that the upper half of his body was still unconscious, and his arms were like sleeves, swaying uncontrollably as he ran. Zhang Huan hurriedly activated the effect of slow healing on his arms, and at the same time, his eyes were observing all directions to find the location where the willow leaf blade had fallen. With a few backflips, he came to the side of the willow leaf blade, interlocked his legs, and with a deft flick, the willow leaf blade ejected. Then, Zhang Huan opened his mouth and bit down, and the willow leaf blade was bitten into his mouth. Since his hands had not fully recovered, that side followed the example of Zhu Qianhu, even if he used his mouth to bite the sword. Even if he bites the sword with his mouth, he will fight the enemy to the end. Artifact-Spirit number 2 appreciates the host's vigor, but he appreciates the host's ability to apply what he has learned even more. Artifact-Spirit 13 is a bit reluctant. She thinks this trial is beyond the host's ability. She is trying to communicate with Artifact-Spirit 9 to reduce the difficulty of this trial. Individual spirits think that the host should run away, and then fight the enemy when their strength has increased. Individual spirits believe that the host is exceptionally brave, and that it's only a man's honor to break through. At this moment, Zhang Huan only felt that the systems were a bit noisy, but he had no time to shut them up. Because, the large centipede attacked once more. Thousands of pairs of insect feet wriggled up and down, and Jiang Huan only felt the pressure. Once again, he hid his figure in the darkness of the night. With nimble footsteps, he approached the great centipede silently. Spiritual energy poured in. The neck twisted right. The willow leaf blade then pierced into the big centipede's flank. It was the same as what Jiang Huan had guessed. Its abdomen was compared to its back. It's softer. The stinging sensation from its abdomen caused the big centipede to suffer, and its figure couldn't help but stagnate. Jiang Huan was not going to spoil it. With a stomp of his legs, he ran forward along the big centipede's body with the willow leaf blade in his mouth. The soft abdomen, by this pull of his, pulled out a long slit. Sticky, fishy green blood poured over Jiang Huan's head, and at the moment, Jiang Huan was like a mudman. Roar! The large centipede hissed, thousands of pairs of insect feet fell violently, forming an impermeable net, splitting Jiang Huan directly. Helpless. Jiang Huan could only kick the big centipede's side, once again utilizing the force to eject. He didn't want to be seriously injured by the great centipede again. The big centipede stared viciously at Jiang Huan, and Jiang Huan could feel the anger in its eyes. He had no doubt that the great centipede had the intention of thwarting him. At this moment, Jiang Huan's two arms finally regained consciousness. He received the knife in his mouth with his right hand, and his eyes swept left and right, observing the terrain, always analyzing how to conduct the most favorable battle. In just a split second, the big centipede charged at Jiang Huan once again. This time, Jiang Huan didn't charge at the great centipede, but turned around and fled towards the back. There was a big tree over 10 meters tall there. Jiang Huan intended to take advantage of the big centipede's disadvantage of having a big tail and jump behind it to attack. Jiang Huan was panting heavily, his spiritual energy was less than 1/3. After all the fierce battles, if it was an ordinary second-ranked Royal Soulmaster, he would have run out of spiritual energy by now. Even so, this was the hardest battle Jiang Huan had fought since he entered the second stage. Jiang Huan was close to that big tree. But the next moment, behind him, there was no movement. Jiang Huan couldn't help but look back. He only saw that the large centipede, which had just been invincible, had suddenly stopped for some reason. Its breath, too, was fading. Succumbing to the demons and eliminating the devils in 100 battles, he successfully killed the scourge of the country, the state master Puhang. The trial of the artifact-spirit, 1,000 households, is 70% complete, rewarding the martial skill, Blood Rage. After the trial is over, all rewards will be awarded at once. Jiang Huan frowned slightly. What happened? The great centipede is dead? Those moves of mine had most seriously injured him, how could I have killed it? Moreover, why did the trial only complete 70% when it's all dead? Then what exactly is the remaining 30%? Just as Jiang Huan was deep in thought, a strange sound suddenly resounded from the body of the great centipede. The sound was particularly ear-piercing in the silent night. Listening sideways, the source of the sound came from the vicinity of Jiang Huan's slashed side abdomen. Chapter 81, Fighting Again Against Zuoqianhu. Poof. 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 A muffled sound came out from the body of the large centipede. It seemed like the sound of metal cutting through flesh and blood, and occasionally there was a sound of cutting into something hard. Jiang Huan held his breath, hiding his figure in the darkness of the night, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. Poof! A sharp blade was revealed from the big centipede's abdomen. Stab! Pull hard! A magnificent figure, covered in foul-smelling blood and countless sizes of broken meat, climbed out of the big centipede's abdomen. Jiang Huan's pupils suddenly shrunk. The person in front of him was holding a gooseplume sword with a curled blade and was clad in armor. If it wasn't Zuoqianhu, then who was it? Jiang Huan subconsciously took 2 steps towards him, and before he could show himself, the left 1,000th household violently raised his head and looked towards his direction. Just a glance. Jiang Huan fell into an ice cave. The Zuoqiandu in front of him no longer seemed to be Zuoqiandu. His severed left arm had grown back. What he exuded around him was no longer the pure battle spirit that he once had, replaced by a monstrous killing intent. Jiang Huan had an illusion. The left 1,000 household in front of him was like a Shura that had come out of purgatory. He wanted to kill all the lives in front of him. Demon! Kill! Zuoqiandu's majestic voice became hoarse, as if the evil spirits of hell were murmuring. In the next moment, he ran towards Jiang Huan with his sword. As the thousandth household arrived in a flash, Jiang Huan panicked and raised his sword to block. Clang! The sound of intertwining gold and iron echoed in this jungle, and in just the blink of an eye, the two exchanged dozens of rounds. The spattering of sparks illuminated the dark night. The more Jiang Huan fought, the more alarmed he became. Zhuo Qianhu's strength. It seemed to be even tougher than before. His gooseplume sword with a curled blade took on a strange scarlet color after the infusion of spiritual energy. It was obviously blunt, but it kept cutting openings in Jiang Huan's sharp blade. If it wasn't for Jiang Huan's spiritual energy continuously pouring into it, perhaps Jiang Huan's willow leaf blade would have already broken into two. However, because of this, Jiang Huan's spiritual energy, which was already very little, was being consumed at a rapid pace at the moment. Moreover, Jiang Huan's previous best skills of concealment and breath concealment seemed to have been suppressed. He could hide his figure, but within a few moments, Zhuo Qiandu would be able to find his approximate location. Then, under the stormy, wide-range attacks, Jiang Huan was forced to reveal his tracks. The two of them exchanged blows for only 10 minutes, and Jiang Huan's body, which had just healed not long ago, was once again covered in colors. Moreover, Jiang Huan could clearly sense that the wounds on his body seemed to have a strange force that was preventing the effective, slow healing from kicking in. Jiang Huan frowned slightly as he looked at Zhuo Qiandu's gooseplume sword that had curled its edge. This knife was afraid that it was possessed with magic. Spiritual energy gradually bottomed out, and Jiang Huan's expression was unprecedentedly grave. No, if this continues, I'm bound to lose. With this thought, Jiang Huan turned around and fled. Just like their first encounter, Jiang Huan had utilized concealment and breath convergence to the extreme. Although his speed was not as fast as Zhuo Qiandu's, he changed direction so flexibly that for a while, Zhuo Qiandu couldn't do anything about it. Moreover, this encounter was not limited to the ring, so the advantages Jiang Huan was able to utilize were even more obvious. Jiang Huan kept changing directions, and the distance between the two of them was gradually widening. Jiang Huan hid behind a boulder, holding his breath. The high-intensity, high-frequency battle had left not a single drop of spiritual energy left in his body. He sat paralyzed behind the boulder, anxiously rummaging for something in his storage ring. Where did it go? Where did it go? Why can't I find it? Where's the reward for killing the priest last time? Jiang Huan wasn't a person who particularly liked to put every item in separate categories. It was nothing on weekdays, but this time, for the first time, Jiang Huan felt that sometimes putting every type of thing in the right place was such an important thing. Damn it, after this trial is over. If I'm still alive, I'll definitely change the stinking problem of putting things away carelessly. Jiang Huan rummaged around while peering at the approaching Zhuo Qiandu with his afterglow. He really couldn't figure out how exactly Zhuo Qiandu had found his whereabouts. According to his understanding of Zhuo Qiandu these days, he should not have a martial skill that could see through his movements. With a huge sense of crisis, Jiang Huan's thoughts turned fast. The ecstasy in his eyes was hard to hide when he found the S-rank full-condition recovery agent. He clearly remembered that this thing was capable of restoring the user to their peak state. The light blue liquid slid down his mouth and into his throat, a faint sweet flavor lingering between his teeth. Then the majestic spiritual energy instantly traveled through Jiang Huan's body, filling his spiritually deprived body. Jiang Huan's originally exhausted body, nerves, and 5 senses also recovered to the peak in an instant. In just a moment, he figured out all the doubts in his heart about Zhuo Qianhu. Amputation recovery was somewhat similar to Puhan's recovery. While Puhan's original body was a large centipede, Zhuo Qianhu had crawled out from its body again. Jiang Huan didn't know what Zhuo Qianhu had gone through, but he could guess that this experience was definitely something very human could endure. It was also this experience that allowed him to regenerate his broken arm. Adding to this, Pu Heng had previously said that Zhuo Qiandu had been able to hold on to his heart with his hatred, and that he would easily be devoured by his heart's demon if he wasn't careful. Connecting to the state he was in when he fought with Zhuo Qianhu, Jiang Huan could clearly feel that in Zhuo Qianhu's heart, there was only one thought left to kill all the demons and evils in the world. However, sadly, he was no longer able to distinguish between humans and demonic beasts. He fought, all by instinct. Fighting with his understanding of swords. At this moment, Jiang Huan finally thought everything through. This was the last goal of the 1,000 households trial to defeat Zhuo Qianhu, who was in a state of madness and fighting on instinct. Having figured it all out, a shallow smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Huan's mouth. It seems that in order to win, I can't keep this bottle of medicine either. With a movement of his mind, a bottle of red potion instantly appeared in his hand. Grade A Potion Berserk, the user's full attributes would briefly increase by 30%. If only 1,000 Blades was around. Maybe this bottle of potion would have stayed. Whether it was the full attribute restorer or this bottle of berserking, Jiang Huan had originally planned to keep it. A bottle of S-grade potion and a bottle of A-grade potion, when placed in an auction, they could both be sold for around $10 million at least. If a way to cure his mother's illness suddenly appeared one day, selling the 2 bottles of precious potions would be the fastest way for him to get the money together. It was just that the situation was urgent and plans could not catch up with changes. If he wanted to defeat Zhuo Qianhu, he would not be able to keep this medicine. He pulled the cork off the bottle and drank it all in one go. Unlike the full attribute recovery agent, this bottle of berserking had a slight hint of slight acidity on its taste, with a few hints of grape juice with lemon juice. The sweetness and the sourness caused him to bar his mouth. In the next moment, his body gradually began to burn. Jiang Huan only felt as if the blood in his entire body was boiling. Pounds of spiritual energy was flowing in his body, at high speed. His body was in need of a good fight to vent out all this fervor in his heart. Left Thousand household had already arrived near Jiang Huan. Jiang Huan smiled faintly and kicked out. Boom! The boulder behind him was shattered by his kick. All the large and small stones whistled towards the left Thousandth household. This trial. I must survive. Chapter 82 Domain Sharing. The first time Jiang Huan exposed his aura, Zhuo Qianhu was keenly aware of his position. With a few dodges, the wild goose plume blade in his hand was like a nimble blood dragon, chopping down all the debris that came splashing. Clang, clang, clang. The 2 of them once again fought together in the woods. The fierce blade force brought up a whistling wind that swept up countless fallen leaves and dust. After dozens of rounds, the trees around the 2 of them were even bent over by the gusts of wind. Jiang Huan's expression, once again, became somewhat gloomy. Although the potion berserking had brought about a certain degree of strength increase, there was still a partial gap between the 2 of them. Moreover, the increase in strength brought about by berserking is only transient. If I can't resolve the battle as soon as possible, then with the passage of time, I'm bound to lose in the end. No, I can't lose. It's all the way to the last goal, I must not lose. For the Hichitos trial, I should try to bring in the perspective of Chitos left and understand his every behavior. If I want to win against him, I must understand him. Right now, he's fighting all on instinct. If I were him, I'd fight with my strongest moves if I wanted to resolve the battle as quickly as possible. Wait! A brilliant light flashed before Jiang Huan's eyes as he seemed to realize something. He continued to think along this line of thought as he beckoned Zhuo Qiandu's attack. Zhuo Qiandu's strongest move was to use both swords in unison. But he didn't use both swords. Even if it's because there's no second sword here, picking up a random branch, with Zhuo Qianhu's strength, he could have defeated me much faster. The reason he didn't do that. It must have also been because of instinct. What exactly is his other instinct? Jiang Huan began to recall everything he had experienced with Zhuo Qianhu, and finally settled on that day when he was in the ring. That day, Zhuo Qiandu had thrown away one of his dual swords because he looked up to Jiang Huan. He chose to fight fairly, unwilling to take the advantage of the weapons. If that was the case, did it mean that fighting fairly was likewise one of the instincts of the left thousandfold? If that's the case. Clang! Jiang Huan raised his sword to meet the left 1010 and slashing slash. Vast spiritual energy erupted from the blade, and the 2 of them were blasted back coincidentally. The noisy forest was calm again. Jiang Huan and Zhuo Qiandu looked at each other, both seemingly waiting for the other to strike first. Jiang Huan guffawed, Lord Thousand Household, since you're following your instincts in fighting, let's have an instinctive fight. With those words, he loosened the willow leaf blade in his hand. There was a dangling sound. The willow leaf blade fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Zhuo Qianhu was looking at him with cold eyes, and he was also looking at Zhuo Qianhu with cold eyes. He was gambling on whether one of Zhuo Qianhu's instincts was to pursue a fair fight. Zhuo Qiandu's sword technique was overpowering, and if he fought any longer, Jiang Huan knew very well that once the medicinal power of the berserking subsided, the only thing that awaited him was defeat. However, as soon as Zhuo Qianhu lost his sword, his strength would be greatly reduced. And he himself would have the power to fight. After all, the matter of fighting with instincts was something that someone had likewise forced him to practice. Zhuo Qiandu seemed to understand Jiang Huan's thoughts, and as his hand loosened, the goose plume sword in his hand that had curled up fell to the ground, also making a soft sound. Jiang Huan guffawed and assumed a free fighting starting stance. This was the fighting technique that his father had always asked him to practice when he had not yet awakened his artifact spirit. In these 10 years, Jiang Huan had never dared to slack off. Zhuo Qiandu seemed a bit puzzled. He had never seen such a strange movement before. But doubts aside, he similarly put up a starting handstance of an ancient general fighting. The next moment, the two of them rushed towards each other in unison. The stormy fists smashed into each other without any hesitation at all. Straight fists. Swinging fists. Knees. Elbow strikes. Over-the-shoulder drop. Harrier flip. Rabbit stomps the eagle. Ancient martial arts and modern fighting techniques were constantly colliding, experience and skills rubbing back and forth. Jiang Huan and Zhuo Qiandu's punches and kicks landed on each other one after another, and a muffled sound echoed in the woods. At first, Jiang Huan hadn't fully entered his instinctive state yet, and had been pressed by Zhuo Qiandu. But with the constant beatings, Jiang Huan gradually entered the instinctive state. In this state, it was as if he had forgotten time and space, and only remembered 3 things in his mind: attack, defense, and dodge. Gradually, he began to keep up with Zhuo Qiandu's rhythm. Every punch from Zhuo Qiandu would be returned with the same punch. Every kick from Zhuo Qiandu would be intercepted by him halfway before he could kick out. Zhuo Qiandu was just about to give him an over-the-shoulder slam when Jiang Huan pushed Zhuo Qiandu's waist with a backhand, and the over-the-shoulder slam that hadn't yet taken shape was broken. When the left chamberlain swung out a punch with all his might, Jiang Huan similarly swung out a punch without budging. Boom! As the two fists clashed, the vast power seemed like layers of waves, blowing the entire forest into a clatter. Click, 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 click. Inch by inch, subtle bone-cracking sounds rang out, and under the long tattered and unrecognizable sleeves, the duo's exposed skin began to ooze more and more blood. Zhuo Qiandu and Jiang Huan coincidentally fell to their knees at the same time. The high-intensity, high-frequency swings had both reached the limit of the duo's flesh. The two looked at each other breathlessly, both seeing defiance in the other's eyes. A few birds of prey fluttered their wings and flew through the night, and the woods once again fell into dead silence. The only thing left was the panting sound of the two of them breathing in and out. After a long time, Jiang Huan staggered to his feet, dragging his heavily injured body to the front of Zhuo Qiandu. Jiang Huan guffawed, "Lord Thousand Household, you lost." The eyes of the left Thousand Tenant were still filled with killing intent and unwillingness, while there were also a few moments of doubt. It seemed that he didn't understand how Jiang Huan could still stand up when he was clearly so heavily injured. Of course he didn't understand. After all, Jiang Huan had never mentioned the matter of slow healing to anyone in this trial. Jiang Huan's words were like a giant hammer that violently struck heavily at the left Thousand Household's heart. The killing intent and unwillingness in his eyes quietly faded, and Thousand Household let out a loud laugh. "Puhang is dead, Zhang Long, Jiahu, silly pillar, brothers, I beheaded Puhang with my own hands. Did you guys see that? What I promised you all. Done. I can finally meet you all." In the words of bravado, Jiang Huan heard the sadness hidden underneath. He didn't know what had happened between the left thousandfold and the 29 personal guards, but Jiang Huan was able to guess that it must not be good. Zhuo Qiandu suddenly choked up, a tear crossing the corner of his eye. "Jiang Huan, I'm sorry." The sudden apology caught Jiang Huan a little off guard. He seemed to be apologizing for attacking Jiang Huan multiple times. Only, Jiang Huan didn't blame him. After all, in his opinion, this was just a trial, and there was no one right or wrong. Although we haven't known each other for a long time, but, Jiang Huan, I still have to say thank you. A trace of ill will flash through Jiang Huan's heart. Don't. In the next moment, Zhuo Qiandu actually raised his hand and violently struck his heart. Boom! Crimson blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth as his heart veins were shattered in full by him using his last breath. Such a painful way to die, yet he wore a smirk on his face. Jiang Huan understood that he was happy for his deliverance. Only, while he was happy, Jiang Huan's face had an additional look of sadness. "No, left Thousand Household, I'm panicked that you died so suddenly." In the Thousand Households trial, the left Thousand Household was the key figure, and with him dying just like that, Jiang Huan was afraid that this trial would be condemned to failure. Just as Jiang Huan's mind was in turmoil, the system's crisp beep swirled. Defeating the lost left Thousand Household, the trial of the Artifact-Spirit, Thousand Household, is 90% complete, rewarding the ability, domain sharing. After the trial is over, all rewards will be awarded at once. The trial is 90% complete, so the trial did not fail. Just, what will be the remaining 10%? Chapter 83 Completion of the Trial. The night that stretches out is the closest you can get to the wee hours of the morning. Ta, ta, ta. A gooseplume sword with a curled blade was used as a walking stick, supporting a somewhat stooped figure as he advanced through the woods. On his body, he was carrying a resolute-faced Hanyu, only this Hanyu's face was bloodless. Between them, they were firmly tied with a tattered cloak. Zuoqianhu, even though this is just a trial, but barring that, seeing you die in the wilderness or something, I'm really a little bit heartbroken. But to be honest, before your spiritual power was fully restored, you were really damn heavy. At this moment, Jiang Huan could be said to have no spiritual energy at all, but whenever his body recovered a trace of spiritual energy, it would be used by him to catalyze slow healing. It couldn't be helped, fighting with Zuoqiandu was simply overdrawing his body. Suddenly, Jiang Huan only felt a chill at his back. He immediately turned to look, only to see 7 or 8 pairs of ghostly green eyes staring intently at him from behind the dense bushes. It's really unlucky to encounter wolves at this time of the day. Jiang Huan murmured, but there wasn't the slightest bit of fear on his face. A pair of eyes full of killing intent on his bloodstained and muddy face glared back at the wolves without showing any weakness. The wind blew the woods with a clatter. The two sides just faced each other for a long time. The head wolf gently lowered its head and wailed a roar, and the wolves left quietly with their tails between their legs. A smug smile surfaced on Jiang Huan's face, "Is really can't show weakness in front of them." This was the experience Jiang Huan had summarized from killing with demonic beasts many times. Facing some seemingly vicious guys, you could only scare them off by being more vicious than them. When the first morning light fell, Jiang Huan carried the body of the left 1,000 households on his back and finally returned to Pingnan town. The entire Pingnan town was quiet, and none of the townspeople had survived. Jiang Huan looked at the corpses all over the ground, his whole body was confused. For the first time, he had seen that corpses were everywhere and blood was flowing. Even if it was a trial, Jiang Huan felt that it was too real. So real that it was as if it had actually happened in the long history that he didn't know. Carrying Zuoqiandu on his back, he finally arrived at the open space in front of the church. At first glance, there were 29 personal guards lying on the ground. Jiang Huan's gaze swept over their bodies, and not a single corpse was intact. Jiang Huan even recovered last night's killings in his mind through the remaining slashes on their bodies, traces of the battlefield killings. Suddenly, Jiang Huan only felt some dullness in his chest, as if he was being pressed by a huge stone in his chest and couldn't catch his breath. In front of him was the broken body of Silly Pillar. Not only was an arm missing, there was also a line of blood at his neck, and underneath him were blood stains that had seeped into the soil. Inexplicably, Jiang Huan only felt a little hard in his heart. What am I upset about? It's just a trial. It's all fake. This was what he muttered on his lips, but the bits and pieces of his short time with the Silly Pillar flashed before his eyes. In his hands, he even involuntarily picked up Silly Pillar and found a cleaner place to put it down. Perhaps in order to move more easily, he gently put down Zuoqianhu on his body as well. Looking at the faces of Silly Pillar and Zuoqiandu, Jiang Huan couldn't help but remember the first time he met Silly Pillar. Jiang Huan couldn't help but recall the scene when he first chatted with Silly Pillar. My entire life. The greatest wish is to become a character like Lord Qianhu. Jiang Huan shook his head helplessly. He was suddenly very sad on behalf of Silly Pillar, who had wholeheartedly regarded Zuoqianhu as his idol, but ended up dying under Zuoqianhu's sword. But Zuoqianhu was equally sad, he who couldn't distinguish between humans and demons. He was bent on cutting down the demons and eliminating them, but in the end, he slaughtered his own robes as demonic beasts. Were any of them wrong? Jiang Huan didn't know. Jiang Huan couldn't figure this out, and in the end, all the doubts in his heart turned into a long sigh. Sort of what I owe you guys, since they were good comrades, they should be buried together. Jiang Huan began to busy himself amongst the corpses, weaving in and out of one old person from the past after another. When the sun set, there were 30 more small mounds in front of the church. In front of each mound, there was a tombstone simply carved out of wood, and aside from the name, the tombstone had a simple summary of them by Jiang Huan. It was also considered an alternative epitaph. Only, when it came to the left 1,000 households, Jiang Huan had a hard time. In the end, should he write that he was loyal and righteous, cutting down demons and eliminating devils? Or write that he slaughtered the people and killed his colleagues? Until the next day, the blood-red sun rose from the horizon. Jiang Huan still did not have an answer. In the end, Jiang Huan looked at the wild gooseplume sword in his hand that had rolled up its edge, somewhat despondent. Zuoqianhu, this tombstone of yours is too difficult to erect. It seems like no matter how it's written, it's not fair to you. After saying that, Jiang Huan pulled out the tombstone of Zhuo Qianhu from the grave and casually threw it aside. Then, he steadily inserted the curled-up gooseplume sword in his hand in front of the grave. So, I'll use the sword as a monument, let others comment on your merits and demerits. As the words fell, the wild gooseplume sword that Jiang Huan stood in front of the grave suddenly began to tremble violently. Buzz buzz buzz. The sudden change caused Jiang Huan to subconsciously take a few steps backward. His brows tightened as he looked at the buzzing gooseplume blade with a grave expression. What's going on? The next moment, a stream of blood gushed out from the 30 graves. In the blink of an eye, 30 silhouettes hovered in front of the graves. The 29 personal guards were hooking their shoulders, laughing and joking as they had done in life. The silly pillar at the very edge constantly waved at Jiang Huan, as if telling Jiang Huan to come over quickly, or else he would be reprimanded by the left thousand household in a while. The one standing at the very front was no other than Zhuo Qianhu. He was full of self-confidence, exactly the same as when Jiang Huan saw him for the first time. With a look, the 29 personal guards behind him immediately quieted down. Just as Jiang Huan was wondering what thousandth household left was going to do. The left thousandth household even turned towards the 29 personal guards and knelt down on one knee. The 29 personal guards, you looked at me, I looked at you, and in the end, a smile surfaced on their faces once again. They went forward and backward to help the left thousand household up, as if they had never blamed him before. After a few moments of clamor, 29 of the personal guards, under a glance from the left thousand household, suddenly knelt down on one knee. 30 pairs of eyes full of loyalty and righteousness looked straight at Jiang Huan. 30 men full of loyalty and righteousness kowtowed to Jiang Huan. At this moment, at the bottom of Jiang Huan's heart, a strange feeling arose. It was as if there was a trace of bond that tightly linked him to the left thousand households and the 29 personal guards. In the next moment, 30 shadows transformed into blood shadows in a flash, all surging into the gooseplume sword with its blade rolled up in front of Zhuo Qianhu's grave. The red aura dyed the entire town red, and the color of blood seemed to compete with the rising sun. As the red aura faded, the gooseplume sword with the rolled-up blade became incomparably sharp once again, with a bone-chilling coldness that made people not dare to look directly at it. Rushes. The reborn wild gooseplume sword actually flew to Jiang Huan's hand by itself. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the recognition of the left thousand household and its personal guards. The trial of the Artifact-Spirit, 1000 households, is 100% complete, and the contract with Artifact-Spirit number 9, 1000 households, is successful. After leaving the trial, all rewards will be awarded at once. A crisp system beep sounded, and in the next moment, a pitch-black opening was torn open in the clear blue sky, and endless suction came from it. Houses, stores, corpses, churches, graves, everything in the town began to be swallowed by the endless darkness, turning into countless particles and dissipating. Jiang Huan stood in place, staring blankly at all this. Is the trial over? Looks like I have to return to reality. It's really unintentional. I don't know how many days are left until the school recruitment now, but hopefully everything is still not too late. Lu Jiyue, you mustn't leave Kaiyun City. Chapter 84 Red Leaf Hotel. Supply Town number 27, Red Leaf Hotel. Sister Red, are you sure you haven't seen this teenager before? Two burly men wearing sunglasses and dressed as mercenaries were inquiring with a photo. See what you're saying, old knife, didn't I check all the check-in information for you, can I still cheat you? The scarred face called old knife, put away the photo with a lecherous smile, that's true, but who knows if you forgot to register. As he spoke, his big hand quietly slapped on Sister Hong's arse. Sister Hong's charming eyes were like silk, gently hitting away the old knife's hand. Dead phase, who doesn't know that the 27th town is your old knife's territory, how can I have the guts to cheat you? Old knife laughed loudly, okay, Sister Hong, I believe you. However, I have to remind you, this kid is the person Lou is looking for. If you have any news, remember to tell me in a hurry, there will be no shortage of benefits for you. Sister Hong guffawed, money to take? What did this kid commit to provoke Lou to look for him? Old Knife's smile suddenly froze and glared at Sister Hong, don't ask what you shouldn't. Sister Hong watched the duo go away with a smile on her face until they disappeared from sight, her entire face instantly collapsing. Even old me dares to touch, sooner or later I'll get you killed. She then looked around without leaving any traces, making sure that no one was staring at her before she twisted her delicate figure and walked back into the store. From below the counter, she picked up a few different bottles of potions, and immediately walked into the back of the guest house. The back of the guesthouse was still a row of bungalows, and Sister Hong pushed open the door of the second room, which was clean and tidy, but empty. She walked to the bedside and gently knocked on the bedboard, 3 long sounds, 2 short sounds, alternating. The next moment, the bedpan slowly opened, dim yellow light greeted her, and a narrow entrance appeared before Sister Hong's eyes. Sister Hong slowly stepped into it, the bedboard then closed, the bed quilt was still neat, as if by some means, firmly fixed on it. Sister Hong walked through the stairs, and a few moments later, a well-decorated room appeared before her. It was clearly a basement, but it was more ornate than many high-end hotels. A bed was placed right in the center, and on the bed lay a handsome teenager, who was breathing steadily and sleeping quietly. Beside the bed, on a shelf half a person high, hung a small half-bottle of nutrient solution, drop by drop, through the hose, into Jiang Huan's body. A middle-aged man, quietly sitting on a chair, thick dark circles under his eyes, one could tell that he hadn't rested properly for a long time. Sister Hong, I'm so sorry to trouble you. This duo was no one else, it was none other than Zhang Yu and Jiang Huan. Sister Hong blankly glanced at him. Old Zhang, if you were really embarrassed, this time, you wouldn't have come to my place. Zhang Yu was a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. Other than you here, I can't think of any place outside the city that is both safe and won't be discovered by people with an axe to grind. Sister Hong bristled. That's right, I don't know who was chased outside the city back then and fled to me begging for my help. When Zhang Yu heard this, his face, which was always serious, actually had a touch of blushing color. Fate, it's all fate. As Sister Hong had said, a few years ago, when he was still at the second stage in Ninth Star, he accidentally found some rare quenching materials due to going out on a mercenary mission, and as a result, he was inadvertently targeted by the outlaws. With the enemy outnumbering him, Zhang Yu could only run for his life all the way. Fortunately, after escaping into the 27th supply town, he was saved by the help of Sister Hong, who hid him in this room. After many years, he had actually hidden inside this room once again. Sister Hong smiled helplessly, casually placing the potion in her hand aside. You don't have to be embarrassed, speaking of which, this kid has also done me a favor. Zhang Yu was puzzled. Helped you? Sister Hong immediately briefly explained the matter of Jiang Huan clearing the warehouse of demonic beasts for him earlier. When he learned that Jiang Huan had been able to kill a second-order demonic beast as early as a month ago, his eyes were filled with astonishment. It seemed that he had always somewhat underestimated Jiang Huan's strength. Remember to change the new nutrient solution for him in a while. Sister Hong reminded. Zhang Yu nodded repeatedly. Sister Hong sat on the edge of the bed and stared at Jiang Huan's face, scrutinizing it for a while. With her left leg resting on her right leg, and the light black stockings, wrapping her white, delicate calves in them, just one glance made Zhang Yu's face red like a monkey's butt. By the way, what exactly did this brat do to provoke the Lu family's people to go to great lengths to catch him everywhere? Zhang Yu then informed Sister Hong as much as he could about what he had learned from Murong Shui, as well as some of what he had grasped from the news during this period of time. Sister Hong's brows furrowed slightly when she heard this. Meaning, this kid took his dad's artifact spirit and pawned it to the Lu family, but the Lu family won't recognize it now? Zhang Yu nodded. Judging from the information I have deduced, it is indeed so. Sister Hong guffawed. What artifact spirit? Can it still make the Lu family risk smashing their own signboards to hack down an artifact spirit above S rank? Zhang Yu shook his head. That's not true. When I visited his home last time, I heard his mom say that it seems to be an A-ranked artifact spirit called something like Wushuang. When Sister Hong heard this, a flash of surprise flashed through her eyes, but it was quickly and skillfully concealed by her. Listening to that name, it seems like it's really good. Zhang Yu shrugged. It is indeed quite good. The last time I went to his house and glanced at it, just a hint of sword intent released gave me a feeling of powerlessness in the face of a supreme swordsman. It's as if any artifact spirit should bow down to him, even if it's an S rank or above. However, Sister Hong, you're not an Imperial Spirit Master, you don't understand. All high-level artifact spirits have their own temperament. It's not something that anyone can contract. If they are not recognized and forcefully contracted, in light cases, they may suffer backlash. In severe cases, both the artifact spirit and the host will be shattered. Sister Hong made a look of sudden realization and looked at Jiang Huan 2 more times. Like, really too much like, no wonder I have a sense of familiarity with him. Alas, as she was talking, Zhang Yu suddenly sighed uncontrollably. Sister Hong raised an eyebrow. What's wrong with you again? What are you sighing for? Zhang Yu had a despondent look on his face. I'm pitying for this baby. It's not like your vessel spirit was hacked. Do you need to be so despondent? Zhang Yu shook his head. The artifact spirit is one thing, the main thing is that he is my student. I've seen all the progress he's made during this period of time. The school recruitment is going to take place tomorrow. With his current strength, even if he can't get into Yes, he'll be able to join other first-class mercenary groups in the country. As long as he gets in, it's his chance to change his fate. But he's been fainting for most of the month, and there's no sign of awakening until today. Sister Hong, do you think he can still wake up? Listening to Zhang Yu's concerned words, Sister Hong's gaze returned to Jiang Huan once again. I don't know. Sister Hong had once secretly checked Jiang Huan's body with her spiritual power. Obviously everything was normal. Why couldn't he wake up? If it was just an ordinary person, she naturally didn't care if he woke up or not. But why was it his son? If there is really a miracle, God, hurry up and let him wake up. For a moment, Sister Hong had 1,000 thoughts, and even began to silently pray for Jiang Huan in her heart. Cough, cough. A slight cough came, and Sister Hong and Zhang Yu, coincidentally, raised their heads. Chapter 85, I'm going back to the city. Jiang Huan slowly opened his eyes and saw the anxious eyes of Zhang Yu and Sister Hong. Jiang Huan, how are you? Feeling better? Jiang Huan, you finally woke up. I was worried to death about you. Today a few. Jiang Huan, who opened his eyes, the first thing he did was to inquire about today's number. However, due to not drinking water for a long period of time, his vocal cords seemed to stick together, making it difficult for him to make a sound. Sister Hong, who was attentive, hurriedly poured water for Jiang Huan, and Jiang Huan gulped down 3 large cups, which made him feel better. Zhang Yu seemed to be relieved. Thank God, you finally woke up, otherwise I don't know what to do. Jiang Huan hemmed and hawed, before he noticed Sister Hong beside him, and the well-decorated room in front of him. Sister Hong, why are you here, and also, where is this place? Sister Hong guffawed and gave Zhang Yu a meaningful look. Let old Zhang explain it to you. After some explanation, Jiang Huan not only knew the relationship between Zhang Yu and Sister Hong, but also understood his current situation, and the anger in his heart towards Lu was rubbing off on him. Lu Jiyue, Lu clan. Not only do you want to use Wu Shuang to exchange for the family's future, but you also want to put me to death. It is really too deceitful. The two of them, Zhang Yu and Sister Hong, were keenly aware of the murderous aura in Jiang Huan's eyes. Jiang Huan, you can't be impulsive. The Lu family is the #1 family in our Kaiyun city. The family doesn't know how many third order and above good hands they have raised. Impulsiveness is not desirable. Jiang Huan nodded. Teacher, don't worry, I won't do anything stupid. In a few breaths, the murderous aura on Jiang Huan's body was gone. The transformation before and after caused Zhang Yu and Sister Hong to be somewhat surprised. Did this look like the kind of heart an 18-year-old should have? Jiang Huan didn't notice the surprise in the eyes of the two. At the moment, he was more concerned about the school recruitment. Teacher, isn't it going to be the school recruitment? Zhang Yu nodded. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, the large and small enterprises that have cooperation with Kaiyun City will all go to the Kaiyun Stadium to conduct school recruitment. Jiang Huan fell silent, seemingly thinking about something. A moment later, he looked at Zhang Yu with genuine concern. Teacher, can you send me back to the city? Before Zhang Yu could say anything, Sister Hong on the side couldn't sit still first. Jiang Huan. You're crazy. Going back to Kaiyun City now? Zhang Yu was similarly against it. Jiang Huan, although I very much hope that you can find a job that suits you on the school recruitment. However, with this situation now, I suggest you wait for next year's school recruitment. Jiang Huan shook his head and looked at the two of them with unusual firmness. Teacher Zhang, Sister Hong, I understand your worries. However, I'm not afraid. Jiang Huan paused, and seeing that the two of them still had a gloomy look, he then smiled. Moreover, I believe that according to our city lord's temper, without evidence, in the city, he won't allow the Lu family to act recklessly. A hint of movement flashed through Zhang Yu's eyes. Although City Lord Morong had not sided with the Demon Suppression Army, he was fair in his dealings. If the other party didn't come up with substantial evidence, it really wasn't certain that he could do anything to Jiang Huan. But it's easy to hide from the open gun, but it's hard to guard against the hidden arrows. Sister Hong hurriedly reminded. Jiang Huan spread his hands. Since it's a hidden arrow, if I'm careful enough, they won't be able to hurt me, right? Zhang Yu was still uneasy and wanted to persuade Jiang Huan in another way. Jiang Huan, this place is too far from Kaiyun City. Even if we rush back at full speed, it's likely that we won't be able to make it to the school recruitment tomorrow. When Jiang Huan heard this, he rolled over and jumped down from the bed, patting Zhang Yu's shoulder with a bad smile on his face. Little Zhang, of course time is a bit tight, otherwise why would I ask you to send me back to the city? Zhang Yu's eyes widened. After simply cleaning up a bit, night fell and the town was crowded. Boom! A cool cruiser motorcycle, in the night, headed towards the direction of Kaiyun City, its explosive engine sound resounding through the clouds. Sister Hong looked at the duo's fading back, seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but lose her smile. Zhang Huan, Zhang Feng. Boss the last time I saw him, he was still just a doll breastfeeding in his sister-in-law's arms, and in the blink of an eye he's grown so big. The evening wind blew her long hair, that charming face, hung full of melancholy. It's been 10 years, where in the world have you gone, boss? The motorcycle sped through the fog, a little bit of stars through the fog, emitting a hazy light. Big trees, shrubs, demonic beasts, all of them rushed past Zhang Huan's eyes. Zhang Yu gazed ahead and focused on driving the motorcycle. Teacher, thank you. Zhang Yu could have refused Zhang Huan or just rented him a motorcycle in the supply town and let him return to the city on his own. However, he chose to personally send Zhang Huan back to the city. This made Zhang Huan thank Zhang Yu from the bottom of his heart. Zhang Yu spat out without looking back. What thanks, count me unlucky to have nothing to do as your teacher. I did find out that since being a teacher for you, I've had a lot more trouble in my life. For a moment, Zhang Huan only felt a little embarrassed. It seemed that he had indeed added a lot of trouble to Zhang Yu. However, in the next moment, Zhang Yu's words made Zhang Huan relieved. But, not to mention, these troubles are quite exciting, giving me a feeling of being young again. Hey, Zhang Huan, if you really want to thank me, consider it and go join the Demon Suppression Army. Zhang Huan gave him a blank look, negotiable. The gusty wind whistled by, and even Zhang Huan, as a royal spirit master, could not help but feel a little cold. He tightened the leather jacket on his body, and with a thought, the system panel then appeared in front of him. Host, Zhang Huan. Rank, Second Order, 2 stars. Abilities, Common Progress, Pure Heart, Slow Healing, Domain Sharing. Martial Skills, Concealment, Backstab, Breath Concealment, Discernment, Killing Instinct, Blood Rage. Experience, 32%. Physique, 945. The experience value is always stuck at 32% after killing the Yi Priest, which means that you can't increase the experience of any enemy you kill in the trial. Zhang Huan couldn't help but recall the thrilling scene in the trial. Strength is still not enough, there are still 17 weapon spirits. If every weapon spirit comes to a trial, sooner or later, I'll have to fold in the trial. With this thought, Zhang Huan made up his mind to raise his strength as much as possible before the next trial. He then began to study the new martial skills and abilities he had acquired during this trial. Domain sharing, at the host's will, the artifact spirits can exchange the use of their respective domains between themselves. Killing instinct, when rational analysis fails to defeat the enemy, try trusting your instincts. Blood rage, burning essence blood dramatically increases battle power, but please always pay attention, once the essence blood is burned out, it is difficult for the gods to save you. All of them are martial arts that can dramatically increase battle power. It's a pity that we still haven't gotten any martial arts that can accelerate our speed. But this domain sharing, it's really good, exchanging domains, it can catch the enemy off guard, right? With a thought, Zhang Huan switched to the Artifact Spirits panel again. When the Artifact Spirits panel appeared before his eyes, Zhang Huan immediately noticed a difference. There's one more? It seems that Thousand Blades has really succeeded in contracting with me. Next to the Thousand Blades S panel, there was an additional light blue translucent panel. Suspended on the panel was an exquisite blood-red gooseplume blade. The lower part was labeled with its name, Thousand Blades. Apart from a few moments of joy in Zhang Huan's heart, there were more doubts. It's not right, how come this Thousand Household looks different from what it looked like before entering the trial? Chapter 86, Returning and Leaving. Zhang Huan clearly remembered that when he faced the Yi Priest, the Thousand Households had just leapt out of the sword box. It was a complete set of artifacts consisting of a long whip, a plain sword, 2 willow leaf swords, 5 wild goose plume swords, and a number of flying swords. However, why was it that when it came out of the trial, there was only 1 wild goose plume sword left? System, what's going on here? An artifact spirit composed of multiple weapons is in return form multi-in-1 by default, and the host can free it at any time, causing it to be in departed form. Return form? Liberation? Off form? Looking at the meaning, it seems to mean that this entire set of artifact spirits can be integrated into one. When it needs to be used, then it will be fully revealed. However, this return and leave seems like something I've never heard before. Could it be unique to this Thousand Households? A whole set of artifact spirits. It wasn't that Zhang Huan had never seen them before, but he had never heard of such a situation in the various channels. Even the A-grade, Qing, that he had seen last time didn't have a fusion that existed as one. It seems that humans still know too little about artifact spirits. He couldn't help but begin to scrutinize the return form, Chateau's, again. Like a blade that had been soaked in blood, although the overall presentation of the form of the goosefeather blade, there were a few differences, as if it possessed the charisma of the park sword and the willow leaf sword. The hilt of the blade is made up of tiny slices of armor that glow with cold light, and when one looks closely, its form is no different from that of a flying dagger. The tail was tied with a short rope. Rather than a short rope, it was more like a shrunken whip. It seems that the Thousand Household, in its return form, has the characteristics of every weapon. Sighing, Jiang Huan whirled around and tapped on the details of the Thousand Households. He wanted to see what special effects the Thousand Households had. Artifact Spirit, Cheeto. Quality, S. Effect 1, Ripple. Wherever the blade passes, it is where the spiritual energy erupts. Off-form killing power is even greater. Effect 2, Double Chop. A stormy barrage of strikes, leaving the opponent powerless to fight back. Effect 3, Lash. Binds, whips, and manipulates, even more lethal in off-form. Effect 4, Meteor. Several hits. Effect 4, Meteor. Hundreds of flying daggers come out in unison, like meteors across the night sky, where the heart is, where the daggers are pointing. The killing power of this effect is even greater. Effect 5, 5 blades, fast enough to make people unable to react to the way the knife. Each hit is like 5 consecutive strikes. Away from the form of killing power is even more. Domain, sacrifice life low level. They used to be the most valiant generals. Loyalty and righteousness is the principle they believed in their whole life. Killing with blood and iron will only make them explode more powerfully. Within the field range, all members of your party are boosted by 30%. Experience, 3%. Fitting, 23. Hardened, 0. After briefly looking at the individual effects, Jiang Huan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. All of these effects, by the looks of it, correspond to each and every weapon of the left Thousand Household. Jiang Huan subconsciously recalled back to the battle with Zhuo Qiandu in his insane state during the trial, and he couldn't help but celebrate in his heart. Thanks to the fact that he fought with Zhuo Qiandu's bare hands, otherwise if he had met the full state, fully armed Zhuo Qiandu, he would have had no choice but to die. His eyes focused on the domain effect of Thousand Households. Again, it looks like it can increase the battle power if it is stacked with the domain effect of Thousand Blades. If the enemy suppresses me and I rise, it's not like we don't have the power to fight when we meet a 4th ranked expert. Just, what exactly is this they are referring to? Jiang Huan couldn't help but fall into deep thought, and after thinking about it, he couldn't come up with a reason. Forget it. After returning to the city, find an opportunity to unfold the domain and we'll know. In Jiang Huan's mind, the face of a person inexplicably surfaced. Lu Zhiyue's home, the butler named Fu Bo. His strength is estimated to be around 5 stars of the 4th rank, and his physique is probably floating around 2000. The artifact spirit also looks like a B or a rank artifact spirit. Just wait, when I finish cleaning up Lu Zhiyue tomorrow, I will definitely go and settle the score with you. As the motorcycle sped along, the cold wind blowing in his face seemed to blow away all the haze in his heart, and the corners of Jiang Huan's mouth rose slightly. This time when he went out, although he didn't raise his realm, his successful awakening of the Thousand Households had greatly increased his confidence. Coupled with some of his own cards, he believed that when he fought with Uncle Fu once again, he would definitely be able to avenge the severe injuries he suffered that night. The following day, at 5:23 p.m. Inside the colorful Cloud Stadium. The fall school recruitment in Kaiyun City was nearing its end, and students from large and small martial arts schools and martial arts schools had already found mercenary corps or companies within their abilities at the recruitment fairs, through fights, physical tests, and so on. Inside the senior grade area of the 3rd middle school in Kaiyun City, Morong Shui, dressed in a short skirt and white shirt, was tiredly dealing with the envy of the rest of the teachers. Ms. Morong, congratulations, I've always been optimistic about this student Lu Zhiyue. I didn't expect that this time she would overplay her hand and get into Yi with the 1st place. Yeah, especially Fang Jia, I didn't expect him to enter Yes with the 3rd place as well. Ms. Morong, don't feel bad, although Jiang Huan has disappeared, I'm sure the city watch will find him. Besides, didn't 5 or 6 of your class get into Yi? Smile. By the way, I heard that the city lord also prepared an entrance gift for the top 10 in the whole city, so you remember to remind the students to prepare for it. Morong Shui managed to finish dealing with the teachers around her. She paralyzed in her seat at once. Her eyes swept over each and every student in front of her and finally settled on Lu Zhiyue. At this moment, Lu Zhiyue and Fang Jia from the next class were chatting about something. Seemingly sensing Morong Shui's gaze, she even purposely waved her hand towards Morong Shui. Shui nodded her head and looked away, but her thoughts were still stuck on Lu Jiyue. There were too many doubts in her mind. Why didn't she do it herself? Instead, she had to hack Zhang Huan's father's relics in a commercial way through the Lu family. Obviously, Lu Jiyue used to be quite attached to Zhang Huan. What made her decide to turn her back on Zhang Huan? In Fang's hospital, the reason why Zhang Huan's mother suddenly became seriously ill was the Lu family behind it. Why did they have to involve the demon suppression army with Zhang Huan? At this time, Zhao Yi, who had always been friendly with Lu Jiyue, suddenly ran over. "Teacher, I'm unlucky, I only got into the Black Panther mercenary corps in our Kaiyun city." A grieved look, with a few tears in her eyes. Shui hurriedly took her in her arms and stroked her head to comfort her. "It's alright, in the future, when your strength improves, it's fine to jump to a higher level mercenary company." Zhao Yi hit her head at Shui's neck as if she had suffered a great grievance. In a voice heard only by the two of them, she murmured in a small voice, "Teacher, I just heard them say that the Lu family has hired 70% of the mercenaries in Kaiyun City, and is looking for Zhang Huan everywhere outside the city. Not only that, it seems like quite a few grassroots members in the city patrol division have been bribed. Once Zhang Huan is found, he will be put to justice in the name of refusing to assist in the investigation." Shui's pupils trembled as her gaze involuntarily glanced at Lu Jiyue. That handsome face was smiling like a flower. However, Shui could only think of 4-word snakeheart. Why did she have to put Zhang Huan to death? Was there Ye's shadow behind this? Chapter 87. I object. Kaiyun City, Kaiyun Stadium. In order to ensure that the school recruitment went smoothly, there were 4 well-built members of the City Patrol Division standing at each entrance. The vendors on the periphery had the good sense to maintain a vacuum distance of about 2 meters from them. A motorcycle came bombing down the street from the West City Gate, its roaring engine drawing a wave of abuse from the crowd. Zhang Yu made a drift and the motorcycle came to a steady stop in front of the gate. "Zhang Huan! Hurry! There's still half an hour left." In order to save time, they took the Western City Gate to enter the city. The Western City Gate was mostly Zhang Jivun's men, so the duo was being untroubled. The moment the motorcycle stopped, Zhang Huan jumped off the bike with a side flip and walked straight towards the south gate of the stadium. Zhang Huan was just about to lift his leg to enter it when a member of the City Patrol Division with a flat head stopped him. "Sorry, no one is allowed to enter until the enrollment process is over." Zhang Huan met those serious eyes without the slightest bit of fear. "I'm here for the school recruitment. 30 minutes after the start of the examination, no one is allowed to re-enter the examination center. Otherwise, we will arrest you for disturbing the order of the examination center." Zhang Huan was unmoved and reached out to open his hand to force his way into the stadium. Anyway, his purpose wasn't really to take the exam, so whether or not he was disturbing the order of the examination center didn't matter to him at all. At this time, Zhang Yu rushed over, holding his teacher's license and said with a smiling face, "Brother's hard, I'm the 3rd middle school's practical class teacher Zhang Yu, he's my student. Because of a little thing delayed, the school recruitment is quite important for a student, give a face? Your senior captain, Zhang Jivun, is quite familiar with me as well." As he spoke, he had already stuffed a thick pile of money to the flat-headed man. The flat-headed man received the money, a smirk appeared on his face. "You're quite familiar with Captain Zhang, then I naturally have to give him face." With those words, he made way. Zhang Yu accompanied with a smile, "Thanks, brother." Then he turned his head and said to Zhang Huan, "Don't just stand there. Hurry. Time is not waiting for anyone. Wait." The duo was just about to stride inside, when the flat-headed man gave a look, and the 3 men behind him blocked the entrance once again. Zhang Huan already had a few moments of anger on his face. Zhang Yu was equally displeased, but still had a smile on his face. "Brother, what's going on here? We're on a tight schedule, The flat-headed man pushed Zhang Yu away, his eyes constantly sizing up Zhang Huan. "It's really you, Zhang Huan." Zhang Huan's brows furrowed slightly as he seemed to have guessed something. As expected, the next moment, the flat-headed man's words verified his guess. "Zhang Huan, as you are suspected of murdering Yi Clan's core squad leader Long Chun, assaulting Lu Clan's group manager, and breaking and entering into people's homes for a number of offenses, we ask you to assist us in our investigation back in the City Patrol Division." In an instant, 4 people surrounded Zhang Huan and Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu's face instantly darkened. "Brother, arresting someone requires an arrest warrant, please take it out and let me take a look." The flat-headed man snorted coldly, "Put it in the division, I don't have it on me." "Then please come back to my student after you get the arrest warrant." As he spoke, Zhang Yu had already shielded Jiang Huan behind him. The arrest warrant from the City Patrol Division had to be declared to the City Lord's mansion by the first captain. With Zhang Yu's understanding of Zhang Jiawen and Morong Shui, if there was really any news that necessitated Jiang Huan's arrest, they would have already informed the two. The flat-headed man seemed to be a bit scandalized, and immediately took out his walkie-talkie. "Attention all units, someone is causing trouble at the school recruiting, come to support quickly." Then, he looked at Zhang Yu and Jiang Huan with cold eyes. The suspect and his accomplices resisted arrest and wanted to attack the members of the City Patrol Division. According to Article 8 of the Patrol City Division, Point 5. Execute them on the spot. Zhang Yu was furious. "You're trying to add to the crime. I'm going to the City Lord's mansion to sue you for slander." However, the 4 members of the City Patrol Division had already each activated their artifacts and attacked towards the duo. Whistling white light flashed by. Each move was directed towards the duo's fatalities. Jiang Huan and Zhang Yu each saw a touch of gravity in the other's eyes. "Jiang Huan, leave this place to teacher. You grabbed the time to go in." In the next moment, 1,000 blades and confusion had already appeared in their hands. Inside the colorful cloud stadium, the last item on the agenda was taking place at this moment. Young people are the future of Daxia. In order to encourage the younger generation to strive, Kaiyun City Lord Morong Yun has established the Rising Sun Award. Please ask the following students whose names are read to go to the podium as soon as possible. Kaiyun 3rd Martial School, Lu Jiyue, Chang Tianhe, Fang Jia. Kaiyun 1st Martial School, Xiao Mingming, Lu Yuan. Mighty Tiger Martial School, Sun Jiaqing. The 10 students led by Lu Jiyue quickly stepped onto the podium. The students and teachers of the various martial arts schools and martial arts halls under the stage looked at the spirited crowd on the stage with envious faces. 10th place, Yang Tianchang, from the Green Dragon Martial School, employed by the Xiang Companion Mercenary Group, rewarded with 50,000 yuan in cash and a bottle of Class D Nourishing Spirit Pill. 9th place, Zhou Gongchang, from the 4th Martial Arts School of Kaiyun City, employed by the 10,000 Buddhist Society, rewarded with 80,000 yuan in cash and a bottle of D-grade Spirit Nurturing Pill. 3rd place, Fang Jia, from the 3rd Martial Arts School in Kaiyun City, employed by the Yi Mercenary Group, rewarded with $300,000 in cash and a bottle of grade B clear glass blazing fire liquid. 2nd place, Chang Tianhe, from the 1st Martial School of Kaiyun City, employed by the Shadow Martial Hall, rewarded with $150,000 in cash and a slab of grade B Qingfeng J Du capsule. 1st place, Lu Jiyue, from the 3rd College in Kaiyun City, employed by the Yi Mercenary Group, rewarded with $200,000 in cash, 1 bottle of grade A Born to Live liquid, and 3 taels of meteorite gold for quenching materials. The above rewards. Do you students have any objections? If you have any objections, please raise them immediately. If you have no objections, then. The crowd underneath the arena murmured, but there was never a single person who raised an objection. Everyone knew that the person who was able to achieve such a result was by no means an existence that he or she could provoke. However, at this time, a voice suddenly rang out from the back of the crowd. "I object." The crowd followed the voice and saw that a youth was speedily speeding from the entrance. A few drops of blood still remained on his face, and the long knife in his hand, which was like a blade made of broken glass, ticked and brought out blood stains along the way. And behind him, 7 or 8 members of the City Patrol Division who were covered in injuries followed closely. Who is that person? So rah, and he dares to beat up the people from the City Patrol Division? Seems like he's from the 3rd Martial Arts School. What's his name? Jiang Huan. You guys say, with so many leaders watching from the side, what will the City Lord and the others do with this guy? The crowd on the podium frowned as they watched Jiang Huan run closer and closer. Especially Lu Jiyue, her gloomy face was uglier than anyone else's. And Morong Yun, the City Lord who was on the stage to present the awards to the crowd, had a dark face. He signaled with a single look, and the members of the City Patrol Division who were maintaining order in the perimeter surrounded towards Jiang Huan. The turmoil in the stadium similarly attracted Morong Shui's gaze. When she saw that Jiang Huan had a bloodstained face and was dragging the 1,000 blades as he sped over, her eyes were filled with doubt. Why did this brat go back to the city? But she still rushed over without hesitation. The speeding footsteps drove the whistling wind, blowing her short blonde hair up and down. Her speed, however, was as fast as lightning, and in an instant, she was protecting Jiang Huan behind her. Jiang Huan! You brat! Why did you go back to the city? The corner of Jiang Huan's mouth rose slightly. Teacher, there's something I have to do. As the two of them talked in a low voice, the voice of Zhang Jiawen, the Grand Captain of the City Patrol Division, interrupted them. Teacher Morong. This matter has nothing to do with you. He disturbed the order of the examination hall and injured my City Patrol Division members. You'd better get out of the way. Only in the blink of an eye. Dozens of members of the City Patrol Division responsible for the security of the venue, dozens of different artifacts materialized and stared intently at the duo. Just waiting for Zhang Jiawen to give the order, a raging storm of attacks would strike towards the duo. Chapter 88 Morong Shue's Eccentricity. If it was an ordinary person, they might have already chickened out when faced with dozens of members of the City Patrol Division. However, Morong Shue just stroked her somewhat messy hair, the corner of her mouth raising a smile. Zhang Jivan, see how well you can do it. The next moment, spiritual energy that was pushed to the extreme erupted out, and the aura belonging to a 4th Order 7-star expert suppressed everyone at once. Morong Shue crossed her waist with one hand and pointed at the group of City Patrol Division members including Zhang Jivan and scolded, I don't care what City Patrol Division you are. I'll tell you all. He is my student. Teachers protect their students. It's only natural. You bunch of adults are bullying a child. Shame on you. Mr. Morong. There are so many people here watching, and he's disturbing the order of the exam room. Don't you make it difficult for us? Zhang Jiawen said in a low voice, squeezing his eyebrows. Not to mention the fact that he liked this Morong Shue thing, even if he wanted to be official, with the strength of a 3rd Order 2-star, he plus all his men were no match for Morong Shue. Morong Shue turned her head to look at Zhang Huan. Zhang Huan, they said that you disturbed the examination center. Let me ask you, what are you doing here? Zhang Huan straightened his back and replied in a neutral tone, Teacher. I'm here to participate in the school recruitment. Morong Shue scolded, hear that? He's here for the school recruitment. In an instant, Zhang Jiawen's face reddened with anger, but he was still suppressing his rage. Teacher Morong. Have you ever seen which student who came to participate in recruitment would beat our colleague like this? With one hand, he pointed at his henchmen behind him with swollen noses and bruises on their bodies. Morong Shue was a bit surprised. What happened? Did you really beat them up? Her knowledge of Zhang Huan was still stuck in the time when he was in the D-grade weapon spirit, and it was hard to believe that Zhang Huan had this strength. Zhang Huan nodded and murmured a sentence in a low voice, the surveillance didn't capture it. It was a very serious matter to take a shot at the city inspector in the city, so Zhang Huan was very sneaky and picked when he passed by the dead corner of the surveillance camera. Morong Shue gave him a blank look. This mixed kid was strangely smart. Who knows how exactly they were injured? Or is it that this group of your men can't even beat a student who hasn't graduated from martial arts school? Morong. You. Zhang Jiawen pointed at Morong Shue and couldn't speak a word in half a day. Morong Shue continued to scold, you what you? Hurry up and tell your people to get out of the way. Otherwise, I'll help you guys get out of the way. My student's future. Can you afford to delay it? The exams are almost over. I can't afford to delay it. Morong Shue snorted coldly, whether or not the exam is over is not up to you. With those words, she turned her head toward City Lord Morong Yun on the podium. Zhang Jivan similarly looked toward City Lord Morong Yun. Morong Yun pondered for a moment and laughed as he held the microphone. My daughter loves to fool around, so I've made all of you who have come from afar laugh. But this recruitment is indeed not over. Since this student said he has objections, let's hear his objections. Zhang Jiawen had no choice but to glare at Zhang Huan, and then led the people to turn their heads and leave. Morong Shue secretly pinched Zhang Huan, brat. If you don't fight for me later. See if I don't clean you up. Zhang Huan smiled bitterly, Teacher Morong, I hope you won't be angry with me later. At this moment, Morong Shue didn't know that Zhang Huan was ready to shatter all of Lu Jiyue's pride in full view of everyone. As for Morong Shue, who was the class teacher, her students were fighting on the stage, and the only thing that awaited her afterward was countless accountability from the school leaders of the 3rd middle school. Your name is Zhang Huan, right? May I ask what your objections are? Morong Yun asked flatly. Having been in a high position for many years, he had a natural majestic aura. Zhang Huan stood at the front of the crowd, his thick spiritual energy catalyzed to his throat, his mid-vibes were full of energy, and his unassuming voice resounded throughout the entire stadium, she's not worthy. Zhang Huan's hand obediently pointed towards Lu Jiyue, who was standing in the C position on the podium, with a disdainful face. In an instant, the entire stadium was in an uproar. Who the hell is this kid? How dare he provoke Lu Jiyue? She's a third-order 2-star expert. The spirit body of the weapon. Him? I've heard from my friends in the 3rd grade, the bottom of the F-class weapon spirit mat. It's said that he used to be on good terms with Lu Jiyue. I guess he got rejected for confessing his love and grew to hate her. It's possible, there's always someone who wants to make the person they like regret it. He thinks he's the protagonist of a novel. Morongyan thoughtfully glanced at Lu Jiyue behind him. Lu Jiyue slowly stepped forward with an innocent face. Zhang Huan, I don't understand why you're saying I'm not worthy. Nor do I understand why you went and bullied our family manager, much less why you slandered my family's store for hacking your great artifact spirit. Could it be that just because I rejected your advances, you're going to change your ways to get back at me? A few simple sentences instantly nailed Zhang Huan to the pillar of shame. Zhang Huan instantly turned into a shameless villain who couldn't be courted and grew hateful out of love. See, I guessed right, didn't I? Families, who understands you can meet the lower head man on the school recruitment. If you ask me, he just wanted a soft meal and got annoyed when he was rejected. I don't know how his parents taught him that he can be so shameless. In an instant, the entire audience was sighing and booing, all of them denigrating and abusing Zhang Huan. Morongxue frowned at all this from under the stage with a complicated expression. Why hadn't she realized before that Lu Jiyue's girl had such a deep heart? After the entire audience had quieted down a little, a smug smile appeared on Lu Jiyue's face. Zhang Huan, if I don't deserve to stand here, do you think that your F-ranked artifact spirit deserves it? Despite having a hint from Junlong, she never thought that the person who broke into her house that night was Zhang Huan. As the words fell, the entire room once again erupted into a sigh of relief. Once the news of the F-class weapon spirit came out, it further solidified Zhang Huan's identity as a soft-spoken man. Zhang Huan didn't seem to have heard the taunts of the others as a bright smile appeared on his face. In that case, then, I challenge you. With those words, Zhang Huan directly leaped onto one of the rings in the center of the stadium. In just a split second, the atmosphere of the entire stadium was pulled to its peak. No, did I hear it right? An F-class weapon spirit wants to challenge our Kaiyun City genius? Hey, kid, so good at rubbing off on people. You want to be an internet celebrity. Families, who understands the lower head boy is speechless when he frantically brushes his presence in front of the goddess. Lu Jiyue stood on the high platform and met Zhang Huan's eyes. Her eyes were filled with contempt. In the past, I would actually have a good feeling for this kind of guy who doesn't know the sky and the earth. It's really ridiculous. Just as Lu Jiyue was having a lot of thoughts, Fang Jia, who was standing by her side, took the lead to walk forward and scolded Zhang Huan in a stern voice. Zhang Huan, what kind of a thing are you? You want to challenge Jiyu as soon as you come here. Do you have that qualification? You want to enter Yi? Trouble you to take the martial arts exam on time next year. Of course, whether you have that ability to pass the exam is unknown. The words were full of mockery. Zhang Huan's eyes narrowed slightly as his gaze rested on Fang Jia's body, a hint of teasing flashing in his eyes. He had been infatuated with Lu Jiyue all these years, and in the past 2 years, he hadn't looked for trouble from himself. According to the school recruitment requirements, before the last minute ends, anyone has the right to challenge the top 10 in the entire city. If you don't believe me, you can ask the city lord for proof, dumbass. Morongyan nodded. According to the rules, it is as it should be. It's just that no one has used this rule for nearly 20 years. Zhang Huan's gaze shifted to Lu Jiyue's body once again, as if he hadn't put Fang Jia in his eyes from start to finish. If you lose, Ye's acceptance quota and the rewards from Colorful Cloud City will all go to me. If I lose, I will make myself a slave. As soon as the words fell, the entire arena boiled over. Chapter 89 Defeating Fang Jia. To be a slave is to give up all rights as a free man. From now on, he can only be his master's oxen and horses. Even if the master wants him to die, he can only do so. Generally, only those who were truly desperate would make such a choice. Who would have thought that Zhang Huan would make an oath in front of so many people just to challenge Lu Jiyue? Morongyun looked at Zhang Huan with a grave expression. He hadn't had many headaches these days because of this brat. If it wasn't for his own daughter clamoring for his preservation, he had even moved to the idea of directly handing him over to Yi. He originally thought that this kid had some kind of superiority, but now it seems that this kid is afraid to be crazy. Lu Jiyue was now a third-order 2-star strength, a first-class genius in Kaiyun City. How can he fight with others? Moreover, the Yi clan and the Lu clan were so close, so taking a step back, even if Zhang Huan really defeated Lu Jiyue, would he be able to get the Yi clan's hiring quota? Meanwhile, Fang Jia behind Morong Yun was annoyed. One was Zhang Huan's rudeness to Lu Jiyue, and the other was Zhang Huan's disregard for himself. He pointed at Zhang Huan and growled through gritted teeth, "Zhang Huan! You punk! Now! I'll teach you a good lesson for Jiyu." Between the roars, he had already jumped off the podium and headed straight for the ring in the middle of the stadium, raising his fist towards Zhang Huan. Green veins crawled all over his fists, bringing out a fist wind like a wolf's howl. The white skin gradually turned blood red. In only a moment, it turned into an iron blue color again. Martial skill. Iron Fist. This was a martial art that his father had specially searched for him in order to strengthen his body. After activating it, both fists were like steel. In the face of the incoming punch, Zhang Huan did not hesitate to similarly swing out a fist. Apart from the fact that there wasn't any iron blue color attached to his fists, the starting hand, the lifting hand, the swinging hand, and the footsteps taken were all exactly the same as Fang Jia. Only, his movements were much more crisp and clean. Boom! Fist to fist, flesh to flesh collision, without any fancy moves. A sneer appeared on Fang Jia's face. Physical strength is not bad, only, can you resist this punch? As he spoke, he was about to swing his other fist, ruthlessly smashing it at Zhang Huan. Only to see that his white and tender fist seemed to turn iron green in the blink of an eye, as if he was wearing an iron glove. Fang Jia was going all out with his martial arts. He doesn't even want to use the artifact spirit, he just wants to rely on his fist to smash Zhang Huan to death. However, Zhang Huan still swung an ordinary punch without any spirit power. Boom! There was another muffled sound. Zhang Huan's body remained motionless. Fang Jia, however, fell back more than 10 steps before stabilizing himself. He looked at this in front of him in disbelief. He, a second-order 8-star royal spirit master, was actually knocked backwards by Zhang Huan, a 0-order 7-star fellow. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Naturally, he didn't know that with Zhang Huan's current physique, which was enough to rival that of a 4th-ranked royal spirit master, receiving a few punches from him with just his physical body was simply easy. Fang Jia was puzzled. He thought about it and finally found the answer. It's possible, Zhang Huan, you're high on drugs, right? In order to attract Jiyu's attention, you even did this. Getting high on drugs can enhance your physique, but what about the artifact spirit, F-class artifact spirit? You're destined to be a waste. It's really like your hospitalized old lady. You can only rely on getting high to support yourself. A hint of killing intent flashed in Zhang Huan's eyes. He could endure others cursing himself, but he could never endure others cursing his parents. What did you say? A teasing smile hung on Fang Jia's face. You don't know yet, do you? Fang's hospital, Fang Jia's Fang. Zhang Huan couldn't help but clench his fists. A hideous smile appeared on Fang Jia's face. Angry, right? It's useless to be angry. Let me tell you, a waste like you have to serve me even if I bully you. A large sword instantly appeared in Fang Jia's hand, and on the large sword, a serpentine silhouette holding its arms and spitting out letters was faintly visible. It was none other than his artifact spirit B-grade, Snake Man. Zhang Huan didn't say a word, only endless coldness remained in his eyes. A light blue light flashed in Zhang Huan's hand. A long, narrow-bladed sword made up of fragments and measuring 4 feet by 3 feet steeply appeared in Zhang Huan's hand. The moment 1,000 blades appeared, Fang Jia was the first to notice that something was wrong. That's not right, his artifact spirit, I remember it was a broken blade. How did it become like this? Has it been tempered and advanced? Fang Jia became a bit cautious, but his tone was still arrogant. I said you kid is so crazy, so the artifact spirit has advanced, but so what, grade E? Or D grade? The corner of Zhang Huan's mouth lifted into a creepy smile. The next moment, his figure disappeared before Fang Jia's eyes. A sense of crisis suddenly surged from the bottom of Fang Jia's heart. Almost subconsciously, he raised his greatsword to block. Block! A crisp sound resounded throughout the entire stadium. The audience, which had just been noisy, instantly quieted down. The cold and piercing spiritual energy, like an assassin hidden in the darkness, instantly surged within the greatsword while touching Fang Jia's greatsword, constantly tormenting the Snake Man. Fang Jia seemed to feel that Snake Man was suffering from thousands of sharp blades. Boom! There was another muffled sound. Blood mist blossomed from his chest, and Fang Jia's body was like a kite with broken strings as he fell heavily off the ring. Zhang Huan's long knife slowly dropped, crimson blood continuously sliding down from the blade. A moment later, the long knife was still cold and invisible, not a trace of bloodstains could be seen. The entire scene was dead silent, a needle could be heard. Zhang Huan's performance had exceeded the crowd's expectations. Under the podium, the crowd stared in disbelief, especially the hundreds of third middle school students who were familiar with Zhang Huan. In their impression, Zhang Huan should be the most useless royal spirit master. Morong Shui, who was the class teacher, was still a bit surprised even though she had prepared for this, and her beautiful eyes stared at Zhang Huan in death. This kid seems to be more powerful than I imagined. Could it be that he was specially trained by Zhang Yu? On the podium, City Lord Morong Yun stared at Zhang Huan, similarly filled with doubts. This kid is so ruthless? Solving the third place in the entire city in one move? Could it be that Yi clan and Lu clan didn't frame him? If that's the case, how am I going to deal with the pressure from the Yi clan and the Lu clan after the school recruitment? One question after another came one after another. Morong Yun unconsciously rubbed his head. Not far from his side, Lu Jiyue, who was standing in the C position, was similarly frowning, and could no longer see a trace of a relaxed look. Could it be that the person who entered my room that night was really him? She suddenly thought of something, and immediately took a few steps forward, quietly pulling the head of admissions for Yi mercenary group's Kaiyun City Longchun, who was standing at the side. Mentor. Longchun glanced at Lu Jiyue, who was beside him, then moved his gaze to Zhang Huan and said in a low voice, "Have confidence in yourself, you are a weapon spirit body, there is no way he can be your opponent. The reason why you lost that night was entirely because you had only just broken through and your realm had yet to stabilize. Moreover, like you said, it's still a toss-up whether the person that night was him or not. However, don't worry, no matter if he wins or loses, Yi clan, he can't enter." Zhang Huan looked coldly at Fang Jia, who had collapsed unconscious on the stage and was receiving emergency treatment from the doctor, and calmly spat out two words, "Waste." If it wasn't for the fact that killing was forbidden in the asylum city, Zhang Huan would never have left him alive. Then he raised his eyes to Lu Jiyue on the podium, his gaze so cold that it was like ice in the polar regions. "Your turn." Chapter 90, He's going to win. Zhang Huan's three simple words once again brought the atmosphere of the scene to its peak. After a cheer, the entire venue fell into silence, everyone staring at Zhang Huan and Lu Jiyue with eager eyes. Whether it was Zhang Huan defeating Lu Jiyue or Lu Jiyue defeating Zhang Huan, those who watched the spectacle would never mind. Morong Shui was also paying close attention to the duo, and she was curious to know to what extent Zhang Huan, who she hadn't seen for almost a month, had grown. Suddenly, her afterglow caught a glimpse of a silhouette walking out of the entrance next to her with a big grin, and in his hand, he was carrying a flat-headed man. He took 2 steps out, and then hurriedly retreated back into the dark aisle. A moment later, a flash of bright and dark red dots appeared within the aisle. Morong Shui frowned. What is this Zhang Yu guy hiding over there for? She quietly left her seat and walked quickly towards the aisle. On the podium. Inexplicably, Lu Jiyue was inexplicably a bit intimidated when facing Zhang Huan's icy cold eyes. Being too timid won't make you a royal soul master. I can sense that he's just around the 2nd rank, and he was able to beat Fang Jia all because of his weird body techniques. Since it's a body technique, is there a need for you to be afraid? The martial skill that was taught to you 2 days ago, that's a stance-type martial skill that can only be learned by regular members of the Yi clan. Longchun quietly narrated his analysis for Lu Jiyue. And after Lu Jiyue heard it, the panic in her heart was swept away. Yes, with that martial skill, so what if Zhang Huan's stance was odd? With this in mind, she leapt onto the ring and walked slowly in front of Zhang Huan. A beautiful, not too sharp long sword steeply appeared in her hand. "Zhang Huan, why bother stalking me? You know that I don't like you, and if you keep this up, you'll only fall even further in my heart." She looked pained as if Zhang Huan had failed her friendship. Zhang Huan rolled his eyes, not understanding how he could have been attracted to such a drama queen in the first place. "You make me feel sick. If you don't dare to fight, then roll down and admit defeat." Zhang Huan. You. When had Lu Jiyue, who had always been treated as a goddess, been scolded like this? Not to mention in front of thousands of people in the stadium. Anger burned in her heart as her long sword shook and spun toward Zhang Huan. The 3-foot-long sword brought up by catching light under the afterglow of the setting sun, and the spectators behind Zhang Huan could not open their eyes for a while. Her speed was extremely fast, her figure was flexible. In the twinkling of an eye, she bullied her way to Zhang Huan's front, her long sword pointing straight at Zhang Huan's throat. However, Zhang Huan didn't even look at her, his body slightly sideways, his toes gently raised. A trip. The speeding Lu Jiyue nearly lost her balance and fell. Ever since the last time he fought with Lu Jiyue, he had a rough idea of Lu Jiyue's moves. What? do you still want to kowtow to me? Zhang Huan's mocking words caused laughter. Lu Zhiyue got annoyed. Zhang Huan. You asshole. She was about to swing his sword with her backhand, her body twisting like a rose swaying in the gusty wind. However, halfway through the swing, not only was the sword unable to slash at Zhang Huan, even her slender waist was unable to twist by half. Zhang Huan did not know when, but had already bullied his way forward, with one hand on her waist and one hand stuck on her wrist. The ambiguous position instantly made Lu Zhiyue blush with shame. Zhang Huan. You let go. Zhang Huan smiled disdainfully and instantly pulled away again. This waist of yours, it's really soft. Then he suddenly frowned and carefully sniffed his hand with a look of disgust. It's just a bit tawdry. As the words fell, the entire stadium burst into laughter, especially some girls who were already jealous of Lu Zhiyue. At this moment, Lu Zhiyue could no longer endure Zhang Huan's ridicule. She threw the sword in her right hand to her left hand and turned around to stab at Zhang Huan once again. Zhang Huan raised his hand to send the long sword in her hand flying, but who knew that she retreated instead of advancing, quickly pulling away from Zhang Huan. Zhang Huan was a little surprised. The corner of his mouth unconsciously smiled. It seems that she didn't put much effort on you, but progress is obvious. These words full of irony made Lu Zhiyue so angry that her chest rose and fell. Zhang Huan. You definitely won't leave in one piece today. She began to push her spiritual energy to the extreme, and her clothes danced around her body without any wind. The long sword in her hand was like a long shao, and the sword chant of the 3-foot-long sword released a melody that was hard to control. Her footsteps fluttered lightly, and her figure instantly transformed into two paths. Suddenly left and right, sometimes forward and backward. Zhang Huan didn't dare to be careless and hastily activated concealment, circling around with her flexible and changeable footsteps. Morong Yun on the podium frowned and glanced at Long Chun beside him. This seems to be Ye's in-house martial art phantom, right? How come she knows it now? Long Chun guffawed. Sooner or later, she'll be Ye's anyway, so what difference does it make if it's a little early or a little late? Under the podium, at the entrance. Morong Shui clasped her hands and watched the fight between Zhang Huan and Lu Zhiyue on the ring. Zhang Yu, on the other hand, was on the side swallowing clouds. Behind the duo, the flat-headed man with a swollen nose was tied up and thrown in a corner. What are you doing tying up the vice-captain of the city patrol division for nothing? Zhang Yu disdainfully glanced at the flat-headed man at his level. Still a vice-captain? Then he slowly exhaled a mouthful of thick fog and briefly told Morong Shui what he and Zhang Huan encountered before entering the stadium. Morong Shui frowned. The vice-captain was even bought by the Lu family. This is completely different from the Lu family's previous philosophy of only doing business, not politics. It seems that Lu Zhiyue joining Yi Clan has given them no small amount of courage, even their ambitions have gotten bigger. At this time, Morong Shui's phone rang. It was the principal of the 3rd middle school calling. Hey, principal, what's up? Ms. Morong, that's Zhang Huan from your class. What's going on? The top 10 our school accounts for too. I look at his performance now. He can obviously go and challenge for 2nd place, even if he challenges for 4th place. Our school has 3 of the top 10. 3. How many resources can we get with the city's main government with this performance? And why didn't you tell me before? He has such a strong ability. Morong Shui rolled her eyes. Headmaster, I'm still talking to you? I'm even more depressed than you. I'll hang up if there's nothing else. Don't call me again within today or I'll ask my father to cancel all of our school's resources for this year. After hanging up the phone, Morong Shui unexpectedly realized that Zhang Yu's gaze was always focused on the stage, as if he was even more nervous than when he himself went up to the stage to fight. Teacher Zhang, who do you think will win between the two of them? Morong Shui asked casually. Zhang Huan. Zhang Yu directly gave his answer without even thinking about it. Morong Shui was a bit puzzled. Teacher Zhang, you shouldn't know that Lu Zhiyue has already contracted a 2nd artifact-spirit, and moreover, she has already broken through to the 3rd stage 2-star. Zhang Yu met her curious gaze and guffawed. So what? Zhang Huan will definitely win. Morong Shui frowned. Teacher Zhang, aren't you worried about Zhang Huan getting hurt? Zhang Yu shook his head. So what if I get injured? That's a man's honor. Teacher Zhang, you seem to have a lot of confidence in Zhang Huan. Zhang Yu was silent for a long time, then slowly asked, do you know who killed, priest? Morong Shui looked at Zhang Yu incredulously. You're not trying to tell me that it was Zhang Huan, are you? Zhang Yu shook his head and looked at the ring somewhat despondently. I don't know. I fainted at that time, and when I woke up, Zhang Huan was still fainting though. But the priest's corpse was lying across from him. From beating up the members of the city patrol division, to defeating Fang Jia with a single move, and now suddenly being told that the priest could all have been killed by Jiang Huan. Morong Shui only felt her head buzzing. The strength Jiang Huan had displayed in less than half an hour had already exceeded her knowledge. She unconsciously looked towards the ring again, only then did she notice that although Jiang Huan had been tugging at Lu Jiyue, his face more always carried a teasing smile. It was as if a cat was toying with a mouse. It seems that in this sparring match, Lu Jiyue's pride that she has always had is going to be crushed. Chapter 91, On and Off the Stage. Unable to attack for a long time, Lu Jiyue became more and more irritable. With a shake of her figure, she once again manifested a figure. The three silhouettes changed back and forth, her speed became even faster, and the long sword in her hand emitted a clear sword sound from time to time. At this moment, it was as if Jiang Huan was dumbfounded, frozen in place and not moving. Suddenly, three long swords stabbed fiercely at Jiang Huan from three directions at the same time. The crowd of onlookers couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Clang! Just when everyone thought that Jiang Huan would surely die, a soft sound echoed above the ring. With a flick of his long blade, Jiang Huan pushed aside the long sword that was about to stab him in the heart. You don't think that I can't tell which way your true body is, do you? Jiang Huan, who possessed discriminate, was still able to accurately find out his true body even if he was confused by more than 30 Puhang figures, not to mention Lu Jiyue, who was only able to split into two channels. As for its proud speed, in Jiang Huan's eyes, it was no different from slow motion. A trace of surprise flashed across Lu Jiyue's face, but she immediately drew back and left at a faster speed. She looked angrily at Jiang Huan. It's you who forced me. She violently threw out the long sword in her hand, which was steadily inserted in the center of the ring. In the next moment, a piece of vine spread out in all directions from the center of the long sword, and in a flash, it covered the entire ring. A colorful rose was born from the vine, so red that it looked like blood. Domain. Lu Jiyue used her domain. From the beginning of the school recruitment until now, she finally used her domain. Not only that. You guys look quickly. The dual weapon spirit has used it. Lu Jiyue is really angry. In the ring, behind Lu Jiyue, two shadows gradually solidified. On the left, a heroic female general with her hands wrapped around a long, showy sword and a gorgeous silver armor was looking at Jiang Huan with cold eyes. On the right side, a stunningly beautiful female general wearing green plain armor and holding the sun and moon dual swords was sizing up Jiang Huan with a haughty attitude. As if Jiang Huan was seeing the domain for the first time, he looked around and surveyed the rose garden in front of him. When the wind blew, it swept up a faint fragrance of flowers. Countless flower petals lifted up and attached themselves to the bodies of the Yizheng Cheng and the rose sword servant. In just a split second, the aura of the two vessel spirits became even more overpowering, and Jiang Huan's face wore a shallow smile. Dual artifact spirits, but only one domain was used. If I'm not wrong, you haven't been able to fully utilize the power of the second artifact spirit. From a certain perspective, all it takes is one strong enough artifact spirit to defeat your two artifact spirits. Jiang Huan calmly analyzed the situation in front of him. His voice was not loud, but it caused the crowd to be surprised. Who does he think he is? These are two A-grade artifact spirits. He doesn't think he can cope with them with just his trashy artifact spirits, does he? Don't say that. I have a hunch that Lu Jiyue might actually have to suffer. He's so mad after winning Fang Jia. He doesn't really think he's a bigger genius than Lu Jiyue. Morong Yun on the stage, on the other hand, had a grave expression on his face, his gaze always focused on Jiang Huan. Long Chen beside him had a smile on his face. City Lord Morong seems to be paying a lot of attention to this kid. Aren't you too? Captain Long. Long Chen smiled lightly. I'm just curious about how this kid will deal with Lu Jiyue's domain. He paused and suddenly looked at Morong Yun, craning his neck. City Lord Morong should still remember my student's statement, right? The domain of the fellow who broke into her room was very peculiar, and everywhere he passed was covered in a black color. Even the roses in her domain would instantly wither and wilt when they touched this darkness. At the same time, there will be countless blades shooting out. I'm sure that by then, without the need for any other evidence, City Lord Morong should hand Jiang Huan over to Yi, right? Morong Yun was still smiling. That's natural. Only, in the eyes that looked at Jiang Huan again, there were a few more complex colors. These days, he had been shirking his responsibility by saying that he was unable to determine the identity of the suspect. But once Jiang Huan displayed the same domain, then could he continue to prevaricate? there was no way for Jiang Huan to know about the bright struggle on the stage. At the moment, he only wanted to force out Lu Zhiyue's full strength, and then defeat her in one fell swoop as she went all out. With a shake of Jiang Huan's long blade, the vines that were just about to wrap around his legs were cut off as much as they could. The next moment, Yi Zhongqing and Rose Sword Servant swept out violently at Lu Zhiyue's signal. On the right, the dual swords in their hands flew up and down, their cold aura overflowing, driving endless flower petals. On the left, a long sword dazzled, killing opportunities appeared, the rose garden under her feet rose and fell with her breath. A left and a right instantly arrived, looking to hit Jiang Huan. Jiang Huan, however, remained where he was, not moving a muscle. Thousand blades, play with the two of them. As the words fell, a figure that changed from virtual to real leapt out from Jiang Huan's body. A long blade made up of fragments shattered inch by inch, and then attacked towards Yi Zhongqing and Rose Sword Servant, like a wildstorm. The Rose Sword Servant and One Abbot Qing looked at each other. Then, the two silhouettes fitted together on the left and right, and Joey Green danced with both of his swords, defending himself against the constantly shooting broken blades. The Rose Sword Servant was waiting for the opportunity to strike, only to give the Thousand Blades a fatal blow. On the podium, Long Chun looked at Morong Yun with a smile on his face. Lord City Lord, look, countless blades are shooting out. Morong Yun nodded. There are a few suspicions, continue to look down. Long Chun was not annoyed either, as if he had already guessed Morong Yun's attitude, smilingly continuing to watch the fight above the ring. Facing two A-class weapon spirits cooperating with each other, Rao, Thousand Blades, could only fight and roam around at the same time. Suddenly, his footsteps stalled, and when he looked down, he realized that at some point, countless vines had wrapped around his calves. Suddenly, countless roses rose up from the ground. They were like flying daggers, constantly colliding with the shattered blades. For a moment, the front of Thousand Blades was actually forced open by countless roses. Seeing the right moment, the two spirits of the One Razor Green and the Rose Sword Servant pounced on the Thousand Blades. Dang lang! A soft sound echoed in the ring. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them with surprise. Jiang Huan, who had been spectating from the side, came to Thousand Blades' side in an instant, and the long blade in his hand stopped the Rose Sword Servant's fatal sword. The fragments that had originally shot out, in an instant, once again formed a long spiritual blade back into the Thousand Blades' hands, firmly blocking the Yi Zhongqing's dual swords. A tug of war ensued, when both sides were at odds with each other. Jiang Huan's afterglow caught a glimpse of a figure that was coming towards his rear at an extremely fast speed. The corner of his mouth revealed a teasing arc. Seeing that the long sword was about to come towards his neck. Backstab. Catalyze. Jiang Huan's figure instantly appeared behind the Rose Sword Servant. The Rose Sword Servant couldn't collect his strength in time, and his figure staggered towards the front. At this moment, Lu Zhiyue's long sword was similarly too late to retract. Her face changed greatly. She hurriedly and forcefully changed the direction of her longsword. But it was too late. The longsword still chopped solidly into the Rose Sword Servant's arm. There was no blood, nothing flowed out. On Rose Sword Servant's arm, there was just one more brightly shining slit. At the same time, the longsword in Lu Zhiyue's hand, inexplicably, also had an extra slit. Before Lu Zhiyue could catch her breath, a long blade made up of shards ran through Rose Sword Servant's forehead from her back. The Rose Sword Servant's breath immediately withered. The gaping hole in the longsword in Lu Zhiyue's hand became even bigger. Obviously, this blow made the Rose Sword Servant's quality completely decrease. In front of her eyes, she flashed back to that night when Yi Zhongqing was nearly chopped off. Her anger rose from her heart. Jiang Huan! You punk! The next moment, the rose garden under their feet moved without wind. Petal after petal began to fall. Where the petals fell, a new rose grew. In just a moment, the entire ring was covered in lush roses. Jiang Huan and Thousand Blades' feet were even firmly locked by the roses. He could feel that the spiritual energy in his body was constantly being drawn by the roses. However, Jiang Huan did not have the slightest panic on his face. What? Is this your full strength? If that's the case, then I'm too disappointed. Jiang Han shook his head in disappointment as a powerful spiritual power fluctuation began to spread outwards from his feet. On the stage, a smirk flashed across Long Chun's face. Lord City Master, he's about to unfold his domain. You don't want to look away. Morong-yun was incredibly nervous inside, but on the surface, he remained lighthearted. We'll see. Chapter 92, Caught You. One after another wave of domineering and incomparable spiritual energy surged out from the soles of Jiang Huan's feet, the dark red waves stacked on top of each other, constantly impacting the roses in front of them, like a scythe, cutting the roses all over the ground, crop after crop, root after root. A few moments later, a path with only the roots of roses left appeared in front of Jiang Huan. Messy petals and vines were scattered all over the ground. 29 generals clad in armor, holding the willow leaf sword at their waists with one hand, appeared above the ring. They were oblivious to everything, as if they were only following orders from Thousand Blades and Jiang Huan. There was a stern and murderous aura on their faces. The entire stadium instantly fell silent. On the podium, the stone in Morong-yun's heart seemed to have fallen. He looked at Long Chun beside him with a warm smile. Captain Long, his domain seems to be a bit different from what his beloved disciple described. Long Chun froze as a thought flashed through his mind. Could the judgment be wrong? It really wasn't him who broke into the Lu family that night? Then, a smile quickly surfaced on his face. It seems that we have misunderstood, let's move on. Just a misunderstanding? I'm afraid that I still have to apologize to people. Long Chun was harboring a fire in his heart, although he understood that Morong-yun was taking advantage of the opportunity to make an issue, but on his face, he could only nod his head repeatedly. That's natural, let's move on to the next point. The two were always smiling, neither of them poking at each other's little thoughts. The moment the red field appeared, Lu Jiu sensed the difference in Thousand Blades. His aura was rising rapidly, and it was as if there was a strand of unrelenting killing intent mixed in with that icy cold aura. Jiang Huan gently opened his mouth, crush them. In the next moment, the 29 generals neatly drew the willow leaf swords at their waists. Brush, brush, brush. The sound of neatly sheathing their swords was as shocking as a life-sapping uncanny. They coincidentally split into two waves, one to meet the Rose Sword Servant, and one to meet the Yizhang Chang. As for Thousand Blades, he took the initiative to find Lu Jiyue. The scene where she had just sneak-attacked Jiang Huan was firmly engraved in his heart. The powerful long blade slashed towards Lu Jiyue with an unrivaled momentum. The Thousand Blades' airtight attack hit Lu Jiyue, making her unable to lift her head. She wanted to look for help from 1,000 Blades and Rose Sword Servant, but when she glanced at them, they were also fighting too much to take care of themselves. When she looked at Jiang Huan again, he was still standing at the same spot, looking at himself as if he was a bystander. Damn it! Is this his domain? Why is it so strong? Wasn't his artifact spirit still F rank 2 months ago? Suddenly, she seemed to realize something, and after carefully feeling the aura of the Thousand Blades, an unbelievable answer surged in her heart. A rank. It's a grade. Jiang Huan's artifact spirit was grade A. Off stage, at the audience entrance. Morong Shue's brows were furrowed as she looked towards Zhang Yu thoughtfully. Grade A artifact spirit, old Zhang, you're simply more devoted to Jiang Huan than I am, and you've even put in the blood money to bring him up from F grade to a grade. When will you pass on some experience to me as well? My artifact spirit has been stuck at a rank for years. Zhang Yu had a bitter look on his face. Teacher Morong, don't be sarcastic, although I have some experience in quenching artifact spirits, but it's not like you don't know that my experience is all about quenching failures. If I wanted to be that good, I would have raised the quality of the Confucian a long time ago. Morong Shue's doubts deepened in her heart. You didn't teach him? Then how did he raise the quality of his artifact spirit so fast? Zhang Yu spread his hands. How would I know? It's as if he's hung up. In the blink of an eye, he popped from F rank to a rank. I now even think that it's normal for him to pop up to SSS rank or even higher someday. Morong Shue sniffed, her gaze once again looking towards Jiang Huan, only her eyes were filled with doubt. Could it be that this brat didn't have any secrets? Teacher Morong, I'll leave this kid Jiang Huan to you. I have to go back and rest. After tossing around in the ruins with Jiang Huan for almost a month, my whole body is tired now. Morong Shui blinked. What, you're not going to watch the result of Jiang Huan's match? Zhang Yu turned away and replied without looking back. What's there to see? This girl Lu Jiyue is bound to lose. As he passed by the flat-headed man, Zhang Yu even kicked him in passing. Right, remember to ask the Jivun kid to investigate how many people in their team have received money from the Lu family. He held his waist and muttered, damn. People are getting old, fighting with these youngsters in a group fight has flashed their backs. Morong Shui guffawed, her gaze returning to the ring once again. At this moment, the roses that originally covered the ring only had a few scattered ones left. Lu Jiyue's domain was on the verge of breaking at all times. She and Yizhang Cheng, Rose Sword Servant, were even beaten to the point of cowering in a corner. They were like a sandbag as the 30 Hanyu, including 1,000 blades, kept bombarding the spiritual barrier they were struggling to maintain with their fists from 4 directions. When someone got tired and drained, they replaced the next person. Jiang Huan teasingly watched the scene. As early as before the fight, he realized that once he unfolded Deadly Darkness, this special domain, it would definitely be used by the Lu clan and Yi clan to take advantage of the situation. Thus, he initially thought of trying to defeat Lu Jiyue without utilizing the power of the domain. After a fierce battle, Lu Jiyue was suppressed by the 1,000 blades, due to her lack of practical combat experience, even with 2 grade weapon spirits. But suppression was suppression, and Jiang Huan was unable to win for a while. Just as he was torn between whether or not to utilize the power of his domain, he suddenly remembered that he had acquired a new ability, Domain Exchange. It just so happened that he also wanted to try out the domain of 1,000 households. Thus, under his will, 1,000 blades gained the dominance of sheer life. As the domain unfolded, Jiang Huan finally realized that the Dayan, sacrifice life for righteousness, referred to the 29 personal guards of the left 1,000 household. With the enhancement of sacrifice life for righteousness, Jiang Huan could have won this challenge earlier. However, he was unwilling to let Lu Jiyue lose so easily. Thus the dramatic scene in the ring occurred. "Alright, stop playing, it's time to end." Jiang Huan's voice was not loud, but it caused Lu Jiyue's alarm. She had a strong sense of crisis. This sense of crisis made her unable to care about her face, and she was immediately about to raise her hand and shout to admit defeat. But the next moment, Jiang Huan bullied his way forward and kicked her in the abdomen. The majestic spiritual power directly shattered the barrier, and also kicked down the words that were on her lips. Ouch! Lu Jiyue grinned in pain. Lu Jiyue's 2 artifact spirits rushed out and just forced Jiang Huan back. However, they were again entangled by the 1,000 blades, and the 29 personal guards. Lu Jiyue hurriedly evaded. She wanted to shout to admit defeat, but the sharp pain coming from her belly made it so painful that she couldn't speak a word. Jiang Huan was in hot pursuit, but she was too fast. Jiang Huan had trouble catching up. "I can't catch up." Once again, Jiang Huan hated his speed for being too slow. If he let Lu Jiyue slow down again, he wouldn't be able to retaliate against her if she called out to admit defeat later. Suddenly, Jiang Huan had a plan in mind. He moved his mind. The 29 personal guards who had originally surrounded Yizhang Cheng and Rose Sword Servant split up in an instant and started to surround Lu Jiyue from all sides. Lu Jiyue heads east. Only after running 2 steps, she met 2 of the personal guards coming with swords. She turned around in a hurry. But after only a few steps, she is encircled by 3 more guards. She rolled over and dodged under their long knives, and just as she was about to stand up, she saw Jiang Huan's face with his sword brows and starry eyes. He looked at Lu Jiyue with a smile. "Got you." Chapter 93, A Rake in the Face. Boom! A heavy kick was delivered. A 40-yard pitch-black shoe print was clearly imprinted on Lu Jiyue's face. The entire audience sucked in a breath of cool air. Even Morong Shui couldn't help but touch her face and gulped with palpitations. "This kid is really ruthless, ah." Long Chun, who was standing on the podium, looked at Lu Jiyue, who was defeated under the stage, and similarly frowned. "How could this happen? I clearly sense that this kid is only at the 2nd rank, why was he able to beat Lu Jiyue like this?" Morong Yun's voice rang out at an inopportune time. "Team Dragon, yes, Phantom Shadow, I seem to remember it being claimed as one of the best stance martial arts within the Great Summer, right? Nowadays, does it seem a bit overrated?" Long Chun's heart was dissatisfied, but his face smiled faintly. "The mastery of martial arts cannot be achieved overnight. Lu Jiyue has only learned it for a short while, so it's normal for her to suffer a loss. On the contrary, this kid Jiang Huan's domain is a bit interesting." In the ring, Lu Jiyue couldn't care about the pain in her cheeks as she rolled and crawled towards the edge of the ring. At this moment, she only had one thought: jumping down from the ring, she would be free of Jiang Huan. But the 5 or 6 personal guards instantly blocked her escape path again. Jiang Huan appeared in front of him once again. "Caught you again." "Ah." Lu Jiyue collapsed. She only felt that she was like a mouse being teased by Jiang Huan. She couldn't care less about her martial arts skills anymore, and raised the longsword in her hand to slash at Jiang Huan indiscriminately. Jiang Huan accompanied her with interest as she dodged twice before grabbing her wrist with one hand and smiled crookedly. "Little you say I like you?" Lu Jiyue was just about to open her mouth. Snap. A loud slap was smacked over, the left cheek instantly turned red, and the corner of her mouth overflowed with a touch of crimson. Little, you said that I falsely accused your family store? Snap. Backhanding another slap on her right cheek, her lips trembled. You say I'm not worthy to challenge you? Slap. Successive slaps were slapped on her cheeks. Everyone in the entire stadium was dumbfounded. Was Lu Jiyue really the #1 celestial pride of Kaiyun City? Was Jiang Huan really a loser? And on the ring. At this moment, Lu Jiyue was already dumbfounded by the successive slaps. And she had finally realized two things. Not only was she not Jiang Huan's opponent, but also, Jiang Huan was going to trample on her self-esteem step by step, crushing her former pride. Jiang Huan. No one is allowed to hurt her. Jiang Huan, stop right there. Two neutral voices came out, and two sturdy, burly figures blocked Lu Jiyue's path one after the other. Jiang Huan's raised right hand was firmly grasped by someone, while the wrist of that hand was held by another person in a death grip. These two were no one else but Long Chun and Morong Yun. City Lord Morong, what is the meaning of this? Captain Long, during the students' exchange of blows, unless there is a possibility of death, there is no one who can stop them before they admit defeat on their own. Long Chun's face was ironic. City Lord Morong, please also tell me how she should admit defeat after being beaten like this? Morong City Lord did not answer his question. Those sharp eyes like eagle's eyes were directly cast at Lu Jiyue. Lu Jiyue, do you admit defeat? Lu Jiyue, who was completely dumbfounded, did not know what was going on at this point. Hearing that someone was talking to her, subconsciously, she hurriedly begged for mercy. Don't fight, I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Puff. Then, as if she was relieved, Lu Jiyue fell to her knees powerlessly. Saved. Surprisingly, there was a smile on her face that showed a touch of life after the robbery. Morong Yun guffawed. Captain Long, obviously, she still knows to admit defeat. Long Chun did not say a word, his entire face was dark and iron, as if he wanted to eat someone. Morong Yun, on the other hand, as if he didn't see it, grabbed Jiang Huan's right hand and violently raised it high. Jiang Huan, you've won. In the next moment, the entire audience cheered. This kid is really a tough guy. So abusive to Lu Jiyue. This is still abusive? I can see that he just saved a hand. This kid is winning, but he's also finished. He didn't even give face to the Lu family and the Yi family, so he may not be able to retaliate against him. Morong Yun continued, according to the agreement, the first place reward is now yours. Jiang Huan nodded, but there was no joy on his face because he sensed an unfriendly gaze. Long Chun's face carried a cold smile. Jiang Huan, you're very good. Then, he paused and glanced at Lu Jiyue behind him, but she refused to accept you. Then he swept a glance at all the audience present, as well as the companies that had come together to participate in the school recruitment, the organizations. Furthermore, I announce that any enterprise, organization, or individual that dares to recruit you will be blacklisted by Yi Clan, and will no longer enjoy the services of Yi Clan's various enterprises from now on. For a moment, the entire room was in an uproar. On what grounds? You're shady. You don't have any credibility. Ye's gone too far. The crowd of onlookers were in an uproar. It was common for stores to bully their customers, but it was never like Jun Long to put it on the table in such a bright manner. However, Long Chun only casually glanced at them, then casually pointed his hand at a few of the most agitated guys in the crowd. You, and you, none of you are welcome in Ye's future. In just a split second, the crowd that had just been boiling were quiet. Ye's mercenary group, the largest tourist group within the Great Xia. Any ordinary imperial spiritist being blacklisted by the Yi clan would definitely be a fatal blow to his future career. Only when not a single sound could be heard in the entire room anymore did Morong Yun open his mouth. Captain Long, even though your status is not low, it shouldn't be appropriate to do so. Long Chun smiled faintly. City Lord Morong, everything I did was just in accordance with Ye's rules and regulations. Morong Yun, Long Chun took a step forward and looked meaningfully at Jiang Huan. I think you and everyone else must be very unconvinced as to why you were not allowed to enter Yi even though you won. Right? The corner of Jiang Huan's mouth outlined an evil smile. No, actually, I don't want to enter Yi's at all. Jiang Huan was telling the truth. For ordinary people, Yi clan was an existence to look up to. But for Jiang Huan, he who possessed the system would sooner or later stand at the top of the world. At that time, the Yi clan, with a flip of his hand, could be destroyed. Long Chun only thought that Zhang Huan was speaking in anger. He was not angry and continued to face the crowd present and explained. The Yi clan is dedicated to cultivating backbone talents for the Grand Xia, and every royal spiritist who can enter the Yi clan is a treasure for the Grand Xia. Mercenary missions are arduous. To minimize losses, you must have reliable teammates. I can speak responsibly. Every member of the Yi clan, even if they have conflicts with each other, is a teammate who can completely give his back to the other during a mission. Long Chun fiercely pointed at Zhang Huan. And him. As you all know, Lu Jiyue is in the same class as him. A ring match. He can even do this to his classmate. Even I have reason to suspect. Just now, if it wasn't for me and City Lord Morong making a timely move, perhaps student Lu would have already perished in the Yellow Springs. Ask such a person. Does he deserve to enter Yi? You guys dare to give your backs to him. Today, I, Long Chun, even if I have to bear the reputation of not keeping my promise, I will never let him enter Yi. The entire room was as silent as death. Even though some of the people who were experienced in combat had already seen that this was just an excuse made by Long Chun, who dared to risk being blackballed by Yi clan again to help a scion fight for justice. Long Chun stood with his arms folded and symbolically asked Zhang Huan, "Am I right?" Zhang Huan. But Zhang Huan didn't even look at him. Heh. Turning his head, he walked away, and after taking 2 steps, he seemed to have remembered something and looked back at Morong Yun, City Lord Morong. Regarding the prize for the Rising Sun Award, you shouldn't be playing a scoundrel like some people, right? Morong Yun couldn't help but lose his smile and glanced at Long Chun before replying, "Since you won first place, the first place prize is yours." Zhang Huan had a calm face, as if what Jun Long had just said had not affected him. "Lord City Lord, you're wrong. It's not winning first place, it's winning first and third place." Morong Yun nodded, "Rather, it was my mistake. Don't worry, the rewards for the first and third place are all yours." The smile on Zhang Huan's face became even brighter, his white teeth looked so dazzling under the sunlight. "Then, thank you, Lord City Lord." Zhang Huan walked towards the outside of the stadium with big strides. At the entrance, Morong Shui was waving at him continuously. Zhang Huan didn't need to think about it to know that Morong Shui was now full of doubts, waiting for him to answer them. Chapter 94 False Weapon Spirit. At night, on the square in front of Lu's hotel, the butler, Fu Bo, with 7 or 8 guards dressed in Western clothes stood respectfully beside a black Rolls Royce. Fang Jia, who had a bruised nose and swollen face, was squatting beside the flower garden not far away, plucking the valuable flowers among them one by one, with a shady look on his face. Inside the car, Long Chun had a shallow smile on his face. Lu Jiyue's cheeks were red and swollen, and she was sitting in the back row somewhat dumbfounded, with tears in her eyes. Long Chun gently stroked her head. "What? Very frustrated?" Lu Jiyue glanced at Long Chun numbly. The scene of Zhang Huan ravaging her on stage reappeared in her mind. Tears, indisputably, flowed down. "Mentor, I'm a girl." "He. How could he?" Choking, making her unable to speak. Long Chun crossed his legs and clasped his hands on his knees. "You have to understand that after becoming a royal spirit master, the 4 words, 'you die and I live,' are no longer just words. We can count on others, and others can naturally retaliate against us. I have to tell you, if we weren't in Kaiyun City today, it's possible that he could beat you to death alive in the ring." Lu Jiyue had a resigned look on her face. "Mentor, but he's a waste." Long Chun looked at his naive student and laughed in anger. "What? Don't you allow people to have strange encounters? The secret's in the ruins. Even if all the organizations in the world are added together, what they have learned is only 30% at most. Even if he is a waste, that is still the past." Although Long Chun's tone was calm, Lu Jiyue could hear that he was somewhat angry. Inwardly aggrieved, she could only mutter in a small voice, "Mentor, but now, as soon as I close my eyes, I see him taking a big mouth and smacking me." Long Chun looked at her lustfully for a long time. It was over. Zhang Huan had given her a mental beating. Finally, he sighed. "If you don't want to stop for the rest of your life, the best way is to crush this nightmare with your own hands." "But, Mentor, I can't beat him." Jun Long shook his head. It was over, and his self-confidence was gone. "It's not that you can't beat him, as I said, he only has the breadth of the 2nd rank. I investigated his recent course of action. Basically, these past 2 months, he's been spending time outside the city." He looked meaningfully at Lu Jiyue. "Do you know what this means?" Lu Jiyue's big watery eyes were all bewildered. Obviously, this setback had made her unwilling to even think. It means that while you were drinking coffee, he was in actual combat in the ruins. While you were sleeping, he was fighting demonic beasts. While you were fighting those chaperones in the training grounds, he was fighting mercenaries with evil intentions. You're not losing on talent. You're losing on sweat. Long Chun's words were like thunderbolts from a clear sky, blasting Lu Jiyue's already somewhat confused brain. Lu Jiyue's pupils were trembling and contracting. But, a moment later, her eyes gradually cleared. It's me who didn't set my mind right. Long Chun keenly sensed her change, and he was quite satisfied. It's good that you can understand this, but I have to tell you that the shadow in the bottom of your heart hasn't been crushed, it's only been temporarily suppressed by your reasoning. This shadow, if you don't find a way to resolve it, in the future, you will at most break through to the 5th rank. Lu Jiyue lightly bit her lower lip and nodded. Don't worry, mentor, I know what to do. Long Chun guffawed, fished out a pendant from his pocket and handed it to Lu Jiyue. The pendant was exquisite, the body was a very moist white jade, and right in front of it was a golden cicada wing set in a lifelike manner. Mentor, this is a pseudo-artifact-spirit? Long Chun nodded. Well, a golden cicada molt. Last year, Yi-clan found a few fragments of the artifact spirit in the Hongyan Tower in the capital city, and according to their deduction, the original artifact spirit quality is at least SS grade or above. The pseudo-artifact spirit developed by the old guys at Ye's Research Institute based on this should be no weaker than an A-grade artifact spirit when it comes to quality alone. The so-called pseudo-artifact spirits were special items made by humans through various means with varying effects. The biggest difference from an artifact spirit is that it doesn't require a contract and can be used by anyone with spiritual power. However, they could not be integrated into the human body like a true artifact spirit, and could only be hosted in some specific carriers. Moreover, they don't have any spiritual intelligence and are more like a handy tool. Lu Jiyue kept playing with the pendant in her hand, and in her eyes was an uncontrollable delight. Mentor, are you worried that I'll be in danger when I'm practicing outside? There were quite a few pseudo-weapon spirits, but most of the ones on the market were below C grade. Pseudo-artifact spirits above C grade were even more expensive than those of the same grade due to the high difficulty in making them and their scarcity. Even with the Lu family's strength in Kaiyun City, they hadn't been able to find a suitable pseudo-artifact spirit for her over the years. Long Chun nodded, then whirled around and reminded. In all these years, I've only taken you on as a student, so naturally I'm worried about you being in danger. However, I have to remind you that this, golden cicada molt, should not be used if you can. Lu Jiyue was a bit puzzled. Mentor, why? However, Long Chun revealed a meaningful smile. You don't want to know. Then, Long Chun looked at his watch. It's getting late, I have to go. Lu Jiyue was a bit reluctant. Mentor, you're going back to Flourishing City this time? Do you want to stay for 2 more days? Long Chun shook his head. No, the conflicts between Yi and the Demon Suppressor Army are getting more and more, and there are so many things waiting for me to handle underneath. Lu Jiyue nodded her head obediently. Remember, after handling things, come to Flourishing Flower City as soon as possible. At that time, I will do my best to teach you. Lu Jiyue was flattered, and at the same time, a question flashed through her mind. Although she herself was considered a heavenly pride in the small city of Kaiyun City, when she went to a big city like Flourishing Flower City, she was at most okay. Why would Long Chun treat himself so well? Not only did he come all the way to Kaiyun City to personally teach himself, but he also sent a pseudo-artifact spirit, and even gave a promise to teach him with all his might. She wanted to ask Junlong, but when she met his eyes that were as deep as the sea, she could not open her mouth. When the words came out of her mouth, they ended up as a farewell. Mentor, have a safe trip. The black Rolls-Royce slowly drove into the distance under the light of a street lamp, and finally disappeared at the end of the road. Fang Jia impatiently ran to Lu Jiyue's side with a dog-licking look. Jiyue, you don't even know how worried I am about you. After I woke up, the first thing I did was come to find you. What did Teen Dragon say to you? Isn't he going to help you take revenge? Lu Jiyue was extremely tired of him, but still had a smile on her face. Fang Jia, do you like me? Like it. How much do you like it? A sweet smile appeared on Lu Jiyue's face, causing Fang Jia to look dumbfounded. For you. I'm willing to die. Lu Jiyue gently held his hand. The soft, boneless, warm palm caused Fang Jia's blood to spurt, and a hot stream swirled out of his nose. Lu Jiyue smiled like a flower, and even felt out a handkerchief to wipe him off. I don't want you to die, I want you to go with me. To kill Jiang Huan. A voice like a silver bell echoed in Fang Jia's ears, but instantly woke him up. Jiyu, you know, the rules of colorful Cloud City. Lu Jiyue's hand that was wiping her nosebleed instantly stopped, and her tone spiraled into indifference. What? Our two families are working hand in hand, you are still afraid of the rules? Fang Jia was a little embarrassed, and there were already a few cries in his tone, but I can't beat him ah. Lu Jiyue's face once again surfaced a smirk and continued to wipe his nosebleed. Who asked you to go? Don't you have a family? Doesn't your family raise an imperial spiritist? Fang Jia's shriveled eyes instantly lit up. Yeah. My Fang family is a powerful noble in Kaiyun City. Why bother to take on this kind of thing myself? Lu Jiyue threw the blood-stained handkerchief casually to the side, then looked at Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu, please take care of yourself tonight. Uncle Fu nods, it is my duty to help Miss to solve her problems. Lu Jiyue was in a good mood, turning her head to Fang Jia. Tonight at 11 o'clock, meet at Jiang Huan's house. After saying that, she walked straight towards the interior of the hotel. Fang Jia kept watching her leave until her figure completely disappeared in front of her eyes, only then did she impatiently pick up the blood-stained handkerchief with an infatuated smile on her face. But it really smells good, the smell of blood can't even be suppressed. Chapter 95 Zhang Yu's Greed. Kaiyun City 3rd Middle School, Teacher's Dormitory Building, 3rd floor. In the plain one-bedroom, the living room. Zhang Yu sat quietly on the sofa with a complex expression. There were a few moments of fervor, a few moments of greed, and a few moments of oblivious excitement. In front of him, a yellowed book lay on the coffee table. If Jiang Huan was here, he would have recognized that this book was the book that, priest, had been holding in his hands. The spirit embryo of a half-footed 5th-ranked demonic beast. If this is cultivated into an artifact spirit, it's guaranteed to be a C-ranked artifact spirit, and with a bit of luck, it might even be a B-ranked artifact spirit. If I use it to quench the Confucian scholar, without adding any materials, will it be like Jiang Huan, directly like him, and successfully advance? With an excited heart and trembling hands, Zhang Yu felt more and more that this plan was feasible. With this thought, he took out the quenching furnace from his storage ring, and took out some more spirit ore and put it into the bottom of the quenching furnace. Spirit ore was a special product of the recovery of spiritual qi, usually produced in places where demonic beasts gathered in large numbers. There were high and low qualities, and it was the main energy source that had to be used in the new era, and Zhang Yu's motorcycle was powered by it. The quenching furnace is a must-have item for low-level spiritual masters to quench their artifacts. Because they do not have enough spiritual power, they must also use spiritual ore that is full of spiritual power to assist them. If it was a high-level royal spirit master, he could rely on his own huge spiritual energy and quench it directly. Of course, Jiang Huan was an exception. After all, he relied on the system for his quenching. The spirit embryo of priest was gently placed on the quenching furnace by Zhang Yu, and with the slow infusion of spirit power, the spirit ore inside the furnace resonated, and the majestic spirit power was like a flame that danced with the wind on the quenching furnace. Zhang Yu controlled the quenching furnace with one hand, and with a thought, the Confucian scholar appeared in his other hand. He began to try to use his spiritual energy to differentiate the spirit embryo so that it would be transformed into the purest strand of energy. However, before the spirit embryo could be differentiated, there was a loud bang and the quenching furnace exploded. Zhang Yu frowned slightly. How did it blow up? It was common for the furnace to blow up during the quenching process, but Zhang Yu had the experience of quenching too many times, and it was difficult to blow up the furnace in the initial stage. With a thought, he touched a new quenching furnace from his storage ring and repeated the previous steps again. Due to too many past failures, Zhang Yu habitually prepared several quenching furnaces in his storage ring. In order to avoid accidents, he even calmed down before starting. However, not long after starting, with a loud bang, the quenching furnace blew up again. This time, it blew up even more violently, not only destroying his coffee table, but also blowing him into an explosive head with a pitch-black face. Something's not right, it wouldn't have been like this before at all. I don't believe this. With a thought, another brand new quenching furnace was taken out by him. The last furnace is up. This time, he was incomparably cautious, and even specifically applied 3 sticks of incense to the saint's portrait to beg for blessings in order to ensure success. With everything ready, he once again repeated the previous steps. Even when injecting the spiritual energy, he became cautious, fearing that an overdose would lead to another accident. This time, the spirit embryo had the momentum of being divided, and Zhang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. The corner of his mouth just revealed a smile. The next moment. Boom! A huge boom rang out as the majestic spirit energy reverberated in the room and half of the living room was destroyed. Dust filled the sky as Zhang Yu topped his exploding head, staring blankly at the mess in front of him. His brain only felt buzzing, obviously, dumbfounded by the blast. Teacher Zhang. You blew up the building, ah. You're not sleeping in the middle of the night. Why don't you go to hell? Downstairs. If you don't rest, we have to rest. If you keep this up, I'll complain to the principal. The curses from upstairs downstairs came from the balcony, and Zhang Yu didn't even have time to wash his face before rushing to the front of the balcony to humbly apologize. When he once again returned to the messy living room, he was depressed. What the hell is going on? It keeps failing tonight. At this moment, the confusion that was thrown on the sofa began to shake, catching Zhang Yu's attention. What's wrong with confusion? It seems like he's never been like this before. A stream of spiritual energy was poured into the Confucian scholar, and the Confucian scholar then took the form of a scholar in front of Zhang Yu. Although his face was expressionless, Zhang Yu could feel that there seemed to be a faint trace of sadness in his heart. Don't be sad, Confucian scholar, it's not the first time we have failed. Tomorrow I will go and buy a few more furnaces and strive to quench it successfully. He attempted to comfort the Confucian, but realized that the Confucian's eyes began to flicker. Inexplicably, he actually read disappointment in the Confucian's eyes. What's going on? Suddenly, Confucian Shang raised his hand and pointed. Zhang Yu looked in the direction of his finger, and instantly, he only felt his head roar. The 3 clear incense sticks that he had stood in front of the saint's portrait had, at some point, been extinguished. The Confucian's gloomy disappointment, the saint's unwillingness to eat my incense, what's going on here? Ever since Zhang Yu had turned into a teacher, what he believed in most was saints. He did not seek to be like the sages, to be able to cultivate 72 sages. He only sought to be worthy of each and every one of his students, which was why he had strict requirements for each and every one of them. But the scene in front of him puzzled him. He thought about it for a while, and finally his gaze rested on the spirit embryo on the ground. Also, 3 consecutive quenching failures tonight. He picked up the spirit embryo and sat his butt down on the tattered sofa, falling into deep thought. Only after a long time did he come to a realization, revealing a bitter smile. That day, after he woke up, he noticed this spirit embryo. He had wanted to return it to Jiang Huan when he woke up, but when he thought that Jiang Huan's artifact spirit was already a grade, while his own artifact spirit was still stuck at C grade. A sense of frustration surged into his heart. Then recalling that Jiang Huan had said that he had only used the spirit embryo of a dabbling cow, he had managed to make the artifact spirit advance. This sense of frustration gradually turned into greed, making him want to occupy this trophy that should belong to Jiang Huan. For the sake of logical self-consistency, he even enlightened himself. Anyway, he didn't see who killed the Yi priest, so he was considered to have picked it up. Giving the Confucian scholar what he had picked up to quench, it was also considered a waste utilization. Now that he thought about it, this excuse of his own was laughable. Confucian Shang, taking without asking is stealing, I will use the stolen thing to give you quenching, you are very sad, right? The Confucian scholar nodded slightly. Zhang Yu got up and slowly walked towards the saint's portrait. The saint is too much of a spring stealer, and he is too thirsty to drink, and he is too evil to be named. And yet, I coveted the student's loot because I was too eager to let Confucian scholar quench it. Such behavior is no different from thievery. He sincerely bowed 3 times to the saint's portrait, rekindled the extinguished incense, and Sage above, the student knows that he was wrong. The student shouldn't have coveted Jiang Huan's spirit embryo. The student will go and find Jiang Huan now. If Jiang Huan is willing to part with the spirit embryo, the student will never begrudge the money. If Jiang Huan is unwilling to part with it, student will return it with both hands. The fragrance was reinserted on top of the incense burner, and the fragrance curled up. This time, the fragrance was no longer extinguished. He looked at the time, 10 o'clock at night. At this time, Jiang Huan should still not be resting right. Then Jean turned his gaze to Confucian and smiled, let's go, Confucian, let's go retrieve our conscience. A few moments of spirituality flashed through Confucian's eyes, and a smile unexpectedly appeared for the first time on that face that had always been mute. His body gradually dissipated and reintegrated into the ring ruler. Then, the ring ruler transformed into a streak of light and drilled into Zhang Yu's hand. Zhang Yu guffawed and rearranged his image before striding out the door. Chapter 96 Difficult Choices. Kaiyun Stadium, a more upscale hotel nearby, 5th floor. Inside the suite, Jiang Huan sat on the sofa, unconsciously gulping. Opposite him, Morong Shui was dressed in a white shirt and hip-hugging short skirt, and she was holding a whip in her hand, constantly waving it. Ms. Morong, let's do this, will it not be too good? Morong Shui's pretty eyebrow raised, the whip in her hand whipped, bringing up a whistling sound. Less nonsense, honestly explain, what kind of chance have you encountered in the end? It's not even a matter of the artifact spirit advancing to Class A, even Lu Zhiyue couldn't beat you. Jiang Huan bristled, somewhat helpless. After coming out from the stadium, Morong Shui interrogated him. Although it wasn't mandatory, this stance was really hard to strain. This tugging and pulling went on for hours. Jiang Huan sighed, okay ba, I'll tell the truth, but don't tell anyone else. Morong Shui's slender eyes blinked, good. In fact, I have a system, which will guide me to cultivate an artifact spirit. Before Jiang Huan could finish his words, a teaching whip lashed over. Splat! It accurately smacked on Jiang Huan's arm. Ouch! Teacher Morong. What are you doing? For Jiang Huan nowadays, an ordinary whipping didn't really hurt at all. The redness and swelling from the whipping also subsided in the blink of an eye with the intervention of slow healing. The reason why he cried out in pain was purely to take care of Morong Shui's emotional value. Morong Shui was holding the whip and pointing at Jiang Huan. There was nothing of the majesty that a fourth-ranked imperial spiritist should have in her body, and her thick and slender eyelashes still carried the temperament of a young girl under the reflection of the moonlight. You still have a system. You think I'm stupid? Why don't you say you're a robot? If you don't give an honest explanation again, I'll whip you to death. As he spoke, he smoked Jiang Huan's chest again. Jiang Huan was speechless. After telling the truth, you don't believe me, what can I do? Morong Shui saw that Jiang Huan didn't reply for half a day. Her face was displeased. She sat on her butt on the sofa, the teaching whip in her hand casually thrown to the side. Forget it. Forget it if you don't say it. Teacher won't force you. Jiang Huan smiled awkwardly and picked up the teaching whip, placing it next to her before carefully sitting on the other side of the sofa. Seemingly gambling, Morong Shui didn't speak to Jiang Huan for a long time. Liang Long. Morong Shui from the storage ring bag threw it to Jiang Huan. Your things. Jiang Huan was a bit confused. The rewards for the first and third place, I found the city lord to claim them for you. Jiang Huan sniffed, then opened the bag. There were 4 things in the bag: a bank card of $500,000, a bottle of B-grade clear glaze blazing fire liquid, a bottle of a grade born to last liquid, and 3 taels of quenching material meteorite gold. Morong Shui muttered, remember to keep these things safe, don't let anyone steal them. Especially the potions and quenching materials, all of them are worth a lot of money. Jiang Huan guffawed. Of these things, other than the quenching materials, the others were not suitable for him. After he took out the meteorite gold, he pushed the other things together in front of Morong Shui. Teacher Morong, only the meteorite gold is suitable for me in these things, so leave the rest for teacher. It's considered a little bit of my heart. Jiang Huan remembered clearly in his heart how Morong Shui had taken care of him. Moreover, there was always something to do so that she wouldn't be angry with herself anymore. Morong Shui was a bit surprised, but in a flash, she understood Jiang Huan's thoughts. She was happy in her heart, but her mouth did not spare Jiang Huan. What? Want to apologize? This point is not enough. Jiang Huan had no choice but to apologize with Morong Shui. Teacher Morong, I'm sorry, but there are some things that I really can't explain to you. The 13th artifact spirit was surprised at the host's attitude of apologizing to Morong Shui, and she wondered why the host would have diametrically opposed attitudes towards Lu Zhiyue and Morong Shui. The corner of Morong Shui's strongly suppressed mouth could no longer be suppressed. She guffawed. Her bright-eyed and white-toothed appearance was heartwarming. Alright, I won't tease you anymore, but these things, keep them for yourself. Teacher is not lacking. Moreover, you have offended Yi today, the road will only get tougher in the future. Jiang Huan no longer insisted and put the potions that were given out into his storage ring. Jiang Huan looked at her worried face, his heart was more than a little touched. Over the years, Morong Shui had taken care of him, and he remembered it in his heart. Teacher, don't worry about me, I promise you, in the future, you will have to bow his head when he sees me. The grandiose aspirations of his youth were only interpreted by Morong Shui as a teenage boy's lack of knowledge of heaven and earth. She blankly glanced at Jiang Huan. What do you know as a child? He pulled the plug on you, which means that you can't even get sick because 70% of the medicines on the entire Daxia market are produced by them. Her eyes were filled with sorrow. For Jiang Huan, at first, she had only treated him as a mission target, but years of contact down the line had made her care for him from the bottom of her heart. Moreover, you've offended the Fong and Lu families today, shouldn't you consider changing the hospital for your mom? Jiang Huan was silent. As a matter of fact, after he learned that Fong's hospital was the property of Fong Jia's family, he had the idea of changing his mother's hospital. However, in the entire Kaiyun city, other than Fong's hospital, the other hospitals didn't have the conditions to treat his mother. Teacher, this matter of changing hospitals is difficult. He sighed and continued, even though I beat up Fong Jia, but as a medical institution, don't they have the city lord's office to regulate them? Shouldn't dare to mess around, right? Morong Shui shook her head helplessly. In the end, he was a teenage boy who was too shallow in the world, always thinking that everything was regulated. There must be no way to be sneaky. Jiang Huan, do you know what a regulatory loophole is? Jiang Huan pondered. Morong Shui then told Jiang Huan as much as she could about the results of the investigation she had hacked into Fong's hospital. Jiang Huan's face gradually turned iron blue, his gaze as cold as the poles. The rules of the Tao, woe is not as good as family. Even he, a student who had yet to graduate, knew that. Fong Jia had gone too far. Trigger quest, those who dare to offend the host's family are unpardonable. Please ask the host to kill Fong Jia. Upon completion of the mission, the host will receive a random reward. Seeing him like this, Morong Shui hurriedly enlightened, Jiang Huan, don't be impulsive. With your current strength, the Fong clan and the Lu clan are not something you can afford to mess with. The priority should be to settle your mom first. Jiang Huan's eyes became gentle once again. Teacher, you're right, but I've offended both the Yi clan and the Fong clan. There are just too few other hospitals that are equipped to treat my mom's illness. Morong Shui pursed her lips. Why don't you try joining the Demon Suppression Army? Jiang Huan was a bit puzzled. What does this have to do with the Demon Suppression Army? Jiang Huan even suspected that this was a proposal that she and Zhang Yu had discussed. Morong Shui explained, the Jin Demon Army has a military hospital, and the medical conditions are better than Ye's in some aspects. It's just that they only accept the Jin Demon Army's soldiers and their families. In an instant, Jiang Huan's heart was in turmoil. If he didn't transfer to the hospital, there was no telling what Fong Jia would do to his mother. But if he transferred to the hospital, it meant that he had to join the army. This was the last thing his mother wanted to see. Time passed by, Jiang Huan never opened his mouth. Morong Shui understood Jiang Huan's difficulty, so she didn't rush him either. When the time came to 10:50, Jiang Huan finally opened his mouth. Teacher, do I have to join the Demon Suppression Army in order to enter the military hospital for treatment? Morong Shui nodded. This is also a helpless move. The base of the Jin Demon Army is too large. If such a condition restriction is not carried out, once the soldiers of the Jin Demon Army are injured, by the time it's their turn to be treated, it might already be too late. After a pause, Morong Shui continued, moreover, you should know that Yi has pulled the plug on you. If you want to obtain more resources, there's no other place other than the Demon Suppression Army that dares to accept you. This was clear to Jiang Huan. Compared to Yi clan, the Demon Suppression Army was like a self-sufficient closed circle. Any resources that were needed could be bought internally. As long as one joined the Demon Suppression Army, from a certain perspective, Yi clan's blackout would be null and void. However, even so, Jiang Huan still didn't give an accurate answer. Teacher, give me a night's time, and I'll answer you tomorrow, okay? Morong Shui also understood Jiang Huan's pressure, and immediately stopped making things difficult for him. It's getting late, why don't you sleep here with me tonight? For some reason, when Morong Shui said this, Jiang Huan had a feeling of his heart beating faster. Even though he understood that Morong Shui was worried that he was being counted by the Lu family and the Fong family on his way home. But Jiang Huan couldn't wait to meet them on the way. Since they dared to scheme against my family, they must be made to pay the price. Teacher, no need, I recognize my bed when I sleep, and Kaiyun City is so big, I'll take a taxi and go around the road, there won't be any accidents. Roba, if anything happens, remember to call me immediately. You remember, in this Kaiyun City, teacher will always be your strongest backing. The evening breeze blew Jiang Huan's hair into disarray as he walked alone in the night towards his rented house in Shishan Camp. Chapter 97, Teachers Should Protect Their Students. Shishan Camp North District, near Residential Building 128. Several luxurious sedans stopped on the road Jiang Huan must take to go home. Then, 7 or 8 guys dressed in black came down from the car. As soon as they got out of the car, they took out a piece of signboard from the trunk of the car and quickly inserted it at all the intersections in the neighborhood. With the infusion of spiritual energy, a flash of red light flashed underneath the notice boards displayed at each intersection, and these billboards formed a strange spell formation. 4 people came down from the head car. Lu Jiyue and Fang Jia stood in front, while behind them were 2 middle-aged men. One was Lu Jiyue's housekeeper, Uncle Fu, and the other was Fang Jia's fighter, a man with a braided hair and an aura that was not weaker than that of Uncle Fu. Obviously, the same was a 4th-rank expert. Lu Jiyue's gaze wandered over these billboards, allowed to enter and not allowed to leave, and also able to isolate the spiritual fluctuations generated during battles. Fang Jia, I didn't expect your house to have such an interesting pseudo-artifact spirit hidden in it. What's its name and quality? Fang Jia looked fawning. It's a grade B, isolation space, Jiyu. If you like it, I'll send it to you after resolving Zhang Huan. Lu Jiyue guffawed and did not reply. She looked at the 2 middle-aged men behind her. Uncle Fu, Uncle Shi, I'll work hard for you tonight. After this matter, I will be grateful. The 2 men looked at each other and smiled. It is our duty to share our master's worries. Please also ask the 2 masters to leave this place first to avoid being affected by the battle. Lu Jiyue and Fang Jia nodded their heads, then decided to find a place with a good line of sight in this neighborhood to observe. The car slowly drove away, and the duo of Uncle Fu and Uncle Shi looked at each other and smiled. Let's go, it's time for us to take a look at that cunning little mouse. Their figures flashed, and the 2 of them jumped up to the 3rd floor of the 128th residential building one after the other, drilling into Zhang Huan's home through the window. A moment later, the door of the room opened. The duo walked out of the house one after the other, standing on the balcony and gazing into the distance. Let's wait a little longer, this kid hasn't come back yet. Damn, I can't wait to pinch him to death, and as a result, he hasn't come back yet. A teasing smile appeared on Fu Bo's face, fished out a pack of cigarettes from his arms, lit it for himself first, and threw another one to Shi Bo. In the stillness of the night, dark clouds gathered over colorful Cloud City without warning. As soon as the whistling evening wind blew, raindrops began to fall. Cam, why is it raining? Isn't it bad to rain? No one will notice even a big commotion, and the blood left behind by ravaging him will trickle into the sewers along with the rain, and once the sky is bright, this street will be restored to its original state as usual. The 2 looked at each other and laughed, self-consciously on the balcony swallowed clouds and fog up. Suddenly, the duo's gaze became stern. Someone is coming this way. In the next moment, the 2 of them casually threw their cigarettes at their feet, leaped, and ran towards the area circled by the billboard to ambush them with a splash of water. A strange thing happened. The duo's silhouettes just disappeared straight away. It was as if the inside and outside of the billboard formed 2 separate spaces. Not far away, an athletic figure ducked under a bulletin board against the rain. The rain wet the cigarette in his mouth halfway, and his shoulders were full of rainwater. He looked at the cloudy and rainy sky with a despondent face, and exhaled a long mouthful of thick smoke. It's really unlucky tonight. First the quenching furnace was blown up 3 times, and it's raining when we come to Jiang Huan's house. From a metaphysical point of view, is not a kind of retribution. I can really deserve it. I also don't know when this rain will stop. Zhang Yu murmured to himself as he looked toward the residential building where Jiang Huan's house was located in the distance, and it was pitch black. I also don't know if it's already rested or hasn't returned. Just as he was struggling with whether or not to give Zhang Huan a call first, there were a few clusters of fire rising vaguely from the residential building in the distance. Could it be that Zhang Huan's house is on fire? He let out a long sigh and threw half of the cigarette in his mouth into a puddle, revealing a helpless smile. Looks like I'll have to be a guest fireman tonight. With those words, he took a step against the pattering rain and ran towards Zhang Huan's home. Only after running out a short distance, he was keenly aware of the abnormalities in the surroundings. There were too many billboards inserted on this narrow road. Moreover, he vaguely sensed a few wisps, if any, of spiritual energy fluctuations. His former experience in the military told him that someone was ambushing him in the shadows. His steps began to slow down, allowing the rain to dampen his entire body. He scanned his surroundings vigilantly, and with a thought, confusion, appeared in his hand. Friends hiding in the shadows, stop hiding and come out. The dark night was silent and quiet, only the sound of pattering rain remained. Fu Bo and Shi Bo, who were hiding in the dark, their faces were grave. It wasn't that they were afraid of Zhang Yu, they just didn't want to cause any trouble. Even, in order to avoid the discovery of their spiritual energy being exposed, they had closed the isolation space, just to allow Zhang Yu to leave quickly. However, Zhang Yu let out a cold snort. Hide your head and show your tail. That fire on the residential building was probably set by you guys as well. If my guess is right, you guys are here to take revenge on Jian Huan. The rainy night was still quiet, occasionally a few sounds of a few night creatures braving the rain were heard. Jian Yu slightly frowned and let out a low shout toward the Tao. Dying on the eve can be carried out. The Confucian scholar then materialized behind Jiang Yu. Hands together. A gust of evening wind blows. The rain drifted towards the hiding place of Uncle Fu and Uncle Shi. Jiang Yu's quick eyes and hands, carrying the ruler, and two people fought. Clanking sounds echoed in the rainy night, and in the blink of an eye, both sides exchanged dozens of rounds. This friend, this matter has nothing to do with you, leave quickly and don't push the two of us any further. Uncle Fu carried his double-headed spear and continuously dealt with Jiang Yu's attacks. While on the side, Shibo held two pitch-black short axes in his hands, with a playful smile on his face. Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Killing one is also killing two is also killing, just settle it piece by piece. Boom! A loud bang. Vast spiritual energy stirred, vaporizing the rainwater that hadn't yet fallen in mid-air. The duo of Uncle Fu and Uncle Shi retreated 3 or 4 steps and then stabilized themselves. On the other hand, Jiang Yu retreated a dozen steps in a row before he managed to stabilize his stance. Uncle Fu coldly eyed, "You are no match for us, leave here or die." Shibo laughed teasingly, "You have 1 minute to leave, otherwise, die." Through the exchange of hands just now, Jiang Yu already knew that both of them were experts of the 4th rank, and their realm alone was one big realm higher than him. He was not an opponent at all. However, he did not have a trace of panic. Instead, he had a few more moments of anticipation. If my guess is correct, you guys are from the Fong or Lu family, right? Uncle Fu, Uncle Shi was silent, seemingly calculating the time. That's right, if you guys are their people, how could you possibly admit it? However, according to my understanding of the two of them, if they lost face during the day, they would definitely want to get it back at night. Otherwise you guys wouldn't have come here. Fu Bo frowned, "You're not going to leave here?" Jiang Yu guffawed and stroked his wet hair, a smile of both excitement and confidence appearing on his face. "Of course I'm going to leave, only I'm going to take the two of you with me." Heibo sniffed and laughed with a hilarious smile. "What the hell are you up to? Think you're J.C. Chang?" While Fu Bo frowned slightly, "Why? Isn't it good to be alive?" Jiang Yu shrugged, "Why? Because I am his teacher. It's only right for a teacher to protect his students. As for whether I can live or not, it is not up to you. I admit that your strength is a bit higher than mine, but how do you know that I don't have some special means to deal with you?" The rain gradually grew larger, and the fire in the residential building behind them began to become uncontrollable. Water and fire met, bringing thick smoke with them, forming a bizarre scene in this rainstorm-ravaged night. The corner of Shibo's mouth slowly rose, revealing a cruel smile. "Time's up, it's time to send you on your way." Chapter 98, The Spirit and the Ghost. In just a split second, Jiang Yu felt a subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy arise in his surroundings. In front of his eyes, the pieces of billboards were interconnected with each other, creating ripples after ripples. He could still see the building on fire not far away, as well as ordinary people who were awakened by the fire. They were trying to extinguish the fire, but the fire was so big that they could only run downstairs quickly. A dozen of ordinary people ran past his eyes one after another, but it was as if they did not see Jiang Yu as they anxiously passed by him. Jiang Yu was experienced and immediately realized what had happened. Isolated space pseudo-artifact spirits? Looks like you guys really want to kill people in Kaiyun City. Shibo Jiejie laughed strangely. "Scared now? It's too late." The next moment, 2 shadows materialized from behind them. Behind Uncle Fu was a scruffy brown man with a double-headed gun. Behind Shibo, there was a shirtless, tanned, bearded, fierce man with a double-handled short axe. "Thunder, fight quickly. Black Whirlwind, chop up his artifact spirit for me." In the next moment, Thunder and Black Whirlwind roared in, engaging in a fierce duel with Jiang Yu and the Confucian scholar. A streak of azure-colored thunder pierced through the night sky, grazed Jiang Yu, and stirred on the barrier created by the billboard, shaking up a circle of ripples. The 2 pitch-black short axes merged with the night color, as if the wind was sweeping down leaves, constantly hacking towards the Confucian. However, Jiang Yu and the Confucian scholar were able to fight them back and forth for a while, thanks to their amazing combat skills, constantly finding breaks under the attacks of the 2 vessel spirits. White Tiger 7 Styles? You're from the White Tiger Battalion of the Demon Suppression Army? Fu Bo's eyes were sharp, and with a glance, he could tell the martial arts skill that Jiang Yu was using. Humph, not bad eyes. Be sensible and get lost. Otherwise, if anything happens to me, the Demon Jin army will definitely pursue this to the end. Shibo's face, however, revealed an even creepier smile. To me, it's the living who are more dangerous. With those words, the two of them unfolded their domains at the same time. Domain Indestructible Thunder Cage. Domain Wind Swirl. In just a split second, two distinct areas were formed within the isolated space. One was incredibly dim, and, Confucian, seemed to have fallen into a canyon full of strong winds, with one gale after another constantly coming at him. He tried to block. Dangling. Two huge axes swung out of the gale unexpectedly. He hurriedly dodged, but one after another, the gales kept coming. For a moment, the Confucian scholar was beaten back. A thundercloud filled the air, and one after another arm-thick thunderbolt struck down, complementing the artifact spirit, Thunder, shielding as many of his exposed breaks as possible, and continuously bombarding Zhang Yu. Even though Zhang Yu kept dodging, he was still solidly struck several times. Zhang Yu's eyebrows twisted into a chuan shape, and his spiritual energy was pushed to the extreme. His and the Confucian scholar's eyes became exceptionally clear, and the battle spirit around him emanated, as if at this moment, he had fallen into a state where he only knew how to fight. 30 and standing. 40 without confusion. 50 knowing the fate of heaven. Zhang Yu and the Confucian scholar's auras were surging. Under the domination of their fighting instincts, the falling arcs of electricity, the whistling winds, and the powerful attacks of the thunder and black whirlwind were falling short one after another. With their sharp strikes, they had once again suppressed the two artifact spirits. Not only that, Zhang Yu even relied on his sharp attacks to whip thunder into the gale field, ruler by ruler. The Confucian scholar and Zhang Yu exchanged glances, and in the next moment, the Confucian scholar actually began to fight one against two. Uncle Fu and Uncle Shi showed displeasure. No one would have expected that Zhang Yu and his artifact spirit would be so formidable in terms of their will to fight and combat skills. Steeply, the two of them then struck out at Zhang Yu in unison. Mad thunder. Great slaying. Countless thunderbolts blasted out from the thunderclouds, constantly gathering on the double-headed spear in Fu Bo's hand, ready to strike. Shibo's figure swelled in a flash, resembling a small giant, yet his speed became extremely swift. Straight towards Zhang Yu. However, not only did Zhang Yu not have the slightest fear, instead, a monstrous killing intent flowed from his eyes. If he comes, then he will be at peace. Zhang Yu leapt up violently, and the ring ruler in his hand was like a great sword that cut down everything. A few drops of cold sweat actually involuntarily appeared on the foreheads of Uncle Fu and Uncle Shi. Boom! The two sides were at war in a matter of moments. The powerful attacks attacked each other, and the residual strength bombarded the barrier of the isolation space, blasting out ripples after ripples on the barrier, but the entire isolation space did not move at all. Poof! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Zhang Yu could no longer carry the storming attack of the two of them and fell backward heavily. At the same time, the Confucian was counterattacked by the two artifact spirits, and he, who had been enjoying the upper hand, was beaten to the point where his body was suddenly solid and weak. Obviously, under severe injuries, Zhang Yu was having a hard time instilling the Confucian Shang with spiritual energy in a stable manner. A domain, another domain. If I also had a domain, how could you all be my opponents? Humph. You are indeed very powerful. You were able to fight us for so long in our domain with your martial skills alone, but the blame lies with the fact that your artifact spirit is only a C-grade artifact spirit. You will never be able to master the power of a domain. Fu Bo disdainfully swept a glance at Zhang Yu, who was only half alive. To be able to push both of us to this point, you can also go on your way in peace. Heibo laughed strangely, and carrying his short axe, he walked towards Zhang Yu. In just a split second, the Confucian transformed into a stream of light and stood steadily in front of Zhang Yu. Only his figure flickered, as if it was about to dissipate back into the ring ruler at all times. As if Shibo had seen some joke, he suddenly let out a loud laugh. Not bad, you and your artifact spirit fit quite well, but I'm a bit touched by the staging of the master-servant love at this time. How about this, why don't you cooperate and take the initiative to let us strip him? It doesn't matter if you die, at least your artifact spirit can still be kept. The money from the sale will be your gratitude fee to us. The corner of Zhang Yu's mouth sketched out a smile, and even though it was a smile, it had a sense of determination. You don't seem to be paying attention. If I had a domain, you guys would never be my opponents. With a movement of his mind, a tube of potion that emitted a tantalizing purple color appeared in his hand. Uncle Fu and Uncle Shi's pupils suddenly shrunk. Not good. It's the demon-suppressing army's secret medicine, God's ghost lore. Don't let him drink it. The two men and two weapon spirits struck out in an instant, their vast attack falling like a raging storm. The Confucian immediately turned around, using his own body to firmly protect Zhang Yu underneath him. The purple liquid flowed between his teeth and down the river, turning into a strange power in an instant, filling Zhang Yu's body. Zhang Yu's aura climbed upward. Third stage 5 stars. Third stage 7 stars. Fourth order 1 star. 3 stars of the 4th rank. Eventually, it stopped at 7 stars of the 4th rank. Similarly, as Zhang Yu's majestic spiritual energy continued to pour in, the Confucian scholar's original gradually vaporizing figure once again solidified. It was as if he had touched a force that he had never touched before. His arms spread out. The Confucian robes on his body exploded in an instant. On the small mountain-like muscles, veins circled like gnarled dragons. The muscles on his chest continued to wriggle. The muscles in the front of his chest were writhing. They gathered into the character Ren. The muscles on his back trembled slightly. The muscles on his back tremble slightly. The muscles on the shoulders resonate. The veins gathered into the word talent. Benevolent chest, virtuous talent, shoulders, and back. A majestic aura whistled out like a waveboard. Zhang Yu's gaze became stern. The domain unfolds educate all beings. The entrance to the Western Mountain Camp. Zhang Huan had his hands in his pockets, holding an umbrella, his feet kicking at the gravel on the roadside, his mouth constantly muttering, excited for nothing. I thought I'd run into the killers arranged by Lu Jiyue or Feng Jia tonight. It's also humiliating. How come they don't have any retaliation at all? One must know that in Kaiyun City, killing in self-defense was not held accountable. Zhang Huan's experience value hadn't risen for a long time, and he couldn't wait to find an unlucky person to try out the 1,000 household S-blade. He kicked the stone away with a boring kick and raised his eyes, his brows furrowing slightly. In the distance, the fire was ferocious, and the dark smoke was constantly thick. Even the pouring rain could not minimize the fire. From time to time, there were also wires that had been burnt off, stirring up crackling electric sparks in the rainwater. There's a house on fire even in this rainy day. This family is also unlucky. He continued to walk forward without the slightest worry, yet after taking 2 steps, he seemed to realize something. That direction, how come it seems to be my house? Lu Jiyue. Feng Jia. I day you immortals board. Zhang Huan's silhouette was like a ghost running forward, in place, leaving only an umbrella spinning in the puddle. Chapter 99. 10 minutes. Inside the isolated space. A simple school palace appeared within it. The howling winds and raging thunder all seemed to be isolated from this palace of learning. Zhang Yu gently squeezed his fist. Is this the power of a domain? It's really subtle. At this moment, he only felt as if he was the master of his domain, and his power had received a huge boost. Suddenly, he keenly sensed 2 strands of killing intent locking onto him. The ring ruler in his hand was swung out violently towards the left. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, he exchanged dozens of rounds with the 2. I can't see that you're really a ruthless person. The God and Ghost Guide has been used. Do you really not want to leave yourself a way out? Fu Bo said. Zhang Yu smiled disdainfully. A desperate path is not yet a way to live. Uncle He chopped out an axe horizontally. What's the point of talking so much nonsense with him? The God and Ghost leader squeezes the potential of the entire body. His power will last for 10 minutes at most. After 10 minutes, all his bones will be broken. His muscles will atrophy. Even if we don't kill him. He won't live long. The ring ruler in Zhang Yu's hand was like a long sword, and with a backhanded swipe at the swinging short axe, he sent Shibo flying. 10 minutes? It's enough to deal with you. Then he struck another vertical slash. The aura on the ring ruler that was like an open mountain caused Fu Bo to not dare to force himself to fight, and quickly pulled away the distance between him and Zhang Yu. The weapon spirits, Thunder, and Black Whirlwind, were also beaten back by the Confucian, and they had no choice but to draw back and leave. Zhang Yu laughed coldly. Over the years, I have sensed several special artifact-spirit effects. It's a pity that I don't have enough spiritual power to catalyze them. However, today is different. I can finally try out these new effects. And you too are honored to be the first and last guys to experience it. Uncle He and Uncle Fu vaguely had some bad premonitions. They subconsciously pushed their entire body's spiritual energy completely, making full preparations for defense. While the corner of Zhang Yu's mouth slowly rose, the Confucian scholar followed his footsteps and slowly walked towards the duo. If a gentleman is not heavy, he is not powerful. 60 years are obedient. 70 follow your heart. With every step he took, his aura rose sharply, and Uncle Fu and Uncle He only felt as if Zhang Yu's footsteps were trampling on their hearts, causing them to feel intimidated from the bottom of their hearts. Those who know are happy with the water. Majestic spiritual energy overflowed out in all directions, so thick that it seemed as if it could block the rushing river. Those who are benevolent are happy with mountains. The ring ruler swung out from Zhang Yu's hand was like a huge axe that opened up a mountain, to split apart a huge mountain that was blocking in front of him. In the face of this overwhelming strike, the duo did not dare to be arrogant. Similarly, they used their strongest strike. Heavenly thunder falls. Double axe chopping 4 tigers. Countless thunderbolts attacked towards the ring ruler as if they were scattered by the heavenly maidens. The 2 short axes were thrown out with great force. A majestic whirlwind was swept up, hitting the ruler without leaving a trace of force. Not far away, on the roof of a small hotel, a man and a woman wearing special glasses were watching the battle on Zhang Yu's side with interest. The female wore a smile if anything on her face, while the male had a fawning look on his face as he held an umbrella for her. "Jiyu, would it not be too good for us to take a shot at Mr. Zhang like this? What business is it of ours? Who made him have to be this hero? Right, this old man, I've long seen him as a pain in the ass. These past 3 years, he hasn't tormented us much." Fang Jia's concurrence caused Lu Jiyue to feel a sense of satisfaction of dominating a male in her heart. It was as if the condescension she had lost in Jiang Huan was gradually being retrieved. "Jiyu, do you think Uncle Fu and Uncle Shi can beat Mr. Zhang? I don't think the two of them are in an optimistic situation. Just as Fang Jia said, at this moment, Uncle Fu and Uncle Shi were facing Zhang Yu's sharp offense. They were just like a flatboat swaying in the sea, with the possibility of perishing at any time. Even they themselves did not understand why Zhang Yu had merely forcefully broken through to the 7th star of the 4th rank, while one of them was a 6th star of the 4th rank and the other a 5th star of the 4th rank. There was not much difference in realms, yet they were being pressurized. Lu Jiyue, however, had a relaxed face. "This practical class teacher of ours, I've heard from my mentor. Back then, he was an unrivaled existence in the same realm in the Demon Jin army, especially with his understanding of martial arts. Even a 4th-ranked expert would be hard to be his opponent as long as he didn't utilize the power of his domain. Now that Teacher Zhang has forcefully broken through to the 4th rank, it's inevitable that they are at a disadvantage. However, as long as they can hold out for a little while longer, until the effects of the God and Ghost Leader's medicine have passed, this fight will be over." Fang Jia nodded in a seemingly unintelligible manner and once again cast his gaze at Zhang Yu. Suddenly, he pointed his finger ahead, somewhat excited. "Jiyu. Look! Is that person Jiang Huan?" Lu Jiyue looked in the direction of his finger, only to see a figure crossing the area where the isolated space was located, running towards the floor of the fire in a fiery hurry. It's really him, but why is he in such a hurry to head towards the fire floor? "Jiyu, Uncle Fu and Uncle Shi are dealing with Teacher Zhang. Should we let the few men who have activated the isolation space go and surround and kill Jiang Huan?" Lu Jiyue was like looking at a little cutie. Glancing at Fang Jia, she wanted to ask him, "Is that a pig's brain on top of your neck?" However, reason told her that at this moment, Fang Jia still had value to use. "What? Do you think that Jiang Huan, who was able to easily defeat the two of us in the ring, would be killed by 5 second-ranked Imperial Spirit Masters working hand in hand?" Fang Jia was dumbfounded. Lu Jiyue's words caused him to recall again the scene this afternoon when he was defeated by Jiang Huan with a single move. Shame, anger piled up in the bottom of his heart, and he couldn't wait to eat Jiang Huan alive. Seeing this expression on his face, Lu Jiyue immediately understood what was in his heart. "I know you have fire in your heart, but hold it in for now." With the isolation space in place, Jiang Huan won't even be able to notice that Teacher Zhang is killing in the vicinity of his house. After enduring for another 2 to 3 minutes, Teacher Zhang will not be able to attack. At that time, Uncle Fu and Uncle Shi will be able to spare their hands to clean up Jiang Huan. At that time, the two of us will return to the neighborhood and kill him with our own hands. Fang Jia's fists pinched and crackled. At this moment, he only hated why he didn't bring out more 4th-rank experts. "Alright then, let's let him bounce around for a little while longer first." Lu Jiyue guffawed, her gaze dead set on the burning residential building. "Look, he's coming down again. This wretched appearance is really like a smoked roasted suckling pig. But, what is he holding in his hand? Upstairs on the residential building. Zhang Huan leapt down from the balcony against the fire. With a roll, he dislodged the force on his body. At this moment, he was in a sorry state. Not only was his entire body wet, but his handsome face was red and black from the smoke and heat. However, his face was overflowing with a smile. Fortunately, Pops, I brought you out. Zhang Huan clutched the tablet in his hand with a celebratory look on his face. He slowly got up and stood downstairs, looking at the fire through the sky. The smile on his face added a trace of bitterness. Alas, home is gone. Thanks to Mom being hospitalized, otherwise if she knew about this, she would probably be sad for a long time. He couldn't help but think of Fang Jia and Lu Zhiyue again, and the smile at the corner of his mouth disappeared in an instant. You guys like to start fires, right? Fine, then let's compare who can set fires better. He had just swept Lu Zhiyue and Fang Jia off their feet during the day, and then his own home was burned at night. Zhang Huan killed himself not believing that it was a coincidence. With this thought, he put his father's tablet into his storage ring and was about to run towards Lu Zhiyue and Fang Jia's family's property. However, just as he was about to leave, a few words stopped him in his tracks. Chapter 100, Ghosts and Gods to be Respected. In the pouring rain, Zhang Huan keenly listened to a few uncles hiding under the eaves of the house wearing only their pants. Who's disturbed by the electricity here? Don't you know that we have old lines here? We're afraid of high-powered appliances. Red Pants' uncle leaned against the wall, some melancholy said. Yes, don't talk nonsense, we are all old neighborhoods, who doesn't know that you have to take it easy with electricity? If I say, 80% is that someone has offended someone who should not be offended. This is arson. Squatting on the side of the Blue Pants' uncle, a serious face analyzed. That's not it. I'm talking to you guys. Half an hour ago. I was watching a Japanese love movie, when I suddenly heard an engine sound, and I looked out the window. What a guy! It was all luxury cars. A group of people came down in a flurry and disappeared right under my nose. The Mediterranean uncle wearing star-spangled pants said with a mysterious face. What kind of place are we? To put it badly, slums. Rich people come to our place to do. He has not finished, the Red Pants uncle will cover his mouth, hard to make eyes at him, let him not say it again. What are you talking about? You didn't take your medicine today, did you? Uncle Stars and Stripes did not know what to do, and struggled to remove the Red Pants uncle's hand. What are you doing? Who took pills? Uncle Blue Pants was also confused. Old Juan, why don't you let old Zhao finish? And when did he take the medicine, why don't I know? The Red Pants uncle had a look of despair as he watched his piggy teammates, murmuring in a low voice, don't you know that the murderer will usually return to the scene of the crime, pretending to be an onlooker waiting for an opportunity to make a move? As he spoke, he glanced warily at Zhang Huan, who was standing in the rain listening to them. In their eyes, Zhang Huan seemed like a strange man, standing in the rain without knowing where to hide, his whole body wet, and that pitch-black face under the firelight, like a demon crawling out of purgatory. Although they suppressed their voices, Zhang Huan's five senses had long been different. Every word they said was engraved in Zhang Huan's heart. Zhang Huan wanted to go up and ask a few questions, but as soon as the three uncles saw Zhang Huan walking towards them, they hurriedly got up and walked towards the door behind them, then quickly unlocked the door. Zhang Huan felt speechless. There's no need for this, right? Do I look like a bad guy? However, even though he only heard a few sentences, Zhang Huan still got useful information. 1. The other party was rich. 2. The other party had come with many people. His expression became serious. It seems like they are planning to lay their hands on me. But, where the hell are they now? Zhang Huan didn't believe that so many of them had come here just to set a fire. If that was the case, why would there be a need for so many people to come? The murderer will return to the scene of the crime and pretend to be an onlooker waiting for an opportunity to act. If they started the fire, they would have wanted to see the look on my face when I saw my house burning. In that case, let me play a game of cat and mouse with you. In the next moment, Zhang Huan's figure disappeared in the rainy night. 2 minutes ago, inside the isolated space, Zhang Yu was spiritedly pressing down on the duo of Uncle Fu and Uncle Shi to fight, and the artifact-spirit, Black Whirlwind, and Thunder were similarly being held down and rubbed against the ground by the Confucian. Uncle Fu and Uncle Shi were in a sorry state, with blood oozing out everywhere on their bodies. Perhaps, in a little while, they would have died under Zhang Yu's ruler. However, when Jiang Huan braved the rain and quickly passed through the isolated space, heading straight into the fire, a hint of panic flashed across Zhang Yu's confident face. Although it was quickly suppressed by him, it was still noticed by Uncle Shi and Uncle Fu. What? Panicked? Afraid that you can't protect your precious student? Simple, if you stop now, we'll leave you two with a full body, jia jia jia. The reason why Zhang Yu was panicking was purely because of worry. He was afraid that after he fell, this promising teenager would be brutally attacked by these two guys. In his opinion, Jiang Huan was still too young, and even though he had outstanding battle prowess, it was only to deal with demonic beasts and novices like Lu Zhiyue, who lacked practical combat. Against two veterans who had been immersed in the fourth rank for many years, Jiang Huan was still too young. However, at this moment, he could only hide this panic and resolve this crisis with an unrelenting determination. What's there to panic about? Everything will be resolved when I get rid of the two of you as soon as possible. In the next moment, his already sinewy arm became even more twisted. The floating veins rose up in knots. Holding the bronze-colored skin up high, it was as if the naked eye could see the rapidly rushing blood in it. The sages say, there are teachings that have no class. Ghosts and gods are revered. In just a moment, the Confucian scholar seemed to have aged a lot, his head of green silk turning into white hair, his tight skin becoming loose, wrinkles and spots covering his bare skin. However, his aura became incomparably powerful, as if he had transformed from a young Confucian scholar into a scholar who had been immersed in Confucianism for many years. It was as if everything in the world should be subjected to his indoctrination. Crazy person. You are truly a madman. Not even wanting the last few minutes of your life. Surprisingly, you poured all your power into this strike. The two only felt that this strike was unavoidable and unstoppable. With a hardened heart and clenched teeth, they ordered their respective artifact spirits to block in front of them at the same time. The majestic spiritual energy was like a shocking wave, wave after wave impacting the black whirlwind and thunder. Their domains began to shatter, and cracks appeared on their bodies as they gradually vaporized. It was as if just a moment longer, this overbearing spiritual power was going to shatter their artifact spirits and crash directly into their bodies. Outside the isolation space, Jiang Huan's figure emerged from the darkness once again, and he couldn't help but mutter. It's not right? How come there's nothing? Just now, he had searched all the large and small alleys and intersections in the surrounding area at an extremely fast speed. However, nothing was found. This damn stormy night. At this moment, Jiang Huan hated this heavy rain. If it wasn't for this heavy rain, then he could at least find some traces such as footprints and tire tracks on the road. Suddenly, his afterglow seemed to see something. He turned back in confusion and fixed his eyes on the intersection that was less than 20 meters away from him. That piece of space, like a curtain of water, vibrated with small ripples one after another. Then it quickly disappeared, never to be seen again. If it wasn't for the fact that his eyesight had improved to a certain extent after acquiring the ability, discernment, perhaps, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. What's going on over there? And, why are there 5 more billboards here? Just like people who habitually walked on their way home, after walking the road more than once, Jiang Huan subconsciously wouldn't care about what was different in the surroundings. However, this sudden ripple made him immediately realize that these 5 billboards had appeared somewhat abruptly. Suddenly, a phrase flashed back in his mind, a phrase that the old man with the star-spangled pants had said. A bunch of people came down in a flurry of wind, and in no time at all, they disappeared right under my nose. Disappeared? Could they be hiding like me? But why did I cross this intersection several times and never came under any attack? Jiang Huan's eyes narrowed slightly, immediately overturning this judgment. Incorrect. That circle of ripples was proof that they were there. His mind spun rapidly, and a reasonable hypothesis appeared in his heart. Unless, one of them possessed a space system artifact spirit. A new space had opened up on this intersection. With that thought, he subconsciously activated discernment. Spiritual energy poured into his eyes, and it was as if his eyes were burning. It was as if his vision was blocked by a marvelous force. However, after this power touched his burning eyes, it was like darkness meeting light, fading away in an instant. Eventually, in front of Jiang Huan's eyes, a white space appeared, as if it was shrouded in thick fog. As well as 5 second-order imperialists hiding in the corner, holding onto a billboard and dressed in suits. Jiang Huan tried to continue looking in, but in this white space, it was as if his sight was being rejected. It seems that the limit of discernment has been reached. Just what exactly is in this white space? Jiang Huan's gaze lingered on the 5 people, and he keenly realized that these 5 people were constantly imbuing the billboard with spiritual energy to maintain some sort of delicate state of balance. So it's not a spatial artifact spirit, but a pseudo-artifact spirit. They're 80% of the Lu or Fong family, just why aren't they making a move on me, but are instead sustaining the pseudo-artifact spirit? Forget it, whatever. I'll just open it and see for myself. With those words, Jiang Huan's figure disappeared into the rainy night once again. Chapter 101, That Demon, You Can't Grasp It. Each of the 5 black-clothed men had a communicator pinned to their collars, facilitating communication between them and coordinating the control of the pseudo-weapon spirits. Hey, which one of you just slowed down a beat? A small circle of ripples appeared outside the isolation barrier, thanks to my quick adjustment, otherwise we would have been exposed. Fanye, it's me. A man with an honest face and somewhat thick lips, holding the billboard with one hand and pressing the communicator on his collar with the other, replied sheepishly. Fong Bi, what's wrong with you? It's a good thing that stingy ghost of the young master isn't here, otherwise he'd have to dock your salary for half a year. Fong Bi somewhat palpitatingly lowered his voice and asked, I was just thinking, that kid has disappeared again, you guys, are we exposed? A noisy voice came from the communicator, Fong Yi, what are you thinking? Apart from the interior of the isolated space, this pseudo-weapon spirit is the safest under our billboard. Even if we laugh at him next to him, it's impossible for him to find us. But, just now, he has been staring at us. Fong Bi, you have to know that it's not strange for people to react in any way when they are greatly stimulated. If your house was burned down, you'd have to stare at a place too. That's right, he's still looking our way? Do you think he's a sun monkey? But... hurry up and stop butting, there's another attack aftermath coming. Quickly adjust the frequency of your spiritual energy output. Don't make that cheap mistake again like you did just now. Fong Yi hurriedly gripped the card pillar with both hands, holding his breath as he adjusted his spiritual energy to deal with the aftershocks coming from within the isolated space. A moment later, he only breathed a sigh of relief when a sound came from within the communicator. Have you guys noticed that the 3 auras in the isolated space are slowly weakening? Is it about to split up? Who knows? The only special glasses that can see through the barrier have been taken by that fool of a young master to offer his services. If you ask me, that demon Lu Jiyue, where is she for him to grasp? Sooner or later, he'll have to pay for that woman. Fong Ding. Watch what you say. In case the young master hears about it. You won't have to hang around in colorful Cloud City anymore. The man named Fong Ding seemed unconvinced. If he hears it, he hears it. If he hears me, I'll ask him face to face. Why don't you give us the chance to clean up that Jiang Huan guy? Why do you leave all the good things to Uncle Shi? If we were to take action against a student, within 2 days, we'd definitely make him disappear in Kaiyun City. It's not as troublesome as it is now. Brothers, if I say so, when that kid passes by us again, let's forget about this isolated space, and just kill that kid, and then look for the young master to collect the reward. How about that? In an instant, the communicator fell into silence. It seemed that everyone was thinking about the feasibility of this proposal. How much can this reward be? Make you also moved? A ghostly voice sounded from Fong Bi's ears. Fong Bi, who had always been honest and didn't have much heart, only took it as a voice coming from the communicator. Just kidding, that's 2 taels of refined gold for the quenching material. Add another 5 million. Halfway through his words, he suddenly realized that something was wrong, and looking at the voice, Jiang Huan was looking at himself with a smile on his face as he carried a blood-red gooseplume blade. His eyes widened as he asked incredulously, You can see me? Jiang Huan tilted his head and smiled guffawingly, Can't see. Fong Bi. Suddenly, Jiang Huan's figure disappeared before his eyes without warning. He stared wide-eyed trying to find Jiang Huan's whereabouts. Put. A heartbreaking pain came from his throat as a scarlet goose plume blade coldly picked off his cervical vertebrae, pierced his aorta, and severed his windpipe. He wanted to cry out, but he couldn't shout a word. Pouncing. His knees weakened and he fell to the ground. His hand that was gripping the signpost subconsciously covered his bleeding throat, but blood continued to gush out along his palm. In a matter of moments, Fong Yi was no longer moving. Artifact-Spirit, 1000 households, killed a 2nd-rank Imperial Spiritist, experience plus 298. Ability, Progress Together, activated, host experience plus 298. Artifact-Spirit, 1000 households, fights with the host, causing him to feel the pleasure of being trusted, fit plus 1. At the same time, because of the lack of Fang Yi's spiritual energy pouring in, the delicate balance created by the isolated space was instantly broken. Ripple after ripple appeared abruptly in front of the ordinary people's eyes. You guys look! What's that? It's Imperial Spiritists fighting in the city. Quickly call the City Patrol Division. Don't look. You want to die. Quickly hide. At this moment, the original delicate balance of the isolation space was broken, and the pressure on the remaining 4 black-clothed men maneuvering the isolation space was doubled. Fang B. What are you doing? Don't be dumbfounded. Hurry up and move. Fang B. What's wrong with you? Answer me. Not good. We're being attacked. The communicator in the pool of blood was noisy, and Zhang Huan's mouth sketched out a teasing smile. Don't panic, my revenge has just begun. Not far away, on the roof of the building. Lu Zhiyue watched the bloody scene with a grave expression. Zhang Huan was like the god of death hiding in the darkness. Every time he made a stab, he would inevitably take away a henchman who was manipulating the isolated space. No wonder my phantom shadow is useless against him. It seems he must have practiced some kind of sight-enhancing martial arts. On the side, Fang Jia's face was pale, but his fists were clenched to death. There were 2 reasons for this. 1. Zhang Huan's performance made him feel intimidated, but the indignation in his heart grew even more. For 2, he saw that the battle within the isolated space was nearing its end. Zhang Yu was still standing with his head held high while Uncle Fu and Uncle Shi had already collapsed, not knowing whether they were alive or dead. There was no one left to help him recover tonight. Lu Zhiyue seemed to find it a bit interesting, not knowing whether it was intentional or unintentional, and came quietly, What? Are you afraid of Zhang Huan? In an instant, Fang Jia only felt ashamed. The teasing expression on Lu Zhiyue's face caused his manly pride to be trampled on, but he could do nothing about it. Lu Zhiyue glanced at him with a smile. Don't be annoyed, in a little while, it's time for us to make a move? Fang Jia was a bit puzzled. Jiyu, Uncle Fu and Uncle Shi are now down to their last breath. How could they still have the strength to deal with Zhang Huan? Silver bell-like laughter echoed in this rainy night. Lu Zhiyue's eyes were like the curved moon in the sky, causing Fang Jia to be infatuated. Fang Jia, people getting old is not just words. Uncle Fu and Uncle Shi have average qualifications and average backgrounds. Spare me, the 2 of them were still able to break through to the 4th rank for many years. You don't really think that they don't have some means to deal with Zhang Yu, do you? Fang Jia seemed to understand, listening, her gaze traveling back and forth between Zhang Yu, Uncle Fu, and Uncle Shi suspiciously. Jiyu, are you saying that Uncle Fu and Uncle Shi's injuries are not as serious as they appear to be? But why ah? Lu Zhiyue slightly raised her eyebrows. Let's continue to look down, won't we know? Chapter 102. You're my best student. When the last black-clothed man controlling the isolated space collapsed in front of Zhang Huan, the 5 billboards seemed to have completely lost their effectiveness. The thick fog that had originally isolated Zhang Huan's sight slowly receded, and a hunched silhouette touched and gradually appeared in front of Zhang Huan. When Zhang Huan saw the person's face, his heart inexplicably felt like it had been viciously stabbed by a needle. At this moment, Zhang Yu, although still standing, but his figure was stooped, his whole body, ragged clothes, every inch of his skin was oozing blood. His face was withered, as if he had run out of gas. The only thing that remained unchanged was his resolute and incomparable eyes. Teacher Zhang. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Huan took 3 steps and rushed to Zhang Yu's side. However, only after reaching his side, Zhang Huan's heart ached even more. Where was Zhang Yu standing hunched over? His body was completely supported by a gigantic ruler behind him. There were only a few strands of blood seeping out of the horrifying wound, as if his blood had long since drained away. Mori's white bones were even directly exposed on top of the horrifying wound. Upon closer inspection, his bones were covered with spiderweb-like cracks, as if they might turn into pieces at any time. Zhang Yu looked at Zhang Huan in front of him, the corner of his mouth raised in a confident smile as he raised his hand with difficulty and pointed towards the opposite side. Zhang Huan, look, teacher is powerful, isn't he? 2 fourth-order experts were all led down by me. Zhang Huan's head was empty, blankly looking in the direction of Zhang Yu's finger. Only then did he notice that in that mess, there were 2 middle-aged men who didn't know whether they were alive or dead. One of them was still an old acquaintance of Zhang Huan, Uncle Fu. When Zhang Huan looked back at Zhang Yu again, he only felt that his heart was unbearable. At this moment, he had everything figured out. The reason why the assassins sent by the Lu family and the Feng family didn't find trouble with him was all because his teacher, Zhang Yu, was shielding him from the wind and rain behind his back. A third-order, 5-star veteran had to fight with 2 fourth-order veterans. The hardship involved, Zhang Huan didn't even dare to think about it in detail. "Teacher, actually you don't have to fight so hard for me." Zhang Huan's voice had choked. Zhang Yu, however, looked indifferent. "What silly words are you saying? I'm your teacher, of course I have to cover you." For a moment, Zhang Huan couldn't help but recall the image of the first time he and Zhang Yu were preparing to go out on a mission. Outside, teacher protects you, and the commission is split 50-50. Zhang Huan recalled the first time he hunted, when he tirelessly taught himself how to survive in the ruins. Zhang Huan recalled the first time the two of them did a quest, the way he put down his teacher's stance for the sake of an extra $200,000 in commission, and argued with the treacherous merchants. Zhang Huan recalled that when he was blocked from leaving the city for the third time, Zhang Yu even chose to leave the city with himself in order to let himself leave the city smoothly. It reminded him that when he left the city for the 4th time, he had been in a coma for most of the month due to the 1,000 households trial, and it was Zhang Yu who had taken care of him without moving an inch for most of the month. It seemed like he had been practicing what he had said in his own way. Zhang Huan recalled, again, the scene 2 months ago when he was criticized by Zhang Yu in public. It seemed that, since then, he hadn't been scolded by Zhang Yu for a long time. Looking at Zhang Yu, who was heavily injured and whose vitality was constantly draining away, Zhang Huan's eyes already had tears in them. At this moment, he only wanted to do something for Zhang Yu. With a movement of his mind, the A-grade vitality liquid appeared in his hand. He carefully dripped the medicinal liquid onto Zhang Yu's severely injured wounds 1 drop at a time, fearing that he would overdose and cause Zhang Yu to feel pain. However, it seemed that the Shangsheng Unlimited liquid, which was claimed to be able to prolong vitality, had lost its effectiveness and had no effect on Zhang Yu's body. Zhang Yu gently stroked Zhang Huan's head. "It's useless, put this medicine away." The secret medicine of the Demon Suppression Army, God and Ghost Leader. When used, gods and ghosts honor it. After using it, gods and ghosts are hard to save. Zhang Huan looked at him helplessly, full of words, but he couldn't speak a single word when he reached his mouth. Zhang Yu felt out a pack of cigarettes with blood stains from his jacket pocket, and only after lighting himself up did a few moments of joy appear on that miserable white face. "Zhang Huan, you shouldn't be sad either. This is my fate, it's the saints punishing me." Zhang Huan looked at him uncertainly. He had a cigarette in his mouth, and the smoke smoked his eyes a little. It seemed to be the depletion of his spiritual energy that caused him to take a great deal of effort before he was able to fumble out a yellowed book from his storage ring. "This is Priest's Spirit Embryo?" It wasn't until he saw this book that Zhang Huan remembered that after the 1,000 households had killed the Yi priest, back then, they had indeed dropped such a thing. It was just that he was so focused on getting back at Lu Jiyue that he had never thought of it. Zhang Yu nodded. "Back then, after you fainted, I took a fancy to this spirit embryo. You know, Confucian, being stuck at C grade all the time is my heart problem, so..." After a brief narration, Zhang Huan understood it all. At the same time, Zhang Huan was filled with guilt. If he hadn't babbled that the spirit embryo could directly quench the artifact spirit, how could Zhang Yu have made a mistake? A saint is too much of a thief of springs, and he thirsts but does not drink. Instead, I want to take yours for myself. These things that I encountered tonight are none of your business, they are the sage's punishment for me. Until this moment, Zhang Yu was still excusing Zhang Huan, fearing that he would feel guilty. Obviously, he only needed to act as if he hadn't seen anything, and everything that happened tonight would have nothing to do with him. At the thought of this, the tears in Zhang Huan's eyes were like a big river breaking the embankment, unable to stop flowing down. Men do not cry lightly. The last time Zhang Huan cried was when he was 8 years old, when he knew that his father would never come back. Zhang Yu used his blood-stained hand to wipe away the tears at the corner of his eyes for Zhang Huan, but the result was that the hot tears touched the blood-stained stain with rainwater, and in turn, left another stain on Zhang Huan's already pitch-black face. This scene amused Zhang Yu. He laughed up to the sky, and as he laughed, he coughed violently. Zhang Huan hurriedly smoothed his chest for him. "Zhang Huan, remember. You are already 18 years old. This time, it's the last time you'll cry. In the future, even if someone else puts a knife to your neck, you are not allowed to cry." In Zhang Yu's breathless words was an unprecedented seriousness. Zhang Huan held back his tears and nodded heavily. Seeing this, a pleased smile appeared on Zhang Yu's face. "Zhang Huan, teacher has always had a question for you. Be honest with teacher, okay?" "Aha! Did you kill priest?" Zhang Huan froze, first nodding his head, then feeling that it wasn't quite right, he shook his head again. It seemed to feel that no matter whether he nodded or shook his head, he couldn't accurately express what he meant. He could only look helplessly at Zhang Yu. Teacher, I don't know what to say. Yes, what should he say? Tell Zhang Yu that he had a system like he told Morong Shui? That there were 18 bottles of extraordinary artifact spirits in the system? With such words, would Zhang Yu think that he was teasing a dying man? Zhang Yu looked at his sincere eyes and seemed to understand his difficulty. It's fine for teacher to ask you in a different way. Priest's death has something to do with you, right? This time Jiang Huan nodded heavily. Ha 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 ha. As if he had gotten the answer he wanted, Zhang Yu erupted into a hearty laugh. Good brat. Not bad. Teacher didn't look at you wrong. You are definitely in my 8 years of teaching career. The most outstanding student. He looked at Jiang Huan with a gaze full of love, and only regret remained in his eyes. It's a pity. It's a pity that I won't see the day you shine. It's a pity that the demon suppression army wasn't blessed enough to take you under their wing. Zhang Yu's voice became smaller and smaller until finally, there was no more sound. His head tilted and his entire body slipped off the ruler. Jiang Huan was quick on his feet and rushed to hold him in his arms. The ring ruler that had been supporting him originally, in an instant, turned into pieces and dissipated between heaven and earth. At this moment, Jiang Huan was overwhelmed with grief. He choked silently, as if his entire body's qi had been drained clean. Zhang Yu was his teacher, and even more so, his guide on the road to growth. Perhaps in his entire life, he would never meet a teacher like him who guided his growth at all times. Wow, wow, wow. What a teacher-student love. It turns out that it really is the end of a strong crossbow. Scared old me half a day to move, just in case he was pretending to fish. Bah! Two ear-piercing voices came. Jiang Huan followed the voices, and in his eyes full of sadness, a blazing fire of vengeance rose. Chapter 103, He who slaughters my good teacher shall be put to death. Uncle Fu and Uncle Shi slowly climbed up, the icy cold downpour, and the howling wind constantly slapped their faces. The artifact spirits in their hands, whether it was the thunder or the black whirlwind, were covered with cracks and their light was no longer shining. Obviously, in order to save their lives, the duo had fully urged their artifact spirits to block Zhang Yu's crazy strike for them, which had not only caused their artifact spirits to suffer heavy injuries, but even they themselves were not much better. Moreover, due to the fact that the sense of oppression that Zhang Yu had given them was just too great, after this strike, they were actually afraid that Zhang Yu was swindling them, so they stayed prostrate on the ground and pretended to be dead. It was only after Zhang Yu completely swallowed his breath and the two of them could no longer sense his breath that they just crawled up. Bastard! If you're sensible, get off to the side and stand there. When I chop his corpse into mush and am in a better mood, I'll give you a good time. She spat a mouthful of bloody foam and cursed angrily at Jiang Huan. Jiang Huan was unmoved and glanced at Uncle Shi indifferently. Bastard! You! As a fourth-ranked expert, how had Shibo ever been ignored so much? He was just about to make a move when he was quietly pulled by Uncle Fu. Hurry up and recover your spiritual power for real. Previously, the duo had consumed too much spiritual energy in their battle with Zhang Yu. At this moment, both were no longer at their full strength. Moreover, what the duo had done in the Western Mountain camp had already been exposed to the eyes of the public, and perhaps it would not be long before the people from the City Patrol Division came. As things stood, the only way was to restore their spiritual power as soon as possible, thus ensuring that Jiang Huan would be exterminated with a thunderbolt. Shibo naturally understood what Fu Bo meant, and immediately snorted coldly as he secretly began to recover his spiritual energy. Jiang Huan took in the movements of the two, but he had more important things to do at the moment. The big battle was coming, and he couldn't let anyone else hurt Zhang Yu's corpse again. He slowly picked up Zhang Yu and walked straight to a safer roof of a residential building, then slowly put him down again. Jiang Huan pulled off a piece of cloth from his body and wiped Zhang Yu's face full of stains and blood, rainwater one by one. Zhang Yu was lying quietly on the floor, his miserably white face was that of resolute features. Teacher Zhang, you can lie here for a while first. The student will avenge you this time. Trigger quest, a teacher is one who preaches and teaches. He who slaughters my good teacher, his crime is unforgivable. Shall be executed. Upon completion of the mission, the host will receive a random reward. The system's cold prompt sounded coldly, but Jiang Huan acted as if he didn't hear it. Slowly reaching out, he closed Zhang Yu's eyes for him, and then he fiercely got up. A pair of cold, piercing, reddish eyes stared straight at Uncle Fu and Uncle Shi. Inexplicably, the duo actually had the illusion of falling into an ice cave. A long knife composed of fragments coalesced inch by inch in Jiang Huan's hand. Sense and coldness overflowed in all directions, and a touch of thin ice even surfaced in the 3 inches of standing water under his feet. Today, I will use the heads of the two of you to comfort the spirit of my late master in heaven. The next moment, Jiang Huan's figure surged out, the long knife in his hand slashing straight into the two people's vitals. The 1,000 blades even materialized at the same time. Jiang Huan struck out at the same time. Uncle Fu and Uncle He both showed vicious colors and once again activated their respective artifact spirits. Brat! He doesn't know the sky and the earth. A mere second rank, how dare you scorn us? In an instant, the thunder and black whirlwind appeared in front of the two of them once again. Only compared to before, the figures of the two weapon spirits became a bit frail, and their figures were tattered as if they were about to collapse at any time. The two sides exchanged hands in the blink of an eye, and in just a moment, Jiang Huan and 1,000 Blades were deadlocked by the other side. Not only had they been on passive defense, there were even a few times when they were almost seriously injured by the other party. I thought how powerful you were. It turns out that you can only bully the inexperienced newbies. It seems like you haven't learned your teacher's fighting skills, huh? Your moves are so shoddy. I heard that you still have a mom, right? After I settle you, I'll send your mom to reunite with you. Jiang Huan didn't say a word, only that his eyes towards the duo of Uncle Fu and Uncle Shi grew colder and colder. Hey! Uncle Fu! Uncle Shi! Leave him a breath. Let me personally kill him. An arrogant male voice came from Jiang Huan's left side, and Jiang Huan glanced at it with his afterglow. At another intersection in the distance, Fang Jia was standing beside Lu Jiyue holding an umbrella for her with a look of hatred. Jiang Huan, when you humiliated me in the ring during the day, you didn't expect to suffer this, did you? Lu Jiyue's tone trembled, and on her face, which had previously been calm, a touch of morbid laughter actually appeared at this moment. The duo had been closely watching the battle here, and when they saw Jiang Huan being pressurized by Uncle Fu and Uncle Shi, they rushed over without stopping. They had only one thought. Kill Jiang Huan with their own hands. Two masters, wait for a moment. The two of us will soon subdue him. As he spoke, the attack between the two of them and the two weapon spirits became more and more intense. There was a great momentum to thwart Jiang Huan in one go. However, instead of being the slightest bit intimidated, Jiang Huan's mouth even showed a creepy smile. Finally, I've lured the two of you out. At this moment, it saves a lot of trouble. When Jiang Huan strangled the 5 black-clothed men, he judged that they were Fang Jia's men. At the first moment he saw Uncle Fu, he knew that Lu Jiyue's shadow was definitely behind this. Both of them were high-minded and proud. Since they wanted to take revenge on him, they naturally wouldn't be satisfied with just waiting for the outcome behind the scenes. He wasn't sure if the Lu Jiyue duo would definitely show up, but pretending to fall into a disadvantage for a while didn't affect anything. Thus, there was the scene of Uncle Fu and Uncle Shi pressing Jiang Huan to fight. Jiang Huan's cold smile made Uncle Fu and Uncle Shi, who were fighting with him, feel uneasy, and even more so, Lu Jiyue and Fang Jia couldn't help but remember the fear that Jiang Huan had dominated them this morning. Lu Jiyue and Fang Jia exchanged a glance, and immediately decided to leave first to wait and see what would happen. However, Jiang Huan didn't give them a chance at all. Want to leave? Have you asked me? Jiang Huan swept away the previous decline, his legs flipped and kicked out 2 kicks lightning fast, forcing Uncle Fu and Uncle Shi back. The 1,000 blades in his hand was violently thrown out. It was steadily inserted in front of the direction Lu Jiyue and Fang Jia had left. The body of the blade shook continuously, the killing intent of the blade preventing the rain from falling on it. The field unfolds, deadly darkness. A touch of darkness emanates from the tip of the blade, spreading rapidly in all directions, swiftly enveloping Lu Jiyue and Fang Jia in it. Lu Jiyue's pupils suddenly shrunk. A month ago, that late night, bad memories came flooding back. It's him. It's him. It's really him. The uninvited guest who broke into her mansion that night and managed to escape. It's really him. Lu Jiyue couldn't figure out why the domain of 1,000 blades was different from what she had shown in the ring during the day. But she had no time to think about it at all. Because, opposite her, the 1,000 blades was carrying a long sword made of that shard, coldly looking at her and Fang Jia. That vicissitude face was written with indifference to life. See you. This field is evil. Not only does it make me feel powerless, and we can't get out, Fang Jiaojing held Serpent Man in his hand and slashed the barrier at the edge of the domain with great vigor. The greatsword felt like it was hacking into the air, not stirring a single ripple. However, when he tried to break out, he only felt that the black curtain in front of him was like a cage, preventing him from taking a step towards the outside. The pressure of death given by Thousand Blades caused Lu Zhiyue to no longer be able to endure Fang Jia's stupidity. Is that a pig brain growing on your neck? This is the domain. Without killing the owner of the domain, how are we going to escape? Fang Jia looked at Lu Zhiyu in dismay, his mouth so wide open that he could swallow a whole egg. Zhiyu, you scolded me. Lu Zhiyue didn't even have the time to pay attention to him. The longsword appeared steeply in her hand. The domain unfolds Scarlet Rose Garden. With a thought. With her as the center, countless blood-red roses began to grow wildly in all directions. The Rose Sword Servant and the Wenzhou Green appeared in front of her at the same time. They took steps at the same time and ran towards Thousand Blades. However, the figure of Thousand Blades disappeared into the darkness inch by inch. Outside the field, Zhang Huan sidestepped Fu Bo's stabbing shot and lowered his head to dodge the double axes swung by Shi Bo. He avoided several arcs of electricity from Thunder and escaped several winds from Black Whirlwind. The dexterity of his figure made Uncle Fu and Uncle Shi sigh in awe. Brat, your stance is quite agile. But you've committed a major combat taboo. Fighting on two fronts. Without the assistance of the Artifact-Spirit. I'll see how long you can carry on. Zhang Huan leapt behind Shi Bo with a side flip, his cold eyes sweeping across his neck. Who said I only have one Artifact-Spirit? Blood-colored light condensed into a blade in Zhang Huan's palm, and monstrous battle intent roared between heaven and earth. At this moment, it was as if heaven and earth had become Zhang Huan's main battlefield. Chapter 104, One for Each. The strong survival instinct caused Shi Bo to subconsciously roll forward. Although he was lucky enough to avoid the blade, the intense blade intent emanating from the Thousand Household still cut through his epidermis. Blood continued to seep out from the back of his neck. Careless. This kid is an artifact spirit body. This aura. It's at least an A-class artifact spirit. Can't hold back. Activate the domain. Big deal, we'll have the chance to rebuy 2 artifact spirit contracts in the future. A trace of heartache flashed across Uncle Fu and Uncle Shi's faces. The reason why they had been engaged in a martial arts tussle with Zhang Huan was because their artifact spirits had already suffered heavy injuries, and if they once again forcefully activated their domains to fight, they might dissipate into the heavens and earth. But at this moment, they had no other choice. The domains of dense thunderclouds and howling winds unfolded once again, wrapping Zhang Huan in them. However, this time, the offensive force in their domain was much weaker compared to when they were dealing with Zhang Yu. Zhang Huan activated the concealment, avoiding the winds and arcs of electricity with a deft pace. There was a breezy look on his face. Is this your domain? It's still really weak. Fu Bo, I have to say, compared to the first encounter, this time, you are weak. Uncle Fu's pupils suddenly shrunk, his old eyes constantly sizing up Zhang Huan's body, and suddenly he seemed to remember something. It's you! You were the one who broke into the Lu family that night. An arc of electricity slashed down towards Zhang Huan at an incredible angle. Zhang Huan didn't even lift his eyes, slightly moving his feet to the left. The arc's attack fell short. Only realizing it now? Will it be a bit too late? The next moment, Zhang Huan's entire body's blood chi surged. The clear eyes became blood red. A battle spirit transformed into pure killing intent. Martial technique. Blood rage. Zhang Huan's aura was continuously increasing. At this moment, whether it was Uncle Fu or Uncle Shi, they all had an illusion. The youngster in front of them wasn't a human being at all. He was a Rakshasa who had crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. But before they could react from their shock, the long knife in Zhang Huan's hand was churning with blood chi, which began to spread outward from the body of the knife. A thick smell of blood drifted with the wind in the rainy night. Zhang Huan's voice became low and hoarse. It was as if his voice had been burned by coke. The domain unfolds sacrifice life. The thick blood aura centered on Zhang Huan rushed up to the sky in a matter of moments. And it continued to erode outwards. Both the Thunder and Black Whirlwind domains, in just a few breaths, had shrunk to less than 2 meters wide. And at any time there is a crisis of annihilation. However, What makes them feel even more incredible is Jiang Huan's aura had begun to rise insanely again. What's going on? This kid's martial arts are evil. His domain is even more evil. He's clearly only at the 2nd rank. Why does he give me a sense of crisis that only comes with the 4th rank? We can't fight anymore. Retreat. The two of them turned around and fled towards the edge of the domain. A body of spiritual energy was even madly poured into their own domains, attempting to use the inter-domain exchange to realize a point to break the surface and escape. In fact, they were helpless. The battle with Zhang Yu had caused their strength to be severely damaged, and they were unable to utilize 70% of their original strength. Especially the artifact spirit was on the verge of dissipating at any time. If they were facing an ordinary 2nd-ranked Imperial Spirit Master, they would have been able to kill him even if they had to work harder. But they had run into Jiang Huan, who not only had the martial art, Blood Rage, to boost his strength, but also had the domain, Sacrifice Life for Justice, to make his strength rise. Neat footsteps sounded behind Uncle Fu and Uncle Shi. The two subconsciously looked back, their already desperate faces becoming even more desperate. Behind them, a large camp appeared. In front of the camp was Jiang Huan with a general-like man. He was carrying a blood-colored wild goose plume sword identical to Jiang Huan's, and his reddened eyes looked straight at Uncle Fu and Uncle Shi. Behind the duo were 29 heavily armed generals, all stroking their willow leaf swords at their waists with one hand, similarly staring directly at Fu Bo and Shi Bo with icy cold eyes, as if the two were already dead people. 1,000 households, one for each. Remember, leave him breathless, I'll behead them myself. The 1,000 households nodded, and the same hoarse voice rang out, those who offend my lord. Kill. The words fell. The 29 personal guards simultaneously drew their willow leaf swords. Brushing out of body sounds echoed in this blood-colored field, constantly tweaking the fragile nerves of Fu Bo and Shi Bo. The next moment, Jiang Huan and 1,000 households each carried their swords towards the two. The 29 personal guards spontaneously split into two teams. Each of them followed Jiang Huan and 1,000 households straight towards Uncle Fu and his wife. Uncle Fu and Uncle Shi showed panic and hastily activated their artifact spirit effects to defend themselves. Heavenly thunder falls. Twin axes cut down the 4 tigers. Countless thunder bloomed from the double-headed spears. 2 pitch-black short axes, carrying a whistling wind. They attacked towards Jiang Huan and the 1,000 households group respectively. For a moment, this airtight attack, there was no way to avoid it. However, a scene that made the two of them look dumbfounded appeared. The personal guards came forward, using their bodies to block the constant attacks for Jiang Huan and the 1,000 households. Their attacks could not stop Jiang Huan and 1,000 households at all. Fu Bo clenched his teeth and stabbed at Jiang Huan with the double-headed spear in his hand. As long as he was resolved, everything would be over. Jiang Kid, I'll fight you. Berserk Thunder. Berserk Thunder attached itself to the twin-headed gun, and the artifact spirit, Thunder, even completely integrated itself into the twin-headed gun. This was a strike where it sacrificed itself. It's all or nothing. Jiang Huan didn't have the slightest sympathy in his eyes. There was only the determination to cut the other party down to size. Double chop. Catalyze. It's obviously just a blood-colored blade. But in Jiang Huan's hands, with a high frequency, one strike followed by another chop, it was as if the twin blades were coming out in unison, and only residual shadows remained in the eyes of the onlookers. Clang! A crisp sound rang out, and Jiang Huan's continuous attacks finally stopped. The blade precisely chopped at the tip of the double-headed spear. The next moment, the double-headed gun, which was already full of cracks, turned its entire body into pieces and dissipated inch by inch into Fu Bo's hands. 15 personal guards followed, surrounding Fu Bo in layers. Fu Bo's eyes only had a touch of bewilderment left in them, as if he himself couldn't believe that his old buddy who had accompanied him for many years had ended up in ashes. How? How? You're just a poor boy of the 2nd rank. How could you possibly beat me? Uncle Fu muttered out of his mouth. As I said, today, I will take the heads of you two to comfort the spirit of my late master in heaven. A flash of red light flashed, and Fu Bo then saw his body plop to his knees. At his neck, crimson blood spurted up high like a fountain. Then, he saw that a personal guard came over and picked up his head. Artifact Spirit, 1,000 households, killed a 4th rank Imperial Spirit Envoy, experience plus 1,400. Common progress catalyzed, host experience plus 1,400. Jiang Huan looked coldly at the head in Silly Pillar's hand, who always had a hefty, silly smile on his face. Although he did not say anything, Jiang Huan seemed to be able to perceive that he seemed to be saying, "Don't be angry, look, half of your revenge has been avenged. Yes, there is still the other half yet to be avenged." Jiang Huan looked sideways to the side. The 1,000 households side had also resolved the battle. At this moment, 1,000 household and 14 of his personal guards, totaling 15 long knives, were on Shibo's head. Jiang Huan walked slowly towards him, the blood-colored longsword in his hand dragging behind him, emitting a gut-wrenching friction sound. Chapter 105 Exclusivity of the Field. Uncle Shi looked at the bloodstains all over Jiang Huan, plus witnessed Uncle Fu's downfall. He was completely flustered. "Jiang Huan! You can't kill me. This is inside Kaiyun City. You're done for life if you kill someone in the city. You're so young. You still have a brilliant future ahead of you. You don't want to be unable to gain a foothold in Kaiyun City anymore because you killed such an insignificant little person like me, do you? I promise you. As long as you spare me, I'll accompany you to the City Patrol Division as a tainted witness. Prosecute Fang Jia and Lu Jiyue." Jiang Huan heard this and couldn't help but look towards the side. In the deadly darkness, he could clearly perceive that the 1,000 blades was like a ghost that appeared out of nowhere, and with his own strength, he was alone in entangling 2 people and 3 weapon spirits. Even though deadly darkness suppressed 30% of the opponent's strength, the pressure on 1,000 blades was still a bit high. As for Jiang Huan's dazed behavior, it fell in Shibo's eyes, and he thought for granted that this was Jiang Huan's heart moved. He hurriedly struck the iron while it was hot and said, "Jiang Huan, I promise. As long as you spare my life. From now on, I'll only look up to you." Jiang Huan looked back at him indifferently, asking a question that baffled him. "As I recall, you just said that you wanted to chop Teacher Zhang's corpse into mud, right? And you also said that you would kill my mother, right?" Uncle Shi hastily compensated with a smile. "Mistake, it's all a mistake." Halfway through his words, Jiang Huan fiercely slashed out a knife. It directly cut off his arm. Jiang Huan looked at him with cold eyes, except for the head. "Chop it into mud with a messy knife." 15 long knives kept swinging down, and miserable sounds resounded throughout the entire Shishan camp. Inside the Shishan camp, every household closed their doors and windows in unison. Everyone was praying that the Imperial Spiritist from the City Patrol Division would hurry over. A few moments later, Shibo's head was lifted up by Zhang Long. As for his body, it was turned into flesh and mud, following the blood and rainwater as it continued to flow towards the sewers. Artifact Spirit, 1,000 households, killed a 4th Order Imperial Spiritist, experience plus 1,200. Common progress catalyzed, host experience plus 1,200. Quest to kill the Tu Liang Master is completed, 1,000 households, experience plus 5,000. Common progress prodded, host experience plus 5,000. Mission completed, rewarding the host with the ability, Bleeding. Wherever the blade passes, life slowly passes with the blood. Let's go, 1,000 household, let's go help, 1,000 blades. Willing to serve my lord. The 31 Hanyu, including Jiang Huan, under the encapsulation of sacrifice of life, walked towards the deadly darkness in large strides. Seeing that the 2 domains were about to touch each other, Jiang Huan then felt a strong sense of repulsion. Jiang Huan frowned. What's going on? The 1,000 households, reminded, "It's not my land, reject it." Jiang Huan pondered slightly and immediately got the answer. Each domain was equivalent to the private world of each artifact spirit, and external artifact spirits couldn't enter at will, having a strong exclusivity. It was also because of this exclusivity that confrontation between the domains arose. The 1,000 blades and the 1,000 households had the same host, and both of them could enter and exit each other's domains freely under Jiang Huan's will in normal times. However, when he tried to enter it with the other domain, he would be rejected. Rather, he possessed the ability, domain sharing, but that could only be one party going to use the other party's domain. It was still essentially targeting a domain. It seems that sometime I'll have to stack the domains of 1,000 blades and 1,000 households before I can do that. After a short period of thought, Jiang Huan had a single thought, and 1,000 household knew how to do it. The 1,000 household glanced back at the 29 personal guards behind him. "Wait quietly for my return." The 29 personal guards held their heads high and saw Jiang Huan and 1,000 household off. In the next moment, Jiang Huan led 1,000 households to take a step out of the Red Realm and successfully entered the Black Realm. At first glance, the duo saw that a rose garden had appeared in the Black Field. Lu Zhiyue and Fang Jiayun were cowering in this rose garden. At the edge of the rose garden, where the Black Realm met, there were constantly blood-colored roses withering and fading, and new roses taking root and sprouting. As if the confrontation of the domains has reached a stalemate. The 1,000 blades hid in the shadows, constantly shooting out countless broken blades, attacking Lu Zhiyue and Fang Jia, as well as their artifact spirits. But Yizhang Chang and Rose Sword Servant guarded her side. In conjunction with the Rose Garden's enchantment, with various effects, they continuously defended against this attack in the darkness. Compared to Lu Zhiyue's calmness, Fang Jia, who hadn't mastered the domain ability, looked flustered at the moment. Ziyu. To the left. Be careful. Right side. There's a slash coming from above as well. Snake Man. Help me. If it wasn't for Lu Zhiyue protecting him in her domain and the artifact spirit, Snake Man, materializing to protect him behind her, perhaps he would have been killed under the 1,000 blades knife long ago. The arrival of Jiang Huan and 1,000 households, Lu Zhiyue had no way of knowing. The 1,000 households, 1,000 blades, and Jiang Huan coincidentally glanced at each other, and the two spirits immediately understood each other's thoughts. Focus on Lu Zhiyue. The next moment, the 1,000 household's figure leapt out violently. The sound of speeding footsteps caught Lu Zhiyue's attention. A blood-red figure flew towards her. The figure leaps up high. Both hands holding swords slash towards her. Clang. Yizhang Qing holds the 1,000 households with both swords. However, the other party was like a demon, swinging his sword with one hand, creating shadows, and bombarding Ichijo Qing with blow after blow. The Ichijo castle was beaten back. The Rose Sword Servant rolled up a field of roses and was about to support Joey. However, the broken blades coming from the side are too much for her to handle. However, she was simply too tired to deal with it. It was hard to cut down the broken blades on the ground, but 1,000 blades brought that long blade made of shattered glass and stabbed at her unexpectedly. She had thought that this time, her opponent would retreat after missing a blow like before. However, the other party chose to go straight for the jugular with her this time. Although, she managed to stop the other party's attack every time. But in the next moment, that long blade made up of debris actually kept changing its form. From all angles, it attacked her in all sorts of unbelievable shapes, and for a moment, she was similarly pressed. Lu Zhiyue looked at the two artifact spirits in front of her in dismay, her eyes filled with incredulity. Why does he have two artifact spirits? Could it be that he is also an artifact spirit body? Impossible. Impossible. There's only one in a million artifact spirit bodies. I'm the only one with an artifact spirit body in the entire Color Cloud City. Suddenly, a strong sense of crisis came from behind her. Lu Zhiyue subconsciously turned around and swung her sword. In an instant, the rose in front of her began to grow savagely. It firmly bound Jiang Huan, who was hiding in the shadows. The sharp thorns on the rose's rhizome began to pierce Jiang Huan's skin, attempting to draw spiritual energy from his body. Lu Zhiyue took a look at the fact that it was Jiang Huan who was planning to assassinate her, and jealousy coupled with anger continued to burn in her heart. Jiang Huan. There can only be one artifact spirit body for me in the entire colorful Cloud City. What gives you the right? With a thought, the long, showy sword in her hand had already transformed into the twin sun and moon swords. With two swords in her hand, the left sword was scorching hot and the right sword was icy cold. Two diametrically opposed breaths. It continuously bombarded the blood-colored longsword in Jiang Huan's hand. However, Jiang Huan's face was not the slightest bit flustered. It was as if Lu Zhiyue's attack, the spiritual energy drawn by the rose thorns, could not affect him. You're asking me on what basis? And on what basis do you exchange my family's Wushuan for your family's future? And on what basis did you send someone to kill Teacher Zhang? Jiang Huan's emotions were getting more and more agitated. The blood-colored long knife in his hand flew up and down, beckoning each of Lu Zhiyue's deadly slashes. Fang Jia's heart burned with rage when he saw his goddess being aggravated. Jiang Huan, you dare to bully Zhiyu? I'll kill you. With a large sword in his hand, he rushed towards Jiang Huan. Scram! Jiang Huan kicked out heavily, kicking him to the deadly darkness barrier, and Fang Jia fainted completely. In the next moment, Jiang Huan parried Lu Jiyue's swinging dual swords with a single slash. His eyes were filled with killing intent, double slash. Liberate off form. Chapter 106 Do's and Don'ts. The blood-colored long knife steadily pressed Lu Jiyue, and then, in her puzzled gaze, Jiang Huan's left hand, which had been idle, quickly gripped the hilt of the knife and gently pulled it. The second blood-colored long knife then appeared in Jiang Huan's hand. Lu Jiyue's eyes widened with an unbelievable look, dual blades into one. How did you do that? Don't you think that you should be more concerned about your own safety than caring about this? In the next moment, the dual swords came out in unison. Successive attacks from the left and right, slash after slash on top of the twin sun and moon swords. In Lu Jiyue's eyes, she couldn't see how Jiang Huan made his moves, the only thing she could see was a trail of residual shadows. The tremendous force forced her to keep retreating. The double swords, which were originally too sharp to resist, were gradually covered with gaping holes. It was as if, in a little while, the twin swords would be chopped off by the blood-colored longsword. Puff! The blood tumbling inside Lu Jiyue's body surged upwards, and she could no longer restrain herself as she spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood. Seeing this, Yizheng Chang and Rose Sword Servant no longer cared about fighting with 1,000 households and 1,000 blades. They turned around and went to support Lu Jiyue. Seeing this, 1,000 blades naturally would not let go of such an excellent opportunity to strike. The long blade shattered inch by inch and shot towards Rose Swordswoman. The Rose Sword Servant glanced at the afterglow and waved one hand. The countless roses under his feet began to condense into a shield, fending off the attack of the 1,000 blades. He himself took advantage of the situation to pounce on Jiang Huan at a faster speed. Yizheng Qing set aside 1,000 household's blood-colored longsword and was just about to leave. The 1,000 blades let out a cold grunt, "Thief! Don't leave!" The blood-colored longsword transformed into a one-person high-plane sword in his hand in a matter of moments. He chased after him with 2 steps, transforming the sword into a spear with one hand and stabbing it with one hand. Yizheng Qing's forward momentum instantly stalled, and a pitch-black wound appeared in front of her chest. The sun and moon dual swords in Lu Jiyue's hands were even dimmed in an instant. She gritted her teeth and cursed at Jiang Huan. "I'll kill you." Rose Sword Servant was heavily injured by Jiang Huan at the school recruitment in the daytime, dropping from a rank to B rank. Yizheng Chang was similarly heavily injured by Jiang Huan a month ago, dropping from a rank to B rank. Half a month ago, she had managed to temper it back to a grade with the help of Long Chun. But tonight, it was once again destroyed by Jiang Huan. How could she not be angry? She attacked towards Jiang Huan as if she was mad, and even began to not care about defense. Jiang Huan saw the opportunity and kicked out with a heavy kick. Boom! Lu Jiyue ejected like an arrow off the string. The blood in her mouth was spitting desperately. Jiang Huan! How dare you treat Jiyu like this? At some point, Fang Jia had already climbed up and ran towards Jiang Huan again with his large sword. Jiang Huan didn't even lift his head, he turned back and kicked, "Get lost!" Fang Jia was once again kicked away by Jiang Huan, this time he didn't faint, but the sharp pain coming from his chest made him lie on the ground unable to get up for half a day. Jiang Huan carried the blood-colored long knife and walked slowly towards Lu Jiyue. Lu Jiyue's legs had gone limp, and the courage that had previously been generated by her anger had been dispersed by Jiang Huan's kick. At this moment, she had deeply realized that she was by no means Jiang Huan's opponent. She was lying on the ground and kept retreating, but the distance between her and Jiang Huan was getting closer and closer. "Jiang Huan! What do you want? I'll tell you. My Lu family is the #1 family in Kaiyun City. You dare to touch me? You'll never want to hang out in Kaiyun City again. You dare to touch me? Yi clan and..." Well. Before she could finish her sentence, a flash of viciousness flashed in Jiang Huan's gaze, and he grabbed her by the collar with one hand. "Say! Where is Wuxuan?" Lu Jiyue was slightly stunned. The next moment, she, who had been flustered, unexpectedly revealed a smug smile. She was the daughter of a merchant, and what she feared most was that the other party would not make a request. Jiang Huan asking her about the whereabouts of the Wu Wuxuan was invariably giving her bargaining chips. "You want to know? You want to know? But, you have to put me down first. Then kowtow to me and apologize. Parade around Kaiyun City for 3 days. I'm in a good mood." A chill appeared without warning, and she couldn't help but shiver. Only then did she realize that Zhang Huan was looking at the little cutie with a gaze at her. "It's fine if you don't say anything. I'll go to your home and look for it myself. Whoever doesn't say it, I'll kill them. I don't believe everyone is as fast-mouthed as you." Zhang Huan had long since stopped being simply that world-weary teenager. After experiencing life and death a few times, he had already awakened to the fact that in this era where strength was honored, things should either not be done or be done to the end. Zhang Huan's gaze grew cold, his left hand slowly raised the blood-colored long knife, aiming for her throat. "Zhang Huan. Can't. You can't kill me. We were classmates. I used to like you. Have you forgotten our 3-year relationship? Have you forgotten how I used to take care of you? You still haven't returned the half eraser from the final exam the year before last." Lu Zhiyue's mouth was like a machine gun, her speech was fast. She kept recounting the past, expecting that her past feelings would make Zhang Huan give up his heart to kill her. However, Zhang Huan was unmoved. The long knife approached her throat inch by inch. She closed her eyes in despair, tears slipping from the corners of her eyes. "Zhang Huan, you can't kill me." Woo woo woo. The sound of the sirens of the City Patrol Division came from far and near, just outside the realm at the moment. Lu Zhiyue's face, which had been in despair, revealed a great smile. Thank goodness. The City Patrol Division had come. She swept away the pitiful look she had earlier and had an overbearing face. "Zhang Huan. The city inspector is here. You're finished. You deliberately created a fire. Intentionally harmed a classmate out of jealousy. Causing serious physical and mental harm to Feng Jia and I. You're waiting to be arrested by the City Watch. Eat public food in jail for the rest of your life." Zhang Huan frowned, cursing in his heart why the City Patrol Division had to come now. However, the long knife in his hand did not stop. Zhang Yu couldn't die in vain. If he couldn't kill them, these powerful people, tonight, I'm afraid it would be even harder to find an opportunity in the future. Having made up his mind, Zhang Huan tightened the long knife in his hand, and was about to decapitate Lu Zhiyue with a thunderous force. Lu Zhiyue's eyes widened, it was hard for her to believe that Zhang Huan was actually a madman. "Zhang Huan. You can't touch Lu Zhiyue and Feng Jia." A melodious female voice like a silver bell sounded outside the barrier. Zhang Huan was slightly stunned. Why was she here? However, it was as if Lu Zhiyue had grabbed a life-saving straw. She cried out with a wow, "Teacher Morong. Quickly save me. Zhang Huan, he's gone crazy. He even wants to kill his classmates." Feng Jia, who was on the side, even ran directly to the edge of the barrier and kept bombarding it with her fists. "Teacher Morong. You quickly let the people from the City Patrol Division break this barrier. Zhang Huan, he's not human. Not only did he kill Teacher Zhang, he also killed all the men who came with us. Come and save us. We don't want to die." Zhang Huan laughed coldly. "You powerful people, are you born to fabricate facts? That's also true, the textbooks taught me to be honest and trustworthy, to treat people with sincerity. But I almost forgot, you people made these things up too. If not, how do you get us bottom feeders to listen?" The next moment, the long knife in Zhang Huan's hand violently stabbed out towards Lu Zhiyue's throat. Lu Zhiyue was too scared to open her eyes. "Don't." A flash of golden light erupted from Lu Zhiyue's neck. It was so brilliant that it illuminated the entire, deadly darkness. Zhang Huan was unwilling to close his eyes, desperately urging discernment to resist the golden light that made it impossible to look directly at him. 2 splashes of crimson blood slowly seeped out from Zhang Huan's pupils. The blood-colored long knife in Zhang Huan's hand finally stabbed out. Chapter 107: Arrival of the City Watch. Deadly darkness, outside. Dozens of members of the City Patrol Division had already erected a cordon, keeping the surrounding onlookers of the melons firmly outside. Morong Shui looked anxiously at the 2 domains, one red and one black, in front of her. "Zhang Huan. Do you hear me? You let them out immediately. Don't do anything stupid." Zhang Jiawen looked at Morong Shui with some heartache. "Teacher Morong, the situation is urgent, give up and let us use violent means." The so-called violent means was that the members of the City Patrol Division attacked together with their respective artifact spirits to forcefully break through Zhang Huan's domain. If Zhang Huan's spiritual power was sufficient, he was naturally fearless. However, if Zhang Huan's spiritual power could not withstand the outburst from outside, both he and his artifact spirits would be severely injured. This was something Morong Shui was unwilling to see. Morong Shui glared at him. "Let me try again. And you remember to drive all these onlookers of the people back home." Looking at Morong Shui with a look of wanting to eat someone, Zhang Jivun sighed. He understood that this was a way for Morong Shui to protect Jiang Huan. Although he was displeased, he could only cooperate in the face of Morong Shui. Immediately, with a winking gesture, his men understood what he meant and quickly drove all of this group of people watching to their homes. He cursed himself in his heart. Damn it, why did I tell Morong Shui about this when I had nothing to do? When he received dozens of alarm calls from Shishan camp, the first thing he thought of was Jiang Huan. He immediately inquired about the IP addresses of these alarm calls, and without exception, they were all from the 128th residential building in Shishan camp. As it concerned Jiang Huan, he almost habitually called Morong Shui to report the incident. When the group of them arrived at the scene in a hurry, the shooting video provided by several enthusiastic citizens confirmed the duo's suspicions. Not only were the two unfolding domains in front of them Jiang Huan's, even the people in the domains were Morong Shui's students. Moreover, the nearby residents had reminded them that different people had been heard wailing more than once during the period. All signs were indicating that Jiang Huan was pressing Lu Zhiyue and Fang Jia to fight with his own strength. Zhang Jivun didn't know how Jiang Huan was doing it, but he knew that these two people, Jiang Huan simply couldn't afford to mess with. One was the daughter of the president of the Chamber of Commerce of Kaiyun City, and was also a core squad reserve within the Yi mercenary group. The other was the son of the chairman of the largest medical organization in Kaiyun City, and was also a reserve of the Yi clan mercenaries. Once they were harmed, not only would Jiang Huan not be able to continue staying in Kaiyun City, even in the future, he might be targeted by the entire Yi clan. He sighed. Jiang Huan. You can't twist your arm. Why do you have to go against the Lu family and the Fang family? Suddenly, a golden light flew out from the black field, shot up into the sky, and then flew towards the distance like a meteor. The speed was so fast that one could not even see what it was. His eyebrows twisted into a knot. Lifting the cigarette to his mouth, he forgot to light it for a long time. What the hell is flying out? It couldn't be that the suspect ran away. He rushed to Morong Shui's side. Ms. Morong. What was that all about just now? Morong Shui was likewise filled with doubt, but she hurriedly sensed the aura coming out of the barrier. There seems to be a breath missing. There are only two people left inside. Inside the endless darkness. Fang Jia looked like she was dumbfounded, staring blankly at Jiang Huan's palm. Jiyu's clothes? Jiang Huan had a gloomy look on his face, and in his hand was Lu Zhiyue's short black dress. On the other hand, on the ground, her personal clothes, as well as a few pieces of exquisite jewelry, had fallen. Golden cicada shell? Jiang Huan muttered. Just a moment ago, his long knife had only stabbed out, and then it fell short. When the golden light dissipated, only Lu Zhiyue's short dress remained in Jiang Huan's hand. When people were helpless, they would always smile. Jiang Huan couldn't help but laugh out loud as he looked at the intimate apparel with lace edges on the ground. In a sense, Lu Zhiyue is also considered the first woman to run around naked in Kaiyun City. When Fang Jia heard Jiang Huan dare to insult his goddess in such a way, his anger rose from his heart. Jiang Huan. What the hell are you talking about? Jiang Huan skimmed his eyes. Oh, you're still here, I almost forgot about you. Jiang Huan gave a look, and the 1,000 blades and 1,000 households walked towards him in big strides. At this moment, Fang Jia only hated himself for being talkative. But it was useless to regret. The only thing he could do was to hurry up and pick up his artifact spirit, and then instill spiritual energy into it. The snake man spat out its letters, then appeared beside Fang Jia. His eerie gaze continuously swept over 1,000 household and 1,000 blades. He seemed to be sensing the killing intent raging on the 1,000 household and 1,000 blades. He became somewhat hesitant. Fang Jia jumped anxiously. Snake man. Get on. Or else I'm going to die. Under Fang Jia's order, Snake Man had no choice but to carry his greatsword forward. However, he had the good fortune to pick the 1,000 households, who was the most fond of eliminating demons and defending the way. How dare you! The 1,000 households took 2 and 3 steps, and the plain sword in his hand swung down head-on. Clang! There was a soft sound. The Snake Man's body vertically split into 2, then the wind blew, and it dissipated between heaven and earth. Fang Jia was dumbfounded, and the artifact spirit in his hand, even more so, was reduced to pieces in an instant. How could this happen? Just one move. Before he could finish his sentence, he was carried by the 1,000 blades, by the collar and thrown in front of Jiang Huan. When he faced Jiang Huan's cold face head-on, the fear in his heart only rose once again. Jiang Huan, I'm warning you. Ji Yu has already left, she will bring someone to rescue me in a while. Moreover, Mr. Morong and the people from the City Patrol Division are outside, you can't escape. If you dare to touch me, it's an added offense. Jiang Huan couldn't help but lose his voice and laugh out loud. No wonder he could be so enamored with Lu Jiyue, so he was a cutie. People abandoning him to run away alone became moving for help in his eyes. Fang Jia, you seem to like Lu Jiyu, right? Fang Jia froze, he didn't understand why Jiang Huan was mentioning this now. But he took it for granted that this was the beginning of Jiang Huan showing him weakness. Perhaps, the next step was that he was going to confide in himself about his classmate's love. Yeah, Ji Yu is such a good-looking and excellent girl. Which man wouldn't like it? Jiang Huan nodded and casually threw the short black dress in his hand at Fang Jia's face. Fang Jia hurriedly pulled it off and held it in her hand like a treasure. What are you doing? Jiang Huan guffawed, fragrant? In an instant, Fang Jia's miserable white face actually swished red with shame. The young girl's body scent seemed to have soaked through this skirt, and despite leaving Lu Jiyue, it was already so fragrant that it made him confused. He somewhat couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth and couldn't help but smile. Jiang Huan expressed his understanding and pointed to the side with a single handheld knife. Here, there's more over there, snug. Fang Jia hemmed and hawed, and bent down to pick it up. Jiang Huan, I didn't expect you to be up to speed. Although you hurt me tonight, but barring that, I think we can be friends. As long as you are in the future. Put. The blood-colored long knife slashed through Fang Jia's throat, and his head rotated for 2.5 weeks in mid-air due to inertia, then fell to the ground full of stagnant water. Artifact-Spirit, 1,000 blades, kills a second-rank Imperial Spiritist, experience plus 145. Artifact-Spirit, Cheeto, kills a second-order Imperial Spirit Master, experience plus 145. Common Progress Catalyzed, host experience plus 290. Fatal Darkness slowly dissipates, and the figures of Cheeto and 1,000 blades gradually return to their blades. The heavy rain had long since stopped, and the starry, bright moon hung high in the night sky. Jiang Huan looked at the stars in the sky that pointed the way, as if he had seen Zhang Yu, who had constantly shown himself the way on the road of life. The corner of Jiang Huan's mouth slowly raised a smile. Teacher Zhang, your revenge, I've avenged it. At the same time, unlike Jiang Huan's relaxation, the spirit of the group of City Patrol Division members was taut. Especially since Fang Jia's corpse was still lying there while Jiang Huan had a smile on his face, they could only feel their scalps tingling. Attention all units. Prepare for action. Zhang Jivan's voice rang out over the communicator. In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Huan. Chapter 108 Arrest. Jiang Huan was unmoved by the changes in the surroundings. It was as if nothing had happened. However, Morong Shui panicked. She knew that Jiang Huan was not what he used to be. But if merely 100 members of the City Watch Division attacked together, Jiang Huan wouldn't be able to carry it off as well. In the heat of the moment, she even directly pushed away the city rangers in front of her and cursed as she walked towards Jiang Huan. Jiang Huan! You stinking brat! What have you done? You made such a big commotion. Do you think you haven't lived long enough? You don't want to take care of your mother anymore. Slap! A slap resounded through the entire Shishan camp. In an instant, the intersection where hundreds of people had gathered was awfully quiet. Morong Shui was truly angry. Young impulsive people often existed, but who was like Jiang Huan, who had done such a thing, something that could be said to have stabbed the sky in Kaiyun City? Moreover, it was also seen by countless ordinary people. It would be hard for her to harbor him even if she wanted to. Jiang Huan's cheek was reddened by this slap, but Jiang Huan's eyes remained calm. He was able to feel the deep concern in Morong Shui's angry eyes. He guffawed, Teacher Morong, I'm not wrong. Morong Shui was stunned, you're not right. You did this kind of thing in colorful Cloud City. You're still not right. Jiang Huan didn't argue, he leaned down and picked up Fang Jia's head, then headed towards the red field, sacrificial life. In an instant, the artifact spirits of all the City Patrol Division members materialized behind them. Morong Shui was a bit flustered, don't make a move. Zhang Jivan frowned slightly, but still raised his hand to signal his men to stop for the time being. Jiang Huan stood in front of the sacrifice of life, and with a thought, the red field began to dissipate. As the red field opened, the 29 personal guards were exposed in front of everyone's eyes. The crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. For no other reason, the 29 guards were carrying the heads of 2 middle-aged men. Within the field, there were also 2 corpses lying, as well as a pile of meat mud. The 2 personal guards handed over the 2 heads to Zhang Huan's hands, and in the gazes of the crowd, as the red field dissipated in a matter of moments. The entire process, looked at Zhang Jivan for a long time, could not calm down. Dual weapon spirits? Dual domains? The 2 domains are more perverse than one another. Is this really the kid who left the city in the middle of the night 2 months ago? In the crowd's astonished gazes, Zhang Huan lifted Fang Jia and Uncle Fu, Uncle Shi's head and walked to the side. Under the eaves of a residential building, there was a corpse lying quietly. Zhang Huan flung himself on his knees and offered the 3 heads in front of Zhang Yu. He was calm, so calm that he couldn't tell if he was happy or sad. Teacher Zhang, the student's performance is not bad, right? Then, Zhang Huan kowtowed 3 times to the corpse under the shocked gazes of the crowd. Zhang Huan's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of Zhang Jivan and Morong Shui. They had a vague sense of foreboding in their hearts, but they still walked quickly to Zhang Huan's side. When they saw that Zhang Yu was lying quietly under the eaves, it was as if their heads had been hit hard. The duo only felt dizzy and their mouths wriggled for a while, but neither of them uttered a single word. They had been close friends for many years, teammates who had lurked together in colorful Cloud City. This morning there was still a conversation going on. At night, they were separated by yin and yang. Morong Shui finally understood why Zhang Huan stubbornly told himself that he hadn't done anything wrong. A student taking revenge for a teacher who cared about him, how could that be considered a wrong thing? As if his heart's desire had been fulfilled, Zhang Huan slowly got up and walked over to Zhang Jivan, his hands outstretched. Captain Zhang, I've caused you trouble. The host's behavior puzzled Artifact-Spirit 13, she saw the shadow of her late friend in the host's body, and her interest in the host increased. Artifact-Spirit, 1000 Blades, is touched by the host's loyalty and righteousness, fit degree +10. Artifact-Spirit, 1000 Blades, believes that only someone like the host who sticks to his main point is worthy of being his host, fitting degree +5. The remaining 16 vessel spirits are silently observing the host, each one generating a different thought. Zhang Huan's sudden surrender stunned Zhang Jivan. This great captain of the city patrol division, who had practiced for many years, was at a loss as to what to do for a moment. If Zhang Huan had made a mistake for someone else, he could arrest him without mercy. But why Zhang Yu? He had known Zhang Yu for many years, and a month ago, Zhang Yu had even sacrificed his life to save him, and only then had he survived at the hands of the Yi priest. For a moment, he was in a dilemma and looked at Morong Shui helplessly. Morong Shui also had an empty head. At the moment, she was still immersed in the pain of Zhang Yu's death. However, when Zhang Jiawen cast his gaze for help, her reason once again prevailed. Thinking slightly, she gently nodded her head. Seeing this, Zhang Jiawen immediately pulled out a pair of specially made spiritual power suppression handcuffs from his waist. Zhang Huan, you are suspected to be directly related to multiple murders. Now, I'm arresting you in the name of the City Patrol Division. Click. With a soft sound, Zhang Huan only felt paralyzed, as if all the spiritual energy around him had been drained away, and his connection with his own artifact spirit was even forcibly severed. 3 o'clock in the morning. A dozen or so of the city patrol cars of the Department of City Patrols were traveling on the open road in great numbers. In the middle of one of the largest city patrol cars, Zhang Huan sat quietly. Next to him, opposite him, Morong Shui and Zhang Jivan were drumming on their cell phones, seemingly busy with something. A moment later, Morong Shui took the lead and put down her cell phone. Together with Zhang Huan, they quietly looked at Zhang Jivan. After another moment, Zhang Jiawen similarly put down his cell phone. Morong Shui's face was grave. Already? Zhang Jiawen nodded. Already. Zhang Huan looked at the duo with some bewilderment. From the moment they got on the bus until now, the duo had been busy. However, Zhang Huan had no idea what they were busy with. Just as Zhang Huan was struggling with whether or not to open his mouth and ask, Morong Shui took the lead and spoke. Zhang Huan, you did well. Teacher shouldn't have slapped you. If you didn't make a move today, it won't be long. With the Feng family's energy in Kaiyun City, Teacher Zhang can only die in vain. The sincere apology caused Zhang Huan to be somewhat at a loss for words. After all, he understood Morong Shui's state of mind at that time, so he never blamed her either. Morong Shui looked at Zhang Huan with complicated eyes. There was pity, appreciation, concern, and a touch of indescribable look in her eyes. That gentle gaze made Zhang Jiawen quite envious. Morong, when will you be gentle to me as well? Morong Shui rolled her eyes at Zhang Jiawen. What are you still waiting for? Hurry up and open the handcuffs. Zhang Jiawen skimmed his lips, but still nimbly unlocked the handcuffs for Zhang Huan. Zhang Huan, in terms of public affairs, you are stupid. But in terms of my personal relationship with Zhang Yu, you are good. I'm not as good as you. The moment the handcuffs were unlocked, Zhang Huan could once again feel the vigorous spiritual energy throughout his body and connected with his artifact spirit. These handcuffs were really magical. Zhang Huan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. At this moment, Morong Shui handed him a letter. I prepared this letter after you left the hotel. I originally thought that you might be able to use it, but I didn't expect you to use it so soon. You left the hotel. Zhang Jivan's pupils shook dramatically. It was as if he had heard some secret that made him despair. His gaze constantly flickered on Zhang Huan and Morong Shui's faces. No wonder you love him so much. Nice guy. It turns out that you guys took that forbidden step. Somehow. When this thought arose, he inexplicably felt that Zhang Huan and Morong Shui actually had a hint of a husband and wife? No, what's wrong with me? Shouldn't I be furious and angry? Why would I have the thought of blessing them? His eyes that kept flickering back and forth eventually caught the attention of Zhang Huan and Morong Shui. Chapter 109, Late Night Escape. As soon as Zhang Huan and his duo took a look at Zhang Jivan's expression, they knew what he had thought of. Zhang Huan was a little embarrassed, not knowing how to explain. However, Morong Shui glared at Zhang Jiawen. Old lady, walk straight and sit straight. You keep thinking nonsense. I'll pick your brain out. See if it's smooth as a block of tofu or not. Although the tone of voice is grumpy, but in the ears of Zhang Jiawen is like heavenly music. Fortunately, I misunderstood. I told you, they are 12 years apart. How can there be a relationship? At the thought of this, he giggled. Morong Shui once again rolled her eyes at him. Be quiet. Zhang Jivan hurriedly covered his mouth with both hands, afraid that he would make another sound. Morong Shui then explained to Zhang Huan, there's 1 more month until the Demon Suppressor Army's recruit assessment. You take this letter and go to Hanshui City, the White Tiger camp of the Jin Demon Army, and look for a person called Wei Qingfeng. She will arrange for you. Zhang Huan did not take the letter. At this moment, his heart was in turmoil. Both thought of his mother who was lying in the hospital. And also thought of Zhang Yu's last wish. He didn't know how he should choose. Morong Shui seemed to have known that this would be the outcome. Immediately, she spoke, you have to think clearly. Now that you are in this situation, there is no longer any path to take other than joining the Demon Suppressor Army. Staying in Kaiyun City any longer, the only thing that awaits you is the explicit and implicit retaliation of the Lu family and especially the Feng family. Zhang Huan, I admit that within these 2 months, you have progressed a lot. I can even use the words heavenly pride to describe you. However, I have to tell you that we don't even know how many 4th Order Royal Spirit Masters the Lu family and the Feng family's family has raised, or even if there are any 5th Order Royal Spirit Masters. Heaven's pride, the only way to be heaven's pride is to survive. Zhang Huan remained silent. He understood everything Morong Shui had said. But he couldn't rest assured about his mother. Once he left, then how should his mother be arranged? Morong Shui seemed to have seen his worries. As long as you go and join the Demon Suppressor Army, I will now ask for connections and send your mother to the Imperial Capital Demon Suppressor Army Unit General Hospital. I assure you that there, your mother will receive the best treatment. There will never be a need to worry and be counted on by miscreants again. Zhang Huan was a bit stunned. Teacher, you can do that? Morong Shui picked her head and a sweet smile floated on her face. Actually, I used to be a member of the Demon Suppression Army. I just retired and came to the school to teach. Zhang Jiawen's eyes widened in surprise as he asked, Morong, you said a few years ago that you went abroad to study for graduate school. Dare I say it was all a lie? You actually went to join the army. Morong Shui glared at him. If you yell again, I will beat you until you shut up. As she spoke, a powerful spiritual power of the 4th rank enveloped Zhang Jivan, who sensibly shut his mouth. Morong Shui waited for Zhang Huan to give an answer, looking out the window from time to time, seemingly a little anxious. Zhang Huan, in 10 minutes, we're going to pass by the Western City Gate. That means you still have 10 minutes to think about it. Zhang Huan understood what she meant. The West City Gate was full of Zhang Jivan's people, and after passing through the West City Gate, Zhang Huan would no longer have the chance to leave the city. The streetlights outside the car window kept flashing by, and Zhang Huan's frown hadn't been stretched. 8 minutes later. He twisted his head to look at Morong Shui, his gaze becoming clear. Teacher, I've thought it over. I'm going to join the army, as if I'm giving an explanation to Teacher Zhang. Of course, in the future, I will choose to retire from the military as an explanation to my mother. Morong Shui was a bit stunned at Zhang Huan's answer. Don't you ask yourself what you want? Zhang Huan shook his head. People don't live in the world just for themselves. I still owe Teacher Zhang a life, so I can only go and do the one thing he wants me to do to repay him. With these words, Zhang Jiawen and Morong Shui could not help but cast a more appreciative gaze at Zhang Huan. In today's times, those who were sentimental and righteous were rare. Artifact-Spirit, 1,000 households, admires the host's choices. He is looking forward to his upcoming military career, fit +5. 13 Artifact-Spirit seems to be a little less than happy after learning that the host is about to embrace a military career. She seems to have a past that she is unwilling to face. The car was about to pass by the western city gate, and Zhang Huan could see through the window, from a long distance away, that the western city gate was hidden, and the 4 or 5 members of the city patrol division who were responsible for guarding it, even more so, were uncharacteristically snorting. Then, one after another, they went into the duty room, closed the small door, and pulled the curtains. It was as if they were going to take advantage of the empty slots where no one was around to grab a short nap. Morong Shui turned her gaze to Zhang Jiawen. Take it out. A touch of heartache flashed across Zhang Jiawen's face. Morong, why don't we forget about it? Zhang Huan was a bit unsure. Teacher, what are you asking him to take? The corner of Morong Shui's mouth sketched out a sweet smile, something good. In the next moment, she glared angrily at Zhang Jivan. Zhang Jivan. Don't you cheat. It's all been agreed upon. You can't be thinking of letting him run and escape from the city. Zhang Jiawen looked at Morong Shui for a moment and Zhang Huan for a moment, and pleaded pitifully, but that's what I saved for 5 years to buy. Boom! Morong Shui's fist, grazing Zhang Jiawen's cheek, smashed heavily on the carriage. The carriage, which had been made of special metal, was just hardened by Morong Shui's white and tender hand smashing out a boxing glove. Just say give or take. Zhang Jiawen swallowed a mouthful of saliva and revealed a smile that was worse than crying. Give. 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 As the city patrol caravan passed through the western city gate one after another. Boom! An inexplicable explosion suddenly rang out. The front end of the city car in the very center started to catch fire, and thick smoke leaped up. Then it started to lose control, and it kept crashing into the other cruisers in a crooked manner. In a flash, the chain reaction of the collision appeared. Not only were 2 or 3 cars directly knocked over, the order of the entire fleet was completely disorganized. The members of the City Watch Division inside each car were even thrown to the ground. Before everyone could react, the door of the problematic car was kicked open, immediately followed by a roaring sound. Boom! An all-black, handsome knight Lutheran violently leapt out of the carriage. Illuminated by streetlights, it sped toward the city gates. A ride of dust. Not good. The suspect has escaped. Quickly chase after him. Someone from the City Patrol Division reacted quickly and immediately got out of the car to chase towards Zhang Huan. There was no lack of people among them who had mastered martial arts that could briefly increase their speed. However, despite that, after chasing out 200 to 300 meters, they had to admit, the speed martial arts they had learned were really too poor to catch up with Zhang Huan. In a few breaths, the other party even escaped the city gates and disappeared into the night. Cam! What broken car? How did it run so fast? Hey, Captain, can you hear me? Suspect Zhang Huan has escaped from Kaiyun City. What should we do? You're stupid. Captain, they're in that car. You're still asking questions. Hurry up and save them. The car is going to explode. There's still some brothers trapped in the car. The crowd couldn't care less about Zhang Huan. They rushed back to save others. Inside the car, Morong Shui and Zhang Jivan were covered in blood. In order to act realistically, they even gave up running their spiritual energy to resist, allowing their bodies to crash back and forth inside the car. However, from start to finish, Morong Shui's gaze never left Zhang Huan's body. She just kept watching Zhang Huan leap out of the car, yet sped towards the city gates and eventually disappeared into the night. A pleased smile surfaced on her bright-eyed and white-toothed face. Run away, Zhang Huan. Flee far away. Retracting one's fist was for a more powerful punch. Running away was for a better retaliation to the higher-ups in the future. Kaiyun City is too small for you. Perhaps, the next time we meet, you'll give me more surprises. Chapter 110, I Want Him Dead. 10 minutes later. More than 10 members of the City Patrol Division, including Morong Shui and Zhang Jivan, who were injured from the car accident, were sitting on the side of the road to rest. Captain, why did your car explode? Zhang Jiawen had an innocent look on his face. Can you blame me? It's more than 30 years old. Isn't it quite normal for it to blow up? Captain, wasn't that kid wearing spirit-suppressing handcuffs? Why did he break free? You didn't uncuff him, did you? Zhang Jiawen's face was round. Heaven and earth are kind. How many years has it been since our equipment was sent for maintenance? Can I be blamed for a temporary problem? Captain, but why does that motorcycle look so much like yours? Zhang Jivan's eyes widened with an incredulous look. What? My motorcycle. He then pretended to instill his spiritual energy into his storage ring to check it out. In no time, he thumped his chest and cursed, Thief! Thief! I counted 1,000 times. I didn't realize that this kid would also steal martial arts. Mother-er! He took advantage of my unconsciousness to steal my motorcycle. He stole my motorcycle. I'm a nightmare. Zhang Jiawen's pompous acting skills, there was no lack of people present who had a lot of heart to see it, but they were all smart enough not to point it out to his face. After all, how many people are willing to do things that don't see obvious benefits and may offend people? Morong Shui held her forehead, patted Zhang Jiawen's shoulder, and spat in a low voice, all right, if you keep acting, you'll be exposed. Zhang Jiawen smiled awkwardly. How about it, Morong? Do you think if I go to a movie, I'm expected to get a small gold medal or something? Morong Shui gave him a blank look. Golden broom is more like it. Zhang Jiawen didn't seem to hear the derision in her mouth and muttered to himself, what kind of award is the golden broom? It should be good too, right? At least it's an award. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and asked Morong Shui in a low voice, Morong, it won't be long before the Feng family and Lu family will go to the city lord's mansion to make trouble. Have you thought about how to deal with it? Morong Shui clasped her hands with a smirk on her face. Didn't you just think of it for me? Huh? Zhang Jiawen was dumbfounded in capital letters. Morong Shui shrugged her shoulders and explained, the equipment sucks because the city lord's mansion has no money. The city lord's mansion has no money because these powerful people are changing their ways to evade taxes. Can we be blamed for this? After hearing this, Zhang Jivan couldn't help but give Morong Shui a thumbs up. Hi. It's really high. You are the one who can dump the pot. Morong Shui blankly glanced at him, and immediately took out an equally cool white motorcycle from her storage ring. Rolling over and getting on, she put on her helmet and was about to leave. Morong, what are you going for? Morong Shui guffawed. Of course it's to hurry up and transfer Jiang Huan's mom to the hospital before Feng Clan receives the news of Feng Jia's death. The white motorcycle sped away in the night, and Zhang Jiawen's eyes froze as he watched. When, Morong to me, also like to Jiang Huan is gentle will be good. South of Kaiyun City, in a dark alleyway. Next to the damp pathway was a stinking pile of garbage. From time to time, there were a few soggy rats, tossing and turning in it. A carcass that looked like sheepish jade appeared in the corner. Just that pair of legs that were like red wine glasses was gripping. Vaguely visible on those blown-up delicate features was a panicked and incomparable expression. Lu Zhiyue probed and looked around, confirming that no one saw her before she rushed to the next shady intersection in a fiery hurry. At this moment, she was grateful that she had survived Jiang Huan's hands. But she was also aggrieved, so aggrieved that she wanted to cry. She had never expected that the pseudo-weapon spirit gifted to her by Long Chan would have the effect of shedding all her clothes like a golden cicada and randomly teleporting to a place where there was absolutely no danger. She wanted to call her family, but realized that her cell phone had also been dropped at the Western Mountain camp. Helpless, she could only hide all the way from the south of the city, waiting for a chance to find a piece of clothing that could cover her up. But unlucky her, not only cannot find a piece of clothing, and even because of the rain, the roadside newspapers are wet by the rain, and cannot cover the body. Suddenly, she seemed to hear something. She was so scared that she hurriedly held her breath and huddled up, fearing that the passers-by would see her wretched appearance. She was Lu Zhiyue, the #1 beauty in Kaiyun City, the #1 heavenly pride. She wanted a face. 3 young guys who were drunk and dressed in strange clothes with colorfully dyed hair staggered past under the dim streetlights at the intersection. A few moments later, this street once again fell silent. Lu Zhiyue let out a sigh of relief. fortunately, they didn't see me. Immediately, she catalyzed Phantom Shadow and covered the 3 points of privacy in front of her body, intending to rush over with a bang. However, only when they reached the center of the road, an ear-piercing burst of laughter came from the side. Ha 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 ha. Brothers! I told you I just seemed to see someone hiding there. Wasn't wrong. Chick. Not sleeping in the middle of the night, running around here naked, is there something you need? It's okay, talk to brother will help you. That's right, our brothers are this colorful cloud city within the famous good people, most like to help people. This money can be really enough if not to accompany a few brothers to play it. The filthy language of the 3 hooligans constantly drilled into Lu Jiyue's ears. Lascivious laughter is even echoed in this intersection. Lu Jiyue was so angry that her body was trembling, and at that moment, she did not care about shame. With a movement of her mind, a beautiful long sword full of cracks appeared in her hand, and her whole body's aura rose steeply. The 3 hooligans vaguely sensed a hint of abnormality and turned to flee. Sorry. We didn't know you were an imperial spiritist. Please. Let us off the hook. We won't dare to do it again. Spare us. We won't tell. The 3 of them were desperate to escape, but no matter how fast they were, how could they be faster than a royal spirit master? A few wails passed. Under the dim streetlight, there were 3 more corpses. As well as a stunningly beautiful young girl dressed in strange clothing. Only, the stunningly beautiful young girl had an extremely hideous expression, and was swinging her sword one by one to cut the corpses at her feet. It's even if Jiang Huan bullied me. You 3 pariahs also dare to bully me. Play. Even you guys are worthy of mentioning this word to me. Do you guys know who I am? I'm Lu Jiyue. The Lu family's daughter. The pride of the colorful clouds. As if she was possessed, Lu Jiyue vented all the anger and resentment she had accumulated throughout the day on these 3 ordinary people. She didn't know how long she had been hacking. Suddenly, she sat down on the ground all of a sudden and just started choking. At first, small sobs, then louder and louder, and finally, let loose a bawl. Howling and howling, she actually laughed out again. She was a bit bewildered. The blow Jiang Huan had dealt her had caused her to fall from the top of a cloud into a canyon. Not only was her pride, which she had always been proud of, shattered. The naked run had even caused her self-respect to be trampled on. Gradually, she seemed to get tired. No more crying, no more howling, no more laughing. Just so quietly sitting. For a long time. She picked up the cell phone that she had just fished out from one of them and dialed a phone number. After a short beep, the call connected. Hello, who is it? Dad, I killed someone. The caller was silent for a moment and then asked in a whirlwind. Address. I'll send someone to make good. South of the city, Happy Lane. The person on the other end of the phone was just about to hang up, but Lu Jiyue continued, Dad, I want Jiang Huan to die. In those eyes, which were like black gemstones, was endless resentment. Chapter 111, A Step Too Slow. The blazing sun was in the sky. Colorful Cloud City, City Lord's Mansion. On this day, the City Lord's Mansion was exceptionally lively. Quarrels, curses, and accusations were heard constantly. Bam! Finally, with the sound of a cup being dropped. A strand of spiritual master's aura, clearly separated into 2 camps, enveloped the entire City Lord's Mansion. Morong Yun. Don't you dare pull anything with me about taxes not being collected, resulting in an accident. My son is dead. Do you know that? If you're not willing to manage, I'll manage it myself. I'll tell you. Even if my Fong family's wealth is scattered, I'll kill that kid. Morong Yun. There's also my daughter. She kindly went to the Jiang family kid last night to explain, hoping to clear up the misunderstanding between them. How did it turn out? Not only was my housekeeper killed, even teacher Zhang Yu, who was protecting her, he was killed by Jiang Huan. That's even so. But you know what? My daughter is still suffering from mental illness. She's still under observation in a mental hospital. I'll put my words here today. If you don't want to take care of it, my Lu family, no matter what the cost, I'll get that kid. Fang Jia's father, Fang Chantian, and Lu Jiyue's father, Lu Yuanming, the 2 of them were in the City Lord's Mansion furiously venting their dissatisfaction. However, Morong Yun looked at the two of them with cold eyes, an unruffled aura slowly radiating out.
Fang Changtian, Lu Yuanming, you don't need to bluff me.
I, Morong Yun, did not buy this city lord position. It was killed on the battlefield with real swords. I'm a city lord who's killed my way out of the wind and the rain. You know to fling your noses out of your mouths, you know to shout when your children are hurt. What have you done? The Jiang family kid escaped. All thanks to yourselves. How many years have you not paid taxes to me? You didn't say a word when your kids were fine. But when your kids are in trouble, you screamed louder than anyone else. Let me ask you. Every year the children of ordinary families lose their lives in accidents. Who should they cry to? Furthermore, the Jiang family did or didn't kill anyone. It's not up to you to say. Visit. Investigate. Forensics. There's no missing link. As for what you're going to do outside the city, I don't care. But inside the city. But whenever you guys dare to use some dirty tricks, I, Morong Yun, will definitely investigate to the end. Boom! The sound of table slapping echoed through the city lord's mansion. A moment later, Fang Changtian and Lu Yuanming walked out of the city lord's mansion in a rage. The two of them had gloomy faces and just stood at the entrance of the city lord's mansion without saying a word. Fang Changtian's eyes were still a little red. Lu Yuanming handed him a cigar. Brother Fang, don't be annoyed. This Morong Yun is clearly protecting Jiang Huan. My daughter said that this was the case during the school recruitment yesterday. Fang Changtian took the cigar and pulled out a fine lighter from his pocket and tried to light it. His hands were shaking, and he struck the flame several times in a row without lighting the cigar. Exasperated, he simply smashed the lighter with one hand. He guards. I'll let him protect. I'll see if he has the ability to protect it. Seeing this, Lu Yuanming consciously lit a cigar for him. The two stood at the entrance of the city lord's mansion, swallowing clouds and spitting out fog. Neither of them seemed to have the intention of leaving this of their own accord. Brother Fang, have you thought about what to do? Fang Changtian gritted his teeth and viciously spat out a sentence, smash money. Smash money desperately. I'm going to have all the mercenaries in Kaiyun City go find that brat for me. Lu Yuanming nodded and whirled around. It's a solution, but the efficiency might be a bit slow, and I've already issued a bounty mission this morning. When there will be an answer, who knows? Fang Changtian frowned, his face showing his displeasure. Say what you have to say. The two of us are now on the same boat. Don't be so damn secretive. Lu Yuanming smiled meaningfully. As far as I know, Jiang Huan's mother is lying in your hospital. We're looking for fish everywhere. It's better to wait for the fish to bite the hook themselves. Such a good bait, it's a pity not to use it. Fang Changtian's hand with the cigar was a little stagnant, and his confused eyes seemed to see hope again. Really? The Fang family had quite a lot of industries in Kaiyun City, and on weekdays, Fang Changtian did not know anything about who came to visit him in the hospital. Lu Yuanming nodded, 1,000 times true. My daughter has visited his mother in the hospital before. It is said that your son also gave him a lot of convenience. Fang Changtian sniffed and cursed under his breath, little bastard. What a heartless dog bastard. With those words, he hurriedly pulled out his cell phone and dialed a number. Little Wang, go and check a patient for me, name I don't know, relative named Jiang Huan. After you find out, give me a strict guard. No one is allowed to approach her. Do as I say. And just as Fang Changtian was giving orders to his men in a commanding manner, a nanny car stopped at the entrance of the city lord's mansion. Morong Shui was the first to get out of the car, followed by 4 or 5 nursemaid-like people pushing a hospital bed out of the car. On the bed was an unconscious middle-aged woman, thin and bony, her face bloodless. Make way, make way. Lu Yuanming and Fang Changtian had a vague sense of foreboding in their hearts. At this time, Morong Shui seemed to have noticed the two of them as well. A sweet smile hung on her face. Uncle Fang, Uncle Lu, please make way. The duo sidestepped with their men and made way. Morong Shui stood aside and commanded, slow down. This is a patient. Send it to the backyard. After the patient was sent into the city lord's mansion, Lu Yuanming could no longer hold back the doubts in his heart. Nephew, who is this woman? Why is it being sent towards the city lord's mansion? Morong Shui had a serious face. Suspect Jiang Huan's mother, Su Lu Xiang. My dad said that in order to catch Jiang Huan, we must closely monitor his mother.
No, I just brought his mother over from Fong. Fong Changwei was trembling, and his right hand that was holding the cell phone was squeezing it to death. Bad. One step slower. As a veteran, how could he not understand that this hand of the Morong family was called surveillance, but was actually protection? Morong Shui saw Fong Chantian and showed a surprised face. Ah, Uncle Fong, I also know about last night's matter. As Fong Jia's subject teacher, I sympathize. Don't you get angry and break your body. Two uncles, I won't talk to you. My father is still waiting for me. Looking at Morong Shui's departing back, Fong Chantian was furious. With one hand, he slammed his cell phone to pieces. Pissed me off. The Morong family is bullying people too much. He turned his head to Lu Yuanming. Brother Lu. What are you going to do about this matter? Their Morong family has not taken our two families into consideration in the slightest. Lu Yuanming had a gloomy look on his face. What to do? My daughter is a member of the Yi clan, and your son is likewise a member of the Yi clan. He Morong family won't deal with it. Let's just find the Yi clan. The entire Grand Xia. I don't believe that this kid can escape from the Yi clan. Inside the backyard of the city lord's mansion, Morong Yun and Morong Shui looked at the skinny and bony Su Lu Xiang on the hospital bed, and a trace of pity flashed through their hearts. This Fong family, it seems like they started abusing Jiang Huan's mother in disguise a long time ago. During this period of time, let my personal doctor look after her. Morong Shui nodded. Yes, it's fortunate that this brat Jiang Huan left Kaiyun City this morning. Otherwise, with his temper, he would have to beat up the Fong family today. Morong Yun shook his head helplessly as he glanced at his daughter. I don't know what the higher-ups of your demon suppressor army were thinking, that they would want to protect such an unknown brat. I can tell you, I did my best with Jiang Huan. But how their two families will deal with Jiang Huan next, I can't help even if I want to. After saying that, Morong Yun walked out on his own. Morong Shui silently looked at the woman in front of her who was in her mid-teens, and despite her thin and bony bones, the beauty of that year could still be seen between her eyebrows. She sighed. Auntie Sue, I know you don't want Jiang Huan to join the army. But there is no way out for him anymore. If you hadn't fallen ill, you shouldn't have blamed him either. Morong Shui pulled the quilt for her and was about to leave. Suddenly saw two lines of tears slipping down from the corner of Su Lu Xiang's eyes. Chapter 112, The Killing Spree. Town 27. Under the blood-colored remnants of the sun, Jiang Huan wore a hat and covered his mask as he walked out of the Red Leaf Hotel with quick steps. As he stepped onto the night Luther, his afterglow glanced behind him. In the light and in the dark, more than 10 gazes were staring at him from different corners. Jiang Huan helplessly sighed in his heart. This night Luther was cool, but it was also really too eye-catching. Since he escaped from Kaiyun City in the early hours of yesterday morning, the Lu family and the Fong family had moved too fast. Before he even left the boundaries of Kaiyun City, the mercenary market was filled with bounty assignments about him. In order to avoid trouble, he didn't dare to make the slightest stop along the way. He drove straight towards the direction of Han Shui City. It wasn't until this afternoon, when he was too tired, that he decided to take a nap at the Red Leaf Guesthouse when he passed through town number 27. To avoid trouble, he even covered his face tightly. But without thinking, he was still exposed. He was sure that he hadn't shown his face outside, and the only explanation was that the car was just too eye-catching. It seems like I still need to modify this car a bit more when I have the chance, so that it doesn't flare out too much. This car was too handsome, and even if it was too eye-catching, it made Jiang Huan unable to bear selling it for a lower-profile car. Sister Hong twisted her delicate body and walked out from inside the hotel. She directly hooked her hand around Jiang Huan's neck. This guest, let's not stay for more than a few days, I'll treat you well. The refreshing fragrance continuously drilled into Jiang Huan's nostrils, and Sister Hong's knitted brows and smile were extremely charming. Boss lady, thanks for the hospitality, I still have things to do, so I won't stay much longer. Sister Hong glared at him and murmured in his ear in a low voice, Brat, if you leave now, you're really putting yourself in danger. Understand. If you stay here with me, they're not sure if it's you or not, and secondly, there are so many people eyeing you at the same time, each unwilling to be a pawn for the others. You're safer instead. Jiang Huan guffawed and murmured in a low voice in Sister Hong's ear, in case there's a fight, Sister Hong, this many years of your heart and soul will be ruined. Jiang Huan's gaze scanned the four big words Red Leaf Hotel. Under the bluish night, the four big words made up of neon lights had been lit up, and a few of the strokes had been broken, bringing a bit of age to the signboard.
Jiang Huan didn't know how long Sister Hong had opened this guesthouse, but there was no doubt that this was her heart and soul. Staying any longer, Jiang Huan would only bring her more trouble. He was unwilling to owe too much to others. Sister Hong had no choice but to silently stuff an item into Jiang Huan's arms.
Put the map away.
The navigation software will malfunction in places shrouded in fog.
Having a map will be easier for you.
Jiang Huan guffawed and thanked Sister Hong in a low voice. Immediately, he blasted out a throttle and drove the motorcycle towards the distance once again. He had just left. The 4 or 5 mercenary squads hiding in the shadows, about 30 people rushed out. Other than a few who only had the strength of a second-order 9-star, most of them were third-order experts. One of them, Scarface, was the most agitated. He gripped Sister Hong's collar and lifted her up. "Hong Yi. Tell me the truth. Is that kid Jiang Huan?" This person was no other than Old Sword, who had previously come to Town 27 to track Jiang Huan.
Sister Hong was still smiling like a flower. "Which one is Jiang Huan?"
Old Knife said anxiously, "It's the kid who showed you the photo last time." Sister Hong let out an "oh," and then she pretended to be contemplative, seeming to be caught up in her memories. The crowd anxiously looked at her, expecting to get a positive answer from her.
The Lu family and the Feng family were giving too much.
Not only could they choose any B-grade artifact spirit in the multi-treasure building, but they could also choose any material worth $50 million. As well as becoming a lifetime member of the Feng Hospital. Free treatment for minor illnesses and injuries, and a 20% discount for major illnesses and injuries. And a $50 million commission reward. Such conditions. Who wouldn't be impressed? Who wouldn't be moved? Sister Hong looked at the anxious gazes of the crowd for a long time before giving her answer. "Oh. I remember, it's that handsome guy in the photo."
Old Knife nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes, yes, it's him."
Sister Hong shook her head. "I don't know. It's not like you guys didn't see it, that kid was covered so tightly, who knows what he looks like?"
Old Sword's group of mercenaries looked unhappy. "You don't know him? Then you were so close to him just now?"
Sister Hong looked unconcerned. "It's not like you guys don't know me, haven't I always been close to handsome guys? Even though I can't see that kid's face, but if you look at his body type, his grooming, you can tell that even if he's not handsome, he's not that bad. Moreover, his that physique." As she spoke, Sister Hong's pink tongue licked her upper lip, as if she was looking forward to a wonderful thing to happen. However, such an action annoyed Old Knife and a group of furious mercenaries.
"Snap.
Stinking. You dare to trick us." Having been delayed for nothing, they hadn't yet figured out if the person who left in the motorcycle was Jiang Huan or not. How could this group of mercenaries who only had profit in their eyes not be angry? A loud slap swept across Sister Hong's charming cheeks, and a touch of crimson seeped out from the corner of her mouth. Old Sword was just about to continue venting his anger. A henchman hurriedly stopped him. "Boss, Lone Wolf and several of their mercenary groups have already chased after him. In case that kid is really him, let's waste time here." Old Knife's eyes flickered as he threw Sister Hong to the ground and spat. "Old! You better wash up and wait for us to come back. Serve us poorly. You won't have to hang around in Town 27 anymore." A weathered off-road motorcycle was taken out from the group of mercenary storage rings. A roar sounded, and under the hazy moonlight, they sped off in the direction Jiang Huan had left. Sister Hong slowly climbed up, the evening breeze ruffling her long wavy hair. The cheeks of that charming face were already red and swollen, and there was a smear of blood at the corner of her mouth. The whole person carried a messy, broken beauty. She spat a mouthful of bloody foam and looked at the backs of the departing crowd, the corners of her mouth sketching out a faint smile. "Bear, it hurts. Old thing, even old lady dares to beat me, your life is worth it." She seemed to have remembered something else. "Boss Foma, your son is going to be bullied and you don't even show up. Since you won't stand up for your son, then I'll be the only one to do it for him. After all, I am also considered his aunt. Ah." With those words, Sister Hong's aura rose around her. A 6th-order royal spirit master's domineering and peerless aura was unreservedly released. In an instant, the entire town of 27th rose up in a gale, rolling up flying sand and stones. It was as if a mega-typhoon had hit the town. A one-person high, strangely shaped, huge scythe that revealed a thick aura of death appeared in Sister Hong's hand. "Jiawa, let's go on a killing spree tonight." The next moment, with a long red dress, she dragged a black scythe like an electric light and chased after the crowd in the direction they had left.
Her speed was actually several times faster than those speeding motorcycles. Chapter 113. In the ruins, a dilapidated food street. Jiang Huan parked his car at the entrance with great generosity, and as if he was afraid that people wouldn't notice him, he even turned on the headlights. There were broken walls and debris as far as the eye could see. From time to time, there were also some demonic beasts that didn't enter the ranks, hiding in the corners and peering at Jiang Huan. Jiang Huan sat on the seat of the car boredly, holding the long knife, 1,000 blades, in his hand. When the hazy moonlight shone on the long knife that was made up of fragments, thousands of hazy hairy moons were mapped. That gang of mercenaries, how come they haven't come? Haven't I already slowed down the speed? This can't even catch up? Yes, that's right. The reason why Jiang Huan stayed here was to wait for that group of mercenaries who were waiting for an opportunity to trade him for commission. Since the Fang and Lu families had made a move, how about he return the move as well? Otherwise, on this journey to Hanshui City, if all the cats and dogs came to trouble him, then he would have to be busy. Moreover, this is an experience that comes to his door. How could he refuse it? However, Jiang Huan waited for half an hour, but he was late in seeing the mercenaries. A strange feeling rose from Jiang Huan's heart. No, they're all old mercenaries, it's impossible that they couldn't discover the tire tracks I left behind. It's been so long, did something happen? Jiang Huan's gaze was like a star in the darkness of the night. He turned the car around and drove back in the direction he came from. This way, he drove neither fast nor slow. His eyes were watching the 6 roads and his ears were listening in all directions. He didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. Suddenly, a faint smell of blood came from the air. Jiang Huan's brows furrowed slightly, and he even directly got out of the car. Including the motorcycle and his storage ring, he switched to walking and walked in the direction where the bloody odor was drifting from. At the same time, he didn't forget to activate concealment and convergence. Silently, he walked quickly towards the front. As the smell of blood grew stronger and stronger, after walking for about 2 kilometers, Jiang Huan saw a scene that was unforgettable to him. About 40 to 50 mercenaries were lying sprawled out in front of him, their entire bodies covered in stab wounds. However, not a single drop of blood seeped out of their bodies, as if all their blood had been sucked up by some sort of object. Jiang Huan stepped out from the shadows, carefully felt the residual spiritual power fluctuations, and carefully observed the wounds on these dead mercenaries' bodies. His pupils contracted violently. A 6th order expert. Jiang Huan didn't know whether the other party was an enemy or a friend, but he smelled the flavor of danger. If the other party was going to make a move against him, then he would only die. However, he was just about to leave. A breeze whipped by, and a dangling sound came from a tree not far ahead. It seemed like something was being blown by the wind, hitting the tree trunk from time to time. Jiang Huan followed the sound and probed, and when he saw what was making the noise from the tree, a hanging heart settled down. To die so tragically, it looks like he's been seeking revenge. You old boy, you've messed with someone you shouldn't have, right? But since you wanted to take me in exchange for a bounty mission, it's counted as you deserved it. There was an odd corpse hanging from the tree in front of him. A man with a scar on his face, his entire body was culled clean of blood and flesh except for his head. If one looked closely at his face, one would even find "R" written all over his fierce face. Especially that pair of wide eyes proved that he had experienced great pain before his death. The sound that Jiang Huan heard was the sound of his skeletons swaying in the wind and hitting each other. The world of the Imperial Spirit Masters is really a world that carries out the law of the jungle. They think they're hunters, not realizing that they're being taken as prey by someone even more powerful. In the future, I'll have to be even more careful. Jiang Huan sighed, his gaze sweeping over the 40 to 50 corpses in front of him. A smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. He clearly saw that many of these corpses were still wearing storage rings. Their artifact spirits, aside from the more than a dozen whose were completely shattered, the vast majority of them still had their artifact spirits, which had fallen around them. Getting rich, getting rich. Can't earn experience, it's just as well to take these surviving artifact spirits and melt them. This 6th rank expert deserves to be a 6th rank expert. So many good things and he's not even moved. I can't thank you enough. Jiang Huan sighed with emotion, and then wind swept away the artifact spirits that fell to the ground, as well as the storage rings in everyone's hands one by one. 5 minutes later, Jiang Huan satisfactorily sped his motorcycle, once again heading towards the distance. A beautiful figure in a long red dress slowly walked out from the tree trunk where the corpse was hanging. The hazy moonlight elongated her figure in the night. She looked at Jiang Huan's departing back from afar, holding onto the tree trunk, and cursed with a smile on her lips, "Brat, the spoils of my hard work for the whole night, just like that, you've all gone away, not even a single hair left for my mother." Her face couldn't see any anger, instead, she had a bit of a crying and laughing look. This money-grubbing look, and his old man is simply carved out of the same mold. 2 days later, Flower City, Flower East District. Ye's mercenary mansion. An entire floor on the 45th floor was opened up into a huge office. The office was decorated with exotic treasures netted from all over the world. On top of that, there was a huge ring. At this moment, a young man with a feminine appearance and long, slightly curly hair, around 26 years old, was engaged in a fierce battle with Chun Long in the ring. "Yi Xiao, hurry up! Hurry up! Faster! Team Long! Don't be complacent! There's still a way out." The next moment, a longsword filled with violence, hatred, and anger suddenly appeared in his hand. It was said to be a long sword, but it was more like a Japanese sword. "Team Dragon, try this, Ghost Cut." Yu Xia casually swung out his sword, and a cloaked, fierce, and vicious figure with only one hand, half hanging a tattered kimono, floated on the sword. Effect: Ghost Flame. The next moment, a pitch black, as if condensed from ghost chi, flame lunged towards Jun Long. Boom! The huge impact of spiritual energy sent out a ripple, yet it was quickly absorbed cleanly by the special instrument erected next to it. Long Chun and Yi Wufei stopped after taking 5 steps back each. "Young Yi, congratulations, you have successfully stepped into the 6th rank. With your qualifications, perhaps it won't take 2 years before you can step into the 7th rank." Yi Wufei's face did not have any smile on it as he placed Ghost Cut in front of Jun Long. "Team Long, what do you think of this S-ranked artifact, Ghost Cut, gifted by the Japanese Amaterasu Association?" Long Chun wore a smile on his face. One of the top 10 artifact spirits in the Japanese nation. It is rumored that this artifact spirit once chopped off an arm of the demon god Ibaraji toddler, and turned part of his power into an artifact spirit. The fact that the Amaterasu Association is willing to gift him to you proves how much they value Yi. Yi Wufei sighed, "In my heart, it's never compared to Wushuang. You sent him back a month ago, but unfortunately, I've never been able to contract him until now, no matter what I use." Long Chun nodded. "Wushuang has pride if he can be easily contracted. How can he be called Wushuang? There is still a long time, take your time, you are a sword spirit body, the top body among the weapon spirit bodies, sooner or later you will succeed." At this time, the phone on the desk rang. Yi Wuhu walked over with big strides and picked up the phone. "Father-in-law, I know. I will arrange for this matter." After he hung up the phone, he turned a hopeless gaze on Jun Long. "Team Long, my cheap father-in-law Lu Yuanming called, saying that Lu Jiyue was bullied by that what's-her-name Jiang Huan, and wants me to help." Long Chun shrugged his shoulders, still wearing a smile on his face. "Yi Xiao, what are you going to do?" Chapter 114, Driving Tigers and Swallowing Wolves. Yi Wufei laughed indifferently. "How much of a storm can a second-order royal spirit master stir up? I've estimated that according to the temperament of the Lord of Kaiyun City, in order not to offend our Yi clan, he definitely wouldn't dare to help him openly. Then this brat only has one way out in Xia, the Demon Suppression Army. The closest Demon Suppressor army to Kaiyun City would be the White Tiger Camp in Hanshui City. Just send someone to wait for him on the road." Long Chun was still wearing a smile on his face. "Who are you going to send?" A meaningful smile surged on Yi Wuhu's face. "Don't use a bull's knife to kill a chicken? I don't intend to send anyone from our Yi clan. Team Dragon, do you remember Dugu Ming? If I remember correctly, he just took an A-ranked mission in that neighborhood from my Yi clan last week." Long Chun slightly pondered and realized Yi Wuyu's intention, and he couldn't help but applaud. "I remember the Dugu Mercenary Corps under Dugu Ming. That's a solid mercenary corps consisting of 8 4th-ranked Imperial Spirit Masters. But that's not the point. The point is that his brother Dugu Ba, the most outstanding soldier of the White Tiger Battalion of the Demon Suppressor Army, in terms of qualifications, he's perhaps only a little bit behind you. It's fine if Jiang Huan dies at the hands of Dugu Ming, if he survives by chance. Not only will the Demon Suppression Army not be a haven for him, on the contrary, what awaits him will be a raging storm of retaliation. What a wonderful plan to drive away the tiger and swallow the wolf." Yi Wuhu guffawed and then asked, "Team Long, there's something I don't understand." Long Chun seemed to have known what he was going to ask. "It's Lu Jiyue, right?" "Well, I don't understand why we should pay so much attention to her. She's nothing more than an ordinary A-ranked artifact spirit body."
Long Chun smiled bashfully. You are a sword spirit body. Any sword type artifact spirit will explode into greater strength in your hands, but that's not enough. A sword spirit needs someone to serve, and Lu Jiueshi happens to be the sword-serving body in the artifact spirit body. Her existence will make you stronger, and she will likewise become stronger under your leadership. You are destined to complement each other. Yi Wuhu was silent for a long time before finally spitting out a sentence slowly. It seems like I'll have to pay more attention to the Lu family's matters in the future. Near the Hanyun National Highway, beside the cracked road, were large dead trees and gas stations that had fallen into disrepair for an unknown number of years. A finger-thick layer of dust raced half a day at the slightest touch. Zhang Huan didn't mind the dilapidated environment in the slightest. He was feasting on the freshly roasted demonic beast meat, and beside the fire, there was a piece of half-finished bread that was being baked. On his hand, there was also a bottle of drink. These were the supplies he had fished out from the storage ring he had harvested last night. It's a pity, this drink would have been better if it was cold. After eating and drinking, Zhang Huan found a clean corner and began to take stock of last night's harvest. 43 storage rings of various sizes. Other than some living supplies, the various materials are probably worth 15 million. Why are these mercenaries so poor? Zhang Huan couldn't help but spit out a sentence. There was no other reason. Previously, in order to redeem Xuanless, he had earned more than 80 million in just 1 month. When Wuxuan was taken away by Yi, his 80 million or so was left on him. With 43 mercenaries and a full fortune of just over 15 million, it was indeed a bit poor for him. After spitting out his sentence, a smile appeared on Zhang Huan's face again. But it's okay, I've harvested some good artifact spirits. With a thought, dozens of artifact spirits of different shapes were spread out in front of Zhang Huan. Swords, spears, swords, axes, hooks and forks, there were all types of weapon spirits. 1, 2, 3, 34, 35, 36. Not bad, 36 total artifact spirits. 5D grade, 27 C grade, 4B grade. But who should it be melted to? For a moment, Zhang Huan was in a tangle. Both 1,000 blades and 1,000 households were his artifact spirits. No matter who he gave the tempering to, it seemed to be a bit generous, but if it was divided in half between one person, it would instead slow down the progress of the artifact spirits enhancement. With a thought, Zhang Huan clicked on the system page. Host, Zhang Huan. Rank, second order 2-star. Abilities, common progress, pure heart, slow healing, domain sharing. Martial skills, concealment, backstabbing, breath concealment, discernment, killing instinct, blood rage, bloodshed. Experience, 43%. Physique, 945. It's been over a month since I got stuck at the second stage in 2 stars, I have to raise it up as soon as possible. The information on the light blue screen changed, and in the blink of an eye the data of the artifact spirit was revealed. Artifact spirit, 1,000 blades. Quality, A. Effect 1, cold aura emerges. Effect 2, thousands of changes. Effect 3, shattering blade. Effect 4, chaos. Effect V, toughness. Domain, deadly darkness low level. Experience, 11%. Fitting, 97. Hardening times, 5. Artifact spirit, Cheeto. Quality, S. Effect 1. Ripple. Effect 2, double chop. Effect 3, lash. Effect 4, meteor. Effect 5, 5 blades. Field, shedding life low level. Experience, 3%. Fitting, 38. Hardening times, 0. Zhang Huan's brows knitted together as soon as the data of the artifact spirit, 1,000 households, and 1,000 blades, were revealed in front of his eyes. My experience value with 1,000 blades is out of sync? Zhang Huan got the answer after a short period of pondering. The 1,000 blades hadn't been around when he and the 1,000 households had acted together, so he hadn't gotten a share of the kill experience and quest experience. It seems like I'll have to take more care of 1,000 blades in the future. Zhang Huan's gaze remained on 1,000 blades S experience bar. Killing 2 4th-ranked Imperial Spirit Masters, as well as the large amount of experience value rewarded for completing the quest, only boosted 1,000 blades S experience by 3%. It seems like even if I melted all of these artifacts into 1,000 blades, the amount of experience that 1,000 blades could grow would be minimal. With this thought, Zhang Huan instantly decided to melt all the artifact spirits to 1,000 blades. His gaze swept over the many artifact spirits in front of him. Many artifact spirits detected. May I ask the host to choose between contracting or smelting?
Melting.
In the next moment, 1,000 blades appeared in his left hand, while his right hand grasped onto a silver white lance. Melting is being executed. Melting target D rank, Little Buster, selecting target, 1,000 blades, please wait. Vast spiritual energy was instilled onto the little tyrant, and the little tyrant began to involuntarily tremble, as if it was in fear of something. John Juan could even feel his moans of pain. Melting successful, artifact spirit, 1,000 blades, experience plus 657. Common progress catalyzed, host experience plus 657. Artifact spirit, 1,000 blades, feels like it's gotten a touch stronger. The corners of Jiang Huan's mouth rose slightly. At this rate, I should advance a step before the 1,000 blades improves its quality. With his strength about to see an increase, Jiang Huan was excited inwardly as he reached out and grabbed the next artifact again. A ghost head blade that was glowing with a cold aura. Melting is being executed. Melting object C grade, knife manipulating ghost, select target, 1,000 blades, please wait a moment. Melting successful, experience of artifact spirit, 1,000 blades, plus 1,374. Joint progress catalyzed, host experience plus 1,374. The artifact spirit, 1,000 blades, feels like it's gotten a touch stronger. The corners of Jiang Huan's mouth couldn't be suppressed as he extended his demonic grasp towards the two short blades again. Melting is being executed. Melting target B class, Living Yama, selecting target, 1,000 blades, please wait a moment. Melting successful, artifact spirit, 1,000 blades, experience plus 4,100. Joint progress catalyzed, host experience plus 4,100. Continuous tempering has caused the artifact spirit, 1,000 blades, to feel the host's concern, fit plus 1. Looking at the rising experience, Jiang Huan excitedly grabbed the Zen staff to the side again. Continue. Chapter 115, The Gift of the 1,000 Blades. With the blazing sun in the sky, a total of 36 artifact spirits were all melted by Jiang Huan to 1,000 blades. A clear system tone then sounded. Sufficient experience, does the host choose to advance? Jiang Huan was calm. It seems that the 1,000 blades still has a small way to go to advance. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately chose to advance. Countless spiritual energy like a trickle began to pour into Jiang Huan's body, and began to continuously strengthen his sinews, bones, skin and flesh, as well as every inch of his meridians. Jiang Huan could clearly sense that he was getting stronger. With a soft click, Jiang Huan's advancement came to an end. The host's level has risen from second order 2-star to second order 6-star, and his physique has been greatly strengthened. That's a breakthrough to second order 6th star. The data panel appeared in front of Jiang Huan once again. Host, Jiang Huan. Level, second order 6th star. Abilities, common progress, pure heart, slow healing, domain sharing. Martial skills, concealment, backstabbing, breath convergence, discernment, killing instinct, blood rage, bleeding. Experience, 1%. Physique, 1465. Physique has directly increased from 945 to 1465. In terms of physique alone, an ordinary 4th rank 2-star, 3-star Imperial Spiritist is no match for me. Whether an Imperial Spirit Master was powerful or not, the physique was only one of the factors. The world was so big that there were always many variables. The biggest lesson Jiang Huan had learned in these 2 months was to never be arrogant. Only by being cautious at all times could one be invincible. Jiang Huan called up the data panel of the 1,000 blades, his eyes resting on the experience value and fit column. Experience, 78%. Degree of fit, 99. So many weapon spirits, only to raise it to 78%, it seems like I still need to kill more demonic beasts if something happens. But a fit of 99, I'm afraid this is an extremely rare existence amongst the Imperial Spiritists. It is said that when the fit between the artifact spirit and the host is high enough, some strange things will happen. Does this high enough mean breaking through to 100? Jiang Huan muttered, and then pulled out a pile of objects glowing with golden light from his storage ring. It was precisely the 3 taels of refined gold that he had gained from powerfully defeating Lu Zhiyue in the school stance. Quenching material, essence gold, detected. May I ask if the host chooses to smelt it? This is good stuff. It is said that if an ordinary Imperial Spirit Master can have a few grams of it added to their quenching, they will be able to drastically increase the success rate of their quenching. Using it for quenching should be able to raise the fit to 100, right? With that thought, Jiang Huan then chose yes. Majestic spiritual energy poured into the thousand blades and the essence gold, and under Jiang Huan's will, the essence gold was impacted by the vast spiritual energy and dispersed into lumps of varying sizes. The spiritual energy continuously resonated, generating high temperatures, and the lumps of essence gold began to turn into liquid, flowing towards the thousand blades, under Jiang Huan's traction. The essence gold continued to extend, transforming into strands of gold threads thinner than silk threads, flowing into the connection between the fragments of the thousand blades and the fragments. Not long after, the original body of the thousand blades, which was azure and glowing with a cold aura, the pieces of broken glass like blades seemed to be encrusted with gold threads, carrying a touch of divine radiance. Melting successful, Artifact Spirit, Thousand Blades, experience plus 3,570. Common progress catalyzed, host experience plus 3,570. Artifact Spirit, Thousand Blades, Awakening Effect 6, warding off evil, will be more powerful in the face of lifeforms that are filled with negative energy. The host's careful cultivation of the Artifact Spirit, Thousand Blades, has made Thousand Blades grateful. Fitting degree plus 5. Congratulations to the host, the Spirit of Thousand Blades has surpassed the 100th fit level. Artifact Spirit, Thousand Blades, has decided to express its gratitude to the host in its own way, please accept it openly. A series of question marks appeared in Jiang Huan's mind, but he hadn't had time to think about it. A dot of light the size of a green bean, azure with a faint red color and a wisp of golden aura surged out from the thousand blades, and then it slowly floated towards Jiang Huan's body, quickly integrating into Jiang Huan's body. A strange sensation arose from Jiang Huan's body, but the sensation was fleeting. Jiang Huan couldn't even describe what this feeling brought. The 13th Artifact Spirit became curious about the thousand blades' giving, and she didn't think that the host was worth the thousand blades' giving. Artifact Spirit number 7 felt some pity. If he could have taken thousand blades' giving for himself, he would have become much stronger. The many Artifact Spirits are becoming more and more curious about the host, and they are paying more attention to the host than ever before. A series of beeps sounded in Jiang Huan's mind, but Jiang Huan hadn't figured out what the purpose of that smear of green bean-sized light mass was until now. In the next moment, a man wearing a bucket hat with a vicissitude of face materialized above Thousand Blades. Thousand Blades, what was that thing you just gave me? The Thousand Blades smiled lightly and just patted Jiang Huan's shoulder to show his trust in Jiang Huan. But there was not the slightest sign of telling him. Then, a red aura flashed by, and Thousand Blades materialized opposite Jiang Huan, looking at Jiang Huan with the same smile on its face. Artifact Spirit, Thousand Blades, gives to the host, causing the Artifact Spirit, Thousand Households, to lament the host's charm. Degree of Fit plus 5. Ha! Even the Thousand Blades' degree of attunement has increased. What the hell is that? His puzzled gaze looked towards Shido, hoping to know a thing or two from Shido's mouth. The Thousand Households, however, just cocked his head. Goodness. Jiang Huan bristled. Fine, you all play like that, right? Fine, don't tell me or don't tell me. Sooner or later, I'll find out. At this moment, it was already dusk. Jiang Huan remembered what he had harvested earlier. While there's still time, let's stack the domains of Thousand Household and Thousand Blades. There's also the spirit embryo of the Yi priest, let's also use it to melt it for the Thousand Blades, it's only right to raise it to S rank earlier as well. After making up his mind, Jiang Huan was ready to act. However, an inaudible step sounded, causing him to stop his hand movements. Moments later, one cry for help after another echoed through these ruins. Help! Someone save me! You stinking mercenaries! Aren't you afraid of the demon suppression army? I'm from the White Tiger camp. Demon army? Afraid, of course. But as long as we handle it cleanly, what can the demon suppression army do to us? Little girl, if you run again, don't blame us for coming down hard on your concubine. If you know what's good for you, hurry back and serve your brothers well, and they'll guarantee to give you two a good time. As it involved the demon suppression army, Jiang Huan curiously followed the sound. Under the thinning sun, a girl with a handsome appearance but in a terrible state of distress was fleeing for her life in a panic. Her clothes were tattered and torn, and by the looks of it, she seemed to have been slashed open with a knife. Behind her were 5 or 6 ferocious second-rank mercenaries chasing after her. Jiang Huan's brows furrowed slightly. It's her? Shouldn't she have left Kaiyun City a long time ago? How come she's here? Chapter 116, Why are you forcing me? The person fleeing for his life was no other than Xu Xiaoxiao, whom Jiang Huan and the others had previously saved at the hands of the Yi priest.
They had failed to assassinate Chunlong, Su Zhangyang had died in battle, and the Yi clan had taken the opportunity to make things difficult for the demon suppressor army, and had even linked them to Jiang Huan. In a way, Jiang Huan and them were considered to have shared the same suffering. However, in the face of Chu Xiaoxiao's predicament at the moment, Jiang Huan did not intend to make a move. There were 3 reasons. 1. These mercenaries weren't charging at him, so why bother? Second, he was not related to Chu Xiaoxiao. Even if they were comrades in arms in the future, that would be a matter for the future. Thirdly, Jiang Huan really didn't have much good feelings towards her. Jiang Huan clearly remembered that time when he was being chased by the Yu priest's puppets. She had been chirping at the back, like a chirping sparrow, which was really distracting. Let's wait until they leave. With this thought, Jiang Huan activated concealment and concealment breath. He completely hid his figure in the darkness of the dilapidated gas station. At the same time, his gaze always peered at Chu Xiaoxiao's group. At this moment, Chu Xiaoxiao was in a terrible state, and the 6 mercenaries seemed to be toying with her. Whenever Chu Xiaoxiao intended to flee elsewhere, they would catalyze their respective artifact spirits to pummel that direction, forcing her to only run in the direction of the gas station. From time to time, a few arrows would also shoot out, but they were not running to injure her, but rather to cut through her clothes. Not long after, there were already large swaths of snowy white appearing in front of everyone's eyes. Brothers, are those legs white? He. Lu Ming, or you are smart ah. Force her into the convenience store in the gas station. At that time, she can only be at the mercy of her brothers. Chan San. Quickly block her right side. Don't let her run that way. Chu Xiaoxiao only felt as if she was a pig being herded into a cage. She tried to escape elsewhere but was driven into the convenience store by them. With no choice, she could only force herself to go inside. She only hoped that there was another way out. In the dimly lit convenience store, there was only one window that opened towards the west. Chu Xiaoxiao jumped onto that window with a single stride and was just about to leave. In the next moment, a sickle-hooked blade grazed the tip of her nose and directly chopped the exposed wall tiles. Come, give brother a kiss. A fat-headed fatty appeared coldly outside the window. Chu Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and could only jump back inside the convenience store. However, she had only retreated 2 steps when she was hugged by a man with a sturdy chest. Come to brother will love you well. Behind her, at an unknown time, a man with a face full of horizontal meat, naked, and carrying a coiled dragon stick appeared. Chu Xiaoxiao broke away, like a frightened cat jumped to the corner wall in 2 steps. A huge syringe appeared in her hand. Behind her, the insane nurse, dressed in a revealing nurse's uniform, then appeared. Only, at this moment, the insane nurse's figure was dim, and it was obvious that she had already gone through a great battle and suffered a heavy blow. However, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and fight. Because, in front of her, those 6 Hans had already walked into the convenience store one after another from several. They happened to block all the ways out. Jiang Huan's gaze swept over them. All of them were second-ranked royal spirit masters. The doubts in his heart deepened. What was going on? Chu Xiaoxiao was at least a 4th-ranked imperial spiritist, but she would be chased by a 2nd-ranked imperial spiritist in such a sorry state. He, still a fiery little pepper. I like it. I'll be the first one up later, you guys stay back. Why should you be first? I'd say I'm the first. The 6 men were full of lewd smiles, and they didn't seem to be in a hurry to strike at Chu Xiaoxiao. As far as they were concerned, Chu Xiaoxiao was like meat on a chopping board, at their disposal. At this moment, the man standing at the very edge, holding a yellow flower bough, laughed lewdly. Why bother fighting? How about I let her perform a dance for our brothers? In the next moment, he pulled the bow with his left hand and the string with his right, and spiritual energy condensed into an arrow in his hand. Puff! Arrow after arrow whistled out, with tricky positions and bizarre angles, forcing Chu Xiaoxiao to dodge the arrows in one extremely shameful position after another. Jiang Huan only frowned as he watched, while the 6 Hans were happier than one another. Hey, Lu Ming, don't just let her pose. Find a way to scratch the clothes on her collar some more. Lu Ming nodded, and in the next moment, 2 arrows appeared in his hand again. He tilted the bow slightly, and his fingers shifted slightly. The next moment, the 2 arrows just whistled out. They grazed Chu Xiaoxiao's collar. The clothes on her chest, which were already a bit tattered, fell down like a curtain after being slashed by the arrows. Large white peaks appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This career line is deep. I can't cover it with one hand. Old Lu. Don't look at your piercing yang, it's only D grade. But it's extremely useful.
Obscenities continued to penetrate Chu Xiaoxiao's ears, and she was so angry that her chest continued to rise and fall, but she watched as the six Han's breathing became even more rapid.
As a young fourth-ranked Imperial Spiritist, how had she ever suffered this kind of aggravation?
Immediately, she carried the large syringe in her hand and was about to go forward to fight for her life. However, only after taking 2 steps, she was knocked back by the dense arrows.
Hey, brothers, this is a fourth-ranked Imperial Spirit Master. If it were in the past, we'd be afraid to even look at it. So what if it's a fourth-ranked Royal Spirit Master?
It's just an auxiliary artifact spirit. When I break through the 3rd rank, I'll still take care of it. If I may say so, it's thanks to the captain and vice captain for seriously injuring her, otherwise where would we have gotten such a good thing? At this moment, Chu Xiaoxiao was incomparably suffocating. She wanted to fight these bastards to the death, but the reality was that the royal soul master named Lu Ming was continuously shooting countless arrows, forcing her to flee around in this small convenience store.
Clang clang clang.
The huge syringe seemed to have a kind of power, and with every push and pull, it was as if these incoming arrows were drained of their spiritual energy and landed on the ground one after another. However, as time passed, her face turned pale and her breathing became rapid.
Damn it!
If she hadn't been shocked and injured by Jun Long first, and then secretly attacked,
how could she have been beaten and suffocated so much?
Lu Yiming would have never been captured by them.
Dan Gang.
There was another light sound. The arrow was plucked away by Chu Xiaoxiao, and coincidentally, it flew towards Zhang Huan's hiding place.
Zhang Huan dodged the stray arrow by slightly sidestepping.
Zhang Huan blankly glanced at Chu Xiaoxiao in the shadows and cursed silently, "Auntie, I don't want to get involved with you again, so don't pull me down." However, the rain of arrows that kept shooting out stopped violently.
How did it suddenly stop?
Just as Zhang Huan was puzzled, those 6 people spoke out. "Brothers, look, there are traces of a burning fire there.
There are also drink bottles beside it. Breadcrumbs are spilling all over the place. Not good. Someone is hiding here." The next moment, the 6 people scattered violently. Each of them catalyzed their artifact spirits and launched a carpet attack on the dilapidated convenience store.
In an instant, spirit energy overflowed in all directions.
Dust flew up.
Zhang Huan covered his mouth and nose as the long knife in his hand flew up and down, constantly defusing the waves of attacks that came his way. In his heart, he was so angry, he had planned to turn a blind eye, so why did he have to find him in trouble?
And they are also mercenaries at this level? Without knowing the opponent's strength, they rushed to attack.
If he had done the same, he would have been scolded to death by Zhang Yu.
A few moments later,
the dust gradually dispersed and the chaotic spiritual energy calmed down. A smear of blood spilled from the corner of Chu Xiaoxiao's mouth, and her face became even paler. Even though the target of these attacks just now was not her, but despite that, the aftermath had shaken her somewhat badly.
"Brothers, are you sure there's someone? How come I feel like I haven't even hit anyone? It can't be that we're scaring ourselves, right? With this level of attack from us, even a 4th-ranked expert wouldn't be able to not say a word, right?"
The 6 people looked at each other in disbelief. The carpet bombardment only shocked Chu Xiaoxiao, but not a single enemy was visible. Anyone would doubt themselves.
"Originally, I was all planning to let you all go. Why are you forcing me?"
A ghostly voice rang out, and the crowd looked around, only to see a figure, carrying a long sword that seemed to be made up of broken glass, slowly walking out from the dust.
Chapter 117, Shattering Them.
Chu Xiaoxiao only felt that the voice was somewhat familiar, yet she could not recall whose voice it was.
When that figure came out completely from the dust, Chu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened. How was it him? How could he be here? Did he want to die?
A bunch of questions surged in Chu Xiaoxiao's mind, but she didn't have time to think at all.
Zhang Huan, hurry up and run. You're no match for them.
In her opinion, Zhang Huan might have some unique features, otherwise how could he have saved them from the Ji priest in the first place? However, this couldn't change the fact that Zhang Huan was only a 2nd-stage Imperial Spiritist. Facing 6 Royal Spirit Masters who had half a foot in the 3rd rank, Zhang Huan only had a way out if he turned around and fled. "Yeah, asshole kid, if I were you, I would have turned around and fled. Why would I get involved in this mess? Now it's good, you can't run away even if you want to, come over consciously and we'll give you a good time. At your age, isn't it good to hide at home and eat milk? Why come to the ruins?" Lu Ming's 6 people were also startled when they initially saw Zhang Huan. However, they reacted when Chu Xiaoxiao loudly told the youth in front of them to run for their lives.
This kid might be scaring them.
They felt Jiang Huan's aura in detail. Just like them, he was also a second-stage Royal Soul Master. Perhaps the natural talent was far higher than theirs, but how could a second-order Imperial Spirit Master be a match for 6 Imperial Spirit Masters? Jiang Huan ignored the taunts of the 6. He slung the long knife made of broken glass around his neck and smiled at Chu Xiaoxiao with his head turned sideways. I'm starting to hate you a little less. A single sentence made Chu Xiaoxiao confused.
What do you mean you don't hate me anymore? Did I invite you to mess with you? What are you babbling about? Running away quickly is the real thing.
As she spoke, Chu Xiaoxiao had already rushed in front of Jiang Huan, looking as if she was sacrificing her life to protect Jiang Huan from leaving. She wanted to live, but she couldn't use such an innocent teenager like Jiang Huan to live. As a member of the Demon Suppression Army, she always remembered what the principles of the Demon Suppression Army were.
In a moment,
I'll fight for my life with them.
You watch the moment to escape. Understand?
For a moment, Jiang Huan was somewhat disoriented. He had once heard the same words from that man.
Hey! Don't be dumbfounded. Do you hear me?
After not getting a response for a long time, Chu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but hit Jiang Huan with his shoulder.
Hey! Little girl.
You're so concerned about him.
How about you serve your brothers well? If the brothers are happy, how about releasing him? That's right. I didn't expect you to be so young. You've got a lot of concubines. If you don't agree, I promise, this kid won't be able to walk out of this room.
Chu Xiaoxiao was about to say something when suddenly, she felt a burst of warmth. Looking down, she only saw a black jacket draped over her body, firmly protecting her half-naked upper body.
You're still weirdly cute.
Jiang Huan's voice rang in her ears, his warm and somewhat moist breath pressing against her ears, causing her to lose her concentration a little. By the time she came back to her senses, Jiang Huan had already protected her behind him.
1,000 blades, 1,000 households, shatter them.
Jiang Huan's tone was extremely calm, as if he was saying something that had nothing to do with him.
In the next moment, 2 Han men filled with murderous aura and solid figures appeared behind Jiang Huan. Careless. This kid is an artifact spirit body. Don't panic. So what if he has a weapon spirit body? No matter how powerful he is, he's only a second-stage spirit master. The 6 of us will exhaust him. We have to kill him today. I can sense it. These 2 artifact spirits are at least B rank or above. In an instant, 6 bottles of various artifact spirits appeared in front of the 6 of them. They pounced towards the 1,000 households and 1,000 blades. Seeing this, Chu Xiaoxiao looked as if she hated the situation. Why don't you run away? So what if you're an artifact spirit body? You only have 2 artifact spirits. There are 6 of them. You're all at the 2nd rank. You won't last long. As she spoke, she was about to instruct the insane nurse to come forward to help. Who knew? She was stopped by Jiang Huan. Jiang Huan, what are you doing? You don't think you can handle 6 with your 2 artifact spirits? Jiang Huan pulled out his ears. Don't get in the way. Jiang Huan. You. Jiang Huan's words managed to make the little bit of goodwill that had just risen in Chu Xiaoxiao's heart disappear. She frowned and looked ahead, and in the next moment, she was dumbstruck. Only to see that the blood-colored longsword in the 1,000 household's hand had already turned into a plain sword, violently blasting the ground. Circle after circle of ripples rippled in all directions, and wherever the ripples passed through, they were all places where spiritual energy erupted. It shook the 6 bottle artifact spirits to the point where they couldn't stand at all. The 1,000 blades was like a ghost that appeared out of nowhere, and every time it struck out, an artifact spirit would inevitably dissipate. When Lu Ming's artifact spirit, Piercing Yang, attempted to attack 1,000 blades with an uninterrupted rain of arrows, the long blade in 1,000 blades' hand turned into countless fragments, striking him so hard that he couldn't lift his head. Fortunately, the other artifact spirits stepped in time to protect Piercing Yang. Piercing Yang tried to attack 1,000 blades again. However, the next moment, the 1,000 household's cloak shook and countless flying daggers shot out. Not only did they send the arrows flying, but they also seriously injured the 6 bottle artifact spirit. All of this happened in a flash of lightning. Lu Ming 6 gradually realized that something was wrong, and immediately stepped forward to help. However, the 1,000 households were faster than them. A large sword in his hand slashed down as he rolled over, directly exchanging blows with the 6. With a wide-open sword technique, only in the blink of an eye, he killed 2 people. Xu Xiaoxiao looked at the scene in front of her with some disbelief. Sparingly, the 6 people on the other side were only of the 2nd rank. She asked herself that even if she was in her heyday, there was no way she could deal with them as calmly as Zhang Huan. Her mind couldn't help but recall the scene of the steel claw monkey being abused and killed in the dilapidated supermarket last time. Did it really have nothing to do with him? Zhang Huan, what quality are your 2 artifact spirits? She could sense that Zhang Huan's artifact spirits were of high quality, but she was unable to determine their quality. Zhang Huan tilted his head. You guess. She frowned and observed the 1,000 households and 1,000 blades again and asked tentatively, both bottles are a grade? Zhang Huan smiled, but didn't answer. His gaze was placed on the 1,000 household and 1,000 blades again. He didn't dare to be careless. Once anything went wrong, he had to immediately step in to help 1,000 blades and 1,000 households. Fortunately, the entire one-sided massacre only lasted for 2.5 minutes. Looking at the mess in front of him, Zhang Huan couldn't help but sigh. Alas! Xu Xiaoxiao took it for granted that Zhang Huan was inevitably a little uncomfortable in his heart because he had blood on his hands for the first time, so he hastened to speak out to comfort him. Zhang Huan, actually you don't need to blame yourself, we are defending ourselves. Moreover, the world of the Imperial Spiritist is like this, sometimes 2 people who have never known each other fight for their lives for no reason at all. Zhang Huan nodded, sort of responding to her. How could she know that the reason why Zhang Huan sighed was not self-blame, but some pity? It was a loss. If I had known, I wouldn't have said to shatter them. These 2 little cuties. Surprisingly, they had really shattered all of them along with their artifact spirits. These artifact spirits are all experience value when they are melted down. It's a big loss. Zhang Huan glanced at the 1,000 households and 1,000 blades with a grudging expression. The 2 weapon spirits didn't seem to get the sadness in Zhang Huan's eyes, but instead gave him a thumbs up, as if they were claiming credit with Zhang Huan. See? Shatter them when you say so. Without a trace of procrastination. Zhang Huan slapped his head helplessly. Zhang Huan, can you do me a favor? A mosquito-like voice came from beside him, and there were a few tremors in his voice, as if he was somewhat afraid of being rejected. Chapter 118, You're not a roadie, are you? At nightfall, 2 figures, one in front of the other, walked forward quickly through the broken walls. The hazy moonlight poured through the fog and sprinkled on the duo, lengthening their silhouettes. Seemingly sensing the scent of danger, very few ungrateful demonic beasts ran to attack the duo. The thing Xu Xiaoxiao entrusted Zhang Huan with was very simple, accompany her to save Lu Yiming. The reason why Zhang Huan helped was by no means that he was being kind. He just felt that since he had already offended this mercenary group, he should simply eliminate the roots. He didn't want to be hammered one day. He walked behind Xu Xiaoxiao in a bored manner, one hand in his pants pocket and the other carrying the 1,000 blades. On this journey, after Xu Xiaoxiao's narration, he probably understood why he met Xu Xiaoxiao here. Perhaps in order to avoid trouble, she had purposely concealed her identity as a demon suppressor army when she explained with Zhang Huan. She only said that they were first attacked halfway and Su Zhanyang sacrificed himself to protect them. Then they met a group of mercenaries who lost their hands and were captured. Lu Yiming fought to the death against the group of mercenaries in order to cover her escape, but despite this, she was still chased for half a day. Where is it? Where is it? I remember it's clearly this road. Zhang Huan, you believe me? It must be right in front. Xu Xiaoxiao walked all the way, looking east and west all the way, muttering continuously, but she never saw the dilapidated office building in her memory. Starting from dusk, he kept walking until the moon climbed into the night sky. Zhang Huan was finally sure of one thing in his mind. He pulled Xu Xiaoxiao, who was still looking for directions, and looked at her seriously. You're not a roadie, are you? In an instant, Xu Xiaoxiao's cheeks reddened as if she was a monkey's butt. Yet the pride of a young girl made her try to weasel out of it. You're the one who's a roadie. I was the one who brought Lu Yiming all the way here. Zhang Huan glanced at Xu Xiaoxiao with a complicated expression, and secretly sighed in his heart. No wonder they had left Colorful Cloud City for almost a month, yet they were always still wandering around the borders of Colorful Cloud City. This Lu Yiming was also good-tempered, knowing that Xu Xiaoxiao was a wayfarer and still willing to listen to her.
If he allowed Chu Xiaoxiao to lead the way, perhaps when he found Lu Yiming, he could only collect his corpse. With this in mind, Jiang Huan turned his head and walked in the direction he came from. Seeing this, Chu Xiaoxiao instantly became anxious. Hey, Jiang Huan, where are you going? You said you would help me. You can't keep your word. Even she herself didn't know why she was looking for Jiang Huan's help. Just because he had shown that he was strong? But no matter how strong he was, could he cope with a fourth-ranked expert? Jiang Huan glanced back at her. Go save someone. But you don't know the way. You're not trying to find your way through the tracks, are you? It's useless, most of them have been cleared by me. Besides, it's not like you know where they are. Jiang Huan. You trust me one more time. Chu Xiaoxiao kept yelling like an old mom. Jiang Huan was too lazy to pay attention to her and walked back towards the way he came by himself. Along the way, he looked in all directions, searching for the traces left behind when Chu Xiaoxiao was chased. The bloodstains on every blade of grass and tree, even in the dead of night, could not escape Jiang Huan's gaze. Jiang Huan walked and stopped, asking questions from time to time, and occasionally recovering the most probable scenario in his mind based on the traces left at the scene. Chu Xiaoxiao was staggering at first, but as the scene in front of her became more and more familiar, Chu Xiaoxiao gradually fell silent. She quietly watched how exactly Jiang Huan did it, who knew that the more she looked, the more familiar it became. Jiang Huan. How do you know the tracking method within the demon suppression army? She saw clearly. Jiang Huan didn't just know the tracking method of the demon suppression army. He was also able to use the footprint tracking method, the bloodstain tracking method, the interpersonal tracking method, the deductive reasoning tracking method, and many other methods in an integrated manner. Although she was a veteran of nearly 2 years and knew the theory of these tracking methods, there was a difference between theory and practice. The vast majority of the demon suppression army soldiers, including her, were unable to integrate and cross-utilize multiple methods like Jiang Huan. Jiang Huan grabbed a handful of soil with blood and carefully observed it under the moonlight, seemingly judging how long it took for the blood to dry up. He also looked around to see the spacing between the bloodstains and the direction of the blood spattering until he judged the new direction, then he replied without turning his head. I don't know, my teacher taught me that. Chu Xiaoxiao frowned. Your teacher? Zhang Yu. When Chu Xiaoxiao sniffed, that middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle and wearing a polo fur instantly appeared in his mind. So he's from the demon suppression army. I didn't even properly thank him for saving us last time. Next time I have the chance, I'll have to pay him a proper visit before I do so. She made up her mind that since he was a senior of the demon suppressor army, next time she would say anything to give the other party a generous gift to show her gratitude. Jiang Huan's footsteps suddenly stopped and he turned around to give her a meaningful look, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He remembered a saying he had read. People don't share their sorrows and joys, your sorrows may seem like nothing more than noise to others. He was now left to himself, it was time to learn to lick his own wounds. However, it was this slight pause that Chu Xiaoxiao keenly detected, the sadness in his eyes. Jiang Huan, what's wrong with you? Jiang Huan, however, walked faster. It should be almost here, let's hurry up. At the time of 3 pulls on the moon. Jiang Huan and Chu Xiaoxiao dived among the broken walls and peered ahead. Not far away, in a half-collapsed and dilapidated office building, there was a cluster of torches in the hall on the first floor. 5 or 6 Hans were scattered around, each entertaining themselves. There were also 2 mercenaries on sentry duty who were squatting by the door, gulping down clouds and chatting idly with one another. Do you think Lu Ming and the others will be able to bring that woman back? Sentry is too boring, let's have them hurry back. Sentry was originally a matter for second-rank mercenaries, however, Lu Ming and the others had gone out to chase after Chu Xiaoxiao. Thus, this sentry thing fell on their heads. I should be able to, a severely injured 4th-rank Imperial Spirit Master, if he can't bring it back, he doesn't need to be a mercenary anymore. Besides, isn't that woman's concubine still in our hands? If she doesn't come back, we'll kill him. The words of the 2 Hans infuriated Chu Xiaoxiao so much that she smashed her fist on the wall next to her. Concubine, your mother's head. We're just comrades in arms. Jiang Huan frowned and made a silencing gesture, keep your voice down. Only then did Chu Xiaoxiao react and hurriedly lowered her voice. Jiang Huan, there are a total of 8 of them, of which the captain is a bald man, a 4th order 2-star. The 2 vice-captains are 4th order 1-star. The other 5 are all around 3rd order 5 stars. If we fight head-on, we can't beat them. In a moment, I'll go out and attract the firepower of the 8 of them, you touch in from the side and find a way to take Lu Yiming away.
And we can't get attached to the battle. Big Brother Su used to say, soldiers are precious and quick, behind this office building. Xu Xiaoxiao was like an old mom who was uneasy about her child, constantly instructing Jiang Huan on every detail of how to act. Facing 3/4 orders and 5/3 orders. The only thing she could do was to hypothesize everything that she might encounter, all of it, and inform Jiang Huan how to react when he encountered various situations. Her constant exhortations caused Jiang Huan to become distracted. Jiang Huan simply stretched out his right hand and directly blocked her mouth. Well. Jiang Huan's sudden action caused her to be a bit confused, and she subconsciously pushed away Jiang Huan's right hand. Jiang Huan, what are you doing? But just as her right hand pushed away, her left hand blocked her mouth again. Jiang Huan's gaze was always fixed on the 8 people in the office building ahead. I'll ask you to answer, cut the crap. Seeing his serious look, Xu Xiaoxiao subconsciously nodded her head despite resisting in her heart. 8 people in the mercenaries, 3/4 order and 5/3 order? That's right, isn't it? Xu Xiaoxiao nodded. The corner of Jiang Huan's mouth rose slightly. Wait for me here. Xu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened, filled with doubt. Wait for you here? No. Don't tell me that you're planning to deal with 3/4 stages by yourself. 5/3 order. Don't joke. Jiang Huan. This is not an exercise. Jiang Huan guffawed, not bothering to explain too much with her. Bracing himself on the wall with one hand, he rolled over and leaped out of the bunker. Hey, 2 brothers, give a cigarette. Chapter 119, More People? In the silent night, the first moment Jiang Huan leapt out, he startled the 8 mercenaries in the hall. The 6 people in the room glanced at Jiang Huan from afar, and seeing that he was a teenager, they didn't take it seriously and continued to do their own thing. The faces of the 2 men on sentry duty outside the house, however, clouded over. Brat, stay wherever it's cool in the middle of the night, don't give Grandpa a hard time. Hurry up and roll. Roll late. I'll make you not see the sun tomorrow. Originally forced to keep watch, Jiang Huan's sudden appearance was simply giving them nothing to do. How could it not make them angry? Jiang Huan, however, seemed as if he hadn't heard them, still smiling as he walked forward. 2 big brothers, this midnight addiction, help out. Jiang Huan walked while making an extremely difficult appearance. Xu Xiaoxiao's heart was burning with anxiety at the moment, but she didn't know what to do. If she went out to pull Jiang Huan back, as long as she showed herself, Jiang Huan would be exposed even faster. But as she watched Jiang Huan move step by step towards danger, she felt guilty. What the hell is this kid up to? How can he get into more trouble than me? Just as she decided to take the risk of rushing out and pulling Jiang Huan away, the scene in front of her made her even more confused. She only saw the 2 sentry mercenaries. Seeing Jiang Huan's lack of oil and salt, their faces chilled at that moment. A tiger's head sword and an earth-turning hoe appeared in each hand. Brat, if you don't go to heaven, you'll go to hell. However, Jiang Huan didn't seem to see it. I said, give me a cigarette. Heh, you're looking for death. The sentry duo was exasperated and laughed. The next moment, they carried their tiger head swords and wielded their earth-turning hoes towards Jiang Huan. However, Jiang Huan's figure just disappeared in front of their eyes. Concealment. Catalyze. Puff. Poof. The sound of long knives cutting through flesh and blood echoed in the night sky. 2 third-rank Imperial Spirit Masters fell just like that. Crimson blood burst and seeped out from their necks, soaking the dusty ground. Artifact-Spirit, 1000 Blades, killed a 3rd-rank Imperial Spirit Master, experience plus 370. Mutual Progress is activated, host experience plus 370. Artifact-Spirit, Cheeto, kills a 3rd-order Imperial Spirit Master, experience plus 390. Progress Together prodded, host experience plus 390. The system beep sounded unceasingly, and Xu Xiaoxiao stared with a wide-eyed look of incredulity. Two knives? Jiang Huan appeared out of the darkness with dual swords in his hands. In his left hand, a long knife made of broken glass was cold and piercing. In his right hand, a long knife made of churning blood qi, overflowing with battle intent. The commotion outside the office building startled the 6 people inside the hall. They leapt out of the hall in a flash and surrounded Jiang Huan in the blink of an eye. The leader was a bald man with a face full of horizontal flesh, grasping a judgment pen in his hand. Kid, why did you lay hands on my brethren? Jiang Huan guffawed, give a cigarette? Contemptuous words, as if he didn't put the 6 men in his eyes at all. Team Gu. Don't talk nonsense with him. Do it directly. Team Gu. A second-order teenager. What's the point of talking so much nonsense with him? The two Hans beside the bald man cursed. One held a 3-section stick tightly in his hand, while the other grasped a chinkuan rope in his hand. Behind their backs, two shadows loomed, and the killing intent belonging to the 4th rank had already locked Zhang Huan firmly. Obviously, these two were the vice-captains of this mercenary group, just waiting for the bald man to give the order. They would be strangled by Zhang Huan with a thunderous momentum. The bald man's eyes flickered, his fierce gaze flickering on Zhang Huan's body. As the leader of a team, he was more cautious than the others. To be able to easily kill 2 of his own men and still face himself so calmly. Definitely not an ordinary person. It wasn't the son of any big family who came out to practice, with multiple experts escorting him in the dark. Little brother, which family's young master are you? The corner of Zhang Huan's mouth rose slightly, you guess? The more Zhang Huan provoked, the more he was sure in his heart that Zhang Huan was the son of a powerful family, the more he dared not make a move. Team Gu. He just killed our people. He must be made to pay. Team Gu. Look at the 2 vessel spirits in his hand. They're worth a fortune. Team Gu. I'll make a move. I'll definitely cut him down. The 5 henchmen kept inviting battle from the side, their gazes filled with killing intent and disdain constantly roaming over Zhang Huan's body. The bald man's complexion flickered, his greedy gaze constantly flickering on the artifact spirit in Zhang Huan's hands. In the end, he even clenched his teeth and rushed his hands towards Zhang Huan. Little brother, just now there were many offenses. Please forgive me. Then from the storage ring, he touched out 2 packs of unopened cigarettes in red packaging with gold accents and threw them to Zhang Huan. Ordinary people only have huazi, little brother don't mind. And finally, he rushed his men to order, all get out of the way. Make way for this little brother. With that tone, there was no room for a bit of questioning. Looking at the 2 packs of cigarettes that had inexplicably appeared in his hand, it made Zhang Huan laugh and cry. The reason why he was so calm was because he had found such a reason to ask for cigarettes in order to make a name for himself. Secondly, he didn't put this mercenary in his eyes at all. When he was still at the 2nd rank and 2 stars, he was able to fight the 4th rank and 7 stars Fu Bo and the 4th rank and 6 stars Shi Bo with his own strength. Now that his strength had been greatly improved, the remaining 6 were nothing more than dirt and dogs to Zhang Huan. When the bald man saw the corners of Zhang Huan's mouth rise, he just assumed that the matter had been settled, then he arched his hand and was about to lead the people back into the hall. Hey, give another fire. Who would have thought that Zhang Huan's voice would ring out again? A simple sentence caused the crowd to completely blow up. Smoking without a fire, what kind of smoke are you smoking? Even the bald man's fire came up, but in the end, it was controlled by his rationality. He casually fished out a beautifully shaped kerosene lighter from his pants pocket and threw it to Zhang Huan. Sent it to you, no need to return it. This time it was Zhang Huan's turn not to. No, according to the plot, shouldn't you humongous bandits be fearless and then strike out at me? Why are you so tolerant? How can I find an excuse to strike if you're like this? Hey! Zhang Huan! Hurry up! Just as Zhang Huan hesitated to follow the example of the evil man who struck out without any reason, Xu Xiaoxiao's shout from the distance pulled everyone's attention over. Only to see that in the distance, Xu Xiaoxiao was supporting Lu Yiming, who was covered in wounds, jumping out of a broken wall and fleeing towards the distance. Team Gu. It's that chick from the daytime. This kid is in league with the 2 of them. We've been caught in the trick of getting rid of the tiger. The bald man's face was gloomy, and he immediately waved a hand. Zhui. Zhou Chaoming. You 2 go after them. The rest of you get him for me. The 2 third-ranked Imperial Spirit Masters then turned around and chased after Lu Yiming and Xu Xiaoxiao. The remaining 4 surrounded Zhang Huan. The spirits of their respective weapons appeared in front of them at the same time. The bald man even slammed down the judge's pen in his hand and wrote the word death in front of everyone. In an instant, a coldness was released from the tip of his pen, like waves running straight towards Zhang Huan. Domain unfolding Hall of Life and Death. Zhang Huan had the illusion that he was located on top of the public hall, while the bald head in front of him was transformed into an official in the public hall, in charge of his life and death. Perhaps. Just one thought. Zhang Huan would be blasted to death by him above this hall. At the same time, the other 2 vice-captains also unfolded their respective domains at the same time. Various negative statuses instantly wrapped Zhang Huan. As for the 3rd-ranked Royal Soul Master who didn't have a domain, he pushed his martial skill towards Zhang Huan. Meditation was activated silently. A coolness arose from the bottom of Zhang Huan's heart, and all negative states were swept away. Within the 3 different domains, 4 mercenaries, including the bald one, were each urging their martial arts towards Zhang Huan. Zhang Huan's footsteps were nimble as he continuously maneuvered through the gaps between the 4 people's attacks. You guys are bullying fewer people with more people, you don't talk about martial virtues. The bald man gritted his teeth and cursed, if you think it's unfair. You can call your 2 companions back to help you. I'll send you all to the west at once. Having previously been half scared by what he had brainstormed, the bald man only felt a pang of anger. Zhang Huan guffawed, as if he had heard a joke. More than people? Good wow. The next moment, Zhang Huan's gaze became vicious. The blood-colored long sword in his hand swung out violently, bringing out a majestic battle intent. The domain unfolded sacrifice life. Chapter 120, Catching Up. The blood-colored field was like a budding stamen, growing uncontrollably and vigorously in the 3 domains. In a matter of moments, the 3 domains and the 4 mercenaries were wrapped in it. An ancient camp appeared in front of everyone. 30 generals, including the 1,000 households, came out of the camp one after another, holding their swords with one hand and staring angrily at the 4 people and 4 weapon spirits. In just a moment, the encirclement of the 4 people and 4 weapon spirits was completed. Under the erosion of the blood-colored domain, their domain was trembling continuously, as if it was on the verge of breaking at any moment. They had no choice but to maintain the stability of the domain by narrowing its coverage. Zhang Huan teasingly laughed, "Hey, bald guy, still outnumbered?" The bald man let out a cold snort and then whispered with his 3 men, "Hang in there. A second-stage kid. So what if the domain is even more powerful? I don't believe he has enough spiritual energy to maintain the domain. Wait until he runs out of spiritual energy. We'll kill him again." Their low murmurs were heard word for word by Zhang Huan. Zhang Huan shrugged, "So you want me to run out of spiritual energy, then I'll satisfy you." The words left his mouth. A shadow leapt out from beside Zhang Huan, and in the blink of an eye, it coalesced into a man wearing a bucket hat with cold eyes. He carried a long sword that seemed to be made of broken glass. Just standing there made people feel dangerous. "You're an artifact spirit body." Zhang Huan shrugged his shoulders and smiled indifferently, 1,000 blades, 1,000 households, pay attention this time, and keep the artifact spirit as long as you can. The next moment, the 1,000 blades and 1,000 households, leading the 29 personal guards, had already leapt out, running towards the 4 people and 4 weapon spirits. A one-sided slaughter ensued. Not far away, Xu Xiaoxiao was experiencing a bitter battle, and the situation was not optimistic. On the one hand, she herself was seriously injured. On the other hand, she also had to take care of Lu Yiming's safety. The 2 of them were forced to retreat by 2 third-ranked Imperial Spirit Masters, and could only rely on a broken wall in front of them. Relying on their respective artifact spirits, they hardened themselves in front of the 2 third-order Imperial Spirit Masters' indiscriminate bombardment. "Little girl. If you're smart, hurry up and come out. Otherwise, I'll make your lives worse than death later. You're really sentimental. For the sake of a concubine, you brought in a child to help. Are you stupid or foolish?" The sneers of the 2 third-ranked Imperial Spirit Masters continued. In their opinion, how could a young boy like Zhang Huan cope with 3 4th-order Royal Soul Masters, even if he was more powerful? "Xiao Xiao, if this goes on, we're both going to be finished, so hurry up and leave, don't bother with me." Xu Xiaoxiao blankly glanced at him. "Big brother Su is already dead. If I leave you behind again, I wouldn't have to return to the White Tiger camp. Moreover, if even you die, what will the other brigades think of us, the Quaimu Wolves?" Lu Yiming's expression dimmed for a moment, as if he had been poked at a sore spot. A wave of sadness struck him, and he couldn't help but look in the direction he had fled. Red light filled the sky there, killing aura was everywhere, and it was unknown who had unfolded the domain. But, Xiao Xiao, even little brother Zhang Huan was victimized by us. A trace of self-blame flashed through Xu Xiaoxiao's eyes. She wanted to say something to comfort Lu Yiming, but she didn't know how to say it. Almost 3 minutes had passed, and Zhang Huan had yet to catch up with them, so it was obvious that he was already in danger. And this matter originally had nothing to do with him. Puff! A sudden change occurred. Lu Yiming, who was originally pale, suddenly collapsed to the ground without warning. Foaming at the mouth, his eyes rolled white. His artifact spirit dissipated in an instant, and the pressure of the insane nurse skyrocketed. Chu Xiaoxiao looked at the scene in front of her in panic. Lu Yiming. What happened to you? For a moment, she panicked beyond measure, and the spiritual energy that she had originally instilled into the insane nurse also became disorganized in an instant. Poof! Accompanied by the two mercenaries hitting insane nurse hard one after another, insane nurse's body dissipated in an instant, and she herself also suffered a backlash as a mouthful of blood spurted out. The two third-rank mercenaries laughed lewdly as they walked in front of the Chu Xiaoxiao duo. You don't have to say, this fourth-rank Imperial Spirit Master is still hard to deal with even if he's injured. Yes, thanks to the captain's foresight, taking advantage of this brat's unconsciousness, he gave him a shot of Luo Fei, this addictive spirit power-blocking medicine. It's enough for him to drink a pot. The duo looked off into the distance again, to their gathering place. Whose field do you think that was just there? Only Team Gu and the three of them in our team have domains, but I remember that their domains aren't like that. Who knows? Maybe it was Captain Gu's killer technique. Do you think it could be that, kids? Just kidding. We haven't even mastered the domain at the third rank, and even if he's a second rank with an outstanding artifact spirit and can master the domain ahead of time, a second rank Imperial Spirit Master's body would be considered formidable if it lasted for 30 seconds. The two of them argued for a while, and then turned their gaze to Chu Xiaoxiao, who was as breathless as a swimmer. This girl seems to be dying, give her some medicine? You're dying. With this injury, she needs at least a B grade recovery grade to be useful. How expensive is that bottle? You want to give it to her? But if we don't use it, wouldn't it be a pity for such a pretty girl? What a pity! Take advantage of the heat. The two looked at each other with creepy smiles at the corners of their mouths. The words of the two fell word for word in Chu Xiaoxiao's ears. Chu Xiaoxiao wanted to resist, but she found it difficult to even breathe. She could only look at the claws that were getting closer and closer towards her chest in despair. My life is over. It's a pity that this private action, instead of clearing the brigade's shame, it also completely nailed the entire Quima Wolf Brigade to the pillar of shame. Su big brother, Wei sister, I am so useless ah. Two lines of crystals slid down from the corners of her eyes. The two mercenaries' smiles, however, grew brighter. Look, she's crying. I love to see women cry the most. The more she cries, the more excited I am. Put. Poof. A strangely shaped long knife, while running through the chest of one of the men from the back, as if it had grown horns, a sharp blade grew out of the side of the long knife, breaking out of the man's chest and penetrating into the head of the other man. Everything only happened in the blink of an eye. Artifact Spirit, 1000 Blades, kills a third-rank Imperial Spiritist, experience plus 475. Co-progress catalyzed, host experience plus 475. Spirit of the 1000 Blades kills a third-order Imperial Spiritist, experience plus 430. Progress together prodded, host experience plus 430. As if Chu Xiaoxiao had seen a savior, a touch of icy pity smile actually surfaced on her tear-stained face. Before her eyes, the man wearing a bucket hat was looking at her indifferently, as if he was looking at a dead person. Instead of feeling scared, on the contrary, she actually felt a little happy. It is his artifact spirit, he is not dead, he came to save us. The sound of hurried footsteps came from far and near, and a handsome face appeared in front of Chu Xiaoxiao before she completely fainted. He looked at the corpses of the two mercenaries that had fallen to the ground, and as if he was relieved, he gave a shallow smile. Luckily, I caught up. Chapter 121 Jiang Huan's Conjecture. In the silent ruins, beside a cluster of fires, Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming were still unconscious, but the wounds on their bodies had already recovered. Obviously, someone had already medicated them. The materialized 1000 Blades quietly stood guard beside Jiang Huan, its face as frosty as ice. At this moment, Jiang Huan was sitting by the fire counting the harvest this time, but his face was not half happy. Instead, it was a little irritable. It was only because the system's prompts in his head were ringing non-stop. Artifact Spirit number 7 thinks that the host's treatment of human scum is too merciful, and in his opinion, this kind of scum that is no different from a brat should be eaten with a crunch. Artifact Spirit number 13 thinks that the host's behavior just now was a bit excessive, and how can the host get a nosebleed when it comes to giving medicine to a girl? Artifact Spirit number 3 glanced at the host blandly, then closed its eyes again. Jiang Huan rubbed his temples, somewhat unable to carry on. He rushed the system and gave the order, "System, I can't take it anymore, block all these chatterboxes." The system has banned the remaining 17 bottles of artifact spirits. The shielding will be lifted automatically after 24 hours. In an instant, the world cleared up. The corners of Jiang Huan's mouth unconsciously rose again. Especially, when he saw the pile of harvests in front of him, the corners of his upturned mouth couldn't be suppressed even more. 8 storage rings, things worth around 25 million. Aside from the 2 bottles of artifact spirits that were accidentally destroyed by 1,000 households, 1 bottle failed to be stripped, and 5 bottles were successfully stripped. 2 B grade artifact spirits, 2 C grade artifact spirits, and 1 D grade artifact spirit. Jiang Huan had divested other people's artifact spirits so many times, and the first time the divestment failed, it was obvious that the fit between the other party's artifact spirit and the host was too high, leading to the failure. Despite this, Jiang Huan was still satisfied. After all, just 2 bottles of B-grade artifact spirits alone were able to provide the artifact spirits with around 8,000 experience value. He turned his head to look at 1,000 blades, the joy on his face simply couldn't be suppressed. 1,000 blades, it's one step closer to your advancement. A smirk actually surfaced on 1,000 blades' cold as ice face. Artifact spirit, 1,000 blades, feels extraordinarily happy in the face of the host's care for him, degree of fitting +1. Jiang Huan was not surprised by the sudden increase in the degree of attunement. After spending time with the artifact spirit, he realized that as long as he interacted with the artifact spirit more often, he would be able to increase the degree of attunement from time to time. If he could make it his own, the degree of attunement would grow even more. For example, previously, Jiang Huan had only expressed a desire to join the army, and the 1,000 households' degree of attunement had directly increased by 5. Suddenly, a shadow quietly appeared on Jiang Huan's right side, sitting beside the fire. Jiang Huan guffawed, 1,000 households, why have you come out? Artifact spirits that could draw spiritual energy from the outside world on their own could manifest at will if the host did not force them to do so. The 1,000 households looked at Jiang Huan grudgingly and raised a finger to point at the 6 bottles of artifact spirits in front of Jiang Huan. My lord, I also have merit. Jiang Huan smiled awkwardly, not knowing what to do for a moment. Yes, these artifact spirits were the harvest obtained by 1,000 household and 1,000 blades striking out together. The 1,000 household was a general, and according to the rules in the military camp, one should be rewarded for one's merits. He was only concerned with improving his overall strength as quickly as possible, thinking about raising the quality of the 1,000 blades, but ignored the feelings of the 1,000 household. But he had already said the words out, to use all of these artifact spirits to raise the strength of the 1,000 blades. If he were to share half of it to 1,000 blades, at this time, how should he face 1,000 blades? Jiang Huan was caught in a dilemma. Seemingly seeing Jiang Huan's concerns, 1,000 blades reached out and pushed all the artifacts in front of Jiang Huan to 1,000 households, and made a gesture of invitation. Jiang Huan looked at 1,000 blades in surprise, and a smile then appeared on 1,000 blades' cold face. Jiang Huan looked at 1,000 blades again, and inexplicably, for the first time, he actually saw shame on 1,000 blades' stalwart face. The 1,000 households then reached out and split the 5 artifacts into 2, one with a B-grade artifact spirit, one with a C-grade artifact spirit, and one with a D-grade artifact spirit. The other had only 1 B-grade artifact spirit and 1 C-grade artifact spirit. Then, 1,000 household pushed the share of 3 artifact spirits back in front of 1,000 blades. Half for 1. The 1,000 blades and the 1,000 households looked at each other, and a moment later, a hopeless smile appeared on the faces of both weapon spirits. Seeing this, Jiang Huan similarly laughed out. This badly solved problem was easily resolved with 1,000 blades' humility. How could he not be happy? 1 person and 2 artifact spirits. No one noticed that during the pushing and shoving between the 1,000 blades and the 1,000 households, those 2 bottles of B-grade artifact spirits had been trembling. They both seemed to be instinctively afraid of their upcoming fate. While Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming were still unconscious, Jiang Huan lightly started melting again. A moment later, the melting ended. Jiang Huan tapped on the experience bar of the 2 weapon spirits respectively. Consistent with what was expected, the 1,000 blades' boost was more pronounced, and with the experience gained from killing mercenaries, the experience was raised to 93%. On the other hand, 1,000 households had only risen to 4%. The only thing worth being happy about was that due to the existence of the ability, Common Progress, Jiang Huan's experience value had skyrocketed to 10%. Maybe it won't be long before I break through the 3rd stage. At this moment, Jiang Huan was full of confidence in the future, and he firmly believed that one day, he would not only be able to sweep away the entire Lu and Feng families, but also the entire Yi clan, so that the Yi clan would return the unparalleled with both hands. Jiang Huan suddenly thought of the extremely humane behavior of the 1,000 blades and 1,000 households just now.
As the quality and fit increases, the artifact spirit behaves more and more like a living, breathing human being. Jiang Huan couldn't help but think back to what he had experienced during the trial of the 1,000 households. Those things, it's like they actually happened. Jiang Huan couldn't help but make a bold assumption: if all those things really happened in history, does it mean that before 1,000 household became an artifact spirit, he was a flesh and blood general?
Jiang Huan couldn't help but be startled by his assumption.
The aura had been revived for 300 years, and publicized information showed that artifact spirits were all pulled by some kind of power after the aura was revived, and were created under some specific circumstances. If Jiang Huan's assumption was correct, it would mean that something similar to an artifact spirit had appeared more than once in the long history that had disappeared for thousands of years before the aura recovery.
But was such an assumption really correct? Assuming that such an assumption was correct, then what kind of life had the artifact spirit, 1,000 Blades, experienced?
Jiang Huan couldn't help but recall the initial appearance of the artifact spirit, 1,000 Blades. Although it was an F-grade artifact spirit, it appeared more tattered than its counterparts. Only half of the blade was left, filled with blood and rust stains. Especially the materialized 1,000 Blades' entire body revealed a sense of exhaustion and indifference.
It was as if it had experienced an inhuman war.
The deeper he thought about it, the more confused Jiang Huan's thoughts became, and his brows became more and more furrowed.
Jiang Huan.
A breathless female voice came from his ears, pulling Jiang Huan's thoughts back to reality once again. Chapter 122: Desperate Chu Xiaoxiao. Jiang Huan followed the sound and saw that Chu Xiaoxiao, who had been unconscious all this time, had already woken up. That handsome face was red. The first time she woke up, she realized that the wounds on her body had already healed, including some of the more sensitive parts.
There were only two men here, Lu Yiming and Jiang Huan, and Lu Yiming was still sleeping, so it was self-evident who had done it.
At this moment, her heart was complicated. As a girl, her body was touched, she was ashamed. But as an injured person whose life was hanging by a thread, Jiang Huan was even willing to use a recovery agent worth more than $100,000 of grade B on her. Her heart was grateful.
For a moment, she didn't know how to face Jiang Huan.
After calling out, there was no further word. Jiang Huan guessed what she was worried about when he saw her look of shame, wanting to say something, and her face flushed red. "Don't worry, I'll apply the medicine with my eyes closed." Who knew that with these words, Chu Xiaoxiao's face turned even redder. She could even feel that her cheeks were heating up. Jiang Huan was telling the truth. He did apply the medicine with his eyes closed. It was just that, since his eyes were closed, it was sometimes unavoidable that he would mistakenly touch and come across some more sensitive places. It was only after a long time that Chu Xiaoxiao stammered out a sentence.
Thank you, Jiang Huan."
Then, she fished out 2 more bottles of Class B recovery agent from her storage ring. "Jiang Huan, this is returned to you." There were many types of recovery agents, but most of the recovery agents above B grade were more than 100,000 a bottle. Jiang Huan had already saved herself 3 times. If she let him suffer again, she would feel guilty. Adding to the fact that she had sneaked into the office building to save Lu Yiming without informing Jiang Huan, causing Jiang Huan to be besieged, she felt even more guilty. The only thing she could do at the moment was to make sure Jiang Huan didn't lose so much. Who knew that her recovery agent had just been set out, but Jiang Huan didn't even look at it.
"Put it away yourself, it's not a valuable thing?"
Chu Xiaoxiao sniffed, her tiny head greatly puzzled. After all, no matter how she looked at it, Jiang Huan didn't look like a lord who wasn't poor in money.
As a matter of fact, the reason why Jiang Huan said it wasn't worth anything,
it was entirely because he had never bothered to buy these potions. Nowadays, he had 200 to 300 bottles of various types of potions of different qualities thrown in his storage ring. Most of them were touched from other mercenaries. In Jiang Huan's words, this was the price they paid for daring to attack him. The silent evening wind blew in bursts and bursts, causing the campfire to flicker and dim. Jiang Huan and Chu Xiaoxiao had a casual conversation. Most of the time, it was Chu Xiaoxiao who was looking for topics, while Jiang Huan dealt with them perfunctorily. There was no other reason. At the moment, Jiang Huan only felt that Chu Xiaoxiao was in the way. He still had the spirit embryo of the Yi priest, yet to be melted. The domains of the 1,000 Blades and the 1,000 households had yet to be superimposed. The ancient book he had gotten from the last trial of 1,000 households had yet to be flipped through. There were too many things he had yet to deal with. How could he have the leisure to chat with Chu Xiaoxiao? Chu Xiaoxiao saw Jiang Huan's perfunctory behavior in her eyes. She decided to give Jiang Huan a little shock. "Jiang Huan, you've saved us several times. I think I should be honest with you."
She looked at Jiang Huan sincerely. "Do you know who we are?" And do you know why we went to Colorful Cloud City? Jiang Huan glanced at her, holding a tree branch in his hand as he kept fiddling with the fire in front of him. People from the White Tiger Battalion of the Demon Suppressor Army, entering Kaiyun City to assassinate Yi Clan's Long Chun chant. A drama-like expression appeared on Chu Xiaoxiao's calm face. The wide eyes and the mouth that forgot to close proved her surprise. How did you know that? Jiang Huan snorted out a laugh. How did he know? Of course, it was when they passed by the dilapidated supermarket in the first place, and he heard it from their own ears. Only, Jiang Huan naturally couldn't tell her the truth. He shrugged his shoulders and casually blurted out, "The news of your assassination of Chun Long is all over the place in Xia. How do you think I know?" Chu Xiaoxiao's expression dimmed for a moment. This time the operation failed. Perhaps after returning to Hanshui City, what awaits us is a trial by military court. The atmosphere fell into dead silence all of a sudden. Jiang Huan didn't know how to comfort the girl, nor did he intend to. As far as Jiang Huan was concerned, he and Chu Xiaoxiao were at most acquaintances, not even friends. As for whether they would be comrades in arms in the White Tiger camp in the future, that depended on whether Jiang Huan would end up joining the Demon Suppression Army or not. By the way, Jiang Huan, why did you suddenly leave Kaiyun City? Jiang Huan didn't intend to hide it, to join the army in Hanshui City. Chu Xiaoxiao stood up violently. Join the army? You're saying you're going to join the Demon Suppressor Army as well? Jiang Huan nodded. Chu Xiaoxiao was puzzled. That's not right. The conscription was done in May. The recruits are all training in the various camps just for next month's recruit selection. You can't match this time. Jiang Huan was just about to explain when another sound came from beside him. The two of them looked at the sound and saw that Lu Yiming, who was originally sleeping, was currently foaming at the mouth, his eyes were rolling white, and his whole body was constantly twitching, just like a drug addict. Lu Yiming! Pull yourself together. Chu Xiaoxiao continuously slapped Lu Yiming's face, trying to wake up the addicted Lu Yiming. However, Lu Yiming was so uncomfortable that he kept twisting his body, making one bizarre pose after another. Chu Xiaoxiao fiercely recalled the words of the two mercenaries before she fell unconscious, and her eyes instantly reddened. Those bastards! How could they inject you with Luo Fei? Jiang Huan sniffed and frowned slightly. Luo Fei, he knew, was an addictive potion that targeted Imperial Spiritists. After it was injected, once it kicked in, the Imperial Spiritualist would feel the pain of his entire body's spiritual energy being drawn out little by little. During this process, if there was no antidote specifically for Luo, the Imperial Spiritualist would be no different from an ordinary person, and could only rely on willpower to resist. Once they did not receive timely treatment, the Imperial Spiritist who was injected with Luo would suffer great damage both physically and mentally. Even, this medicinal power would gradually erode the Imperial Spiritist's artifact spirit, which would in turn lead to a decline in the Imperial Spiritist's strength. Generally speaking, these were controlled potions and rarely entered the market. It was unknown where these ordinary mercenaries bought them from. The harder Lu Yiming screamed, the more tears flowed from Chu Xiaoxiao. Lu Yiming, wait. I'll look for the antidote. She fumed and kept rummaging through her storage ring, trying to find the potion that could cure Luo Fei. Nothing was found. Unable to do anything else, she could only force open Lu Yiming's storage ring again by violent means and kept rummaging through it. There was still nothing. She fiercely looked towards Jiang Huan, which was her only saving grace at this moment. Jiang Huan, do you have an antidote for Luo Fei? Jiang Huan shook his head helplessly. There were quite a few antidotes he had, but controlled agents like Luo Fei basically rarely appeared on the market. Therefore, very few people went to buy antidotes against it. Chu Xiaoxiao was desperate as he sat paralyzed beside Lu Yiming, helplessly shedding tears. Lu Yiming, we don't have an antidote for Luo Fei. If you hold on, we can make it to the next asylum city. Go get help from the local demon suppression army. Xiaoxiao, kill me, I beg you to kill me. I'm in so much pain. The immense pain caused Lu Yiming's five senses to screw together. At first he was able to moan in pain, and then the pain was so great that he couldn't cry out. It was as if his vitality was draining away little by little as his spiritual energy was being extracted. Chu Xiaoxiao was in tears, but she did not know what to do. In this action, not only did she lose Su Zhenyang, even Lu Yiming was going to seek death. For the first time, she felt that in front of a huge predicament, a royal spirit master was no different from an ordinary person. What should I do? A sturdy and powerful hand gently touched Chu Xiaoxiao's arm. Try this, it might be useful. Chapter 123 Worthless Potions. The evening breeze was a little cool. Xu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but move closer to the fire. The originally boisterous Lu Yiming, at the moment, seemed like a child, quietly slumbering. Xu Xiaoxiao's gaze toward Zhang Huan became more and more suspicious. Zhang Huan, thank you for the born-to-live liquid. This medicine, after we return to Hanshui City, Lu Yiming and I will gather money to return it to you. Just now, when Xu Xiaoxiao was at her most desperate, Zhang Huan handed her the remaining half-bottle of Sangsheng Limitless Liquid with the mindset of giving it a try. The great Sangsheng Limitless Liquid was priced at $1 million a bottle, and there was no market for it. It was claimed that as long as there was still a breath, it could prolong life. Not only did it suppress Lu Yiming's addiction, but it also removed most of the toxins from his body. For the remaining days, it was only necessary to give Lu Yiming a certain amount of life-extending liquid every day. Within half a month, Lu Yiming would be able to recover as before. Xu Xiaoxiao didn't know where Zhang Huan had gotten such a precious potion from, but she was even more confused about Zhang Huan's identity. Was he really once just a poor student who was so poor that he could only go hunting in the ruins? Or did he have another unknown identity? Faced with Xu Xiaoxiao's thanks, Zhang Huan didn't take it seriously. No need to return it, it's just half a bottle of useless potion. As far as Zhang Huan was concerned, this precious and incomparable potion was indeed useless. A potion that couldn't save Zhang Yu was considered a useful potion? It was still distracting to look at. However, this statement made the doubts in Xu Xiaoxiao's heart deepen. Useless? You call a potion that saved Lu Yiming and is worth millions of dollars a useless potion? She smiled awkwardly and then asked, Zhang Huan, since you're also going to the White Tiger camp, why don't we set off together? There's also something to look after on the road. Zhang Huan was silent for a moment, but still nodded his head and agreed, good. There was no other reason, looking at the map forward, the densely packed routes, unless one was an experienced traveler, it would be difficult for Zhang Huan to guarantee that he wouldn't get lost. Therefore, having a companion who was familiar with the direction was naturally good. After all, Xu Xiaoxiao was a wayfarer, Lu Yiming couldn't possibly be a wayfarer, right? A few howls of demonic beasts came from the distance, and Zhang Huan got up and stretched. Take an early rest, I'm going to go make it easier. After saying that, Zhang Huan walked towards the ruins with his own large strides. Naturally, he wasn't really going for convenience. He just felt that if he continued to guard Xu Xiaoxiao's side, with Xu Xiaoxiao's talkative nature, perhaps he wouldn't be able to find a chance to superimpose the two weapon spirits' domains tonight. In order to avoid his secret being discovered, Zhang Huan turned left and right until he ran out almost 2 kilometers before he stopped. During this time, in order to avoid unnecessary disturbances, he also pulled out a first-order blind bear that was hiding and sleeping in a tree hole, and gave it a good place to sleep. When everything was ready, Zhang Huan's mind moved, and the 2 long knives, 1,000 households, and 1,000 blades, appeared in his hands respectively. Majestic spiritual energy covered the 2 long knives, and the 2 long knives slowly rose up. Perhaps understanding Zhang Huan's thoughts, Zhang Huan was able to clearly perceive that the 2 vessel spirits were attempting to resonate with each other. The blue blade aura and the dark red blade intent were trying to intermingle with each other under Zhang Huan's will. It was as if Zhang Huan saw that the 30 generals in the blood-colored longsword, including 1,000 blades, were trying to pull 1,000 blades into it. In a flash, it was as if he saw that the 1,000 blades was doing its best to open up the field of endless darkness in an attempt to open up a passage for the 30 generals to enter. However, no matter which one of them was acting, it was as if there was an unbreakable film between the 2 vessel spirits, preventing each other's domains from merging with the other. Zhang Huan's mind moved, and a bottle of somewhat thick golden potion floated out from his storage ring. It was the S-Class Domain Perfection overlay that he had previously obtained. Opening the bottle cork, a breath that was extremely soft and accommodating immediately floated out. The golden liquid, wrapped in Zhang Huan's majestic spiritual energy, continuously integrated into the original conflicting domains of 1,000 blades and 1,000 households. Wherever the golden liquid passed, it seemed to break the barrier between the domains. In just a moment, the azure blade aura and the dark red blade intent began to continuously mingle with each other. The bodies of the 1,000 blades and 1,000 households blades even began to vibrate regularly, as if some sort of connection had been created between them. On the other side, Xu Xiaoxiao and her duo rested. After Zhang Huan left, Xu Xiaoxiao found a corner close to Lu Yiming to make it easier to take care of him. She didn't fall asleep right away, but recalled the process of meeting Zhang Huan. It seemed that every time, whenever she and her companions were in crisis, he would always appear in time. Thinking about it, she actually snorted out a laugh. This younger brother, I'm afraid he's my lucky star. She was only 22 years old, and it wasn't too much to call Jiang Huan her younger brother. Xiao Xiao, where am I? Came Lu Yiming's breathless voice. Xiao Xiao hurriedly ran over, seeing that he was breathing steadily and his face was normal, his nervousness then relaxed. Fortunately, the born to last liquid really works. Lu Yiming's head was full of question marks. Life unending liquid? What living and unending liquid? Did you get rich? Xiao Xiao blankly glanced at him, and then he recounted with him how he met Jiang Huan and asked him to save him. Lu Yiming frowned as he listened, looking at Xiao Xiao with a suspicious expression. Xiao Xiao, are you sure you didn't lie to me? Not only was Jiang Huan uninjured, he even used his own strength to wipe out that mercenary troop that had 3/4 rank royal spirit masters? Xiao Xiao nodded heavily. Yes, what's the problem? The problem is big. He's only a second-rank imperial spirit master. Even if he's an artifact spirit body, before he fully grows up, there's absolutely no way he can be a match for 3/4 order royal spirit masters and 5/3 order royal spirit masters. With Lu Yiming's sure words, even Xiao Xiao was a little skeptical of herself. But there's only the three of us here. Moreover, he also told me that he's going to join our demon suppression army. Without some strength, can he enter the demon suppression army? Xiao Xiao, did you see him defeat them with your own eyes? Xiao Xiao nodded and shook her head again. I don't know, I went in to save you at that moment. You also know about what happened when we came out again. We were both chased by those two mercenaries and almost lost our lives. Later, my artifact spirit was seriously injured, I was fainted by the backlash, and I vaguely saw that it was Jiang Huan who came in time to save us. Lu Yiming sniffed and fell into thought. Xiao Xiao, although I don't know how he was able to defeat that entire mercenary group. However, from the fact that he was able to take out the born to last liquid, I reckon that he should be the son of one of the big families. You see, our demon suppression army's conscription ended a month ago. Those recruits who were drafted into the army are now doing recruit training in the 4 camps so as to deal with the recruit examination in a month's time. He, on the other hand, is still here. The only explanation is that he is a related family. Moreover, it's definitely not an ordinary related family. As he said this, he couldn't help but admire his own analysis, especially when he saw Xiao Xiao's bewildered eyes. He became more and more proud in his heart. It is said that women like calm-thinking men, and with this look, I can definitely hold Xiao Xiao in place. So, summarizing the above, I judge him the reason why he was able to defeat that mercenary group. There must be some unknown treasure in his body, such as some sort of strength-enhancing potion, or some powerful pseudo-weapon spirit. Xiao Xiao looked at Lu Yiming blankly. She vaguely felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell exactly what was wrong. Her expression suddenly became bleak. Relationship. I also said that he is so strong, pull him into our Quima wolf, maybe in the future we can wash away the shame for us. Lu Yiming hemmed and hawed, don't be so sad, although his strength may not be particularly excellent, but at the point that he is the spirit body of the weapon, pulling him into our Quima wolf is not a loss. So along the way, Xiao Xiao, you know, we, as seniors, we must take good care of him. Give him a good impression of our Quima wolf brigade. Xiao Xiao nodded numbly, and Jiang Huan's figure appeared in her mind again. I just don't know which kind of artifact spirit body he is. Chapter 124 Lakha Mountain. 7 days later. Jiang Huan and the three of them galloped all the way to a mountain range called the Falling Xia Mountain. The huge mountain range resembled a giant dragon, prostrate in a huge jungle. The thick fog blocked the pedestrian's sight. Jiang Huan's trio slowly stopped their speeding motorcycle and stopped to look into the distance. If there's nothing unexpected, we should be lost. Lu Yiming said somewhat helplessly with both hands spread out. Jiang Huan sighed, the thing he was most worried about had still happened. However, he did not blame Lu Yiming and Xiao Xiao. There was no other reason, under this huge mountain range, unless one was an experienced traveler, anyone could get lost. And in the area of going out to practice, Lu Yiming and Xiao Xiao were obviously both rookies. Jiang Huan spread out the map and tried to find their current location on it. However, due to the lack of landmarks in the neighborhood, Jiang Huan had no idea where exactly they were currently. A flash of embarrassment flashed across Xiao Xiao's face. Lu Yiming, can't we back up and take another path? Although she was not the one who led the way this time, Lu Yiming was a senior of the demon suppressor army along with her, and she was equally penitent for getting lost in front of Jiang Huan, a prospective newcomer.
Lu Yiming shook his head helplessly. The Sunset Xiao mountain range is the closest road to Hanshui City. If we don't take this road, we'll have to go around out of this mountain range and take the waterway back to Hanshui City. Although the waterway will be a bit faster, if we want to bypass this mountain range, we'll have to spend at least a month more time for no reason at all. By then, the recruit examination will have passed, and Zhang Huan will have to wait for next year if he wants to join the army. Silence enveloped the three, and after a long time, it was Zhang Huan who took the lead and opened his mouth. Let's go, the car will be there, the boat will be naturally straight at the end of the bridge. Zhang Huan put the motorcycle away. In the midst of the lofty mountains, the motorcycle instead became a drag. He looked down at the direction of the grass and trees growing, and through the thick fog, he roughly judged the direction of the sun. Immediately, he walked towards the front with big strides. Zhang Huan. Where are you going? Lu Yiming hurriedly called out to Zhang Huan. Zhu Xiaoxiao, however, pulled Lu Yiming with a complicated expression. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and follow him. Whether we can get out of the Sunset Cloud mountain range depends on him. Lu Yiming's face was full of doubts. Xiaoxiao, what are you kidding about? He hasn't even been here before. How could he possibly know how the road goes? Zhu Xiaoxiao was furious and ruthlessly stomped on the surface of his foot. You should have an impression of the outdoor survival class in the enlistment even if you've forgotten it. But this is how you recognize the direction. Then he chased after Zhang Huan's footsteps and sped away. Lu Yiming sniffed, and the long-sealed memories in his mind seemed to loosen a bit. It seems like before the first month's outing practical training in the enlisted army, there was indeed a lecture on how to survive in the outdoors. Only, such a boring class, the entire White Tiger Battalion, there are not many people who learn it by heart. This kid obviously only graduated from high school. How is he more like a soldier than me? He muttered a few sentences before realizing that Zhang Huan and Zhu Xiaoxiao had already walked away. He hurriedly yelled, "Hey, you guys wait for me." Along the way, he followed Zhang Huan, looking for directions in the jungle. Some of Zhang Huan's performance even made him tisk his tongue. He could actually determine what demonic beasts might exist in the vicinity through the clues on the road. The ones that were easily resolved, he swiftly killed with a thunderous momentum. For the more troublesome ones, he turned his head away and made a detour. Everything was only to get out of the Falling Cloud mountain range as soon as possible. Although they would occasionally cross some steep slopes and broken cliffs. But the three of them were all royal spirit masters, leaping over these complicated terrains with ease. Lu Yiming quietly pulled Zhu Xiaoxiao and muttered in a low voice, "Xiaoxiao. This guy is simply born to be a soldier. Did you pay attention to it? He had his eyes and ears on the road. He prioritizes efficiency. I'm a 2-year veteran. In front of him. I feel like I'm no match for him except for fighting." Zhu Xiaoxia swept him a glance, her eyes full of contempt. "Stop, Lu Yiming, you can't even compare to him in fighting. After all, you're still the one that people saved from those mercenaries." Lu Yiming was dumbfounded. He wanted to defend himself, but realized that he seemed to have no way to defend himself. Just like that, he ran out another 10 kilometers or so. Zhang Huan fiercely reached out and stopped Zhu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming. Zhu Xiaoxiao had a curious look on her face. "Zhang Huan, what's wrong?" Zhang Huan made a silent gesture. "There seems to be someone." Lu Yiming and Zhu Xiaoming looked at each other, both seeing doubt in each other's faces. As Fourth-Order Royal Soul Masters, their senses should be stronger than Zhang Huan's. However, the duo did not hear any movement. Lu Yiming inquired in a low voice, "Zhang Huan, could it be a mishearing?" Zhang Huan, however, had a grave expression on his face and made a gesture, signaling the duo to follow his pace and move forward in a whisper. The trio changed their forward route and took a slight detour. As the three of them moved forward, a touch of gravity appeared on Lu Yiming and Zhu Xiaoxiao's faces. At this moment, they truly heard a sound. It was a wail, as if someone was experiencing great pain, and vaguely, they could hear someone comforting him. However, Lu Yiming and Zhu Xiaoxiao were more worried about another thing at the moment. A sound this far away could be heard by Zhang Huan. Did it mean that when they had just cricked Zhang Huan had also heard it? It was just that for the sake of face, Zhang Huan didn't break them. In fact, it was true that, as his physique was continuously strengthened, his 5 senses were also strengthened. However, Zhang Huan saw that they didn't say anything bad about themselves, so he let them be. At the moment, he was more concerned about where the sound was coming from, and what exactly was happening. Soon, the three of them arrived at a bush.
Through the bushes, Jiang Huan noticed that about 200 meters away, under a tree, 5 men and 2 women, a total of 7 mercenary-like fellows, were guarding in front of a tall and thin man with a heavy face. The tall and thin man was covered in blood, unable to catch his breath, just like he was dying. Jiang Huan, they seem to have been attacked by a demonic beast, the tall thin man shouldn't survive. Chu Xiaoxiao murmured in a low voice. Lu Yiming lowered his voice and added, Jiang Huan, it looks like they are mercenaries from this neighborhood. Do you think we should ask them to lead the way? With them leading the way, we should be able to return to Han Shui City faster. Even Lu Yiming himself hadn't realized that in the process of getting along with Jiang Huan, both he and Chu Xiaoxiao had habitually treated Jiang Huan as their backbone. Jiang Huan did not reply immediately, but carefully felt the aura of the 7 people across from him. For some reason, he always had a strange feeling. It seemed that the yell of pain was not a groan caused by pain. Instead, it was more like a fish bait that deliberately drew them over to this place. Thus, he couldn't help but be a little more careful. A moment later, Jiang Huan had a bottom in his heart. Apart from the robust man in the lead who was a 3rd-ranked imperial spiritist, the other members were all 2nd-ranked. With such strength, even if they wanted to turn on their side, perhaps it wouldn't even be necessary for him to make a move. Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming would be able to take care of it. Thus, he nodded, let's go, it's always good to have someone to lead the way. The moment the 3 of them stepped out from the shrub from the 7 people on the opposite side seemed like frightened cats, and in an instant, their respective artifact spirits materialized. Who is it? As if they were about to strike the next moment. Chapter 125 Strange Mercenary Group. Jiang Huan looked at the other party's guarded appearance, and immediately stopped his steps for fear of causing any unnecessary misunderstandings. He was just about to open his mouth when he saw a figure dashing between the 2 sides. Opposite brother. Please don't misunderstand. We just accidentally got lost and entered here by mistake. Lu Yiming spoke politely, but his aura of a 4th-ranked 4-star was being released recklessly. The stern and overbearing aura enveloped the 7 people on the opposite side, and the faces of the 7 people instantly turned pale. In response, Lu Yiming was satisfied. What he wanted was this effect. Without any other reason, he just wanted to prove his strength in front of Chu Xiaoxiao. Incidentally, he showed the boldness that a senior should have, causing Jiang Huan to feel good about their brigade. However, what he didn't know was that this scene looked in Jiang Huan's eyes, causing him to frown straight away. This Lu Yiming was not a cutie, I'm afraid. Right? Going out and being so high profile, wasn't he afraid of being stared at? The 7 people looked at each other in dismay, seemingly extremely fearful of the strength Lu Yiming had displayed. They conferred in low voices, and the lead robust man cautiously stepped forward and politely asked. This brother, my small surname is Li, and I have a single name, the word Ming. May I ask what you guys are looking for us for? Seeing that he had already achieved the effect he wanted, Lu Yiming immediately collected his breath and laughed cheerfully. Brotherly, it's like this, the 3 of us aren't lost. You guys should be mercenaries from the nearby towns, right? I would like to ask you guys to take us through this falling cloud mountain range. When Li Ming and the others heard this, each of them showed a difficult expression, as if they were not too willing to do this. Lu Yiming hurriedly added. Don't worry guys. I understand the rules, mercenaries don't make empty trips. We won't let you guys work for nothing. With this amount of soldiering before courtesy, Lu Yiming felt good about himself and had a sense of propriety in going in and out, and was definitely able to set up his image as a mature man in front of Chu Xiaoxiao. However, unlike what he imagined that the other party would immediately agree to, the other party hesitated for a moment and instantly rejected Lu Yiming. This brother, a million apologies. Our mission is about to reach its deadline, and we really don't have the time to show you the way. If you guys aren't in a hurry, we'll take you out after we've finished our quest? Chu Xiaoxiao was instantly anxious when she heard this. They still had less than 2 weeks to go and could not afford to waste it. What level quests did you guys take? When will it probably be completed? A bitter smile appeared on Li Ming's face. See, great mission, as for when it will be completed, I don't know. Then he looked somewhat sadly at the tall and thin man behind him who was covered in blood. I overestimated the strength of our mercenary corps, originally thought it could be completed quickly, who would have thought? That this is already the 2nd brother we've lost. Lu Yiming pondered for a moment and then asked, Captain Li, why don't you see it this way? We'll help you guys do the mission together, and afterwards you'll send us away from the Sunset Cloud Mountain range? When Chu Xiaoxiao heard this, she felt that it wasn't right. She quietly glanced at Jiang Huan and realized that his brows were slightly furrowed and he seemed a bit displeased. Bad. This relation was unhappy. When the time came, it was secondary for him to join another brigade, in case he complained to the old guys in his family. The Quaimo Wolf Brigade would be in an even more difficult situation. At this moment, Li Ming's 7 faces showed joy, and asked Lu Yiming incredulously, "Is that true?" As Lu Yiming was about to reply, Xu Xiaoxiao hurriedly pulled him back and scolded in a low voice, "We don't have much time left. We can't waste it here." Lu Yiming guffawed, "Xiaoxiao, you haven't done a mercenary mission before and don't understand. Sea-level mercenary missions usually have no more than 5 third-order demonic beasts, so with the 3 of us, we'll be able to solve it in an afternoon at most." Seemingly worried that they would change their minds, Li Ming hurriedly interjected. Right, little sister, this brother is right. C-rank quests are harder than hell for us, but for you guys it's incredibly simple. I can assure you that after the mission is completed, with us leading the way, you'll be able to get out of the Sunset Cloud Mountain range in 5 days at most. Li Ming's concurrence satisfied Lu Yiming. He smiled and looked at Jiang Huan. "Jiang Huan, we can save a lot of time by delaying for an afternoon, you shouldn't object, right?" Jiang Huan did not reply immediately. Instead, he swept his gaze from Li Ming's 7 people and quietly activated discriminate. The 7 faced Jiang Huan's sharp gaze, and their eyes were filled with wariness and fear. It was as if they were no different from ordinary mercenaries. However, from hearing the moans, then the plight of the 7 mercenaries in front of them, and Lu Yiming's initiative to help, everything seemed reasonable, but Jiang Huan had a vague feeling that something wasn't quite right. But what exactly was wrong, Jiang Huan could not say at once. "Jiang Huan? You don't have an opinion, do you?" Lu Yiming saw that Jiang Huan didn't answer and thought that he hadn't heard, then he asked patiently again. Jiang Huan could only withdraw his gaze and shook his head with a smile, "No." When the 7 people heard this, they immediately smiled with joy. Li Ming's pitch-black face revealed a pleased smile. "3 of you wait a moment, let's bury our dead brothers first. Then we'll immediately move to complete the mission. Save time." Jiang Huan seemed to realize something. An aura flashed through his mind and his pupils suddenly shrunk. That's right. It was the corpses. He had been focusing only on observing the living 7. But he had overlooked the tall and thin man who had died. He looked furiously at the corpse leaning against the tree. Just one look. The doubts in his mind were solved. Although the tall and thin man was covered in blood. But the bloodstains were neither as even as oozing out from his body, nor did they have the same going effect as when his opponent splattered out during a fierce battle. On the contrary, the bloodstains on his body were more like someone had intentionally drizzled them on. Jiang Huan did not make a sound. He pretended to be bored, and with a dog's tail grass in his mouth, he skipped around. As far as his eyes could see, where was there a trace of a battle? Even if this is not the first killing scene, the 7 people with the tall thin man fled all the way over. Why along the way 7 people left footprints, each other interval roughly the same? It must be known that people in their respective escape, each other's bumps and bruises are difficult to avoid. Someone's speed is fast, someone's speed is slow, so the interval between the footsteps will be big or small. The corners of Jiang Huan's mouth rose slightly, outlining an evil smile. All good actors They like acting so much, I have to cooperate with you too. Jiang Huan. What are you doing there? Quickly come over. We're off. Not far away, Xu Xiaoxiao shouted at the top of her voice for Jiang Huan. Behind her, the 8 people ahead of her were already walking on the forest path. Lu Yiming and Li Ming were chatting happily, and the remaining 6 were also chatting idly. Jiang Huan waved at her, "You guys go first. I'll come back after a moment of convenience." With those words, Jiang Huan's figure burrowed into the woods on the side. Xu Xiaoxiao's cheeks instantly reddened, and she turned her head in chase towards Lu Yiming's 8 people, while not forgetting to scold Jiang Huan in a low voice, "Shameless." When the crowd was far away, Jiang Huan slowly walked out of the woods and came to the grave that had just been erected. "After acting for so long, you must be thirsty." With those words, he unzipped his pants and opened the floodgates profusely at the place where the tall thin man's head was buried. A few moments later, Jiang Huan looked at his masterpiece and nodded with satisfaction, then he chased after the 9 Lu Yiming in the direction they had left. A flock of birds of prey swept through the woods, which were terribly silent. A withered hand snapped out from the grave, then a body did up like a spring. The tall, thin man was covered in dirt and had a wretched appearance. He sniffled and couldn't help but frown, as if he had smelled an unpleasant odor. How come the quality of young people nowadays is so bad? Even the graves dare to urinate. He indignantly looked in the direction where the 9 people had left and secretly cursed, "Damn. Captain Dekiro's bad idea. Next time give more money. I won't even act dead. Forget it, hurry up and lure that demonic beast over there before I do." With those words, his mind moved and a bronze-colored glowing steel claw appeared in his hand. "Go! Flying tiger!" The steel claw flew out like a long dragon and steadily grasped onto the trunk of the tree, and in the next moment, his entire body broke through the ground and leapt onto the tall tree. In the dense jungle, his body was agile and his center of gravity was smooth. Even as he leaped between the tree trunks, it was as if he was walking on the ground. The speed of the speed. It was even better than an arrow that had left the string. 126, Catharsis. The route through the dark, damp cave was intricate. Accompanied by 7 or 8 flashlight beams shining into the distance, there would always be a number of human-faced, hairy beasts from time to time. But only 1 hand and 1 foot of the strange demonic beasts, from the side of the fierce leap out, towards the crowd. However, before they could get close, they would be killed by an artifact spirit that was covered in tendon flesh, naked, and wearing a pair of iron fist gloves in a lightning-fast manner. Under the iron fists, these odd demonic beasts were beaten to a bloody pulp, their brains splattered in all directions. "Brother Lou, your artifact spirit is too powerful. Slaying these second-ranked, mountain shames, is like playing. Is this the strength of the 4th rank? Brother Lou, why don't you think about it? Take us with you. I'll let you have the captain's position. Is this really just a B-class artifact spirit? I think it's even more powerful than a class. At your speed, I reckon we'll be out of this hellhole by midnight." Lu Yiming's artifact spirit, Iron Fist, opened the way like a road roller, invincible and rampant along the way. The remaining 9 people didn't even need to make a move. The 7 mercenaries looked as if they were seeing a 4th-ranked Imperial Spirit Master strike for the first time. Along the way, they even praised Lu Yiming in various ways without stinting. Where, this is just my regular operation, it can't be on the stage." Lu Yiming, who had always performed moderately well in the Demon Suppression Army, when had he ever enjoyed such treatment? A rainbow fart slapped down all the way. He was humble on the surface, but the smile on his face never came down. Xu Xiaoxiao walked on the side, looking at Lu Yiming as if he was a villain. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. "It's not your mission, you don't get any money after doing it, is it necessary to be so happy?" Along the way, Xu Xiaoxiao had already learned from these 7 people and probably knew about their mission. To put it simply, it was that there was a kind of demonic beast named Mountain Shame here that had the audacity to take advantage of the night to rush into the nearby town and steal the valuables of the big families in the town. Their mission is to recover the stolen goods. Mountain Shame, this kind of demonic beast, Xu Xiaoxiao knows. It likes to steal by nature, and is usually a second-order demonic beast. But sometimes, there will also be a third-order, Mountain Shame King. Xu Xiaoxiao looked at Lu Yiming, who was so happy that he was about to go up to the sky, and the more she looked at him, the worse she looked. "You can't find your way out after praising you for 2 sentences." She subconsciously looked back at Zhang Huan, who had been hanging back. Zhang Huan still had that indifferent look, quietly walking at the very back. It was as if nothing had anything to do with him. She couldn't help but smile. Still, Zhang Huan is good, he doesn't show his anger and joy. Much more mature than Lu Yiming. At this time, among the mercenaries, a woman with a face painted as if she was shaving white slowed down and walked side by side with Zhang Huan. After the 2 of them chatted for a few sentences, a rare sunny smile surfaced on Zhang Huan's face that had always been indifferent. They seemed to be chatting very well. When Xu Xiaoxiao saw this, a nameless fire surged up. "Such an ugly woman, how could you lay your hands on her?" She stomped the ground fiercely and made a face at Zhang Huan. "You're no better." This sudden ghostly face and inexplicable tirade caused Zhang Huan to be confused. "This girl is sick, right? I'm here to set up a conversation, she's fine to give me what ghost face off. People in their 20s shouldn't act like a child ah." The woman similarly discovered Xu Xiaoxiao's abnormality. She smiled faintly, and her yellowed incisors were revealed. "Little brother Zhang Huan, that's your girlfriend, right? It looks like she's jealous. She should be a few years older than you, a woman's older, holding a golden brick, you have to grasp it." Zhang Huan looked embarrassed. "Sister Sophie, you've misunderstood. We are just ordinary friends." Sophie had an expression of "I understand it all," then sighed. "Young people should cherish time in case there's an accident one day." The words hidden in your heart didn't have time to be said. Zhang Huan had a puzzled look on his face.
Truth be told, today we buried my favorite person, I haven't even had time to tell him that I like him. As if Su Fei had said something sad, tears came down at once. Little brother Jiang Huan, you don't know, we originally thought that this group of mountain shame only had 2 leaders at most, that's why we took this mission. Who would have thought that this group of mountain shame actually had 4 alpha leaders? It was also because of this accident. That's why Tubby died. As the woman cried, she collapsed into Jiang Huan's arms, her white hand smoothly resting on Jiang Huan's sturdy chest. Jiang Huan didn't know how such a nickname unrelated to the tall and thin man came about, but he still cooperated and patiently comforted the woman. Sister Sophie, don't be sad, you can get your revenge tonight. The woman nodded, wiped away her tears and choked with Jiang Huan, sister, and you have a destiny, that's why I'm telling you this, I just hope you'll hurry up and never leave regrets in your life. Jiang Huan nodded, but didn't say anything more. With these seemingly caring words, he smelled a different flavor. Like asking him to give an account of his last words as early as possible? Xiao Xiao. Be careful. Lu Yiming bellowed, drawing Jiang Huan's attention over. Only to see an even more robust, mountain shame, leap out from the dead center of the crowd's line of sight, bloodstained and glistening with chilly-sharp claws, pouncing straight towards Chu Xiaoxiao's heart. The several mercenaries standing next to Chu Xiaoxiao rolled elsewhere at the first opportunity. Only Chu Xiaoxiao was left alone to face the mountain shame that came out of nowhere. In the face of the impending crisis, Chu Xiaoxiao only stared with wide eyes, but did not react in the slightest. It was as if she had fallen into some sort of mind control state. Lu Yiming gritted his teeth and ran towards Chu Xiaoxiao, but he was too far away from Chu Xiaoxiao and saw that the mountain shame was about to pounce on Chu Xiaoxiao. Clang! In the nick of time, a long, blood-red blade fell violently. The blade cut off the mountain shame's claws, and hot blood splashed onto Chu Xiaoxiao's face. Only then did Chu Xiaoxiao come back to her senses. She looked blankly at the blood-colored long knife stuck on the ground, as well as the 4 to 5 meter long, whip-like rope at the back of the long knife. It was the 1,000 households, effect 3, whiplash, in the return state. What are you still waiting for? Want to be bitten to death? Jiang Huan's roar made her subconsciously raise her eyes to look. Only to see that the mountain shame, which had lost its only sharp claw, didn't give up its attack as it opened its fang-filled mouth and bit towards Chu Xiaoxiao. Ah! The next moment, the insane nurse, whose body was exposed, violently leapt out of her body. 2 slender but not too fleshy legs quietly clamped down on the mountain shame's head, and the huge syringe swung down violently. With a gentle tug, the mountain shame's sturdy body, as if it was a leaky ball, instantly deflated. Jiang Huan and Lu Yiming arrived almost simultaneously. Xiao Xiao, are you alright? Lu Yiming was so nervous that his hands were shaking a little. Who would have thought that in the next moment, Chu Xiaoxiao directly jumped into Jiang Huan's arms. Jiang Huan, it's too scary. It just leapt out in the cold. Lu Yiming was dumbfounded, his eyes, which weren't that big, froze at this moment and his eyeballs were about to fall out. Silence, deathly silence. Chu Xiaoxiao was still immersed in her own world. Jiang Huan, you saved me once again. At this moment, Jiang Huan only felt embarrassed, especially when facing Lu Yiming's eyes that were about to burst into flames. What's that smell? Chu Xiaoxiao prostrated herself on Jiang Huan's chest and subconsciously sniffled. An inferior perfume mixed with a faintly strange odor drilled into Chu Xiaoxiao's nostrils, and her mind instantly conjured up Sophie's shaved, large white cheeks. She jerked her head up and happened to meet Jiang Huan's incredibly embarrassed face. Only then did she notice that everyone's attention was on herself and Jiang Huan. With a swish, she blushed, as if she was rolling red like a monkey's butt. Jiang Huan! You stink! She didn't know which one of her tendons was wrong, and after cursing this sentence, she immediately ran out with quick steps. Jiang Huan awkwardly looked at Lu Yiming. It's none of my business, she took the initiative herself. Lu Yiming clenched his fists crunching, reason told him that this matter has nothing to do with Jiang Huan. But watching the person he liked go into Jiang Huan's arms, he simply couldn't accept it emotionally. He needed a vent. A vent that would allow him to release the anger in his heart. He fiercely looked towards Li Ming's 7 people. Step by step, he walked towards them, his knuckles crunching as he pinched them. You guys? Just now. Why? Didn't care about Xiao Xiao. Chapter 127, A Promise is a Promise. Deep in the cave, in a more expansive and ventilated environment, there were 2 bonfires. Jiang Huan's 3 people and Li Ming's 7 people were sitting next to the 2 clusters of bonfires in a distinct manner.
An eerie silence enveloped the two groups of heads. Just now, Lu Yiming had tried to find Li Ming and the others to ask for a statement, but in the end, he had only gotten a terrified answer. He had wanted to vent all his anger on them. Who would have thought that he would end up being stopped by Chu Xiaoxiao, who ran back? The phrase "have you forgotten our rules?" Lu Yiming's raised hand was helplessly lowered, and in the end, this mission could only be temporarily suspended. Lu Yiming wanted to leave, but Zhang Huan told him to hold back, there might be a good show. He didn't understand what Zhang Huan meant and tried to find Chu Xiaoxiao to support him, who would have thought that Chu Xiaoxiao was right. It made his already depressed heart even more depressed. The bonfire crackled, and Li Ming was the first to open his mouth to break the silence. "Three of you, please don't mind what just happened. After this matter is over and you leave the Sunset Cloud Mountain, I will host a banquet for you all to make amends. And give you guys a satisfactory compensation." Zhang Huan and Chu Xiaoxiao did not reply. Unable to do anything else, Lu Yiming could only skim his lips and get up to reply, "Don't worry, since we promised to take you guys to complete your mission, we won't go back on our word." With these words, the 7 mercenaries sighed in relief as if they were relieved and smiled. "In that case, let's rest briefly. We'll move again in the latter half of the night while the demonic beasts are resting." In the cave, the previous pleasant atmosphere was once again restored. The mercenaries bragged and joked, showing the 3 of them favor at every turn. Chu Xiaoxiao was too lazy to bother with them, and immediately sat beside Zhang Huan, chatting with him. "Zhang Huan, the Third Order, Mountain Bashfulness King, seems to be able to mind control. My entire mind seemed to have slowed down a lot at that time." Zhang Huan nodded, "I can see that, but as long as you're careful, it shouldn't be difficult to deal with." As a matter of fact, the moment he saw Chu Xiaoxiao's stagnation, Zhang Huan realized that the Mountain Bashfulness King should be the same as the Yi priest, knowing a little bit of mind control. But it was only a little, otherwise, Chu Xiaoxiao wouldn't have been called back to her senses by Zhang Huan's roar. "Zhang Huan, when you said earlier that there would be a good show tonight, did you mean that they didn't have good intentions?" Chu Xiaoxiao lowered her voice and attached her ear to Zhang Huan's side to ask. Zhang Huan glared at her and looked at Li Ming's 7 people, signaling her not to ask here. However, Chu Xiaoxiao came closer to Zhang Huan and lowered her voice even more. "It shouldn't be, right? 1 Third Order, 6 Second Order Imperial Spirit Masters. Lu Yiming can crush them all by himself. How could they dare?" The refreshing scent of Chu Xiaoxiao's body kept drilling into Zhang Huan's nostrils as she got closer and closer to him. Zhang Huan hurriedly propped up her shoulders to keep a certain distance from her. It wasn't that Zhang Huan was a gentleman, it was just that Zhang Huan felt that although she was good-looking, she ultimately lacked some of the charms that a mature woman should have. Therefore, Zhang Huan did not have a single interest in her. "What you see is not necessarily true. Anyway, just remind Lu Yiming to be careful tonight." Seeing that Zhang Huan deliberately kept a distance from himself, and remembering his intimate behavior with Sophie, Chu Xiaoxiao only felt aggrieved in her heart. What kind of vision is that? Where am I not better than that ugly bastard? I don't know if it's psychological, or because women are naturally more sensitive to flavor. Chu Xiaoxiao seemed to smell a strange odor on Zhang Huan's body again. She hurriedly covered her nose and mouth. "Zhang Huan, I'm too lazy to care about you. You stink." After saying that, she walked to a corner to sit by herself. At first, Zhang Huan only thought Chu Xiaoxiao was speaking in anger. When the same words appeared twice, even he himself was a bit skeptical if he really did stink a bit. Could it be the reason why I haven't bathed in the past 2 days when I was busy rushing around? Zhang Huan pumped his nose vigorously, constantly sniffing various parts of his body. Suddenly, it was as if he could smell a faint, if faint, strange odor at his chest that was difficult to detect. This smell did not belong to the category of any irritating odor. It was like hormones that were dispersed silently. If not for Zhang Huan's careful sniffing, it would have been impossible to detect it. This is the demon attractor? No wonder the mountain shame ambushed us silently, so it was lured over. Zhang Huan and Zhang Yu had practiced together in the ruins for many days. In order to train Zhang Huan's fighting instincts, Zhang Yu had more than once utilized the demon baiting agent to attract the surrounding demonic beasts over for Zhang Huan to practice. Therefore, Zhang Huan could be said to be too familiar with the demon baiting agent. "Just, when did I catch it?" Zhang Huan murmured wordlessly, his mind constantly reviewing one thing that happened this afternoon. The scene where Sophie was crying her eyes out in tears, her palm resting gently in front of his chest, suddenly surfaced in his mind. So it was that time. He turned his gaze to Sophie. This woman with a rather deep heart was currently chatting with her companion, a slender cigarette in her hand flickering on and off. Seemingly sensing Zhang Huan's gaze, she slowly twisted her head to look at him, her flirtatious and drawn eyes as if she wanted to eat Zhang Huan in the next second. And this scene happened to be seen by Chu Xiaoxiao sitting in the corner. She indignantly puffed up her cheeks. Zhang Huan, are your eyes sick? Where is my mother inferior to her old woman? The scene of Chu Xiaoxiao sulking was again seen by Lu Yiming, who had been secretly watching him. Oh no! Xiao Xiao wouldn't have fallen for Zhang Huan. He glanced at Zhang Huan with complicated eyes and realized that Zhang Huan was locking eyes with Sophie. Spinning around, he revealed a reassuring smile. Fortunately, Zhang Huan isn't interested in Xiao Xiao. I still have a chance. It's just that this kid is too heavy-handed. Never mind, radish and cabbage are each to their own, I'll just mind my own business. Then, he bumbled his way towards Chu Xiaoxiao. Zhang Huan retracted his gaze and looked down at the fire in front of him, the corners of his mouth carrying a smirk. Zhang Hu is dangerous, I'm still not cautious enough. However, since the demon baiting agent has been used, it's no surprise that this drama should be sung to the last act. To go around in such a big circle to deal with me, I am really curious, what is your last resort? In the silence of the latter part of the night, the sound of snoring echoed through the cave. With the exception of one of the mercenaries on watch, everyone else fell into dreamland. A wolf howl rang out from the distance. All 6 of Li Ming, who were originally sleeping, suddenly sat up. They looked meaningfully at each other, and finally, their gazes looked in unison at Zhang Huan's trio on the other side of the cave, creepy smiles appearing at the corners of their mouths. But the next moment, with a look from Li Ming, the crowd returned to normal, making a sleepy appearance. 3 of you, it's the latter part of the night, we should be on our way. Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming sniffed and simply climbed up. As for Zhang Huan, he looked like he hadn't slept enough. Although the person sat up, his eyes were still closed. Li Ming walked to Zhang Huan's side with a big smile and patted his shoulder. Brother Zhang Huan, wake up. Let's finish the quest. I'll guarantee you a long and peaceful sleep. The kind where no one can wake you up. Zhang Huan's face was filled with a smile that belonged to a teenager's innocence. It's a deal. Li Ming laughed brightly. It's a deal. Chapter 128, We Can't Lose Out. The crowd packed up and followed the tracks left by the mountain bashfulness in the cave and continued to go deeper. Without knowing whether it was to make up for the mistake or to show Zhang Huan's attitude to the 3 of them, the mountain shame encountered on the road this time were basically solved by Li Ming's 7 people. Unless the 7 couldn't cope with it, only then would Lu Yiming step in to solve it. Another mountain shame fell at Lu Yiming's feet, and the crowd quickly walked past. Only Zhang Huan stopped in his tracks. Zhang Huan, what's wrong with you? Chu Xiaoxia looked back at Zhang Huan and saw that his gaze had been stuck on the fallen demonic beast's corpse, so he couldn't help but be a little curious. Zhang Huan casually pointed to a location, and Chu Xiaoxiao looked in the direction of his finger with a surprised face. There are wounds on its body. Only to see that the body of the fallen demonic beast had several wounds that had been scratched by sharp objects. It was obviously completely different from the way the Iron Fist attacked. Sophie, who was walking ahead, heard Chu Xiaoxiao's alarmed cry. She smiled and walked to Chu Xiaoxiao's side. This is normal, all within the same collective will fight internally. It's not uncommon for demonic beasts to kill each other in the herd. Zhang Huan nodded, his 8 white teeth appearing particularly obvious in the dimly lit cave. Makes sense, sister, you are right. Su Fei was just about to say something more to Zhang Huan, but she saw Chu Xiaoxiao's eyes that were close to eating people, and then she threw a wink to Zhang Huan, twisted her enchanting body and left. Zhang Huan looked at her departing back, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. He didn't believe a single word that Su Fei said. Based on his observations along the way, these mountain shames were showing panicked faces, as if they were fleeing for their lives. Only, Zhang Huan was curious as to what kind of medicine they were selling in their gourds. Why didn't they directly strike? Chu Xiaoxia's ghostly voice came out. Zhang Huan, is she pretty? Zhang Huan was unsure, his eyes once again focused on Sophie's back. A thin waist with a big butt, tight and not too fleshy thighs, and a proud and erect upper body. In terms of body shape alone, Sophie was simply a devilish body shape. It was just a pity that on this devil body shape, she happened to have a devil face. Not bad, the figure is better than yours. Zhang Huan's thunder zone bouncing words caused Chu Xiaoxiao to be like a volcano about to erupt, on the verge of erupting at any time. It's just that the face isn't as good looking as yours. Zhang Huan objectively stated the facts. However, it was this one sentence that instantly calmed Chu Xiaoxiao, who was about to storm off again. Her face reddened with flesh. It turns out that his tastes aren't particularly heavy, I still have a chance. In only a moment, she was in a whirlwind of thoughts. It took a long time to hold back a sentence, rascal. Spinning around, she quickly caught up with a group of mercenaries. Jian Huan was confused. No, what did I do to you? Objectively stating the facts has become a hooligan? When Lu Yiming turned his head to look behind, he happened to see Chu Xiaoxiao trotting away from Jiang Huan. Heart secretly happy. Xiaoxiao should have lost interest in Jiang Huan. My chances are a few points greater again. As the crowd went deeper, the cave began to become wider, and the path began to slope slightly downwards. The temperature began to drop, and Chu Xiaoxiao and Sophie, a few women, had to take out warm clothes from their storage rings and put them on. Why do I feel like we're going underground? It's not the bottom of the earth, you forgot that we entered this cave halfway up the mountain. If nothing goes wrong, we are now in the belly of the mountain. I've heard that mountain shame likes to pile up all the things it steals in one place. And that place is usually the safest place in the mountain shame gathering place. There are so many mountain shame in this group, you guys, are we going to get rich? An uncontrollable fervor appeared in the eyes of the mercenaries. It was obvious that the treasury of the mountain shame was full of temptation for them. The color of doubt in Jiang Huan's eyes intensified. Could it be that they were really just a group of mercenaries who were only out to get money? Am I overthinking this? When large swaths of the human world's treasures appeared in everyone's eyes, the 7 mercenaries could no longer hold back their restless hearts. In front of them, apart from a small portion of useless furniture and clothing from human society, there were more small mountains of gold and treasured materials, as well as all kinds of precious jewelry. There were even quite a few low-grade equipment and potions suitable for use by imperial spiritists. Wealthy. Wealthy. These things are feared to be no less than $500 million. This is a C-grade restorative. D-grade heat insulating clothing. And this is a C-rank pseudo-weapon spirit. Captain. The value of this treasure trove alone. It's several times higher than the commission for that mission. In an instant, the mercenaries dispersed in all directions, enjoying the pleasures that only a thug could have in this treasure trove. Faced with so many things, even Lu Yiming and Chu Xiaoxiao looked a little dumbfounded. Even Jiang Huan could not avoid it. When a huge amount of wealth was presented before their eyes, the impact was tremendous. It was far beyond what the cold numbers of a bank card could compare to. However, unlike the others, the fervor in Jiang Huan's eyes only lasted for 2 seconds. It was immediately suppressed by a coolness. His gaze swept over the treasure trove in front of him, and only then did he notice that there was also an immense and incomparable cave at the back of this treasure trove. Many doubts rose again in Jiang Huan's heart as he regained his senses. Since it was a mountain shame treasure trove, there should be many mountain shames guarding this place. It couldn't be possible that after stealing these things, they wouldn't even bother to look at them, right? However, on this journey, apart from a few mountain shame in groups of 3 to 5, the group basically didn't encounter any organized resistance. Moreover, wasn't it said that there were 4 third-order mountain shame king? Apart from one that was killed by Chu Xiaoxiao, there were 3 others that hadn't appeared. Then again, the hole at the back of the treasure vault, where exactly does it lead to? Slap, slap, slap. The crisp sound of applause echoed in the treasure vault, causing the frenzied mercenaries to unconsciously put down the treasures in their hands. Brothers, let me say a few words. Lu Yiming stood on a closet hung with gold, silver, and jewels with a smile on his face. Enjoying the feeling of being in the limelight once again made him feel doubly pleasurable. Gentlemen, your mission is to find what the rich merchant entrusted you with, and although you haven't found it yet, I reckon it's in this pile of treasures. The 3 of us have accompanied you all the way across the country to this place. We've done hard work without merit. It's not too much to share half of this treasure, right? A man with a nevus on his face was dissatisfied. Why? We're going to lead the way for you after we're done. This is an equal exchange. Lu Yiming snorted coldly. We're only leading you to complete the mission. We didn't say we'd lead you to the treasure trove. This is not within the scope of our cooperation. This treasure vault is included in our mission. It's what comes with the mission. Why should we share it with you? You're just sitting on your ass. Brat! You're not being reasonable. In an instant, the mercenaries cursed at Lu Yiming. It was as if they had forgotten how they had kissed Lu Yiming's ass before. Lu Yiming was just about to say something when he was pulled down by Chu Xiaoxiao. Lu Yiming. What the hell do you want to do? What's the difference between you and not keeping your word? And even if you want to split it, the three of us have to share half. Will they be willing to do that? Jian Huan. Help me persuade him.
Jian Huan, however, as if he didn't hear, clenched his right fist and made a cheering gesture. Lu Yiming, you must have your own hardships.
Cheer up. We can't suffer.
This sudden turn of events made Lu Yiming feel emotional.
A good man. Jian Huan understood him. It's true. Only men understand the suffering of men. After I return to the demon army, I'll be sure to cover him.
Chu Xiaoxia froze, then her anger rose from her heart. Jiang Huan,
you bastard. You money-grubbing bastard. Jiang Huan guffawed and didn't take it to heart.
He found a clean place and sat down on his butt, as if he was not concerned. In fact, although Jian Huan was greedy for money, at this moment, he was more interested in forcing out the purpose of this group of mercenaries through Lu Yiming. When Lu Yiming saw that Chu Xiaoxiao would not let go of his hand, he had no choice but to murmur in Chu Xiaoxiao's ear, Xiaoxiao, do you think I want to do this?
You are not unaware of our brigade's current predicament.
I only want to share some pressure with Sister Wei. Chu Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded, as if remembering something, pulling Lu Yiming's hand slowly loosened. Lu Yiming heatedly smiled, don't worry, I will grasp the situation. In the next moment, his aura rose around him, and the aura of a fourth order, four-star Imperial Spirit Master enveloped the crowd.
A pair of iron gloves glowing with cold light coalesced in his fists.
An artifact spirit with a murderous aura, Iron Fist, then materialized behind him.
I'm the most reasonable person. I'll just say one thing, we worked for you guys. Now we're going to split it in half. Who's in favor of it? Who's against? Chapter 129 The Coordinate Stone. The mercenaries, faced with Lu Yiming's unbridled threats, turned pale and did not know what to do.
One by one, they turned their gazes towards Li Ming. Only then did Lu Yiming notice that from the time he arrived at the treasure trove until now, Li Ming, who was the captain, hadn't said a word. However, his gaze was always on the treasure in front of him and never moved away. Lu Yiming was a little displeased. Captain Li, I don't think you should have a problem with my distribution plan, right? Li Ming slowly turned his head back, a sincere smile on his face. It's all Brother Lu's doing that we are able to come here, not to mention splitting half of it. Even if we take all of it, it's still deserved.
Lu Yiming was satisfied with this answer.
He dejectedly looked toward the mercenaries who had just scolded him. Still, Captain Li is sensible, unlike some people.
Surname Lu.
What did you say? Just as the crowd was pulling, Jiang Huan seemed to hear a rustling sound. However, because of the noisy clamor of the crowd, Jiang Huan did not hear where the sound came from. This bunch of people are so full of nonsense.
Jiang Huan couldn't help but spit out a sentence.
Only to see Li Ming standing in front of the treasury of the Mountain Shame, with a light smile on his face, he looked meaningfully at Lu Yiming. However, Brother Lu, it's not easy to take this treasury.
Lu Yiming froze, and then became wary. What do you mean?
At this time, 6 mercenaries walked behind Li Ming one after another, looking at Lu Yiming with a teasing gaze.
In the end, the gazes of the 7 were focused on Jiang Huan.
There's no meaning, just asking you guys to fulfill your promises. Kill the demonic beasts for us.
The next moment,
Li Ming pulled out a stone in his left hand with strange patterns drawn on it. Only to see him gently snap his fingers. The 7 people instantly disappeared in front of Jiang Huan's 3 eyes. Disposable pseudo-artifact-spirit. Coordinate stone. Lu Yiming subconsciously shouted out, then immediately realized that it was not good.
Get out of here.
Boom. The words hadn't even finished. A loud blasting sound came from behind the 3 of them. The huge shockwave lifted the 3's bodies off the ground, scattering the countless treasures in front of them. The entrance they came from, in the blink of an eye, was blocked by boulders. Blasting sounds continued, as if the entire passageway at the entrance had been blown down. As the dust cleared, Jiang Huan's trio climbed up with grimy faces. First the coordinate stone, then the spirit power bomb. Jiang Huan, you really hit the nail on the head. These people just don't have good intentions. Lu Yiming spat out the dust from his mouth and cursed angrily.
But what's the point of them blocking us here? Don't they want these things anymore? Moreover, why are they dealing with us all?
Chu Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Huan in doubt.
Jiang Huan didn't say a word, but there was a shallow smile on his face. Jiang Huan, what are you laughing at?
Lu Yiming and Chu Xiaoxiao asked in unison. Jiang Huan guffawed, we were very careful along the way, but we still ended up falling into their path.
Aren't you guys curious about how they planted the spiritual power bomb under our noses?
At those words, Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming looked at each other. Yes, ever since Jiang Huan had reminded them every move of the 7 of them was under the 3's surveillance, how on earth did they plant the mines?
Don't think so much, this is the only way out in front of us, want to go?
Chu Xiaoxiao was a girl who didn't like to think, not being able to think about this issue, she simply didn't want to. With those words, she casually pointed to the huge hole at the back of the treasury. Because of the ripple effects of the explosion, almost 1/3 of the hole was covered in rubble and dirt, but one could still pass through. Lu Yiming nodded, I can only go this way, but before I go, I have to load up some more things before I go. After saying that, he was going to put all these valuable things in front of him into his storage ring. However, Jiang Huan grabbed his shoulder.
Jiang Huan, what are you doing? Don't collect it first, something is coming.
When Lu Yiming and Chu Xiaoxiao heard this, their faces immediately became grave.
Even though they hadn't heard any movement, both of them knew that Jiang Huan's 5 senses were sharper than normal people. Dang! Dang! Dang!
A sound of footsteps like jumping forward came from far and near, becoming clearer and clearer.
Coming over.
Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming coincidentally took a few steps backward until they stood in the same line as Jiang Huan, and only then did they feel somewhat at ease. The 3 of them catalyzed their artifacts at the same time. The 1,000 Blades, Iron Fist, and Insane Nurse stood behind the 3 of them, waiting. The wait was long, obviously only a short while had passed, but Chu Xiaoxiao felt that it took as long as years. When the first, Mountain Shame, rolled and crawled out of the cave, Lu Yiming rushed up at the first time.
Puff!
A simple straight punch shattered the Mountain Shame's head. He spat, scared me. Then as if he was inviting credit, he turned to look at Chu Xiaoxiao and Jiang Huan, it's settled, let's go. Jiang Huan, however, shook his head and pointed behind him. Lu Yiming was unsure and looked towards the cave in confusion. A glance of darkness could not be seen, and the stench left behind by the demonic beasts that inhabited this place all year round drifted continuously.
A palpitating feeling inexplicably rose.
He vaguely heard footsteps like waves approaching rapidly. Ghostly green eyes, like drifting phosphorescent flames, appeared in the darkness. 1 pair, 2 pairs, 10 pairs. 20 pairs. 50 pairs. Hundreds of pairs. 3 far more robust, taller silhouettes could be seen. A wave of small beasts. The first moment Lu Yiming exclaimed, Jiang Huan and Chu Xiaoxiao's figures leapt out. They couldn't back off. Otherwise. Once these Mountain Shames were allowed to enter this treasure trove, the huge environment here would cause the 3 of them to go belly up. The 3 of them stood in front of the huge cave,
fighting with hundreds of Mountain Shame.
In the distance, Jiang Huan and the others were previously resting in the cave. The bonfire was bright and dim, and a tall, thin man stood quietly with his hands clasped beside it. Not far away, there stood an egg-sized stone with a strange pattern engraved on it. At a fixed glance, it was actually no different from the one in Li Ming's hand. With the stone as the center of the circle, it was nearby with all sorts of complicated words and materials, drawing a spell formation that emitted marvelous fluctuations. The spell formation was bright and dark, beating like a heart, as if it was creating a rhythm with something. Suddenly, a blinding white light flashed, and 7 silhouettes appeared in the center of the spell formation. The moment the 7 people appeared, the stone that Li Ming held in his palm, as well as the stone in the center of the spell formation, simultaneously turned into pieces.
The light of the entire spell formation dimmed instantly.
Li Ming's cheerful laughter followed the first moment he saw the tall, thin man.
Tubby. It's been hard on you. This bomb was buried at just the right time.
The plan was perfect. A sinister smile appeared on Tubby's face. It's also you, Captain Dugu, who arranged it well.
Sophie walked up and threw herself straight into Tubby's arms.
The 2 of them forgot to kiss deeply, their restless hands roamed around each other's bodies, and their rapid panting sounds echoed in the cave. The rest of the 6 people, however, seemed to be not surprised, quietly waiting for the 2 to finish. A few moments later, Sophie straightened her messy hair and panted heavily with a satisfied look on her face. Captain Dugu, if I say so, why don't you just do it, making the brothers act for half a day?
Sophie's tirade resonated with the others. That's Captain Decuro. You're still asking me to flatter that bastard Lu Yiming.
I've never said so many disgusting things in my entire life. Just thinking about the way he staggers around in front of us makes me want to fend him off with one shot.
A fourth order, for Star Brat, and he damn well dares to threaten me.
The smirk on Dugaming's face increased as he looked at the crowd's displeased faces.
What? Can't any of you guess the reason?
The crowd shook their heads, and even Tubby, who had just returned to the team, looked at Dugaming with a puzzled expression.
Dugaming nodded, then I'll tell you all. Chapter 130 Dugaming's Heart Knot. Let me ask you all, are we stronger, or is ye stronger?
Duoming swept a glance at the crowd and then asked. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, but still gave an accurate answer. How can we, these scattered soldiers, be compared to ye? Then since they want to kill Jiang Huan, why don't they use their own people and instead look for us outsiders?
An uncle with a dirty braid pondered for a moment and then gave an answer. Didn't they say that all their people had gone out on a mission? Dugaming gave him a blank look. That's something only a reckless person like you would believe.
Then he looked at Sophie. Tell him how you feel about Jiang Huan. Sufei nodded slightly. As you guys know, I followed the captain's instructions before and found a way to drop the demon baiting agent on Jiang Huan, so I had slightly more contact with him. How can I put it? Jiang Huan gives me a sense of danger.
The crowd was puzzled. Why? Contrast.
There's too much contrast in him. On this journey, he was silent, just like when he was in school, the kind of classmate who didn't say a word and was like air.
But, you guys saw it.
When Mountain Bashfulness King attacked unexpectedly, he struck out crisply and without the slightest bit of procrastination. Even, his reaction was much faster than even us. He's like an assassin hiding in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike. When he doesn't strike, you don't even realize his existence, but when he strikes, you don't even have a chance to react. On the surface, he appears to be of the second rank, but I have reason to suspect that he is just like us, with a pseudo-artifact-spirit on him that hides his strength. But considering his age, his strength won't exceed the third rank at most. The crowd fell silent. They were all experienced mercenaries, and sometimes they might be blind, but the viewpoints given by their teammates would definitely be taken to heart.
Dakuro Ming continued. Let me ask you guys again, what do you think? How about Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming? A man with a goatee clasped his hands and laughed. What can it be?
A fourth order 4-star and a fourth order 3-star. Although their strength is good, they reveal a foolishness everywhere. They should be flowers grown in a greenhouse, not enough to worry about.
Dugaming sneered. Anything else to add? The goatee frowned. Can it be that the two of them also have secrets? Dugaming glanced at him meaningfully. Why not?
You guys have to realize that we're not the only ones who can hide our identities.
The crowd looked puzzled. What identity are they hiding?
Duoming shook his head helplessly, as if he was a little disappointed in his men.
People will lie, but you guys should know that some habits developed in life can't fool people.
If you guys were careful, you would have realized that when I shouted for them to wake up in the latter half of the night, the two of them's dry movements were practically identical to the soldiers of the Demon Suppression Army. Moreover, that Lu Yiming, when he walks, he also subconsciously straightens his back and hits his legs straight. Which is like an ordinary imperial spiritist. In an instant, the crowd fell silent. However, there were still people who had doubts. Captain, even if one of them hides their strength and two of them are from the Demon Suppressor Army, won't all 8 of us strike at the same time and still be able to finish them off?
Dugaming's gaze went cold. I asked you to read more, you had to go watch island movies.
It's true that our mercenary corps is all 4th ranked, and among the 8 people, the highest strength is 4th ranked 8 stars.
The lowest is 4-step 2-star, and the average strength is 4-step 5-star.
On the surface, we are steadily suppressing them.
But when we go out, who doesn't have the means to fight to the death?
Have you guys forgotten what the Demon Suppressor Army will issue to each soldier? As soon as these words came out, those mercenaries with big hearts finally sucked in a breath of cool air.
They coincidentally thought of one thing. The Jin Demon Army's secret medicine, the Divine Ghost Lead. Dugaming cursed disdainfully. Now you know you're afraid?
If Lu Yiming and Chu Xiaoxiao fight us to the death, out of the 8 of us, there will be a few unlucky ones who will stay here forever. The crowd stopped speaking. Seeing that his purpose of hammering the crowd had been achieved, Dugaming immediately changed to a gentler tone and continued.
You are all my beloved friends and relatives. How could I let you all risk your lives? That's why I'm using a little bit of tactics.
The crowd suddenly realized. They finally understood why Dugaming had asked Fat Tun to first pretend to be seriously injured to draw Jiang Huan over through his moans. Then he had Fat Tun fake his death to trick Jiang Huan and the others into helping him, thus entering the cave of the Mountain Shame. Finally, he blew up the way out, causing them to be surrounded by hundreds of Mountain Shame. At that time, they would be able to complete this task for Jiang Huan without having to take a single risk.
The crowd couldn't help but praise Du Ming for being awesome. However, Sophie had a grave expression on her face.
Captain, with their strength, that group of mountain shame, even if there are 3 third-ranked mountain shame kings, at most, they will tire them out a bit. There's no way to kill them, right? Du Ming heard this, and immediately looked at each other with Fat Tun and smiled, but did not say anything.
Tubby Tun took Sophie into his arms. Fifi, otherwise you think, what did the captain let me go for? Isn't the captain asking you to plant a bomb?
A lecherous smile surfaced on Fat Tun's face, and a pair of big hands had already climbed up to the peak. I lured that black wind bear at the top of the mountain over there. Sophie stared with wide eyes, that demonic beast that is about to be 5th order. She wanted to ask something else, but the strong reaction from her body prevented her from continuing. The duos carried on pleasuring themselves as if no one else was there. The others seemed to have gotten used to it a long time ago and did not care about the duo. The crowd exclaimed, "Captain! It's worthy of being you. Double insurance. Jiang Huan and the 3 of them are dead. Yeah. Those treasures in the treasure trove. There are also hundreds of mountain shame materials, as well as the 2 defeated Jiang Huan's 3 and the black wind bear, as well as the storage rings on their bodies and the artifact spirits. Captain! You're simply killing 4 birds with 1 stone. This amount of wealth. I'm afraid that even your brother's income for 10 years can't compare to this." I don't know who suddenly came up with such a sentence, but the crowd, who had just been so happy, instantly fell into dead silence. The crowd had known Du Ming for many years, and they all knew that they could never mention his brother in front of Du Ming. Du Ming looked like he was instantly frozen, his mind recalling the memory that he was most unwilling to recall. In his mind's eye, an 18-year-old youth with a slight resemblance to him was stepping on his artifact spirit, a bracelet that could materialize as a green snake. My stupid brother, people are divided into 3, 6, 9 classes, the same for artifact spirits, and the same for artifact spirit bodies, destined from birth. I am the weapon spirit body of the weapon god body. What makes you think that you are qualified to challenge me? Next time, please don't let your disgusting artifact spirit appear in front of me again, otherwise, I don't mind destroying it with my own hands. The memory came to an abrupt end as Du Ming came back to his senses, and it was only then that he noticed that each of the 7 men under him didn't dare to say anything. Out of the ordinary, this time, he didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed. Yeah, this one mission of mine tops 10 years of his salary. And this is just the beginning. He promised us that he would vigorously support us in the future. I believe that with our abilities, sooner or later, one day we will be able to become a top-tier squad like his 12 Deadly Stars squad. After he finished speaking, the crowd was visibly stunned, but then the group laughed. Success was just around the corner, and the knots of the past had already been opened by Du Ming. Captain! With Ye's support. With your ability. Surpassing your brother in the future is easy. That's right. We're counting on you to lead us to become top mercenaries like his 12 Deadly Stars squad. Captain! We have a bright future ahead of us. Looking at the pleasurable expressions of the crowd, Du Ming was filled with hope for the future. Brother, do you see? Not everything is predestined by heaven. As long as I grasp the opportunity, this ordinary artifact body of mine can also turn the tide against the wind. You have the support of the demon suppressor army, and now, I also have Ye's backing. Today, the speed at which I make money can surpass you, and my future strength will be just as capable of surpassing you. He readjusted his mindset and clapped his hands. Alright, everyone calm down. After another half an hour, let's go collect Jiang Huan's corpse. Use his life for our bright future. Chapter 131, Familiar Scent. In the middle of the treasury. The thick smell of blood wafted through it, unable to dissipate for a long time. Hundreds of mountain shame corpses were lying in the middle of the aisles. Chu Xiaoxiao was sweating like a pig, her jacket had been taken off by her white t-shirt was wet with sweat, and the outline of her purple love underwear was hidden with the movements of her killing. Very charming. As the last mountain shame was killed by her, she sat down on her but in exhaustion, panting heavily. Exhausted old me, in the 2 years since I became a soldier, it's the first time I've killed so many demonic beasts in such a short period of time. Chu Xiaoxiao wiped off the sweat that slid down to her cheeks as she muttered and looked at Jiang Huan. Jiang Huan, why didn't you release your other artifact spirit just now? Lu Yiming was also a bit dissatisfied. Yeah, Jiang Huan, if you had just released your other artifact spirit, our pressure would have been much less. Just now, the three of them had faced hundreds of mountain bashfulness together, and in just 10 minutes, the wave-like demonic beasts had caused Lu Yiming and Chu Xiaoxiao to feel a tremendous amount of pressure. They only hated that they weren't artifact spirit bodies and didn't have more artifact spirits to share the pressure for them. On the contrary, Jiang Huan, who clearly possessed 2 artifact spirits, only used 1. When they thought of how the 2 of them had gone all out while Jiang Huan was hiding a hand, there was more or less some resentment in their hearts. Jiang Huan glanced at the 2 of them and just faintly said, "Save your strength." Chu Xiaoxiao's expression was complicated. A small beast type composed of hundreds of demonic beasts could not be underestimated anywhere. Preserving strength at a time like this was simply joking with her and Lu Yiming's lives. Lu Yiming, on the other hand, showed an expression that I understood. Preserving strength to deal with a crisis. Then, he pulled Chu Xiaoxiao aside and muttered in a low voice. "Xiaoxiao, I told you a long time ago, he is a connected person. The reason why he was able to deal with those mercenaries surnamed Gu must be because he has some disposable goodies hidden in his body. But now, it seems that thing should be useless, and moreover, there should be a certain side effect that causes him to not be able to catalyze the second artifact spirit." Chu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened. "No way? Then why did he say that he was preserving his strength?" Lu Yiming hemmed and hawed. "Xiaoxiao, you don't understand, men can't say no, they all have good face." Chu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but look at Jiang Huan, only to see Jiang Huan's brows furrowed slightly as he wandered around in the sea of mountain shame corpses as if he was observing something. "Lu Yiming, but how do I get the feeling that he's worried about something happening?" Lu Yiming clasped his hands and looked around, somewhat puzzled. "Worried about what? This is the lair of the mountain shame. Is it possible that there are other demonic beasts? As for Li Ming's gang of bastards, it's best if I don't meet them again. Otherwise, I'll let them taste the power of the Iron Fist." Jiang Huan was in no mood to pay attention to the duo's mutterings. He didn't believe that Li Ming's gang had gone through all the trouble of trapping them here just to have hundreds of mountain shames deal with them. However, any mercenary with a bit of experience would be able to tell that this group of mountain shame couldn't threaten the lives of the 2 fourth-ranked Imperial Spirit Masters except for tiring them out a bit. At this moment, he bent down beside a mountain shame king, his eyes sweeping back and forth over its body, his face grave. The mountain shame king, in front of Jiang Huan, was covered in bloodstains and full of wounds. Apart from quite a few cuts from long knives and heavy blows from iron fists, there were also several penetrating wounds the size of an egg underneath that grayish-black fur. Most of the mountain shame's bodies have horrifying penetrating wounds to a greater or lesser extent. These wounds, it looks like they were caused by a long gun. But of the 3 of us, no one has a gun-type weapon spirit. Could it be? Jiang Huan recalled the scene just now when the mountain bashfulness swarm ran wildly out from the cave. They didn't seem to be coming for the purpose of attacking the 3 of them. Instead, it was more like fleeing for their lives. "Is this your backhand? Good thing too, it looks like 1,000 blades will be able to advance today." He slowly got up, and the originally put away 1,000 blades, inch by inch, coalesced in his left hand. At the same time, blood chi surged, and 1,000 blades appeared in a dark red blood chi. Being able to force the mountain shame group to flee with their lives regardless, Jiang Huan did not dare to be careless. With a serious face, he looked towards the pitch-black, incomparable hole in front of him. The blackness was still invisible to the eyes, and apart from the sound of the wind whistling from time to time, there was no other sound. Jiang Huan's sudden movement attracted the attention of Chu Xiaoxiao's duo. "Jiang Huan, what's wrong with you?" As she spoke, Chu Xiaoxiao also gave Lu Yiming a meaningful blank look. "Didn't you say that he didn't have the ability to activate the second artifact spirit? What's going on now?" Lu Yiming was at a loss. "That's not right. Could it be that he's really conserving his strength?" Jiang Huan gazed ahead and said in a cold voice, "There's big trouble coming." Chu Xiaoxia and Lu Yiming glanced at each other, then without hesitation, they urged the artifact spirit and rushed to Jiang Huan's side. Although the 2 had doubts, they both knew that Jiang Huan's 5 senses were far stronger than theirs. With the attitude that they would rather believe it, the 2 of them didn't dare to be careless. The 3 of them stood in front of the cave once again, but apart from the fishy odor that came to their faces, as well as the whistling sound of the wind that came from time to time, there was no other strange sound for a long time. For a long time, there were no other strange sounds. Lu Yiming frowned. "Jiang Huan, are you sure there's really trouble?" Even the confused Chu Xiaoxiao was skeptical of Jiang Huan at this moment. "Jiang Huan, what did you just hear?" Jiang Huan acted as if he hadn't heard it, still staring ahead without a word. At this moment, even he himself was wondering, since mountain shame was being chased, why was the pursuer not seen for half a day?
Was that guy a human? Or was it a demonic beast?
Even if the mountain shame cave was intricate, the pursuer was busy chasing the other paths of the mountain shame.
But it's been so long, why haven't we seen it yet? Lu Yiming loosened up as he bristled. Zhang Huan, you can't be teasing us, right? This joke isn't funny at all.
Xu Xiaoxiao was also a bit unhappy. Zhang Huan, jokes have to be separated into occasions. We've been tired all night. How can you fool us at a time like this? Xu Xiaoxiao chattered endlessly in Zhang Huan's ears. Zhang Huan turned a deaf ear. He vaguely felt that things were not that simple. Subconsciously, he activated discernment, hoping to see something in the darkness in front of him. Where his eyes swept through, there was still nothing. Just as Zhang Huan was about to wonder if he was too sensitive, a series of system prompts sounded in his mind. Artifact-Spirit number 7's eyes snapped open. He seems to have encountered a familiar face. Artifact-Spirit number 13's eyes flickered. She smelled a wisp of that person's scent in the sound of the whistling wind. Artifact-Spirit number 10 hates this scent. It's as if they have a past that they don't want to recall.
What's going on?
A strong sense of unease rose from the bottom of Zhang Huan's heart. Spiritual energy was poured into his eyes as much as it could, causing a faint golden light to rise from his dark as ink pupils.
His pupils instantly contracted.
His figure leapt out like lightning, flashing to the middle of Lu Yiming and Xu Xiaoxiao.
Dodge!
At the same time that the long sword was swung out, he kicked out 2 feet at speed, kicking the 2 of them behind him.
Clang! The sound of gold and iron intertwining echoed in this mountain of corpses and sea of blood with a treasure trove full of gold, silver, and jewels. Ethereal and deadly.